This man was the heir to a fallen, knightly noble family. He could have lived a peaceful life tending his manor, but he refused to be trapped by mediocrity. His status offered no respect, and the manor could not contain his ambition. He knew that if he only knew how to survive, he would eventually be forgotten by the world. He sold most of his possessions and, with his gold coins, traveled to the western wilderness of the empire. There, wild beasts roamed, bandits roamed, and danger lurked everywhere. Yet he was determined to build his own empire with his own hands in this chaotic frontier. When they reached a fork in the road, Corin warned that the left path was shorter but more difficult, while the right path was safer but a longer route. Corin decisively chose the shorter path because time was more important than comfort. The carriage jolted violently, and clutching his money pouch, he was already calculating his future. As the heir to the knighthood, he didn't want to rely on the old manor for the rest of his life. His goal was to expand his territory and carve out new lands with sword and fire. He sent Corin and Ron to inquire about food, tools, weapons, horses, and men willing to go to the border. The road was crowded with people, including farmers, merchants, and monks praying quietly. Soon, the path ahead was blocked, and several leather-clad men were arguing with the people. Corin judged them to be more like tax collectors than bandits. Tax collectors forced the old farmer to pay taxes, stealing his grain and animal hides. Corwin looked at these bandits disguised as officials and sneered inwardly. Soon, the tax collectors targeted his carriage and demanded tolls. Colwyn handed over the copper coins, then pulled out a silver coin. The tax collector's eyes lit up, and he immediately let them pass. As the carriage drove by, the old farmer's expression was complex. Colwyn, however, understood that in this world, compassion was a luxury, and strength was the only way to survive. The next morning, Corwin tidied himself and went to Baron Irwin's castle. The courtyard was spacious, the study elegant. He bowed respectfully. The Baron spoke of his father's bravery and reminded him of his responsibility to inherit the family business. Corwin made it clear that he would not shirk his responsibilities. When the Baron pressed him on why he had sold the manor and village, he frankly replied that he did not want to live off his father's legacy, but rather wanted to use the gold and resources to create an opportunity to build his own business. The Baron solemnly reminded him that border expansion was not a chivalrous novel. Countless noble sons died on the road every year. Corwin remained steadfast. Ultimately, the Baron took over the estate, promising to provide food, manpower, armor, weapons, 2 blacksmiths, and their families. Corwin was secretly pleased and thanked him sincerely. The meal was lavish, and the two discussed the details of the expedition. After the meal, the Baron gave him a list of supplies and sent guards to escort him back to the manor. Corwin's anticipation for the new journey grew even stronger. He knew the journey west was fraught with danger. The long journey itself was an adventure. At dawn, the entire estate began to inventory provisions, clothing, tools, medicines, horses, and wagons. Corwin, meanwhile, focused on military preparations, recruiting veterans, wandering warriors, and young men he had personally trained. This team of nearly 50 men had been training discreetly. His father had been puzzled, but he understood that without force, the family and its honor could not be protected. After receiving a letter from the Parliament, he analyzed the situation. The South was already developed, the East was too dangerous, and the North was in chaos. Ultimately, he turned his attention to the West. After weighing his options, Corwin decided to head west. He wrote to the council requesting permission to establish a presence there, expressing his desire for glory and a future. Upon sending the letter, he immediately summoned his steward, Ron, to begin preparations. He ordered his steward to issue recruitment notices in the town, seeking all craftsmen, including blacksmiths, carpenters, and tailors, with generous salaries enough to support a family. He then went to the barracks, which, though simple, were already filled with wooden swords, spears, and shields. The barracks were of average condition, but far superior to those of most nobles. The soldiers were training in groups, with veterans and wandering knights personally instructing the younger ones. Corwin looked at the squires he had trained, knowing they would become the true backbone of the force in the future. As he approached, a burly man greeted him. This man, named John, Was his father's personal bodyguard brave, experienced, and loyal? Corwin inquired about the situation in the camp, and John immediately stepped forward to report. John explained that these young men had already fought alongside him in bandit raids, seen blood, and learned real skills. With proper equipment, 50 men could be considered an elite force on the battlefield. Corwin nodded, entrusting the training of this team entirely to him. Corwin then proposed that John's son, Coron, become his chief bodyguard. John hesitated, worried that his son might not be up to the task. Corwin, however, believed that Coron had matured and, having personally fought alongside his men in bandit suppression, possessed both the courage and the intelligence to be qualified. John was deeply moved and immediately bowed to express his gratitude, promising to strictly instruct Corinne to learn manners, hone her skills, and protect the young master. Corinne nodded. This decision gave him more confidence for the future. Returning from the barracks, Corwin washed away the dust and fatigue and lay down on the bed to relax. The next morning, the bread was crisp and the milk was warm. After days of travel, he finally regained some of his energy. After breakfast, the servants reported on the supplies, manpower, and progress of the deployment. After listening, Corwin dismissed them and summoned Butler Ron privately to discuss the details of the westward journey plan. Corwin demanded double the food supplies, with barley, rye, and beans being essential. He also required ample supplies of medicine, salt, oil, candles, and needles and thread, and the hiring of reliable mule carts and drivers. Ron suggested hiring a mercenary escort team familiar with the terrain and capable of handling unforeseen dangers. Corwin immediately adopted the idea, entrusting Ron with full authority over the preparations and demanding their swift implementation. Now, everything was basically ready, awaiting only the issuance of the development order, which, for nobles, would present virtually no obstacle as long as the gold coins were available. The following morning, the council replied, its tone indifferent yet direct. Once the identity was legal and the gold coins were paid in full, the expansion order could be issued. As for whether they would survive, the council was indifferent. As long as they could expand their territory, their deaths would not harm their interests. As dawn broke, Corwin personally inspected the area. Supplies were already packed, and soldiers were ready to depart. Servants remained at the manor, while affairs were entrusted to Baron Evan. The journey west was long and dangerous, so he could only take his most capable men. Corwin inspected the convoy on horseback, and after confirming that supplies were plentiful and morale was high, he gave the order to set off. The mule carts were loaded with supplies, soldiers stood guard on both sides, and mercenaries scouted ahead and behind. The entire group officially embarked on their westward journey. Upon reaching the border of Baron Evan's territory, a squire rode up at full speed to see the Baron off. The squire conveyed the Baron's goodwill. If the West could not hold out, Corwin could return, and the Baron was willing to grant him the rank of Knight of the Inner Court, guaranteeing him a stable life. Corwin smiled and thanked the kindness, but remained unmoved. Even in defeat, the favors left by his father and the Baron would provide him with a way out. But at this moment, his eyes were only on the western wasteland, and he immediately ordered the journey to continue. The convoy drove westward towards the rising sun, only stopping when the setting sun painted the sky red. Corwin ordered them to set up camp on the spot. The soldiers quickly moved to form a ring with a dozen mule carts, then sealed the gaps with wooden planks to create a makeshift defensive line. The livestock were placed on the inner side, while the center was reserved for Corwin and his personal attendants to rest. He ordered Corwin to select 10 elite soldiers to patrol 2 teams within a 3-mile radius. The rest gathered firewood, started fires, carried provisions, and cooked food, and the camp quickly came into order. After nearly a month of travel, Corwin's body ached all over, and he was experiencing the hardships of a long journey for the first time. Mud, broken roads, torrential rain, and rugged mountain paths constantly slowed the group down. He could only treat all of this as a kind of marching training to adapt to the western frontier. At noon, the scout mercenaries reported that the western border was just ahead, and there was a small town where supplies could be resupplied. Looking at his weary men and horses, Corwin decisively ordered a rest. Soldiers cleaned their weapons, servants fed the horses and fetched water. The ranks were busy but orderly. Corwin, accompanied by several servants, went into town to purchase supplies, while he and Corin strolled along the way. From a street corner came the shouts of slave traders, several thin slaves locked in cages. The traders, recognizing him as a nobleman, immediately approached him obsequiously. Corwin had the merchant lead the way to see the goods. In the backyard, two northern barbarians were caged, tall and fiercely untamed, refusing to bow their heads even when chained. The merchant boasted of their incredible fighting prowess, claiming they could be a suicide squad charging into battle. Corwin inquired about the price, and the dealer quoted 10 gold coins for 2 people. He immediately lowered it to 5, but the dealer tried to raise it to 6. Corwin coldly reminded him that there weren't many buyers in this small town, and he was just doing it for the novelty, letting the dealer decide for himself. The merchant eventually agreed to 6 gold coins. After Corin paid, Corwin had food brought. The 2 barbarians were initially wary, but hunger made them quickly devour the food. After they had eaten, they gave their names, Holland and Ragnar. Corwin asked them why they had been arrested. Holland said that the slave-catching team had set a trap, and that's how they fell into it. Corwin told them that the west was too far from the north, and that running away would only result in being captured again or dying in the wilderness. He suggested that they become his bodyguards, and that they would have a chance to return to the north to find the tribes in the future. After exchanging glances, the 2 barbarians realized they had no better choice and finally bowed their heads in agreement to follow. Corwin didn't mention buying them, but in his heart, he judged that with Holland and Ragnar's bravery, they were perfect as bodyguards, providing an extra layer of protection for their westward journey. After nearly 2 months of trekking, traversing mountains and valleys, Corwin and his party finally arrived at the western border of the empire. Before them stood a stone castle in the wilderness, not large in scale, but sturdy and imposing, with guards standing watch on the walls, demonstrating the strength of the local baron. At the city gate, the guards checked the noble's credentials and the settlement order, and respectfully allowed passage after confirming that everything was in order. Although the city itself was not prosperous, it was more lively than the towns along the way, with general stores, blacksmith shops, and taverns lining the streets, and mercenaries and merchants coming and going constantly. Ron went first to scout out and arrange inns, carriages, and soldiers. Corwin pondered in his room. The Western Territory was a mixed bag, and he couldn't act rashly. He decided to rest for a few days and have his steward and mercenaries separately investigate the Baron's temperament, the surrounding forces, and the risks of the terrain. He planned to first visit Baron Field, the local strongman. Being new to the Westerlands, he needed to be courteous. He learned that Field wasn't of noble birth, but rather a ruthless man who had carved out his own territory in the Westerlands through his military exploits in the north and his entire fortune. Wildtooth Fortress was the culmination of over a decade of Field's hard work. From a simple stone fortress to fortified walls, towers, and expanded courtyards, he had truly established himself in the perilous western frontier. Corwin first sent a servant with a visiting card, indicating he would pay a visit the following day. The following morning, Corwin, dressed in aristocratic attire, accompanied by Corin and 2 attendants, went to Field House with gifts. The house was not luxurious, but rather imposing and dignified. After presenting their visiting cards, they waited in a side hall and were then led into the main hall by the butler. Baron Field, a tall and imposing figure with a weathered face, sat in the main seat of the hall. Corwin stepped forward to greet him, and the 2 chatted about the recent state of the empire and the customs of the western frontier, gradually easing the tension. Corwin then sought advice on the western frontier's development, hoping to avoid some pitfalls. Field reminded him that the western frontier was different from the imperial heartland. It connected the borders to the north and was wild and dangerous. The wanderers were mostly outlaws, smugglers, and slave hunters. Before establishing a firm foothold, they couldn't rush into large-scale expansion. They had to first understand the surrounding powers and the perilous areas. After speaking, Field took out a roll of animal hide map and handed it to him. The map marked the dangerous places, water sources, and tribal settlements on the western border. Out of consideration for their shared background as pioneering nobles, he gave this map, which he had accumulated over many years, to Corwin. Corwin accepted the map with both hands, thanked him sincerely, and had a servant present him with a gift. Field accepted it readily. After taking his leave, Colwyn returned to the inn with the map and his experience, feeling more confident about the upcoming expedition. Back at the inn, Corwin immediately summoned John and ordered him to select several quick-witted, steady, and agile soldiers. He then unfolded a map made of animal hides and instructed the men to take it into town and hire local guides familiar with the roads, preferably seasoned hunters who knew water sources, recognized wild animals, and identified dangerous areas. Corwin solemnly instructed that the reconnaissance must proceed along the map's route, focusing on confirming dangerous areas, resources, tribal situations, and the tracks of smuggling and slave-trapping caravans. Intelligence must be accurate, and survival must be the priority in case of danger. He handed the map to John, emphasizing that this matter was a matter of life and death for the expedition, and that they must depart first thing the next morning. John, looking solemn, immediately accepted the order and prepared to select reliable men to carry out the reconnaissance. More than 10 days later, the reconnaissance team finally reported back. The Western Territory was vast and complex. They had only figured out the northwest direction, but they discovered a new band of mountain bandits, about 100 men, who occupied a valley 100 miles northwest of Huanya Fort. They were not marked on the map. The valley was surrounded by mountains on two sides and faced a lake on the other, with only a narrow path for access, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Corwin immediately realized that if he could wipe out the bandits and occupy this place, it could become a stronghold that could be used for both offense and defense. Everyone gathered in the main hall, where Corwin explained the number of bandits and the terrain. John was the first to warn that the valley was easy to defend but difficult to attack, and the bandits numbered a considerable force of 100. If they rashly launched a strong attack, even if they won, they would pay a price. Colwyn nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a direct confrontation was not advisable, which was why he had gathered everyone to discuss a low-loss strategy. While the group analyzed the bandits' habits, Corwin suddenly grasped the key point. Bandits don't farm. They rely on plunder for supplies. The group chuckled at first, then realized what was going on. Corwin understood that Corwin wanted to lure the enemy, but worried that the bandits wouldn't fall for it. Corwin suggested that they disguise their group as a small, weak pioneering team and ambush the bandits at a pass near the valley, luring them to come and rob them. Corwin continued to refine the plan. The convoy would deliberately expose its supplies to lure the bandits into the ambush. If the bandits didn't move, the valley entrance would be blocked to cut off their supplies. Corwin's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered John to lead 50 elite soldiers to ambush them first. After John received his orders, Corwin then tasked Colin with scouting the ambush site and having the caravan and attendants pose as unsuspecting lambs. Colin stepped forward and assured the bandits that he would put on a show so convincingly that they wouldn't suspect a thing. With the tasks assigned, everyone immediately sprang into action. John organized the soldiers, Corwin led scouts to explore, and the servants prepared supplies to lure the enemy. Corwin assessed the risks alone, but quickly sneered. If bandits were truly shrewd, they wouldn't have ended up as bandits. The following morning, Corwin set off with scouts, while Corwin remained at the inn awaiting news. Several days later, Corwin returned weary from his journey, bringing good news. The ambush site had been found. The terrain was open, surrounded by dense forest, perfect for encirclement. Corwin's heart finally settled, and he immediately ordered preparations. John distributed weapons and armor, while servants organized provisions and cloth, deliberately making the supplies appear abundant. With the great battle approaching, the atmosphere in the entire army instantly became tense. At dawn the next day, the convoy set off fully prepared. Colwyn ordered John to take 50 elite soldiers, along with Holland and Ragnar, to the ambush site to lay in wait, while he himself led the convoy at a slower pace, arriving at the target location 3 or 4 days later as planned. Upon arriving at the ambush site, Colwyn ordered camp to be set up, but the camp was deliberately constructed in a loose and rudimentary manner. Tents were crooked, supplies were piled up haphazardly, and there were few guards. The entire team looked like an inexperienced pushover who had just entered the wilderness. Deep in the dense forest, the bandit scouts stared intently at the camp, their eyes filled with greed. Seeing the supplies scattered on the ground and the lax defenses, they immediately concluded that this was a group of easy prey delivered to their doorstep and turned back to report. As night fell, the camp remained seemingly deserted, with only a few flickering lights. But a trap had already been set in the shadows. Servants stood guard beside Corwin, and everyone waited for the bandits to walk right into it. Corwin stood guard outside the tent, his hand on his sword, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Corwin laughed at him for being too nervous, but Corwin didn't back down an inch, indicating that as long as he was there, he wouldn't let anyone hurt the young master. Soon, a scout emerged from the woods, reporting that 70 or 80 bandits were approaching under the cover of darkness, seemingly preparing a night raid on the camp. Corwin's eyes turned cold, and he waved for the scout to retreat. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The bandit leader, riding a small horse, charged ahead, arrogantly shouting that they had found another piece of easy prey that night. The 70 or 80 bandits immediately became excited, their eyes fixed on the caravan's supplies, completely unaware of the murderous aura surrounding them. The bandits crouched low as they approached the convoy, only a few dozen steps from the camp. Finally, their leader roared and ordered everyone to rush forward and seize the supplies. The next second, a rain of arrows erupted from the darkness. A dense barrage of arrows whistled through the air, and the bandits at the forefront fell in droves, their blood instantly splattering into the night. The bandits were stunned, and before they could react, John had already led 30 or 40 elite men out of the dense forest. Their armor gleamed coldly, their long swords cleaved through the night wind, and they charged directly into the chaotic bandit ranks. The soldiers coordinated their attacks effectively, while the bandits were a disorganized rabble. Screams echoed throughout the area, and the leader, seeing the situation was dire, abandoned his men and fled into the dense forest. After the battle, Corwin stepped out of his tent and calmly ordered the battlefield to be surveyed, supplies to be collected, and the bodies to be disposed of. The soldiers moved swiftly, putting away their weapons, moving supplies, and cleaning up the bodies all in an orderly fashion. Soon after, John brought in a man covered in blood. It was the bandit leader who had tried to escape. John reported that the leader had been intercepted and captured alive while fleeing into the woods. Corwin glanced at him indifferently and ordered his men to keep him under strict guard until the next morning for interrogation. The camp was then reinforced with additional guards to prevent the prisoner from escaping. The next morning, John brought a list of the spoils of war into the tent. Last night's battle was a complete victory. His side suffered only a few minor injuries, while more than 60 bandits were killed and more than 10 were captured. Even the old weapons could be melted down and reused. John also discovered that the stronghold was empty, with only a dozen or so old, weak, and disabled soldiers remaining. The grain, fodder, and cloth were all stored inside. Corwin immediately ordered an attack to take advantage of the situation, capture the stronghold, and formally establish the first garrison. The group quickly arrived at the mountain stronghold. The gate was made of rough timber, using the mountain's terrain for defense. Upon seeing the large number of soldiers approaching and their leader being held captive on the ground, the bandits inside panicked instantly. The soldiers shouted for them to surrender, threatening to kill anyone who refused. The remaining bandits were a disorganized mob and dared not resist the elite soldiers. They eventually opened the gates and surrendered. After taking control of the stronghold, Corwin decided to use the prisoners who were willing to submit as laborers and severely punish those who refused to obey to establish his authority. 2 days later, after taking inventory, Corwin convened a meeting with John, Corin, Holland, Ragnar, and the leaders of each team. Ron reported that the stronghold had about 7,000 caddies of grain, enough to sustain more than 70 people for 4 months, and there was no need to worry about supplies in the short term. Corwin then focused on iron and weaponry, demanding that blacksmith shops be built as soon as possible, old weapons be repaired, and scrap iron be melted down. The existing 8 sets of chainmail and 20 sets of leather armor, though of varying quality, were sufficient to get through the current period. Next, he personally inspected the valley. The lake water was sufficient for drinking and fishing, the forests for timber, and the valley floor was large enough to accommodate 1,000 people. What was truly urgent was not the land, but the manpower and infrastructure. Colwyn ordered John to go to Wild Tooth Fortress to inquire about the source of the slaves and handle the necessary paperwork. Soldiers couldn't be expected to do menial tasks every day. They needed to maintain their fighting strength. He planned the barracks near the fortress gate, placed the blacksmith's shop by the lake, and temporarily set up residences in the heart of the valley for easy command. He then arranged for timber to be cut, fortifications to be built, and watchtowers to be erected. There was only one main road at the entrance to the valley. Once the towers on both sides were completed, the enemy would only be able to rush in waves. With 50 elite troops and the advantage of the terrain, even if 300 to 500 enemies attacked, they could hold their ground. Everyone agreed to the plan. Corin was put in charge of logging and watchtower construction and selected agile soldiers to begin work immediately. For Corin, the stronghold's defenses had to be secured first so that future expansion would have a solid foundation. Once the timber arrived, Colwyn immediately ordered the reconstruction of the camp walls. The outpost was bustling with activity. The watchtowers were designed to be 5 to 8 meters high, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, with observation posts, railings, and firing ports on the top for easy guarding and defense. However, given the current limited resources, a truly sturdy watchtower should have a base of rammed earth and bricks, but they lack both stone and craftsmen. The wooden palisade left by the bandits is also too flimsy, so for now, they can only prioritize practicality. Corwin adjusted his plan, building 2 watchtowers on each of the high ground on either side of the valley, connected by a wooden corridor, with a taller and thicker wooden fence erected underneath. This would initially keep out wild animals and bandits, and then reinforce the fence with bricks and stones once they had established a foothold. With the order given, the soldiers and craftsmen immediately got to work. Thick logs were buried deep and compacted. The watchtower frame was gradually erected, and the wooden fence was raised day by day, finally giving the valley entrance the appearance of a real stronghold. With the defenses initially in place, Corwin dared not relax. He knew that while 50 elite troops could temporarily hold the valley, it was not a long-term solution. Without a stable source of income, relying on past resources would inevitably lead to problems sooner or later. If we buy slaves next, we must build a residential area on the west side as soon as possible. Whether it's a wooden shed or an earthen house, it has to be a place where people can live. But if there are too many people, food consumption will skyrocket. The blacksmith shop is also short of charcoal and refined iron, as are herbs, tools, and cloth. Axes, saws, and hoes need to be bought. Wound medicine and cold-dispelling medicine need to be prepared, and tents and clothing also require cloth. None of these can be delayed. With the watchtower topped out and the wooden stakes compacted, the core defenses of the valley were finally largely complete. As the sun set, the wooden palisades and watchtowers stood at the valley entrance. Corwin began considering the next step and summoned Ron and Corin. He first had Ron tally the timber and manpower needed for the western residential area, then count the remaining gold and silver coins. Purchasing supplies, buying slaves, and expanding facilities all required money. Ron immediately accepted the order and said he would calculate it right away. Colwyn then ordered Corin to select vigilant soldiers to guard the 4 watchtowers in shifts day and night. They were to watch the mountains and roads during the day and be even more alert at night, ensuring that the camp's security was not compromised in any way. Corin immediately agreed and turned to arrange for the watchtower to be manned. After the 2 left, Corwin sent his squire to fetch Roman. Roman was a young squire who had grown up with him and had been trained as a knight since childhood. His father had followed the old lord in his campaigns in the north and died in battle. Roman arrived quickly, dressed in worn leather armor, his posture upright, his face calm, but his eyes concealing pain. Corwin comforted him, telling him not to dwell on the past, and promised that as long as he followed him to achieve merit in the West, he would surely secure him a true knighthood in the future. These words struck Roman deeply. His eyes reddened, and he immediately knelt on one knee, vowing to follow Corwin for life, never backing down even in the face of fire and water. Corwin helped Roman up, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him an important task. Roman was calm and reliable, making him the perfect candidate to select soldiers familiar with the mountains and forests to explore the forest behind the valley. Corwin demanded 3 things. First, build a simple camp in the forest for the logging team to rest. Second, search for timber, wild fruits, medicinal herbs, and game. And finally, focus on finding flat, fertile land, and if so, immediately plan to clear it. Roman straightened his back, his eyes regaining their resolve. He solemnly promised that he would set off with his men first thing tomorrow morning and would not betray Corwin's trust. Seeing that the manpower was arranged properly, Corwin felt somewhat relieved. He returned to his table, reviewed the ledgers and purchase lists, compared the expected number of slaves to be purchased with the existing manpower, and quickly calculated the future allocation for land reclamation and construction. As dawn broke and the morning mist lingered, Corwin led Corin and a squad of soldiers toward Wildtooth Fortress. Their mission was twofold: to receive the arriving slave hunting party and to procure urgently needed supplies. Along the way, scouts lined both sides, vigilant against any threats lurking in the mountains. Upon arriving at Wildfang Fortress, Corwin first arranged for soldiers to guard the area before leading Corin into the city. Although the city was simple, it was well organized, and servants had already marked out areas for storing supplies, preparing for the subsequent replenishment of manpower. Soon, the sound of horses' hooves approached, and the slave-catching team arrived as scheduled. Corwin stepped forward steadily to meet them, his tone calm yet authoritative, demanding that they select men of suitable physical strength and well-balanced build for the valley outpost. The slave-catching team leader respectfully accepted the order and immediately arranged for his men to select slaves. Corwin and Corin observed from the sidelines, recording each person's physical strength and skills. Holland and Ragnar were responsible for maintaining order and preventing any sudden disturbances. When making the selections, Corwin whispered his recommendations. Strong men were suitable for logging and clearing land, while women could handle logistics, weaving, cooking, and light labor, but should not be overworked. Corwin listened and quickly took notes. Several hours later, the selection was complete, and about 100 adult men were sent into the valley, including several artisans. Corwin looked at the group with satisfaction. With them, defense, construction, and land reclamation could truly proceed. Afterwards, Corwin ordered Corin to lead a small team to escort the new recruits back to camp, first settling them in for lodging, and then assigning them basic tasks. John continued to oversee the construction. Timber was used to reinforce the stockade walls and barracks, and the blacksmith shop began repairing equipment and manufacturing machinery. By evening, order had been restored to the camp. Soldiers and slaves performed their duties, food was plentiful, and the watchtowers maintained their normal vigilance. Corwin stood on the stockade wall, looking at the valley that had begun to stabilize, and his mind was already planning for food self-sufficiency and long-term defense. Corwin stood in the open space of the market, calmly sizing up the slaves he had just selected. Strong adult males were responsible for heavy work such as logging, clearing land, and carrying loads. The women were assigned to logistics, weaving, cooking, and light management to maintain a balance of manpower in the camp. Corin led his soldiers to inspect each slave's body, screening for the wounded and weak to ensure they could be put to use as soon as possible. Holland and Ragnar maintained order, while the servants kept the money pouches and helped put the slaves onto the carriages. After the handover was completed, Corwin led his men back to the valley. Along the way, he constantly observed the forest and reminded Corin and the soldiers to remain vigilant. The wilderness was not peaceful, and a long slave caravan could easily attract bandits and refugees. Upon arriving at the valley, Corwin immediately arranged for manpower allocation. The new slaves were sent to positions such as logging, reinforcing the stockade walls, building sheds, and assisting in the blacksmith shop. He personally inspected each construction site to ensure that the process was not chaotic. He then summoned Ron, John, Coron, and the squad leaders to a meeting in the village to plan for the next steps. Everyone had to familiarize themselves with their positions as quickly as possible, and any shortages of food, iron, tools, or medicine had to be reported immediately. Throughout the day, the camp was bustling with activity and efficiency. The new slaves gradually adapted to the rhythm. The logging teams continuously transported timber, the craftsmen reinforced the watchtowers and palisades, and the blacksmiths forged captured scrap iron into arrowheads and short blades. Corwin knew that the valley outpost finally had a true foundation. As night fell, the campfire illuminated the village. Soldiers, mercenaries, and slaves alike showed signs of exhaustion, yet also a sense of peace. Corwin stood in the heart of the village, gazing at the distant mountains and forests, silently vowing to make this wilderness prosperous and fortified under his rule. After the transaction was completed, Corwin had Andy's men gather the slaves outside the market while he led his soldiers to purchase daily necessities and rented several ox carts. Once everything was ready, he selected 5 men from the slaves who still had bright eyes and upright postures. Corwin immediately appointed these 5 men as temporary leaders, instructing them to keep the group in check on the journey, preventing any disturbances or escapes. He promised them a reward for good behavior once they reached the valley. The 5 men immediately knelt in obedience, accepting their provisions and water bags. After a brief rest, the caravan slowly began its return journey. The ox carts led the way, with slaves following in front and soldiers flanking them. Corwin rode ahead on horseback, feeling a slight sense of relief. The manpower was finally replenished, and now it was time to transform them into real labor. Corwin led his soldiers to patrol the ranks, preventing anyone from escaping. But he also knew that these slaves were starving and freezing, and the wilderness was teeming with wild beasts and refugees. Escaping would almost certainly mean certain death. Following Corwin to the valley was, in fact, the safest path to survival. The return journey took nearly 2 more days due to the slaves' exhaustion. As dusk fell, the valley watchtower finally appeared. The guards lit fires as a warning, and the stockade walls quickly went into battle. Corwin responded with the agreed-upon signal. The gates opened, and John strode out to greet them. Exhausted, Corwin inquired whether the camp was secure. John reported that everything was normal. The watchtowers remained standing, the barracks were under construction as planned, and the logging team had encountered no problems. Corwin was relieved and ordered him to house the slaves in the western barracks, feed them, and keep a close watch on them. John accepted the order to arrange for the men to enter the camp. Corwin left the follow-up to Colum and John, and took his servants back to their quarters to rest, preparing for the formal assignment of labor the next day. At noon the next day, Corwin summoned Ron and Colin for a meeting. Ron presented the roster. The total number of people in the camp was nearly 200, including 50 soldiers, blacksmiths and their families, carpenters, a dozen or so captured bandits, and 111 newly purchased slaves. After reviewing the roster, Corwin first arranged for soldiers familiar with the mountains and forests to form hunting teams to replenish their meat supply and ascertain the distribution of prey. The remaining soldiers took turns supervising the slaves' work. The slaves first went to the lake to wash and change clothes to prevent the spread of disease. Adult male slaves were sent to the back mountains to clear land, planting hardy grains and beans to replenish their food supplies in the autumn harvest. Bandit prisoners were sent to cut timber alone, closely supervised by 4 soldiers. Those who were lazy or caused trouble were executed on the spot. Female slaves were responsible for logistics, sewing, washing, gathering wild vegetables and herbs, and cleaning the camp. Once the order was given, the camp sprang into action. Hunting, clearing land, logging, and logistics all progressed, and the valley gradually came back to life. The central cabin was finally completed. Though not luxurious, it was safer and more comfortable than the temporary shacks. The reclamation of wasteland continued, with slaves clearing weeds, moving stones, and turning over soil under the supervision of soldiers. The land itself was fertile, saving considerable time on composting. Corwin understood that the initial yield of rye would be limited, but starting from scratch was inherently difficult. Corwin rushed over and reminded everyone that the logging camp needed to be built as soon as possible, as the existing timber already filled the open space. Looking at the piles of logs, Corwin immediately decided to build the camp on a high, dry spot near the logging area and let the bandits handle the construction. Corwin surveyed the land, continuing to plan the pace of cultivation. The valley soil was good, but the initial tillage depth was limited, resulting in a low rye yield per acre far from enough for a camp of nearly 200 people. To survive the initial phase, food supplies had to be planned in advance. For the past month, Corwin had inspected the territory almost daily, from the sown fields to the logging camps, from the slave barracks to the watchtowers. He knew the progress of every single place clearly. Now, smoke rose from the valleys, and they were no longer desolate. In the afternoon, Corwin inspected the construction of the logging camp. Under the guidance of carpenters, the bandits were building wooden fences and floors, and the lumber yard and tool shed were beginning to take shape. Just as they were discussing a moisture-proofing plan, soldiers from the hunting party suddenly rushed in from the mountain path, saying they had important news to report. A soldier reported that a sizable caravan had appeared on the western mountain path. The caravan had heard of the potential for territorial expansion and had come specifically to trade. Immediately, a middle-aged attendant was brought forward and respectfully stated that his superior wished to discuss a mutually beneficial business deal. Corwin inquired about the type of goods. His attendant replied that the caravan carried grain, fine iron, thick cloth, needles and thread, pottery, tools, herbs, and furs. Corwin's heart skipped a beat. The camp desperately needed these. He immediately decided to go to the caravan's camp to negotiate. The attendant said the caravan was encamped 3 miles away. Corwin ordered Corwin to take 10 fully armed soldiers with him and instructed the soldiers left behind to guard the camp. The group then proceeded steadily towards the caravan's encampment, maintaining their formation. Throughout the journey, Corwin remained vigilant. Border laws were lax, and a caravan carrying a large amount of supplies was unlikely to be a simple operation. Being fully armed served both self-defense and deterrence, making it clear that this transaction had to be conducted on an equal footing. As they approached the caravan camp, several leather-armored guards emerged from the woods, swords drawn and ready. After Corwin explained their purpose, the guards relaxed slightly. Corwin stopped in an open area outside the camp, 10 soldiers flanking him, their armor gleaming silently as they displayed their strength. After hearing the report in his tent, the caravan leader learned that the valley had nearly 200 people and full-time soldiers, and he abandoned his intention to underestimate it. Such a newly emerging territory was not an easy target. Rather than risking plunder, it was better to trade prudently. Soon, the steward, accompanied by his guards, emerged from the tent and bowed to inquire about their needs. Corwin stated that he required food, iron, medicine for keeping warm, and daily necessities, and offered to use rare hardwood produced in his territory to offset part of the payment, with the remainder to be paid in gold coins. Upon hearing about the rare hardwood, the caravan leader's eyes immediately lit up with interest, but he remained composed and requested to see a sample first. Corwin had a soldier present the polished wood. Its grain was dense and its texture substantial, and the man was clearly satisfied with it. The two sides immediately began negotiations, finalizing the quantities and delivery times of food, iron, and medicine. Although Corwin suffered a slight loss, he gained much-needed supplies and also made the outside world aware of the valley's stronghold's existence, which could both attract manpower and deter those who coveted it. The goods from the trade were gradually transported back to the valley. The granaries were half full. The blacksmith shop was piled high with fine iron, and pottery, cloth, and herbs were displayed on the shelves. The slaves looked at the full granaries, and their eyes were less numb, because they knew that this lord could survive the harsh winter. Corwin then turned to winter preparations. He ordered Ron to suspend the clearing of the wasteland, as it would be too late to plant in the fall. Instead, he suggested that people be gathered to collect dead branches and leaves, and that excess timber be split and dried in the wind, so that enough fuel could be prepared before winter. After gathering fuel, they needed to collect and neatly arrange the gravel, piling it in the open area of the camp for later use. Ron immediately mobilized the manpower. Meanwhile, slaves chopped wood and burned charcoal. The blacksmith's furnaces were burning brightly as they began repairing farm tools and forging weapons, and the camp entered its busy pre-winter season. Corwin then set his sights on the camp's supplies. Grain, iron, cloth, medicine, pottery, and needles and thread all had to be categorized and stored, with designated personnel registering and guarding them to prevent chaos and waste during the winter. After organizing this whole mess, he was also overwhelmed by the accounts. The hunting parties continuously brought back deer, wild boar, and rabbits from the mountains and forests. Corwin ordered his men to cure the excess meat into salted meat, air-dry it, and store it in the granary. The animal hides were made into fur coats and boots. Fox and rabbit pelts were used to fill the gaps in armor, and the tendons and horns were processed into bowstrings and arrows. After dealing with the food, tools, weapons, and fuel, Corwin looked towards the forest behind the mountain, thinking of Roman, who had been away for nearly a month. Judging by the timeline, he should also be bringing back intelligence from the forest. Timber, medicinal herbs, and fertile land would all affect the next stage of development. Roman was leading his men back from the depths of the forest. The dense woods blocked out the sky, the decaying leaves were slippery, and the rocks were scattered everywhere. They cut through the thorns and brambles, nearly getting lost several times. Fortunately, Roman was calm enough to mark the streams, steep slopes, and flat woodlands on the animal skin map, paving the way for spring clearing. A servant reported that Roman had returned. Corwin looked into the woods and saw that Roman's clothes were tattered, his body covered in mud and leaves, his hair was tangled, and his face had scratches. He looked almost like a wild man. Corwin laughed and went up to him, patting him on the shoulder and telling him to take a bath, eat, and rest before reporting back. The next day, Roman recovered and tidied his clothes before arriving at Corwin's cabin. He took out a map made of animal hide, handed it to the table, and explained that it was a detailed map of the outer route of the forest, with streams, woodlands, steep slopes, and flat areas clearly marked. Corwin unfolded the map, clearly seeing the water source, mountain path, forest, and collection area, his eyes filled with approval. He pointed to a special mark and asked why, and Roman replied that it resembled an open-pit mine, with rocks that were iron black and dark red. Samples had already been brought back. Corwin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ordered his men to send the ore to the blacksmith for verification. If it was indeed iron ore, the reserves must be determined by next spring. Iron ore meant that weapons and agricultural tools could be self-sufficient, which would directly boost the territory's strength. Heat rippled through the blacksmith's shop. After the ore was broken open, the cross-section revealed a dark iron black with a hint of red. The old blacksmith, after careful examination, excitedly confirmed that it was top-quality open-pit limonite, easy to smelt, of excellent quality, and its reserves appeared to be substantial. Corwin was overjoyed. Limonite was easy to mine and smelt, and its proximity to water sources made it a lifeline for his territory. If they could secretly mine it in the spring, the territory's development would accelerate, whether for forging military equipment, agricultural tools, or exchanging them for gold. Just then, a servant came to report that butler Ron wanted to see him. Corwin composed himself, told the butler to wait a moment, and instructed the blacksmith to keep the ore a secret and not to let anyone know. He continued his daily routine of repairing farm tools and maintaining weapons, planning to expand the furnace and forge mining tools in the spring. The blacksmith readily agreed. As Corwin left the blacksmith's shop, he was still pondering the mining steps, methods of secrecy, and smuggling routes. Back at the cabin, he found Ron waiting for him and immediately asked what was wrong at the camp. Ron reported that food, fuel, and medicine were sufficient for the time being, but the purse was nearly empty. Barracks, workshops, roads, needles and thread, millstones, everything cost money. Corwin then realized that the valley still relied on external support, and gold coins were its lifeline. Corwin dismissed Ron and leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Selling hardwood and iron ore could indeed be profitable, but that wouldn't happen until spring. Winter was approaching, and the funding gap was looming. They couldn't afford to wait. Holland brought the food into the room, and, seeing his worried expression, asked what was wrong. Corwin smiled bitterly and said that the territory was short of money. Holland, however, had a simpler idea. If they needed money, they would rob caravans and small noble estates. As long as they could rob them, they could get through the winter. These words instantly jolted Corwin awake. The borderlands were a dog-eat-dog world. Robbery was the fastest way to make money. He immediately put down his bowl and sent Holland to fetch John, Corlin, and Roman. This matter concerned the life and death of the territory. Holland rushed out excitedly, while Corwin sat at the table, rapidly calculating the objective, timing, route, and aftermath. This time, he intended to exploit the chaos at the border to carve out a path to survival for the valley. John, Corwin, and Roman arrived at the cabin quickly. Corwin got straight to the point, The territory's supplies could last through the winter, but their gold coins were depleted. Without a replenishment of funds, expansion, procurement, and further development would have to come to a standstill. John probed whether to collect tolls on the main roads. Corwin immediately rejected the idea, stating that the main roads involved the interests of various parties, and setting up checkpoints rashly would cause serious trouble. In particular, the core area of Wild Tooth Fortress belonged to barren field and could not be touched recklessly. Corwin decided to proactively seek out sources of wealth before winter. Corwin, realizing this implied robbery, subtly changed his expression. Corwin offered no explanation, only ordering John to immediately inspect weapons and crossbows, preparing for action at any moment. Roman was in charge of leading agile soldiers to scout the routes of caravans, slave hunters, and smugglers. Coron, on the other hand, selected reliable soldiers and nimble slaves to find hidden hiding places, build storage sheds and sentry posts, and facilitate the transfer of spoils of war. After everyone left to carry out their orders, Corwin gazed at the setting sun and pondered. The looted supplies would first be hidden in a concealed outpost, then transported back to the valley in batches. Even if anyone investigated, they could blame it on bandits in the wilderness. The chaos on the border was the perfect cover. After the meal, Corwin headed towards the barracks. The soldiers were maintaining their weapons and armor, and saluted him in unison as he arrived. He responded with a smile, inquiring about their weapons, food, and lodging one by one, his manner gentle yet meticulous in noticing every little detail. The barracks reeked of sweat, but Corwin felt a sense of peace. Walls, watchtowers, and provisions were merely the foundation. What truly protected his territory were the soldiers willing to fight him to the death. Since loyalty was paramount, he wouldn't falter on the battlefield. After leaving the barracks, Corwin summoned John and the steward and whispered instructions. Of the 50 soldiers, 35 would stay behind, and 15 would accompany him on his raids. Corwin and Roman would go with him, while John would remain to oversee the territory. Corwin trusted John's experience, believing that while Colin and Roman were loyal, they were still young and might not be able to control the camp. John immediately assured him that as long as he was there would be no problems with the sentries, defenses, warehouses, and camp order. Corwin also instructed the steward to handle affairs as usual while he was away and to leave urgent matters to John. If he did not return by the autumn harvest, the steward must urge the serfs to work diligently and arrange for female slaves to make practical cotton clothes for the soldiers and those traveling to keep warm. As autumn deepened, the north wind whipped up withered leaves, and the camp became even busier. Crops in the fields were being harvested and moved. The blacksmith shop was bustling with activity, and craftsmen were repairing houses and reinforcing fences. Just as Colwyn was calculating expenses, a servant came to report that Roman had returned. Corwin immediately let Roman in. Roman entered the cabin, bringing with him the chill of the wind and dust. Corwin grabbed his arm, pressing him for the results. Roman took a breath and said in a low voice that he had finally found some crucial clues. Roman reported that regular caravans would travel along the main roads, resupplying along the noble territories. Slave hunting and smuggling caravans, on the other hand, would take smuggling routes, avoiding patrols and specifically targeting uninhabited areas to transport grain, cloth, herbs, and ironware. They would surely speed up their operations before the northern border was sealed off by snow. He also discovered a frequently used path in the desolate forests of the northwestern border, with overlapping cart tracks, hoofprints, and footprints, clearly a smuggling route. Although it was unclear when the next caravan would pass by, there was a high probability of activity within the next 2 weeks. At this time, Corwin also rushed back, weary from his journey, to reinforce the patrols along the main road, maintain order in the town, and devise routes to bypass the checkpoints. Corwin spread out a map and clearly pointed out that although this was not a regular war, it had to be treated as a real battle, and there could be no carelessness whatsoever. The group gathered around the map to work out their plans. A dozen or so soldiers set off lightly equipped, aiming to arrive in 7 days, or at most 10. If they encountered a smuggling caravan, they would act swiftly and decisively, then transport the spoils to the hidden camp set up by Corwin before bringing them back to the territory in batches. Corwin estimated the entire operation would take close to a month. If they encountered bandits, bad weather, or delays caused by smuggling, it would take even longer. However, there was still time before the heavy snow blocked the mountain passes. If they were quick enough, they could make it. He immediately gave orders, and Roman and Coron instructed the accompanying soldiers to prepare overnight. Chainmail was given to the front ranks first. The others to wear leather armor, swords, bows, and crossbows were to be prepared in sufficient quantities, and rations, water, and medicine were to be prepared for half a month. John was to guard the defenses, while the steward was to manage the warehouses and the labor. After everyone left, only Corwin remained in the cabin. He lay down but couldn't sleep, his heart filled with both anticipation and trepidation. This was his first time initiating a raid, and its success or failure would determine the supplies, the soldiers' trust, and the future of his territory. As dawn broke, Corwin woke up abruptly, washed up, and ate. Corin quickly reported that the accompanying soldiers were ready. Weapons, armor, rations, and medicines were all accounted for, and they were ready to depart at any time. Corwin took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, his gaze completely resolute. He gave the order, and the troops set off. Roman led the way with Holland and Ragnar, followed by a dozen soldiers in neat formation, stepping out of the stockade gate. After taking a few steps, Corwin turned back and saw John and the steward still standing at the gate. A warmth filled his heart, and he gripped his sword tightly, secretly resolving that no matter what happened, he must bring back the supplies and not betray the trust placed in this territory. The march was long and tedious, and the initial unease was quickly overshadowed by exhaustion. All that remained were the mechanical footsteps and heavy packs of the group, the sounds of clashing swords, panting, and footsteps mingling on the desolate path. During the day, they used bushes for cover as they moved forward, their trousers torn by thorns. At night, they camped to avoid patrols, but still had to be wary of wild animals. Corwin ate coarse barley cakes and drank water, ordering Corin to arrange for 3 people to share a tent, taking turns on watch at night. Corin immediately assigned tasks. Holland and Ragnar scrambled for the last piece of jerky, which eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. After the tent was set up, Colwyn wearily crawled into his small tent and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Soon, urgent shouts startled him awake. Holland rushed into the tent, his expression grave, and said there seemed to be a pack of wolves outside, and more than one. Corwin gripped his sword and listened intently, and indeed heard intermittent wolf howls. Holland proudly declared himself a top hunter in the tribe, with exceptionally keen hearing. Corwin immediately snapped to attention and asked him and Ragnar about their archery skills. Ragnar confidently replied that he could hit any target within 30-50 meters. Corwin immediately decided not to sleep, but to go out and confront the wolves, and perhaps hunt a few to improve their meals. He led the way out of the tent, with Holland and Ragnar grabbing their bows and arrows and following behind. The night was deep, and at the camp entrance, Corlin and his soldiers stood ready. Corwin estimated the wolf pack to be about a dozen, and that more people would only disturb them, for would suffice. He left the others to guard the camp while he led Corin, Holland, and Ragnar into the forest with torches. Holland quickly pointed to the dense forest on the left, confirming that the wolf howls were coming from there. In the dim firelight, rows of green eyes were watching them. Colwyn immediately gave the order. Colin used torches to intimidate them. Holland and Ragnar prepared to fire arrows, and everyone slowly approached. Torches were raised, the darkness was pushed back, and the wolves' eyes became clearer. Long swords were drawn, bowstrings were drawn taut. The wolves growled and bared their teeth, and the air tensed instantly. Corwin knew that 4 men against a dozen wolves a mistake would mean certain death. He asked Ragnar if he was confident. Ragnar admitted that it was too dark and the trees were obscuring the view, so he wasn't entirely sure. Corwin immediately made a change, instructing Corin to count to 3 and then throw the torch at the wolves. The 2 of them would then use the light to fire arrows instantly, retreating if they missed. As the 3 arrows fell, Corin hurled his torch, the flames instantly illuminating the wolf pack. Holland and Ragnar simultaneously released their bows, arrows soaring through the air, accompanied by the sudden howls of wolves. Corwin immediately ordered a retreat, and the four quickly returned to a safe distance. The wolf pack made several attempts to probe the enemy's defenses, but were driven back by arrows each time, eventually dispersing slowly. After confirming it was safe, Corwin led his men forward to investigate. They found dark red bloodstains on the ground, and one wolf had been shot in the neck with an arrow and died instantly. Corwin was pleased to conclude that the other wounded wolf had escaped with the pack. He had Holland and Ragnar carry the wolf carcass back to camp. Though the night had been dangerous, it had provided his brothers with a good meal. As dawn broke, the camp awoke once more. Canvas tents were dismantled and packed away, wooden frames were tied up, and packs, water bladders, and cooking utensils were put away. The sounds of footsteps, the clanging of wooden tools, and the rustling of fabric mingled together, creating a flurry of activity before the morning march. Corwin, Holland, and Ragnar crouched beside the wolf carcass they had hunted the previous night, their movements swift and efficient. Holland gripped his knife and peeled the wolf's skin along the muscle fibers. Ragnar swung his axe to split open the skeleton, and Corwin used his dagger to cut off the wolf meat. The flesh and entrails were buried in the deep pit, the fresh wolf meat neatly piled up, its stench slightly wafting through the air. Corwin stood up and called out, "Guys, look here." Everyone looked up, and their eyes fell on the wolf meat, their eyes lighting up with surprise. Corwin smiled and said, "We won't eat dried meat from last night's wolf. Let's have a better meal. After we've eaten and drunk our fill, we'll continue our journey." Some people started a fire, set up an iron pot to stew meat, sprinkled salt and wild grass, while others skewered the meat and slowly grilled it. The aroma of meat and the scent of grass and trees filled the camp, and the smoky fragrance of charred meat and fresh meat soup was enticing. The wolf meat was fresh and piping hot, much more delicious than the dried meat they usually ate. Everyone ate heartily the meat soup and wheat cakes in the wooden bowls to replenish their strength. After gathering up the debris and shouldering their packs, the group set off again. They traveled day and night, using forest trails to avoid the scorching sun during the day and setting up camp in flat, clearing areas at dusk. 2 men would keep watch at night while the rest rested. As they traversed hills and forests, dust stained their robes. Around the afternoon of the 8th day, Roman reported, "Young master, we're almost at the smuggling route." Corwin climbed the hillside and looked out. A winding path appeared amidst the rolling hills and woods. The path, worn smooth by repeated passages, was only wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. The terrain was complex, requiring the caravan to proceed slowly, 1 carriage at a time. He instructed Corwin to find a secluded campsite in the woods, while Holland led 10 men into the forest. Corwin and Roman walked along the path, observing the terrain. Dense forests on both sides provided easy hiding places for ambushes, and a nearby stream provided ample water, making it suitable for camping. Corwin's men reported, "The campsite has been chosen, and they're setting up the makeshift tents." Corwin nodded, "Let's go back to camp first." Before dawn, the tents were pitched, the campfire was lit, and everyone roasted wheat cakes and ate dried meat to fill their stomachs. Corwin summoned Corwin and Roman, and the 3 discussed their plan around the fire. Corwin instructed Corwin, "Tomorrow morning, take 2 men to guard the western stream. Hide yourselves, the smuggling caravan might be camped there. Keep a close watch, and report back immediately if you spot anything." Corwin nodded in agreement. He then instructed Roman, "Return along the mountain path we came from, and find a pass with good visibility to guard. The forest is dense and the path is complicated, so pay attention to the rear and any unusual movements. Be wary of any unfamiliar footprints. It's a matter of life and death for us." After arranging the night watch, Corwin inspected the camp to make sure there were no oversights before returning to his tent to rest. At the crack of dawn, Corwin and Roman each led 2 soldiers and quietly set off. The remaining men were summoned by Corwin, who instructed them, "Hide any surplus items, wrap weapons in linen to prevent them from being seen. From today onward, do not light any fires, day or night. Eat dry rations and dried meat and endure it." The men responded, lined up, and maintained their weapons. The camp fell silent, waiting for the smuggling team to enter the forest. As dawn broke, the campsite awoke with the morning light. The tents from the previous night were neatly packed away, and packs, water bladders, and cooking utensils were put away. The sounds of footsteps and the rubbing of wooden tools mingled with the busy sounds of the morning. The temperature in the forest dropped sharply, and the night was bitterly cold. Fortunately, the canvas tents provided shelter from the wind, allowing everyone to rest for a while. Corwin looked at his soldiers, secretly relieved. This was the army he had led, known for its clear system of rewards and punishments, and whose authority was deeply ingrained in its ranks. In contrast, an ordinary noble army, exposed to the elements like this, would have long since lost its morale. Now, he felt at ease leaving his troops in the forest, awaiting news. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Corwin recognized at a glance that it was one of Corin's men returning with news. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly went to meet him. What news? The soldier was panting. Young master, a caravan has been spotted north of the stream. It's not a large caravan, but it's probably a smuggling caravan. They're setting up camp now. Corwin's eyes gleamed, and he leaned forward slightly. Tell me the details quickly. The soldier continued. When Corwin led his men to lie in wait, they found traces of something that didn't belong to our side when they fetched water from the stream. They followed the trail north and found them. They haven't yet ascertained the number of people or their supplies. Corwin was afraid of alerting them, so he sent me back to deliver the message while he kept watch over there. Corwin muttered to himself, finally here. It wasn't a wasted wait. He turned to the soldier and said, rest for a bit, have something to eat, and then take me there. The soldier replied, no need, sir, I can take you now. He immediately gestured for Holland and Ragnar to follow, and ordered the others to stay put and keep watch. The four men hurried along a hidden path, their footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. As dusk fell, they crested a steep slope, and Corwin approached from afar. Corwin asked in a low voice, where is the caravan? Take me there. Corwin nodded, made a shushing gesture, and led the way, bending low as he carefully parted the dead branches and vines, moving cautiously so as not to disturb them. Upon reaching a clearing on a hillside, Corwin peered out to get a better look at the convoy. 12 wagons were neatly parked on the open ground, their carriages covered with tarpaulins, their contents unknown, but clearly scarce supplies in the north. 17 or 18 guards accompanied them. The leader wore chainmail, 2 wore leather armor, and the rest were wrapped in cotton robes. Their weapons were rudimentary. No bows or crossbows were visible, most likely hidden inside the wagons or tents. The people in the camp were busy setting up tents, moving supplies, and even lit small fires to shield themselves from the smoke with dry branches. The defenses were lax. Only 2 sentries were lazily leaning against trees. With no shift work and no outer perimeter security, it was utterly negligent. Corwin silently calculated, then slowly withdrew his gaze, signaling everyone to retreat. They quietly returned to their hidden camp in Corwin to prepare for the next move. A cold wind swirled through the forest, scattering withered leaves. As dawn broke, Corwin led his men back to their hidden hideout. Confirming they were not following, he stopped and said in a low voice, now that they've entered the woods, they won't get away easily. Come back to camp with me, and we'll figure out how to take them in. Before he finished speaking, he strode forward, the others following closely behind. Back at the camp's perimeter, the soldiers on night watch were on high alert. Who goes there? Corwin stepped forward and whispered, it's me, Corwin. The soldiers, recognizing his familiar figure and hearing his loud voice, relaxed their shoulders and saluted, saying, young master, you're back. Corwin nodded slightly, indicating to continue the vigilance and keep a close eye on the forest path. After everyone arrived at the open space and sat down, Corwin spoke up. Look carefully. The enemy has about 40 men in total, with 17 or 18 guards, most of whom are only wearing cotton clothes and leather armor is scarce. We are 17 men, wearing leather armor and equipped with short swords and bows and arrows. Every one of us is a veteran of combat, our tactics are sound, and casualties are controllable. His gaze fell subtly on Corwin, intending to hone his deputy's coordination skills. Corwin took the look and quickly sketched the enemy's route, stream, and outpost on the dry ground. He analyzed in a deep voice. The outer perimeter is almost non-existent. Getting close is not a problem, but the key is to encircle them, prevent them from escaping, protect the key supplies, and minimize our own losses. He pointed to the stream and added, the stream was originally the best spot for an ambush, but judging by their pace, they'll be there before noon tomorrow. After that, they'll enter the flat woodland, with many escape routes. During the day, they're likely to scatter and be difficult to quell, leaving potential problems. We absolutely cannot act during the day. Holland frowned and asked, then should we just attack them at night? Corin shook his head, no. Dry branches and bushes are easily ignited at night. They'll need to light fires to cook raw food when they set up camp. A chaotic battle could easily start a forest fire, with smoke reaching for miles, alerting patrols. Then we'll have difficulty retreating and taking our supplies with us. Colwyn nodded slightly, guiding Corin to make a decision. We're worried about a daytime route and a nighttime fire. When do you plan to strike? Corin's gaze was firm. Dusk, around sunset. The light is dim and visibility is limited, making it the best time for stealth. People and horses are tired and focused on setting up camp and cooking, so their sentry posts are lax. We'll first use silent shortbows to take out the 2 sentries on the outer perimeter at close range. Holland and Ragnar will carry out the mission. After eliminating the sentries, the 17 of us will split into 2 teams to flank them from the left and right, get close to the edge of the camp, and launch a surprise attack to catch them off guard. Colwyn's eyes lit up with approval, and he gave the order, execute the Colwyn plan. After the raid is successful, the guards will be wiped out first, leaving no one alive. The accompanying slaves and porters will be spared if they follow the rules. The men lowered their voices in agreement, retreated to their hiding places to rest, wiped their weapons, closed their eyes to recuperate, and wait for the twilight raid. The next morning, the group silently ate wheat cakes and drank ice water to replenish their strength. Colwyn leaned against an oak tree trunk, repeatedly confirming the intelligence. They said you spotted another unidentified group? This added an unpredictable variable to what had been a sure thing. If someone was proficient in this smuggling route and moved with precision, they were probably also after the smuggling team. Colwyn frowned, silently weighing the situation. This raid would present a completely new challenge. Chapter 38, Setting a Trap. Corwin looked up at the scouts in front of him, his voice low, and asked, have you clearly seen their personnel formation, their armor, and their weapons? The soldier dared not be ambiguous in the slightest. Sir, we saw them clearly. There were 15 or 16 people in total, most of them wearing durable, tanned leather armor. 4 of them wore tightly woven chainmail. Judging from their equipment, they should not be bandits or robbers. As for their weapons, 2 of them carried longbows and quivers, while the rest mainly carried battle axes, maces, and one-handed longswords. 2 others had iron-clad round shields firmly strapped to their backs. They seemed to be a small mercenary group. We just don't know why they would suddenly appear in this desolate border forest. Mercenaries? Corwin repeated the word in a low voice. This border forest was remote and dangerous, and even smuggling teams had to go to great lengths to travel through it. Why would mercenaries come here, and what would they be doing here? To be absolutely sure, he immediately turned to Corin and said, the planned twilight raid today is cancelled immediately. You and everyone else stay in the camp and wait for orders. Do not move around, do not light any fires, and do not reveal any trace or make any unusual noises. I will go to Roman's control point first to find out the details of this group, and then see what to do. Corin replied in a deep voice, yes, young master. Colwyn said no more, beckoning Holland and Ragnar to join him. The 3 of them, cloaked, moved swiftly and lightly. After a considerable time, they arrived at Roman's location. He gestured for silence, signaling the others to be on guard, then quickly walked to Roman's side and whispered for him to climb the gentle hill ahead. The 2 of them pressed themselves tightly against the dense, thick oak branches, using the layers of canopy for cover, and peered intently into the clearing below. Several bonfires, recently extinguished, still burned on the open ground, their embers retaining a lingering warmth. 3 or 4 pack horses were obediently tied to tree trunks, their heads bowed as they grazed on the grass. Heavy burlap sacks were tied to their backs. The sacks weren't large, but they weighed down the horses, causing them to bend slightly. The sack openings were tightly bound, and judging from their downward curve and firm outline, They were clearly bags of gold and silver coins. In addition, there were several square bundles wrapped in thick coarse cloth, their edges sharp and regular. Even through the cloth, one could feel the hard texture. They were clearly well-made metal containers. The moment he saw this, Corwin's pupils constricted sharply, and a clear thought flashed through his mind. Like lightning, this group of mercenaries had probably just looted a church. Once this thought took hold, all the previous illogical and abnormalities instantly made sense. Mercenaries were, after all, people who risked their lives for money and wouldn't do anything without profit. In times of war, they were hired by lords to fight and kill, and in peacetime, they walked the line between law and morality, engaging in black market transactions, selling stolen goods, and robbing without restraint. For them, contracts and honor were not as valuable as a single gold coin. Although raiding churches, stealing, robbing, and violating mercenary contracts were all serious crimes strictly prohibited, these people were already desperate criminals who lived on the edge of death, so why would they care about such things? Moreover, this place is close to the border, so the sources of valuables are extremely limited. Noble castles all have private armies and garrisons, which mercenaries dare not easily touch, and with their small group of a dozen or so, they simply cannot manage to take it. Only the church has weak defenses, almost no decent armed guards, but it hides a large amount of goldware, silver plates, and money. It is extremely easy to rob, but the rewards are extremely generous. After succeeding, they can hide in this remote forest to avoid the limelight, and once the news of the papacy and the Lord's pursuit has died down, they can sell the stolen goods on the black market to make money. It couldn't be safer. Even Corwin thought to himself that if he were leading this group, he would also choose to rob the church. It was the most cost-effective and easiest method. Corwin stared at the mercenary group resting below, a bold yet meticulous new plan quietly taking shape in his mind. He didn't linger, subtly gesturing to Roman beside him to retreat quietly, his fingertips pressing down slightly, indicating to move stealthily. The group immediately understood, all lowering their bodies and slowly retreating down the slope, preparing to return to camp. After everyone returned to camp and the group was assembled, Corwin first had Roman explain the enemy situation they had scouted ahead. Once Roman had finished speaking, Corwin then began in a low voice, revealing his assessment. Everyone is aware of this group's background and equipment. Judging from their scouting actions along the way, they haven't discovered our tracks and have no idea there's a smuggling operation in this area. If they were targeting the smuggling operation, they wouldn't have ventured so far, especially with so much cargo. He paused, pointed to the only road outside the camp, and said in an increasingly serious tone, "There is only one main road in this forest. Sooner or later, the mercenary team and the smuggling caravan will run into each other on this road. Now the situation has changed. We can no longer deal with the smuggling team quietly on our own. We must make other plans and come up with a foolproof plan to eliminate both groups at the same time to prevent future troubles." No sooner had Corwin finished speaking than Roman immediately said, "Young master, why don't we subtly reveal the smuggling caravan's location to those mercenaries? Those mercenaries are inherently greedy. Once they learn there's a smuggling convoy laden with goods ahead, they'll surely be tempted and will most likely try to ambush and kill the caravan. Double-crossing is all too common. Once they're both weakened, we can launch a surprise attack and wipe them all out." Corwin nodded slightly, clearly having the same thought as Roman. "That's what I was thinking too. But the problem is, how can we let the mercenaries know the smuggling team's whereabouts without exposing ourselves at all?" No one present questioned why the information wasn't leaked to the smuggling team. Everyone knew perfectly well that the smuggling team was nothing but a rabble, far inferior to the fully armored mercenaries who had seen battle in terms of combat strength, equipment, and discipline. Even if they tried to ambush them, it wouldn't work. They would be easily crushed once the mercenaries reacted. Just as everyone was pondering, Corwin stepped forward and said, "Young master, the plan isn't difficult. We'll get ahead of the mercenaries and deliberately leave traces of our lightly armed team's recent journey on this only main road. But remember, we'll only leave human footprints, not any of our belongings or characteristics. The mercenaries are extremely vigilant. Once they discover new traces, they will definitely send people to investigate and track us. We have no carriages or supplies, so we just need to find a secluded place to hide. Even if they search, they will have no way of finding us. But the smuggling caravan is different. Their caravans are numerous and their supplies are plentiful, making them very conspicuous and impossible to hide from. The mercenaries will follow the traces and will inevitably find the smuggling caravan first. This route is a major smuggling route, and double crossing is commonplace. These mercenaries will never let go of such easy prey. Upon hearing this, everyone felt the plan was excellent. It wouldn't expose their own identities and could precisely lure the mercenaries into a firefight with the smuggling caravan. A hint of approval flashed in Corwin's eyes, and he immediately ordered, "Corwin, you go and do it. Take men and immediately set out on the road, making sure it looks natural, to lure the mercenaries forward to investigate. Once they take the bait, we'll lie in wait behind them and reap the benefits." Corwin responded in a deep voice, quickly mustered his men, and turned to leave swiftly to carry out the plan. Chapter 39: The Fight Between the Snipe and the Clam. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, a very light and cautious footstep finally came from afar. Corwin looked up and saw Corwin, his clothes stained with dirt and pine needles, returning from the shadows of the dense forest. As he approached, he lowered his voice to a whisper, barely audible to the two of them. "Young master, everything has been arranged. As you instructed, the traces were deliberately made light yet clear, placed at the intersection they are bound to take. They are difficult to notice without close inspection, but as long as they are on this road, we are just waiting for them to come. There is no oversight." Corwin nodded slightly and whispered, "Have the sentries move forward a bit more, spread out to hide. Don't show yourselves, don't make any noise, and keep a close eye on them." Time passed slowly, from dawn until the sun began to set, and it was nearly noon when an unusual commotion finally broke out in the woods. The soldier on the outpost, crouching low, ran quickly from the distant woods and whispered, "Young master, the mercenaries have entered the pre-arranged route." They stopped immediately when they reached the vicinity of the tracks. After a careful inspection, they indeed separated 2 or 3 people to explore the direction we deliberately led them in, while the rest stayed behind to observe. The fish has finally taken the bait. Corwin's heart stirred slightly. Everyone continued to remain strictly hidden. Not a single detail of clothing or metallic reflection should be visible. No one is allowed to make any rash moves without my order. After saying that, he waved to the soldier again. "Go back and keep a close watch. Report back their every move immediately. Don't let your guard down." The soldiers obeyed and walked back into the woods. At the other entrance to the road, the mercenary group had already stopped, their horses reined in and neighing. A dozen or so mercenaries stood scattered around, their waists marked with the scars of knives and axes, clearly men who had spent years teetering on the edge of life and death. One of the mercenaries crouched down, his fingertips tracing the deliberately left footprints and broken branches on the ground. His brow furrowed, and he looked up at his companion, his voice strained. "Something's not right. How could there be people here out of nowhere? Especially on this remote mountain path. Could it be that what we did before has been exposed so quickly? Has someone specifically tracked us down this road, waiting to ambush us?" The mercenary leader remained calm. He was tall, with an old scar running from his brow bone to his jaw, and his eyes were sinister and experienced. He slowly stepped forward, first looking up to scan the surrounding woods and mountains, then crouching down to carefully distinguish the age, depth, and direction of the marks, even brushing aside fallen leaves to check the extent to which the soil beneath had been trampled. After a moment, he stood up, dusted off his hands, and reassured everyone in a deep voice, his tone confident. "What's the panic? It's just a few shallow marks, and judging from the size of the group, there are at most a dozen or so people. It's definitely not a regular army besieging us." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the mountain walls on both sides, and said coldly, "Besides, this route is extremely well hidden. It's a secret passage that I bought at a high price on the black market back then. Ordinary hunters and merchants have no idea about it. The people who usually come and go are nothing more than smuggling teams and scattered soldiers who dare not provoke a team like ours." After a moment's hesitation, the leader's lips curled into a greedy and ruthless smile, his voice filled with disdain and murderous intent. "If some ignorant little thing runs into our hands, It'll be a fat sheep delivered to our door. We're short on cash lately, so we'll swallow them up along with their goods and make some extra money. It'll be a worthwhile trip." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gestured to the several capable subordinates who were already waiting. His eyes were cold and sharp. "You three, explore slowly and cautiously. If you encounter any problems, give a signal immediately. Don't go too far and rashly." The three scouts responded, keeping their heads low, and followed the trail of the marks. The leader, however, led the main force to remain on guard, leaning against the rock wall. He signaled his men to spread out and keep watch in all directions, while he squinted at the direction the scouts had disappeared, his face grim, observing the situation as it unfolded. After a long while, as dusk settled in the west, the mercenaries who had been sent out to scout quickly returned. Only when they were close to the mercenaries' camp did they call out for help. "Boss," the scout said, slightly out of breath, "we went a little further and spotted a group of about 40 people. Judging from their cart markings, the tarpaulins covering their goods, and the way they were traveling, it was clearly a smuggling caravan. The carts were so heavy with supplies that the wheels were half buried in the dirt. They were obviously fully loaded. We didn't dare get close. We just circled around them from a distance, afraid of making a sound and alerting them, so we rushed back to report." The leader stood at the head of the group, clad in chainmail with a broadsword at his waist. Hearing the question, he raised an eyebrow, a sharp glint flashing in his previously indifferent eyes. His voice was heavy as lead. "How many guards? Are they carrying longbows? Do they have armor?" he asked meticulously. In their line of work, whether it was lucrative or not was one thing. If you didn't even observe them, you'd run into a brick wall and be dead in an instant. The scout immediately shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of confident ease. "There are about 20 guards, but few of them are actually good fighters, and their armor is even worse. Apart from the leader wearing chainmail and a couple of tattered leather armor pieces, their weapons are also subpar. I didn't see a single proper soldier. The defenses are very lax. There aren't even many sentries on the outer perimeter. Right now, they're slowly walking along the road, and it seems they're trying to find a place to camp before dark." The leader slowly exhaled, glancing at his trusted confidant beside him. The confidant nodded slightly, a glimmer of light also appearing in his eyes after such an arduous journey. To have a smuggling caravan delivered to them out of nowhere was like luck falling from the sky. The leader's eyes instantly filled with barely suppressed greed, yet he maintained a stern expression, his voice even lower. 40 men and about 20 lowly guards, quite the fat sheep delivered to our doorstep." Upon hearing this, several mercenaries who had been holding back for a long time began to breathe heavily. One of them couldn't help but grumble in a low voice, saying urgently, "Boss, let's do this job. After we finish this, we'll be able to live happily for a long time." "That's right. Kill them, and all the goods are ours." The leader suddenly raised his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, and the slight commotion immediately fell silent as if doused with ice water. "What's all the noise about?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "If you scare away the caravan, no one will get a single copper coin. All of you, shut your mouths." He hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the group of mercenaries behind him and quickly ordered, "Leave 4 of you to guard the camp, the horses, and our belongings. Don't wander off, don't light a fire, and don't leave without permission. When we return, the spoils will be yours." Upon hearing this, the people who were mentioned immediately responded, their faces showing less resentment, but they didn't say anything more. "The rest of you, check your weapons and leather armor. Tighten any rattling armor plates, water bottles, and other odds and ends. Make no noise whatsoever." The leader pointed towards the valley. "We'll sneak over there slowly, without showing our faces. When we get close enough that they've stopped to set up camp, start a fire to cook, and are at their most vulnerable, we'll pounce on them. If we pull this off, everyone gets a share." After hearing this, the mercenaries silently gripped their weapons, their eyes flashing with greed and ruthlessness. No one spoke again. They simply checked their equipment one by one and lined up to prepare for departure. Chapter 40 Sneak Attack. Dusk fell quickly. A cool, damp autumn wind swept through the treetops, rustling through the leaves. The smuggling convoy moved slowly along the uneven road, the crunch of wheels over dry branches echoing clearly in the darkening mountains. The lead man pulled his coat tighter, tugged at his chainmail, and looked up at the setting sun. He shouted in a low voice to the convoy behind him, "It's getting dark. We'll set up camp soon. All of you, hurry up. Don't dawdle." No sooner had he finished speaking than one of his older subordinates stepped forward quickly and said to him, "Boss, something's not right." The leader turned his head, frowned, and asked with a hint of impatience in his eyes, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? You're behaving so improperly. We've run this road countless times. We know it like the back of our hand," the subordinate said, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously as he stared intently at the dark, dense forest on either side of the road. He gripped his weapon with a tense grip and said, "Although it's autumn and getting cooler, and it's still quite chilly in the mornings and evenings, winter is still a long way off. This forest is just too quiet." The leader spat forward irritably, his tone full of reprimand. "Speak your mind. Don't stammer like a woman, dragging things out and wasting time. Normally when we pass through this area, even if the convoy makes a lot of noise and scare away the birds and animals, there are always sounds of insects chirping and birds flapping their wings in the forest. At most, they are a bit far away, but we can still see them. It's never this quiet," the subordinate added urgently, his speech quickening and his unease growing stronger. "But now, not to mention the chirping of birds and insects, even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves seems empty. The whole forest is like it's dead, without the slightest movement of any living thing." The leader, who had initially appeared nonchalant, even dismissing his subordinate's overreaction, suddenly felt his intuition, honed by years of navigating the edge of life and death, surge through him upon hearing this. His expression darkened, and the impatience in his eyes was instantly replaced by seriousness. Having spent years in this life-threatening business, he knew better than anyone that extreme silence in the forest was never a trivial matter. It meant either a large, ferocious beast was lurking there, or someone even more ruthless had cleared the area beforehand, scaring away all living things. He paused, lowering his voice so that only the two of them could hear. "You mean there's someone hiding in this forest?" Before his men could even nod in agreement, the leader suppressed his fear and quickly made a decision. "Take 2 men and scout ahead lightly. Don't be reckless, proceed slowly, and maintain a safe distance from the caravan. If you hear anything unusual, immediately sound the whistle. Don't panic." He then abruptly turned around and shouted at the entire caravan, "Stop! Stand ready. All weapons drawn. Tell those serfs to get back to the back. Everyone keep a close watch on the woods on both sides. Don't miss a single sound." Upon hearing this, the convoy members stopped abruptly, the soft clanging of metal being drawn echoing through the air. Everyone quickly took their positions in the vehicles, their eyes scanning the dark forest with wary intent. The previously relaxed atmosphere was instantly replaced by a tense, murderous aura. Deep in the dense forest, the mercenaries, who had been lying in ambush for some time, were already lurking behind bushes and trees. Bows were nocked, swords were drawn, and their breathing was barely audible as they waited silently for their prey to fall into their trap. The mercenary leader, lying behind a thick tree trunk, watched the smuggling convoy suddenly stop and form a defensive formation in the distance. His gaze slowly swept across the unusually bare branches of the forest, and he instantly realized his oversight. A cold, cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and his voice, low but ruthless, said, "We were careless. We were blinded by money and forgot that these smugglers are doing something that could cost them their lives. None of them are fools. They saw through this little flaw in the woods." He slowly raised his eyes, looking at the 3 scouts who were cautiously approaching the ambush. He turned to his mercenaries, who were poised to attack, and whispered orders, each word laced with chilling ruthlessness. "Those with bows, aim. Once these 3 scouts are within range, fire and kill them. Take out the first 3 first. Then, those with shields, immediately take the lead. Charge the moment the arrows are fired. Be quick, don't give them a chance to react. Finish them off quickly, leave no one alive." The mercenaries gripped their weapons tightly, responding in hushed tones. No one made a superfluous movement. All eyes were fixed on the approaching scouts and the distant convoy. The already deathly still air of the forest was completely filled with an increasingly heavy killing intent. Even the autumn wind that swept through the treetops seemed to carry a chilling, bloody scent. A sudden, unexpected battle was already imminent. Before this, Corwin and his group had stealthily made their way through the dense forest, taking advantage of the intertwined branches and thick bushes. Holland crouched low and quickly caught up, moving closer to Corwin's side. His voice was barely audible as he couldn't help but whisper, "Boss, aren't we going to the convoy?" Corwin rolled his eyes and replied, "What are we going to do? If 3 groups of people are crammed together, it will only lead to complete chaos. When they're in a frenzy, they won't be able to distinguish friend from foe. Even if they rush into fight, no one can guarantee that they will be the last one standing. And even if they win, they don't know how much they will lose. So where do we go next, boss?" Holland asked, still somewhat puzzled and looking bewildered. "First, sneak into the mercenaries' camp and quietly take care of the few scum guarding it. The main mercenary force has gone to ambush the smuggling convoy. Those smugglers aren't pushovers either. Once they clash, it'll be a fight to the death. We need to cut off the mercenaries' retreat, take down their camp, and wait until they're both exhausted. Even if things get tough, the smugglers can wear down the mercenaries. Then we can wait in ambush and seize the smuggled goods and the mercenaries' entire fortune with minimal losses, reaping the greatest benefits." Holland suddenly realized, saying, "Boss, you're really ruthless." Corwin's face darkened. He didn't bother arguing with this brainless man. As they spoke, the group, taking advantage of the twilight and the cover of the trees, silently crept to the bushes surrounding the mercenary camp. They crouched low and peered through the gaps in the foliage. Sure enough, in the clearing in the center of the camp, there were only 4 mercenaries left behind. 2 were leaning against thick tree trunks, sitting on the ground idly rubbing the dirt, while the other 2 wandered aimlessly, their gazes casually scanning their surroundings. They didn't even bother with the most basic back-to-back watch. They seemed completely relaxed, waiting for their mission to be completed. "Damn it, we're stuck here guarding the camp, not getting a single penny of profit." One of the mercenaries standing there grimaced and muttered resentfully, "If we were with the main force to ambush a smuggling convoy, we could sneak in some loot and steal some good stuff. Even if the boss saw us, he would just turn a blind eye. Why are we just sitting here waiting?" The other 2 mercenaries sitting nearby immediately nodded in agreement, raised their eyes to join in the conversation, their faces full of resentment and frustration, all complaining about their terrible luck. The remaining person, more composed, rolled his eyes and snapped, All right, shut up. It's fine if we get a smaller share, but if we go and get stabbed or injured, that's a minor matter. Losing our lives would be the worst thing ever. Staying here safely and securely, we'll get our share after things are settled. Peace and stability are more important than anything else." The man who had complained earlier opened his mouth, wanting to argue further, but seeing his companion's expression, he ultimately shut up, scratched his head, and continued wandering around. The group remained casually in the clearing, chatting idly, unaware that from the shadows behind the bushes, several nocked arrows were already silently aimed at their vitals, a chilling killing intent slowly enveloping them. Corwin, lying prone in the grass, slowly raised a hand and made a crisp, silent gesture to Holland and Ragnar beside him, his fingertip pointing at the 2 standing mercenaries, then slashing downwards. The 2 immediately understood, holding their breath as they slowly drew their bows, knocking arrows and pulling the strings taut, the arrows precisely locking onto the 2 unsuspecting mercenaries. The rest of the group, staying close to the ground and using the bushes for cover, slowly flanked the camp from both sides, without making a sound of snapping branches or rustling clothing. The next instant, Corwin's hand slammed down. Whoosh whoosh. 2 sharp, piercing sounds tore through the forest silence almost simultaneously. Arrows, carrying deadly force, pierced the throats of 2 standing mercenaries, blood spurting out instantly. Before they could even groan or struggle, they fell straight back to the ground, their heavy bodies crashing onto the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust and grass. The 2 seated mercenaries were instantly stunned by this sudden turn of events, their faces turning deathly pale, their pupils shrinking. In a panic, they jerked to their feet, one of them frantically reaching for his weapon, his hands trembling with fear, wanting to resist, but already completely disoriented. In that split second, Corwin shot out like an arrow from a bow, bursting forth from the dense shadows of the forest on his left. His long sword was drawn, its cold gleam gleaming as it reached him instantly. The mercenary hadn't even regained his footing, nor had he had time to reach for his weapon, when the icy blade pierced his chest, the sharp tip protruding from his back. Hot blood gushed forth, splattering Corwin's sleeves and the dirt before him. The mercenary let out a short, painful groan, his body collapsing limply to the ground, convulsing twice before falling lifeless. The last mercenary was utterly terrified. His survival instinct made him want to get up and run, but his legs had already given way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. He frantically scrambled backward, covered in mud and bits of grass, his eyes filled with extreme fear and despair. He stared intently at Corwin and his men who were closing in, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he repeatedly kowtowed and begged, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Just don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll tell you everything, the secrets of the camp, the boss's plans. I'll tell you everything." Corwin arrived with his men, their feet treading on blood-stained mud. Behind him, Ragnar gripped his battle axe, its blade gleaming coldly. He stepped forward, ready to swing it down and cleanly end the trembling prisoner. "Stop," Corwin suddenly spoke, his voice calm and even, yet carrying an absolute authority that brooked no dissent. Ragnar's axe-wielding motion abruptly stopped mid-air. He turned his head in confusion and asked gruffly, "What's wrong, boss? This kind of scum is just a burden. Why don't you just kill him?" Corwin slowly lowered his head, looking down at the mercenary who was sprawled on the ground, trembling like a rag doll, and said calmly, "Don't rush to kill him. Keep him alive. He'll be useful later. It would be a waste if he died now." A cool autumn breeze swept across the forest clearing, where 3 blood-soaked corpses lay, and the only prisoner slumped on the ground, trembling. Chapter 41 Battle in the Forest. The long sword pressed tightly against the mercenary's delicate neck. The slightest movement would cut through the flesh and draw blood. Corwin leaned slightly forward, looking at the prisoner kneeling on the ground, trembling like a leaf, and said to him, "Do you want to live?" The mercenary's voice trembled uncontrollably, choked with sobs as he repeatedly pleaded, "Yes, I want to live. Please spare my life." He dared not raise his gaze even slightly, fearing that the slightest carelessness would result in the long sword severing his throat. Having just witnessed his companions being slit in the throat by an arrow and pierced through the chest by a sword, he was already terrified. At this moment, he couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Only the most primal instinct for survival remained. Seeing this, Corwin spoke clearly in the other person's ear. "Fine. If you want to live, listen carefully, do whatever I say next. As long as you cooperate obediently, I might spare your life. But if you dare to harbor any ulterior motives, try anything funny, or attempt to call for help, escape, or lie." Corwin paused, his killing intent undisguised. "Then you can lose your life right now. Wild animals in the mountains love fresh food." As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenary kowtowed frantically, saying repeatedly, "I will obey. I will do whatever you ask. I will do whatever you tell me to do, and I will never dare to have the slightest disloyalty." Meanwhile, the deathly silence on the other side of the forest had been shattered by the deafening sounds of battle. The mercenaries who had been lying in ambush for a long time, and the smuggling team who were caught off guard had completely broken out into a fierce battle to the death in the narrow mountain path. The 3 smuggling team members who were scouting ahead hadn't gone far when several sharp arrows suddenly flew out of the dense forest on both sides, their whistling sounds piercing the air. 2 of them didn't even have a chance to react before the arrows pierced their chests instantly. The dull thud of the arrowheads sinking into flesh echoed repeatedly, and their bodies stiffened for a moment before collapsing straight to the ground. The last one was pierced in the shoulder by an arrow. Excruciating pain instantly swept through his body, but he dared not stop for a moment. Enduring the bone-cracking agony, he staggered around and sprinted towards the convoy, his hoarse roar breaking the silence of the forest. An ambush! An ambush! Before he could finish speaking, arrows chasing from behind grazed past his body. The mercenary leader, who had been lying in ambush behind a tree trunk, saw his prey startled. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and he no longer concealed his presence. He suddenly gave the signal to attack, shouting, "Brothers, charge! Kill these smuggling dogs, and all the goods on the truck will be ours." The mercenaries, hidden in the dense forest, were like hungry wolves unleashed. Their swords gleamed coldly in the dim light of the day as they charged towards the smuggling caravan. The smuggling leader, both shocked and enraged, his face flushed red with fear and fury, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Everyone retreat to the back of the wagons. Hold them off with your spears. No retreating." The serfs at the very back of the line were terrified by this sudden turn of events. Their faces were ashen, and they trembled as they lay prostrate in the mud by the roadside, clutching their heads tightly with their hands. They didn't even have the courage to look up at the scene of the battle. They could only listen to the increasingly close shouts of battle, the sound of bowstrings, and the roars of anger, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They only hoped that this bloody struggle would spare their lowly lives. The two sides clashed on the narrow, confined road. The mercenaries charged with great momentum, but upon reaching the front, they were met head-on by the smugglers' hastily deployed spears, their tips all pointing outwards. The momentum of their charge was abruptly halted, and no one dared to recklessly charge into the spearheads. Seeing this, several valiant mercenaries at the forefront immediately drew their short-handled hand axes and, with all their might, hurled them into the gaps and openings in the spear formation. Two shrill screams rang out almost simultaneously as two smugglers wielding spears were accurately struck by the axes, their bodies going limp and collapsing to the ground. The already sparse spear formation was torn open, creating a gap. The mercenaries wouldn't let this fleeting opportunity slip by. Seizing the opening, they charged in, their sharp swords slashing down, completely smashing through the smuggling caravan's barely held defensive formation. The smuggling leader, his eyes bloodshot and bulging with rage, gripped his long sword and roared, "Hold on! Hold on! Fight them to the death if you want to live." The narrow mountain path instantly descended into chaotic and brutal hand-to-hand combat. The furious roars of the crowd, the screams of the dying, and the muffled sounds of bones cracking and flesh tearing intertwined, creating a chilling scene. Scalding blood flowed down the road, staining the dust red, and a thick, nauseating stench of blood quickly filled the air. These mercenaries, seasoned by years of bloodshed and ruthless combat, far surpassed the smuggling caravan driven solely by greed. After breaking through their formation, they immediately coordinated their attacks, weaving in and out, swiftly flanking and cutting down the already disorganized smuggling team. Although the smuggling team fought desperately for survival, their teamwork, combat skills, and sheer ruthlessness were far inferior to the mercenaries. Despite a slight numerical advantage, the battle quickly and decisively shifted in their favor. Seeing his men fall one by one, the smuggling boss was frantic with worry, yet utterly helpless. Taking advantage of a moment when his men were desperately holding off the mercenaries' attacks, he suddenly flipped over and lunged to the edge of the nearby carriage. His hands trembling, he grabbed a spare shortbow from the carriage, gritted his teeth, knocked an arrow, drew the string, and fired a vicious shot at the most ferocious mercenary charging at the front of the crowd. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Caught off guard, the mercenary was struck squarely in the cheek by the arrow, which pierced his skull. He collapsed instantly, twitching twice before falling lifeless. The mercenary leader was furious at the sight. His anger was so intense that he shouted orders to reorganize the chaotic formation. "Those with shields, put yourselves at the front. Protect the left and right flanks, and don't panic." The mercenaries with shields immediately stepped forward, holding their heavy round shields in front of them. The attack, which had been slightly chaotic due to the deaths of their comrades, instantly returned to order, and the offensive became even more ferocious than before. The smuggling team, which was already barely holding on, completely lost its last hope. In no time, the fighting members fell to the ground one after another, the screams gradually thinned out, and in the end, only the smuggling leader remained. He was wearing a layer of chain mail, which shielded him from many slashes and thrusts, but faced with the ferocious onslaught of several hammers and axes, the iron chainmail was quickly deformed, dented, and broken. The heavy force slammed through the metal and struck his body, causing his internal organs to rupture and his blood to churn. He could no longer hold on. He was smashed to the ground by a hammer blow, his chest heaving violently, blood and foam continuously gushing from the corners of his mouth, lying on the ground, barely breathing. Several mercenaries quickly cleared the battlefield and walked briskly to their leader, reporting the casualties in a low voice. "Boss, we lost 2 brothers. One was shot through the cheek by the enemy leader and died on the spot. The other was ripped open in the abdomen during hand-to-hand combat. His intestines spilled out, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He was barely clinging to life." The mercenary leader's face was grim as he coldly ordered his men, "Don't let him suffer. Give him a quick death and send him on his way." Having said that, he glared fiercely at the smuggling boss lying on the ground, barely alive and powerless. He stepped forward, gripped the heavy iron-headed warhammer in his hand, and with all his might, smashed it down on the man's head. A dull, cracking sound rang out. The smuggling boss's body shuddered violently. His limbs twitched once, and then he collapsed completely to the ground, motionless. Blood and brain matter splattered on the rubble, a horrifying sight. What bad luck. Trying to bite off a bone only resulted in the loss of 2 of my brothers. The mercenary leader spat on the ground, his face full of displeasure and violence. But when his gaze swept over the wagons loaded with supplies, his gloomy expression softened slightly, and his tone became more relaxed. "Forget it, dead is dead. This shipment is quite valuable, enough to make up for the losses. We'll give the surviving brothers a bigger share. That'll be fair to the fallen." He then turned to look at the group of serfs still huddled in the mud by the roadside, trembling with fear. He casually waved to his men beside him. "Keep a close eye on those serfs. Tie them up tightly so they don't escape in the chaos. After we clean up the battlefield and inventory the goods, we can have these people drive the carts and transport the goods for us, saving us the trouble of doing it ourselves." Chapter 42. The Fisherman Reaps the Benefit. In the mercenary camp, a faint smell of blood and dust lingered. Corwin looked at the pile of spoils and captured supplies, arranged for 2 capable soldiers to stay behind to guard the valuables, and then waved his hand, leading the remaining soldiers to escort the prisoners they had just captured towards the direction where the smuggling caravan had been attacked. Before leaving, Corwin stepped forward and warned, "If you want to live, you'd better behave yourself. Don't forget what I taught you to say. If you slip up, you know what will happen to you." The prisoner trembled with fear, his face ashen, his lips quivering. He nodded frantically, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Sir, I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. I will do as you say, word for word." Colwyn turned to look at Holland beside him and instructed, "Have him go ahead and scout ahead. You and Ragnar stay close behind him. You 2 are too strong, so keep your bodies low and don't let the other side notice anything unusual. Don't expose yourselves." Holland nodded. "Understood, boss." Ragnar, standing to the side, stroked the hand axe in his hand, showing no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he seemed quite excited. As they approached their destination, the battlefield where the convoy had been teeming with shouts of battle had fallen completely silent, with only the crackling of campfires visible from a distance. The mercenaries, who had just finished their battle with the smuggling caravan, were casually cleaning up the battlefield. Some squatted beside the corpses, roughly rummaging through their belongings. Others rummaged through the dead men's armor, it must be said. The armor was quite valuable these days and stuffed valuables into their pockets. Still others leaned against tree trunks, wiping their weapons with burlap. Meanwhile, their leader stood beside the captured convoy, squinting as his subordinates reported their spoils, a greedy smile playing on his lips, completely unaware of the danger that lurked nearby. Corwin raised his hand, making a series of gestures, then lowered his voice and quickly ordered, "Corin, Roman, each of you take a few men and sneak in from the left and right sides. It would be best if you could get behind them. If not, just wait and rush over when Holland and the others make their move." After listening, the 2 men made no unnecessary movements and led the soldiers into the woods on either side. After assigning the personnel, Corwin shoved the prisoner in front of him. "Go. Do as we tell you. If you make the slightest mistake or hesitate even for a second, you will be the first person to die here." The prisoner swallowed hard and could only grit his teeth and walk towards the mercenaries ahead. The mercenary leader spotted the prisoner approaching alone from afar, his brow furrowing deeply. He immediately unleashed a gruff curse. "You bastard! Who told you to leave the camp without permission? Weren't you told to keep an eye on the camp's valuables? Why are you here?" The prisoner's heart pounded like a drum, but he dared not falter for a moment. Suppressing his fear, he forced a fawning smile and replied in a dry voice, "Boss, we were worried you might have some trouble, so we thought we'd come and lend a hand, and maybe we could get a bigger share of the spoils. A bunch of money-grubbing good-for-nothings. All they know is how to be greedy." The leader cursed again, not immediately suspecting anything, still immersed in the joy of his great victory. But as darkness fell and the campfire cast flickering shadows, he suddenly realized something was wrong when the prisoners drew closer. The mercenary in front of him wasn't even carrying his weapon, looked flustered, and avoided eye contact. Behind him were two completely unfamiliar, burly men. In an instant, the alarm bells in the leader's mind rang loudly. He shouted sharply, his voice suddenly rising, filled with vigilance, "Stop! Who's behind you?" Before he could finish speaking, his hand reached for the weapon at his waist, intending to draw it, when Ragnar's ferocious face was completely illuminated by the flickering campfire. Before the other party could finish speaking, the battle axe, gleaming with a cold light, came crashing down. Ragnar's battle axe whistled through the air as it struck the mercenary leader's neck. The sharp blade pierced flesh instantly, and scalding blood gushed out. A short, piercing scream was quickly drowned out by the dull thud of the axe blade sinking into flesh. Ragnar roared and yanked the axe back, blood splattering everywhere. Holland followed closely behind, and the two roared as they charged at the stunned mercenaries around them. At the same instant, the sharp sound of arrows piercing the air suddenly rang out from the dense forest on both sides. It was Corin and Roman, who had circled around and led their soldiers in a surprise attack. Several arrows flew from the woods, and two unsuspecting mercenaries fell to the ground, lifeless before they could even scream. The remaining mercenaries were still immersed in the euphoria of their recent victory and the greed of looting, their minds too slow to process what had happened. They stood there, stunned, their minds blank. "Rush!" Corwin's roar shattered the silence of the forest, and all the soldiers lying in ambush burst out, rushing towards the mercenaries at lightning speed. The enemy mercenaries, first their leader was instantly killed, then caught in a sudden sneak attack, their already disorganized formation now reduced to utter chaos. Most didn't even have time to grab their weapons before being cut down by the charging soldiers. The few who tried to resist were utterly no match for Corwin's well-trained and coordinated noble private army. They were a disciplined regular army, far superior to the smugglers. The piercing screams and wails echoed through the forest, but quickly subsided. In a short while, the battlefield returned to deathly silence, and the mercenaries lay on the ground. Corwin stood in the center of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the corpses, scattered weapons, and captured supplies. He let out a soft breath and sighed inwardly. Sneak attacks really do work every time. Tactics never get old, as long as they're effective. After a brief rest, his men were busy collecting the corpses and inventorying the supplies. A short while later, Corin strode up to Corwin, his face beaming with undisguised excitement, and reported on the battle's outcome. "Young master, we've made a fortune this time. The smuggling team's guards were all killed, and the mercenaries were also wiped out by us. After this interception, all the grain, cloth, and medicine being transported by the smuggling caravan are now ours. Add to that the weapons and looted goods from the mercenaries, and the total is simply countless. It's enough to sustain our territory for a long time, and it also allows us to replenish our military equipment and supplies." Listening to Corin's report, Corwin thought to himself, "It's true what they say. No man gets rich without windfall gains, and no horse gets fat without night grazing. Pack up all the scattered grain, cloth, and medicine." Corwin paused, then looked at his men who had just been through a battle, his tone softening slightly. "I saw everyone fighting bravely today. Don't worry, I won't forget your bravery. You will receive your due rewards when we get back." Upon hearing this, the soldiers around him showed excitement and joy, and they all cheered. Looking at the spoils before him, Corwin felt that the fatigue and toil of the past few days were insignificant in the face of such a bountiful harvest. Chapter 43, Taking Stock of the Harvest. Night had completely fallen, the deep darkness like ink, shrouding the entire ravaged battlefield. Scattered sparks danced on the ground, illuminating the scattered weapons and neatly gathered supplies. A faint scent of blood and smoke still lingered in the air. After his men had thoroughly cleaned the battlefield, Colwyn personally went to the wagon and inspected all the spoils. Looking at the mountain of loot before him, an overwhelming sense of joy welled up within him. A total of 12 smuggling wagons were seized, each fully loaded. 8 of them were loaded with rye, about 500 kilograms each, totaling nearly 4,000 kilograms, enough to feed everyone in the territory for quite some time. 2 other wagons were stacked with thick, durable cloth, of sturdy quality, enough to make a large quantity of warm clothing. Of the remaining 2 wagons, one was piled high with hemostatic powder, herbal ointment, bandages, and other scarce first aid medicines, all of which were the most sought-after goods on the border, and the other was loaded with a batch of pig iron, each of which was the most urgently needed and scarce item in the territory at present. The haul on weaponry was even more substantial than expected. The smuggling team had a badly damaged chainmail, unwearable but capable of being disassembled and reforged, along with 3 intact leather armors. The mercenaries who were wiped out left behind 4 complete chainmails and 10 sturdy leather armors. While not every soldier in the territory could be fully armored, this single operation replenished the equipment of most of the people in the territory, allowing their fighting strength to leap to a new level. In addition, the gold and silver coins and various exquisite items seized from the mercenaries constitute a considerable fortune, enough to support the territory's expenses for a long time, and even leave a surplus for expanding military equipment and repairing fortifications. Corwin silently calculated that once all the supplies were safely transported back to the territory, not only would the reserves in the granaries and warehouses be replenished immediately, but he could also use some of the money to purchase another batch of serfs to cultivate wasteland, build workshops, and manage pastures. The development of the territory would surely take a big step forward and gain a more solid foothold in the wilderness. Thinking of this, Colwyn's stomach suddenly growled at an inopportune moment. A whole day of long marches, fierce fighting, and strategic maneuvering had completely exhausted his strength, and the feeling of hunger was particularly clear. At this moment, his men were building a campfire and setting up simple cooking utensils to prepare a meal. The aroma gradually filled the air. Today, he would finally not have to eat those dry, hard, and unpalatable wheat cakes. Colwyn instructed his men to keep a close watch on the captured serfs to prevent them from escaping, then turned and walked towards the fire, preparing to have a good meal and then get a good night's sleep. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn and a cool morning mist still lingered in the woods, Corwin was gently awakened by the soft noises outside his tent. Outside the tent, a scene of orderly activity unfolded. Corwin moved through the ranks, methodically directing everyone to pack their belongings and secure the supplies captured the previous day to prevent them from being scattered or lost during the journey. Several soldiers vigilantly stood guard beside the serfs captured the night before, watching as these shackled prisoners were harnessed to horses and the wagons were prepared for departure. When Colwyn reached out and lifted the tent flap, stepping out of the tent, Corwin immediately stopped what he was doing, quickly stepped forward, bowed, and reported to him in a calm tone. "Young master, the brothers are currently taking stock of yesterday's spoils to ensure nothing is missed. I have already sent men to meet the brothers who stayed behind at the old mercenary camp last night. Once they arrive, we can set off immediately to a secluded camp that I have scouted in advance for a rest. After confirming that the route is safe, we will then head back to the territory." Upon hearing this, Corwin nodded without saying anything more. After a quick breakfast and a short rest, the men who had gone to meet the soldiers left behind hurriedly returned. Once the entire force was fully assembled, they escorted the wagons laden with spoils and the prisoners, and set off on their return journey in an orderly fashion through the morning mist. A few days later, the group finally arrived at the concealed camp that Corwin had scouted in advance. This location was out of sight of the main roads. Even if someone passed by from a distance, it would be difficult to spot this nestled in the mountain valley, an ideal place to temporarily store a large amount of spoils. The group carefully drove the 12 wagons loaded with supplies into the camp one by one. Then, under Corwin's direction, They busied themselves unloading bags of rye, bolts of thick cloth, boxes of military equipment and armor, and invaluable herbs and medicines from the wagons, sorting and stacking them neatly, and then carefully covering them with waterproof tarpaulins. After a considerable amount of work, the messy supplies were finally tidied up, and the camp gradually became orderly. Once everything was arranged, Corwin walked slowly to the center of the open space, called Roman over, and instructed him, "You immediately take a team and escort a small portion of the lighter supplies back to the territory. When you see Uncle John and the steward, tell them that our mission went smoothly and yielded fruitful results, and that they shouldn't worry. Once you're back, don't delay for a moment. Immediately gather another team to come and meet us. We must safely transport all the remaining supplies back to the territory before winter. Be extra careful and cautious along the way. Don't reveal your whereabouts, and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. We will remain here and await your news." Roman's expression turned serious, and he agreed in a deep voice. He immediately turned around to select manpower, pack his belongings, and take supplies, preparing to set off for his territory at any moment. Just then, the tall, burly Holland, with a silly grin on his face, scratched his messy hair and came over in a carefree manner. His face was full of grievance and impatience. He asked, "Boss, why don't we just pack up and head back? We've been eating dry, hard rations every day for days. We're so hungry. Why don't we go back to the territory and have a good meal sooner?" As soon as he said this, the soldiers who were organizing their equipment all glanced over, their eyes filled with a mixture of weariness and anticipation. After a long march and fierce fighting, followed by a non-stop journey, everyone was exhausted, both physically and mentally. They all felt a tightness in their chests and longed to return to their safe and warm homeland to rest and recuperate. Corwin took in the restlessness and anticipation in everyone's eyes, glanced at Holland with a mixture of helplessness and amusement, and slowly explained, "We've been away for many days. We know nothing about the road conditions, whether there are bandits, or whether the surrounding area is peaceful. It's far too risky to set off with such a large and conspicuous supply line. This grain, weaponry, and medicine are more tempting than gold coins in this desolate border region. It's just before winter, and bandits and outlaws are frantically looting and stockpiling in preparation for the coming winter. Even if they are just a pathetic rabble, there's no guarantee they won't be tempted by money and take risks. While we're not afraid, we shouldn't be so reckless. Let Roman go back first. Firstly, to let the territory know we're safe, and secondly, to scout out any unusual situations along the way and around the territory. It's safest to wait until he returns safely with reinforcements before we set off together. This place isn't far from the territory. It should take 3 to 5 days at most. Waiting a few more days patiently is better than capsizing due to carelessness." After he finished speaking reasonably, the restlessness and impatience on everyone's faces vanished instantly. They all showed expressions of sudden realization, nodded in agreement, and then went about their business without a single complaint. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the gluttonous Holland and the equally expectant Ragnar, who still refused to give up. Holland grinned and approached Corwin, rubbing his hands together as he whispered, "Young master, once we're safely back in the territory, you must reward us with a delicious roasted whole lamb to satisfy our cravings." Corwin was both amused and exasperated. Looking at his two subordinates who were eating with gusto, he glared at them and said irritably, "Eat. I'll roast some for you when we get back. Plenty. But if you, Holland, can't eat a whole sheep, you won't eat anything for the next 3 days. You'll be eating dry rations every day." Upon hearing this, the two immediately beamed with joy and readily agreed, patting their chests and boasting that they could eat a whole cow. The previously tense camp was now filled with relaxed and cheerful laughter, and the fatigue from days of travel seemed to have faded considerably. Chapter 44: Encountering Refugees. Meanwhile, Roman was leading a troop of soldiers, escorting a supply caravan laden with grain and cloth, traveling day and night back to his territory. The late autumn wind carried a biting chill, and the withered grass and leaves presented a desolate scene before winter. As the group traveled along a forest path, he suddenly looked up and saw several ragged, emaciated figures behind the sparse grass and low trees by the roadside. His heart tightened immediately, and he shouted in a deep voice, Stop! All of you stop! Be on guard! At a command, the steadily advancing column came to an abrupt halt. The accompanying soldiers quickly went on alert, drawing their long swords and spears, forming a defensive formation centered around the heavy supply wagons. The entire column stood frozen, without the slightest sign of relaxation. Roman stood in the middle of the convoy, not daring to advance rashly. He simply steadied the column, scanning the dense forest on either side, the slopes, and the road ahead and behind, confirming that there were no ambushes for the time being before calming himself slightly. At the same moment, the group of people in the distance also spotted the well-equipped soldiers carrying weapons and a large amount of supplies. They were startled and shrank back like frightened rabbits. They hesitated and lingered in place for a long time, their faces showing a mixture of hunger and fear. Finally, clinging to the last glimmer of hope, they tentatively and slowly moved towards them. They walked slowly, looking timid and hesitant, until they were about 10 steps away from the caravan, a safe distance. Roman called out to them to stop, and the men dared not approach any further. They hunched over, bent low, and pleaded with Roman in hoarse voices, their cries filled with anguish. "Sir, please have mercy. We are people who escaped from the north. It's in complete chaos there now. Our homes are destroyed, our families are gone, and we have nowhere else to turn. Please, sir, give us some food and save us." Roman's expression showed no sign of easing. In fact, his vigilance had only intensified. In this desolate wilderness, bandits and robbers masquerading as refugees were countless. The slightest carelessness could lead to annihilation. He turned to the two soldiers beside him and whispered, "You two split up, search the nearby woods and slopes from both sides, looking for ambushes, footprints, smoke signals, or hidden men. Be careful, and return quickly." The two soldiers responded and immediately took their weapons to check the woods on both sides. After giving his orders, Roman looked back at the trembling refugees and said in a cold voice, "All of you, raise your hands, palms outward, and walk over slowly. Do not make any unnecessary movements, and do not try to hide anything. If you dare to move, I will kill you without mercy." Upon hearing this, the men exchanged glances, a flicker of panic in their eyes. They instinctively huddled together, whispering a few words in hushed tones. But hunger had already sapped their strength, and the will to survive ultimately overcame their hesitation. In the end, they obediently raised their hands, hunched over, and cautiously moved step by step to the convoy. Upon closer inspection, Roman could clearly see that there were 7 people in front of him, all young men. They were all sallow-faced and emaciated, with high cheekbones, tattered clothes, and exposed hands and feet covered with frostbite, cracks, and mud. They were thin and weak, with unsteady steps, and their hands were calloused from years of labor, making them look like farmers who had worked the land for many years. There were no protrusions or marks of weapons on their bodies, so they did not seem to pose any threat. Roman relaxed his guard slightly, signaling the soldiers beside him to take the men to an open area and keep them under guard. After repeatedly confirming that there was no danger, he had someone bring clean water and coarse but filling wheat cakes, which he then threw to them. The men were already extremely hungry, and after receiving the food and water, they practically wolfed it down, choking and rolling their eyes without stopping. They couldn't even utter a complete thank you, just kept stuffing food into their mouths. The soldiers nearby couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Once they had caught their breath and were no longer so anxious and flustered, Roman asked, "You said you came from the north. Winter is almost here, with bitter cold and heavy snow approaching. Why didn't you take refuge in nearby towns or manors? Instead, you went down this desolate and remote road. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death on the road?" Seeing that Roman looked like a noble lord or an army officer, the group became timid and coward, all lowering their heads and staring at the ground. For a moment, no one responded. Seeing this, Roman stopped wasting words. He drew his long sword, pointed it at the group of refugees, and said calmly, "Answer me." The 7 men trembled in fear, their legs almost giving way. One of them mustered his courage and stepped forward from the crowd, his legs shaking and his voice trembling uncontrollably. He replied in a trembling voice, "Master, we are indeed farmers from the north. We originally lived on the estate of a knight, hoping only to live a peaceful life. But as winter approached, the barbarians, as usual, came south to plunder, burning, killing, and looting without restraint. Our estate was breached by the barbarians overnight. The knight fought bravely but ultimately died at the gate. The estate was completely looted. The able-bodied men were taken north as slaves, and the women were all taken away, suffering a terrible fate. Our few families lived in the outermost corner of the estate, far from the center, which is how we escaped the first wave of slaughter. We dared not stay there, and could only flee in panic. Since you're fleeing, why don't you go to the towns and villages in the south to seek refuge? Roman continued to press. The man, his face contorted with bitterness and boundless fear and helplessness, replied, "My lord, you are unaware of the chaos that has engulfed the entire northern border. Barbarians are burning and killing everywhere. Even in the remaining areas, the main roads are teeming with soldiers and bandits, making the situation almost as dire as the barbarians. We fled under cover of night, disoriented and unable to discern directions. Moreover, we dare not approach populated areas, forcing us to follow the desolate and secluded paths, hoping only to escape the barbarians and bandits and find a way to survive." Upon hearing this, Roman immediately understood the barbarians' annual and most brutal winter raids had begun, and the people of the north were suffering terribly, fleeing south in large numbers. The chaos on the border had already affected the long border line. He didn't ask any more questions, and raised his hand to signal the team to get ready quickly. "Hurry up, return to the territory at full speed, don't dawdle." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the 7 refugees beside him who were still terrified. His tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable command. "You 7, keep up together. Don't fall behind or run away." Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across the faces of the group, as if they wanted to say something. However, seeing Roman's cold, sharp, and emotionless eyes, they swallowed back the words that were on the tip of their tongues. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and could only obediently nod, following on the flank of the group, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, as they headed towards the territory. Chapter 45: The Return Journey. A few days later, the overcast sky hung low, and the cold winds of approaching winter began to blow. Roman, accompanied by his soldiers, escorted a shipment of light but valuable supplies, slowly making their way to an open area not far from the territory's watchtower. The soldiers on duty in the watchtower, looking down from their vantage point, spotted an unidentified group appearing on the horizon. Due to the distance, they could only make out blurry figures and the outlines of carriages and horses, unable to discern who they were. They quickly raised the warning flag, and the horn on the tower emitted a low, alarming sound that echoed throughout the surrounding area. Upon seeing this, Roman immediately raised his hand, signaling the troops to stop and not approach. He knew the guard's rules of vigilance. If he rashly went forward, he would likely be mistaken for an invading enemy and attacked. So he walked alone slowly towards the watchtower, raising his hand as he went to indicate that he meant no harm, so that the soldiers on the tower could see him clearly. Before long, Roman reached a safe position beyond the range of the watchtower's arrows. After careful examination, the soldiers on the tower finally recognized this bodyguard who often accompanied their young master on his outings. Just then, John also heard the warning and commotion and hurried out of his territory. As soon as he reached the fence, he heard a familiar shout from below. "Uncle John, it's me, Roman." John looked up at the sound and immediately saw Roman standing in the open space. But when he looked behind him and saw only some soldiers and a few cars, his brows furrowed and his voice was full of urgency and unease. "Why did you come back alone? Where's the young master? Where are Corin and the other brothers?" Roman explained softly. "Uncle John, please don't worry. The young master is worried about unexpected events on the way back. There may be many bandits and robbers in the wilderness, so he specifically asked me to take some light and valuable supplies and return first. Firstly, to check the safety on the way, and secondly, to come back in advance to report the situation so that everyone won't worry." John relaxed, but the worry on his face didn't lessen at all. He quickly asked, "Is the young master safe? Did everything go smoothly on this trip?" Roman finally smiled with relief, and his tone became more enthusiastic. "Uncle John, Don't worry, the young master is safe. We've also made a great haul this time, capturing a lot of things. Let me enter the territory first. After the supplies are settled and the brothers have a chance to rest, I'll tell you everything slowly. All right. I was too hasty. John nodded repeatedly, his expression softening considerably. He immediately turned and ordered the sentry tower soldiers to lower the warning flag and open the gate. Then he followed Roman to the rear to meet the convoy and its entourage parked by the roadside. The group entered the territory, unloaded the supplies from the carts one by one, and stored them properly in the warehouse. The accompanying soldiers also settled down to rest. After everything was arranged, John immediately pulled Roman along, and together with butler Ron, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, they entered the meeting place. As soon as the door closed, butler Ron hurried forward, his face full of anxiety, his voice trembling slightly. Roman, you're finally back. Tell me the truth. How is the young master? Is he injured? Did he encounter any danger along the way? Roman quickly stepped forward and gently reassured him. Butler Ron, don't worry. Young master is in good health and unharmed, without even a scratch. This trip was safe and sound, so you can put your mind at ease. Hearing this, butler Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat down, leaning on the table for support. John pulled up a chair and sat opposite Roman, urging impatiently. All right, now that you've calmed down, tell us everything that happened on this trip. Roman picked up the bowl of water on the table, took a sip to moisten his dry throat, and then slowly began to recount his experiences. Following the clues we had obtained, the young master led us all the way to that secret smuggling route, and we waited in hiding for several days. Just when everyone thought we had made a wasted trip, the smuggling caravan appeared. Originally, the young master planned to take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch a surprise attack to capture the smugglers and their goods in one fell swoop. But no one expected that a group of fierce mercenaries would appear along the way. Young master made a decisive move, instructing us to hold our positions and first devise a plan to lure those greedy mercenaries into a conflict with the smuggling caravan. Both groups were desperate criminals, resulting in a stalemate. Once they were nearly exhausted, young master led us in a surprise attack, easily cleaning up the mess. We not only seized all the smuggled goods, but also took the mercenaries' loot. This trip was incredibly successful. We made a fortune. After saying this, he meticulously reported the quantities of gold, silver, grain, weapons, cloth, and other supplies seized. John and butler Ron listened quietly, exchanged a glance, and both let out a long sigh of relief, their faces showing a long-lost ease. Butler Ron stroked the table, filled with emotion. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. The young master is all right, and with such a large and sufficient amount of supplies, our territory can get through this harsh winter peacefully, and all construction can proceed at an accelerated pace. We no longer need to worry about funds and food. John nodded, then remembered the crucial matter and asked, since everything went smoothly, when do the young master and the others plan to return? Roman's expression turned serious as he replied earnestly. Before I set off to return, the young master specifically instructed me repeatedly to immediately gather another elite team upon my return to the territory and rush to meet them. The supplies and equipment captured this time are far too much, and the men left behind are finding it extremely difficult to carry them. The risks of long-distance transport are also too great. He asked me to bring my men to join them as soon as possible to prevent any unnecessary accidents from occurring along the way. He paused, then added, by the way, on my way back, I encountered several refugees who had fled from the north. They were ragged and emaciated, and said that the barbarians of the north had begun large-scale raids before winter, burning, killing, and looting wherever they went, destroying villages in their wake. Seeing their pitiful state and knowing that the safety of the territory was at stake, I took them back with me. We can question them about the specific details of the unrest when you return, young master. John's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and he nodded solemnly. This matter is of utmost importance. Go and bring the young master back first, without delay. Roman immediately stood up. Uncle John is right. There's no time to lose. I won't linger. I'll set off now to meet the young master. All right, you rest for a while. I'll go and gather a squad of soldiers right away. After saying this, John turned and strode out of the council chamber to quickly arrange the reception. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain camp several days' journey from the territory, Corwin was having a meal with the men left behind. The winter wind was biting, and the campfire crackled. They had only eaten halfway when a soldier on lookout duty rushed over to report. "Young master, Roman has returned with the territory's reinforcements, and they're not far from us." Upon hearing this, Colin slowly put down the food in his hand, wiped the grease off his hands, and stood up to walk out. He saw Roman leading a squad of soldiers outside, who immediately stepped forward and saluted upon seeing Colin emerge. Corwin's gaze swept over everyone, and his first words were filled with concern. "Was the journey relatively smooth? Did you encounter any unusual situations?" Roman replied, "Young master, the journey was peaceful and quiet. We encountered no danger, and all the brothers are safe and sound." Corwin nodded, briefly explained the situation of the camp and supplies to Roman, and then immediately ordered everyone to organize their equipment, pack their bags, and properly load all the mountain of supplies onto the vehicles, preparing to set off immediately to return to their territory. On the return journey, the caravan moved slowly through the wilderness. Corwin rode at the head of the procession, listening to Roman recount in detail how the northern barbarians had begun raiding and how refugees were fleeing everywhere. Gazing at the gray sky in the distance, he pondered to himself, given the current chaotic situation in the north, a large number of innocent people would inevitably be displaced. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to absorb a group of refugees into his territory, he could greatly increase the population and make up for the shortage of labor. But with winter approaching and the weather growing colder, was there still enough time? After much deliberation, he suppressed the thought for the time being, deciding to return to his territory safely first, and then discuss countermeasures in detail with John, the steward, Corwin, and the others. Several days later, the returning caravan, laden with supplies, finally arrived safely at the territory. John and Steward Ron, along with the territory's stewards and soldiers, were already lined up at the city gate to welcome them, their faces beaming with joy. Corwin walked up to John with a hearty smile on his face. "Uncle John, this trip has been very fruitful. It has solved the territory's urgent need for supplies and also brought back a lot of weapons and the like. If there are similar opportunities in the future, we can go out more often to accumulate more wealth for the territory." John quickly stepped forward, his voice filled with genuine worry and earnestness. "Young master, if there is another operation like this, you must not go in person. You are the lord of the territory, the backbone of everyone. We can't even sleep peacefully while you're away. From now on, you stay in the territory and let Roman or Corin lead the team." Corwin looked at the worried expressions on John's and the others' faces and remained silent for a moment. He understood that as the Lord, his safety was tied to the safety of the entire territory, and the vital interests of everyone were also closely related to him. He couldn't always put himself in danger. Thinking this, he solemnly nodded and agreed. "All right, I promise you, unless the situation is urgent, I will not personally risk my life next time." After all the supplies were stored and the soldiers were settled, the people in the council hall exchanged pleasantries and rested briefly. Corwin, sitting in the main seat, took the lead and brought up the important matter. "You should all be aware of the news Roman brought back about the barbarians in the north causing trouble and looting. I called everyone here to hear your opinions on this matter and how the territory should respond next." John stepped forward first, his tone calm. "Young master, winter is approaching, and the border will only become more and more turbulent. Barbarian stragglers are likely to wander into the vicinity. Our top priority is to strengthen our defenses, repair the watchtowers, stockpile defensive equipment, and comprehensively enhance the fortifications of our territory, just in case." Corwin nodded slightly in agreement, then continued, "The barbarians' rampant burning, killing, and looting in the north will inevitably create countless refugees. I've heard Roman describe the situation there, and I have an idea we can send people to the northern border region to take in these refugees and bring them back to our territory to settle them, thus increasing our population. The existing slaves are far from enough to support the development of our territory. We also need to build roads, warehouses, farms, and many other facilities next year, so we urgently need a large number of people." Upon hearing this, Corin, who was standing to the side, pondered for a moment before stepping forward and agreeing. Young master is absolutely right. Our territory is located at the border between the west and the north, far from the heartland of the barbarian tribes. Large-scale barbarian armies generally don't venture here, making it much safer than the north. In my opinion, taking in refugees is definitely worth a try. According to Roman, a large number of refugees will be fleeing soon. Even if most of them go further south, some will inevitably end up near our territory due to getting lost, injury, or exhaustion. If we are willing to take them in, we can definitely gather a considerable number of people. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the council hall nodded and began to discuss the feasibility and implementation details of the matter, focusing on specific issues such as the number of refugees to be accommodated, the resettlement locations, food supplies, and security checks. Chapter 46 Conversation with Baron Field. The next morning, Corwin woke up early. After a detailed discussion the previous night, everyone agreed that they must go out as soon as possible to take in the displaced people along the way. The territory is currently lacking in everything, but the most pressing need is manpower. Logging, building houses, repairing canals, clearing land, and constructing roads, every single task requires manpower. If a group of people can be successfully recruited, by next spring, the fields can be immediately put into cultivation and other tasks can also proceed simultaneously. This matter cannot be delayed. As winter approaches, the biting north wind grows stronger day by day, and soon heavy snow will block the mountains and roads. If it's any later, even if they wanted to take in refugees, 8 out of 10 would freeze and starve to death along the way, and then no one would come. But before we can actually do this, there's one thing that needs to be done first. Corwin knew he needed to go to Wild Tooth Castle to personally meet with Baron Field and formally discuss the matter with him. Their newly acquired territory was remote and little known. Refugees only followed familiar roads. The winter forests were like a dead end, and even lone travelers dared not venture there, let alone those with families. Without Baron Field's approval, they dared to do such a thing on someone else's land. Did they really think they were easy targets? Besides, didn't they need people? If we can reach an amicable agreement with Baron Field and establish shelters along the main roads, displaying food and giving refugees hope, we can reassure them and safely and smoothly bring them into our territory. Beyond this, Corwin harbored a deeper calculation, and this matter was precisely what would allow him to reach a truly solid consensus of interests with Baron Field. When they wiped out that mercenary squad, they had seized a considerable amount of spoils. The ordinary gold and silver coins could naturally be kept for their own use within the territory. However, the gold and silver artifacts looted from churches across the land were a real hot potato. These items are incredibly valuable, but they also carry significant risks. If he were to personally send someone to the black market to handle them, aside from the fact that he's new to the area and unfamiliar with its ways and rules, he'd be easily overcharged and exploited by unscrupulous merchants. Even more terrifying is the possibility that if word got out and he was convicted of possessing and selling church relics, it would be enough to trigger a church investigation. As a noble lord, representing his family's reputation and future, he could never openly reveal his noble status to do this. Sending his subordinates was also out of the question. If someone with ulterior motives discovered this, he would be handing over incriminating evidence to someone else. However, if the situation were handled differently, with Baron Field intervening, the outcome would be entirely different. Baron Field had been in this region for many years, with deep roots and extensive connections. Whether it was legal trade or clandestine transactions, he had reliable channels far beyond what Corwin could match. Having him handle the stolen goods would perfectly evade overt investigation and risk, while also securing a substantial reward, a win-win situation. For Corwin, this move allowed him to quietly and safely convert the troublesome stolen goods into cash, while also severing his connection with them and avoiding trouble. For Baron Field, he didn't need to take the risk himself. He could simply act as an intermediary and reap the profits, while also forging a strong relationship with a powerful border noble, giving him an advantage on the frontier. It was a truly win-win deal, an opportunity to subtly bind the interests of both men together. It eliminated the worries of dealing with the stolen goods alone, and allowed them to strengthen their relationship with Wildfang Keep. Bringing them into their camp and forming a secret alliance a far safer option than taking the risk alone. With all his plans settled, Corwin remained calm, showing no further hesitation. Not long after, Captain Corwin strode over and whispered to him, "Young master, everything is ready. The carriages, necessary supplies, and accompanying guards for the journey to Wildfang Fortress are all arranged. We can depart at any time." "Let's go. Let's set off immediately. Don't waste any more time," Corwin said. Upon arriving outside Wildtooth Fortress, the guards on the city walls spotted the approaching convoy from afar and immediately became more alert. Corwin gestured for his attendants to step forward and negotiate. After the guards learned that the visitors were nobles, they only conducted a perfunctory inspection of the outer carriages and horses, without thoroughly examining the hidden parts of the carriages, and quickly let them pass. Corwin instructed the caravan and guards to find a place to stay and properly store the items, while he himself, without wasting a moment, led Corwin and two attendants straight toward the Baron's mansion. Upon arriving at the Baron's mansion, a servant presented a name card to announce their arrival. Shortly afterward, a servant who appeared to be a butler respectfully led them into the front hall to wait. Before long, footsteps approached from afar. Baron Field had arrived. As soon as Baron Field entered, he greeted me with a smile. "Corwin, what brings you here? How's your expansion in your new territory going? What have you been up to lately?" Corwin stood up, exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and once the atmosphere had eased a bit, he didn't linger and went straight to the point. "Thank you for your concern, Baron. Everything in the territory is relatively stable, but with winter approaching, things are difficult, and the biggest shortage is manpower." Baron Field raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "What? Are you looking to buy some men for me to replenish your territory?" Corwin shook his head slightly, pausing briefly, his tone carrying a deliberately mysterious air. "Let's put the manpower aside for now. I've come today to bring you, Baron, something good that you're sure to be interested in." A hint of surprise flashed in Baron Field's eyes. Then he leaned back in his chair, a look of keen interest on his face. "Oh? Tell me about it." Corwin spoke calmly, omitting all the sensitive details involving smuggling and looting, and only mentioning the key points. "A few days ago, a group of notorious mercenaries wandered into the vicinity of my territory. They had previously looted a church and stolen a large amount of gold and silver. I led my men to wipe them out, and all the spoils were confiscated." At this point, his voice carried a hint of helplessness. "To be honest, this territory of mine has only been developed recently, and we are in dire need of food, supplies, and equipment. These spoils of war were earned by my men through bloodshed, and I am truly unwilling to return them to the church for nothing. However, I am new to this place and do not have a reliable way to deal with these things, so I have come here to do business with you." After speaking, Corwin said no more, calmly looking at Baron Field and handing over the initiative to him. Baron Field narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered in silence for a long time, and then slowly said, "You can sell these items on the black market yourself. Why bother coming to me?" Corwin understood, but remained calm on the surface. "The black market is a mixed bag, and I have no connections. I would easily leave myself vulnerable, and if things were exposed, it would only backfire. You have been operating here for many years and are reliable. It is the safest course of action for you to come forward. As fellow border nobles, I trust you." Baron Field chuckled inwardly. This young man was shrewd enough to find someone to back him up, so he could both pass on the hot potato and clear himself of any involvement. He was a little fox who was unwilling to suffer any loss, yet he claimed to trust him. He didn't point it out, but his smile deepened. "You certainly know how to pick people. Helping is fine, but you should understand that this kind of thing is quite risky, and there's no reason to help for nothing." Corwin nodded immediately, his tone straightforward. "Of course. Just the fact that you're willing to take on this batch of goods is already a huge favor to me. After it's done, you can take as much profit as you want. I have no objection." Upon hearing this, Baron Field finally smiled genuinely. "Good. That's straightforward enough. I'll give you face. The goods will be delivered secretly later, and I'll send someone to inform you once it's done. It's a deal." Corwin nodded slightly. Once the atmosphere had completely relaxed, he took the opportunity to bring up the real primary matter of his trip. "Actually, besides what just happened, there is another matter I need your help with today, which is related to the shortage of manpower in the territory that I mentioned earlier. Baron Field gestured for him to continue. Corwin said seriously, according to the refugees who have recently fled, the northern barbarians have begun their pre-winter raids, forcing a large number of people to flee. I would like to set up a temporary outpost along the main road under your jurisdiction to receive refugees who are willing to come to my territory to farm, and also to supplement our manpower. Baron Field quickly understood the pros and cons. This matter would neither harm his interests nor incur Corwin's favor, and it would also reduce the harassment of the castle by the refugees along the way. He nodded slowly. Okay, but the checkpoints can't be set up for long. At most, they should be maintained until the heavy snow closes the road. Corwin felt relieved and immediately thanked him, saying, "Thank you for your generosity. I will not cause you any trouble." Chapter 47 Winter Preparations. After leaving the Baron's mansion, Corwin didn't linger for a moment, heading straight for where the caravan was stationed. Winter was approaching and the days were short. Everything was interconnected, housing refugees, dealing with stolen goods, setting up checkpoints, each task urgent. Upon arrival, he pulled Cor into a secluded corner and instructed, immediately select 2 reliable and discreet individuals to quietly deliver the special items we brought with us to the Baron's mansion at a set time. Be discreet, avoid the sight of any unauthorized individuals, and after the handover, do not linger or loiter near the Baron's mansion. After giving these instructions, Corwin said, once this is done, you will immediately lead the remaining accompanying soldiers and the convoy of supplies to the main road to set up a checkpoint. You must act quickly. The sooner it is set up, the more people you can accommodate. There's one more thing, and it's of utmost importance, that absolutely cannot be wrong. Corwin's expression was grave, and he deliberately emphasized his words. All the refugees we receive must first undergo a thorough inspection outside the checkpoint. If anyone is found to have a flushed and feverish face, persistent coughing and wheezing, festering sores, or any other unusual symptoms, they must be placed in the temporary isolation sheds erected outside the checkpoint. They are strictly prohibited from being brought directly into the territory. Winter is approaching, and the refugees, having endured hardship and hunger along the way, are most susceptible to the spread of disease. If they bring disease into the territory, the consequences will be unimaginable. You must remember this well. After a pause, Corwin added, the deadline for this shelter is the day the roads are blocked by heavy snow. No matter how many refugees you've sheltered, lead your team back immediately. If you delay any longer, the roads will become too difficult to travel, and there won't be many people left. Corwin wrote down everything, memorizing every instruction from Corwin, not daring to miss a single one. He then turned and quickly left to arrange the various matters. Once the arrangements were made, Corwin saw no further need to linger in Wildfang Keep. He immediately set off with a few attendants on his journey back to his own territory. Halfway through their journey, the rugged dirt road made progress difficult for the group. Corwin looked down at the tree stumps scattered along the roadside, then glanced at the bumpy, narrow road ahead, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he silently began to make plans. This vital road connecting the territory to Wildfang Fortress must be repaired and widened as soon as possible next year. Currently, it's difficult to traverse even with only a few people traveling, wasting time. As a large population moves in and the transport of goods and people becomes more frequent, this poor road condition will waste a great deal of precious time and manpower, becoming a major obstacle to the territory's development. Road repair must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. There is no time to lose. Upon returning to his territory, Corwin did not rest for a moment. He immediately summoned his steward to the council cabin. Soon after, the steward arrived, bowed, and awaited Corwin's instructions. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Corwin went straight to the point, instructing, "You should know from your inventory of the supplies that our current reserves of grain, firewood, cloth, and daily necessities are more than enough to sustain our current workforce through the winter. But it won't be long before Corwin returns with the refugees he's taken in elsewhere. A rough estimate suggests there will be at least several dozen, nearly 100, or even more. At that time, there will be a severe shortage of firewood, blankets, felt, thick clothing, and all other warm clothing. Even shelter from the wind and snow will certainly be far from sufficient." he instructed. You should immediately lead your men to build a batch of simple and practical temporary shacks in a safe and open area on the edge of the territory near the outposts. As long as the structure is sturdy and reliable and can provide shelter from the wind and snow and withstand the cold, it will be fine. Be sure to set aside a separate area as an isolation barracks, specifically for the newly returned refugees to stay and observe for at least 3 to 5 days. After confirming that no one is carrying the epidemic and that they are healthy, then allow them to gradually move into the heart of the territory. We must not allow the epidemic to take the opportunity to spread to the entire territory. In addition, immediately organize manpower to quickly build a batch of simple fire pits, fireplaces, and other heating facilities using local materials. Remember, when building, be sure to keep them away from wooden houses and fences, clear the surrounding area, prepare sand and other materials, and strictly take fire prevention measures to avoid fires caused by the dry and windy conditions in winter, which could lead to a major disaster. Regarding food reserves, he said, all the fresh meat currently in the warehouse, as well as all the meat recently hunted by the hunting team, should be uniformly cured and smoked by hand to make smoked and cured meat that can be stored for a long time. We should also calculate the daily consumption of the grains and dried wild vegetables in the granary, according to the number of people. Most of the refugees are physically weak, so we must prepare enough food in advance. The old butler nodded repeatedly, gripping the wooden plaque with the notes tightly in his hand. As soon as Corwin finished speaking, he immediately replied, "Understood, young master. Don't worry, I'll arrange the manpower right away and make sure everything is ready without delay." The steward clearly relayed Corwin's instructions, and the entire camp immediately sprang into action. The trees were now hard and dry, making them excellent materials for building huts. The slaves removed branches from the logs, leveled them, bundled them together, and then, with everyone working together, dragged them back to the edge of the territory. According to the planned locations, they dug pits, erected stakes, built frames, and laid roofs. With rough timbers as beams, thick felt as roofs, and then covered with mud and dry grass, a simple yet sturdy hut was slowly built. Following Corwin's strict orders, a large area was designated as the outermost boundary, with separate shacks and individual entrances to serve as isolation barracks for returning refugees. Next to each shack, a clearing was specially prepared, cleared of vegetation, and the soil compacted to create a makeshift firebreak. Others were busy digging heated brick beds and building hearths. Stones were used to build the base, mud was used to seal the gaps, and then rough timber was placed on top as partitions and smoke passages, providing warmth without exposing the wooden house to fire. Some people were responsible for chopping firewood, splitting the thick logs into uniform pieces, and stacking them neatly in sheltered places, forming a continuous stretch like a low wall. The women, in front of the warehouse and drying ground, gutted and cleaned the freshly hunted game, evenly rubbed it with coarse salt, and then smoked and roasted it over a fire, the smoke swirling around them. They bagged grains, bundled dried vegetables, and mended and folded quilts, blankets, and old but thick clothing, storing them in a special storeroom. Nothing that could be used for warmth could be wasted. Throughout the territory, there was a cacophony of voices, the clanging of axes and chisels, and a flurry of footsteps. Corwin walked among the shacks under construction, watching the slaves working silently, barely daring to breathe. A thought struck him, and he stopped. His voice was low but clear to everyone. These shacks, firewood, and food are not only for the arriving refugees, but will also be shared with you. Upon hearing this, the slaves, who were engrossed in their work, were taken aback and simultaneously stopped what they were doing. They looked up in disbelief at their young lord standing in the cold wind, their eyes filled with bewilderment and astonishment. In their past, lords and noblemen had only known how to take. They had never seen such a benevolent lord. After a brief silence, someone took the lead and knelt down. Then, one after another, a dense mass of dark figures prostrated themselves, forming a dense, kneeling mass. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you for your mercy, sir." Some people couldn't hold back their sobs, pressing their foreheads deep into the cold earth, unwilling to lift them for a long time. For them, this was not just a few bundles of firewood, a shed, or a mouthful of food, but their hope for survival. Corwin gazed calmly at the kneeling crowd, simply raising his hand slightly. Get up, all of you. Work hard, and you'll get much more in the future. A simple sentence brought a different look to the eyes of these long-numbed slaves. Chapter 48 Winter arrives. The day agreed upon with Corwin arrived as scheduled. Just as dawn broke, before the morning mist had fully dissipated, the soldiers on duty in the watchtower spotted a long, gray cloud of dust slowly rolling in from the distant road. The column was long and numerous. The soldiers dared not delay and immediately rang the alarm bell, sending a warning to everyone in the territory. A short while later, a servant arrived outside Corwin's house and announced loudly, "Young master, Lord Corwin has returned, leading a group of refugees, and has already reached the outskirts of the territory." Upon hearing this, Corwin got up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the camp. The morning wind was quite cold, carrying a slight stinging chill as it brushed against his face. In the distance, he could see the steward already waiting at the gate with several soldiers, and a few attendants standing nearby holding registers, measuring ropes, and markers. Corwin was exchanging information with the steward. Upon seeing Corwin stopped talking and quickly stepped forward to bow. "Young master, we have a large number of people this time. I brought them all back safely as agreed, a total of 287 people. We conducted a preliminary check when we took in the refugees to confirm that there were no cases of epidemic, fever, or serious illness, and those with suspicious behavior were also ruled out. Most of them are young and strong men, and there are also 47 of their family members. Moreover, most of those who brought their families are skilled in their trades." The butler bowed slightly, then picked up a blank register to organize people for counting and registration. Corwin nodded, said nothing, and followed the two towards the already emptied temporary shelter. Corwin was very efficient. The screening, reassurance, and organization of the group had all been completed along the way. Now, all that was needed was for the steward to lead everyone in registering their names, origins, skills, and families, and then assigning temporary barracks according to the area. Deng's attendants were recording and questioning each person. The refugees were emaciated and ragged, not daring to make a sound, just numbly queuing in long lines, their eyes filled with the fear and bewilderment of surviving a catastrophe. The busyness continued until noon. Sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled onto the open field. The finalized roster was respectfully presented to Corwin. More than 230 able-bodied men and 47 women and children, totaling 287 people, were included without exception. What caught his eye most were the lines at the end of the roster listing the names of the craftspeople. There was one blacksmith, 2 carpenters, 1 stonemason, 1 leatherworker, and 2 tailors. These were all artisans who had fled because of barbarian raids. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken a lot of effort to find these people and bring them to our new territory. In this war-torn border region, a skilled craftsman is far more valuable than many displaced people. Corwin slowly looked through the roster, then turned to the butler and said, "The craftsmen and their families were given a separate barracks to live in, separate from ordinary refugees, so that they could be managed in a unified manner in the future." "Yes, young master." The butler immediately responded and made a note of it. After the head count, camp division, and initial settlement were all completed, Corwin stood in the open space outside the territory's walls, watching the group of refugees. More than 200 refugees were neatly assembled in the open space, a dark mass, completely silent. They bowed their heads, like lambs to the slaughter, unsure of what awaited them, whether the young lord's pronouncement was enslavement or an even crueler fate. Corwin's gaze slowly swept across the crowd, his voice not loud, yet clearly carrying to every corner. "From this day forward, I, Corwin Thorn, am your lord. I know you fled all the way, your families were destroyed, and you had nowhere to go. But from today onwards, this winter, I will give you fire, food, and a roof to shelter you from the wind and snow. I will not reduce you to slavery. You will become my rightful subjects." He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold and authoritative. "But all of this didn't come for free. You must exert your strength, obey orders, follow the rules, work for this territory, and protect your future home. Anyone who dares to steal, cause trouble, defect, or break my rules, I'll hang him right above the gate of the stockade, so you can see how terrible your fate will be. Did you all understand? The last sentence was uttered in a deep, resonant voice. The refugees were initially deathly silent, too afraid to even breathe too heavily. But when the words food, shelter, and no slavery reached their ears, an incredulous light suddenly shone on their numb, withered, and weathered faces. They had seen too many armies that burned, killed, and looted, and too many noble lords who treated people like livestock. They never imagined that anyone would be willing to accept them, not treat them as slaves, and give them a way to survive. After a brief, suffocating silence, the crowd suddenly knelt down. The voices of Master's benevolence, and so on rose and fell. Corwin looked at them quietly, his voice slightly softer. From now on, all of you will live in the isolation barracks outside the village walls for 3 days. Only after a thorough inspection confirms the absence of any disease can one officially enter the territory. Follow instructions, do not wander off, and do not cause trouble. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. The responses from over 200 people were all over the place. With all the refugees now in the territory, Corwin was relieved. Early in the morning, Corwin was enjoying the warmth of the fireplace in bed when the servant who brought him breakfast respectfully said to him, "Young master, it's snowing outside." Corwin rubbed his eyes, stretched, and said, "Has it already snowed?" "Yes, this morning, just as the serfs got up to work, it started snowing lightly, and the wind was very strong." Corwin got out of bed, put on his shoes, ate breakfast, and then went out. After opening the door, everything outside was white. The entire valley was a vast expanse of white, as if we were covered in cotton. Is it already winter? I've been in this territory for quite some time now, but I've been busy with all sorts of things and haven't had a chance to properly explore it yet. Thinking of this, he slowly walked towards the lake with his attendants. Soon after, Corwin arrived with his men and said to Corwin, "Young master, why aren't you resting in this weather? It's perfect for sleeping. It would be even better if you had some roasted meat and a drink." Corwin chuckled and said, "You're dreaming. Since you're here, why don't you come for a walk with me if you're free?" Corwin quickly followed. Walking along the temporarily repaired road within the territory towards the lake, it wasn't long before we arrived at the lake, where the surface was frozen over, a vast expanse of white. At this point, Corwin asked, "Will we still be able to fish now?" Corwin shook his head. "Young master, the weather is getting colder now, and the fish baskets are no longer catching any fish." Corwin thought for a moment and said, "How about this? First take some men to locate the fish school, then use iron hooks to mark the positions on the ice. Chisel open the ice, and make ice holes. Measure the depth of each ice hole. Then, the net rope is tied to a long wooden pole and threaded through the ice hole one by one. Then, someone uses a rake to stir the water in the ice hole to drive the fish into the net." After hearing this, Corwin led his men down to make preparations. Seeing this, Corwin continued walking to other places. Chapter 49, The Wandering Night. As dawn broke, a layer of frost still clung to the forest path, and the chill felt like fine needles piercing into the bones. A horse trotted along at a leisurely pace, its hooves pounding through the thick snow. The man on horseback wore chainmail, the plates covered in dust, and bearing several marks from sword cuts. He was wrapped in a dark cloak, its collar already roughened by the cold wind, but it was the only thing he could wear to keep warm. This awful weather, it's freezing cold. He cursed under his breath, his voice hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't had water in a long time. Instinctively, he pulled his cloak tighter over his shoulders, but the cold wind still seeped in through his nails, making his fingertips numb and even his hand holding the reins stiff. This man is Guts, a knight from the north. He once possessed his own knightly territory. It wasn't vast, but it had a stable manor, squires who obeyed him, fields, and the dignity and respect befitting a nobleman. But now all of that was gone. He had lost everything. The manor, the land, his people, his men, all gone. The only thing he had left was a crumpled piece of parchment, still a testament to his noble status, supporting his last vestige of knightly dignity and preventing him from becoming a destitute vagrant. His territory was located on the northern border, the very front line facing the barbarians. That winter, the barbarians raided south. His manor was breached, his territory looted. What could be taken was taken, and what could not was smashed and burned. His servants fell one by one in pools of blood while covering his escape, and in the end, only he survived, fighting desperately to escape. Thinking of this, Gus felt a dull, throbbing pain in his chest and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He wandered aimlessly through the woods, completely lost. Just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the cold and despair, he suddenly saw wisps of smoke rising from a chimney at the edge of his vision. Gus was suddenly startled. In this desolate, uninhabited mountain forest, in this awful weather, how could there still be people? A glimmer of hope for survival ignited in his heart. He had been lost for far too long, his rations were long gone, and his water pouch was empty. If things continued like this, he would collapse by some unknown roadside in a few days, either freezing or starving to death, or becoming food for wild wolves in the forest. I can't just die like this. He gritted his teeth, spurred his horse hard, and urged it to gallop towards the direction of the rising smoke. His horse, carrying his last glimmer of hope, rode towards that unfamiliar territory. At the same time, in the Lord's cabin, the fireplace was burning warmly. Corwin sat at the table, a simple but steaming breakfast laid out before him. Just as he picked up his wooden spoon, he heard the sound of a servant approaching quietly from outside the door. "Young master," the servant whispered, "a man has arrived outside the territory. Judging from his attire, he seems to be a wandering knight. He looks very disheveled and carries a chill from the wind. He requests to come in and rest for a while to avoid the wind and snow." Corwin paused slightly in his grip on the spoon, then looked up out the window. In this kind of weather, how could a wandering knight possibly venture here alone? Is he truly in dire straits? Or is he someone with ulterior motives who has come to probe his situation? He thought about it for a moment, but he was all alone. Even if he had ill intentions, what trouble could he cause on his own territory? Have someone thoroughly search him first to make sure he's not hiding any weapons, then bring him in to see me. Yes. The servant acknowledged and withdrew. Not long after, footsteps sounded again from outside the door. "Young master, the person has been brought here." The door was gently pushed open, and a blast of cold air rushed in first. Guts stepped into the house, his clothes still covered in the frost and dust of the forest, looking disheveled, yet he still managed to maintain his knightly demeanor. He immediately spotted Corwin, who sat regally in the main seat, exuding composure, and stepped forward, bowing slightly in a standard and respectful knightly salute. After straightening up, he spoke in a hoarse but polite voice. "I suppose you are the lord of this territory." Corwin put down the wooden spoon in his hand, calmly sizing up the person before him, and slowly nodded. "Indeed, this is my territory. I see you are alone and in a hurry. Where did you come from? And how did you come to my territory?" "I am a knight from the north, Guts." He raised his hand and carefully took out the neatly folded noble's certificate from his pocket, handing it over with both hands. "This is my identification. Please take a look." Corwin gestured for his squire to take the document, which he unfolded and glanced at. The seal and document were correct. It was indeed a legitimate knightly identity. He handed the document back, his tone softening slightly, and continued. "Since you are a knight from the north, why did you come all alone, braving such bitter cold, to get here?" Gus clenched his fist slightly at his side, a hint of pain and helplessness flashing in his eyes. "My lord, I was originally stationed on the northern border, with a small knightly territory. But the barbarians took advantage of the cold winter to raid southwards, and my territory was destroyed." His voice was low, each word seeming to be squeezed out of his throat. "My squires all died in battle to cover my escape, and I was the only one who escaped alive. I intended to head south to seek a glimmer of hope, but the heavy snow blocked the mountains, and I lost my way. After wandering for a long time, I unintentionally came to your territory." Corwin listened quietly, already understanding the situation. It turned out to be a wandering knight who had lost his fiefdom. Such things were nothing new in the north. Every year, barbarian invasions resulted in many border nobles losing their lands and families. People like Guts were commonplace. As for wanting to ask the kingdom for a new fiefdom after losing the territory, that's nothing but wishful thinking. The border territories granted by the kingdom are meant for the nobles to defend and protect themselves. If they cannot defend them, it is their own incompetence, not the kingdom's fault. This is completely different from the wealthy and stable territories in the interior. Now, Guts has only two paths before him. Either seek help, gather enough troops, fight his way back to the north, and reclaim his territory, or humble himself and become a wandering knight, or seek refuge with a great nobleman and become a knight of the inner court, living under someone else's roof, hoping to make a comeback someday. Corwin looked at the down-on-his-luck northern knight before him, remained silent for a moment, and had already made up his mind. Corwin said, "I sympathize with your plight. Now that you're in my territory, relax and don't think about those things anymore. I'll have someone prepare a sumptuous meal for you. I will have someone take good care of your mount. You've had a tough journey, so get off and rest for a bit. Once you've recovered, I'd like to ask you about the Northern Territory." After saying that, Corwin waved for his servant to take Guts away to tidy up. Gus stood up, bowed gratefully, and said, "Thank you for your generosity." Guts followed the servant out of the house, and the biting cold wind immediately enveloped him again. He subconsciously pulled his cloak tighter around him, but his eyes involuntarily began to look around. The territory was well organized, with houses that, while not luxurious, were arranged in an orderly fashion. The roads were smooth, and the outer perimeter had simple walls and watchtowers, unlike a newly established, chaotic, and rudimentary pioneer territory. What impressed him even more was the orderly movement of people. The working citizens and patrolling soldiers each performed their duties, and the scale and order were comparable to that of a proper baron's directly controlled territory. Looking around, all that could be seen were sturdy wooden houses and barns, but no trace of stone towers or castles. It was this point that made Gus instantly conclude that this was indeed a pioneering territory, but it had been governed to a far higher standard than usual, which was why he had a misconception at first glance. Upon thinking of this, his heart sank suddenly, and the slight sense of peace he had just felt was instantly suppressed by a heavy feeling. He once had his own knightly territory, small though it was. He had built it up from the ground up with his own hands. It had a cabin, fields, loyal squires, his own banner, and his own dignity. But now, he had nothing left. He was nothing but a stray dog. A tightness gripped his chest. Gus shook his head, no longer looking or thinking about it. Those unattainable dreams are no match for a hot meal right now. He was so hungry that his stomach was practically sticking to his back, and his intestines were churning with empty hunger. He decided to put aside his worries for now and fill his stomach first. Gus composed himself, quickened his pace, and silently followed behind the servant, heading towards the direction from which the aroma of food wafted. Chapter 50 Hunting. Winter on the border seemed endless, the entire territory shrouded in a cold, pristine white. The territory was peaceful, with only fine snowflakes drifting from the sky. After finishing his simple breakfast, Corwin, following his daily routine, slowly patrolled the territory with his entourage. The winter morning was bitterly cold, and he wrapped his thick wool cloak tighter around himself. He walked along the road past the training grounds, granaries, and fences, finally arriving at the stables. Inside, the stables were dry and warm, and several robust pack horses were quietly munching on hay mixed with soybean meal, seemingly quite content. Winter offered limited opportunities, and the usual trade routes were impassable due to the snow. These pack horses, normally responsible for transporting grain, supplies, and equipment, were now temporarily relieved of their heavy burden, resting peacefully in the stables, awaiting their return in the spring. Sensing someone approaching, the lead, dark brown old horse raised its head, snorted, and the white steam from its nostrils condensed instantly in the frigid air before dissipating again. The patrol had covered the ground. The defenses were solid. The guards on the watchtowers were diligent. The granaries were well stocked, and everyone was busy with their tasks chopping wood, repairing fences, tending to livestock. For the moment, there was nothing that urgently required Corwin's personal attention. He paused slightly, exhaling a puff of white breath in the snow. This sudden leisure felt somewhat strange to him, accustomed to a constant state of busyness and concern. Looking at the snow-covered hills and woodlawns, a thought suddenly struck him. A winter hunt, this was perfect. At this time of year, there are no annoying mosquito bites in the summer forests, no damp, muddy grass to hinder progress, and the ground is covered with a thin layer of fresh snow. Prey leaves clear footprints as it passes, and its scent doesn't easily dissipate, making it much easier to track and search than in other seasons. This provides an opportunity to stretch one's muscles, exercise for everyone, and perhaps even enjoy some fresh game in the evening. Excess fur can be made into warm clothing, a win-win situation. Having made up his mind, Corwin did not hesitate any longer and immediately instructed the attendant standing beside him. Go and inform Corin and Roman that each of them should gather their men, prepare hunting bows, spears, hunting knives, as well as ropes and sacks for carrying the game, and meet at the gate of the territory in a while to prepare to set off for the hunt. The servant bowed and responded quickly, then turned to leave. But after taking only 2 steps, Corwin called him back. Wait a minute, Corwin called to the servant, adding calmly. While you're at it, go to the guest room and ask the visiting knight. If he's free, invite him to come along. Yes, young master. The servant respectfully accepted the order and quickly went to the others. Watching his attendant's departing figure, Corwin slowly turned around, thinking to himself. That knight, alone and stranded here, had managed to defend his territory on the treacherous northern border that alone was proof enough of his ability. He was far superior to those pampered, showy knights from the interior, who only knew how to put on airs and observe etiquette. To have come here alone from a place breached by barbarians, his personal martial prowess and ability to adapt to danger must be quite good. Moreover, he had no family. All his followers had perished in battle, and he seemed to have no family ties or entanglements of vested interests. If he could use this hunting opportunity to befriend him and recruit him into his ranks, he would be an invaluable asset in the future, whether it was guarding the territory, training soldiers, or marching north. Thinking of this, Corwin himself was currently just a lord of a pioneering territory, and he didn't know if he could successfully recruit a knight with similar territorial experience. But he wasn't in a hurry. He believed that by this time next year, he might not just be a pioneering lord anymore. Before long, Corin and Roman arrived with a squad of fully equipped soldiers. Their pace was steady, exuding the unique efficiency of the territory's guard. Beside them stood a figure who seemed out of place in the surrounding atmosphere. His chainmail bore the marks of travel and hardship, and his clothing was rather plain. Standing among the elite soldiers, he appeared even more solitary. Upon seeing this, Corwin immediately stepped forward, his tone humble and polite, his eyes filled with genuine concern. Sir Gus, I apologize for inviting you to join me on the hunt. I wonder how you have rested. Gus's voice was still a little hoarse, but much calmer. Very good, I've almost recovered. These days of being lost and wandering, I've suffered a lot, sleeping in the open and enduring the elements. Now, having a warm bed and a hot meal is enough for me. Corwin listened quietly, clearly seeing a lingering trace of despondency and weariness deep in his eyes. He didn't press the other man about his ordeal, but his tone grew increasingly gentle, frank, and sincere. It's good that you've rested. The territory has only just been established, and the food and lodging are still rather simple. Please don't mind if there's anything that hasn't been well received. The weather's quite nice today, so I was thinking of inviting you to go hunting together. It'll stretch your muscles and help you temporarily forget your worries and relax your mind. Looking at the young lord's unpretentious and sincere demeanor, Guts's shoulders, which had been tense for many days, relaxed slightly, and a genuine smile finally appeared on his lips. He nodded and said, Good. It's a good opportunity to loosen up. The winter forest was desolate, with a biting wind blowing through it. The most common animals in this forest were wild beasts such as deer, roe deer, wild boars, and rabbits, all searching for food to survive the harsh winter. The group had barely stepped into the forest when their footsteps crunched softly on the thin layer of snow. Several gray rabbits, startled, darted out and hopped away, trying to escape into the depths of the dense forest. Corwin looked at Corin beside him and said, Let me see if your archery skills have deteriorated. Corin grinned, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, young master, I will never let you down. Having said that, he reached behind his back and took the hunting bow from his back. His fingertips deftly nocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and aimed. His movements were swift and decisive, without a single wasted movement. With a soft whoosh, the arrow shot through the air, its trajectory incredibly fast, and accurately struck a fleeing hare. The hare struggled twice, then lay still. Corwin laughed heartily. What a great start. Today, we must return with a full haul. Several soldiers stepped forward to collect the game, and the group continued deeper into the dense forest. The winter woods were so quiet that only the sound of footsteps and the whistling of the wind through the treetops could be heard. The further they went, the dimmer the light became. Not long after, Roman, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and crouched down to examine the ground. A series of dense and messy footprints were clearly visible on the ground, with deep hoofprints, like those of some large wild beast. Roman examined the tracks carefully for a moment, then looked up at Corwin and said, "Young master, judging from these tracks, it should be a group of wild boars. Only wild boars would appear in groups during winter. Judging from the freshness of the footprints, they haven't been gone long. Should we chase after them?" After a moment's thought, Corwin nodded immediately. "Let's go take a look." The group immediately slowed their pace and quietly followed the footprints. Before long, several small black dots slowly moving appeared in the clearing in the woods ahead. Corwin immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to lower their stance, spread out, and prepare for battle. He knew that wild boars were inherently ferocious, unlike tigers and leopards that would probe first. Once they felt threatened, they would charge straight at him, extremely aggressive. Everyone held their breath, nocked their bows, and held their spears, slowly approaching step by step. When they got close enough, the wild boars finally sensed the unfamiliar presence and suddenly raised their heads, their eyes flashing with ferocity. Corwin was slightly startled and said, "The leader is a fully grown boar, probably weighing around 300 kilograms, a veritable king of wild boars. Behind it are two smaller ones, and even some piglets." Before the words were even finished, some soldiers in the ranks could no longer contain themselves and drew their bows, firing an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and struck a wild boar squarely in the back. The beast, in pain, let out a piercing howl, instantly enraging the entire herd of wild boars. They lowered their heads, bared their sharp, curved tusks, and charged at the group like madmen, their hooves digging into the ground. So everyone drew their bows and arrows, and a dense barrage of arrows rained down on the charging wild boar. But the boar charged with incredible speed, and many arrows missed their mark. Even those that did hit only pierced the thick, rough flesh. These wild beasts had thick hides, and ordinary arrows were unlikely to inflict fatal damage for a time. "Stand up with your spears," Roman shouted. The soldiers immediately moved forward, thrusting their spears forward in unison, their cold tips aimed at the charging, ferocious figures. Some of the boars that reached the front were fiercely blocked by the sharp spear tips, while others frantically swerved left and right, panting heavily, trying to break through the crowd. The scene became extremely dangerous. Corwin stood in the center of the formation, unperturbed. He calmly observed the battle, his gaze fixed on a small wild boar whose charge had slowed. Just as the beast turned, he swiftly drew back his longbow and released it. The arrow flew out like a meteor, accurately piercing the wild boar's eye socket and penetrating deep inside. The wild boar let out a short, shrill scream, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Its limbs twitched a few times before it lay still. Seeing its companion die on the spot, the wild boar king went into a frenzy, its mouth and nose spewing white vapor as it charged forward recklessly. Its hide was thick and its strength great. Several spears pierced its body, but only superficially, unable to penetrate deeply. The boar continued forward, propelled by the spears. Everyone's hearts tightened. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. It was Gus. Despite his disheveled state, his knightly skills and instincts remained undiminished. With a long sword in hand and steady steps, he used his momentum to leap forward, his wrists snapping as the sword, gleaming coldly, pierced the boar king's neck from the side, striking its carotid artery squarely. Scalding blood gushed out from the sword, splashing onto the snow and withered branches, blooming into dazzling dark red flowers. Gus drew his sword half a step and shouted sharply, "Quick! Attack together!" The crowd reacted instantly, spears and swords raining down on the boar king's vulnerable spots. The ferocious boar struggled, roared, and charged wildly, but the blood flowed more and more, its strength rapidly dwindled, its struggles gradually weakened, and finally its massive body crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. The noisy forest suddenly fell silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the group and the sound of the cold wind whistling through the treetops. Colwyn breathed a long sigh of relief, quickly walked to Gus's side, and exclaimed, "Thanks to you today. If we had been a moment later, there would have been heavy casualties. A 300-kilogram wild boar is no joke once it charges." He patted Gus heavily on the shoulder and said, "Come on, let me treat you to some wild boar meat tonight, and get some beer too. We'll drink until we drop." Chapter 51 Leave Behind. Together, the group moved the lifeless boar king to the side. The ground in the winter forest was already stained with dark blood, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. After the fierce battle they had just fought, many soldiers were still panting slightly, their hands still trembling as they gripped their weapons. Corwin looked around and said in a deep voice, "First, count the prey, treat the wounds, and get everything ready before returning to camp." The soldiers responded swiftly, skillfully producing ropes and coarse cloth. Several men worked together to securely bind the wild boar king, then gathered the small boar that had been shot dead with an arrow, as well as the rabbit they had hunted earlier. Some took out their short knives to quickly dispose of the carcasses, preventing the scent of blood from attracting more predators. Others checked the spears and arrows, wiping away any blood. Still others checked each other to see if their companions had been scratched by tusks. When we returned to the camp, it was nearly dusk, and wisps of smoke were rising from the chimneys. Upon seeing the enormous wild boar, those left behind immediately surrounded it, exclaiming in amazement. Colwyn ordered the game to be handed over to the cooks, who were to select the best parts for roasting. He also brought out the stored ale and decreed that the entire army would have an extra meal that night. As dusk deepened, a campfire was lit. The aroma of roasted meat filled the entire camp. Grease dripped into the fire and crackled, and ale was poured into wooden cups, creating a light foam. Corwin raised his glass, "To our safe return today, and to Sir Guts for his help. I'll drink to that first." He tilted his head back and drank a glass of ale in one gulp, the warmth instantly flowing from his throat into his chest and abdomen. Gus raised his glass and drank, his long tense expression finally relaxing completely. The despair of being stranded in the wilderness and suffering these past few days, the comfort of a warm bed and hot food, and the sword fight in the forest just now, being sincerely thanked, all these emotions intertwined, making him unusually tipsy. The group sat around the campfire, chatting and laughing noisily. Corwin took another glass of ale. Though it wasn't fine, it had a faint malty aroma, and slowly walked towards Guts. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers tactfully moved aside, not wanting to disturb the two protagonists. Colwyn sat down beside Gus, his voice gentle and sincere. "Sir Gus, if it weren't for your sword striking a vital point, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You not only saved everyone, but also protected the soldiers I have painstakingly trained." Gus shook his head slightly, his tone calm. "I am grateful for your shelter, the warm bed I have, and the hot meals I have. It is only a small favor. Any knight here would not stand idly by." "That's not how it works," Corwin said seriously. "Not everyone has the courage and skill to get close enough to kill a wild boar with a single sword strike when it goes berserk. That is true courage, far beyond ordinary combat skills." Gus remained silent for a moment, then did not refuse again. The two stopped talking only about hunting, and their conversation gradually drifted outwards. Corwin did not mention Guts's plight, but only said that his territory was newly established, the roads were poor, the houses were simple, and there was a shortage of manpower, making every step difficult. "I just want to protect this place so that those who are willing to follow me can farm with peace of mind and not have to die needlessly in battle." Corwin gazed at the flickering flames, his voice frank. "As you can see, in my territory, in this desolate border region, I lack not only manpower, but also a knight who truly understands warfare and has experience." Gus's fingers tightened slightly as he gripped the wooden cup. He looked up at the young lord before him. There was none of the arrogance of the nobles he had encountered before, no condescending disdain for a wandering knight, only openness and respect. The lord had taken him in during his most destitute time, taken him hunting to cheer him up when he was down, and was genuinely grateful after the lord's help. These were things he hadn't experienced in a long time. Corwin turned to look at him, his gaze solemn yet gentle. Gus, I will not force you to stay. If you still have the desire to reclaim your territory, I will prepare horses, food, and weapons for you to help you on your journey. He paused, then spoke each word clearly and firmly. But if you are willing to stay, though my territory is small and I have little to promise, I can swear on the honor of my family. I will trust you, give you important responsibilities, provide you with a stage to showcase your talents, and help you step by step to regain what you once had, to restore the glory your family once had, and even more. The firelight illuminated Gus's weathered yet still upright profile. He recalled everything he had seen in this unfamiliar territory over the past few days, and also his own experiences. The wretchedness of being stranded in the wilderness, the despair of encountering misfortune, the loneliness of wandering all along the way, all of these transformed into a warm current flowing through his body in Corwin's frank and gentle words. He had seen too many nobles who kicked him when he was down, and too many passers-by who watched coldly, but never had anyone given him such unreserved respect and trust when he was in such a state of destitution. After a long silence, Gus slowly put down his glass and suddenly stood up. The next moment, he knelt on one knee, placed his right hand on his chest, lowered his head slightly, and bowed his head to the young lord before him with the most standard and solemn knightly etiquette. Lord Corwin. His voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried an unprecedented firmness. I lost my land in the war and wandered far and wide, long since homeless. Today, I am taken in by you, given a place to live. You treat me with sincerity, give me a place to perform. You respect my personality and treat me like a brother. I swear to you here and now from this day forward, my sword will be yours, my body your shield, and my loyalty will never betray you. In life, I will fight for you. In death, I will protect you. Whether the road ahead is thorny or filled with war, I, Guts, will follow you to the very end. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Corwin gazed at the knight kneeling on one knee, his heart surging with excitement and solemnity. He strode forward, reached out his hands, firmly grasped Guts's arms, and helped him up. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. I, Corwin, swear here in the name of my family that I will never betray your loyalty today. From this day forward, we will share both good times and bad, be brothers, and work together to build up our territory. The two locked eyes, needing no further words. Everything was understood without being spoken. The soldiers sitting around the campfire were taken aback at first, then burst into thunderous cheers and applause. Long live the Lord. Well done, Sir Goose. We have real knights now. The cheers shook the snow in the forest, causing it to fall in a soft rustling sound. The aroma of roasted meat, the richness of beer, and the warmth of human hearts completely dispelled the chill of the winter night. Corwin picked up 2 overflowing glasses of ale and handed one of them heavily to Gus. Come, my knight. Tonight, let's drink until we're drunk. No problem, my lord. The 2 wooden cups collided violently, spilling wine that sparked tiny golden fragments in the campfire. From this night forward, the fallen knight has found a new lord, and the young lord possesses a sharp sword. This newly opened, desolate territory, amidst campfires and vows, ushered in the beginning of its true rise. Chapter 52 Training. Following the lively bonfire feast of the previous night, Corwin's territory welcomed a new member, Guts, a knight with years of battlefield experience. Corwin thought to himself that he should summon Guts to inquire about the situation in the north, and then, considering the current state of affairs in his territory, discuss military development plans with everyone. After a brief gathering, he immediately instructed his attendants to go to various places and summon Guts, the steward, John, and the others to the council hall for a discussion. In a short while, the heavy oak doors were pushed open one by one, and everyone entered the council hall in an orderly fashion. Corwin sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over everyone. He cleared his throat and broke the silence of the hall first. Gentlemen, I have gathered you all here today for 2 reasons. First, to formally introduce our territory's newest partner, Knight Guts. Second, to discuss an important matter concerning the safety of our territory, the preparation of our military equipment. He paused slightly, his tone becoming more solemn, and explained the current situation of the territory. Currently, we have 50 regular soldiers, over 100 slaves, and nearly 300 newly surrendered subjects. It is now deep winter, the fields are frozen and covered in snow, and there is almost no farm work to be done. A large number of able-bodied subjects are idle all day, which is a waste of manpower and a potential source of instability. My idea is to select suitable people from these able-bodied individuals, train a group of militia first, and conduct simple military training during the winter off-season. Later, qualified soldiers will be selected from the militia to supplement the formal reserve force and strengthen the defense of our territory. As soon as he finished speaking, John, who was standing to the side, thought for a moment and respectfully said, "Young master, your idea is excellent, and I completely agree with it. However, there is one point that must be considered. Once the militia begins training, the daily ration consumption will increase accordingly. Considering the current food reserves in the territory, it is not advisable to start large-scale training. I suggest that the trainees be organized into batches and that a rotation system of work, rest, and training be adopted. This will not delay the winter material reserves and fortification repairs, and will also steadily improve combat effectiveness without placing an excessive burden on the territory's food reserves." Corwin listened quietly, nodding frequently, clearly agreeing with John's prudent considerations. He then turned to Gus beside him, his tone sincere and respectful. "Sir Gus, you have seen real armies and the brutal battlefield, and you have extensive experience in training troops. In your opinion, is this method appropriate? Do you have any better suggestions?" Gus bowed slightly and said, "Young master, John's considerations are very thorough and prudent. These people are farmers who have never touched weapons or experienced the bloodshed of the battlefield. Sudden high-intensity training will only make them unable to bear it and may even make them want to give up. Gradual progress is the most reasonable approach." He paused briefly, then added, "However, I believe that during training, we should pay special attention to young men who are physically strong, bold yet meticulous, obedient, and determined. These are natural-born soldiers and do not need to train slowly with ordinary militiamen. They can be selected directly and incorporated into the ranks of regular soldiers, where veterans will train them day and night. Elite combat power cannot be compensated for by quantity alone. The sooner they are trained, the sooner they can be used for the territory." Corwin's eyes lit up, and his face showed approval. He immediately looked at John and Gus and solemnly ordered, "The selection and training of the people of the territory will be the responsibility of the two of you. Those who are physically weak or unfit for training should not be forced to train, so as not to waste food and time. Those who remain should be trained strictly according to the rotation system, and those with outstanding aptitude should be promoted and given special training." Corwin's gaze swept over the two people in the hall, his expression growing increasingly composed, and he continued slowly. "Besides that, there is another matter that needs to be settled at the same time. The 50 soldiers who were originally in our territory were elites who had undergone full-time training and were the earliest foundation of the territory. They are not comparable to farmers who were temporarily recruited. I plan to conduct another round of rigorous selection from these veterans and choose the most skilled and clear-headed people to serve as middle and lower-level officers in the entire army in the future. The platoon leaders, squad leaders, and squad leaders will all come from among them." He paused, his tone revealing a clear plan for the development of the military. "First, we need to establish the command framework, let veterans mentor new recruits, and let those who understand warfare manage training, streamlining the hierarchy from top to bottom. If the system isn't established first, no matter how many people are trained, it will just be a disorganized mess. We'll take it one step at a time, first defining the framework, then adding the details, and finally gradually perfecting the entire system of military discipline, equipment, and supplies." When it comes to recruit training, Corwin's approach is even clearer. As for the newly recruited militia members, there's no need to issue them iron weapons from the start. That would be too wasteful and unnecessary. In the early stages, just provide them with wooden spears for basic practice. The focus of training should not be on combat skills, but on absolute obedience and orderly formations. He emphasized his words, making each one clear. The biggest fear for farmers going to the battlefield is panic and disarray. I want them to first learn to obey orders, hold their positions, not run around, and not panic, so that they can maintain formation and advance and retreat in unison on the battlefield. As long as the formation doesn't break, even if their skills are rusty, they can still form a fighting force. If they are disorganized, no matter how many people there are, they are just lambs to the slaughter. After the basics are solid, we will gradually strengthen their physical fitness, skills, and combat drills, and steadily improve them. After discussing a few more details, Colwyn concluded the meeting when he saw that no one had any further objections. Let's settle these military matters for now. Go and implement them as soon as possible. The crowd responded in unison, bowed, and then left the council chamber in an orderly fashion. The heavy oak door was gently pushed open and closed, and the footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Gus also prepared to leave with the others. Just as he was about to step out of the hall, Corwin suddenly spoke, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable air. Gus, stay a moment. I have a few things I'd like to ask you privately. Gus paused, nodded, and stood quietly waiting. Only after the last person left and the heavy doors slammed shut, completely shutting out the outside sounds, did the only sounds in the council chamber become the faint crackling of the burning candlelight and the quiet breathing of the two men. Corwin then rose, his gaze becoming serious and focused, his tone lowered, carrying a sense of caution and inquiry towards a formidable foe. Sir Gus, you have experienced many battles in the north and know the situation there far better than I do. I would like to ask you about the battle tactics that the barbarians of the north usually use. What are their fighting styles, charging habits, weapons and equipment, and personnel configurations like? And how do the regular armies of the kingdom and the major nobles generally fare in direct combat with the barbarians? Chapter 53 Barbarian Intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Gus slowly said, the military strength of the northern barbarians has always been directly allocated according to the population of the tribe. Because they are a nation of soldiers, the old, weak, women and children can all go to the battlefield. The kingdom has been dealing with them on the border for so many years and has long figured out the composition of their army, which can be roughly divided into 3 levels. The first tier consists of auxiliary troops, composed of defeated soldiers from surrendered tribes, deserters who fled the battlefield, and slaves captured by various tribes. This group has the worst equipment and the lowest morale, lacking both the will to fight and the ability to fight. In the barbarian battle formation, they are only fit to serve as fillers, menial laborers, and sacrificial pawns to consume enemy arrows. If they win, they can follow up with the charge, but if they lose, they will be the first to collapse. The second tier consists of the main fighting force, with the able-bodied men of the tribe at its core. They are the true backbone of the barbarian tribe. Among them are teenagers as young as 14 or 15, experienced adult hunters, and even physically strong women. These people are not part of the regular main force, but are wartime reserves. If the front lines suffer heavy casualties or the lines are in danger, they will immediately be sent to fill the gaps as a temporary emergency measure. This is the most terrifying aspect of the barbarian people's universal conscription. Almost all of them have the basic combat ability to fight. The third tier consists of heavily armored elites, composed of the tribe's most valiant warriors and battle-hardened elites. Each clad in heavy armor and wielding heavy weapons, they either charge into enemy lines on horseback, trampling their way through, or engage in foot combat, forcefully breaching defenses. Their sole purpose is to break through enemy lines and cripple key positions when battles are at a stalemate. This group's fighting prowess is in no way inferior to the kingdom's regular knights, which is the root cause of the immense difficulty in expanding the northern borders. How many truly armored and battle-hardened knights would the kingdom need to muster to subdue these fearless barbarians? Moreover, the kingdom's vast territory and dispersed defenses mean that opportunities to assemble such an elite force at once are extremely rare. It should be understood that a true knight is not just a nobleman with an empty title. He must be a warrior in full armor, well equipped with weapons, riding a fine war horse, having been on the battlefield and seen bloodshed, to be considered a qualified fighter. Such people are already scarce in the kingdom. To be honest, I really want to ask those high-ranking nobles in the capital what they're thinking. Smuggling along the border continues year after year. Ironware, armor plates, and even sophisticated weapons flow steadily into the north through secret trade routes. Now, the barbarians can don armor in droves, and their fighting power is vastly different from what it used to be. The two sides were already locked in a stalemate, and now the kingdom is subtly losing ground. Not to mention, internally, morale is low, everyone is preoccupied with their own territory and interests, and there's no will to unite against the powerful enemy in the north. Corwin listened quietly, his brow furrowed slightly, nodding occasionally to show that he fully understood the implications. After Gus finished speaking, he asked in a deep voice, I have a general understanding of the composition of the army and the gap in combat power. If we were to fight a real battle, what would the casualty ratio be for both sides? After a moment's thought, Gus said in an increasingly somber tone, the casualty ratio varies drastically depending on which unit is involved. When the private armies of the kingdom's nobles face ordinary barbarian main combat troops, the ratio is usually 5-1. We need to lose 5 men to barely exchange for one of theirs. If we really run into the barbarian heavy armor elites, this ratio will only be worse, and it might even turn into a one-sided massacre. The battlefield is never just about numbers on paper. Morale, equipment, logistics, tactics, and even the will of the soldiers can all determine life and death. The barbarians lived on the icy plains of the north, in a harsh environment where survival was a matter of life and death. They were resilient and ruthless, and even when at a disadvantage, they dared to fight to the death, completely disregarding their own lives. In contrast, the private armies of nobles were mostly cobbled together from conscripted farmers and mercenaries. They were poorly trained and weak-willed, lacking both courage and resilience. If it were the kingdom's regular army, the situation would be much better, roughly a 2-to-1 ratio against the barbarian main force, a price that would be acceptable. The problem is that the kingdom's main army is either stationed at major strategic fortresses or garrisoned in the capital to protect the royal family. The constant warfare in the northern border has been barely sustained by a small number of regular troops, plus a large number of private armies of the settlers. Regular legions incur enormous costs in terms of weaponry, provisions, and pay. The kingdom's treasury and the Council of Nobles would never easily agree to mobilize them for a northward march. Even if they were truly determined and deployed all their forces, facing the barbarians who were now heavily armed and equipped with weaponry no less than the kingdom's army, there was no guarantee of victory without the combined strength of the entire nation. After listening, Corwin lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, weighing the pros and cons repeatedly in his mind. After a long time, he finally spoke again. If my troops were to go into battle fully armored and prepared, what kind of battle situation could we expect to achieve? Gus carefully recalled what he had seen on a daily basis and solemnly replied, My lord, in my opinion, your soldiers are no less powerful than the kingdom's most elite regular army. I've observed them for a long time. Your troops are all full-time, off-duty soldiers. Each one has seen blood, fought on the battlefield, and killed the enemy. In battle, they will not easily collapse like peasant soldiers. Their discipline and coordination far surpass those of the private armies on the border. If they are fully armored, well-equipped, and well-coordinated, and if their numbers are equal, I wouldn't dare say they could easily crush the main barbarian force. But even if they were to face the barbarian heavy armor elite head-on, they would certainly have a fighting chance, and might even win. At this point, Jurston paused, his tone revealing a hint of undisguised surprise and admiration. My lord, I really can't understand how you managed to build such a force. Logically speaking, the strength under your command far exceeds the entire military power of a standard baronial territory, and is even comparable to the wealth of some minor viscounts. An ordinary baronial estate typically consists of only the baron himself and 3 knights under his command. A wealthier estate might have 1 or 2 more wandering knights or palace knights. The number of truly full-time combat soldiers is no more than a dozen, and including squires and guards, the total number would not exceed 30 to 50. Adding a conscripted peasant army on short notice, that's all the resources a baronial estate can muster, utterly insignificant compared to your army, sir. Corwin said softly. To tell you the truth, I aspired to become a pioneering nobleman from a very young age, to carve out a piece of land of my own in this wasteland. To this end, I did not hesitate to sell all the manors, fiefdoms, and real estates that my father had left me with half a lifetime of hard work, and bet my life and fortune on this place. The soldiers before you are not conscripted farmers, nor are they mercenaries hastily assembled. They are respectable young men and wandering warriors whom I have recruited from all corners of the country over the years, through rigorous selection and screening. I have personally honed and trained them, sharing their food, lodging, joys, and sorrows. I have never shortchanged them in the slightest when it comes to their pay, equipment, rations, armor, and weapons. I would rather have empty warehouses than fail to meet the needs of the army. I would rather live frugally and suffer from shortages of supplies myself than let my brothers who follow me suffer even the slightest injustice or lack of supplies. He paused, his eyes filled with a resolute determination, and lowered his voice to say, "As you can see, I don't have the fancy clothes, grand entourage, extravagant enjoyment, and useless pomp that nobles should have. My residence is simple, my expenses are frugal, and all my savings, all my efforts, and all my hopes have been poured into this army." Gus was taken aback at first, then burst into a hearty laugh, a deep and open laugh full of appreciation and relief. After a moment, he stopped laughing, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He took a half-step forward, his tone filled with sincere admiration and recognition. "My lord, in my eyes, which have seen countless border nobles, you are the most clear-headed and most deserving of the title of lord in this wasteland. This is a borderland where people lick blood from the edge of a knife, a wilderness where the strong can stand firm, not a banquet hall in the capital where people scheme against each other. What use are the empty formalities and luxurious food and clothing of those nobles in front of the barbarian battle axes? How many arrows can they stop? With such a loyal and elite army under your command, you could hold your ground not only in this wasteland, but also on the northern border. Even if you weren't a nobleman, with so many elite soldiers under your command, the kingdom would have no choice but to grant you noble status," Gus said emphatically. Chapter 54 Armor Making. After discussing with Guts in the council hall the distribution of the northern barbarians' forces, their combat habits, migration routes, and plundering patterns, Corwin remained silent for a long time. He felt that the potential of the armed forces under his command was far from reaching its true limit, and that as long as they were equipped, trained, and kept up with the times, there was still a lot of room for improvement. After concluding his discussions with Guts, Colwyn rested for a while before heading straight for the blacksmith shop in the territory. Even before approaching the low but sturdy stone building, a heat more intense than the cold wind wafted over him, a mixture of charcoal embers, red-hot pig iron, and steam rising from the quenching process. The furnace burned day and night in the workshop, heavy hammers repeatedly striking the anvil, the entire blacksmith shop steaming with scorching, murky heat in the dead of winter, like a small, perpetually frozen world. Even in the depths of winter, the blacksmith shop remained bustling with activity, no one able to find a moment's rest. Damaged swords, cracked spear shafts, and loose armor parts from the soldiers' daily drills and patrols piled up in a corner awaiting repair. Iron plows, hoes, sickles, and rakes needed for spring land reclamation had to be forged before the frozen ground thawed, and iron nails, rings, shovels, and cart parts necessary for the territory's daily operations were also crafted here. It seemed that the blacksmith shop, producing ironware, had never truly ceased operation since its inception. Corwin gently pushed open the wooden door, blackened by smoke, and slowly stepped inside. His gaze immediately fell upon a blacksmith before the central anvil, his muscular body hunched over, his entire frame tense, intently forging a thin piece of red-hot iron. The craftsman's expression was one of utter concentration, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the vibrant crimson light. Each swing of the hammer was steady, powerful, and precise, as if the entire world consisted only of him and the unfinished piece of iron in his hands. Corwin did not disturb this focus, but stood quietly, waiting patiently. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and iron filings. Sweat rolled down the blacksmith's foreheads, dripping onto the scorching ground, and instantly evaporating into a wisp of white mist. A moment later, the foreman blacksmith, catching his breath, saw the lord standing to the side. He was startled, wiped his rough hands haphazardly on his leather apron, and bowed respectfully. "My lord, what brings you here?" The call of "sir" instantly broke the monotonous hammering in the workshop. The blacksmiths all stopped what they were doing, putting down their hammers, tongs, and files, and bowed to Corwin in greeting. Corwin smiled, nodded in response to everyone, and finally stopped at the tallest and most experienced blacksmith, saying, "Brody, come here for a moment." The two walked out of the sweltering blacksmith shop one after the other, completely avoiding the noisy furnace and deafening hammer sounds inside, and were able to talk quietly. Corwin cut straight to the point without any unnecessary pleasantries. "I need a brand new batch of armor to fully equip the full-time soldiers in the territory." Brody paused slightly, his rough brows furrowing gently. He didn't ask any further questions, but simply waited quietly for the lord to continue. "Plate armor is too expensive. With the territory's current reserves and financial resources, it is far from being able to afford the consumption," Corwin said calmly. "Moreover, the production cycle of plate armor is extremely long and the craftsmanship requirements are demanding. Once it is deformed, broken, or damaged in battle, it is almost impossible to repair it quickly on the battlefield. It is too cumbersome and too extravagant for us." He paused, his tone becoming firm. "I want you to put aside other miscellaneous tasks and prioritize the forging of a batch of iron lamellar armor plates to be used to sew together a large quantity of lamellar armor." "All right, no problem, sir." Brody nodded emphatically, his face serious. "But sir, how many need to be made in total?" "We don't need any full-time soldiers or militiamen within the territory," Corwin replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Brody's expression turned serious, even showing some difficulty. He hesitated for a moment before mustering his courage to speak, his tone sincere and helpless. "My lord, it's not that I'm trying to shirk responsibility, but the cost of rushing to make the lamellar armor is too high. If we all focus on the armor plates and the armor itself, then the farming tools necessary for spring plowing next year will definitely not be completed on time." He took a deep breath and recounted the intricate process of making lamellar armor. A proper set of lamellar armor requires a large amount of refined wrought iron. The armor plates cannot be too thick and heavy to hinder the soldiers' movements, but they must also ensure sufficient defensive strength. They must be repeatedly forged in a high-temperature furnace to remove impurities and homogenize the texture. Then, the edges must be carefully polished to prevent cuts to the skin when wearing them. They must also be repeatedly pressed with a heavy hammer to transform the straight iron plates into an arc shape that fits the body, thereby enhancing their resistance to impacts. After that, they must be precisely perforated, strung with ropes, and painted to prevent rust. Every step must be meticulous. The process is complex, and it takes a great deal of time. If the blacksmith shops were to devote all their resources to armor production, they wouldn't be able to make many agricultural tools for spring plowing in the territory. Corwin remained silent for a moment, having already made up his mind. He slowly spoke, and Brody, hearing these unfamiliar words, asked, "Brody, do you know about assembly line operations?" Brody looked completely bewildered, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. "Flowing water homework? Sir, I've been blacksmithing for half my life, and I've never heard of such a thing." Corwin didn't elaborate on the unfamiliar term or delve into principles beyond the comprehension of this era. Instead, he laid out a simple and easy-to-implement solution. The principle is simple. You completely break down all the processes of making the armor plates. Each person is responsible for a specific task. One person is only responsible for forging the armor plates into shape, another for polishing, and yet another for positioning and punching. Each person focuses on one process, repeating it day and night. Practice makes perfect, and the speed will naturally increase exponentially, far faster than one person doing it all from start to finish. He continued, "As for the delicate work like braiding ropes, threading chains, and assembling armor, which doesn't require forging in a furnace, there's no need to take up the blacksmith's time. I will have the newly recruited tailors teach the women of the territory to participate. They have nothing to do in the winter, so they can complete these meticulous tasks. I will order that all finished products must be inspected for quality by you, Brody, and several senior blacksmiths one by one. Any that doesn't meet the standards must be reworked. No carelessness will be allowed. You will still control the core forging process, while the minor details will be handled by the women of the territory. In this way, the armor and farm tools won't delay the spring plowing. Brody was taken aback at first, then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had been completely enlightened. He slapped his thigh, his voice trembling with excitement. "You can do that. Your idea is brilliant. I never thought it could be arranged like this. This way, efficiency will more than double. Not only can the armor plates be completed, but the farm tools for spring will also not be delayed. Then I'll have to trouble you." Corwin nodded with satisfaction, a rare look of relief on his face. Leaving the blacksmith shop and walking along the path still covered in snow, his steps were noticeably lighter. Although the wind was cold, Colwyn's heart was filled with lightness. With this batch of standardized, high-quality lamellar armor, the territory's military equipment level will directly leap to a whole new level. Then, the old leather armor and damaged but still usable chainmail worn by the soldiers can be prioritized for repair and distributed to the most diligent and outstanding elite militia. In this land where equipment is generally rudimentary and most people can only fight in plain clothes, such a well-organized, progressively equipped, and highly trained force will already be a powerful force capable of intimidating all sides. Choosing lamellar armor was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Corwin, but rather the optimal solution after careful consideration. Given the territory's current level of craftsmanship, financial reserves, and emergency needs, lamellar armor was virtually unmatched in practicality. It was of moderate difficulty to produce, the materials were readily available, the cost was far lower than plate armor, it was lightweight to wear, easy to repair, and convenient to carry. Even if a few pieces were damaged in the heat of battle, they could be quickly replaced and repaired, while its protective capabilities were by no means weak, sufficient to withstand sword cuts and light blunt force impacts. It was arguably the most suitable armor for the territory's army. At this moment, the territory's people's livelihood, production, and military equipment have gradually returned to normal, and Corwin has a clearer idea in his mind. He wanted to mold these soldiers, who didn't have to participate in farming or labor, into the true core elite of the territory. Corwin envisioned that all members would be equipped with standard lamellar armor, uniformly issued with spears of the same length and sturdy square shields, forming a stable defensive formation. For close combat, they would be equipped with specialized armor-piercing short hammers, hand axes, or spiked blades to deal with similarly armored enemies they might encounter in the future. From this core force, the strongest and quickest reacting individuals would be selected and specially equipped with powerful bows and crossbows to train their ranged combat abilities. In this way, the entire force would be capable of both long-range shooting and close-quarters combat, truly achieving a balance of offense and defense and freedom of movement. This force will be the absolute foundation for him to establish himself here and expand his territory. Once the militia under their command have been trained and tempered by actual combat and baptized in blood, the strongest and most determined individuals will be selected from among them and continuously added to the core elite force to maintain the vitality and combat effectiveness of the team. The rest will serve as regular garrison troops, guarding the territory, maintaining order, and assisting in land reclamation. Over time, layer upon layer, link upon link, a powerful, stable, loyal, and reliable armed force will take shape in this territory, eventually growing into a formidable army that everyone must take seriously. However, it will still take a long time. But Colwyn wasn't in a hurry. He has enough patience and enough confidence. Chapter 55 Road Repair. After finalizing the specifications and manufacturing standards for the standard lamellar armor exclusive to the territory's army, Corwin personally oversaw the arms planning, meticulously counting and verifying the required quantities of long and short swords, spears, short axes, shields, and various supporting weapons. He made clear regulations for everything from the overall framework of the armor to a single armor plate or a strap. Knowing that the wear and tear on the battlefield was unpredictable, he specifically ordered the blacksmiths to forge 30% more weapons and armor than the existing army, in order to avoid the predicament of having no armor to replace or no reserve supplies after battle. These were to be stored as spare parts in the armory to deal with any sudden conflicts and losses. Meanwhile, John and Gus were tasked with selecting and organizing the able-bodied men within the territory. Following the standards set by Corwin, they examined every male between the ages of 16 and 40, weeding out the weak, sickly, or unfit for labor and training. They ultimately selected a group of physically strong, obedient, and reasonably determined men, forming them into a preliminary militia force. Basic training began on the parade ground in the center of the territory. From the simplest marching drills and obeying commands to basic club parrying and spear thrusting, each skill was progressively refined, preparing these young men of peasant origin to resemble soldiers, from whom future soldiers would be selected to reinforce the army. After inspecting the militia training grounds, Corwin looked at the neatly lined-up troops who were beginning to show discipline and felt more confident about the defense and development of his territory. He didn't linger. Upon returning to the Lord's Hall, he sent for the steward and Roman to discuss the iron ore they had discovered earlier. When the two arrived in a hurry, Corwin didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, mentioning the open-pit iron mine that Roman had previously explored and discovered deep in the forest. Holding a simple topographical map of the territory on the table, he said, "Now that deep winter is almost over, the heavy snow of the past few days has all fallen, and the snow in the forests and fields has begun to melt slowly. The ground is still in a semi-frozen state and has not yet become muddy and difficult to walk on. It is the best window of the year to repair the roads. We must build a stable road from the core of our territory to the iron ore deposits before spring fully arrives and the rains become frequent. This way, once spring arrives and the land thaws, we can immediately begin mining iron ore and transporting it back, thus completely solving the problem of raw materials for the manufacture of military equipment and the repair of tools in our territory." After giving his instructions, Corwin entrusted the task of clearing the road to Roman and the steward, instructing them to take advantage of the winter off-season when farming was less demanding and to prioritize leading reliable personnel to complete the route exploration and preliminary clearing work. Once the basic outline of the entire road has been established, the gravel and hard soil that the territory had deliberately stockpiled and selected over the past few months can be put to good use to pave and reinforce the road surface, thus preventing the continuous rains after the start of spring from softening the new road into mud and making it impossible to transport the ore. As Corwin issued clear instructions, the entire territory, like a tightly wound precision machine, quickly entered a state of efficient and orderly operation. Inside the blacksmith shop on the west side of the territory, the furnace fire burns day and night, and the sounds of the bellows being pulled and the hammers striking the iron billets are constant. Experienced blacksmiths lead their apprentices to forge armor plates, hammer spear shafts, and forge iron edges for shields at breakneck speed. Each finished product undergoes rigorous inspection to ensure it is strong and durable enough. On the drill ground, John and Gus took turns on duty. While one led the training, the other was responsible for maintaining order and correcting movements, ensuring that the militia's training rhythm was never interrupted. Even though the cold wind was still biting, the young men participating in the training dared not slack off in the slightest. Anyone who dared to slack off would have their day's rations confiscated. Under strict commands, the militiamen took turns practicing formations, obedience, and basic skills. On the outskirts of the territory, leading towards the dense forest, the slaves and idle citizens were organized and grouped by the steward. Under the supervision and command of designated personnel, they were systematically engaged in the arduous tasks of logging, clearing obstacles, and opening roads. Everyone performed their duties diligently, without chaos or shirking, and everything proceeded steadily under Corwin's control. Based on his experience in exploring the iron ore mines on his own, Roman personally led the team at the front of the expedition. He carefully identified the terrain, avoiding low-lying and flood-prone areas, soft swamps, and steep and difficult places, and chose the smoothest and shortest route for the passage. At every turning point, fork in the road, and critical node, his attendants would drive in sturdy wooden stakes and wrap them with conspicuous ropes as markers to ensure that the subsequent construction direction would not deviate. The steward demonstrated excellent coordination skills, meticulously dividing all the laborers into 3 groups according to their physical strength and expertise, with each group working seamlessly together. The first group of strong men, armed with axes and saws, were responsible for felling trees within the designated route area and clearing away overgrown branches and boulder obstacles. The second group followed closely behind, using crowbars to remove tree stumps buried deep in the soil, using shovels to level any bumps in the road surface, and then filling in potholes with soil and gravel to make the entire roadbed smooth and solid. The third group was specifically responsible for paving the road, evenly spreading the pre-prepared gravel on the completed roadbed, and then using heavy wooden rammers to compact it layer by layer, never slowing down even in the biting cold wind, all to ensure that the road surface was strong enough to withstand the erosion of the following rainy season. In addition, Corwin specially dispatched the most skilled carpenters from within the territory to work in sync with the road construction. Along the completed road, at appropriate intervals, they built simple sentry posts using freshly felled, sturdy logs. Although small, these posts were sufficient to shelter from the wind and snow, protect against wolves and wild animals roaming the forest, and later serve as temporary transit points for or transport teams, providing rest, supplies, and storage for travelers. This greatly enhanced the practicality of the entire road and also made it suitable for future exploration. Days passed by in this tense, yet orderly busyness. The chill of winter had not yet completely faded, but the territory was already a scene of bustling construction. From the blacksmith shop with its roaring furnace to the training ground with its loud noises, and to the dusty road construction site, every manpower and every resource in the territory was allocated by Corwin to construction and preparation for war. Fortunately, thanks to previous savings and the harvest from the expeditions, the territory's granaries were still full, and the food supply was sufficient to support the current high-intensity construction and training. Corwin knew that the laborers needed to be well treated under heavy labor, so he immediately ordered that the militiamen who were training hard every day, as well as the people and slaves at the road construction site, should each receive extra rations. The ratio of meat to wheat porridge was also increased accordingly, so that those who were working and training would be well fed and have the strength. When this order was issued, the entire territory was filled with gratitude. The simple and honest people already lived peacefully under the protection of their lord, free from the harassment of bandits and the suffering of hunger and cold. Now, they received the Lord's care and consideration even more during their arduous labor. In their simple understanding, it was their Lord who gave them a home, food, and a way to survive. Such a benevolent Lord deserved their utmost gratitude. So whether they were training hard on the training ground or clearing roads in the forest, everyone was on high alert and dared not slack off in the slightest. They were willing to do their best for their Lord, for their territory, and for their homeland. As for the slaves at the bottom of society, Corwin never treated them cruelly or abusively. Although their daily work was arduous and difficult, they knew better than anyone that in the territories of other nobles outside this land, the plight of slaves was even more miserable. They toiled all day but were often hungry, and the slightest mistake would result in beatings and punishments. Their lives were as worthless as grass. But under Corwin's rule, although they lacked freedom, they received basic protection and could occasionally fill their stomachs after their hard work, no longer having to live in constant fear and hunger. In their eyes, this was already a rare act of kindness and grace. Therefore, even though the work was arduous, no one complained. Instead, they gritted their teeth and worked hard with all their might, repaying the Lord's kindness in the most clumsy yet sincere way. Chapter 56, Selecting Officers. Time flows slowly in the lingering chill of winter. The snow that had melted over the past few days condenses into thin ice in the morning, then gradually melts away in the warm afternoon sun. Deep within the frozen earth, the breath of reviving vegetation is already quietly emerging. Spring is not far away. During this period, the territory underwent visible changes every day. The road leading to the iron mine had a solid foundation and was paved with gravel, and it was already taking shape as a passable road. The blacksmith's furnace burned day and night, and pieces of lamellar armor, spears, and shields were continuously forged and neatly stacked in the armory. After a long period of rigorous training, which never stopped despite wind and snow, the militiamen have shed the laxity and timidity that farmers are born with. They have become upright, with regular steps, and have begun to possess the discipline and basic qualities that true soldiers should have. Seeing that the training results far exceeded expectations, Corwin knew that the best time to reorganize the army, establish a formal structure, and build a command system had finally arrived. He personally conducted an even more rigorous assessment of the young and strong militiamen who had been initially selected. The assessment went beyond mere strength and skill. It also emphasized discipline, obedience to orders, teamwork, and mastery of basic martial arts skills developed through long-term training. After several days of selection and careful observation, 60 militiamen with the best qualifications, the most diligent training, and the most conscientious attitude were finally chosen and officially designated as regular recruits for the territory, serving as the core force for future military expansion. As for the remaining able-bodied men who were not selected, Corwin made prudent arrangements, classifying them all as reserve militia. They only need to gather for training at regular times each month to maintain basic combat capabilities. In peacetime, they can return to farming, road construction, logging, and other labor, which will not delay the production and construction of the territory, and can also be quickly conscripted to replenish combat capabilities in wartime. This approach balances both aspects and ensures a smooth transition. After determining the division between new recruits and reserve militia, Corwin immediately ordered John and Gus to quickly gather all veterans and newly recruited regular soldiers in the territory at the central training ground for a public and formal arms review and combat competition. Firstly, it serves to test the results of training throughout the winter. Secondly, it establishes military ranks, positions, and command order in front of everyone, ensuring the entire team is legitimate and obeys orders without question. After a while, the sounds of armor clashing and boots pounding the ground echoed across the training ground. More than 100 soldiers assembled in pre-assigned formations. The veterans, dressed in relatively complete armor and holding sharpened weapons, stood steadily and exuded a solemn aura. Each of them had experienced arduous journeys and dangers, and were Corwin's most reliable asset. The new recruits stood in formation with their backs straight. Although their eyes still showed some tension and trepidation, they had long since lost the panic they had during their initial training. The entire drill ground was completely silent, save for the soft rustling of the wind as it passed over the flagpole and fluttered the flags, creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Under the protection of Captain Corwin slowly ascended the log reviewing platform, calmly scanning the entire area with his gaze, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Looking at the spirited and disciplined recruits below the stage, Corwin nodded slightly, his voice steady and powerful, carrying through every corner of the clear winter air. You have undergone a long period of arduous training, never slacking off despite wind and snow, and have been selected through multiple rounds of screening, making you all the best among the new recruits in the territory. Today, I will personally inspect the results of your training, first your formation coordination, then your individual martial arts skills. Those who demonstrate outstanding performance and strict discipline will be rewarded. As the messenger loudly repeated the order, the new recruits immediately began to move. From the most basic marching and turning to a halt, to shield soldiers closely huddling together to form a defensive formation to resist arrows, and then to the basic offensive formation of spearmen advancing in sync with shield soldiers, a series of basic battle formations unfolded one after another. Although the recruits' movements were still somewhat clumsy and their formations occasionally deviated, they had already achieved the ability to act on orders and advance and retreat in a measured manner, no longer the disorganized bunch they once were. They hadn't been on the battlefield yet, but they were already taking shape. Corwin watched quietly from the high platform, nodding slightly to the well-coordinated and synchronized teams, while pointing out the problems on the spot for the teams with chaotic rhythms and poor coordination. No one dared to be perfunctory or slack throughout the entire process. After the formation drill ended, the new recruits lined up to rest, drinking water and wiping away sweat, but still maintained quiet order. A short while later, the individual skills competition officially began. Spear thrusts, shield parries, and close-quarters combat were conducted in turn. Among the recruits, only a few were truly talented and skilled in martial arts. Most of them still had somewhat stiff and unfamiliar moves, and their strength and technique were far from mature. However, compared to how they initially couldn't even hold their weapons properly, it was a huge improvement. After all the new recruits had finished their drills, Corwin spoke again in front of everyone, his tone carrying a hint of approval and encouragement. I have seen all your efforts, your sweat, and your progress. Tonight, everyone will have an extra meal, with plenty of meat porridge and wheat cakes. Those who perform the best will receive an additional reward. As soon as the words were spoken, the new recruits could no longer contain their excitement. They saluted in unison, and cheers erupted. Their already high morale was pushed to its peak at this moment. After calming the new recruits, Corwin's gaze slowly shifted to the other side, to the veterans who stood motionless and exuded a solemn aura. These people are the core force that followed him all the way to this territory, sharing joys and sorrows. They all have practical experience and are loyal and reliable. They are the true backbone and blood of the entire army. His tone grew increasingly solemn as he loudly proclaimed to the veterans, "Brothers, you are my most trusted elites, the cornerstone of the territory's safety. Today, I will not judge you by seniority or by personal relationships, but by your combat skills and squad command abilities. I will conduct a fair and open selection process to choose officers of all ranks, establishing their positions, salaries, and responsibilities. From now on, you will command new recruits, train troops, and guard the territory." Considering that the territory's actual military strength, including both veterans and new recruits, amounted to only about 120 men, Corwin decisively abandoned redundant and inefficient high-ranking units, such as brigades and regiments, establishing only the most practical and streamlined three-tiered military system of squads, platoons, and companies. 5 men form a squad, with a squad leader in charge. 2 squads and 1 platoon, each with a platoon leader. The 5th team was led by a team leader. Based on the total troop strength, setting up 2 teams is more than enough. It has fewer layers, higher efficiency, faster command, and can also eliminate all empty positions and redundant personnel. On the training ground, the veterans did not simply compete in brute force like street gladiators. Instead, they strictly followed Corwin's requirements, competing in individual combat skills while also directing their squads to perform simple coordination exercises, demonstrating their leadership abilities. Amidst the clashing of blades and the crisscrossing of spears, the competition was intense yet orderly. The moves were steady and practical, devoid of any frills, each strike revealing the ruthlessness honed in the face of life and death. This gave the onlookers a real eye-opener, allowing them to truly understand what it means to be a seasoned soldier. After the entire competition, Corwin, taking into account the on-site performance, his usual training performance, loyalty, and sense of responsibility, made a comprehensive evaluation and announced the appointment of the corporal and squad leader on the spot. To ensure stable command and prevent unexpected interruptions, he also specially assigned a deputy to each junior officer, all of whom were experienced veterans. This combination of experienced and new officers, with the strong leading the weak, formed a stable and efficient command chain. With the reorganization of the entire army finalized, Corwin stood on the high platform and formally announced the final appointments. John and Gus each formed a team. Both teams adopt a mixed formation of veterans and new recruits, training and competing separately in peacetime, and cooperating and supporting each other in wartime. Command responsibilities are clearly defined, eliminating the potential for multiple orders and chaotic command from the root. Captain Corwin directly commands the Lord's Guard, which is not included in the regular 2-team formation. He is responsible for Corwin's personal safety and guards key locations such as the Lord's Hall and the Armory. He is the last line of defense and the most loyal guardian of the territory. Roman continued to lead the scout squad independently, whose duties included terrain reconnaissance, advanced reconnaissance, perimeter surveillance, and intelligence transmission. All actions were directly under the command of Corwin himself. The squad was flexible and mobile, not bound by conventional forces, and bore the heavy responsibility of being the Army's eyes and ears and scouts. With this, Corwin's territory army was completely reorganized. The three-tiered organizational structure is clear, the command chain is smooth, personnel perform their respective duties, and the morale of the entire army is high. New recruits transformed from farmers, veterans inherited from the old ranks, guards, scouts, and regular troops each held their positions and fulfilled their responsibilities. A truly loyal, elite, and disciplined armed force. It was officially completed at the end of winter and the beginning of spring. They lie dormant, waiting for the day to protect their territory and expand their lands. Chapter 57 Planning. Winter was almost over, and the cold wind was already carrying a hint of the warmth of spring. Corwin sat in the house, thinking about the territory's plans after the spring, with one thing after another brewing in his mind. The most important thing is to expand the population. Whether it is to purchase slaves from outside or to continue to find places to recruit displaced people, it is necessary to do so, as the pioneering territory has always been short of manpower. The land's greatest need for development and growth has never been planning, but rather the manpower to implement that planning. Quite some time has passed since they last replenished their workforce with Andy, the wandering slave trader. Before leaving, Andy explicitly stated that he would bring new men through the Wild Tooth Fortress area approximately every 3 months. With the 3-month deadline fast approaching, he must arrange for reliable personnel to go to Wild Fong Fortress to await news as soon as possible, and he must not miss this rare opportunity to replenish the population. Secondly, there was the batch of stolen goods that Baron Torfield had entrusted to him for disposal. The agreed-upon timeline had been set when the matter was entrusted to him, and now it was time to liquidate them and settle the matter. That sum of money is extremely important to the territory at present. As long as the money is successfully obtained, the progress of various construction projects in the territory can be accelerated, and his plans that have been delayed will have the capital to be successfully implemented. Food security remains a critical concern, a red line that weighs heavily on Corwin's mind. Because this land is newly cultivated, yields are low, and the territory's food reserves have always been strained. Over-reliance on external resources is a persistent threat. Once the ice and snow have completely melted and the earth has thawed, he will order all able-bodied men and women in his territory to work together to reclaim wasteland and cultivate fields, expanding the cultivated area as quickly as possible. His goal is clear and firm: to achieve food self-sufficiency in his territory as soon as possible. Even if he cannot achieve it all at once, he will minimize his dependence on the outside world and completely eliminate this most fatal weakness. Upgrading defenses is equally important. Currently, most of the watchtowers on the outskirts of the territory are hastily constructed wooden structures that are not only susceptible to weathering, but also unable to withstand any fierce attacks, making their defensive capabilities far from ideal. Once the frozen ground thaws in the spring and stone and timber can be quarried and transported smoothly, Corwin will immediately begin construction. Relying on the naturally steep mountains on both sides of the territory, he will build a sturdy high wall on the only passageway in the middle, and then construct defensive fortifications mainly made of stone on the mountain peaks on both sides, turning this strategic pass into a formidable pass that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. A pass that one man can hold off 10,000. The weakest point of any pass is always the city gate, and Corwin had meticulously planned this in his mind long ago. He intended to construct a high, enclosed defensive fortification, similar to a barbican, outside the main city gate, and to make the main road in front of the pass a winding, meandering dirt and stone path. This design might be slightly inconvenient for vehicles and pedestrians on ordinary days, but in the event of war, it would be incredibly effective, severely limiting the enemy's attack ranks and scale. No matter how numerous the enemy, they would be firmly blocked by the narrow, winding road, unable to launch a proper charge. On the high walls, he also planned to leave dense arrow slits and build towering watchtowers and arrow towers, allowing the defenders to maintain absolute control of the battlefield with their superior position, inflicting minimal casualties on the invading enemy. The internal affairs planning of the territory is equally complicated and intricate, with countless details. At present, the territory's population is not large, and various affairs are relatively simple and clear, making management relatively stressful. However, once slaves and refugees flood in large numbers, the population will rapidly expand, and the originally chaotic living pattern will inevitably lead to a series of problems such as overcrowding, sanitation, and order. If not handled carefully, chaos will easily break out. Corwin had already made up his mind to replan the entire residential area and completely overturn the current makeshift, haphazard arrangement. He planned to build neat rows of houses, each with an area of 20 to 30 square meters, which would be enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably. The houses would also be located as close as possible to the fields to be cultivated, ensuring both spaciousness and convenience for the residents' daily work. Of course, these houses could not be given to the people for free. Corwin was not being generous. The people had a basic obligation to pay taxes and perform labor for their lord. The cost of stone, timber, and labor required for building houses should naturally be offset by unpaid labor or by working in workshops, mines, and farms. There was no reason for them to enjoy these things for nothing. In addition, the territory lacks a large number of basic supporting facilities to maintain its operation: mills for grinding grain, irrigation canals for watering fields, livestock sheds for raising livestock, and wells for ensuring drinking water, all of which must be built one by one according to the plan. More importantly, armories and granaries must be built in completely separate locations and can no longer be mixed together in a chaotic manner as they are now. This is to prevent accidental fires from damaging the weapons and provisions, and also to prevent slave revolts or foreign spies from taking the opportunity to set fires or sabotage, thus eliminating potential threats at their source. The major and minor matters concerning the development of the territory filled Corwin's mind, making his temples throb and leaving him feeling utterly exhausted and powerless. In this vast pioneering territory, from construction planning to the mundane details of daily life, only one steward could truly help him share the burden and handle affairs. Even with the old steward's unwavering loyalty and dedication, no one can be in two places at once, and faced with such a vast array of affairs, he was ultimately overwhelmed. As for John and his men, charging into battle and wielding swords were their forte, and each of them was a reliable fighting force. But asking them to pick up pen and paper to manage the territory's internal affairs and handle the trivial matters of the people's livelihood was like forcing ducks onto a shelf. It was simply asking the impossible. As he gazed at the territory gradually revealing the signs of spring, Corwin sighed softly in his heart. When will he be able to find some people who understand this to help him with these trivial but important matters concerning the territory? Rubbing his throbbing temples, Corwin gently closed his eyes and leaned back in the slightly rough wooden chair to rest for a moment. The chaotic and complex affairs of the territory still swirled in his mind, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted. After a short while, he slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand towards the door, and solemnly instructed the servants to immediately summon Roman to his side. Not long after, footsteps approached, and Roman strode into Corwin's cabin. He bowed respectfully upon entering, then stood aside, quietly awaiting Corwin's orders without uttering a word. Corwin looked at his trusted subordinate and said calmly, "Roman, take a few men and head to Barren Field immediately. Remember, be discreet and cautious. Subtly inquire when the payment will be settled for the supplies I entrusted to the Baron." He paused, then continued to assign the remaining tasks. "After this matter is settled, you don't need to rush back. Just wait at Wildfang Fortress. The 3-month agreement with the slave traders is nearing its end, and they will likely be passing through this area with their men soon." Finally, Corwin emphasized and added solemnly, "Once the slave caravan arrives, ride back to me as fast as you can and report back. Remember, before I arrive, do not discuss prices or the number of people with them. All matters must be decided after I arrive in person." After listening, Roman went downstairs to prepare to select manpower and set off. Chapter 58: Attracting People. After Roman accepted the order and turned to leave, Corwin felt an overwhelming exhaustion surge through his body. The mountain of territorial affairs, defense planning, and calculations of population and finances had almost completely drained his energy, leaving him with little strength left to think even for a moment longer. He stopped forcing himself to stay awake, casually took off his outer robe, and lay down fully clothed on the wooden bed in the cabin. He soon fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly, and for a long time, without dreams, only a completely empty and exhausted rest. When he opened his heavy eyelids again, it was already close to dusk outside the window. His stomach was growling with hunger. After instructing his servants to bring him food, he ate a simple dinner that was not lavish, and even somewhat meager. Corwin then sat back down at the table. The flickering lamplight cast shifting shadows on the rough wooden wall, but his thoughts remained firmly entangled in the myriad, tangled affairs of his territory, preventing him from truly relaxing. The lack of population acted like an invisible shackle, firmly hindering every step of the territory's development. Without enough manpower, wasteland could not be cultivated, food could not be produced, city walls could not be built, and defenses could not be perfected. No matter how many good plans he had in mind, they were ultimately just empty talk. As he pondered, an extremely bold, even reckless, idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Once it appeared, he could no longer suppress it. Corwin immediately straightened up and, in a deep voice, ordered the servants outside the door to immediately fetch John and Guts. Before long, 2 hurried footsteps approached from afar. John was dressed in simple tanned leather armor, with a burly and robust build, a rugged face, and an expression that carried the straightforwardness and bravery unique to warriors. Guts, on the other hand, was more composed and meticulous, acting cautiously and thoroughly, and was one of the few reliable subordinates around Corwin who understood aristocratic etiquette and local law. After entering, the 2 bowed to Corwin and then sat down at the table, waiting quietly for Corwin to speak. Corwin didn't intend to beat around the bush. He calmly swept his gaze over the 2 of them and broke the silence in the room by speaking directly. What the territory lacks most right now is live manpower. Relying solely on waiting for slave caravans to pass by every 3 months is far too slow and insufficient to support all our plans after the spring. I was thinking, what if we took the initiative to send people to the territories of other lords in the surrounding area to secretly recruit refugees and people willing to come and seek refuge? What do you think of that? Upon hearing this, John and Guts exchanged a glance, both slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting their lord to suddenly propose such a startling idea. Guts, having considered the matter more thoroughly and understanding its implications better, immediately bowed first and spoke cautiously. My lord, your idea is naturally to expand the territory as quickly as possible, but implementing this will be extremely difficult and risky. Not to mention that our territory is remote and difficult to develop, and it's unlikely that anyone would be willing to abandon their homeland to come to such a place. More importantly, in any inhabited territory, the population is the lord's most core private property. Even free people have the right to migrate, but the original lord will never easily relinquish serfs and the people dependent on the land. Corwin naturally understood the strict class system and rules of this land. Here, personal status was clearly defined and almost insurmountable. Free men possessed relatively complete personal rights, could freely choose their occupation and migrate, and were protected by the most basic laws. Serfs were bound to the manor and the land for life, and could not leave their territory without permission. Although the lord could not sell them at will like slaves, he had absolute authority over them, to employ them and to punish them, and slaves were, in fact, talking property, whose life, death, and fate were entirely at the mercy of their masters. Of course, I know that relying solely on purchasing slaves will result in a very slow population growth rate. Corwin's tone remained calm and unwavering. Most of the slaves we buy have endured hardship and are physically weak. They require a lot of food and time to soothe, recuperate, tame, and control. They are far less useful and less troublesome than the laborers who come willingly to join us. He paused slightly, then slowly and deliberately uttered the plan that had been repeatedly considered and formed in his mind. I plan to take some money from the territory's funds to bribe a group of traveling merchants, vagabonds, and bards to spread the news quietly to the surrounding areas. There's no need to say that I'm behind it. Just treat it as news circulating spontaneously among the people. Say that we have established a foothold in this pioneering territory, and that the Lord is kind and generous. Anyone willing to travel a long distance to come and settle down will have their farming tools lent to them free of charge, and their seeds will be supplied by the territory. They won't have to pay a single penny. Anyone who comes to reclaim wasteland will be exempt from land tax for 3 years. The land reclaimed will have the right to use it, which can be passed down from father to son, but the ownership will still be in my hands. Within the prescribed limit, you can own as much land as you reclaim. If anyone is diligent and willing to continue cultivating more land, I will purchase all of it beyond the limit at an absolutely fair market price. And most importantly, no matter if you were a free man, a serf, or a deserter escaping labor or crime, once you step into our territory, within my domain, you will be treated as a free man. Your past status will be wiped clean, you will not be investigated, questioned, or sent back to your original owner. Upon hearing this, John's expression immediately changed, and he urgently and worriedly dissuaded him. Young master, isn't this a bit too risky? You are openly enticing other lords' serfs to flee, undermining the foundation of all the noble lords. Once the news spreads, it will surely offend all the surrounding lords. At best, we will face hostility and trade blockades. At worst, it could directly trigger war and bring us annihilation. Corwin remained calm, showing no sign of panic. If you want to expand your territory and go from having nothing to establishing yourself, how can you not offend people? The surrounding lords treat serfs and people as their private property, levying exorbitant taxes and exploiting them. People have long been resentful. I will not rob, seize, or launch an attack. I will simply offer a way to survive to those who cannot go on living. I believe some of them will be willing to give it a try. Moreover, if this matter really causes trouble, I will naturally accept it. The territory is strategically located, with 2 mountains flanking a valley, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. After we thaw in the spring and build the passes and city walls, even if someone is dissatisfied and wants to cause trouble, they will have to consider whether they have the ability to step in. Right now, population is everything to us. With people, we have food, soldiers, and a future. Without people, this territory will always be just an empty land. As long as we can attract people and truly bring the territory to life, this risk is worth taking. Seeing that Colwyn was determined and his words were full of a do-or-die resolve, John and Gus did not try to persuade him any further and stood up to accept the order. Yes, sir. Colwyn nodded and gave the order. Do this discreetly, without leaving any evidence directly related to the territory. First, select a few eloquent and agile refugees from within the territory, and then take out some supplies and money to bribe traveling merchants, vagrants, and woodcutters along the way, so that they can quietly spread the word to the surrounding villages, manors, and market towns. Gus, being observant, immediately stepped forward. Rest assured, sir, I will send people in batches, with each group only sending a short message. I will never spread the message too widely, nor will I reveal that we are the ones who arranged it. Once someone sets off, I will set up sentries at the mountain pass in advance to receive, register, and settle them, so as to prevent them from being intercepted by the neighboring leaders. John echoed in a deep voice. I will go and reinforce the outposts near the pass and increase the number of patrols so that as soon as the refugees arrive, we can immediately spare people to maintain order and prevent chaos. Corwin nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Once the refugees arrive, they should be settled in one place, given simple food and straw, and a temporary living area should be designated. Farm tools and seeds should be prepared in advance. Remember that as long as they are willing to stay and farm, and are willing to contribute to the construction, we will never treat them unfairly. Yes. The two agreed in unison, said no more, turned around, and quickly walked out of the wooden house to make arrangements separately. Corwin sat alone by the window, gazing at the darkening sky. He knew very well that from this moment on, this place was no longer a remote, nameless pioneer territory. Chapter 59: The Slave Trade. After some time, the chill of winter still lingered over the territory. Corwin sat behind a large wooden table, engrossed in dealing with the mountain of territory affairs. On the table were warehouse inventory lists, workshop output records, and road construction information. The quill pen scratched across the paper as he checked the figures and silently planned the reclamation and construction projects for the spring. Suddenly, soft footsteps came from outside the door. The servant gently pushed open the door, quickly walked over, and reported, "Young master, Roman has sent someone back. The messenger said there is something that you must decide personally. Corwin paused slightly in his hand holding the quill. After a moment's thought, he knew that Roman would never have asked him to go in person unless he was facing a difficult decision. He put down the pen and ordered in a calm voice, "Go and summon the captain of the guard, Corin." A short while later, the door was gently pushed open, and the head guard, Corin, walked steadily into the study, bowing to Corwin. "Young master, you wanted to see me?" Corwin nodded, his tone decisive. "Roman has sent word from Wildfang Fortress. Go immediately to select 30 elite soldiers, check the horses, weapons, and rations, and assemble them within 15 minutes. We will depart immediately." "Yes." Corin didn't dare to delay for a moment, and answered in a deep voice. He then turned around and quickly left to arrange defenses and his entourage. Once the team was ready, Corwin summoned the steward and explained in detail the daily management of the territory, emergency affairs, and inspections of the estates. He even carefully instructed him on how to deal with unexpected situations. After confirming that everything was arranged correctly, he put on a thick cloak, led the waiting guards, mounted his horse, and galloped towards the direction of Wildfang Fortress. The group traveled day and night and finally arrived at Wildfang Fortress. The journey of the past few days had left everyone slightly exhausted, but they still maintained strict discipline. Upon arriving at Wildfang Fortress, the men sent by Roman were already waiting at the crossroads. Upon seeing Corwin's group, they immediately stepped forward to lead the way, taking everyone directly to Roman's location. Upon meeting Roman, Corwin first inquired briefly about his recent situation, the state of the slave market, and the attitude of the slave traders. After confirming that everything was temporarily stable and no unexpected changes had occurred, he asked no further questions. The past few days of travel had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and his mind was somewhat foggy. He was not in a suitable state to discuss important matters. He immediately ordered everyone to rest and recuperate before proceeding. After a night's rest, Corwin was fully recovered, the fatigue between his brows gone. At the crack of dawn, he immediately summoned Roman and instructed him to contact Andy of the slave trade. His personal visit was not for a simple transaction, but to finalize a long-term, stable deal. If he had to personally cross the territory to travel to and from Wild Tooth Fortress every time, it would not only be time-consuming and exhausting, but also risky. He planned to reach a long-term agreement with the slave owners and slave-catching teams, so that they would send the slaves to the vicinity of his territory for handover, saving him all the trouble in between. Moreover, he urgently needs a large population to populate his territory, and a series of plans such as reclaiming wasteland, building workshops, and strengthening city defenses are being rolled out. Moreover, the implementation of his plans will inevitably cause quite a stir. At that time, not to mention the neighboring nobles, even Baron Field, with whom they had previously cooperated, might become suspicious and even secretly obstruct or sabotage the project. Having made up his mind, Corwin changed into a proper nobleman's casual dress and led a squad of 10 elite soldiers toward the tavern. Winter had not yet completely faded, but the cold wind already hinted at the warmth of early spring. Inside the tavern, the fire was blazing, and it was crowded with mercenaries, merchants, and travelers. The noisy laughter and clinking of glasses mingled together, almost lifting the roof off. Corwin stood tall and composed, his soldiers behind him clad in full armor and wielding sharp blades, exuding an aura of seasoned training and menacing presence. The moment the group stepped into the tavern, the previously bustling noise abruptly ceased, the entire hall falling silent as all eyes turned to them. Everyone could tell at a glance that the young man leading the group was a true nobleman, and the soldiers behind him were fierce and elite, not just for show. These people were all seasoned veterans of the lower classes, adept at reading people's expressions. They instinctively lowered their heads and stepped aside to make way for a wide passage, not daring to even breathe loudly. Corwin went straight to the main seat by the window and sat down. Attendants immediately came forward to remove his cloak and pour him hot tea. The soldiers stood apart, silently guarding the entrance and the passageways on both sides, keeping irrelevant people firmly at bay, forming a quiet and imposing independent area. Not long after, the slave trader Andy was brought in by Roman's men. As soon as he saw Corwin, who was seated at the head of the table, his previously tense face immediately broke into a fawning and respectful smile. He quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply, and lowered his posture to the lowest possible level. "Long time no see, Andy. Do you remember me?" Corwin asked in a flat tone, holding a glass of water. Andy's heart tightened, and he hurriedly nodded and bowed, his voice respectful to the point of being humble. I remember. How could I forget? I wonder what you need me for today, sir." Despite his words, his eyes couldn't help but secretly sweep over the soldiers standing motionless around him, his heart pounding with anxiety. Corwin didn't speak immediately. The tavern was filled with whispers, and people kept glancing at Corwin and his companions. Andy stood frozen, not daring to move. Cold sweat trickled down his face, dripping from his chin onto the floor, but he didn't even have the courage to wipe it away. He could only stiffly lower his head, enduring the suffocating silence. After a long silence, Corwin slowly put down his cup and broke the silence. "I don't like beating around the bush. I plan to buy slaves from you on a long-term, stable basis. Can your supply and channels guarantee a stable supply?" Andy's heart, which had been hanging in mid-air, suddenly settled down, and he breathed a long sigh of relief, almost collapsing. He quickly steadied himself and replied repeatedly, "Sir, it is possible, but the number cannot be too large at once. Whether capturing slaves outside or purchasing them from within the kingdom, the risks of transporting slaves are extremely high. We need to provide food and drink along the way and prevent diseases. If the number is too large, there is a high risk of losses. We cannot afford to lose money, can we?" Corwin nodded slightly, not surprised by his statement. "It's all right. For now, I need you to send me a stable 200 slaves per batch, with a male-to-female ratio of 3-7. They must all be young and strong, without serious illness or disability. As for the price, I'll add another 10% to the current market price." Andy was overjoyed. A 10% profit margin was an extremely substantial gain for him, and he immediately began to calculate in his mind. However, having spent many years in the lower classes and the gray areas, he knew that there were no free lunches. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered his courage and cautiously asked, "Sir, you're willing to offer such a generous price. Surely you have other requirements. May I ask, is there anything else you need me to do?" Corwin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "You're quite a clever man, knowing how to weigh the pros and cons. I will naturally be fair and just in this transaction, treating everyone equally, but there's one thing. From now on, you don't need to trade with me in Wildfang Fortress anymore. Just send the people directly to the border of my territory." Andy's smile froze instantly, and his expression turned grim. Transporting slaves across territories involved long journeys, numerous checkpoints, rampant bandits, and layers of extortionate taxes from local nobles. If anything went wrong, they would lose both their slaves and their money. Moreover, sending them directly to the vicinity of the enemy's territory would likely be like lambs to the slaughter, leaving them no room for resistance or negotiation. Corwin immediately saw through his concerns and didn't press him further, saying directly, "I know what you're worried about, the risks of the journey, the fear of being double-crossed. How about this? From now on, after you and your men arrive at the border, my people will inspect and count the goods. Once they confirm the quantity and the men's physical condition are correct, they'll pay a deposit. The remaining balance will be settled on the spot after the transaction is completed. The entire process will take place in a safe area outside my territory, openly and above board. They will never attack you in the wilderness, so you can rest assured." Andy raised his head, staring into Corwin's calm yet unwavering gaze, then glanced at the composed and imposing guards around him, weighing his options carefully. He knew that this was the greatest sincerity the young nobleman could offer, and any further refusal would likely only backfire. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment, then finally bowed deeply, his tone respectful yet resolute. "I understand. I will do as you say, sir." Chapter 60, Father Severin. Andy bowed in agreement, and Corwin then continued to finalize the details. "Regarding the deposit, before each transaction, I will have Roman pay you 50 gold coins as a deposit. After the inspection, if there are no elderly, weak, sick, or disabled people, or if there are any people with diseases, the remaining money will be given to you." Andy was taken aback. 50 gold coins was a huge sum, enough to cover half of his initial expenses in preparing 200 slaves, demonstrating the sincerity of the nobleman before him. He nodded repeatedly. I understand. I would never dare to deceive you, sir, nor would I dare to use inferior goods. Delivery schedule, Corwin said slowly. After this transaction is completed, you must send 200 qualified slaves to a designated location on the east side of my territory every 3 or 4 months. Send someone to inform me 1 day in advance each time, otherwise you will be considered an enemy. Andy quickly calculated in his mind. Capturing slaves, gathering them, and traveling time was tight, but barely enough. He gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. No problem, sir. I will definitely arrive on time. Seeing this, Corwin said no more. Andy bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude, and then, at the soldier's signal, respectfully withdrew without daring to linger for even a moment. Once Andy's figure had completely disappeared from the tavern entrance, Corwin raised his hand, gesturing for Roman to come over. Young master, Roman bowed softly, his expression becoming solemn. Corwin looked up at him, his voice low. After you go back, go to the east side and set up temporary camps. Arrange for soldiers to guard them and strictly prohibit any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Roman immediately replied, Yes, I understand. Secondly, Corwin continued, this slave trader Andy is shrewd and slippery. He cannot be completely trusted. Arrange for 2 clever and reliable men to secretly follow him, find out his strongholds, his supply routes, and whether there are other forces involved behind him. If it is discovered that he is colluding with the surrounding nobles or with the people of Barrenfield, report back immediately. Understood. Roman's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied. He understood his young master's concerns. The territory was currently at a crucial stage of development, and it was necessary to prevent any unnecessary troubles in advance. Corwin stood up and slowly said, In addition, once we get back, we should immediately begin expanding the camp and fences, and prepare food, bedding, and basic medicines in advance. After the 200 slaves arrive, they will first be quarantined and inspected, then organized into work teams, and kept separate from the local population. One last thing. Corwin turned around, his tone becoming more serious. This matter must be kept completely secret. No one other than you, me, Corin, and the butler is to be told a word. All right, let's not delay. Go and make the arrangements now. I'll stay here for another day to finish up the remaining matters before returning to my territory. After saying this, Corwin picked up his teacup, drank the slightly cool tea in one gulp, casually placed the empty cup on the table, and then turned around to get up and leave. Just as the group reached the tavern entrance, Corwin suddenly stopped. Out of the corner of his eye, as if drawn by something, he inadvertently glanced at the darkest, most inconspicuous corner of the hall. Bald. He instinctively stopped and slowly turned his head to look. In the dark corner, a man was slumped over a greasy table, wearing a tattered monk's robe stained with wine. His head was shaved in the middle according to church rules, leaving only a short tuft of hair, the standard appearance of a clergyman during a shaving ceremony. But at this moment, he reeked of alcohol, his cheeks were flushed, and he kept belching loudly. He was completely drunk, unable to even open his eyes, making him appear particularly ironic and eerie. His disheveled and absurd appearance made Corwin's eyes flicker slightly, and a thought seemed to flash through his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately said to the guard beside him in a deep voice, Go, bring him here. 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward, about to make a move, when the tavern owner hurriedly rubbed his hands together, a smile on his face, and approached with small steps, his tone tinged with trepidation and caution. My lord, please forgive me. I did not mean to disturb you, it's just that this person already owes me a lot of money for drinks. Seeing that he was dressed in a monk's robe, like a clergyman from a monastery, I had refrained from asking for money. If you're going to take him away, the money for the wine. Before the boss could finish speaking, Corwin merely glanced at him indifferently, then turned to his attendant and ordered, Go and settle all the wine debts he owes. The servant immediately responded, took out several gold coins from his purse, and handed them over. The shopkeeper was overjoyed at the sight, quickly accepted them with both hands, bowed repeatedly in gratitude, and hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to say another word. Corwin glanced at him again and gently raised his hand to signal. Soldiers stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted the bald monk, who was completely drunk and powerless to resist, half dragging and half supporting him as they lifted him up. Corwin looked at the drunken monk and was just thinking that he was short of manpower to help with government affairs when a clergyman who knew church rules and had the status of a monk arrived. A normal priest is arrogant and only obeys the bishop and the papacy. He would not come to his remote little territory. However, for the development of his territory, the resettlement of his population, the appeasement of the people, and even for the future expansion of his power and avoidance of hostility from other nobles, he needed a priest of his own. The man before them had a shaved head, indicating he held a legitimate clergy position. His tattered clothes and drunken state suggested he had long been abandoned by the monastery, left destitute, and with nowhere else to turn. This is practically a gift from heaven. With him around, the large influx of slaves into the territory can be legalized under the guise of baptism. The territory's documents and accounts will be handled by others, and there will be professionals in charge of theological matters. With this thought in mind, Corwin no longer hesitated and directly signaled the soldiers to lift the man up. Corwin turned and led the way, followed closely by soldiers and servants. The group walked out of the tavern in silence and quickly, stepping into the still chilly street outside, leaving behind only a room full of surprised and doubtful eyes. The tavern owner stood there, letting out a long sigh of relief. After returning to their temporary resting place, Corwin had a relatively clean and tidy room prepared. He gestured for the soldiers to help the drunken priest lie down on the bed to rest, and then had someone leave a crack in the window to allow ventilation and dispel the strong smell of alcohol on the priest. Once everything was arranged, Corwin turned and left the room, gesturing for the accompanying soldiers and servants to go and have a meal. Before leaving, he specifically instructed his attendant to bring the priest a hot bowl of wheat porridge and black bread. Soon after, the rich aroma of food wafted into the room through the crack in the door. Severin's nostrils twitched slightly, and amidst the interplay of hunger and warmth, he slowly opened his heavy eyes. The scene before me was unfamiliar, and I could faintly hear the steady footsteps of soldiers and the soft clanging of armor outside the door. My initial confusion lasted only a moment before my eyes were drawn to the food. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and Corwin walked in slowly. "Don't panic, I mean no harm." Corwin's tone was calm. He then said, "I am a noble lord. You can call me Corwin. And you, what is your name?" Severin steadied his flustered state, quickly sat up, his hands gripping the rough sheets tightly. His tone was respectful, yet also betrayed a hint of dejection and embarrassment. "My lord, my name is Severin." Chapter 61 Origin. "Hello, Severin. I can tell you're very hungry," Corwin said. He raised his hand and gently tapped the table. "Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's eat something first." Before he finished speaking, a servant brought in the food at Corwin's signal. Severin's Adam's apple bobbed violently. His physiological instincts nearly made his gaze fixated on the piece of black bread soaked in gravy, but years of upbringing restrained his limbs from spiraling out of control. He bowed slightly, the movement appearing somewhat stiff due to his intoxication and clouded mind. "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Corwin." His voice was hoarse, but he still spoke clearly, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity. "Your kindness will be remembered." After saying this, he slowly picked up the food. The hand that held the wooden spoon trembled slightly the moment it touched the handle. He made no unnecessary movements, and dared not look up at the young lord. When the first mouthful of porridge entered his mouth, the scalding temperature made his eyes sting slightly. He forced himself to slow down his chewing almost by muscle memory, resisting the primal urge to wolf it down with an almost solemn posture. Corwin looked at Severin's hand, his knuckles white from straining, and made up his mind. "Take your time eating," he said again, breaking the brief silence. "After you finish eating, I'd like to talk to you if you don't mind." Severin nodded. He said nothing more, simply leaning forward slightly and focusing all his attention on the plate in front of him. Corwin didn't interrupt again, leaving only the occasional soft clinking of plates and spoons and the faint chewing sounds of Severin. Before long, the plate was empty. He put down his wooden spoon gently, took out a linen cloth that had been washed until it was white, but was neatly folded from his pocket, carefully wiped the corners of his mouth and fingertips, then put the cloth down and bowed slightly to Corwin again. "Thank you again for your generosity, Your Excellency," Corwin then said. "Judging from your attire, you must be a priest from the church. How did you end up here and get into this mess?" Severin straightened up, a bitter smile mixed with exhaustion and self-deprecation on his face. He said, "Your Excellency, I was once a priest in a monastery in the southern part of the kingdom." He paused, his tone suddenly turning desolate. "And now I am just a wanderer expelled from the monastery." Expulsion? Upon hearing this, Corwin's tone became more inquisitive. "As far as I know, although the rules of the monastery are strict, if it's just a matter of ordinary ideological differences, at most it's confinement for reflection or being sent to a remote parish. To expel someone outright is tantamount to exile. What have you done to deserve being expelled?" Severin looked up and met Corwin's gaze. He gave a wry smile, his voice soft but clear. "In a theological debate, perhaps. I was too blunt," Severin said with a hint of reminiscence. "I stated frankly that the church today has long since strayed from the glory of the Lord. I oppose indulgences that exchange merit for money, as that is a desecration of the faith. I oppose locking sacred doctrines in a high tower, turning them into a privilege of the clergy. I further advocate abolishing the rigid hierarchical system of the church and establishing churches belonging to the local people, translating the Bible into popular language so that blacksmiths, farmers, and even children can understand the Lord's words." His speech quickened, as if he were back in the heated debate arena. But as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly regained his composure, his tone returning to calm with a resigned acceptance. "The result is what you see now. My words were refuted by the bishop, who said that I was trying to shake the foundation of the church." Corwin remained outwardly calm, taking a sip of his ale. The icy liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the turmoil within him. This wasn't radicalism, it was a suicidal act. Every single one of his propositions had precisely struck at the heart of the church. To have survived in the southern part of the capital was nothing short of a miracle. "They gave me very little money for the journey, or rather, they gave me a handout," Severin said slowly. "The bishop mercifully assigned me a mission, to take this ideology to the north and preach to the unbelievers in the barbarians." Corwin couldn't help but follow up with the question, "Then how did you end up here?" "This is the border between the west and the north. The barbarians are quite a distance away." Severin shook his head helplessly. "Your Excellency, though I am stubborn and have a foolish obsession with my faith, I am not a fool." He shrugged. "The barbarians of the North worship force. They don't even recognize the banner of the gods. They will only see me as a stranger in strange clothes who can be robbed at will. If I really went, I'd probably be killed or enslaved before I could even utter the Lord's name. I wouldn't go looking for my own death." These words surprised Corwin quite a bit. He hadn't expected him to be so insightful. Corwin couldn't help but chuckle softly, and the tense atmosphere eased. "It seems you are not the kind of unrealistic fanatic." As the laughter subsided, Corwin sat up straight again, his expression turning serious. "I think you figured it out too. I'm not the Lord here. I'm a pioneer lord. My territory is located on the wild frontier in the northwest. I just happened to be passing through." He looked at Severin and said, word by word, "You were detained in the tavern for being unable to pay your bill. I've already settled that debt for you." After speaking, Corwin calmly looked at Severin, waiting for his reaction. Severin's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. His cheeks flushed slightly from the shame of being penniless. He lowered his head, his voice barely audible. "Sir, I am penniless now. Without even a single valuable token, I'm afraid I am unable to repay this debt. I don't want your money." Corwin suddenly smiled, a gentle smile with a warm and approachable quality. "My territory is in the early stages of development, and everything is in need of rebuilding. I lack nothing except a priest who truly understands faith." Corwin leaned forward, his eyes burning. "If you are willing, come to my territory. Not as a debtor, but as the priest of my domain. I share the Lord's glory with my people." Severin looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stared at Corwin's young face and that meaningful smile, a strange unease rising within him. The offer was a bit too good to be true. But then he thought again, he was now desperate. This lord before him, though he didn't know what he saw in him, had at least given him food and an opportunity to continue pursuing his ideals. Moreover, he owed the Lord an unpayable debt. After a brief silence, Severin took a deep breath and said, "I'm willing." He raised his head, a glimmer of hope on his face. "However, I left a few notebooks in the clutter of the tavern. They are the culmination of my life's work, and all I have left. I wonder if you could send 2 guards with me to retrieve them." Colwyn looked at his solemn expression, nodded in satisfaction, and then called out to the door. "Of course, no problem. Holland." The door was pushed open, and Holland peeked in. "What's wrong, boss?" "Take 2 men with Father Severin to the town tavern and retrieve his belongings," Corwin instructed. "Be careful not to leave anything behind." "Yes." Chapter 62, Preparing for the Start. While Father Severin went to retrieve his belongings, Corwin summoned his servant and instructed him to go to Barren Field to inquire whether the agreed-upon payment could be settled on time the following day. When the messenger returned with a positive reply, Corwin's last lingering worry was relieved. With that, the affairs here were all arranged, and there were no other trivial matters requiring immediate attention. Father Severin returned in the late afternoon. The group had a simple dinner, said no more, and went to their rooms to rest. After many days of travel, everyone was exhausted, and the night passed quietly. The next day, just as dawn broke, Barren Field sent someone to deliver the hefty sum of money to Colwyn. After verifying the amount, Colwyn handed the money for the slave purchase to Roman, instructing him to immediately go to Andy and settle the transaction. After giving his instructions, Corwin carefully arranged the follow-up matters. Roman would stay behind with 2 squads of soldiers to wait and complete the final handover procedures with the other party. Once all the procedures were settled, Roman would lead the purchased slaves back to the territory safely. After arranging everything, Corwin, along with Father Severin, returned to the territory first. Corwin finally returned to his territory. As soon as he was settled, he immediately sent his servants to summon the steward, John, Gus, and all the others to the council chamber. Before long, the crowd arrived one after another. The candlelight flickered softly in the council chamber, creating a solemn atmosphere. Corwin raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then stepped aside and led Father Severin to the crowd, solemnly introducing this priest from the church to them. He then publicly announced that he was formally inviting Father Severin to reside permanently in the territory, whereby the priest would preside over church affairs, appease the people, educate the populace, and safeguard the faith and order of the territory. Upon hearing Corwin's decision, the steward, John, Gus, and others all showed their approval and expressed their support. They were all well aware that having clergy stationed in the territory would not only inspire awe and discipline among the people, but also resolve many previously irreconcilable disputes and conflicts, making the governance of the territory much more efficient. With everything settled, dusk gradually fell. That evening, Corwin specially prepared a simple, yet solemn welcoming banquet for Father Severin. During the banquet, he once again announced to all the people that the priest would henceforth reside there permanently, becoming a member of the territory. Not long after, Roman returned to his territory with his newly acquired slave corps. As Colwyn instructed, everyone was first taken to a designated area for isolation and inspection. Only after confirming that no one was injured, sick, or had any potential health risks did the steward arrive with his men to plan temporary living areas for the newly arrived slaves, register them one by one, and divide them into groups. After this expansion, the total population of the territory has reached more than 600, marking a significant increase in population. With the population surging, food consumption naturally accelerated, but Corwin had anticipated this. Winter was drawing to a close, and spring was just around the corner. Once the land thawed, it would be time for large-scale land reclamation. The more manpower available, the more land could be cultivated, and by autumn harvest, the territory's grain yield would increase significantly. Moreover, the territory's warehouses are currently quite full, with enough grain to last for a long time. As the saying goes, with grain in hand, one has nothing to fear, and Corwin has no worries about this at all. Once the slaves were settled, Corwin found the steward and Father Severin to discuss the work arrangements for the spring. He knew that a territory of over 600 people could not be used to support idlers. Every single person had to work. At Corwin's instruction, The wasteland surrounding the territory was divided into two areas, each led by a steward and Father Severin respectively. Strong and able-bodied men were organized into land reclamation teams, armed with axes, hoes, and plows, to clear woodlands, turn over soil, and dig furrows, striving to clear all arable land before the spring rains arrived. The weaker men and women were incorporated into the construction team, where, under the unified command of the steward, they cut down timber, dug foundations, and built wooden and thatched huts along the previously planned area. Between the two areas, a plaza, warehouses, and a future church site for the priest were reserved. Besides the soldiers who were off duty to guard the territory, the rest of the people were not idle. They were responsible for feeding livestock, gathering firewood, sharpening tools, tending vegetable gardens, and doing other chores within their capabilities to share the burden of the entire territory's operation. In short, everyone had to be active. Father Severin also actively participated, going among the working crowds every day to pray and bless them, soothe their hearts, and mediate occasional disputes. He gradually brought order to the originally chaotic and noisy procession, and filled the entire territory with vitality and energy. Corwin personally inspected the fields and construction sites daily, checking the progress of land reclamation, the quality of house construction, and the distribution of food, adjusting manpower allocation in a timely manner, and solving various problems encountered along the way. He did not put on airs as a noble lord, but stood with everyone on the land where the spring breeze had not yet fully warmed up, watching with his own eyes the barren fields being gradually reclaimed into fertile fields, and watching the empty plains gradually rise up with rows of houses. As the land is cultivated piece by piece and houses are built day by day, everyone can see clearly that this territory is becoming prosperous, wealthy, and stable at a visible speed. The spring sun shone on the newly turned earth, carrying a moist scent. Corwin slowly surveyed the fields along the ridges, his gaze sweeping over the patches of wasteland being cultivated and the figures toiling away. As he reached an open field, he immediately spotted Father Severin among the crowd. The priest did not stand on a high place to preach like ordinary clergy, nor did he stand idly by. He simply mingled quietly among the working crowd. He rolled up the sleeves of his rough robe, held a light hoe in his hand, and although his movements were not very skilled, he was extremely serious as he turned the soil and weeded with the people around him, and even the slaves who had just arrived in the territory. He always wore a gentle smile, occasionally exchanging a few words in hushed tones with those around him, his tone relaxed and easygoing. In his eyes, there seemed to be no distinction between high and low, noble and common, no boundary between slaves and free people, only people working together on the land for a living. This undisguised equality and kindness made the people working around him unconsciously relax. Upon seeing Corwin approaching slowly, Father Severin stopped what he was doing, gently brushed the dirt off his robes, and slowly went to greet him. Looking at his slightly tired but still gentle appearance, Corwin asked softly, "Have you gotten used to life here these past few days, Father?" Father Severin looked up at the still developing houses and fields in the distance, let out a soft sigh, and said in a frank and sincere tone, "To be honest, before I came here, I was prepared that this would be a desolate pioneer territory with no basic roads, where I would be accompanied by poverty and chaos all day long. But after I actually set foot here, I completely changed my mind." A hint of curiosity flashed in Corwin's eyes as he asked, "Oh, and now, how does the priest view this territory of mine?" Father Severin slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over every busy figure in the field, his tone earnest and firm. "I believe that this land beneath my feet is far more vibrant and hopeful than many territories I have ever seen. Even though it is still in its infancy, with simple houses and newly cultivated fields, it is far less prosperous than those inland territories." He paused, then spoke clearly. "But the people here are different. Whether they are subjects or slaves, their eyes are not numb, and their faces do not show the despair etched on them by hardship. These slaves, while perhaps not eating well every meal, at least had enough to eat in peace, and didn't have to live in constant fear and beatings. For that alone, this place surpasses many other places I've seen." Chapter 63 / and burn agriculture. The temperature grew warmer day by day. The people shed their heavy, cumbersome winter clothes and put on light, breathable shorts and shirts. The entire territory slowly awoke from the winter's silence, exuding a vibrant energy that was about to come. The land reclamation work has been progressing smoothly for some time now. With the permafrost thawing and the soil becoming softer, it's the perfect time for cultivation and land expansion. Yesterday, Corwin specifically sought out his steward and Father Severin to discuss the agricultural arrangements for the spring. As they sat together, the conversation quickly turned to how to cultivate the vast tracts of wasteland more quickly and efficiently. Although Father Severin was a clergyman, he had also seen the customs and practices of other places, and he proposed a farming method that he had seen in a distant place: slash and burn agriculture. This method is not difficult. First, carefully clear a sufficiently wide and clean firebreak around the selected wasteland, and thoroughly remove dead wood and weeds to isolate the fire and prevent it from spreading accidentally. Now that the winter chill has just receded, the shrubs, weeds, and dead branches in the forest are still dry and flammable. All you need to do is choose a flat, clearing area without tall, mature trees, mainly composed of shrubs and weeds. Carefully demarcate the area, and you can set fire to the wasteland. After a fire, the tangled and difficult to remove thorns and weeds will be reduced to scorched earth, making tilling and clearing much easier. Moreover, the wind is not strong now, so it won't fuel the fire, and in a relatively safe situation, it can even speed things up. Corwin listened quietly, recalling some of his experiences from his past life. The wasteland after the fire is clean and bright, saving a lot of cleaning work. The ashes from the burning grass and trees fall into the soil and become natural fertilizer, which can quietly nourish the land. And the fire will also burn away the insect eggs and germs hidden in the grass roots and soil, greatly reducing pests and diseases in the following year. In this way, land fertility, labor, and harvest can all be taken into account. It is indeed a good method for the territory that urgently needs to expand and increase production. Moreover, as long as it is carried out in small batches in each batch, and people are sent to guard it strictly to prevent the disaster of arson from happening. He thought about it, and felt that this method was worth trying. He would wait for a clear and sunny day to test it out first, and if it worked, he would implement it on a large scale. After discussing it, they acted immediately. Since winter had just ended and the winds were not strong, Corwin ordered preparations for burning the wasteland the very next day. The steward took stock of the manpower, selected a strong young man from among the farmers who had settled the land, and drew a small squad of soldiers from the guard to be responsible for guard duty and emergency response. Father Severin also volunteered to accompany them, firstly to help monitor the fire, and secondly to reassure the local community. As dawn broke, Corwin also got up early, and the clearing team quickly assembled under the steward's command. The people took off their heavy winter clothes, wearing light tunics with cloth strips tied around their waists, and carried axes, machetes, hoes, and various tools, heading towards the pre-selected barren slope. That flat area, with only dense brambles, dry weeds and small shrubs, and no tall, mature trees, was the perfect place for slash and burn agriculture. Upon arrival, everyone immediately split up and began their tasks. A team of men, armed with axes and rakes, thoroughly cleared away the weeds, shrubs, and vines around the perimeter, creating a firebreak several steps wide until the ground was exposed, ensuring that the sparks could not cross the boundary and spread. Another team inspected the wasteland, piling up dry branches that could easily ignite in the center to prevent the fire from getting out of control. The guards stood scattered on the outside of the firebreak, each holding wet firewood and sand, ready to rush forward and suppress the fire at the slightest sign of trouble. Everything was ready, and the wind direction was just right, neither too fast nor too slow. Corwin personally confirmed that the surrounding area was safe and nodded in approval. Several experienced farmers, carrying torches, slowly walked to the edge of the designated wasteland and directed the flames toward the dry weeds. Whoosh! The flames first leaped lightly, then quickly spread along the dry vegetation, orange-red tongues of fire rising with wisps of smoke, crackling and popping. The fire burned within the designated area, thick smoke slowly rising into the air. The crowd waited quietly outside the firebreak. The soldiers kept a close watch on every spark that might leap out of the firebreak. The priest stood to the side, quietly reassuring a few slightly nervous villagers. Corwin and his men stood on higher ground, observing the fire closely to ensure nothing went wrong. The fire raged from sunrise to midday, gradually weakening as it burned. The once chaotic and barren slopes were transformed into a flat expanse of scorched earth, with vegetation turning into black ash that gently covered the land. Once the embers had completely died down and the heat had dissipated, Corwin led the group forward to investigate. The ground beneath our feet was soft and black, ash mixed with soil, emitting a faint smell of burnt grass and wood. Those troublesome thorns and weeds had all vanished, and the insect eggs and germs hidden in the soil were likely killed by the fire. Everyone looked at the dark wasteland in front of them and smiled. In just a few more days, when the spring breeze blows and the rain nourishes the land, this land, which has been nurtured by slash and burn agriculture, will be ready for plowing and sowing. After the slash and burn method was tested on the territory, the results far exceeded expectations. Corwin then decided to divide all the settlers into several small teams and carry out burning and land reclamation work in an orderly manner according to the predetermined areas. With unified arrangements and mature methods, the entire land reclamation process became well organized and the speed increased noticeably. The thorns, weeds, and shrubs that used to require a lot of manpower to clear away were quickly turned into ashes that nourished the land under the controllable fire. The originally barren and messy wilderness soon revealed flat and soft yellow soil. However, Corwin knew in his heart that this method was not without its flaws. When the windy season arrives in late spring, slash and burn agriculture must be stopped. If the land is burned rashly during the windy season, even a small, out-of-control spark could ignite the entire forest, causing a catastrophe that spreads for hundreds of miles. Not only would all previous efforts be wasted, but the territory would also be endangered. Once the situation gets out of control, it will be too late to regret it. Therefore, he specifically instructed Father Severin to tell everyone, areas with dense forests, tall trees, and deep grass should not be cultivated for the time being. Instead, all manpower should be concentrated on those flat areas without tall trees that are suitable for slash and burn agriculture. For the remaining areas that are difficult to cultivate or have high risks, it is better to cultivate them slowly later than to attempt to do so. At the same time, Corwin was also deliberately preserving large areas of woodland, not developing the land to the point of leaving nothing but barren land. He knew the disastrous consequences of overcultivation. Once the forests were destroyed and the vegetation lost, the rainy season would bring severe soil erosion, making the hard-won land increasingly barren, ultimately resulting in more harm than good. It was better to leave a forest for sustainable development. Standing on the high slope, looking at the vast expanse of newly cultivated fields before them, Corwin and Father Severin beside him estimated the future yield and harvest. Those cultivated lands that were plowed last year have more fertile soil and more nutrients, so their grain yields are naturally higher than those of newly abandoned lands. Unfortunately, there was a severe shortage of manpower before, so even if the cultivated lands were bountiful, the cultivated area was still limited, and the total yield was never ideal. Based on the current population of the territory, an ordinary civilian would need to consume about 400 or 500 caddies of grain a year, along with vegetables, meat, wild fruits, and other supplementary foods, in order to sustain a year's work in life. Meanwhile, the soldiers under his command responsible for guarding and training expended far more energy than ordinary people, requiring even more rations and nutrition. All things considered, the pressure of food supplies constantly weighed on Corwin's mind. A more practical issue is the farming system. Currently, the total land area of the territory is insufficient, and the newly reclaimed wasteland has shallow soil fertility, which is simply unable to support the more efficient and land-intensive three-field system. Therefore, we can only temporarily adopt the two-field system of rotation, with half of the land sown and the other half left fallow, in order to maintain the vitality of the land. In the first year of cultivation on newly cultivated wasteland, no matter how many seeds are sown, the yield is destined to be limited. This is the natural law of the land, which cannot be forcibly reversed by human effort. Only after 1 or 2 seasons of cultivation and maintenance, allowing the soil to gradually become fertile, can the land be gradually transitioned to a 3-field system, maximizing the value of every inch of land. Once all the land clearing work was completed, Corwin planned to plant barley, oats, and various beans in the spring fields. These crops were highly adaptable and had short growing cycles, so even if the yield was low in the first year, they could greatly fill the territory's current food shortage. During the off-season, the people and slaves do not need to work hard, so their rations can be reduced a little. With the grain already stored in the granary, they can easily support themselves until the autumn harvest. When autumn arrives, winter rye should be sown in time. Autumn sowing and summer harvest are linked together, and the territory's food production can form a stable cycle. Although it is not enough, it will not be as tight as before. Corwin thought that after a while, the caravans would pass through the territory, and he would make sure to purchase a batch of grain and salt to fully replenish the granaries and logistical reserves. Without food, people will starve. Without salt, people will lack strength. Especially with the upcoming plan to absorb refugees and expand the population, the number of difficulties and setbacks that will be encountered remains unknown. Only by ensuring sufficient food reserves and stockpiling urgently needed logistical resources can we remain steadfast in the face of any changing circumstances. Chapter 64: Diverting Water and Building Canals. The commotion within the territory began at dawn and never ceased. The people and slaves wielded iron hoes, digging the soil with all their might, breaking up clods into fine sand and piling them into neat rows of field ridges. In the clearings far away by the forest, the people held torches and burned weeds, thick smoke billowing into the sky, and after the withered branches and fallen leaves were burned away, the land was ready for cultivation. Beside the workshop, craftsmen were hammering and shaping wood, polishing and molding farm tools and simple implements. From Corwin himself to the newly arrived slaves, everyone was busy. Even the women of the territory helped with mending clothes, gathering firewood, cooking, and so on. That day, Corwin took off his usual clothes, wearing a coarse linen shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his elbows and the trousers rolled up to his knees. He stood on the soft, fresh soil and was talking to an old farmer. This was one of the few experienced old farmers in the territory. He was hunched over, his hands folded in front of him, and he spoke cautiously. Every time he spoke, he would secretly glance at Corwin before immediately lowering his head again. In all his years of life, the noblemen he had seen were either sitting in luxurious carriages scolding their servants or looking down on people. No one had ever been willing to squat down and listen carefully to this peasant talking about the trivial matters of the fields. The old farmer spoke of the row spacing during spring sowing, how to mound soil to prevent flooding during the rainy season, and how to use wood ash to retain moisture during droughts, detailing every single aspect in great detail. Corwin listened intently, nodding occasionally in agreement, and sometimes asking questions. You said wood ash retains moisture, but if there's no rain for half a month, how long can this method last? The old farmer paused for a moment, then pondered earnestly before offering his advice, albeit haltingly. Corwin took these words to heart, and after the farmer finished speaking, he straightened up and said gently, "Your experience is very useful. I will reward you handsomely." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured with his chin toward the servant behind him. The servant immediately picked up half a sack of finely ground wheat bran and handed it to the old farmer. The wheat bran was milled from the newly harvested wheat in the territory, and in a territory where food is scarce these days, it is already a very good grain. The old farmer froze instantly, his eyes filled with shock, his lips trembling as he repeatedly said, "My lord, this is too precious. I was just talking about farming. I dare not accept these things." Corwin patted him on the shoulder, his tone sincere. "This is what you deserve. Keep it safe. In the future, you will need to tell the people about the fields." The old man held the bran, his eyes reddening, and retreated with profuse thanks. After the old farmer's figure disappeared into the distance, Corwin raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His gaze swept over the messy wasteland in front of him. The fields were the foundation of the territory, but the newly cultivated wasteland was now entirely dependent on the weather. In years of drought or sudden downpours that wash away the field ridges, Even the most fertile land will yield no harvest. To truly transform this wasteland into fertile farmland capable of producing food, irrigation is a crucial issue that must be addressed. After thinking for a moment, Corwin immediately returned to the cabin, picked up a charcoal pencil, and sketched the general outline of the field on parchment. Then he summoned the steward and began to allocate manpower. The territory's population wasn't too small, but clearing wasteland, building roads, and handling the territory's daily chores all required manpower. After thinking for a long time, Corwin finally decided to suspend the road construction, which wasn't urgent at the moment, and wait until after the spring planting season. He transferred some of the slaves and able-bodied men to the irrigation canal construction site to prepare for diverting water and opening the canal. The freshwater lake next to the territory is a river lake formed by the siltation of the upstream river over the years. The lake water is crystal clear and is a natural freshwater source with abundant water all year round. The main project involves digging open channels from lakes to farmland, utilizing the natural drop in elevation so that river water can flow naturally for irrigation. This part of the project is not particularly difficult. It only requires organizing manpower to dig deeper channels and reinforce the banks. However, the natural river deep in the forest has become the biggest challenge. The river meanders through the forest, and due to the undulating terrain, the drop in elevation is significant, with the current sometimes swift and sometimes gentle. Ordinary irrigation canals are simply not sufficient to smoothly divert the river water to the higher farmland. Corwin stood on the riverbank by the forest and pondered for a long time before finally deciding on a plan: to dig a special water channel between the river and the farmland, and then use water-lifting tools to bring the river water from the lower ground into the channel to achieve cross-terrain irrigation. He immediately sent for the most skilled carpenter in the territory, a man nearing 40 with a face etched with deep wrinkles, named Old Lawson. When Old Lawson arrived, Corwin asked him bluntly, "Do you know what a water wheel is?" Old Lawson bowed and pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying, "My lord, I have seen irrigation water wheels that are manually operated and pulled by animals to bring water from lower elevations to the fields. I wonder if the water wheel you are referring to is this. The design is similar, but it needs some improvements." Corwin walked to the table, picked up a charcoal pencil, and quickly sketched the outline of the wooden wheel on parchment. While recalling the principle of the water wheel in later generations, he carefully explained, "The old-style water wheel is labor-intensive, uses a lot of animal power, and is inefficient. You can evenly install scrapers around the outside of the wooden wheel, and then fix curved water-blocking blades on the scrapers. Set up the water wheel in the most turbulent part of the river, and use the impact of the river water to directly drive the blades to rotate. As the wooden wheel turns, the scrapers will continuously scoop up the river water from the lower part, and then tumble it to send it into the aqueduct at the higher part. In this way, continuous automatic irrigation can be achieved without consuming manpower or animal power." Old Lawson leaned closer, looking at the sketch on the parchment, and gradually became thoughtful. He pondered for a long time before slowly speaking, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Sir, I have never heard of this method before, nor have I ever done it, but I roughly understand the principle. However, the curvature of the blades, the spacing of the scrapers, and the size of the wooden wheel all need to be repeatedly tested and adjusted, and the installation position also needs to be calculated based on the water flow, which will probably take some time. Go ahead and do it. I'll have the timber and manpower prepared for you." Corwin patted him on the shoulder. "You can use any timber you need in the territory, and I'll provide you with plenty of manpower. Even if the experiment fails, you won't be held responsible. Just keep trying." Upon hearing this, Old Lawson bowed deeply in excitement. In all his years as a carpenter, no lord had ever trusted him so much. His voice trembled as he said, "Thank you for your trust, sir. I will certainly live up to your expectations and build this cart as soon as possible." With that, he took the sketch, turned around quickly, and left, his steps hurried, eager to get started on the production immediately. Currently, the entire focus of the territory is on two major tasks: reclaiming wasteland and constructing irrigation canals. The iron mine that was discovered by chance earlier, although rich in iron ore that can be used to make farm tools and forge weapons, is currently facing a shortage of manpower, making it impossible to simultaneously manage mining and smelting, and thus it has to be temporarily shelved. Corwin stood by the unfinished canal, sighing softly, as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest. Even with all the manpower in the territory gathered to support the three tasks of land reclamation, canal construction, and water wheel production, there still felt a shortage of manpower. No project could be delayed. If land reclamation was slow, spring planting would be missed. If canal construction was slow, the newly reclaimed fields could not be irrigated. And if water wheel production was slow, the problem of diverting water from the river could not be solved. Corwin thought about the discovered iron ore, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He knew that he had to wait until slash and burn agriculture was completely finished, the irrigation canals were successfully completed, and spring planting was completed on time, so that the territory had a basic food guarantee, before he could allocate manpower to start mining and smelting the iron ore. Chapter 65 Territory, Trivial Matters. As the days passed and the spring breeze gradually brought warmth, the entire territory was bustling with activity, yet orderly. The newly cultivated and leveled fields had been plowed and loosened, and this year's grain seeds had been sown. The fields are neatly arranged, with some seedlings already showing a little bit of their own. As long as there are no natural disasters such as drought, flood, or hail, and the people take good care of them, weeding and fertilizing on time, the first batch of grain produced in the territory will be harvested in the autumn. Now that the fields that needed to be cultivated have been cultivated, the farming work has temporarily come to an end. What remains is to continue to recruit idle manpower to clear away the rocks in the forest, dig up the tangled shrubs, and slowly reclaim those rugged, barren, and difficult to develop corner plots of land. Every acre of land reclaimed will yield a little more grain. The road repair project, which had been suspended due to a shortage of manpower during the busy farming season, has resumed at this time. Craftsmen and laborers are wielding shovels to transport soil, widen the road surface, and fill in potholes. That day, Corwin summoned Roman. When Roman arrived, Corwin instructed him, "You are familiar with the surrounding terrain of the iron mine you scouted earlier. The territory is currently building simple roads towards the iron mine, and transportation and supplies will gradually catch up. Go and select a team of soldiers to guard the route and the mine. Also, recruit a group of strong laborers and skilled metallurgists from within the territory. Bring them mining tools such as pickaxes, hammers, and crowbars, as well as dry food, water, tents, and simple cooking utensils. Go to the iron mine site to set up camp and conduct trial mining to find out the depth of the ore layer and the amount of ore produced." Roman immediately agreed and turned to assign manpower and prepare supplies. After Roman left, Corwin stood alone in the open space, gazing at the bustling fields and the winding roadbeds stretching into the distance. He couldn't help but think, with iron, we could forge farm tools, cast weapons, and repair armor. Once mining was on track and production was plentiful, there would be a large surplus beyond what was needed for the territory itself. Could we then take some of the excess or in crude iron and trade it for gold coins, cloth, salt, and other scarce resources? However, this would make it difficult to completely conceal the news of the iron ore mine, inevitably attracting the attention of surrounding nobles, bandits, and even other forces. But they haven't decided yet, and will wait until the iron ore production is confirmed before making a decision. As he was deep in thought, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Colin quickly walked to Colin, bowed, and reported, "Young master, the caravan that traded with us before is currently camped out not far outside the territory, waiting for us. The steward has already gone to communicate with them and specifically asked me to come and ask you first, besides the goods on the previously ordered list, what other supplies does the territory urgently need to purchase, so that the steward can discuss it with the caravan in advance?" After a moment's thought, Corwin realized that what the territory lacked most right now was self-sufficient animal husbandry and livestock. He immediately gave the order. "Go tell the steward to ask the caravan manager if they have any channels to transport a batch of healthy pigs, cattle, and sheep over. Cattle can be used for plowing, sheep can produce wool and milk, and pigs can be fattened for meat. All of these are needed in the territory, and the soldiers cannot train without meat. If they can also transport poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese, that would be fine too." Corin responded loudly, then turned and strode off to relay the order. Corin accepted the order and left, returning shortly afterward with his steward and the caravan leader. The caravan leader was the same man as before. Upon seeing Corin, he immediately bowed and said respectfully, "My lord, after the last transaction, we have specially prepared extra cloth, salt, tools, and medicines this time, all things your territory needs. Please let me know if you require anything else." Corwin gestured for the other person to stand up and got straight to the point. Ordinary supplies can be traded according to the list later. However, I have another matter to attend to. My territory is expanding rapidly with newly cultivated fields, and the construction of roads is underway. I urgently need livestock to provide labor and supplement our food supply. Could you bring me some healthy cattle, sheep, pigs, and poultry like chickens and ducks? The price is negotiable, and if possible, you can supply me long-term. As you've seen, my territory is developing quite well. You can also temporarily station yourself here for border trade, and I can even provide you with some protection under certain circumstances. The caravan leader's eyes lit up, and after a moment's thought, he agreed. Don't worry, sir. The livestock isn't difficult. We might not have many cattle, and they'll be more expensive. We can have more sheep and piglets, and even more poultry. However, these animals might suffer considerable losses en route, which will affect the price. A reasonable price increase is fine, Corwin said calmly. But I have one condition. I want to inspect each animal once it arrives. Also, if you can find me people who know how to take care of livestock, I'll give you extra money per person. The caravan leader nodded repeatedly. Sir, you have considered everything very well. Leave this to me. I will send someone back immediately to purchase livestock and gather manpower as soon as possible, and deliver them to your territory within half a month. The two sides then carefully negotiated the price, quantity, and delivery date, and made a simple agreement. After the caravan leader left to arrange the camp and unload the goods, Corwin instructed his steward, designate that gentle slope on the west side of the territory, near the stream, and fence it off to prepare it as a livestock pasture. First, build fences and sheds, and assign people to guard it. Once there is enough food, feed it bran and fodder, and gradually expand the herd. The butler bowed and replied, Yes, young master. Once the handover is complete, I will send someone to prepare. In less than half a month, the caravan arrived as promised. This time the procession was longer than ever before, with wheels rolling and dust flying. From afar, one could see a long line of livestock being driven by people. Cows, sheep, piglets, and cages of chickens, ducks, and geese. Their cries echoed along the edge of the territory. Corwin personally oversaw the handover, and the steward and soldiers carefully counted the animals, checking each one's teeth, fur, and spirit. The caravan was quite trustworthy. The livestock they delivered were all in good condition, and they even brought along 2 skilled herders who knew how to prepare fodder and treat minor injuries to the animals. Corwin immediately paid the full amount due as agreed, and also gave the caravan leader an extra sum of money, establishing a verbal agreement for long-term supply. That afternoon, all the livestock were driven to the pastures on the west side of the territory. The wooden fence had already been erected, and the sheds provided shelter from the wind and rain, complete with water troughs and haystacks. The oxen were led to the edge of the field to try plowing. The sheep grazed on the grass with their heads down, while the chickens and ducks foraged freely within the enclosure. Corwin specially appointed a meticulous and reliable old farmer as the shepherd and set rules: daily counting, group feeding, regular cleaning, and recording of births and sales. With stable livestock pastures, the territory can produce meat continuously. Just as the livestock farm was getting on track, exciting news also came from the iron mine. Romans sent word that the first pit of the iron mine had been opened, revealing layers of ore. Laborers and craftsmen worked day and night in shifts and finally mined out usable iron ore in large quantities for the first time. Moreover, preliminary exploration revealed that it was a large iron mine with abundant reserves. Corwin ordered that the mined ore be used first to make military weapons, then to forge and repair farm tools, and the rest be temporarily sealed up. It was not the right time to reveal this information yet. Walking slowly through his territory, Corwin stood on a hillside, gazing at the fortune he had painstakingly built up. For the first time, he truly felt that his efforts had not been in vain, and that his territory was slowly rising to prominence. Chapter 66, Building the Pass. Walking slowly along the roads of his territory, Corwin's gaze swept over his surroundings. In less than a year, this once desolate and overgrown land had completely changed. Everywhere he looked, there was a sense of new life. Compared to the desolation and bleakness he had encountered when he first arrived, it was completely unrecognizable as the same place. The territory is no longer a temporary stronghold that is barely maintained, but has gradually formed a stable internal cycle. Every bit of labor and every bit of construction is contributing to the survival of the territory. Iron mines in the mountains were systematically mined, and furnaces burned day and night. The red-hot flames illuminated the figures of the craftsmen as pig iron was continuously forged into shape, transforming from raw materials into armor, weapons, farm implements, and tools. With their own iron resources, the territory's military equipment was no longer dependent on external purchases, and the soldiers' equipment and weapons could be strengthened. The newly purchased livestock grazed quietly in the designated pastures, and gradually milk and meat production stabilized. In this era, the precious meat and milk products were given priority to the soldiers, so that the soldiers who frequently trained and guarded the territory would be stronger. After the soldiers learned of this, they respected and supported their lord even more. The warehouse is currently well stocked with grain. Mills, granaries, and storage sheds are arranged in a row, enough to support the entire population and last until the next winter, so that they no longer need to rely on plundering and purchasing from outside to barely survive. Corwin gazed at the pass where the site selection was being planned, and he had already made up his mind. He did not intend to rush into building a castle. Considering the terrain of the territory, it was far more cost-effective to build fortified passes to guard key routes than to undertake large-scale construction of a castle. The castle had to serve as a residence, warehouse, hall, and administrative function, with complex internal facilities and countless manpower and material resources required. Corwin did not yet have the mood or need for that. Passes, on the other hand, only need to focus on military defense, holding strategic positions, and protecting the terrain, without having to worry about anything else. This is more in line with the current needs of the territory. The most urgent task is to build up the key defense nodes first. Moreover, he was also thinking about something else. In his memories of his previous life, there was an ancient people who, taking advantage of the terrain, swept out from the west to the east several times. If he were to follow that approach and gradually build a formidable fortress here, he could advance unimpeded when the situation is favorable, and if the situation is unfavorable, he could rely on the natural defenses to hold the pass and keep the enemy firmly at bay. He immediately summoned John, Gus, and the steward. After they arrived, Corwin led them to the center of the pass between the two mountains to survey the terrain, and then explained his idea. This place is surrounded by steep mountain walls on both sides, with only a narrow path running through the middle from east to west, making it a natural key to the pass. He wanted to build a practical, sturdy, easily defensible, and difficult-to-attack strategic node that wouldn't exhaust the people's resources. The entire pass was built primarily of stone. The main wall on the front was over 3 zhang high, 2 zhang wide at the base, and 12 chi wide at the top, enough for 3 soldiers to stand side by side, and to steadily set up crossbows and rolling logs and stones. The outer wall sloped slightly inward to make it difficult for climbers to get a foothold, while the inner wall had gentle stone steps to facilitate soldiers to quickly ascend the city. The city wall connects directly to the mountain rocks at both ends without leaving any gaps. From a distance, it looks like a giant blue stone dragon lying across the mountain pass. In the center is a suspended gate, constructed of hardwood covered with iron sheets. It can be opened in peacetime and lowered in wartime, supported by several massive wooden beams, making it difficult for even a dozen people to break open. Above the gate is a watchtower, 3 zhang high, with 2 levels. The lower level housed soldiers and stored crossbows and other weapons. The upper level had arrow slits, allowing firing from all directions to create crossfire and bring everything within 100 paces of the pass under fire. Watchtowers were permanently stationed inside, manned day and night, and equipped with all necessary signaling systems. According to Corwin's plan, The garrison would normally consist of 50 men, along with a dozen or so servants, all under the command of a squad leader. 40 of them were responsible for taking turns guarding the city, patrolling, and keeping watch, while the rest were responsible for maintaining the fortifications and transporting supplies. 2 underground granaries were built into the mountainside inside the pass. They were hidden, cool, and dry, and could store grains, dried meat, and wheat cakes, making it convenient for those who wanted to hold their ground here. A makeshift armory was also built nearby, storing spears, machetes, bows and arrows, kerosene, ash bottles, and other supplies needed during wartime. John, Gus, and the old butler beside them listened carefully to Corwin's overall plan for the pass. The 3 of them nodded repeatedly, their faces showing genuine agreement. At this moment, Corwin spoke in a deep voice and asked the steward, "Our territory currently has a total population of only over 600 people. After deducting the soldiers stationed, on guard, and on patrol, as well as the people who manage the farmland, care for the livestock, and maintain the daily operation of the territory, and after deducting the labor force that must remain in the mines for mining and smelting, do you calculate carefully how many usable people can ultimately be spared for the construction of the pass?" Upon hearing this, the old butler immediately lowered his head, his fingers gently calculating, his brows slowly furrowing. After a moment, his expression turned slightly grave as he replied, "Young master, according to this calculation, the territory is already short-handed. At most, we can spare only 60 or 70 people to focus on building the pass, and that's the limit. If we send any more people, it will affect the farmland, mines, and daily affairs. Moreover, according to your plan, this pass should be built with stone and brick and be sturdy and durable. Just the quarrying and transportation of the stone will be extremely laborious, and the timber will also need to be dried and processed. Every step is time-consuming and labor-intensive. The entire pass cannot be built in a short time." After listening, Corwin sighed softly, his eyes showing helplessness, but his tone remained firm and resolute. "No matter how difficult it is, we must start construction. Everything is difficult at the beginning. We will solve problems one by one. Go back and talk to Father Severin and ask him to explain the purpose of building the pass to the people and calm their emotions. Also, remember that everyone who contributes to the construction will get an extra meal every day. We will not let those who work hard do so in vain." Just as Corwin and his men sat together, discussing the crucial matters of territory development and fortification, news of his deliberate private promotion and recruitment of manpower began to ripple through several neighboring noble territories. Among the passing caravans and refugees, fragments of conversation were repeatedly relayed in the corners of taverns, beside mills, and along field ridges, gradually piecing together a vague yet alluring outline, a newly opened territory nestled among the western mountains. When the news reached the ears of the surrounding nobles, some merely scoffed, thinking it was just another arrogant brat making a fuss that wouldn't last long. Others became more vigilant and took the matter to heart, while many more watched coldly, waiting to see whether this new territory could gain a foothold or soon vanish into thin air. Those who were truly disturbed by this news were the lower-class subjects and serfs who were struggling under the rule of noble lords. The heavy labor year after year left them breathless, and the heavy taxes robbed them of most of their harvest. Even with favorable weather, they might not be able to afford a few full meals. They had heard too many rumors about the West, that taxes were low and there was land to cultivate, that lords there did not mistreat their servants, and that hard work would earn them a full meal. A faint glimmer of hope quietly sprouted in the hearts of many. Many people began to toss and turn at night, wondering whether they should abandon these endless days of suffering, risk being hunted down and punished by their former lord, and head west to try for a new life. However, no one can be sure how long this newly emerging territory can last. It had no towering, sturdy castles, no powerful backing. For these desperate people from the lower classes, heading west was an adventure that gambled with their lives and future. If they win the bet, they can escape hunger, cold, and oppression, and own a piece of land and a home of their own. If they lose, it's all over. After being caught, they will be hunted down, whipped, or even hanged. Even so, it still makes many people willing to muster up the courage to give it a try. Chapter 67. The plan begins to take shape. The day's work finally ended as the sun set. The overseer's hoarse shouts echoed in the open space, and the slaves, dragging their bodies drained of strength by the heavy labor, lined up numbly yet mechanically, waiting to receive their food for the day. No one dared to cut in line, no one dared to make a sound. The long hours of hard work and strict rules had worn down their extraneous thoughts. They just wanted to have a good meal and a good rest. The food was hardly lavish. In fact, it was meager. The staples consisted of large, hard, chewy pieces of black bread and dry, toasted wheat cakes. Yet, even so, it was enough to ignite an undisguised longing in the eyes of these people who had long struggled on the edge of hunger. Beside the group sat a huge iron pot, blackened by smoke. Boiling water bubbled under the fire, emitting a faint yet enticing aroma of meat. It was made from the entrails, bones, and scraps that the hunting team had removed from their game after returning today, cooked with a little bit of salt, which was especially precious in this land. In this era of widespread famine and rampant banditry, slaves and lower-class people elsewhere could not even afford meat soup, let alone black bread and wheat cakes, which were luxuries that might not even fill their stomachs. Being able to receive a mouthful of dry rations and a bowl of hot soup with a few drops of oil after a day's work was already a great blessing. The slaves ate silently, holding their wooden bowls, a sense of gratitude rising in their hearts. Life in this lord's territory was a rare treat compared to other places. Separated from the slave procession and more orderly was the procession of the people. Their staple food was softer and more plentiful. Their soup contained more real chunks of meat, and they were also more salty. They no longer had to work from dawn till dusk like slaves, nor did they have to constantly worry about being driven out or starving to death. This peaceful life was what they had always dreamed of. But what inspires the most envy from afar are the soldiers stationed inside the fortress. Snow-white, fragrant refined wheat bread, smoky, salted meat, freshly hunted game, and fish caught from the lake are all laid out on their plates. While it wasn't exactly a feast with plenty of food and drink every day, it was already the highest level of treatment available in this wild and untamed border region. With everyone clad in armor and eating meat at every meal, this stable and ample supply, coupled with their rigorous training, already makes them one of the top armies on this border. Every day at mealtimes, unless it was too busy, Corwin would personally come and inspect the area. He wouldn't linger or try to strike up a conversation with anyone. He would simply walk around quietly, sometimes talking to the people, checking their food, and observing the order of the procession. In the prevailing custom among the nobility, it was considered inappropriate for a lord to dine with his subordinates, a loss of aristocratic dignity. Yet, he still made time to attend in person, which was enough to overwhelm the soldiers and commoners with gratitude, and to deepen their respect and trust for this young lord. After his inspection, Corwin returned to his cabin along the simple stone path inside the castle. His servants quickly served him dinner. Soft, easy-to-chew white bread, roasted meat with a slightly charred crust and tender inside, several dishes of sweet and sour jam made from wild berries, and a cup of warm, slightly fishy sweet fresh milk. He ate slowly, savoring the food, which was considered quite good for this era. But his mind involuntarily flashed back to the dazzling array of delicacies in the city of his previous life, heavily oiled and fragrant dishes, a wide variety of snacks, and refreshing iced drinks. He sighed softly and quickly suppressed those extraneous thoughts. I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it any further, I'm afraid I won't even be able to swallow my dinner. Just as he put down his knife and prepared to rest, there was a light knock at the door. Immediately afterwards, Corwin's steady voice came from outside, carrying his usual caution. Young master, a group of people have arrived outside the territory. They are dressed in tattered clothes and are emaciated. They look like they have fled from famine. They said that they heard there was a new territory here that was willing to give them a way to survive, so they made a special trip to come here to seek refuge. They begged the Lord to accept them. Corwin thought, whether these people are genuinely seeking refuge, or whether someone has planted spies to investigate, or whether they are bandits mixed in with the refugees, no one can say for sure. After a moment's thought, he gave the order in a deep voice, his tone calm and decisive. Take them to the outer camp for temporary accommodation and have people guard them outside. but do not allow them to move around freely, and especially not to approach the fort's arsenal, granaries, and other such places. We cannot relax our vigilance in the slightest. Tell them to wait, and I will go over to question them personally as soon as I finish my meal." "Yes." Corin responded loudly, and quickly disappeared to arrange the reception and security arrangements. After finishing his dinner hastily, Corwin got up, pushed open the door of the cabin, and led his servants toward the temporary accommodation. The outer camp is located inside the wall gate, a temporary open space enclosed by a wooden fence. It was originally used to store timber and stone, but it has now been cleared out to accommodate outsiders. Corin had already led his men to guard the perimeter, with several soldiers standing at the four corners of the fence, the torchlight illuminating their figures. When Corwin arrived, the soldiers bowed their heads in salute. Inside the fence, a group of people, men, women, and children, huddled together, their clothes tattered and their faces pale and emaciated. Most of them huddled in the corners with fearful eyes. They reeked of the dust, sweat, and faint musty smell of their long journey. Seeing Corwin approach, the group became even more nervous. Some instinctively shrank back, while others couldn't help but lower their heads, unable to bear looking at him. Corwin stood outside the fence and immediately instructed Corin to check the group's hands, feet, and bodies for any wounds. You can tell from their hands and feet whether they have worked in the fields for many years, and their wounds can tell whether they are genuine escapees or deserters who have fought in wars or bandits mixed in. After the inspection was completed and the report was confirmed, he spoke after a moment, his voice not loud, but clear enough to drown out the wind. "I am the Lord here. My name is Corwin. Who is the leader? Step forward and speak." A commotion arose in the crowd, and after a moment, an elderly man with gray hair emerged. His clothes were tattered, and his hands were covered in calluses, clearly indicating that he had toiled in the fields year-round. The old man walked forward shakily, knelt down inside the fence, and said in a hoarse voice, "My lord, my name is Golan. We are villagers from the neighboring territory. Our village was attacked by bandits. Our houses were burned down, and our food was stolen. The survivors fled the famine and heard that you could give us some food. So we came here, please, sir. Give us some food and a way to survive. We are willing to work and can endure any hardship." Corwin looked at him. "How many people are left after making it this far?" Golan's eyes reddened, and she lowered her head. "There were 60 or 70 people when we set off, and we starved to death and were robbed along the way now. Only a little over 30 are left." Then, suppressed sobs came from the crowd. After listening, Corwin said, "I don't care where you come from." He paused and continued, "Once you enter my territory, you must abide by my rules. First, no stealing, no fighting, no harboring criminals. Second, no hoarding weapons, and no approaching granaries, armories, or fortresses. Third, work for rations, no idlers. If you can do these things, stay. If you can't, leave now. I won't stop you, but once you're out of here, whether you live or die is none of my concern." Golan kowtowed repeatedly, saying, "We can do it. We can all do it. We only beg you to take us in, sir." Corwin nodded slightly and looked at Corin beside him. "Register." Corin immediately stepped forward and took out a smooth wooden board and a charcoal pencil. This was the most rudimentary household register in Wild Tooth Fortress at present. Men stand on the left, women and children on the right. Corin commanded his soldiers to separate the crowd. The refugees dared not delay and stumbled as they split into separate lines. The soldiers followed orders and walked up to the men, raising their hands one by one to examine their palms, arms, and shoulders. Those who farm year-round have thick calluses on their palms, and those who have worked as craftsmen have knuckles that are prone to deformity. What did you do before? Farmers. Stay and be incorporated into the reclamation team. And you? I've learned a little stone masonry. Stay here and be incorporated into the construction team to repair the fort walls. How did you get these injuries? Fought for his life against bandits. Good eyesight and good health. Temporarily enlist in the militia for a while to recuperate before receiving training. After training, you'll still have to work, understand? Those who were asked quickly responded. The woman and child were only given a simple checkup. As long as there is no obvious disease or malicious intent, everyone should be allowed to stay. After the registration was completed, Corwin spoke again, his voice steady and carrying an unquestionable authority. From today onwards, I don't care what your status is, whether you are subjects, serfs, or even slaves. This period is 1 year. During this year, those who work hard and obey the rules will become official subjects of the territory. I will allocate residences and land to you. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, the refugees all knelt down and cried out that their lord was merciful. For them, this was their hope for survival. Colwyn turned to Corin and instructed him. Tonight, we'll distribute hay to them to lay on the ground, then give them some hot water and wheat porridge. We'll assign someone to watch over them, and after a few days of quarantine, we'll directly assign them to the places they're supposed to go. Yes, young master. Corin responded and immediately made arrangements. Corwin took one last look at the crowd inside the fence. He knew that more people would come, and as the news spread, the territory would no longer be so peaceful. Chapter 68 Reactions from the Surrounding Area. In this era, the common people and serfs at the bottom of society were not fundamentally different from the oxen in the lord's pen, the livestock in the stalls, and the farm tools in the storehouse. They have names and families, but in the eyes of law and worldly convention, they are nothing more than living property attached to the land and belonging to the Lord. Their lives, their labors, and even their entire existence are naturally marked with the Lord's imprint. Everything on this land has never belonged to them. The fields belong to the Lord, the mountains and forests belong to the Lord, the rivers and ponds belong to the Lord, and even the road they walk on bears the Lord's name. The Lord designated plots of land for his men to cultivate for generations and set strict yield ratios. During the busy farming season, they have to work under the scorching sun, busy from dawn to dusk. Even when the farming season is over, they still have no time to rest, as they are conscripted to build castle walls, dig moats, and level roads connecting various manors. What weighed on them was far more than just corvée labor and land rent. There are also layers upon layers of taxes. Farming requires paying land tax, living requires paying a head tax, and wanting to get married requires paying a marriage tax. If the older generation leaves behind a meager estate, they must first pay an inheritance tax to the Lord if they want to inherit it. Even the most basic necessities of life, milling grain and baking bread, had to be accomplished using mills and ovens monopolized by the lords, with a portion of the grain taken as a usage fee. Numerous exorbitant taxes squeezed their already difficult lives to the point of barely surviving. The more greedy and oppressive the lords are, the weaker and more vulnerable their subjects become. However, the noble lords are still aware that if these people, whom they regard as their private property, die or flee in large numbers, the villages will become deserted, the fields will be abandoned, and the originally continuous supply of food, wealth, and labor will also decrease. They are domesticated property, only valuable enough to be exploited while alive. Once they fall or disappear, the nobleman's property books will be filled with deficits. Just as Corwin officially accepted the first batch of refugees who had fled from the surrounding territories and settled them on the uncultivated wasteland, the news that he had secretly spread earlier gradually reached the ears of the surrounding noble lords. The moment the news spread, undercurrents immediately stirred within the otherwise tranquil aristocratic circle. Some people appeared outwardly calm and indifferent, as if they didn't care about the matter at all, but secretly they were keeping a close eye on the movements in their own territory, watching Corwin's next move with a cold eye. Some lords changed their expressions on the spot, immediately ordering the sealing of the territory's borders, increasing manpower and guards to patrol day and night, and strictly monitoring the people and serfs under their rule. If anyone was found to be wandering, whispering, or trying to escape, they would be severely punished immediately. They used the harshest means to intimidate people and would never let go of a single property that belonged to them. There were also some shrewd and calculating lords who, unwilling to take the initiative and risk themselves, secretly contacted other nobles, subtly provoking and stirring up trouble, trying to get those impatient lords to take the lead in probing Corwin's territory, military strength, and background, while they themselves stayed in the rear, waiting for the situation to change. This region, which had long been peaceful and lifeless, was like a heavy stone suddenly thrown into a deep, calm pool. From the moment Corwin opened his territory and accepted the refugees, the old order was shaken and the minds of all factions were stirred. Not only Corwin himself, but other nobles also knew that this small ripple would not subside so easily, and that it would soon stir up a storm that would sweep across the entire region. After careful consideration, Corwin decisively ordered a temporary halt to all wasteland reclamation and the mobilization of all manpower in the territory, except for those engaged in mining, to expedite the construction of defensive fortifications. Father Severin, observing the bustling construction site and recalling the rumors that had quietly spread, instantly understood Corwin's intentions. He walked to Corwin's side, a slight smile on his face, and said, "My lord, I used to think of you as a benevolent lord, but now I realize I was wrong. In a sense, you and I are kindred spirits." Corwin turned his head and asked casually, "Oh?" The priest certainly sees things clearly. "So, do you think I can handle the trouble that's coming?" Father Severin gazed at the city walls being reinforced in the distance, his voice calm, yet resolute. "I believe you can do it. After all, if you fail, I, a half-heretic, will have to go into exile again." The two exchanged a glance, smiled knowingly, and said nothing more, their gazes turning together to the unknown distance. While Corwin and Father Severin remained silent, their territories on high alert, undercurrents were already surging in the surrounding noble territories. In recent days, the noble lords who were further away were still observing and testing each other, sitting back and waiting. However, Baron Elfin, the lord of the Great Horn territory, which was not too far from the Corwin territory, could no longer sit still after several batches of serfs secretly fled to the Corwin territory. He knew in his heart that if he continued to let his territory run rampant, it wouldn't be long before he became a baron in name only. He first sent messengers to contact the various noble lords, and then sent people to inquire about Corwin's origins. After doing all this, he ordered his men to keep a close watch on the population of his territory, patrol day and night, and severely punish anyone who tried to escape. Then Baron Elfin ordered a small team to be dispatched to investigate the true state of Corwin's territory, with the best possible outcome being to infiltrate the territory and gather detailed intelligence. He must curb Corwin's actions, otherwise the very foundation of his rule will be shaken. Once the information is clear, if this young lord has no background or status, he will teach Corwin a lesson, bring back the escaped serfs, and completely crush this young lord who dared to destroy his territory at the very beginning of his rise. Meanwhile, in Corwin's territory, a tense yet orderly scene of war preparations had already unfolded. All able-bodied citizens and refugees were rationally assigned to various fortifications, working day and night to reinforce stone walls, dig trenches, move stones, and expedite the construction of defensive facilities, all in preparation for a war that could break out at any moment. Seeing the fortifications taking shape step by step, Corwin did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he turned his attention to the outer border areas. He quickly summoned John and Gus, the two most reliable and experienced men who were also familiar with the surrounding terrain. After briefly explaining the current situation, Corwin ordered that each of the two men lead a squad of soldiers to a good location on the road to the territory to set up a temporary outpost and take turns guarding it. On the one hand, we must strictly check all personnel entering and leaving the territory, strictly control their comings and goings, and guard them day and night, without ever letting our guard down, in order to prevent enemy spies and agents from taking the opportunity to infiltrate and spy on the strength of our defenses. On the other hand, under the premise of ensuring safety and control, we should still quietly accept those people who sincerely come to join us. After careful screening and simple questioning, they should be escorted into the territory in batches in an orderly manner to avoid being used by the enemy. In this way, they can both continuously strengthen the foundation of their territory and firmly guard their gates, leaving no opportunity for external enemies to take advantage of them. Chapter 69 Population Surge. As the territory continued to accept exiled lower-class citizens from surrounding noble territories, and escaped slaves risking their lives to flee, the territory's population grew day by day. The population boom was supposed to be the most solid foundation for the expansion of the territory, but Corwin thought that the current disorderly clustering had brought a series of thorny problems. Space within the valley is already limited, and now not only are the people living in overcrowded conditions, but even the workshops used for production and the training grounds for soldiers may be squeezed and compressed by the ever-increasing influx of people. If this continues, food distribution, material distribution, and production will fall into chaos, and internal conflict will break out sooner or later. Moreover, the nobles around him who regarded runaway slaves and lower-class subjects as their private property had long set their sights on his rapidly rising new territory. Their spying and probing in the shadows never stopped, and various underhanded actions continued one after another. That morning, Corwin summoned Father Severin and the steward who managed the territory to the council chamber. He instructed them to plan the phased relocation of the rapidly increasing population within the territory. One group would be moved to the vicinity of the iron or mining area, allowing the miners to live nearby and significantly improving mining efficiency. The other group would be moved to the western part of the valley to the surrounding wasteland suitable for cultivation, making it easier for the local inhabitants to directly reclaim and cultivate the land. Father Severin then said, "We should choose several locations that can be expanded into villages in the future. We need to ensure that the roads are unobstructed so that it is convenient to transport supplies to and from the main valley. Ideally, we should also take into account the need for defense and security, and keep away from open areas that are vulnerable to attack. For now, we can build simple dwellings with logs and thatch to settle the people. Then gradually build houses and regulate streets and alleys to formally build a large-scale village. It would be best to clean up the household registration issues. Otherwise, the growing population will cause great management chaos." After listening to Father Severin's words, Corwin said, "The priest is right. The household registration system must be implemented immediately and comprehensively. Not only should everyone's name, place of origin, and work skills be registered, but a strict distinction should also be made between free people and dependent people. In particular, those runaway slaves who come to seek refuge must be registered separately, their identities changed uniformly, and their pasts concealed so that no one can find any evidence against them." The old steward chimed in, echoing in a deep voice, "Young master is right. Father Severin's words are even more fundamental to the governance of the territory. Only when the household register is established can rations be allocated, labor be arranged, and reclaimed land be divided according to the register, so that everything can be traced. However, once the new villages are established, village chiefs will be selected from among the diligent, honest, and highly respected old leaders and reliable migrants to manage the daily lives of the villagers. And then, people will be selected from the militia to serve as security officers, responsible for maintaining basic order in the villages and handling trivial matters such as neighborhood disputes and theft. Our soldiers bear the heavy responsibility of training for war and defending against foreign enemies. They should not be entangled in these trivial matters and have their combat power and energy scattered." Corwin listened quietly to their conversation, nodding frequently to show his complete agreement. He then looked up at Father Severin, who was most suitable to take charge of the matter, and spoke with sincerity and solemnity. "I'll leave the matters of household registration, population registration, and village planning to you, Father, to oversee and coordinate. I will instruct the steward to fully cooperate with all your arrangements, providing manpower and supplies as needed. As you know, the territory is newly established, and there are few literate people. I'll have to trouble you to take care of these complicated registration matters." Father Severin looked at the young lord before him, who was still quite young but acted with prudence and knew how to appoint capable people, and shook his head helplessly, saying with a wry smile, "Never mind, I owe you a favor. Since you have given me your orders, I will do my best to fulfill them." The next morning, apart from the ongoing construction of defensive facilities, matters concerning household registration and village planning quietly began to unfold within the territory. Although Father Severin was a clergyman, Corwin didn't treat him like one. He used him to the fullest extent possible, and Father Severin was now the busiest man in the territory. He first selected some clever and diligent young people from among the refugees to serve as temporary helpers. He built a wooden shed in an open area at the mouth of the valley as a registration point, and he personally set the rules. All those registered, regardless of their background or past, must have their name, age, origin, skills, and family members recorded. Whether they were farmers or weavers, quarried stone or blacksmiths, everything was written down. What caused even more uproar was that the Lord announced to everyone that all those who came to the territory would not have their previous identities recorded and would be uniformly classified as dependent citizens. They would be referred to as dependent farmers of the territory. After a year, they would become official citizens of the territory. Their household registration records would be locked in a wooden box by Father Severin, with the key kept by the Lord himself to prevent any leaks. The old steward led his men to check the rations, farm tools, and building materials from house to house, distributing them to each person according to the household register and recording them by household. He meticulously recorded who received what and when they received it, thus preventing embezzlement and chaos from the root. Population evacuation and new village site selection were carried out simultaneously. A new village for miners was built on a hillside near the iron mine, sheltered from the wind and close to water. The houses were densely packed, but walkways were left out to facilitate centralized supervision and rapid assembly in case of an emergency. On the newly reclaimed flat land to the west of the valley, a new agricultural village was established, and each household was allocated a small plot of temporary farmland to plant some fast-growing grains and vegetables to stabilize the people's hearts. Between the two villages and the main valley, the villagers worked through the night to build a simple dirt road, setting up 2 simple watchtowers along the way. During the day, people were on guard, and at night, bonfires were lit, which served as both road signs and warning signals. Of the population separated from the main population, Corwin personally announced the selection method. The village chief is chosen from among the first inhabitants to arrive in the territory. There were only 3 requirements: be a little older, be fair in dealing with people, and be trusted by the refugees. After being elected, the village chief was personally received by Corwin and publicly presented with a wooden plaque engraved with the territory's symbol, serving as proof of his identity. The village chief was only responsible for farming, food rations, housing construction, and neighborhood disputes. The sheriffs, on the other hand, were all selected from the militia who had previously participated in the training, and Corwin personally inspected them. 4 men were chosen from each village, 1 chief and 3 assistants, who were only responsible for theft, fighting, the movement of outsiders, fires, banditry, and wild animal disturbances. They had the right to temporarily detain people, but no right to try or sentence them. All important matters had to be reported to the Lord. In this way, civil affairs and public security are separated, and village chiefs and public security officers supervise each other to prevent local areas from becoming too large or from causing chaos due to poor management. Everything was progressing smoothly, but Corwin dared not let his guard down for a moment. He privately instructed Father Severin and the butler. The household register, the list of dependents, and the location of the new village must not be disclosed to the outside world. The spies of the surrounding nobles may have already infiltrated among the refugees. If anyone is found in the crowd inquiring about the number of people, weapons, and grain reserves of the territory, immediately make a secret note of it, find Corwin quietly, and put him under guard. If there is any resistance, execute him on the spot. Father Severin looked at Corwin, who was methodically arranging everything, and sighed softly. Your Excellency has even meticulously planned the household registration, villages, and defenses. This territory will sooner or later become a place that no one dares to underestimate. Chapter 70 The Spy. On the only way to the territory's entrance, several torches were lit one after another, their flames flickering in the wind, illuminating the road and the ragged figures in front of the sentry post. Because of the information released earlier, the territory has recently seen a significant increase in people who have fled from other territories. However, the checkpoint requires those of unknown origin and those who have escaped from other places to undergo preliminary screening before entering the territory. Gus was on duty tonight. He stood behind the wooden fence of the checkpoint, looking at the group of people who were stopped outside the checkpoint. His eyes narrowed slightly in the firelight, with a hint of vigilance and scrutiny. The group of people had meager belongings, and their faces showed exhaustion and fear after a long journey. It was clear at a glance that they had escaped from somewhere else. At the front of the crowd, A man with a sallow complexion but still relatively calm stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Gus, and spoke with a pleading tone. "My lord, we fled from a nearby territory. We heard that you would give us a full meal and provide land for the landless to cultivate. We were desperate and came all the way to your territory. Please, have mercy and let us in." Gus's face darkened, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable force. "You can enter the territory, but it's too late today. You need to undergo a preliminary inspection first before we can let you in tomorrow." The torchlight flickered across his tense profile, and the guards behind the wooden fence of the sentry post instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. The man in the lead immediately looked troubled. He subconsciously glanced back at the trembling elderly, women, and children behind him, and when he turned back, his voice was filled with pleading. "Sir, please have mercy and make an exception. It's windy and cold tonight, and with so many of us, old and young, I'm afraid we really won't be able to stay up all night." He bent slightly, his hands unconsciously clenching, both afraid of angering the guards and worried about his family. He exuded a sense of desperation and helplessness. "You don't need to worry about that." Gus's tone remained calm and unwavering. "First, you'll undergo an inspection. Your clothes and belongings will be checked. Once we confirm there are no problems, I'll have someone arrange for you to stay in temporary barracks outside the territory, and we'll also send some food and hot water over." After hearing this, the man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. He quickly bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We will definitely cooperate, and will not do anything unnecessary." With a mixture of lingering fear and genuine gratitude, he took several steps back and turned to calm the restless crowd behind him. Gus waved his hand behind him. "Line up for inspection. Check your luggage and everything you're carrying carefully. Don't miss anything." Several soldiers stepped forward and gestured for the refugees to line up. The elderly, women, and children shrank back and moved about timidly, most of them carrying only tattered rags, clearly having fled from famine. When it was the leader's turn, the guard reached out and opened the cloth bag on his shoulder. Inside were only a few tattered clothes and half a dry, hard rye bread, nothing unusual. Just as the guard gestured for him to go over, and it was the next person's turn, a man behind him instinctively raised his hand to cover his waist. The sergeant immediately noticed and said, "Put your hands down." The man's expression changed slightly, but he dared not disobey. The guard reached out and lifted the man's tattered outer coat, revealing a leather belt underneath. Embedded in half a worn metal badge was not something a vagrant should have. It seemed more like the insignia of a servant under a minor nobleman. After being discovered, the soldiers immediately took the man into custody, and the other soldiers also picked up their weapons and surrounded the crowd. Gus's pupils contracted slightly, and he said coldly, "You said you were serfs who fled all the way here? People who can't even get enough to eat. Would they be carrying this kind of thing?" The surrounding air froze instantly. Most of the people in the crowd were so frightened by this scene that they stood frozen in place, afraid to move. Sweat instantly beaded on the man's forehead. He forced a calm expression and whispered, "This I found it on the road. It looked sturdy, so I tied it around my waist as a belt." Gus sneered, his gaze sweeping across the crowd behind him. A few people stood out from the others before returning to the man's face. "Found it. Would anyone even pick up something like this? This is the insignia of a nobleman. How could you possibly just pick it up like that?" The firelight made the man's face appear deathly pale. Gus abruptly gripped the badge embedded in his belt, pulling the man close to his face with a slight jerk. His tone was utterly uncompromising, filled only with chilling coldness. A runaway serf? A belt he found. He glanced up at the burly men behind the man, who were deliberately keeping their backs straight but still hunched over, and his voice suddenly rose. "Arrest these men." As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers on both sides of the sentry post moved instantly. Weapons were pointed forward in unison, the crisp sound of armor plates clashing piercing the night, surrounding these people who were clearly different from the others, and separating these refugees from them. The man's expression changed drastically. His previous fear and humility vanished in an instant, leaving only panic and ruthlessness after his lie was exposed. He instinctively reached for the short knife hidden under his clothes, but Gus, who was already prepared, slammed his elbow into his shoulder, causing him to fall to his knees on the spot, his arms pinned to the ground by 2 guards. Search them. Everyone, hold them back. No one is allowed to escape. Gus gave a stern order, his gaze as cold as a knife. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. The soldiers quickly stepped forward and subdued and searched the group of fake refugees. Before long, several short blades hidden in rags and bundles were roughly pulled out and slammed onto the muddy ground. The evidence is conclusive and there is no way to deny it. Gus asked from his superior position. Speak, who sent you? What is your purpose? Gus crouched down, grabbed his hair, and forced him to lift his face, which was covered in cold sweat. She remained silent upon seeing the man. Still being stubborn. You think I can't do anything to you just because you don't speak up? The man turned his head away, gritted his teeth and remained silent, a hint of hope still lurking in his eyes. Too lazy to waste any more words, Gus turned his head to the soldier next to him and said, Drag him to the fire. 2 soldiers roughly dragged the man to the brightest torch and forced him to kneel in the mud. Gus slowly took off the leather gloves from his waist, put them on leisurely, and his knuckles made a soft cracking sound as he squeezed them. I'll ask you one last time. He leaned close to the man's ear and asked, Who sent you? What are you trying to do by infiltrating our territory? The man's throat bobbed, a look of fear crossed his face, but he kept his mouth tightly shut. Good. He raised his hand and pointed to the man's right index finger. Let's start with this one. The soldier immediately stepped forward and firmly pressed down on his hand. The man's pupils contracted sharply, finally revealing his fear. He struggled and twisted desperately, letting out a muffled growl from his throat. Gus remained expressionless, reached out and grasped the finger, and heard a short, sharp cracking sound. A sharp pain exploded instantly. The man's body convulsed, veins bulged on his forehead, he was covered in cold sweat from the pain, and he was breathing heavily. Gus looked at the man on the ground, clenching his teeth and remaining silent, and coldly raised his voice to the soldiers beside him. Bring the rest of them to the fire. Several spies were roughly dragged to the center of the fire, their faces pale, yet they still tried to remain calm. Gus slowly drew his long sword from his waist, the cold blade gleaming in the torchlight. He gently lifted the leader's chin with the tip of his sword, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Is this person your leader? His voice was calm, yet chillingly cold. You're quite stubborn. No one answered. Gus sheathed his sword and stood there, his tone devoid of any emotion. I'm giving you one last chance. Where did they come from? Who sent them? What was their purpose? Whoever tells the truth first will live. After he finished speaking, the area around the fire remained deathly silent. Gus's eyes turned cold, and he said no more. With a flick of his wrist, he plunged the longsword deep into the leader's chest, and blood gushed out instantly. The excruciating pain caused the leader to let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. This is your own choice. Gus withdrew his longsword, and drops of blood dripped from the tip. He swept his cold gaze across the remaining spies and said, Those who want to live should quickly and honestly confess. Those who don't speak will suffer the same fate as him. This completely shattered their last psychological defense. One of them suddenly collapsed to his knees, trembling violently, and pleaded in a trembling voice, as if crying. My lord, I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. Chapter 71 Response. Seeing someone take the lead, the others who had been held down on the ground finally couldn't hold back anymore. Some burst into tears, while others kowtowed desperately. The chaotic voices mingled together. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please, sir, spare our lives. Gus looked at the trembling people kneeling on the ground and said with a sneer, What a bunch of spineless cowards. If you had just spoken up earlier, would you have had to suffer like this? Do you have to see blood before you'll open your mouth? The first person to break down was terrified. His trouser legs were wet, cold, and smelly, and he was covered in excrement and urine, his face smeared with tears and snot, mixed with dirt and cold sweat. Gus frowned in disgust, turned his head away, and coldly ordered the soldiers standing on either side. Bring a bucket of water and wash him clean. Let him wake up. He smells so bad, he won't even be able to get a clear answer later. The soldier responded, and soon returned with a bucket of icy cold water. The temperature was still quite warm, and there was a chill in the air. The icy water was poured over the man's head, and he jolted violently, his body convulsing and his teeth chattering. The bucket of cold water had cleared his previously muddled consciousness somewhat. Gus gestured for the soldiers to drag him to the flickering fire. The firelight illuminated his expressionless face as he stared down at the other man. His voice was low but carried a menacing tone. "Now you can talk. Who sent you? What are you doing here?" Then he turned to the remaining soldiers and ordered, "Separate the rest of the men and interrogate them one by one." When Gus turned back, he pointed to a dead tree in the dark forest in the distance. "If you dare to lie to me, or if there's anything that doesn't match up with anyone else, I'll hang you on that tree later and let the wind blow you to your death." The man was so frightened that his body went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His lips trembled for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a trembling voice, choked with sobs. My lord, we came from the nearby, Giant Horn territory. It was Baron Elfin who sent us. We are the Baron's spies. He ordered us to blend in with the fleeing serfs, sneak into this territory, and find out the details. How many soldiers, how many people, where the checkpoints are located, the general layout of the defenses. We were to record everything and then send it back to report. Gus then pressed on in a deep voice. "Baron Elfin? Why did he send you here to gather intelligence?" The man hurriedly replied in a trembling voice. Because the Great Horn territory is not far from here. Recently, a large number of serfs in the territory have been escaping one after another. The Baron captured a few escaped serfs and interrogated them, only to find out that they all escaped here. Rumors are circulating that this place takes in refugees and distributes land, making life much better than elsewhere, and many serfs from the surrounding area are flocking here. The Baron is both angry and resentful, which is why he sent us to investigate the truth. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately begged for mercy. "This has nothing to do with us. It was all the Lord's orders. We were just following orders. Please spare our lives, sir." After listening, Gus understood the reason for the matter. It turns out that the news of the territory taking in refugees and distributing land to them had spread during this period. In the eyes of those noble lords, this had already touched their interests, which is why these people came to inquire about the territory. Thinking of this, Gus turned to the soldiers beside him and ordered, "Drag this man away and separate him from the other spies. Keep him alive for now. He might be useful later. From now on, everyone else should be on high alert, with all personnel armed and on guard. If any suspicious person approaches, stop them without asking their identity, and shoot them on sight if they dare to trespass." After giving instructions on all matters concerning the outpost, Gus did not delay. He first ordered that the spies mixed in with the crowd be completely separated from the ordinary serfs and refugees. The ordinary refugees were properly housed in temporary barracks, and soldiers were stationed around them to guard them closely, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving without authorization to prevent the news from leaking out. After dealing with everything on site, Gus rushed back to the center of the territory to report the news to Corwin as soon as possible. Night had fallen, and Corwin had already retired for the night. Only the soft sound of his even breathing echoed in the room. Suddenly, a rapid yet restrained knocking broke the silence. Corwin was instantly jolted awake, all sleepiness gone. He sat up, his voice low and groggy from just waking up, and asked, "What happened?" The servant outside the door lowered his voice, his tone urgent. "Young master, Lord Guts from the outpost has just returned to the territory. He says he has something important to tell you, and we cannot delay for a moment." Corwin immediately replied, "Understood. Have Gus go to the meeting room and wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly put on his coat and tightened his belt, and in a moment he was all dressed and strode towards the conference hall. The servants had just lit the lights in the meeting room. Guts was sitting in a chair, looking tense. When he saw Corwin push the door open and enter, he immediately stepped forward and bowed. Corwin walked straight to the head seat and sat down, looking directly at him, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Gus, you rushed back to the territory so late at night. Did something happen at the outpost? Just tell me." He took a deep breath and gave a detailed and clear account of the entire process of the checkpoint interception of suspicious persons, the interrogation, and the spy's confession that the mastermind was Baron Elfin of the Great Horn Territory, who intended to gather intelligence on the territory's defenses, population, troop deployment, and checkpoint distribution. As Guts recounted the story, Corwin's face gradually darkened. Baron Elfin, he murmured the name. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to the attendant waiting beside him and said, "Now go and summon John, Coron, Father Severin, and all the key personnel of the territory to the meeting hall. Also, prepare some hot food and water and bring them here." The attendant bowed, accepted the order, and quickly withdrew. Within half an hour, the people who had been urgently summoned arrived one after another, each with a look of doubt and solemnity on their faces. Upon seeing each other, they all realized that being called to the meeting hall in the middle of the night must mean that something extraordinary had happened. The servants then brought out steaming hot, simple food and placed it in front of everyone. Corwin raised his hand and said gently, "Let's have a quick bite to eat first, and then we can talk about things once everyone is here." This considerate gesture warmed the hearts of the people who had been summoned overnight and Guts, who had rushed back to his territory. Once everyone had arrived and taken their seats, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became extremely tense. Corwin succinctly explained the situation reported by Gus to everyone, without any unnecessary embellishment, yet making it clear to everyone present that the territory had been targeted and a crisis was imminent. Without any preamble, Corwin's voice echoed throughout the conference room. "From this moment on, the territory shall be on high alert around the clock. Corwin shall lead the militia to patrol the territory and enforce the day and night shift system. Anyone found acting suspiciously shall be detained first, and anyone who dares to trespass or resist shall be killed without exception. Then have the artisans in the territory rush to make some barricades, sharp wooden stakes, antlers, and other defensive works, and send them to various defensive facilities to be deployed in place. Uncle John, send a team of elite men to the border of the Giant Horn territory to conduct covert reconnaissance. Pay close attention to any signs of troop buildup or supply transport. If anything unusual is found, report it immediately without delay. Father, could you and the steward please take a thorough inventory of the territory's weapons, arrows, armor, provisions, medicines, and other war supplies, in preparation for any eventuality?" Chapter 72, Discussing Countermeasures. After recounting these important matters, Corwin glanced at everyone present and signaled them to discuss follow-up strategies. He needed to hear their additions and insights to identify any omissions and ensure nothing was overlooked. Everyone pondered for a moment, and then Father Severin, who was well versed in the ways of the world, said in a deep voice, "Now that Baron Elfin has taken the first step in testing us, he will not give up easily. I feel that in a few days, he will definitely find an excuse to send someone over." He paused, his tone growing increasingly serious. "The people we caught at the checkpoint, since they were carrying the Elfin family's insignia, weren't spies trying to operate in secrecy. They seemed more like they were deliberately coming to investigate. Now that we've arrested them, they're using the missing servant excuse to legitimately question us and test our reaction." At this point, Father Severin looked up at everyone and said slowly, "As for the doubts that some people might have, why did they come to us to ask after they disappeared? There's no need to worry about that. Baron Elfin has always intended to take action against us. Now he just needs a pretext to do so. For him, whether it's true or false is not important. What's important is that this matter can become an excuse to cause trouble." Gus picked up the conversation, his tone turning serious as he looked at everyone with a grave expression. "If we really consider the worst-case scenario, then it will be a direct war. The other side will never allow us to develop peacefully like this. Judging from the size of a typical baron's military force, the baron himself, along with his personal retainers, knights, and squires, are all elites who are regularly trained and have a small number of fully armored soldiers. The majority of the rest are half-armored or in leather armor, and they can probably muster about 20 main forces. Below that are 3 knightly territories, each knight with his own fiefdom. In times of war, he can usually bring 2 to 3 armed squires. Including these, the regular fighting force is only around 30 people." Gus shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. "As for ranged combat forces like archers, don't expect those junior knights to provide them. A qualified archer is an elite soldier. Most archers are standing troops directly under the Baron's command, and they are combat forces that are specially paid to maintain. They cannot be scattered in those junior knight territories. If the other side really mobilizes all its troops and brings out all the soldiers who can carry weapons, plus the serfs and militia temporarily conscripted, the entire force will not exceed 150 people at most. He paused, then added, "Of course, this is already the size of the military force of the border baronies. The border is not peaceful all year round, and the border lords have always maintained more soldiers. Those baronies whose territories are inside the kingdom and who are used to peaceful days have even weaker military forces. But even so, even if so many people are mobilized, they cannot all be sent out to fight at once. They have to defend their castles, villages, and road passes. The number of people who can actually go to the battlefield will be even less." At this point, Gus looked up at Corwin, his eyes filled with confidence. "With our current strength, our equipment, morale, and combat power are no less than theirs. If it were a direct field battle, as long as we are determined and willing to pay a certain price, we are fully confident that we can directly crush a standard baronial army." Just then, John chimed in, speaking in a calm tone. "Sir Gus's analysis is very insightful. If we rely solely on open field battles, we can definitely defeat them. But if we take it a step further and rely on the fortifications, fences, and trenches built in our territory to hold our ground, we can wear down the enemy layer by layer with tactics such as exhaustion, delay, and harassment. We don't need to fight them head-on with our main force, and the price we need to pay can be much less." Everyone nodded in agreement, adding their own opinions one after another. Some agreed with a prudent defense, while others preferred an offensive approach, and the discussion was lively. Colwyn was now deep in thought. War was probably inevitable, but how to achieve the greatest results with the least cost? How to stabilize the situation in the territory after winning? And more importantly, what if Baron Elfin was driven to a dead end and, in desperation, secretly contacted other covetous nobles in the surrounding area, offering them great rewards to help him in the war? Once it evolves into a situation where one fights against many, no matter how elite they are, their territory will be bogged down in a quagmire of attrition, and this is the fatal hidden danger. Therefore, if war really breaks out, we must not drag things out, and we must not give the other side a chance to unite with allies, catch their breath, or launch a counterattack. We must decide the outcome in one battle and completely defeat the other side with the most decisive and ruthless approach. In the world where Corwin originally lived, there was a widely circulated saying, full of iron-blooded wisdom, that resonated deeply within him at this moment, perfectly apt. A single punch can ward off 100 more. If we cannot unleash a chilling power in the very first battle, demonstrating an unwavering determination that makes all the surrounding forces wary and hesitant to intervene, then even if we defeat Baron Elfin today, many more will come to test us tomorrow. Corwin looked calmly at everyone, his voice steady and clear. "I understand everyone's opinions." He paused slightly, his tone firm. "But this time, we can't fight a defensive battle." Seeing that some people looked puzzled, he continued, "Baron Elfin's strength is not as good as ours. If we just cower and defend, the surrounding nobles will mistakenly think that we are cowardly and lack confidence. The refugees from other places will not dare to come over. Moreover, they do not know our strength. We can take advantage of their surprise and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Therefore, once the war begins, we must take the initiative and fight a quick victory." After he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent for a moment, and then everyone's eyes were focused on Corwin. There were no questions, only obedience. Corwin looked at everyone, his tone steady and powerful. "Let's proceed as we discussed tonight. Everyone should perform their duties, and there should be no mistakes." He then relaxed and said, "It's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. Get plenty of rest, so we can start preparing first thing tomorrow morning." The crowd acknowledged the order and turned to leave one after another. After most of the people had left, Corwin turned to Father Severin, who was still standing, and said earnestly, "I will have to trouble you to do your best to calm the people and maintain order in the territory, and to tell the people not to panic." Father Severin bowed slightly, the cross on his chest gleaming in the lamplight, his tone calm, yet unwavering. "Your Excellency, please rest assured that I will explain the reasons to everyone in the territory, soothe their bewildered hearts, and prevent rumors from disturbing the territory. Corwin nodded wearily, rose from his seat, and walked out of the council chamber with Father Severin. Chapter 73: The Situation. Just as Corwin and the others finished discussing their countermeasures, Baron Elfin of the Great Horn territory also began to take action. He secretly contacted nobles of all ranks in the surrounding territories while using familiar channels to carefully investigate the background of this suddenly appearing pioneer lord, Corwin. No one would rashly attack another nobleman without knowing anything about him. If they were to suffer a setback for no reason, they would only be laughed at for their foolishness. The noble lords on the border may not be smart, but they are definitely not stupid. Stupid people don't live long here. Elfin is especially cautious and suspicious. In recent days, thanks to the intricate relationships within the noble circle, he has figured out most of Corwin's background. In Baron Elfin's view, this new neighbor who appeared out of nowhere had no powerful backing to be feared. He was merely the heir to a long-declining knightly lord from afar. The other party sold off his remaining ancestral manor and traveled thousands of miles to this remote and desolate border to establish his own household. At best, he was just a young man with some ambition but shallow foundation and no one to rely on. As long as he didn't have any powerful background, he wouldn't face any obstacles. Baron Field's reply further confirmed his judgment. The letter clearly stated that Corwin had only been in the territory for a very short time, and everything within it was still in its infancy. The forces he could mobilize were probably pitifully small. A few days ago, he made a large purchase of slaves and provisions at the border market, which shows that he does have some savings from the sale of the manor. But apart from that, he probably doesn't have any stable support from the rear. It's common for noble circles to exchange information and for various intelligence to circulate privately within these circles. Baron Field's willingness to truthfully inform Elfin about Corwin's background was not out of any personal relationship. Elfin believed that Corwin was likely just as wary of this suddenly rising outsider, seizing resources and attracting people to his territory. He was happy to use Elfin to test and suppress this potential threat, while also doing Elfin a favor, a win-win situation. Elfin held the letter in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Before this, the men he had secretly sent to Corwin's territory to investigate had not returned for several days. Given the situation and circumstances on the border, it was common for messengers and spies to be delayed for a few days, but to be completely silent like this meant only one thing. Those men had already been exposed, or even captured and detained by Corwin. In that case, the other side probably already knew it was him. With this in mind, Elfin no longer hesitated and immediately picked up his pen to write letters to all the nobles he knew in the surrounding area. In his letters, he subtly suggested that all the families join forces to block all roads leading to the Corwin territory, strictly prohibit caravans from passing through, allow refugees to approach, and forbid any runaway slaves from entering that territory. They would gradually tighten the encirclement from the outside, cut off their contact with the outside world, and completely eliminate supplies. As for whether other nobles would respond to this proposal, the answer is almost certainly yes. Elfin has already taken the initiative to step forward. All they need to do is go with the flow and lend a helping hand to easily contain a new force that may threaten their interests in the future and reap the benefits. No nobleman in this land would easily refuse such a good thing that is sure to make money and has no risks. Moreover, Elfin has been operating here for many years, and everyone is happy to give him face. After writing and sealing the letters, Elfin immediately summoned his trusted subordinates and ordered them to send these secret letters to the territories of various nobles as quickly as possible. After giving these instructions, he then sent someone to summon his chief guard immediately. Before long, Baron Elfin's chief bodyguard, Auget, strode into the hall and bowed, awaiting orders. Elfin looked up at him and gave the order. Take a few capable men and some gifts, and go to that new territory in my official capacity. Say you're paying a visit to get to know the new lord. While you're at it, casually ask why the servants I sent have not returned. On the surface, it's a polite visit, but secretly keep your eyes peeled and carefully observe the defenses and manpower of their territory. Report back to me every detail you see. After saying that, he immediately told them to set off. Auget and his party arrived at the border of Corwin's pioneering territory. Who are you? This is pioneering territory. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Auget raised his chin slightly, his tone arrogant. I am the chief bodyguard of Baron Elfin of the Great Horn Territory. I have come by order of my lord to visit the new lord and inquire about an important matter. Go and report immediately. The soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them slowly turned and walked inside. A short while later, another soldier came over and led them into the territory. Throughout the journey, Auget kept a low profile and secretly observed the situation. Corwin had made preparations beforehand. The houses in the territory were already simple, and the farmland was filled with slaves who looked emaciated. The patrolling soldiers were all equipped with outdated gear, and their formations were loose. It was exactly what a newly established, impoverished pioneer territory should look like. Auget thought to himself, just as the Baron said, this Corwin is nothing but a down-on-his-luck minor nobleman, all bark and no bite, and utterly vulnerable. Upon entering the council chamber, Corwin, dressed in noble attire, sat in the main seat. The envoy from the Great Horn Territory has come from afar. I apologize for not greeting him properly. Corwin spoke first, his tone flat, revealing no trace of joy or anger. Auget stepped forward and gave a casual bow, his posture hardly respectful. Greetings, Lord Corwin. I am Auget, the chief bodyguard of Baron Elfin. I have come here for 2 reasons. First, to convey my lord's greetings to the new lord, and second to inquire about the servant my baron sent to deliver a message a few days ago. He has not been heard from since entering your territory. I wonder if you have seen him, my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall tensed up slightly. Corwin chuckled softly, his tone unhurried. A messenger? I've never seen one before. But a few days ago, my men did catch a few suspicious people on the edge of the territory. They did have your master's crest on them, but no documents. When asked about their purpose, they were evasive and their behavior was very suspicious. Auget's expression changed slightly, and he immediately realized that the person had indeed been detained. But he couldn't show weakness, so he forced himself to say, Your Excellency is too kind. That was just a servant sent by my baron to offer his greetings, not a spy. I hope that you will hand him over to me, out of consideration for our shared nobility, so that I can take him back with me. Corwin's gaze fell calmly on Auget, his tone neither warm nor cold. My territory has just been established, and the surrounding area is not peaceful. There are many people with ill intentions. If you are a legitimate envoy, I will naturally treat you with courtesy. The point has been made quite clearly. Your people are spies, so my detention is perfectly legitimate. What are you going to do about it? Auget's heart sank. Knowing he couldn't gain the upper hand with words, he stopped pressing the matter of the servants and instead subtly probed. Lord, building a new territory must have been difficult. Recently, the surrounding roads have been rather unsettled, with bandits and refugees increasing in number. My baron is worried that you might be disturbed, so he specifically asked me to remind you that the nearby nobles are planning to join forces to restore order and strengthen patrols along the roads, presumably for everyone's safety. Oh, to restore order along the way. Corwin smiled faintly. My territory is short of people, food, and supplies. I'm thinking of bringing caravans and refugees here every day. Your so-called restoration isn't just an attempt to cut off the lifeline of my pioneering territory, is it? Auget's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, Sir, you misunderstand. It's just routine control. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, everyone knows the answer. Corwin interrupted him, his tone implying that he should leave. Go back and tell Baron Elfin to take care of himself and return. Auget knew that staying any longer would not yield any further information and would only bring him further humiliation, so he could only reluctantly bow and say, In that case, I will convey your message to my lord verbatim. Farewell. Chapter 74 Conflict. Just after Baron Elfin's men left, Corwin knew very well that the other party did not seem to be a reckless person. Since negotiations failed, they would inevitably resort to other means. It seemed that it would not be long before the roads leading to the outside world from the territory would be completely blocked, and the other party intended to trap them here to die. However, a territory cannot remain isolated from the outside world. If supplies, trade routes, and communications are cut off, trouble is bound to follow sooner or later. We must act first. Corwin immediately summoned Corin, his tone calm and decisive. Pass down the order. All soldiers and militia in the territory shall immediately enter a state of combat readiness, open the armory, and be fully armed. In addition, send a team to the outer roads, saying that the territory needs to eliminate bandits and maintain smooth trade routes, and to drive away those who attempt to block the roads. He paused, then added, unless absolutely necessary, do not strike first and kill, but never show weakness or back down. If the situation is really urgent, take the initiative and do not suffer losses. Corin's expression hardened, and he replied solemnly, understood, young master. I'll make the arrangements right away. Meanwhile, Baron Elfin had already ordered the mobilization of men to set up checkpoints and patrol the roads surrounding the Kalwyn territory, making it appear legitimate, as if they were genuinely cracking down on bandits and protecting trade routes. Inside the Baron's study, a trusted aide approached and whispered, my lord, is it really safe to do this? Corwin is, after all, a nobleman who has been granted a fief. If we blockade his territory like this, and someone finds a pretext to do so, it might attract criticism and not be good for your reputation. Elfin sat in his chair and calmly said, dissent? Who would care about that in this remote border region? Besides, that territory is merely newly acquired land. The kingdom's decree hasn't been officially issued yet, so it's not officially recognized as noble territory. Furthermore, this border is far beyond the capital's view. Any friction or annexation between nobles here is always settled in private. He paused, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. As long as we do it cleverly, without taking his life directly or being accused of murdering a nobleman, even if we do end up fighting each other, we can just say it was a border conflict and let it go. No one will make things difficult for me for the sake of a minor nobleman with no foundation and a new territory, and no one will say anything. Upon hearing this, the confidant said no more, bowed, accepted the order, and left. That afternoon, near the Corwin settlement, a road that was frequently used by caravans and people was now blocked in half by a makeshift wooden fence. Baron Elfin's soldiers, armed with weapons, lined up on both sides of the road. The leader had the Baron's coat of arms pinned to his waist. They appeared to be on patrol, but it was clear that they intended to completely block off the area. They claimed to be eradicating bandits and protecting trade routes, but any pedestrians or caravans that approached were coldly rebuked and driven away. Some caravans that did not want to take a detour were threatened, and those who had no choice but to take a detour had to leave. Not long after, footsteps came from the other end. Corin personally led a dozen or so fully armed soldiers and militiamen toward them. The newly issued swords and armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The group was not large, but their momentum was in no way weak. At the same time, Erfin's soldiers also looked over when they heard the noise. The two teams stopped a dozen paces apart, and the air instantly tensed up. Even the wind seemed to stand still. The officer leading the group from Baron Elfin's side stepped forward, his hand on his weapon, and demanded in a deep voice, "This area is currently being cleared of bandits. It's a routine cordon and security operation. All unrelated personnel must leave immediately." Corin took half a step forward and asked coldly, "This connects the north-south trade route and has always been jointly maintained by the local authorities. Moreover, it's not a road belonging to your territory. What right do you have to set up a checkpoint here? If anyone should be setting up a checkpoint, it should be us. This place is closest to our territory. It's our job to eliminate bandits, pacify the trade route, and ensure unimpeded passage. By setting up a checkpoint here and blocking traffic, are you trying to provoke a conflict between our two territories?" In one sentence, he directly exposed the other party's pretense. The officer's face darkened. "We are soldiers under Baron Elfin. I am acting under orders. If you have any questions, talk to our master. I don't know anything about this. You'd better leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite." "We naturally support the Baron's desire to suppress the bandits," Corin said sharply, not giving an inch. "But there are no bandits here, yet you have blocked the roads. Your intentions are unclear and have already threatened the safety of our territory. Today, I will only do one thing: clear the roads and restore passage. Please remove the checkpoints. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to punish you according to the laws of our territory for disrupting trade routes and disturbing the local area, and forcibly expel you. He emphasized the words forcibly expelled, and the soldiers behind him took a small step forward at the same time, their weapons clashing with a crisp, rhythmic sound. Baron Elfin's soldiers instinctively gripped their weapons, but did not immediately attack. The leading officer was well aware that the other side had already made a show of protecting the trade route, and since this place was indeed close to their territory, the other side had the upper hand. If they made the first move, they would be the ones in the wrong. The opposing officer stared intently at Corin, his gaze shifting between light and shadow. Corin did not press the matter further, but simply stood quietly in place, leaving the other party with a final bit of leeway. The air was frozen solid. The officer leading the team under Elfin was ashen-faced. He was being pressed back by Corin until he had nowhere to retreat. He knew very well that if he withdrew the checkpoint now, he would be severely punished by the Baron when he returned. Rather than be punished, he would rather strike first and drive the team back. He drew his long sword and roared. These people dare to obstruct the Baron's orders. They're probably bandits in disguise. Seize them. No sooner had he finished speaking than the soldiers in the front row charged toward Corin and his group with their weapons raised. Move. Form ranks. Don't scatter. With a roar, Corin drew his sword and charged forward, the ear-piercing clang of metal clashing instantly exploding out. The soldiers on Corin's side were well prepared, and their formation remained intact. The shield-bearers immediately stepped forward to hold off the first wave of charge, thrusting their spears through the gaps in their shields to target non-lethal areas such as the enemy's arms and legs. The others stood by to prevent their formation from being disrupted. Elfin's soldiers, on the other hand, went all out, slashing at vital points in an attempt to quickly defeat Corin and his men. For a moment, shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, and muffled groans mingled together inside the pass. In terms of equipment, Corin and his men were better equipped, and in terms of numbers, Elfin had a slight advantage. However, in terms of morale and terrain, Corin and his men had their own territory to rely on. In a short while, more than 10 of Elfin's soldiers fell one after another, most of them wounded in the wrists and calves and unable to fight. A few unlucky ones were also stabbed to death. The officer leading Baron Elfin's troops was both shocked and furious to see that the situation was not only not under control, but was instead being pushed back. He knew very well that if the fighting continued, the entire army would be wiped out, and there would be no one left to go back and report. Seeing that his own soldiers had begun to retreat, he gritted his teeth, abandoned his men, and quickly fled the scene of the conflict. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers abandoned their comrades and retreated in disarray, leaving behind only the wooden fence blocking their way and a ground littered with groaning wounded soldiers. Corin did not order a pursuit, but simply waved his hand. Quickly send someone to report the situation to the young master, and then hurry up and clear the road and treat the wounded prisoners. Chapter 75 March. The conflict here had just ended, and soon after, an urgent messenger returned to the territory. Because the battle site was relatively close to the territory, Corwin learned of the news immediately. After listening to the messenger's fragmented report, Corwin did not ask for any details or express any emotion. He simply waved his hand and said calmly to the messenger, "I understand. You can go and rest now." After the messenger went to rest, and he was left alone in the council chamber, Corwin slowly closed his eyes. As the territory grew stronger and more refugees gathered, it was only a matter of time before they clashed with other nobles. This conflict was merely the last thin veil before the true face was torn off. The worst outcome is that the fists will decide the outcome, and only the victor will have the right to speak. "Someone come here." Corwin opened his eyes. "Go and give the order. Immediately summon John, Gus, Father Severin, the steward, and all the officers on duty to the council chamber. Now, no one is to delay." The order was given swiftly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the heavy wooden doors were pushed open one after another, the clanging of armor and the rustling of robes echoing in the empty hall. Seeing Corwin's solemn expression, everyone knew something momentous had occurred, and they all fell silent, holding their breath and waiting with their hands at their sides. Corwin stood before the main seat, his gaze slowly sweeping over each face. Just now, a conflict broke out on the border of the territory, he said in a low but clear voice. Our men encountered Baron Elfin's troops on the edge of the territory, and a conflict broke out. We successfully repelled them and killed several people on the spot, as well as some prisoners. The moment those words were spoken, the council chamber erupted in chaos. Baron Elfin? I've disliked him for a long time. This is a deliberate provocation. Holland was still shouting, "Good riddance. They should know we're not to be trifled with." Anger, curses, and fighting spirits surged through the hall like flames. Some gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles white. Others were agitated, their breathing labored. Corwin watched all of this quietly, without immediately stopping it. Once the noise subsided slightly, he raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. "Don't get excited." Corwin's voice was deep and powerful. "This is not an accident, nor is it a coincidence. This is the home we have built up bit by bit. From the day we decided to defend this territory, war has been hanging over our heads. Now it has happened. What we have been guarding against has finally come." He paused, then continued. "Our land, our homes, everything we have worked so hard to build, is being coveted and threatened. If we back down, our families will be destroyed. If we endure it, we will be at the mercy of others. So today, I don't want you to be patient. I don't want you to stand by and watch." Corwin roared. "I want you to take up your weapons, put on your armor, and utterly annihilate all enemies who dare to set foot on our land. We swear to follow you to the death, sir. To live or die with our territory." The roar nearly lifted the roof off. The voice, filled with righteous indignation, coalesced into an almost resolute will. Corwin suppressed the boiling clamor and swiftly issued his orders, each word clear and decisive. "John, you stay here to guard the territory. Father Severin and the steward, you two will assist in its management. Leave behind an elite squad and reliable militia to guard the checkpoints and watchtowers. Before I return, no one is allowed to leave the territory without permission, in case the enemy launches a feint attack." John nodded emphatically. "Yes, sir." Corwin turned to Gus, his eyes flashing with a sharp look. "Gus, immediately assemble the entire army. Prepare weapons, rations, horses, and medicine. Don't delay for a moment. The main force is to march towards the giant horn territory. Be fast, so fast that they won't have time to react." "Yes." Gus turned and went to make the arrangements. Finally, Corwin gave instructions to his personal guards. "Send someone to contact Corrin immediately and tell him not to rush and to slowly move towards the territory. I will personally lead the army to join him. Also, send several capable scouts to the direction of the giant horn territory to find out Baron Elfin's movements, whether he has gathered troops, how many people he has gathered, the location of the food supplies, and the location of the watchtowers. I need to know the general situation there before the war starts." No one questioned it, no one hesitated. The crowd stood solemnly, bowed in unison, and then turned and strode away. The clanging of armor clashed against each other, their footsteps firm. Everyone knew that the real war had begun from this moment. The bugle call resounded throughout the territory, and the soldiers were already lined up in the square. Corwin, dressed in a finely crafted half-body plate armor, stood in front of the ranks. The experienced sergeants looked solemn, while the newly trained soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their faces showing barely concealed tension. Most of them had once been refugees or farmers who had survived amidst displacement and hardship, and now they were going to the battlefield for the first time. Gus approached Corwin's side, his voice steady. "My lord, the army has been assembled. Infantry, archers, and spearmen are all ready." Corwin nodded slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the not-so-large group in front of him. He stood at the very front of the entire army, and instantly all eyes were on him. Corwin's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly penetrated everyone's ears. "Many of you were once penniless. You endured the cold and hunger of winter, fled through chaotic times, were oppressed by nobles, and were hunted by bandits. Here, you finally have a safe haven, food to fill your stomachs, and a true home." He paused, his tone suddenly becoming heavy. "But now, Baron Elfin's men are going to steal our food, burn our houses, and turn our hard-won peace back into ruins. Tell me loudly, do you agree?" "No way." A soldier roared with bloodshot eyes, and then everyone's voices exploded together into a single roar. "No way! No way!" The roar was deafening, and even the ground seemed to tremble. The tension on the recruits' faces had vanished, replaced by excitement. Upon seeing this scene, Corwin immediately drew his sword. "For our home, let's go. Let's go." With the flags leading the way, the troops moved out in formation, and after leaving the territory, they headed towards the giant horn territory. When the news reached the Great Horn territory, Baron Elfin was sitting in a high-backed chair, savoring the red wine in his cellar. Seeing the wounded and disheveled officer who had fled back to report the news, Baron Elfin frowned and asked, "What happened?" The officer's voice trembled as he said, "Your Excellency, we were attacked at the border. Our men were routed by Corwin's men. Several were killed on the spot. I barely managed to escape." "What did you say?" Elfin's wine glass froze in mid-air, and the smile on his face slowly hardened. The next second, a tremendous rage erupted. Bang! The wine glass was smashed to the ground, shattering and scattering. "Useless. A bunch of useless trash." Elfin stood up abruptly, his chest heaving, his eyes fixed on the kneeling officer. "I only sent you to test and provoke, not to throw your lives away. You actually lost to a rabble cobbled together from refugees and farmers? And you were killed on the spot." He had thought it would be a minor skirmish, and that he could use it to test the other side's strengths and weaknesses, or even take the opportunity to provoke a conflict and rightfully annex that territory. But to his utter surprise, his group of idiots couldn't even win a fight. "Colwyn." The Baron gritted his teeth as he uttered the name, his eyes practically overflowing with murderous intent. A mere border lord, without even a baronial title, and a bunch of lowly commoners, dare to challenge the majesty of Elfin? He turned abruptly to his trusted confidants and officers standing on either side, barely daring to breathe, and ordered, "Now that he's made his move, there's no need to pretend anymore. I want him to know what happens when he angers me. Pass down the order." Baron Elfin did not hesitate for a moment. "Immediately assemble all the standing soldiers in the castle, conscript serfs from the surrounding area, and set off immediately. I will personally lead the army to flatten his territory. I will burn down his lands, plunder his wealth, imprison him, and nail all his lowly subjects to the city walls." The confidants and officers were startled and immediately bowed, accepting the order. "Yes, sir." Chapter 76, Two Armies Clash. As Elfin's army was assembling, Colwyn had already led his main force to the scene of the conflict. From afar, he saw Corwin with a group of men guarding the spot. Corwin had already seen his team's main force arrive, and personally went forward to greet Corwin. Upon seeing Corwin, he lowered his voice and bowed to Corwin, saying, "Young master, it was my fault that I failed to stabilize the situation." Colwyn looked at him and smiled gently. "What did you do wrong? I think you did the right thing. I would have done the same. The other side was pressing us hard, and this battle was bound to happen sooner or later. There's no need to blame yourself." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. "Besides, didn't you already win the first battle?" His tone immediately became serious, no longer casual conversation. "Gather the wounded immediately, make arrangements for them, and then send someone to guard the prisoners. Let them return to their territory first. Don't waste time, as Elfin's men may arrive at any time." "Yes, young master, I'll go right away." After arranging for the care of the wounded and the guarding of the prisoners, Corwin signaled the troops to reorganize. The soldiers quickly checked their weapons and tightened their armor, and in no time, the ranks were back in order. With a deep horn call, the entire army set off again, heading towards Giant Horn territory, raising a trail of billowing dust. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Great Horn territory, Baron Elfin's troops had already been fully assembled. Due to the suddenness of the incident, he did not have time to summon his vassal knights who were scattered in various places. He could only mobilize his own private army. Although not all of his troops had been recruited, Elfin was already burning with rage. His dignity had been trampled on, and he could no longer suppress his fury. Let's go, hurry up." For a time, two armies from different directions marched toward each other. The scouts that Corwin had sent out earlier were already monitoring the vicinity of the Great Horn territory. At this moment, when they saw Baron Elfin's army appear on the road, the scouts roughly remembered the size of Elfin's troops and their direction of march. After confirming the enemy's situation, the scouts ran wildly towards their own army. At noon, The weather was exceptionally fine, and the army was slowly advancing. Upon returning, the scouts spotted the dust cloud trailing behind their own army and immediately shouted with all their might, "My lord, Baron Elfin is leading his troops this way." The urgent report shattered the silence of the march, and the soldiers at the front of the column immediately stopped and assumed a defensive posture. The scout was brought before Colwyn and reported, "Sir, Elfin is leading an army and is heading this way." Corwin immediately pressed in a deep voice, "How many people? What's the troop deployment like? Tell me quickly." The scout, panting heavily, spoke rapidly. "It seems to be only Baron Elfin's personal private army, without any vassal knights. The total strength is less than 200 men, of whom very few are fully armored. The rest are mostly lightly armed soldiers and a large number of hastily conscripted serfs. Moreover, they are only 3 to 5 miles away from us and will arrive soon." Upon hearing this, Corwin immediately raised his hand to signal the officers around him to gather closer, his voice steady yet urgent, "Come closer." Once Colin, Gus, and the others had gathered, he quickly scanned the group and made his decision. At this distance, the enemy will definitely send scouts, and this terrain is completely open and flat, making it impossible to set up an ambush. This battle can only be a field battle. He looked up and surveyed the flat wasteland around him, his tone resolute. "The terrain beneath our feet is open and unobstructed, so let's set up our formation right here. We've arrived first, secured our positions, and are ready to meet Elfin at our own pace." The crowd responded in hushed tones, then immediately turned and went to give orders to begin forming ranks. Because of the open terrain and good visibility, and because this was just a private fight between nobles, and the other side had brought along a large number of serf soldiers, the battlefield would not be too spread out. In these noble battles, it was rare to deploy elite troops to win at the outset. Usually, a small number of soldiers would lead serf soldiers to wear down the enemy's formation and attack their lines. Once a weak point was found, elite troops would be deployed to break through the enemy lines. But Corwin had no intention of fighting like that. His men were all fully armored, and their training and quality far surpassed that of the enemy. However, the open terrain presented a problem. It was difficult to effectively pursue and kill the enemy even if they were defeated. This kind of terrain was originally an excellent place for cavalry to perform, allowing them to pursue and encircle and annihilate. But where were his cavalrymen now? After some thought, Corwin decided to take a gamble. He would deploy a troop in a wedge formation, a common cavalry formation, which would be just right for dealing with these unarmored and undisciplined serf soldiers. At the very front of the formation were elite soldiers clad in heavy armor, wielding heavy shields and long spears, responsible for the immediate assault and tearing open the enemy's weakest points. Small squads remained on each flank to stabilize the formation and protect the central army from being flanked. A large number of fully armored soldiers in the center followed the vanguard in a continuous advance, cutting through the enemy lines layer by layer like wedges, with the entire army arranged at an angle to create a continuous and oppressive momentum, quickly intimidating the serf soldiers and forcing them into confusion and disrupting their own formation. Although this tactic is extremely risky, it is sufficient to deal with such a third-rate force. At the same time, Corwin ordered the archers to first concentrate a dense volley of arrows, aim at the frontmost point of the enemy line, and suppress it strongly. Once the arrows stopped, the infantry wedge formation would immediately begin to charge, breaking through the enemy's lines at a single point and crushing them in one fell swoop. The commands, shouts, and bugle calls of the officers under his command mingled together as Corwin's troops marched in unison, slowly forming ranks. Armor plates clashed, weapons gleamed coldly, and the battle lines gradually solidified. Before long, dust billowed up on the distant horizon. Elfin's troops had arrived. The two sides were still far apart and not yet at the point of charge. The other side had obviously noticed their presence, but due to the dust and fog, they could not immediately make out the number of people and their banners. Even so, Elfin's troops immediately halted and quickly formed ranks to prepare for battle. Judging from the formation, the middle was staffed with squires and lightly armed soldiers to hold the line. At the very front was a dark mass of serf soldiers, dressed in tattered clothes and carrying simple farm tools such as sickles and wooden spears, clearly conscripted on short notice. Behind them were some knights and armored soldiers. Just as the formation stabilized, someone ran out from the enemy ranks. This man, carrying only a small white flag, walked to the open area between the two armies and shouted loudly in Corwin's direction, his voice carrying far and wide. "Listen up, you over there. My Lord Elfin has given an order. Corwin, if you lay down your arms and surrender now, my master can preserve your noble dignity. If war is about to break out, the battlefield is a place where swords and spears have no eyes. By then, it will be too late to beg for mercy." Corwin then shouted, "Tell Baron Elfin to show some noble bearing and come to see me in person. Don't just send a messenger and cower in the back like a coward. If that's the case, he might as well just surrender." The messenger was rendered speechless by Corwin's words and could only return to his own troops to inform Baron Elfin. When the message returned, Baron Elfin, after hearing the relay, sneered, "You fools. Form ranks. Prepare to charge. Crush them." His personal guards immediately sounded the charge. The dull, urgent sound of bugles tore through the wilderness. The serf soldiers at the front of Elfin's lines, pressed by the swords of their overseers, brandished their crude farm tools and wooden spears, surged towards Corwin's lines like a tidal wave. Soldiers behind them followed in formation, the clanging of armor plates and shouts mingling in a chaotic cacophony. Chapter 77 Defeat. The dark mass of serf soldiers surged forward, their chaotic footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly as they charged toward Corwin's disciplined lines. These conscripted serf soldiers were unsteady on their feet and lacked any formation. They were only forced forward by the gleaming blades of the rear guard. Corwin stood slightly behind the center of the formation, suppressing the slight commotion in front of him. His voice was calm and steady, piercing through the noisy battle cries. "Front row, advance steadily." The orders were relayed down the ranks, and the shield wall at the front moved forward slowly. The soldiers lowered their bodies in unison, their heavy oak shields firmly protecting their bodies and their comrades behind them. Their steps were steady and orderly, forming a stark contrast with the chaotic charge of the serf soldiers opposite them. The distance between the two sides was constantly decreasing, and the tense atmosphere in the air was getting stronger. They had long since entered the effective range of the bows and arrows, but Corwin still did not give the order to fire. He knew that the distance was not too close at the moment, and the limited number of arrows he had were not enough to form a covering rain of arrows. They would only be wasted and meaningless. The enemy's arrows were even less of a threat to his soldiers who were fully armored and protected by shields. He had to wait until the enemy entered their truly lethal range, close enough to charge forward with their full armor advantage, close enough that arrows could hit without aiming. He wanted to shatter the enemy's already fragile momentum with a single blow. These serf soldiers were already demoralized and filled with fear. A deadly volley at close range would, even if it didn't cause them to collapse on the spot, it would throw them into chaos and shake their formation. As the two sides drew closer, the archers under Elfin's command finally could not hold back and were the first to release their arrows. A light volley of arrows pierced the air, clanging against the armor of their own soldiers with a series of sharp metallic sounds. A few arrows managed to embed themselves in the gaps in the armor plates, but only shallowly, unlikely to cause fatal wounds. Most arrows were deflected by the heavy shields and armor plates, falling limply to the ground. Their ranks remained largely intact, and their advance did not slow down in the slightest. Every 20 paces they closed the distance, their officers would sternly adjust the spacing between their ranks, tighten their formation, and maintain the perfect order and shield wall. When the enemy and their ally were less than 30 paces apart, close enough to see the terrified, distorted expressions on the serf soldiers' faces, Corwin suddenly raised his hand and roared, "Fire arrows! Fire arrows!" The archers, who had been waiting in ambush, released their bows at the same time. At close range, their arrows almost never missed, and they could hit their targets even with their eyes closed. The piercing screams and agonizing howls instantly erupted in the enemy ranks, and the serf soldiers at the forefront fell in droves, their blood instantly staining the soil beneath their feet. Those behind were completely terrified by the bloody scene before them, their steps froze on the spot. Yet, They were also afraid of the axes and knives raised by the supervising team behind them, caught in a dilemma. The originally surging momentum of the charge was thus abruptly halted. Charge! Charge! Gus and Corin in the formation seized the opportunity and roared loudly. The heavily armored soldiers in the front row suddenly switched from a slow pace to a full-speed sprint. Using the momentum of running and the crushing force of their heavy armor, they crashed into the gap exposed by the enemy surf soldiers like steel beasts. The dull thuds, the crisp cracking of bones, and the muffled groans of the dying mingled together on the battlefield. Some surf soldiers were thrown into the air and trampled to the ground by the immense force. Sharp spears easily pierced through their thin clothes, piercing their chests and abdomens, and blood gushed out. The tip of the cone-shaped formation, like an indestructible iron cone, pierced deep into the enemy ranks, and the already loose and fragile surf soldier line collapsed instantly at that moment. Following closely behind the spiked club, the axe wielder swung his axe, the heavy blade slicing deep into the shoulder and neck, the force so great that it cleaved the man from the collarbone to the chest cavity. Hot blood splattered onto the dark armor, slowly flowing through the gaps in the plates. The ground beneath their feet was soaked in blood and mud, making a sticky and nauseating sound when stepped on. The surf soldiers completely collapsed, no longer caring about the threats from the supervising corps. They turned and fled. Elfin's supervising soldiers swung their swords and frantically killed the deserters, but they could not stop the tide of retreating people. Instead, they were swept away and staggered. Elfin stood at the rear of the formation, his face ashen. The rapidly deteriorating battle situation had far exceeded his expectations, and he was completely stunned by the sudden defeat. He snapped back to his senses, a chilling despair washing over him. He knew that if he didn't control himself now, he would be doomed. He gritted his teeth and roared, his voice distorted with fear. Everyone forward! Block them! Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Forced into a corner, the knights, squires, and regular soldiers under his command had no choice but to launch a countercharge. However, the fleeing surf soldiers in front blocked their path forward. With people jostling and trampling each other, they were unable to form a formation and could only barely manage to form a few scattered squads, struggling to advance in the chaos. Corwin scanned the entire battlefield, and the situation became clear at a glance. The surf soldiers are no longer a threat. The remaining threat is the organized knights and squires behind the enemy lines. We must crush them before they can regroup and form a defensive formation, giving them no chance to breathe. He gripped his spear tightly, turned to his side, and shouted in a deep voice. Horin, Ragnar, come with me. Corwin charged forward himself, followed closely by his elite guards who swarmed like tigers and wolves. The fleeing serfs blocking the way dared not resist when they saw this group of fully armored, fierce warriors charging straight at them. They scattered wildly to both sides like wheat fields swept by a whirlwind, only hoping to save their lives. Just as Erfin's captain of the guard, Augit, managed to regain his footing and was trying to gather the guards around him, he saw a team of heavily armored elites charging straight at him like a black torrent. Instantly, he was terrified and hastily raised his knight's sword to block. Ragnar had already rushed up to him and was wielding his axe with both hands, bringing it down with all his might. Clang! With a piercing metallic crack, Augit's long sword was sent flying, the force of which slammed into him through his shoulder armor. Augit was overcome with excruciating pain, and his legs buckled, causing him to collapse. The soldiers behind Ragnar seized the opportunity and thrust their spears out, piercing Augit's unarmored thigh. Captain Augit collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from his wounds. He lay in the mud and blood, unable to struggle any longer, and had no strength left to resist. Broken weapons, fallen armor, and gushing blood covered the ground. Wounded but not dead soldiers wailed in agony amidst the piles of corpses, only to be quickly overwhelmed by the charging troops. Seeing that things were not going well, an armored knight forced the soldier in front of him aside with his sword and turned to try to escape, but was struck hard in the back of the knee by a long spear shaft and staggered to the ground. Corwin strode forward, pinning him down, and drew a heavy one-handed hammer from his waist, slamming it down hard on the man's face. After a short scream, The person beneath him fell silent. Several more blows had killed him completely. Corwin slowly stood up, flicked the blood off his hammer, pointed sharply at the waving flag in the distance, and shouted, "Horan." Holland looked in the direction Corwin was pointing and immediately understood what he meant. That was where Elfin's flag was, the enemy's command center. "Follow me." Corwin's voice resounded across the battlefield, igniting the morale of the entire army. In no time at all, Corwin had led his men to Elfin. Upon witnessing this scene, Elfin felt his hands and feet turn icy cold, as if his blood had frozen. His entourage and remaining soldiers were already in a state of panic and were completely unable to organize an effective resistance. "Stop him! Stop him now!" He roared in vain, but morale had already plummeted, and the defensive line was easily torn apart in an instant. Elfin was finally terrified and could no longer care about noble dignity. He turned around and fled frantically to the outside of the battlefield. With Elfin's escape, the morale of the enemy army, which was already on the verge of collapse, completely collapsed. The remaining soldiers either knelt down and surrendered or scattered and fled, with no will to resist anymore. "Don't let him get away," Colwyn shouted sternly. Ragnar immediately gave chase, closing the distance in just a few steps. Seeing that his opponent was about to run far away, he suddenly threw his battle axe with all his might. The battle axe whistled through the air and slammed heavily into Elfin's back. Although Elfin was protected by armor and the axe blade did not penetrate his body, the immense force caused him to feel short of breath and his vision to go black. He stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Ragnar charged forward, pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile, then turned and roared with laughter at Corwin, his voice filled with ecstatic joy. "Boss, I caught him. I've done a great job, haha." Chapter 78, Expanding the Victory. Corwin saw Elfin being pinned to the ground by Ragnar, his face covered in weeds and dirt. Elfin's usual arrogance was gone, replaced by a pained expression. Corwin immediately burst into laughter. "Well done, Ragnar." Corwin then ordered his soldiers to shout in unison. "Baron Elfin has been captured alive. Your lord has been taken prisoner. Lay down your weapons. Disarm, and you will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." The shouts swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave, and all eyes on the battlefield, which had been locked in a fierce battle, turned to look in this direction. The knights with swords, the bewildered squires, the soldiers standing still, and the fleeing serfs all paused, their eyes turning to the lord being dragged out. When they saw the dust-covered, disheveled face, the morale of Elfin's soldiers instantly crumbled. In a short while, the sounds of weapons hitting the ground rose and fell, and the originally deafening shouts of battle gradually subsided, leaving only heavy breathing and sporadic groans. Colwyn signaled the soldiers to drag Elfin, who was bound hand and foot, to the front of the formation so that everyone could see him clearly. The enemy's knights, squires, and even the conscripted serfs, seeing that their lord had become a prisoner and had no will to resist, all threw down their weapons and surrendered with their hands raised. A bloody battle has come to an end. Corwin stood in the center of the ravaged battlefield, gazing at the corpses lying on the ground, the broken weapons, and the enemy soldiers slowly kneeling down. He felt not much elation at the victory, but only a cold, clear-headed feeling. This isn't a duel of honor among knights. It's a battle for survival in one's territory. It's all about who wins and who loses. If he wins, he'll be the one lying in the mud right now. "Sir, the enemy has all surrendered. Should we immediately take inventory of the prisoners and weapons?" the soldier beside him asked in a low voice. Corwin withdrew his gaze and swept it over the chaotic battlefield. "First, gather everyone under control. Do not kill indiscriminately, nor allow them to run rampant." The wounded were separated and cared for. All weapons and provisions were collected. "In this battle, we took back everything we could." "Yes." The exhaustion from the battle washed over him instantly. Corwin sat on the ground without any regard for appearances, opened a water jug, and drank the water inside in one gulp. The soldiers were slowly cleaning up the battlefield, and the weapons were sorted and piled into several heaps. Intact longswords, short swords, spears and shields were wiped clean of blood and stacked neatly. Bows and arrows were stored separately to avoid getting damp. The damaged weapons were gathered together and sent to the blacksmith shop to be reforged into farm tools or city defense equipment. Armor and protective gear were categorized by weight. Leather armor, chainmail, a few breastplates, and the rare plate armor were all inventoried. Of course, there was also the money on the enemy soldiers. The coins were directly packed into boxes and sealed, and Corin personally inspected them, made a record of them, and marked them as public property of the territory, to be used for recruiting craftsmen, repairing fortifications, purchasing supplies, and other urgently needed items. There were also some miscellaneous items such as saddles, horse tack, water bottles, and iron pots, all of which were registered. Corwin had no habit of wasting anything, so he took everything that was usable. The prisoners were separated and guarded according to their physique, skills, and status to avoid confusion. The able-bodied men in the serfdom were tied together with ropes and sent back to the slave camp to be responsible for building passes, clearing roads, and digging irrigation ditches, thus paying for their sins through labor. The smoke from the battlefield had not yet dissipated, and the pungent smell of burnt blood mixed with dust permeated the twilight. The soldiers were silently moving corpses and counting supplies, the clanging of armor and low shouts creating a cacophony of busy activity. Corwin rested on a dirt slope, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield before him. After the last batch of spoils had been gathered, he summoned Corin, who was directing the soldiers to count the spoils. Corwin said calmly to Corin, "You choose a team to escort all the spoils and prisoners back to the territory. Don't rush on the way. Safety is the top priority, but there shouldn't be any problems by now." Corin was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Young master, aren't you coming back with us?" Corwin shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the depths of the battlefield, and said calmly, "I'm not leaving for now. There are still some cleanup matters here that I must handle personally." Corin knew that his young master had his own plans, so he never asked any unnecessary questions. He just nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "Understood. But please take good care of your safety, young master. I will take the supplies and prisoners back to the territory now." After saying this, he bowed and turned to leave, quickly beginning to select personnel, organize the team, and arrange the escort. Torches lit up one after another, their dim light casting long shadows in the twilight. Corwin watched as Corin led the long procession away slowly, the wheels of the supply wagons rolling heavily on the ground. Footsteps approached silently from behind. It was Gus. Gus walked to his side, his gaze also fixed on the departing troops. He then lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of tacit understanding. "My lord, we have won a great victory in this battle. The weapons and valuables we have captured are already quite substantial, enough to further enhance the strength of our territory and ensure that no one will dare to underestimate us again." He paused, lowering his voice even further, so that only the two of them could hear him. "But in my opinion, we can get even more." Corwin turned his head to look at Gus. He was all too familiar with the shrewdness and decisiveness in the other man's eyes. He himself was like that when he thought of something great. In just an instant, he could see through the other man's unspoken plans. Corwin's voice was cautious. "Dividing our forces is a risky idea." Gus smiled slightly, showing no sign of panic. "Don't worry, sir. We have completely crushed Elfin's main force. Some are dead, some have surrendered, and the routed soldiers are scattering and fleeing. They are too busy trying to save their own lives to dare to regroup and launch a counterattack. The Great Horn territory is leaderless right now, and its people must be in a state of panic and defenseless. News always takes time to spread. As long as we are fast enough, before they know the exact outcome of this battle, while they are still waiting for news from Elfin, anything is possible." Corwin paused for a moment. There is never absolute safety. A moment's hesitation can lead to a missed opportunity. Expanding one's strength by even a fraction will give one more confidence to face future difficulties. Their eyes met silently in the air, needing no further words. That's not greed, but the most instinctive grasp and decisive action of people born in chaotic times and struggling to rise up when it comes to seizing opportunities. After a short rest, Corwin and Gus each selected their most elite and battle-hardened veterans, removed their conspicuous insignia, replaced them with the flags of the Elfin tribe they had just captured, and, carrying the tokens and warrants they had taken from the enemy, disguised themselves as their troops who had retreated from the front lines. As night deepened and the stars and moon shone faintly, the two teams silently left the battlefield and sped off towards Elfin's territory, the Great Horn territory. Chapter 79 Night Raid. As night deepened, the bright moonlight shone on the desolate official road, illuminating the road's surface in a silvery white. Colwyn led his troops toward the giant Horn territory in the dark. The scouts sent to the front have returned one after another, bringing back the same news. No enemy sentries were seen along the way, and the news of Elfin's defeat has obviously not yet reached the Great Horn territory. Under the moonlight not far away, Guts's troops were moving forward in silence. They had already changed into captured enemy clothes and helmets, and the insignia and flags were all in the style of the Elfin tribe. Several wagons were piled with some weapons and supplies, and a few soldiers dressed as serfs were driving the wagons with their heads down. The whole way was silent. Guts himself had also changed into the cloak of one of the knights under Elfin. To avoid detection, the two teams did not travel in a line. Gus was in front, disguised as a squad of soldiers under Elfin returning from the front lines. Colwyn, on the other hand, led the main force far behind, hiding in the darkness and the terrain, maintaining only a visually perceptible distance to avoid revealing their presence. After confirming that no one had fallen behind, Gus signaled the team to pick up the pace a little more, but still forbade anyone to make a sound. The footsteps and the faint sound of wheels rolling on the ground were suppressed to the lowest level in the quiet night. Only when the scouts quietly reported that the outline of the castle within the Great Horn territory was almost visible did Guts raise his hand to signal the entire team to take cover and temporarily halt their advance. Before long, Colwyn arrived at Guts's location from the rear with several guards. The two met briefly, without any unnecessary words, to finalize the details of the operation. It's almost dawn, the time when the garrison is most lax in its defenses, Corwin said in a low voice. You lead the camouflage troops forward. If everything goes smoothly, give the signal, and I will immediately lead the main force from the rear at top speed to take the city gate in one fell swoop. He paused, then said seriously, if anything goes wrong, don't launch a full-scale attack. Retreat immediately along the planned route. I'll cover you. Don't linger in the fight. Gus nodded, indicating that he had the plan firmly in mind. Without further discussion or hasty decisions made on the spot, the two exchanged a brief glance and then returned to their respective teams. After a quick reorganization, Guts led his troops, disguised as remnants of the Elfin forces, back into the road where moonlight met night, slowly making their way towards the gates of the Great Horn territory. On the castle wall, the inner palace knights left by Elfin to guard the castle were yawning. After Baron Elfin left with most of the castle's troops yesterday, he was in charge of the remaining troops and security of the castle. Last night, he had just spent the whole night eating, drinking, and having fun with several women. He was fast asleep with a woman in his arms when his subordinate sent someone to say that a supply convoy had arrived outside the fortress. When he was woken up, he was so angry that he slapped the person who came to report several times, then wrapped himself in his clothes and headed to the fortress wall. These bastards, disturbing my peaceful sleep. Couldn't they have come back at a better time? The inner palace knight muttered. A sergeant looked at the convoy outside and said to the inner court knight, Sir, it looks like the master's convoy. It was still dark, with only a sliver of light. The inner court knight leaned against the wall, looking at the blurry convoy in the distance, and muttered, It really looks like our convoy. The flags and clothes are correct. It seems that the master has won a battle and is sending back spoils of war. After saying this, he went down to instruct people to open the fortress gate. The soldier beside him thought for a moment, then pulled the inner court knight aside and said to his questioning gaze, Sir, the master instructed us to guard the castle carefully before he left. Should we check it first, since it's so late at night? The palace knight thought for a moment and then said, You're right, but there shouldn't be anything wrong. Let's check it out first, just to put our minds at ease. Gus led the supply wagon disguised as Elfin's men, slowly approaching the castle. He could already see the castle gates ahead. This castle is the kind without drawbridges or gates. It only has two large iron-inlaid oak doors that are tightly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Gus led the convoy slowly closer, And when they were some distance from the castle gate, the men on the castle shouted, "Hey, guys, stop, stop, don't come any closer, what are you doing back here?" Gus signaled the convoy to stop, remaining on guard. Then Gus called out, "The master has won a great victory. The lord of that pioneer territory has been captured. These are the spoils of war. The master asked me to send them back to keep an eye on them, just in case anything goes wrong." "Oh, you've seized so much stuff. Looks like you've had a great haul. It's a pity I didn't go with you. Otherwise I could have made a fortune too," the Imperial Knight exclaimed, a hint of regret on his face. "Let us go in first, put these things away, and then we can get some rest. We're exhausted after a long day," Guts shouted to the man. The Palace Knight said, "It's still dark. Why don't you set up camp outside and come in when it's light?" Seeing this, Gus's heart tightened, and he quickly said, "Brother, we've been working hard all day. We just want to put our things away and find a bed to get a good night's sleep. You know what it's like to camp. It's so uncomfortable. How about this? You come and check this out. There are some good things here. You can take some as a reward for your hard work, okay?" When Gus mentioned the hard-earned money, the Palace Knight was somewhat tempted. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, then I'll do the hard work." After saying that, he went down the castle wall and came to the castle gate. "Open the gate. Go out and take a look. After it's all over, we'll all share the spoils." The inner Palace Knight ordered the guards to open the fortress gate. Gus and his men kept a close watch on the fortress gate. After a short while, a creaking sound rang out, and the gate slowly opened. Seeing this, Gus gestured behind him, and the soldiers behind him gripped their weapons and followed Gus toward the door. Not far from the fortress gate, the two sides had just met. Because it was getting dark, the inner Palace Knight couldn't see very clearly and said, "Bring the things over, check them, and then let's finish quickly so we can rest." When the two faced each other, the knight finally saw Guts' face clearly beneath his cloak and frowned as he asked, "I don't think I've seen you before?" At this moment, Guts took the initiative, drawing his long sword from his waist and thrusting it forward. Caught off guard, the opponent was struck and blood spurted out. Gus shouted, "Get up, hurry up. The carriages behind are blocking the gate." The soldiers swarmed in behind them, and soon the castle gates were under control. After the soldiers secured the gate, they climbed the fort walls under Guts's leadership and began searching for the enemy, leaving no dangerous corner unchecked. The remaining men lit torches to send messages to their own troops behind them. Corwin and his troops were waiting quietly outside the castle when they suddenly heard shouts. Looking into the distance, they saw flames shooting into the sky at the castle gate. Corwin urgently ordered, "All troops, charge at full speed. Take Giant Horn territory today." Chapter 80, Conquering the Giant Horn Territory. Corwin led his main force toward the city gate in the firelight, the crisp sound of armor plates clashing echoing through the air. Without pausing, the vanguard rushed straight towards the city tower and the highest point of the city wall. Gus, leading the way, was clearing out corners and watchtowers one by one, while the main force that arrived from the rear also began to cooperate in the clearing. As darkness fell and defenses were lax, the troops easily seized control of the city walls, and the operation to clear out the inner city commenced. Squads advanced in a fan shape, clearing out the remaining resistance street by street and house by house. The soft clinking of swords drawn, short shouts, and occasional bursts of fighting echoed through the streets and alleys. Colwyn sent men to remove the original flags, and the warehouses, armories, cells, and watchtowers were taken over, sealed off, and fortified one by one. About an hour later, the shouts and cries gradually subsided. After the remaining enemy inside the fortress was cleared out, the remaining soldiers, except for those guarding the gate and on guard duty, gathered in front of the inner fortress. A few remaining enemy soldiers took advantage of the chaos to retreat into the inner fortress. The inner fortress gate was tightly sealed, and the officer in charge was directing his soldiers to use a thick log to ram the gate. Almost every inner fortress was the private residence of a nobleman, where their treasuries, valuables, and other belongings were kept. Seeing this, Guts shouted to his soldiers, "Find a larger, thicker piece of wood, then find some thatch, soak it in water, and start a fire to create thick smoke." Before long, the soldiers found some thatch nearby, lit it, and piled it in the crack of the door, which began to produce thick smoke. 6 soldiers then began to carry a thick log and violently rammed the door. The thick smoke choked the enemy soldiers inside, making it impossible for them to organize a defense, while the gate of the inner fortress began to crack under the violent impact. Under the continuous and violent impact, with a loud bang, the inner fortress gate could not withstand the heavy blows and collapsed. With both the inner and outer castles completely captured, nothing could stop the soldiers' advance. The thick smoke gradually died down, and the enemy soldiers inside were dragged out. Gus was furious. Those bastards had almost started a fire inside. He hadn't ordered a fire attack because there might be a lot of valuables inside. Who knew that because of those bastards, they almost lost a lot of valuables for nothing? Gus looked at the men and said to the soldiers, "Give these men a good beating. Make them suffer, but don't cripple them. Then send them to the slave camp." Corwin arrived at this moment, smiling as he said to everyone, "We'll catch some pigs and sheep later, and then we'll have a celebratory feast for everyone tonight. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, you can rest well and then deal with things here." The open space in front of the inner fortress was already piled with all sorts of supplies. Cattle, sheep, and other livestock were herded together in one place. The rest, from iron clamps and anvils, spices, butter, wheat flour, coarse salt, and cloth, silk, fur, and deer antlers, everything that could be used was taken out and piled up in an open space, waiting to be loaded onto carts and taken away on the return trip. Even more important was the discovery of Elfin's treasury. After interrogating Elfin's steward, they found approximately 1,000 gold coins. The silver and copper coins were not counted. This was already a considerable fortune. With this money, one could buy a decent manor in the kingdom and become a manor owner. It was a bit too little for a baronial territory, but Corwin didn't care. After all, it was the border, and the lords kept more knights and squires, which cost more than for a regular baronial territory. The lords had to spend a lot of money every year to maintain equipment and support soldiers. Besides, it's enough that most of them have been found. It doesn't matter whether the rest have been found or not. Even if some of them were taken by his soldiers, he won't pursue the matter. It's no big deal. Of course, in addition to coins, some gold and silver tableware and a few pearls and agates were also found in the fort, which were worth a lot of money. The warehouse had some stored grain, and the armory had a small amount of weapons and equipment, etc., which were all sorted out, packed up, and taken away. Moreover, Colin thought about it and realized that although he had defeated Elfin, it was impossible for him to occupy this place. This was not something that could be decided by the outcome of a war. It was a political issue. So he sent people to collect money from the taverns, inns, and other places in the castle, just as if he were collecting taxes in advance. However, blacksmith shops and tailor shops were not so lucky. All the supplies, tools, raw materials, craftsmen, and their families were imprisoned and taken back. These were all talents that the territory desperately needed. Let them go back and contribute to the construction of the territory. Despite his exhaustion and drowsiness, Corwin began to take stock of the looted supplies in the open space, while Guts led his men to loot another batch of valuables. The looted supplies would probably fill all the donkey and horse carts we brought, and it still wouldn't be enough. Luckily, there are also some ox carts and horse carts here. Several carts of grain, a small amount of weapons and equipment, various daily necessities, and a herd of cattle and sheep, etc. When Guts returns, there will be a sum of gold coins in his account. Looking at these things, Colwyn couldn't help but think. It's true that a man can't get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Elfin is really a kind man. The officer under his command then reported, "Sir, there are still some prisoners in the inner fortress dungeon. After interrogation, few of them are criminals. They are mostly serfs who cannot pay taxes and some small merchants." Corwin said, "Take all these people away and let them move the supplies." The officer then asked, "Sir, Elfin's family is still inside the fort. What should we do with them?" After considering for a moment, Corwin replied, "Find a room to keep his wife and son under guard. Don't mistreat them. Send them food on time. Release them after we leave. Elfin is still in our hands. We'll have them raise the ransom to redeem Elfin." The officer turned and went to make the arrangements. A short while later, the officer in charge of guarding the outer gate came to report, "Sir, The entire castle is under our control, and the scouts we sent out reported that there is no enemy activity in the vicinity, and everything is normal for the time being. All right, guard the fort gate well, and don't allow anyone to leave. Don't be careless. Hurry up, stop dawdling, or I'll burn this place down. Guts was leading his men to demand money and goods from a tavern when the tavern owner trembled as he handed over a bag, pleading with a mournful face, "Sir, this is all we have left. Please, have mercy and let us go." The soldiers reached out and took the money bag. Guts looked at it, nodded, and said to him, "All right, don't wander around, understand?" The tavern owner nodded quickly and saw Guts and his group out of the tavern. The soldiers behind Guts walked down the street carrying money bags, but each of them had more or less on them, and some of their money bags were even bulging. As Corwin had previously stated, valuables, gold coins, and weapons must be handed over, but these miscellaneous items and silver and copper coins could remain privately, which was far better than what other noblemen could do. The soldiers also reaped a great harvest. The fatigue from the night's work and the tension of the battle relaxed, and everyone's face was filled with a satisfied expression. An officer said to Gus, "Sir, should we also confiscate farm tools and such? Those things are bulky and take up a lot of space." Gus turned around and scolded, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Haven't you plundered enough yet? Just go when I tell you to. Do what the Lord orders. Of course it's useful." The officer immediately shut up, glanced at the pile of silver coins and a silver cross he had swindled from an innkeeper, smiled with satisfaction, and quickly led his men to collect farm tools from house to house. Chapter 81. The dinner. After a busy day, the looting and collection of supplies finally came to an end in the evening, and guards were arranged to protect the key roads and city gates. To reward the army, Corwin had several pigs and sheep selected. These pigs and sheep were capable of being raised for a long time, ensuring a stable source of meat. Basically, only Elfin and his knights could eat them. Ordinary people rarely had the opportunity to eat this kind of meat. The officers under his command also found several barrels of ale and a batch of fresh fruits and vegetables in the inner fortress's storeroom. Corwin had them all moved over, intending to bring them out for everyone to enjoy at the dinner later. Before long, the dinner was ready. The air was filled with enticing aromas. Roasted meats emitted a rich, meaty fragrance. Freshly baked white bread exuded a faint yeasty scent. Fresh fruits and vegetables carried a sweet, fruity aroma and a refreshing herbal fragrance, and the mellow ale made one's mouth water. These delicious dishes were quickly distributed to everyone. The wounded soldiers received plenty of meat, soft white bread, and nutritious fresh fruits and vegetables. Even the blacksmiths, tanners, and others who were under guard received a sumptuous dinner. In the spacious and bright hall on the first floor of the inner fortress, the neatly arranged and dazzling items were all moved to the side, thus creating a large and spacious area in the center of the hall. Then, someone found a bunch of various odds and ends and laid them on the floor as a base, and found several square wooden boards to place on them as temporary tables and chairs. At this moment, Corwin was sitting at the head of the main table made of wooden planks, while Guts was sitting to one side beside him. As for the others, they all sat in a circle, each with a glass filled with strong, mellow ale in front of them. Corwin slowly raised his glass, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before he spoke. "Gentlemen, your performance in today's battle was outstanding. You are my most solid and reliable foundation. It is precisely because of the existence of you loyal and brave soldiers that I have the confidence to deal with everything that is happening in this chaotic border region. I will remember your loyalty and bravery, and I will personally deliver your rewards back to you. Tonight, let loose, lads." As soon as the words were spoken, especially the new recruits who were going to the battlefield for the first time, when they sat down at this extremely simple dining table to eat with the lord they admired for the first time, their restrained and uncomfortable expressions were on full display. Most of these new recruits came from refugee groups in the northern border region. They had wandered all the way to this land and were accepted into the territory, where they underwent initial training. After going through layers of selection and testing, they were finally chosen. After experiencing this fierce battle, they have successfully completed the transformation from ordinary people to formal soldiers with combat experience and a certain fighting will. Among the new recruits, a young man named Reuben stood out. He was originally just an ordinary farmer, but his entire family had been brutally murdered in the barbarian raids the previous winter. After that, he could only follow other exiles to Corwin's territory. However, unexpectedly, this ordinary recruit with average combat skills displayed amazing courage and strength on the battlefield. Before this, he had never touched any weapon except before receiving training, and he just buried himself in farming every day. But who would have thought that on the battlefield against Elfin, he would kill 3 enemy soldiers by himself? Then, because the vice captain of Reuben's squad was seriously injured and unable to continue fighting, this recruit was directly appointed as the vice captain. He then followed the night raid on the Great Horn territory and performed well, so he was assigned to a position not far from Corwin, serving as an example for other recruits. In Reuben's glass, golden ale was bubbling with fine foam. The foam rose slowly to the surface and then gently burst. Rubens gazed at the glass in silence, as if the whole world consisted only of the constantly churning and bursting white foam. Recalling the hardships and misfortunes he had suffered, and the days of wandering and sleeping in the open along the way, Rubens felt that everything he was experiencing now was as unreal as a dream. At that time, he never thought he would survive. But after he arrived in this unfamiliar land and was selected for the army, he originally thought that, like in the legends, he would die somewhere and end his life as a serf soldier who was used as a disposable item by the Lord. But the days that followed were not like that. Despite the exceptionally arduous daily training and challenging tasks, at least here, he has enough food to fill his stomach at every meal. Moreover, the Lord even pays him a salary. Compared to his previous life is undoubtedly much better now. What Rubens himself did not expect was that with his rough hands that had only ever done farming, he actually managed to lift a weapon and kill the enemy with his own hands. "Brother Rubens, come on, let's have a drink." The captain of their squad pulled him by the shoulder, raised his glass, and clinked it with his. "Sir, thank you for your care. Otherwise, I might not be alive today on the battlefield." Rubens clinked glasses with his glasses and downed his ale in one gulp. The sergeant downed his beer in one gulp, his face flushed, and said, "Brother Rubens, you called me commander on the battlefield, but now we're brothers fighting together, so don't call me commander anymore. Besides, I really admire you. You killed 3 enemies on your first battlefield experience." Rubens blushed and smiled, then got up and went to the wine barrel to refill his and the sergeant's glasses. The two then clinked glasses and toasted each other. After refilling the glasses, the sergeant raised his glass, pulled Rubens to his feet, and said to the officers around him, "Let me formally introduce you all. This is Brother Rubens. He killed 3 enemies on his first battlefield experience. He will be my second in command from now on. We will fight side by side from now on. Let's drink to him. Cheers." Fighting side by side. The shouts of the crowd in the hall filled the entire first floor of the inner fortress. This scene was arranged by Corwin. After learning about the recruit's situation, he first promoted him to vice captain, and then at the banquet that evening, he had the other officers give the recruit a chance to shine, so that other recruits could see that the army had a clear system of rewards and punishments, and that everyone had the hope of climbing the ranks. Only such an army would be full of vitality. A moment later, after giving instructions on the defenses to everyone, Corwin went upstairs to rest. After Corwin left, the atmosphere became more relaxed, and the mood of everyone in the hall became even more enthusiastic. In this series of battles, they killed many enemies, but some of the people they spent day and night with were seriously injured or even left them forever. They grieved for their dead brothers and were also grateful to be alive. In any case, they were lucky to still be able to drink wine, chew meat, and eat big mouthfuls of food. Corwin also wanted everyone to vent their emotions. Chapter 82, A Triumphant Return. After the commotion of the previous night, it was broad daylight the day after the banquet when Corwin finally woke up. He closed his eyes for a while before getting up and dressing. Hearing the commotion, the soldier outside the door asked, "Sir, would you like me to bring some food?" "Okay, go get it," Corwin responded. After eating a meal that was neither breakfast nor lunch, he had someone call Gus. "Are the spoils of war, valuables, livestock, and the artisans all ready?" "It's ready, sir. The spoils are being counted and loaded onto the carts one by one, but there's quite a lot of stuff, and some items won't fit." We also need to get manpower to drive the livestock, and the artisans have all been gathered together to be taken back to the territory. Gus, go and gather all the serfs and slaves in the castle. Tell them that as long as they work for us and follow us back to our territory, I can restore their status as free citizens, and I will guarantee them a comfortable life and have them help us transport supplies back to our territory. Once you're ready, get ready to set off. Send someone back to the territory to let John and Uncle John know not to worry, Corwin instructed. Okay, I'll go prepare now. Gus turned around and went to make the arrangements after hearing this. The serfs and slaves, their eyes filled with fear, were herded into an open space. At Gus's signal, one of his officers stepped forward and shouted to them. The nobleman Baron Elfin here was defeated in the war. Now it is our lord who calls the shots here. You people come with us, transport these supplies to our territory, and do our work. My master, as a nobleman, promises to restore your status as free citizens and guarantee your basic needs. When the news that their status could be restored, and they would still be fed, reached the ears of the serfs and slaves who had long suffered oppression and hardship, their originally dull and desperate eyes were instantly ignited. It was a burning light inspired by an extreme desire for freedom. After another busy period, it was past noon. A large amount of supplies in the open space in front of the inner castle had been transported away, and everything that could be taken from the entire castle had been looted. Corwin looked at the supplies, then at the things he couldn't take from the castle, and felt a little reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. It was already quite good. Shouts and the creaking of carriages filled the air as the procession slowly made its way towards the territory. The people in the castle behind them breathed a sigh of relief. The menacing army was finally gone. Because they were carrying a large amount of supplies, their speed was relatively slow, and they did not arrive near the territory until the next day. John, who was left behind, led his men out to welcome Corwin and his party, who were returning laden with supplies. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Corwin gave the instructions. Steward, have someone prepare some food in a while. After these serfs and slaves finish their work, feed them well, and then arrange for them to find a place to stay. Uncle John, you and Gus can hand over the supplies together and check them. Sort out all the food, cloth, weapons, and valuables and store them in the territory's warehouse. Everyone listened quietly to the instructions, and then went to make their own arrangements. As night fell, the newly arrived serfs and slaves remained quiet, without the slightest disturbance or complaint. For after their work, they were enjoying a sumptuous meal for the first time in their lives. Not only fresh meat they had never tasted before, but also soft, fresh bread, no longer the dry, hard, black bread they were used to. This satisfaction filled everyone with contentment. After the meal, these people were led to wash off any germs they might be carrying. Then, each person was given a piece of clothing that, while rough, was clean and tidy. Finally, they were put into the barracks that had previously been used to accommodate refugees. Although the environment was simple, it was like paradise to these suffering serfs and slaves. In the center of the territory, bonfires had been set up, and strips of cut pork and mutton were hanging on grills beside them, sizzling and dripping with oil under the heat of the flames. A large pot of mutton was also cooking, sprinkled with spices, and emitting a fragrant aroma. Corwin had a long table set up separately, covered with toast, roast meat, cabbage, carrots, and other fresh fruits and vegetables, with 2 barrels of ale placed next to it. In the spacious and bright open space, a group of high-ranking officials and soldiers of the territory gathered together. At this moment, the entire territory was filled with a warm and joyful atmosphere. Corwin naturally became the center of attention. He smiled at the officers and soldiers around him, constantly raising his glass to toast them and drinking heartily. Each toast was an affirmation and encouragement to the brave soldiers, making every soldier present feel incredibly honored. As time went by, the soldiers left their seats and gathered around the bonfire to enjoy the feast. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air, making mouths water. Beer was poured into glasses continuously, and shouts and laughter echoed throughout the air. Corwin sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the territory, and then shouted loudly, "Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses together and celebrate this victory." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted from the entire hall. Immediately afterwards, everyone raised their glasses with smiles on their faces and drank them down without hesitation. Even Father Severin, who was known for his mild-mannered nature and poor alcohol tolerance, surprisingly finished a large glass of strong ale in one go. After raising his glass, Father Severin, his face flushed, lifted his glass and said with a dazed look in his eyes, "Sir, this battle was absolutely exhilarating. Not only did we successfully repel the enemy, but once the news spreads, no one will dare to underestimate us. This land will be entirely yours from now on." John, who was standing nearby, excitedly chimed in, "Yes, young master, that was a brilliant battle. The spoils we captured are enough to sustain the territory for a long time, and we no longer have to worry about shortages of supplies. More importantly, if nothing unexpected happens, the investiture letter from the kingdom will arrive here soon, and then you will be a true baron," he said, his face flushed with excitement. Hearing this, Corwin was somewhat dazed. Time flies, and almost a year has passed since he arrived here. When he first arrived, he was a penniless and destitute pioneer lord, but now he has his own territory and army. Thinking of this, he was filled with emotion, believing that becoming a truly conferred baron was only a matter of time. As everyone chatted enthusiastically, Corwin finished his ale and said to the others, "Although we have won this time, we cannot let our guard down. Although no one will dare to openly provoke us after this, there will definitely be all sorts of underhanded tricks. Therefore, I have decided that the territory will expand its army, initially increasing the standing army to 200 men. Chapter 83 Military Expansion. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Corwin ordered all the soldiers involved in the battle to gather at the training ground. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Corwin slowly ascended the platform. He looked down at the array below, his voice carrying clearly throughout the entire arena. "I said before this battle that those who make merits will be rewarded, and those who make mistakes will be punished. After this battle, everyone fought bravely and performed outstandingly. Today, I am here to fulfill my promise and reward everyone for their contributions. I will not shortchange anyone." Corwin raised his hand and pointed to the reward box that had been prepared beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, the training ground erupted in deafening cheers and shouts that soared into the sky. The guard stepped forward to maintain order and loudly signaled for the troops to stand at attention, without forcibly suppressing the soldiers' joy. Seeing this, Corinne stepped forward and loudly ordered, "Step forward according to the order of military merit. Line up and receive your rewards in turn." Corwin sat upright in the center of the high platform, calmly watching each soldier who stepped forward, personally verifying their military merits, and then solemnly handing them their rewards. The soldiers who received the reward were all overjoyed. After accepting the reward, they bowed and saluted, expressing their gratitude to the Lord. After the rewards and punishments were distributed, Corwin slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone again. He then read out the list of promotions in front of everyone, promoting those who had performed bravely and commanded effectively in this battle to fill vacant positions in the army. The atmosphere on the scene rose again, and the cheers were even more enthusiastic than before. As the situation gradually calmed down, Corwin's gaze fell on the wounded soldiers in the ranks who were unable to continue serving. His expression softened slightly, his tone slowed, but his seriousness became even more pronounced. "Some of you are no longer able to fight, but I assure you that I will never abandon any of you who fight for me, Corwin, and for the land. Those who are injured and unable to serve may be appointed as local security officers or militia captains based on their military merits and abilities, or go to new villages to serve as village chiefs. If you only want to live a peaceful life, I will allocate houses and land according to your merits, and ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life." Upon hearing this, many wounded soldiers immediately teared up, trembled, knelt down, and wept uncontrollably, kowtowing to the young and kind lord to express their gratitude. The other soldiers were deeply moved by this scene. They were filled with emotion. They had never imagined that a noble lord would care so much about the wounded and disabled soldiers and consider their future livelihood. Such an act was unheard of. The entire scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the training ground. "I swear to serve you to the death, my lord." The soldiers looked at the Lord with fervent expressions, declaring their willingness to defend his honor and dignity with their lives. Seeing this scene, Corwin was also moved and raised his hand to signal everyone to stand up. He nodded to everyone, said no more, and then handed over all the follow-up matters, such as resettlement, compensation, and promotion, to Corwin for proper handling. After dealing with military matters, Colwyn summoned everyone to the council chamber. Once everyone had arrived, Colwyn sat in the main seat and addressed the steward. "What is the current population of the territory? How is the construction of the new village progressing?" The steward replied, "The territory now has a population of over 1,000. These people have been assigned to suitable locations near the reclaimed wasteland to temporarily reside in. The construction of the village has been ongoing, but it was delayed for a while due to the battle, but it is still sufficient for the time being." At this point, Father Severin continued, saying, "Sir, because we need to keep clearing and developing the land. Most people are currently living inside the valley, and it's already a bit crowded." He paused for a moment and then continued, "I suggest that for every piece of wasteland that is reclaimed, a village should be established there, with about 20 or 30 households in each village. In this way, we can save manpower and make it easier to work. Moreover, these small villages are easy to expand and will be easier to accommodate when the population increases in the future. The territory will not be as crowded as it is now." After listening, Corwin nodded in agreement with Father Severin's words, and then said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Father. I'll have the butler send someone to assist you. I'll need you to put in the effort for this." Father Severin, standing to the side, gently shook his head, his tone tinged with a mixture of helplessness and amusement, and said to Corwin, "My lord, you are rewarding those who have rendered meritorious service and settling the wounded soldiers, and your territory is becoming more and more prosperous every day. But my side isn't that a bit outrageous? I can't keep leading my people to pray in an open field, exposed to the wind and sun, without even a place to shelter from the wind and rain and pray in peace. How much longer do we have to wait for the church you promised me?" Corwin was taken aback by the sudden question, and a rare look of embarrassment and shame appeared on his face. He coughed lightly, and his tone softened slightly. "This was my oversight, Father, rest assured. It will be soon, really soon. Once all these military affairs, trivial matters, and new village construction are settled, the style and layout of the church will be designed and planned by you personally, and you will personally supervise its construction. We will definitely build you a decent church." After discussing all the trivial matters within the territory, Corwin, along with his steward, the priest, and others, checked the current financial and food reserves and personnel situation of the territory. After confirming that nothing serious had happened, he formally shifted the topic to the most crucial issue, the military. Corwin paused for a moment, then continued, "After this battle, we have captured a lot of supplies and valuables, and the population of the territory has also increased significantly. As I mentioned yesterday, I will initially expand the territory's standing army to 200 men. In addition, the militia within the territory will also be expanded, and they will receive training as before. Those who perform well will be selected for the standing army, and the rest of the time they can do whatever they need to do." Corwin's throat was a little dry, so he picked up the water glass next to him and drank it all in one gulp, then continued, "John and Gus, you two, based on this battle, discuss it with the officers and sergeants who participated. Find out what the soldiers are thinking, and write down any good ideas or requirements the officers have regarding tactics, equipment, and teamwork. After the new recruits have completed their selection and training, we'll discuss these issues in detail." John and Gus nodded in agreement. Corwin turned to Guts and said to him, "You participated in the entire battle, and you know the roads, defenses, and surrounding villages of Giant Horn territory better than anyone else." He then said, "I want you to lead a squad of soldiers to the villages and manors near the Great Horn territory. The Great Horn territory has just been defeated, and Elfin himself has been captured by us. The people are already restless. Go and tell the commoners and serfs that as long as they are willing to come, I can allocate land to the commoners and reduce their taxes. The The serfs and slaves can be restored to their status as free people. Moreover, if they perform well, they will be allocated land and housing like other commoners after 1 year. Gus's expression hardened, and he immediately bowed to accept the order. Yes, sir. I will prepare immediately and make sure it is done properly. Chapter 84 Negotiation. Inside the council chamber, Cole and the others went over all the arrangements one last time. He confirmed the candidates to be in charge of the tasks of supplying provisions and military provisions, building city walls, resettling the population, and expanding the army. After everyone had left, and he had rested briefly, he had his attendant bring Elfin over. In this era, wars between nobles were not merely purely military confrontations, but also economic endeavors. Because nobles typically possess substantial land income and wealth, some impoverished minor nobles or a large number of landless nobles are excluded. For nobles like Elfin, who possess fiefdoms, capturing them meant a substantial ransom. Moreover, even if war broke out between nobles, the captured noble would not be harmed. It wasn't just a matter of ransom and the dignity of the nobles, because most people couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't one day be captured. Just considering the ransom alone, the economic benefits far exceed the speed at which one can accumulate wealth slowly. Moreover, everyone here is a nobleman, so there's no need for them to fight to the death like ordinary soldiers. As the saying goes, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Sometimes, due to insufficient funds, in order to ransom a captured nobleman, his family might mortgage their territory and borrow money from a nobleman they had a good relationship with or their lord to pay the ransom. Before long, Elfin was brought before Corwin, who was looking listless with his head down, looking dejected, and his clothes were wrinkled. Although he looked somewhat disheveled, he seemed to be in good condition. Ragnar's axe hadn't caused him any serious internal injuries, so he was lucky. This was the first meeting between the noble lords of both sides since the two armies clashed, except that one was the victor and the other the vanquished. Your Excellency Baron, how have you been these past few days? My territory has no castle, so I can only offer you temporary accommodations in a wooden cabin. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality, Corwin said slowly. Although Baron Elfin loathed the young noble lord before him, he still maintained a certain noble demeanor and said to Colwyn, My lord, do you wish to discuss the ransom with me? Yes, Your Excellency. Let's discuss the terms first. Once we've reached an agreement, I'll send someone to inform your family. After all, you can't stay here forever. Your wife and children are waiting for you. After a moment of silence, Elfin slowly raised his head and said, All right, in that case, let's get straight to your terms. I'll listen carefully. He knew very well that he couldn't make promises lightly and had to wait for the other party to finish speaking before making a decision. He wasn't foolish enough to agree to anything rashly before understanding the whole situation. Corwin continued, Your Excellency, you are surely well aware that this war was entirely your fault, and I will not elaborate further on that. Due to this war, my territory has suffered heavy losses. Its previously flourishing development has come to an abrupt halt, and not only that, my army has suffered devastating losses, with a large number of soldiers killed or wounded. Furthermore, the enormous amount of supplies and military equipment consumed in the war is a heavy burden. Therefore, all of these costs should rightfully be borne by you. Of course, in addition, you must also pay the ransom for yourself, your knights, your squires, and even your ordinary soldiers. After accounting, it will probably cost around 3,000 gold coins. He paused for a moment before continuing. How much? How much do you want? 3,000 gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Elfin knew he would ask for an exorbitant amount, but this was still too much. Corwin smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, Your Excellency, you think this is an exorbitant demand, but consider the losses this war has brought me. The war you started has severely weakened my territory, caused many casualties among my soldiers, and depleted my resources. These 3,000 gold coins are merely enough to help me recover. Elfin was furious, her face turning red with anger. She shouted, I simply don't have that much money. You're trying to bankrupt me. Corwin shrugged. You can take your time to think it over, but until you've raised the ransom, you'll have to continue living in my humble cabin. And the longer you stay, the more the cost might increase. Elfin clenched his fists, yet he was helpless. He knew he was now a prisoner and had little bargaining power. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth. 3,000 gold coins is absolutely impossible, at most 1,500. Corwin shook his head. Your Excellency, that's far too little. 2,800 gold coins is the lowest I can offer. For a moment, the two engaged in a heated debate, neither willing to give an inch, arguing over every penny of the ransom, as if they wanted to squeeze every single copper coin out of the other. After a long and heated debate, both sides were exhausted, their faces flushed, and their mouths were so dry that they could barely speak. At this moment, Corwin waved to his attendants, signaling them to quickly bring 2 glasses of chilled, thirst-quenching ale. Taking the glasses, Corwin unhesitatingly tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful, then exhaled a long breath, seemingly trying to ease his tension. He then put down his cup, turned to Elfin, and said firmly, "All right, there's no point in arguing like this any longer. Let's set the ransom at 2,000 gold coins, not a penny less. That's my absolute lowest price." Upon hearing the number, Elfin frowned slightly at first, but quickly regained his composure. He raised his glass, tilted his head back, and downed the remaining ale in one gulp. Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "No way. It's still too expensive. I can only give you 1,800 gold coins at most. I won't pay a single more. I might as well stay here and not leave, since you wouldn't dare to actually kill me anyway." With that, he gave Corwin a defiant glare. Faced with such a tough stance, Corwin knew very well that he had indeed crossed the line that the other party could bear. So he sighed helplessly, ceasing his argument with Elfin, and readily agreed. "All right, Your Excellency, since things have come to this, I will not insist any further. I will send someone to bring you some paper and pen later. Please write a letter to your family as soon as possible, urging them to raise the ransom and bring you home." After he finished speaking, Corwin ordered his servant to bring paper and pen and give them to Elfin. When Elfin received the paper and pen, he glared fiercely at Corwin, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Then, he abruptly lowered his head and began writing a letter to his family. Time ticked by, and soon Elfin finished writing the letter. He looked up at Corwin again and said fiercely, "Get this letter to my wife right now. I've explained everything in detail in the letter, and she will do as I say. Once you receive the ransom, release me immediately." Before he finished speaking, Elfin stood up and walked outside. Accompanied and guarded by his attendants, his figure quickly disappeared outside the council hall. After Elfin left, Corwin did not delay at all and immediately sent someone to burn the letter and deliver it to Elfin's wife. Meanwhile, this astonishing news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the surrounding areas. The nobles in the vicinity were all utterly astonished upon learning of this sudden war and the fact that Elfin had been defeated. A complex mix of emotions swirled and permeated among the nobles. Some found it unbelievable, unable to comprehend how Elfin, who had operated here for so many years, could be defeated by a newcomer. Chapter 85: The Envoy. After finalizing the ransom details for Elfin himself and his knights and squires, the war that threatened the safety of the entire territory finally came to a complete end. The nerves that had been stretched to the limit for days were finally able to relax slowly. The fatigue from numerous trivial matters and battles was now dissipating from my body, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. During the days spent waiting for news of the ransom, Corwin was finally able to rest properly. All matters within the territory had been arranged in an orderly manner and were progressing steadily. Father Severin and the old steward worked together seamlessly to handle the internal affairs of the territory, measuring wasteland, planning fields, selecting sites for villages, and resettling displaced people, managing the complicated but very important matters of people's livelihood in a proper and orderly manner. John focused on reorganizing the military, gathering the able-bodied men in his territory in batches and giving them basic drill, physical, and weapons training. He then selected the strongest and best-performing militia members to gradually add to the standing army, thus slowly expanding the territory's military strength. Corwin's days also slowed down for a rare moment. After a simple meal each day, he would stroll leisurely within his territory, sometimes inspecting the workshops and farms, and regularly listening to his subordinates' reports on the progress of various tasks. As the fields were gradually cleared, the villages were built little by little, the soldiers were trained, and the people lived in peace and contentment. A thriving scene slowly unfolded before their eyes. Looking at this land that was gradually coming back to life, all the hard work, planning, and fighting were slowly filled with a solid and profound sense of satisfaction. That day, Colwyn was in the council chamber discussing matters concerning the territory with John and others. John proposed, "Young master, in my opinion, given the current situation, as time goes by and things develop, our territory is expanding day by day, and our population is also increasing daily, although the pace is relatively slow. In addition, if we want to further develop the wasteland to meet the growing demand, we must send more people to hunt and drive the ferocious beasts out of the areas to be developed to ensure safety. At the same time, we must arrange enough people to undertake important tasks such as daily territory patrols, guard duty, and defense against foreign invasion." John took a sip of water and continued, "In this way, after a while, the existing forces will become somewhat insufficient. Therefore, I suggest that we consider adding a moderate number of standing soldiers. This will ensure the smooth progress of various tasks and maintain the security and stability of the entire territory." After listening to John's advice, Corwin silently calculated the limits of the territory's military strength. In terms of productivity in this era, maintaining a standing army of 3% to 5% of the total population is a safe upper limit during peacetime. In the event of a catastrophic disaster, it might be possible to urgently mobilize 10% of the able-bodied men in a short period of time, but this is already the limit for an agricultural society in this era. Under normal circumstances, about 70% to 80% of the population needs to be firmly tied to the land to cultivate the land in order to produce enough food. The remaining less than 20% is needed to support artisans, merchants, churches, administrators, and the army. Typically, a professional soldier requires about 5 to 10 able-bodied farmers to support him, not even taking into account the enormous losses during the transport of supplies in the event of a prolonged war. Maintaining a 10% military force in the long term would mean that 50% or even the entire population would have to be engaged in farming to barely sustain the operation, which is logically unworkable. The larger the army, the more it relies on efficient administration and logistics. Once war begins, the logistical pressure will increase exponentially. Excessive mobilization will only deplete rural labor forces in an instant, leading to abandoned fields, soaring grain prices, and a surge in taxes, ultimately resulting in famine and riots. For this reason, most noble lords on this continent only maintain a small number of knights, squires, and a small standing elite force. In times of war, they temporarily conscript serfs and freemen to fill the ranks. This is the norm for this army. However, the territory is now highly militarized, so the number of troops is relatively high. The reason why the standing army has been expanded to 200 people is because they purchase food and other supplies through trade, plunder money privately, and the territory has an iron mine that can provide weapons and equipment. Otherwise, the territory's economy and food reserves would have collapsed long ago. Colwyn quickly calculated in his mind. Normally, maintaining a standing army of 120 men during peacetime was already the limit that food and labor could sustain. This is because the majority of the territory's population is young and middle-aged, while the remaining elderly and women are relatively few in number and are able to work, which is why the territory can be sustained. Expanding the army to 200 men due to population growth is a result I've carefully considered, but John is right, and I can't ignore it either. Corwin frowned, pondering the question, should he prioritize developing the army or improving the lives of his people? As a lord, he needed to consider everything carefully and couldn't make a decision on a whim. After careful consideration, he made up his mind. Expand the army. If the choice is made to expand the army, the number of personnel, weapons, and equipment, daily living expenses, all of these will be huge expenses. First, the selected soldiers must have a certain level of military skills, which requires them to undergo long-term training. However, to ensure that daily training can be carried out smoothly, there must be a sufficient supply of meat and enough grain and salt as support, since these are necessary to maintain high-intensity training. Moreover, if this army is to truly possess formidable combat power, then the investment in its weaponry and equipment cannot be ignored. It must be fully equipped with all the necessary weaponry and equipment. Of course, there are also clothes for the soldiers to wear in different seasons, such as winter and summer, and small items such as military flags that are essential in the army. All these things need to be prepared. Thinking of this, Corwin slowly said, "We can select some trained militiamen to supplement the standing army, but we can't do it all at once. First, we need to equip the previous 200 men with weapons and equipment, and then we can gradually expand the ranks of new recruits in batches. The new recruits we expand later don't need to be fully equipped with weapons and equipment yet. Just keep what they need for daily life. Also, the total number of recruits, including the previous ones, should not exceed 300. After listening, John replied, "Yes, young master. I will first select the candidates, and then handle the follow-up matters one by one before starting to recruit new soldiers." "Okay, let's do it this way." Corwin nodded and made his decision. He then talked with Father Severin and the steward about the recent depletion of the territory's reserves, the types of goods in short supply, and so on, preparing to make a list for the next caravan's arrival so that it would be convenient to purchase them. Father Severin had previously inquired about when the serfs Calwin had brought back from the Great Horn territory would be pardoned and restored to their free status, so he could arrange the time and place. Just then, the attendant reported to Corwin, "There are several messengers outside the territory, claiming to be Baron Field's men. They say they have something to discuss with you. What do you think?" Corwin was somewhat surprised, wondering why Field had sent someone to find him. Could it be that information about what we did last time was leaked? Or is there some other purpose? Coming to his senses, Corwin instructed his servants to bring the man in. It wouldn't be polite to leave him waiting, and besides, he wanted to see what Baron Field wanted from him. Chapter 86 Noble Banquet. The group waited in the council hall for a short while before the attendant led the newcomer into the hall. As soon as the messenger entered, he saw Corwin sitting in the main seat and was surprised by his youth, but this did not delay his business. "Good day, Your Excellency. My Baron invites you to a noble banquet at Wildfang Fortress the day after tomorrow. Please be sure to arrive on time. My Baron awaits your arrival at Wildfang Fortress." The envoy bowed and stated the purpose of his visit. After speaking, the messenger took out an envelope bearing the seal of the Baron Field family and handed it to a servant who then passed it on to Corwin. After receiving the letter, Corwin looked at the messenger and asked, "Does your Baron have anything else to invite me to besides the banquet?" The messenger quickly replied, "Your Excellency, my master only invited you to the banquet and didn't say anything else. You can check the letter for any further explanation." When Corwin realized he couldn't get any useful information, he ordered his men to take the messenger away to rest. After everyone left, he tore open the envelope and quickly scanned the contents of the letter inside. Besides inviting him to the banquet, the letter also mentioned something else. After learning that he had defeated and captured Elfin himself, Elfin's wife immediately contacted Baron Field and asked him to act as a neutral mediator to ease the tension between the two sides. Meanwhile, with Baron Field as witness, they were willing to pay a ransom to free Elfin. So that's how it is. The reason why Baron Field invited him to the banquet without any apparent reason is self-evident. On the one hand, since Elfin was originally on the opposite side, he was wary of him. On the other hand, although they were both from the noble class, people's hearts were unpredictable, and who could guarantee that he would release the person after accepting the ransom? Therefore, having a middleman who can both connect with them and maintain a good relationship with the other party to mediate the matter will undoubtedly make the situation more secure and thorough. Thinking of this, he explained the situation to everyone present, and then said to them, "After I leave, things will remain the same as before. Uncle John will stay behind to guard the territory, and the priest and the steward will handle the rest of the affairs." Then, at Corwin's signal, they all dispersed. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Corwin got up. After breakfast, he chose a set of noble clothes to wear, and then had a gift carefully selected from the many items looted from Elfin. Subsequently, Corwin led 20 fully armed soldiers and envoys to Desolate Tooth Fortress. Because the group traveled light, they arrived at Wildfang Fortress in the afternoon. After the envoy returned to report, Corwin led the group to a place to stay, awaiting the noble banquet the next day. The next morning, Corwin, accompanied by Corwin and 4 soldiers, arrived at the inner fortress where Baron Field resided. After showing his identification, a servant led him to the banquet venue. Upon arriving at the banquet venue, quite a few people had already arrived. Corwin glanced around and saw several unfamiliar nobles who, judging from their clothes and guards, were nobles from some territory, as well as many knights and the like. Corwin was led to a seat not far from the head of the table. Some people noticed him and turned their gazes toward this unfamiliar face. Not long after, the servant shouted loudly, "Lord Field, the rightful ruler of Wild Tooth Fortress and the surrounding lands, has arrived." A moment later, everyone sitting in the hall, and Corwin looked toward the door. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a red shawl, an exquisite blue short robe, red and white patchwork tights, and fine short leather boots walked into the hall, followed by 2 servants. "Hey, my old friend Basil." Baron Field strode forward, embraced a nobleman of similar age, and then said, "I'm so happy you could come, my old friend. Let's drink until we drop today, huh?" "No problem. We'll drink to our heart's content today. Let me see if your alcohol tolerance has decreased," the nobleman named Basil said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Baron Field announced loudly to everyone, "Please take your seats, everyone. Now that everyone is here, I will have the servants serve the dishes immediately." Just as the servants were serving the food, Baron Field greeted several nobles not far from the head of the table, saying, "Stuga, Nick, Prague, Wells, you're all here too. How have you been lately? Is everything going well?" They seemed to know each other well. And to the ladies here, "It's been a long time. You've all become even more beautiful." These words made the noble ladies cover their mouths and giggle. "But sir, I don't think I've seen you before. Field, who is this? Why don't you introduce me?" At this moment, the nobleman named Basil noticed Corwin and asked Baron Field with a smile. Baron Field smiled and said slowly, "Look at my personality. I was so excited to see old friends that I forgot to introduce you all. This is Corwin, a lord of a pioneering territory. I guess it won't be long before he's called Baron Corwin." Clearly, Baron Field knew exactly when Corwin arrived and estimated that after the Kingdom Council's inspection, Corwin would soon become a true fiefdom baron. Then he addressed Corwin one by one. "These gentlemen are Baron Basil, Sir Stuart, Baron Nick, Sir Bragg, and Baron Wells." When each person's name was mentioned, everyone would give Corwin a slight nod and a smile. After quickly memorizing everyone's names and appearances, Corwin knew that these people were probably the feudal nobles and powerful figures in this area. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting around Baron Liefeld. "Greetings, everyone. I am Sir Corwin, the lord of the emerging Western Territory. I have been invited by Baron Field to attend this banquet," Corwin said with a smile. "So you're the lord who defeated Elfin. You're so young," Baron Nick said slowly from the side. Then everyone else looked at Corwin. Corwin smiled and said, "I just had a misunderstanding with Baron Elfin. It's not about defeating him. I just wanted to have a calm talk with him. That's all." Those of lower status who came here only knew it was a noble banquet. But how could they not know the real reason after hearing what Corwin said? Sir Prague laughed heartily and then said, "A loss is a loss. You don't need to cover for him. We're all sensible people. We just see through things but choose not to say anything." Corwin glanced at the Prague knight and thought the man had a rather straightforward personality. Baron Field then raised his glass and addressed the crowd. "Let's not talk about that now. Today is a banquet. Let's have a toast." Upon hearing this, everyone present raised their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. At this moment, servants carrying dishes filed in one after another and placed the dishes on the table in front of each person. As the musicians began to play their instruments, the bards began to sing passionately, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. After setting down their glasses, Baron Field turned and slowly looked at Corwin, who also noticed Baron Field's gaze. Chapter 87 Ransom Received. The banquet hall was brightly lit by dozens of chandeliers. The candlelight flickered gently, musicians played their instruments in the center, bards sang loudly, and people gathered in 2s and 3s, with laughter and chatter rising and falling. The nobles clinked their silver cups together, while many young knights huddled together, whispering about the duel, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. The noble women sat in a circle, talking softly, their voices punctuated by occasional low chuckles. At this moment, Baron Field rose and walked toward Colwyn with a wine glass in his hand, and Colwyn also rose to greet him. "Come on, let's have a drink together." Baron Field, who had approached, raised his glass to Corwin. The two men raised their glasses and drank them down in one gulp. After setting their glasses down, Corwin remained silent, waiting for the other to speak. Baron Field said slowly, "You know why I've summoned you here. Elfin's wife asked me to act as an intermediary, hoping to ransom him. But what?" Corwin countered. "Elfin's wife told me that they couldn't raise that much ransom in time and wanted me to mediate and hopefully reduce it. Besides, you know why they can't raise that much ransom. They mentioned in their letter that you ransacked their castle," Baron Field continued with a smile. Lord Field had helped him before, especially when he first arrived. Although his later assistance was somewhat based on mutual benefit, he had indeed offered a helping hand. To remain indifferent to this would not only appear ungrateful, but could also severely damage one's reputation within aristocratic circles. A good reputation is crucial for future development, and mishandling it could bring unexpected trouble. Thinking of this, Colwyn frowned and said with a troubled expression, "Baron, you should know very well that a pioneering lord like me lacks everything in my newly established territory. Whether it's manpower, financial resources, or other kinds of resources, I desperately need financial support for everything. Yet Baron Elfin is taking advantage of my misfortune. To be honest, I don't have much money left to support my daily expenses. This ransom is a lifeline for me." Putting aside the previous loot, he had already reaped considerable gains from defeating Elfin and robbing them of their territory. Yet he was still pretending to be poor, simply because he didn't want to budge on the ransom. What a greedy little fox, Baron Field thought to himself. Leaving aside the previous case of the illicit and staggering amount of stolen goods, this time, he personally led his troops to defeat Elfin, turning their territory, which they had occupied for many years, upside down. The granaries, armories, treasuries, everything of value was looted by him. Yet, at this moment, he still put on a show of being poor and distressed, crying poverty and hardship, clearly unwilling to budge an inch on the ransom for the prisoners, and unwilling to suffer any loss. A greedy and cunning little fox, Baron Field thought to himself. He then said to Corwin, "How about this? We'll lower the price a bit, and only ransom him and his knights and squires. The rest of them are your spoils. How about 1,500 gold coins?" After hearing this, Corwin was already thinking of agreeing, but he still pretended to be hesitant. So, the two talked for a while and finally reached an agreement on a ransom of 1,600 gold coins. "When I was young, I was just eating, drinking, and having fun every day. You've already achieved this much. Young people are truly formidable," Baron Field said after taking a sip of his drink. "Oh, not at all. I was just lucky," Corwin replied with a smile. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go and call the others over," Baron Field said, then turned and walked toward the side hall. After a while, a servant came to Corwin and said, "Sir, my master invites you to the side hall. He is waiting for you there." Following the servant leading the way through the corridor, we stepped into a quiet side hall. The hustle and bustle of the banquet hall was instantly silenced, leaving only the soft sound of footsteps. Corwin walked with ease, and after Baron Field raised his hand to signal him, he settled steadily into the chair to his left. He looked up at the opposite side, his gaze pausing slightly. Seated in the chair was a noblewoman, around 30 years old, with neatly styled long brown hair, a few strands falling beside her cheeks, which accentuated her fair complexion, yet also gave it a pale, worried look. She wore a dignified aristocratic long dress, made of exquisite fabric with simple and elegant patterns, without excessive embellishment, yet it still couldn't conceal her refined air. But those eyes, filled with barely concealed anxiety and wariness, were fixed intently on Corwin. Colwyn knew in his heart that this was most likely Elfin's wife. Soon after, Sir Bragg and Baron Nick were also let in, and everyone took their seats. Baron Field rose and introduced the lady to Corwin, saying, "This is Baron Elfin's wife, Lady Ivyle." He then introduced her to Lady Evelyn. "This is Sir Corwin." After a brief introduction, Baron Field began to speak. The conflict between Baron Elfin and Sir Corwin was mediated and, in the presence of the nobles, I acted as a notary to vouch for them. Lady Evelyn, as Baron Elfin's wife, paid Sir Corwin 1,600 gold coins as ransom, which included Baron Elphin himself and his knights and squires. The text makes no mention of the weapons, equipment, officers, soldiers, and serfs on the battlefield. Weapons are assumed to be spoils of war for the victorious side, and officers and soldiers are not redeemed because the ransom is reduced, unless their families raise money to redeem them. Serfs were even worse off. If officers and soldiers who were defeated on the battlefield could not pay the ransom, they would become slaves. As for these serfs, they were lucky if they were not killed. After speaking, Baron Field paused, then asked the two men in turn, "Do you have any questions about this process?" Lady Evelyn shook her head to indicate that she had no questions, and Baron Field turned to look at Corwin, who also indicated that he had no questions. Immediately afterwards, Baron Field had two parchments brought to Evelyn and Corwin respectively. The parchments contained details such as the time, place, event, and ransom. As a notary, Baron Field's name was written at the bottom center. Corwin wrote his name on the contract, while Ivy wrote Elphin's name on it. They then affixed their noble coats of arms and signed the formal written contract in the presence of a notary. Baron Field addressed the two men. "The contract is now officially in effect. From this moment forward, Lady Evelyn will hand over a portion of the ransom to Sir Corwin, while I will keep the remainder. Sir Corwin, within 5 days, is to release Baron Elphin and his knights and squires, restore their freedom, and return them to Great Horn territory. I will then send someone to deliver the remaining ransom to Sir Corwin." Thus, with Baron Field as witness, the matter of Corwin and Elphin finally came to a complete end. The ink on the contract had completely dried, and the sealing wax was firmly placed at the signature. Baron Field looked at Lady Ivy, who was sitting quietly to the side, and said in a calm tone, "Madam, you must be tired from your journey. Go and rest first. I will send someone to escort you back to the Great Horn territory tomorrow." Ivy nodded slightly, her gaze lingering briefly on the people in the hall before she slowly left the side hall, led by a servant. After everyone left, Baron Field ordered, "Everyone, step back. No one is allowed near the side hall." A moment later, only the four of them remained in the large side hall, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Seeing this, Colwyn knew perfectly well that Field probably had something else to discuss with him. He then looked at Sir Bragg and Baron Nick, realizing that the matter to be discussed also concerned them. Chapter 88: Border Smuggling. After all the servants had left the room, Baron Field raised his hand to straighten his slightly wrinkled cuffs. His gaze fell on the young Corwin beside him, and the gentle smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Baron Field spoke first. "The reason I invited you to this banquet today is ostensibly to resolve the issue between you and Elphin, but actually, I have a few other matters that I would like to discuss with you." Corwin remained calm and showed no surprise. Meeting Baron Field's gaze, he spoke in a measured tone. "Please speak freely, Your Excellency. If it is within my power, I will certainly not refuse." Seeing Corwin's straightforward and generous manner, Field naturally stopped keeping him in suspense. He extended his hand toward Prague, then turned to Corwin and said, "Now let me formally introduce you. This is Sir Prague from Columber, and he also has another identity, the chief steward under Count Lucius. Columber is the largest city near the border between the west and the north. The Earl Lucius, the first mentioned, is the sheriff here, the highest-ranking official appointed by the kingdom for this region. The military, administration, taxation, and so on in Columber are all under the jurisdiction of the Earl Lucius," Baron Field continued. As soon as he finished speaking, Prague greeted Corwin with a smile, and Corwin responded politely. Upon hearing the title of mayor, Corwin couldn't help but think that while the kingdom's official system was complex, it was actually quite clear. The entire kingdom's ruling order was constructed on two pillars: the feudal system of lords and vassals, and the authority of the church. Its power structure can be roughly divided into three independent, yet intertwined levels: the central government, local lords, and church clergy. The king, as the nominal supreme ruler of the kingdom, occupies the pinnacle of secular power, but his actual authority varies drastically across different periods. Surrounding the king is a high-ranking noble class that forms the core of his rule. Dukes, marquises, and earls, as the king's direct vassals, possessed vast territories and powerful private armies. They were the most powerful group at the top of the kingdom, serving as both an important support for royal power and the most likely force to threaten it. In order to handle daily government affairs and maintain the operation of the palace, the kingdom also had a dedicated palace administration system. The minister of the palace, in charge of all affairs inside and outside the royal court, coordinating attendance, meals, etiquette, and order of the residence. He is the king's chief steward and can even influence the government when the monarch is weak. Chief Justice, in charge of the kingdom's documents, legal archives, and the royal seal. All important decrees, investitures, and treaties must be sealed by him to take effect. He holds significant power in both legal and procedural matters. Chancellor of the Exchequer, in charge of royal finances, royal land revenues, tax collection, and military spending, the money bag that keeps the monarchy running. Marshal, oversees all military affairs of the kingdom, is responsible for the training, recruitment, and battlefield command of the king's personal knightly forces, and is one of the highest military commanders during wartime. At the decision-making level, there is a dedicated deliberative body. The Council of Nobles, composed of nobles, and the Royal Council, which included close advisors and high-ranking officials of the king, jointly discussed national policies, declared war, negotiated peace, taxation, and legal revisions. It was the highest decision-making venue in the kingdom and also a key platform for the power struggle between the nobles and the monarchy. Local power exhibits a distinct dual structure. On one hand, the nobility enjoys a high degree of autonomy, while on the other hand, the royal family attempts to infiltrate. Within their own territories, local noble lords including earls, viscounts, barons, and lords possessed almost complete sovereignty. Independent administration, independent judiciary, the ability to form private armies, levy taxes, and mint coins within permitted limits. They had absolute control over the inhabitants, land, and resources of their territories. The rule that my vassal's vassal is not my vassal was fully embodied in local affairs. As the king's direct representative in the local area, the county magistrate was appointed by the royal family and was responsible to the royal power. His main duties were to enforce royal decrees, collect taxes belonging to the king, preside over local royal courts, maintain public order, and, when necessary, monitor local nobles. He was an important tentacle of central power extending to the local area. The church, on the other hand, is a complete system of its own, independent of royal power, yet deeply involved in secular rule, forming a power network that is parallel to and often overlaps with the official positions in the kingdom. The Pope occupies the highest position in the entire church and is regarded as God's representative on earth, theoretically possessing spiritual dominion over all believers. Archbishops and bishops were not only the highest religious leaders of their diocese, but also often powerful feudal lords who controlled vast tracts of church land, castles, and wealth, and even possessed their own armed forces. They can be the king's staunchest allies, legitimizing the coronation of the monarchy, or they can be powerful adversaries, using religious means such as excommunication and prohibition to check or even suppress the monarch, making them an undeniable force in the kingdom's political arena. The county magistrate representing the king and the local nobles usually governed independently. Unless faced with a strong external threat, such as a major event that would shake their foundations, they would almost never come together to discuss matters. Although there are sporadic skirmishes along the border, they haven't escalated to the point of a major war or endangering the entire territory. Since there's no external enemy pressing in, their sudden contact is most likely driven by self-interest. Corwin thought to himself. As expected, after a brief greeting, Sir Prog said to Corwin, "I am familiar with your name and deeds, and I believe you now know something about me as well." Corwin simply nodded slightly, without immediately responding or showing any further expression, waiting for the other person to continue. When Prog saw that Corwin didn't ask any questions but waited calmly, he knew that the other party was ready to hear the important matter. He leaned forward slightly, his tone serious, and slowly began to speak. "I believe your excellency is also aware that in recent years, the kingdom has been increasingly strict in its inspections and punishments of smuggling along the border. Yet, even so, smuggling along the border is becoming more and more rampant." Seeing that Corwin was still listening quietly without saying a word, and his face did not show any surprise or urgency. Prague clicked his tongue inwardly. So young, yet so composed. His self-control far surpasses that of ordinary noblemen. No wonder he has been able to gain a foothold here. He suppressed the subtle emotions welling up inside him, refrained from further probing, paused briefly, and then continued, following the lead of the conversation. Because smuggling has been rampant despite repeated bans, many places on the northwestern border of the kingdom are now in chaos. There are many thieves, vagrants, and even wandering knights leading many bandits to harass churches, manors, towns, and other places. Corwin listened quietly and roughly understood what was going on. It seemed that the chaos on the border had spread to nearby territories and churches, and even some small towns were receiving constant security warnings. All of this was probably giving Count Lucius, who was behind Prague, a real headache. So the reason this Prague knight said so much to me must be that I need to do something at the border to ease the pressure on the other side and the current chaotic situation. But why choose yourself? Chapter 89 Conditions and Official Positions. Not long ago, in the city of Colombal, Count Lucius, the county magistrate, along with Prague and the sheriff, were discussing the topic of border smuggling. That's the situation. Large smuggling operations are seriously affecting the stability of the border. The entire border is in chaos now, and many places are being harassed and damaged. We need some capable people to guard the border for us. After the sheriff finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and looked at Earl Lucius. Count Lucius listened, pondering to himself. The constant security warnings coming from the border were giving him a headache. The number of patrols and county soldiers was limited, and they simply couldn't handle these matters. It would be good enough if they could barely maintain stability in a large area around Colombor. As for deploying troops, that's simply impossible. Not only is the journey long, but once the troops leave, the defenses of Colombor will inevitably be weakened. What if something goes wrong? After all, it's not far from the border, and it would take some time to travel there and back. Moreover, deploying troops is a huge expense. Unless they are stationed there for a long time, it's impossible to contain them in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Count Lucius rubbed his temples, feeling a terrible headache. The security pressure on the border was increasing. Prague, the Corwin you mentioned. Calvin Thorne. Yes, that's the man. What's his background? Count Lucius asked. His background was not particularly distinguished. His father was once a knight under a baron in the interior. Later, he was conscripted by the kingdom to fight on the northern border. After returning, he died from his injuries. He then inherited the territory, sold the manor, and came here to become a pioneer lord. Upon hearing this, Count Lucius rubbed his forehead and said to Prague, "Perhaps we could set up a border patrol officer at the northwestern border, but it's impossible to allocate funds and supplies. We can only rely on self-financing or support from local nobles and lords." After saying this, Count Lucius stopped and looked at Prague. Prague understood immediately, but he still continued to ask, "Is this border patrol officer temporary or not?" "It comes with an appointment letter," Count Lucius replied. "Who is this border patrol officer?" Corwin asked. At the northwestern border, in addition to the normal trade routes managed by county soldiers and patrols, as well as the roads within the territories of other noble lords, border patrol officers can inspect any area, Prague said, looking at Corwin. So, the Earl only gave him a nominal position, without any money, food, or supplies. Corwin asked, frowning. No. The supplies for the patrol team are provided by the monasteries, castles, and villages near the border. If you accept this position, the Count will order the towns and villages along the border to provide support. Moreover, this patrol officer position is quite lucrative. You can keep some of the smuggled goods for yourself to maintain the team's daily expenses and hand over the rest to the Count. Prague explained the situation in detail. Although Prague said that the Count would order the border regions to provide funds and supplies, Corwin thought it was questionable whether the guys at the border would even heed the order. However, one sentence struck Corwin. It was indeed a lucrative job, but it was probably one that would offend people. The situation on the border is chaotic. The mountains are high and the roads are long, with many checkpoints. Although it is nominally under the jurisdiction of the kingdom, it is actually a province or county. Due to the dispersed military forces, the hidden obstruction of many vested interests, and the entrenched interests among the nobles. Many passes, crossings, and remote valleys have long become lawless areas. The kingdom's ban on smuggling is ineffective, which is the reason why smuggling trade is rampant. The smuggling operations here are not small, scattered smuggling teams, but organized and armed private business groups. Their teams include mercenaries who have lived on the edge, well-equipped private militias, bandits who operate in both the legal and illegal worlds, and local tyrants who are well-versed in routes, connections, and connections. They escorted contraband weapons, salt, iron, spices, luxury goods, and people, weaving through the gaps in the kingdom's borders to avoid customs. Some of the larger groups even dared to openly confront the patrols. These large-scale smuggling caravans were almost all backed by nobles. Without the tacit approval of nobles, the protection of local powers, and the connections made by high-ranking officials, it would have been impossible for a group of vagrants and bandits to establish a smuggling network spanning several counties and connecting the southeast, northwest, and northeast. Without the funds, provisions, weapons, and legal identities provided by nobles as cover, they could not even put together a decent armed force, let alone run rampant on the border for a long time. The so-called free caravans are nothing more than a front for the nobles. Anyone who actually thinks that border smuggling is just a group of desperados and bandits is probably incredibly stupid. However, Corwin had another consideration. Although this job offended people and required him to fund the establishment of a border patrol team, the profits from border smuggling were substantial. The development of his territory required a large amount of funds, and he also needed to expand his army, which would require a considerable sum of money. If I accept this official position, I can legitimately set up checkpoints at key transportation routes, river valley crossings, and strategic passes under the guise of border control and cracking down on smuggling. Firstly, it could inspect prohibited weapons, salt, iron, and luxury goods. Secondly, it could levy passage fees and security taxes on all passing caravans, firmly keeping the wealth that originally flowed into the gray area in its own hands. In this way, the territory no longer relied solely on reclamation and plunder for survival, but instead possessed a long-term, stable, and sustainable source of income. This money could be used to repair castles, build irrigation systems, pave roads, and gather refugees to support the territory's daily operations and long-term development. It could also greatly alleviate the heavy expenses of the army, such as food, weapons, and pensions, making the territory's military force no longer a mere burden, but a self-sufficient force. More importantly, low-intensity conflicts such as cracking down on smuggling gangs and suppressing scattered resistance can be used to train new recruits. They can accumulate and hone their skills in real combat without facing brutal battles and gradually transform into elites capable of fighting tough battles. Beneath these apparent benefits, Corwin harbored a deeper scheme. He is currently just a pioneering lord. His territory has not yet been formally surveyed by the Kingdom Council. The imperial decree of investiture has not been issued, and the border is still unclear. If he can take advantage of this window of opportunity, under the pretext of cracking down on smuggling and quelling rebellions, he can completely control the no-man's land bordering his own territory, a no-man's land where smuggling is rampant and no one cares about it. He can secure the roads and passes one by one. When the kingdom's envoy comes to verify the boundaries, everything will be a fait accompli, and he can then rightfully incorporate this area into his own territory. At that time, his own territory will be under his control. Having considered this, Corwin had decided to agree, but first he wanted to test the waters to see what the highest price they could offer. He spoke to Prague. "Sir, you are right. This job is indeed a lucrative one, but it is also one that will offend many people. If I accept this position, not only will I offend a group of nobles behind the smuggling trade, but I will also have to use my own strength to maintain border security and crack down on smuggling. Moreover, I will have to hand over the spoils. This is too much to ask of me." Seeing this, Prague knew that Colin was the type to not act until he saw a tangible benefit, so he said to Colin, "Here's what we'll do. If you accept this position, I can privately give you some information about smuggling." He paused and continued, "Moreover, I can persuade the Earl to grant you full autonomy in all matters within your official duties." Upon hearing this, Colwyn knew that this was the other party's bottom line, and that taking matters into his own hands meant that he could act conveniently under a pretext that no one else could find out. He slowly spoke towards Prague. I am grateful for the Earl's trust in entrusting me with such an important task. I am willing to serve the Earl wholeheartedly, do my best to manage the border, crack down on smuggling, and stabilize trade routes, and live up to the Earl's expectations. Chapter 90 Cooperation and Business. As soon as Colwyn readily agreed, the tense atmosphere in the side hall immediately eased. Prague smiled with relief and said, Very good, I believe you will not disappoint the Count. Of course. Corwin smiled slightly as well. I will manage the chaos at the border and prevent these troubles from bothering the Earl any further. Prague added, And don't disappoint Baron Field. It was he who strongly recommended you to me. Upon hearing this, Corwin immediately turned to Baron Field, who was standing to the side, and said sincerely, Thank you for your guidance and trust, Your Excellency. Baron Field laughed heartily and waved his hand. We are all nobles. Isn't it only natural for nobles to support and look after each other? Corwin now understood that this seemingly friendly recommendation was not a free help. His territory was still in its infancy, lacking money and food, and its foundation was weak. It was precisely when he needed a powerful backer and financial resources the most. Baron Field was going along with the trend and introducing him to Earl Lucius, who was behind Prague, as a convenient way to do him a favor and pave the way for his future. Meanwhile, Count Lucius was also troubled by the problem of border smuggling. Those who were capable had powerful backers and were unwilling to do the dirty work that offended all sides. Those who were not capable could not control the group of desperate criminals and the entrenched forces on the border. As a newcomer with no complicated background, yet possessing sufficient ambition and ruthlessness, I am the most suitable candidate. What alarmed Corwin even more was the scene before him. The feudal nobles and the local nobles directly under the king were actually sitting together in private discussing this matter. This speaks for itself. Border smuggling is never a matter of interest to one side, but rather a matter in which both sides are deeply involved and share the benefits of smuggling. Baron Field recommended him because he was a fellow feudal nobleman, considered one of their own. This would make it easier to communicate privately and leave room for maneuver if order needed to be restored in the future, allowing them to quietly smooth things over behind the scenes. Count Lucius had another plan in mind when he used him. By having a feudal nobleman patrol the border, he could legitimately put pressure on other feudal nobles and local powers without having to personally offend anyone. And even if the situation got out of control and smuggling continued, he, as the enforcer, would take the blame. As for Corwin himself, his territory was newly established, and he urgently needed money and food to support its development, so he would definitely take on this task. This way, he could share the pressure of border security and hand over a portion of the confiscated smuggled goods to Count Lucius, so everyone could benefit. Having figured out these layers of scheming, Corwin felt a chill run down his spine. No one who can gain a foothold on the border is a simple person. This job may seem like he got the better deal, but in reality, everyone involved is using each other to achieve their own goals, each getting what they need and solving their own problems. Seeing that the matter had been settled, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief and showed satisfied smiles. At this moment, Baron Field picked up his glass, took a small sip of his ale, and then looked at Corwin, saying, There is one more thing I need to discuss with you. Oh, is there anything else? Corwin looked at Baron Field with a puzzled expression. Your territory is short of people, isn't it? I think that's why you're in conflict with Elfin, Baron Field said slowly. After saying this, he sat there quietly, waiting for Corwin's response. It's just a misunderstanding, Corwin replied without showing any emotion. Baron Field waved his hand and said to Corwin, The reason doesn't matter, but you'll definitely be interested in what happens next. Corwin made a gesture of listening attentively. Seeing this, Baron Field did not speak, but pointed to Baron Nick, who had been silent all along. At this moment, Baron Nick, who had remained silent throughout, finally broke the silence and slowly said, Sir Corwin, I won't say much more. It just so happens that I have a caravan that specializes in the slave trade. Really? Then may I ask about your sources and prices? Corwin asked. The goods come from the south. As you know, the south has always been densely populated, and my territory is also close to the south, so it's quite convenient. As for the price, the normal market price here is around 8 or 9 silver coins for an adult male slave, and around 5 or 6 silver coins for an adult female slave. If you buy in bulk, I can give you a discount, Baron Nick replied. After a moment's thought, Corwin asked, with your capabilities, what's the maximum number of people you can transport at once? Baron Nick calculated for a moment, then said confidently, after deducting the share allocated to other markets, I can provide you with 200 to 300 adult slaves at a time. In addition, I can also provide a batch of older laborers and young children, which are not included in the transaction amount. Moreover, I also have a group of craftsmen on hand, including blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons, but these kinds of people are much more expensive. Prague then interjected at the opportune moment, saying to Corwin, with so many people added at once, the pressure on your territory's food reserves will be considerable. I manage the logistics warehouses in Columbus City, and under the guise of disposing of old grain, I can privately sell you a batch of decent quality grain every month through official channels. This is more reliable than ordinary caravans and less likely to be noticed. Corwin quickly calculated in his mind that the ordinary slave traders he had previously sought out had only managed to gather 200 people with great effort, while Baron Nick could easily produce nearly 300 adult slaves, along with free slaves and craftsmen. Clearly, he had a stable and large supply chain, and if the price was fair, they could serve as a long-term source of manpower. Prague's decision to sell him grain privately was extremely risky, yet they were willing to do so for him. Coupled with Baron Nick's generosity, it was clear that the two intended to use the people and grain to completely bind him to the chariot of this small noble circle. This was a naked bond of interests, and also a pledge of allegiance. But Corwin wasn't averse to it, because only those who had value to be exploited would be recruited and accepted. Integrating into this small circle would not only solve the most pressing problems of population and food, but also allow him to gain early access to a lot of outside information, which would be entirely beneficial to his establishment and development. Having figured things out, Corwin no longer hesitated and readily agreed. The three then finalized the prices of the slaves and grain, the delivery location, the handover method, and how to keep it discreet, ensuring that every step was handled smoothly and without incident. Once everything was settled, Baron Field, who had been observing silently, finally spoke with a smile. Since everyone has reached an agreement, then all is well. The banquet is still ongoing, and as the host, I cannot be absent for too long. Please come back with me. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened their clothes and followed Baron Field back to the noisy banquet hall. Chapter 91: Forming a Patrol Team. The next morning, Corwin slowly awoke from his deep sleep. The Lord's banquet the previous day had not ended until dark. After the banquet, he rested in a room prepared for distinguished guests in Baron Field's castle. He had drunk quite a bit of wine, which made him sleep exceptionally soundly. Corwin slowly propped himself up, leaned gently against the headboard, closed his eyes, and allowed his thoughts to gradually calm down. After a while, feeling that his spirits had recovered somewhat, he slowly opened his eyes and prepared to get out of bed and put on his clothes. Once everything was ready, Corwin pushed open the door, and the servant waiting outside immediately bowed and whispered, "Sir, the Baron said that after you get up, he will have someone tell him to wait in the hall. Please come here." He then followed his attendant down the corridor, pushed open the door to the hall, where Baron Field was already seated. Seeing him approach, he smiled and asked, "Colwyn, did you sleep well last night?" "Thank you for your hospitality, Baron. This castle is warm and safe. I slept very well last night, and much of the fatigue from my journey has disappeared. I am truly grateful for your kindness," Corwin replied after sitting down. Lord Field took a sip of milk from his glass and instructed the servant beside him, "Go and fetch the things and give them to Sir Corwin." Before long, a servant strode in, carrying an exquisite bag. Judging from the slight swaying of the bag, it seemed to contain something quite heavy, and it occasionally made a crisp, pleasant sound as it was shaken. Seeing this, Corwin, who was standing next to Corwin, naturally took a step forward and took the bag from him. When he opened the bag, it was clear that it was filled with gleaming gold coins, which drew attention. This heavy bag contained a portion of the elfin ransom. Baron Field said, "This is part of Elfin's ransom. After you return and release Elfin, I will send the rest of the ransom to you." Colwyn nodded noncommittally, and then the two said nothing more. The only sound in the hall was the soft clinking of silver cutlery against porcelain plates. Baronfield picked up his knife and calmly cut his food, while Colwyn quietly enjoyed his breakfast. After breakfast, Corwin declined Baronfield's offer to stay longer, simply tidied his belongings, and then formally took his leave. Corwin nodded to Baronfield, who was seeing them off, and then led his men slowly toward his own territory. After returning to their territory, weary from their journey, the group did not rest for a moment. They instructed their servants to gather all the people and military officers in the territory and then went to the council hall to wait for them. After all his corps subordinates had arrived and taken their seats in the council chamber, Corwin first looked around at everyone present before calmly announcing to everyone that he was about to officially take over as Border Patrol officer. As soon as the words were spoken, a suppressed but hushed murmur arose in the previously quiet council hall. The expressions and reactions of the people varied. Some young officers were excited, seeing this as a great opportunity for the territory to make its mark. Some veteran subordinates frowned and remained silent. Amidst the hushed whispers, John spoke first, drawing everyone's attention. This close associate of Corwin, who had long served him and was in charge of the territory's military affairs, now had a deeply furrowed brow, his tone filled with undisguised worry. "Young master, I completely understand what you mean. Once we accept this position, the higher-ups will not send us a single soldier, will not allocate a single penny of rations, and will not provide any weapons, equipment, or logistical support. All the patrols, defenses, risks, and expenses on the border will have to be borne entirely by our territory. Excuse my bluntness, young master, but the risk is far too great. A slight misstep could drag our already weak foundation into danger." Corwin knew perfectly well that John's words were not out of cowardice, but rather out of his sincere devotion to the territory and to himself, as well as a sense of security. He nodded slightly, then explained in a deep voice, "Uncle John, I understand your concerns, but there is no opportunity without risk. The position of Border Patrol officer may seem helpless and dangerous, but it allows us to rightfully control the border crossings and wield the power of inspection. If we operate properly, we can seize most of the profits from smuggling trade, which will not only add a stable and substantial source of revenue to the territory and completely solve the problem of food and money shortages, but also, when the territory is formally divided in the future, this power will be enough to bring about a complete transformation of our entire territory." On the other side, Guts nodded emphatically, his face showing agreement, and echoed firmly, "You are right, sir. If we continue at the current rate of development of our territory, we will only be able to struggle at the bottom forever. If we want to break the deadlock, we must take a gamble. This position of Border Patrol officer is the best opportunity for us." John remained silent for a moment, then spoke again, his tone still tinged with concern. "What you say makes sense, young master, but once we take over Border Patrol affairs, we must immediately expand the size of our army. We can no longer slowly fill our ranks as before. With the sudden increase in numbers, the consumption of weapons, provisions, and military pay will multiply, placing unprecedented pressure on the territory's finances and supplies." Corwin already knew this. He looked at John and said calmly, "I recently attended a banquet at Baronfield's castle, where I met Sir Prague. We've already reached a private agreement that he will sell us a batch of high-quality grain at a low price every month in Columber, under the guise of disposing of old grain. This will be enough to solve our immediate problem. Uncle John, you are a reliable and meticulous person. I entrust this matter entirely to you." John's expression turned serious, and he immediately straightened up, nodding emphatically to Corwin. "Please rest assured, young master. There will be absolutely no mishaps, and we will not let you down." With the food arrangements settled, Corwin slowly rose to his feet. His posture was upright, his sharp gaze sweeping over each of his subordinates present. His tone became firm and unwavering as he announced the core directives for the territory. From this day forward, the territory's standing army must be expanded at full speed, reaching a strength of 300 men as quickly as possible. Blacksmith shops must immediately suspend all other operations, prioritizing the forging of weapons and armor for the army. All able-bodied men of suitable age within the territory must regularly participate in military training and be uniformly incorporated into the reserve militia as reserve soldiers in times of emergency. After announcing the military orders, Corwin turned his gaze to Father Severin and the estate's steward, his tone softening slightly. It won't be long before the cooperating slave traders arrive in the estate with the next batch of slaves. Before that, I've already reached a new slave deal with Baron Nick. The task of receiving, counting, settling, and distributing these slaves will be handled by the two of you. In addition, you must quickly check the estate's money, provisions, supplies, and reserves. All resources must be prioritized for the army. There should be no oversights. Father Severin and the butler replied in unison, "No problem." "Oh, right. Send someone back to the Giant Horn territory later. There's still a portion of the ransom that hasn't arrived. Corin, you take care of it." Corin instructed Corin. The meeting concluded, and without a moment's delay, everyone rose to receive their orders and quickly left the council hall, immediately throwing themselves into the busy and demanding affairs. In an instant, the entire territory sprang into action, with the expansion of the army, the manufacture of weapons, and the stockpiling of provisions proceeding in an orderly fashion. Corwin, on the other hand, led a separate group to the training grounds of the territory to personally select and form the core members of the patrol team. After careful screening and consideration, he finally decided on a size of 70 people for the patrol team, all of whom were experienced veterans from the territory as the backbone, mixed with agile new recruits. Each team of 10 people was led by a senior veteran, and the team was divided into 7 squads. Considering that border patrols primarily involve anti-smuggling, tracking, raids, and pursuit, rather than direct assaults, Colwyn specifically stipulated that patrol members would not be equipped with the lamellar armor used by the territory's standing army. Instead, they would primarily wear lightweight chainmail, half-body armor, and sturdy leather armor, balancing protection and mobility. They would also be heavily equipped with crossbows, short blades, and other weapons suitable for rapid-fire operations. The entire patrol force would be personally commanded by Colwyn himself. With everything arranged, he was just waiting for the official appointment document for the Border Patrol officer to be issued before he would immediately lead the team to the border. Chapter 92, Taking Office. While Corwin was busy selecting, reorganizing, and training the patrol team, the entire territory also began to get busy. On this day, just as Corwin was personally instructing his team members on the use of crossbows and light armor in the training ground, a servant quickly walked through the crowd, came to him, bowed and reported that a nobleman, who called himself Sir Prague, was requesting an audience outside the territory, accompanied by more than a dozen soldiers. Upon hearing this, Corwin paused slightly, then immediately realized that this was the same knight who had reached a cooperation agreement with him at Baron Field's banquet. He immediately stopped what he was doing, signaled the team to train on their own, and then instructed his attendants to immediately welcome Sir Prague and his party into the territory and lead them directly to the council chamber. When Prague and his entourage entered the council hall, Colwyn was already waiting there. He stood up with a smile to welcome Prague. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two exchanged a knowing glance and then got down to business. Prague spoke first. "I've come to deliver your patrol officer's identification documents and credentials, and Baron Field asked me to bring you the remaining ransom." After he finished speaking, he took out a roll of parchment bound with a thin ribbon and handed it to Corwin. Corwin slowly opened the parchment. In the center of the parchment was written the letter of appointment in large characters, and below it was written, "In recent years, the northwestern border has been in disarray, with rampant smuggling and banditry. In order to maintain stability in the border region, Sir Corwin Thorne is hereby appointed as the kingdom's border patrol officer, in charge of border patrols, and his main duties are to apprehend smugglers, bandits, and rebels, and to defend against barbarian attacks. He is authorized to handle all matters within his duties independently." The lower right corner bears the signatures and seals of Count Lucius and the Grand Sheriff, proving that this is an official appointment letter for a royal office. Looking at the letter of appointment in front of him, Corwin felt a surge of excitement. He could now legitimately profit from the smuggling trade in the border region. Corwin, Besides this official appointment letter as a border patrol officer, I also brought an official document. Take a look. It clearly states that your patrol area is limited to the county's borders, and you are strictly prohibited from crossing those boundaries. This is a hard and fast rule from above, Prague said. Corwin then opened the letter of appointment, his eyes quickly scanning the words before looking at Prague. Prague continued. Furthermore, regarding the official affiliation, the official document states that this position is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Grand Sheriff. This means that, theoretically, the money, provisions, military equipment, and supplies you need should be supplied by several towns and markets near the border of this prefecture. Although the Grand Sheriff has ordered them to cooperate, as you probably anticipated, these people are known for their tendency to shirk responsibility and are unlikely to offer much in return. Therefore, don't expect too much in terms of official supplies. Any at all will be good enough. He paused, leaned closer, and said in an enigmatic tone, "However, all of this is just the surface. What I told you before still stands. This time, besides delivering these documents, I have something even more important to give you. I will privately reveal some key smuggling routes and secret hideouts to you. Who is transporting the goods, how they travel, where their hideouts are. I can give you all of this. With this, you, as the Border Patrol officer, can truly get things moving, not just patrolling, but also enabling us to actually pocket those profits." Prague explained to Corwin one by one. Corwin looked calmly at Prague and slowly countered. Such precise and detailed smuggling intelligence, complete with routes, personnel, and cargo schedules, couldn't possibly have come to us for nothing. Sir Prague, why don't you just tell me what your conditions are? Prague chuckled softly upon hearing this, his gaze towards Corwin filled with admiration. A slight smile played on his lips as he said to Corwin, "You are indeed clever, understanding so quickly. To be honest, the information I've given you doesn't refer to ordinary smugglers. They are a group of lawless, repeatedly transgressing smuggling operations secretly maintained by nobles. They act arrogantly and have repeatedly crossed the Count's bottom line." He paused, his tone slightly somber, and continued. "The Earl's meaning is very clear. First, he wants to use you, the newly appointed Border Patrol officer, to give these audacious fellows a good warning and make them understand the rules of the border. Second, if a batch of stolen money and goods can be intercepted during the search and seizure, it would be even better to add some extra revenue to the Earl's manor." Corwin thought to himself, judging from this situation, there are probably some of these nobles who are enemies that Count Lucius wants to get rid of as soon as possible. All of that is fine, but Corwin stopped abruptly as he spoke, looking at Prague with a hesitant expression and a flickering gaze, as if he had something difficult to say. "But what? Is there something you're having trouble saying?" Prague asked Corwin. With a perfectly measured mix of helplessness and honesty, Corwin slowly began, "Sir Prague, you know very well that this border patrol job is quite dangerous. Not only do we have to face vicious smugglers head-on, but we also risk offending the powerful nobles who are backing us. What's more, I don't have a single soldier under my command. I have to recruit and train all the patrol teams myself. Even the most basic supplies, weapons, and logistics have to be provided entirely by the territory. This heavy burden has left me stretched thin, and the load is extremely heavy." He paused slightly, looking calmly at the other person, giving them a brief opportunity to respond. Prague raised an eyebrow slightly, a look of understanding mixed with difficulty on his face. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "So you mean you hope the prefectural government can directly approve a special fund to subsidize expenses? Forgive my bluntness, but that's probably very difficult to do. The prefectural finances are tight right now, and all expenses are stretched thin. It's basically impossible to allocate additional funds." But before he could finish speaking, Corwin interrupted him gently, revealing his true intentions. "I don't want the county government to allocate funds. What I really need is a batch of standard crossbows. I can buy them with money, but considering the Earl's mission and future cooperation, I wonder if the Sir could intervene and reduce the price for me." "What do you need this for?" Prague asked, frowning. Corwin softened his tone and patiently explained the pros and cons to Prague. "Sir, you must know that investigating smuggling and chasing bandits are completely different from engaging in a direct battle. Most of the time, it's a sudden skirmish when you meet on a narrow path, or a long-distance pursuit. Neither side can wear heavy armor and form a battle formation. Once you engage, it's all about quick reactions, ruthless strikes, and long-range shooting. He paused slightly, his tone sincere. In this situation of close combat, pursuit and surprise attack, the crossbow is the most practical and deadly weapon. With the crossbow, my patrol team can suppress the enemy before getting close, which can reduce casualties, quickly control the situation, and make the operation light and flexible. Colwyn leaned forward slightly, his tone earnest. I'm not greedy, just one batch will suffice. I would appreciate it if you could help me negotiate with the Earl to make this happen. What do you think? Chapter 93 Heading to Columber. Let me make this clear beforehand. This item is prohibited from sale. If you cross the line, I can't protect you. So it can only be sold through official channels, and the quantity can't be too large. Tell me how many you want first, Prague said with a serious expression. Of course I know that, and I wouldn't want to cause trouble for you, Earl. Let me put it this way. I'm tentatively setting the patrol team at 70 people, which I will personally lead. There won't be any incompetent people in the team, so I want half of the team to be equipped with crossbows, Corwin said. Absolutely impossible. Not only is the production process for such items extremely complicated, but their cost is also very high. Such weapons are under the strict monitoring and control of the kingdom. There are too many of them. No way. Prague shouted. Corwin sighed softly, shrugged at Prague, and said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. So, how many of these crossbows can you allocate to us? The border patrol team checks for smuggling on the border. The terrain is complex, and small-scale skirmishes and encounters are commonplace. When it comes to close combat, crossbows are the most reliable suppressive force. They can attack from a distance and penetrate armor. Without these weapons, even if I want to defend the border, I often have no way to use my strength and can only suffer losses. Prague's gaze lingered on Corwin's face for a moment before he slowly spoke. Colwyn, I am well aware of the difficulties at the border. Smuggling is rampant, there is rampant robbery, and small-scale conflicts are constant. I am aware of all of these. But crossbows are powerful weapons, and the county has a quota for them. They are allocated to various castles, passes, and the royal family for requisition. They are not something I can just take out whenever I want. What you need is a military crossbow, not a hunter's bow. Each of these requires fine iron, good wood, and the skill of an old craftsman. They are both material-intensive and time-consuming. Prague paused for a moment before slowly relenting slightly. Considering that you have formed your own patrol team and that the situation on the border is indeed dangerous, I can give you priority in allocating a batch of supplies. However, the quantity cannot be as you ask for. I can only allocate you a maximum of 20 crossbows and 3 quivers of arrows, and the price will not be discounted. Then his tone turned serious, carrying a hint of warning. But remember, this is already an exception. Once I give you the crossbow, you absolutely cannot sell it privately. And if it wears out too quickly or you lose it, I'll have to settle accounts with you properly. Prague then leaned back in his chair, looking calmly at Corwin. Now just say one thing, yes or no. Yes. Although it's less than I expected, since you said it's an exception, it's already a great trust and consideration for me. I'll remember it all, and I'm very grateful to you, Corwin replied solemnly. With the business at hand finally settled, Colwyn's tense expression eased slightly. He turned to Prague and said, Now that the matter of the armaments has been settled, you must be exhausted from your journey here. Why don't you rest here for a while and recharge your energy? I will prepare a banquet for you tonight to welcome you back and thank you for your special care. Tomorrow, I will escort you back with the patrol team. Prague's face relaxed a bit upon hearing this. All right, then I'll trouble you. The next day at dawn, Corwin was already making arrangements in the territory. He was instructing Corwin to assemble all the previously selected patrol team members, and then, as usual, John would be in charge of the territory's security, with the others assisting. No sooner had he finished speaking than a servant hurried over, bowed, and reported that Prague had gotten up and was having breakfast in the front hall. Colwyn nodded slightly and calmly gave the order. Understood. Go tell Sir Prague that there is no rush. After breakfast, they can rest for a while and wait for the patrol team to assemble and prepare before returning to Columber together. The attendant bowed in response and quickly went to report. Corwin also withdrew his gaze and prepared for departure. Once the entire force had assembled, With armor and weapons ready and the ranks standing in solemn silence, Colwyn summoned his attendant to invite Prague. Before long, Prague slowly approached and immediately spotted the patrol team. His gaze swept over the ranks, noticing that everyone was spirited and stood upright. Although their equipment wasn't top-notch, they all exuded competence and bravery and were definitely not a rabble. Prague nodded slightly, looked at Corwin, and said with a hint of approval, "It seems you weren't exaggerating. This team is indeed quite good." Upon hearing this, Corwin laughed heartily, his expression radiating confidence and candor. "Of course, these are all men I have carefully selected from my own ranks. They are loyal, brave, reliable, and composed in battle. They will certainly not disappoint you." The two exchanged a glance and said nothing more. With a command from Corwin, the group set off, passing through the territory's pass, and proceeded leisurely along the main road towards the city of Corumber. A few days later, the convoy slowly made its way along the border road and finally arrived in the city of Columber. Corwin looked up and the magnificent city standing on the northwestern border came into full view. Although it was located on the frontier and far from the heart of the kingdom, the city gates were bustling with activity. Caravans, travelers, and patrolling soldiers mingled together, creating a lively and bustling scene with the sounds of people, horses' hooves, and shouts. Columbar was one of the few major cities on the northwestern border of the kingdom. It was not only a military fortress guarding the frontier, but also a hub and trade center where merchants from all directions gathered. Most of the goods coming and going were gathered and distributed here, making it the true center of the Northwest. At this moment, Prague spoke up. "I have already sent someone into the city to inform them in advance, but our team should wait here for a while. After all, we are an armed team, and it is easy to cause misunderstandings for the city guards if we approach the city gate rashly." Corwin nodded and ordered the troops to remain in place. Before long, several officials dressed in the attire of the Earl's mansion and the city defense captain hurried up from the direction of the city gate to greet him. Upon seeing this, Prague stepped forward and exchanged a few words with them in hushed tones. A moment later, Prague returned and said to Colwyn, "I have sent someone to inform the Earl immediately, but he is currently dealing with important matters at the border and cannot see you right away. I have instructed my officers to arrange a temporary camp for your patrol team to rest. You will come with me to the Earl's mansion to wait. He will summon you when he is finished with his business." Colwyn nodded to indicate that he understood and immediately ordered the troops to set off. By this time, the guards at the city gate had already received the notification and proactively cleared a passage, allowing the patrol team to enter the city in an orderly manner without having to crowd with the passing caravans and pedestrians. Once all the arrangements for the troops' lodging, food, and the safekeeping of their weapons were in place, Colwyn changed out of his dusty military uniform and into a formal and appropriate outfit. After everything was ready, he set off with Prague to the Earl's mansion. The two walked along the main street of the city. As a border hub, the streets of Columber were much more prosperous and spacious than those of other castles. There were many shops on both sides, and a constant stream of people came and went. Guards could be seen patrolling the streets from time to time. Prague described the city's layout and other details to Corwin on the way, while Corwin listened quietly, observing the scenery along the way without making a sound, and mentally preparing his words and responses when he met the Count. Before long, the two arrived at the main gate of the Earl's mansion. The servants inside the manor had already informed them in advance, and then stepped aside to lead the two through the main gate and into the Earl's manor. Attendants respectfully led the way, and the group passed through the spacious front courtyard and front hall. Before long, they stopped outside a grand and solemn council chamber. The two entered the hall and, guided by the servants, took their seats. Soon, servants brought them hot tea and pastries. Prague and Colwyn only exchanged a few quiet words occasionally, waiting silently for the Count's return. Chapter 94: Meeting the Earl. Nearly an hour passed as they waited. The hall was quiet and peaceful, and the warm temperature made one's mind relax unconsciously. After sitting for a long time, Corwyn's eyelids gradually became heavy. A faint drowsiness quietly crept in, and his thoughts began to drift. Just then, the door to the council chamber was gently pushed open, and a servant entered, respectfully reporting to the two men, "My lords, the Earl has returned to his residence." Please wait a moment. The Earl will be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Corwin's previously unfocused gaze instantly sharpened, and his drowsiness vanished without a trace. He subconsciously sat up straight, raising his hand to gently rub his temples, trying to fully wake himself up. Not long after, the door to the council chamber was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged nobleman dressed in a magnificent count's robe, with a calm and dignified demeanor, slowly walked in. Corwin and Prague dared not delay and immediately stood up and bowed in greeting. No need for formalities, please have a seat. Count Lucius waved his hand, his tone amiable. This is not a formal occasion, just a private meeting, so there's no need to be so reserved. Upon hearing this, Corwin silently sized up the person before him. This was Count Lucius, the highest-ranking figure who was stationed in Columber and controlled an entire prefecture. He was also the superior whom Corwin had to pay his respects to on this trip. He suppressed his emotions and slowly took his seat as instructed. Count Lucius sat down in the main seat, his gaze first falling on Prague, and said calmly, "Prague, have you made arrangements for the border patrol team?" "Your Excellency, everything has been done as you instructed." Prague rose and bowed in reply. Sir Corwin's patrol team is capable and reliable, and is more than capable of carrying out the duties of border inspection and cracking down on smuggling. Count Lucius nodded slightly, then turned to Corwin and said slowly, "Corwin, I've heard of you. Although you haven't been here long, I've heard from Prague that you are young, promising, and very capable." Upon hearing this, Corwin stood up from his seat and said humbly, "You and Sir Prague are too kind. I am truly unworthy of such praise as young and promising. I've heard about your situation, and you deserve this assessment." Count Lucius's tone suddenly became more serious. Smuggling is rampant on the northwestern border, and banditry is emerging. The royal family and the county government both need a capable and loyal team to patrol the border. I have my eye on you and your patrol team. He paused, then spoke in a steady, powerful voice with an undeniable tone. "You've received the appointment letter, haven't you? And Prague said he's agreed to provide you with a batch of crossbows." "I know about that. Tomorrow I'll issue an official document to the logistics officers. You must fulfill your duties and stabilize the border region as soon as possible." "Understood," Corwin replied firmly. "Tomorrow, Prague will take you to the armory to complete the handover." Count Lucius stood up, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "Do a good job, and I'll be waiting for your good news." "Rest assured, I will certainly not let you down," Corwin said, bowing respectfully. Then, Earl Lucius, his voice tinged with weariness, slowly instructed Prague, "It's getting late. Sir Corwin, please make proper arrangements for the remaining matters." Prague immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Yes, sir. We will not disturb your rest then." Corwin also bowed slightly in return. After the Count turned and left, Prague and Corwin left the council chamber together. Led by their attendants, the two walked quietly along the path they had come from, passing through courtyards and corridors, without exchanging any further words. Stepping out of the heavy gates of the Earl's mansion, a gentle evening breeze blew in, and Corwin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most important aspects of this trip, the meetings and the allocation of military equipment, were finally all settled smoothly. The next morning, Corwin received a message that Prague had asked him to collect the batch of crossbows. After the two met, Prague led Corwin directly to the armory in the city. When they arrived, Corwin found that the security here was even tighter than at the Earl's mansion. Those coming and going were all armorers and guards, and ordinary people couldn't even get close. Upon arriving at the armory, Prague presented the transfer document personally issued by the Count. After the guards carefully verified its authenticity, they slowly opened the heavy armory door. A scent mixed with wood, animal horn, sheet metal, and rust-preventing grease wafted over, and various weapons were neatly arranged inside. The quartermaster in charge of ordnance was already waiting there. Upon seeing that Prague had come in person, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Lord Prague, Sir Corwin." Prague spoke calmly. "The Count has ordered the allocation of 20 powerful crossbows and 3 quivers of arrows. The handover is today. Please check them against the register." "Yes." The quartermaster dared not delay and immediately led the two men to the wooden rack where crossbows were stored. Rows of crossbows lay flat on the table. The crossbow arms were made of hard oak and polished smooth. The arrow grooves in the middle were straight and deep. The crossbows were composite horn bows, with layers of cow horn and sinew glued together, and the lines were steady and powerful. The front end was cast with an iron foot pedal, and the rear end was a precision crossbow mechanism. The sight, the sniper rifle, the serrated edge, and the hook were all complete, and they gleamed with a cold metallic light. Corwin stepped forward, reached out, and picked up a crossbow. He felt its weight and solid grip. He gently pulled the trigger once, and heard a crisp click, clean, crisp, and without any jamming. A fine crossbow. He couldn't help but mutter in praise. The quartermaster explained, "Sir, you have a good eye. These are all powerful crossbows crafted by military artisans. They can pierce chainmail at a certain distance." Prague watched from the side and nodded slightly. "You personally inspect and count them, confirming the quantity and condition one by one." Corwin picked up each crossbow one by one, carefully inspecting the crossbow body, bow, and trigger mechanism. He also picked up a few crossbow bolts at random, noting that the iron arrowheads were sharp, the shafts were straight, and the fletchings were neat. 20 powerful crossbows and 300 arrows, not one missing and not one broken. After the inventory was completed, Corwin solemnly signed his name on the handover documents. The quartermaster stamped the armory seal, and the handover of the weapons was considered complete. Prague looked at the box being carried onto the carriage by the guards and said to Corwin, "These crossbows are now officially yours. I'll have someone bring the money over in a bit. Oh, and I've also prepared a gift for you," Corwin said to Prague with a smile. Prague gave Corwin a meaningful look. Everything was understood without words. Corwin led the convoy loaded with crossbows back to the troops' camp and immediately summoned all the key members of the patrol team. He personally distributed the crossbows, solemnly instructing everyone to quickly familiarize themselves with the techniques of cocking, aiming, and firing. He also repeatedly emphasized the key points of daily maintenance. The crossbow body must be protected from moisture, the trigger mechanism must be oiled regularly, and the string must not be kept taut for extended periods, etc. "You all stay at the garrison and train well, and keep an eye on the weapons." After making the arrangements, Corwin gave these instructions to the men who remained behind, and then took Corwin and a few guards to go for a stroll in the city. While it was still early, Corwin led the group toward the streets of Columber, intending to get a good look at the features of this major border city. The group strolled slowly through the bustling streets, where vendors hawked their wares, displaying a dazzling array of spices, fabrics, and furs, a scene of prosperity befitting a major border city. Colvin and his companions walked and stopped frequently, casually purchasing some medicine powder, a whetstone, rope, and other necessities. They also lingered at street stalls, admiring the novelties they rarely saw. Just then, a cacophony of shouts suddenly erupted from ahead, mixed with rebukes and the chatter of onlookers, drawing the attention of passers-by. A large crowd had already gathered nearby, 3 or 4 deep, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Colwin immediately gestured to Corwin and his bodyguard beside him. "Go and take a look." The group then pushed through the crowd and hurried toward the noisy area. Chapter 95: An Unexpected Encounter with Conflict. The noise surged from ahead like a tide. The further they went, the clearer the commotion became, mixed with the crisp clang of metal clashing and the rough sounds of arguing. Colwin and his group followed the sound and quickly approached. They saw a thick crowd gathered on the side of the street, blocking the front of a blacksmith shop in layers. The sounds of discussion and shouting were mixed together, and for a moment it was chaos. "Make way, make way." Corwin called out in a deep voice, took a step forward, and gently pushed aside the people blocking the front. Several of his guards followed, squeezing a narrow passage through the crowd to protect Corwin as he moved forward. This action immediately drew dissatisfaction from the surrounding crowd. Some complained in hushed tones, while others frowned as if they wanted to curse. However, when their eyes swept over Corwin's noble attire and then saw the gleaming swords at the waists of the guards beside him, they swallowed back the rebukes that were on the tip of their tongues. Although the crowd was displeased, they dared not say anything more. They simply took a half step back and looked at the young nobleman with his guards with complicated expressions before walking straight into the center of the crowd. Pushing through the crowd and stepping inside, The scene of the argument at the blacksmith shop entrance came into clear view. A man in his 30s stood at the front, dressed in faded old clothes with worn-out shoulder armor and boots covered in mud and bits of grass. He was clenching his fists, his face flushed, and arguing fiercely with the blacksmith's owner inside the shop. His voice was filled with suppressed anger, and even the veins on his neck were taut. The blacksmith shop owner, hands on his hips, retorted impatiently. For a moment, the two were locked in a fierce argument, and the air around them seemed to ignite with their heated debate. Looking behind the leader, there were 4 or 5 more people, all dressed in coarse cloth armor. Their half armor was badly damaged, the plates rusted and dented in several places. Even the leather straps securing the armor were broken in a few places, barely held together by rough hemp rope, making them look utterly disheveled. The most conspicuous one in the crowd was a man being supported by his companion. His left arm hung limply at his side, his clothes soaked with dark red bloodstains, sticking stickily to his skin. His face was deathly pale, and he could barely stand, clearly suffering a serious injury. Corwin's gaze swept over the group, finding them no different from ordinary mercenaries who roamed the streets on odd jobs. It wasn't until his eyes fell on the leader's robe that he noticed a faintly embroidered noble coat of arms, its design almost completely worn away, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. It was this inconspicuous coat of arms that dispelled Corwin's initial impression of them as a group of poor mercenaries, and revealed that their leader was a wandering knight, sparking a newfound curiosity within him. Corwin didn't step forward immediately, but turned his head and gave Corwin a wink. Corwin understood immediately, nodded, turned and squeezed into the crowd beside him. A moment later, he returned, bowed slightly, and reported, "Young master, have you found out?" Corwin's gaze remained fixed on the 2 arguing individuals, and he spoke calmly, "Speak." This group of people wanted to sell their weapons and armor to the blacksmith, but the blacksmith saw that their equipment was old and damaged in many places and was only willing to offer a very low price. The leader of the group naturally refused and demanded more. The 2 could not reach an agreement, and the blacksmith, being unrestrained, said some insulting and unpleasant things. They started arguing, and that's how things got to this point. Corwin nodded slightly, understanding 7 or 8/10 of the situation. He turned his gaze back to the men behind the wandering knight. Although they looked disheveled, they possessed a fierce and courageous aura. His gaze swept over their worn armor and rusted helmets, revealing countless crisscrossing marks from sword cuts and stabs, some deep, others worn smooth. Such equipment, even if not from battle-hardened elites, must have been forged in countless bloody battles. Thinking of this, Corwin's heart stirred, and he was about to step forward and intervene. Just then, footsteps approached from afar, startling the city guards. A captain-like officer, with a sword at his waist and a bronze helmet on his head, led a squad of guards armed with spears and rudely pushed through the crowd. The captain of the guards first ordered his men to disperse the crowd, then signaled them to completely widen the circle. Soon, the crowd dispersed amidst the guards' shouts and shoving, and the once noisy street corner instantly fell silent. He then turned to the 2 opposing sides and said in a deep voice, "I heard that someone is causing trouble here, disrupting the order of the town. What's going on?" The wandering knight took a deep breath and was about to step forward to explain when the blacksmith shop owner preempted him, as if grasping at a straw. He stumbled and fell to the feet of the captain of the guards, crying out with a mournful face, "Sir, these strangers who appeared out of nowhere want to sell me these tattered weapons. I saw how pitiful they were and wanted to buy them at a fair price, but they complained it wasn't enough and even threatened me with knives, forcing me to raise the price. You must do me justice, or how can I do business in the future?" Before he finished speaking, the shopkeeper took advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to him, quickly pulled out a few silver coins from his sleeve, and quietly slipped them into the guard captain's palm while turning away to cover his eyes. The captain of the guard remained outwardly calm, his fingers twitching subtly as he quietly slipped the silver coin into his pouch. Then, his expression turned icy, his gaze sweeping over the group of wandering knights as he demanded sharply, "Who are you? I've never seen you before. This is a county town. How dare you threaten people with knives within the city walls?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand sharply and shouted, Men, surround this group of madmen and interrogate them carefully. The guards immediately responded, raised their spears, and quickly surrounded the wandering knights and their party, the cold tips of their spears pointing directly at them. The wandering knight, seeing the blacksmith's treacherous face, turned a deep purplish red with rage, his chest heaving violently, wishing he could tear that silver tongue to shreds on the spot. Seeing the guard captain about to arrest someone without even asking what happened, his pent-up anger surged to the surface. He gripped the hilt of his sword, but ultimately didn't draw it. Instead, he took a half-step back and, along with his comrades, tightly protected the wounded soldier behind them, whose left arm was injured and who was extremely weak. The air froze instantly. The atmosphere of confrontation between the two sides was already tense, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 96 Rescuing. Just as the two sides were deadlocked and the atmosphere was tense, a cold shout came from the side. Stop! Everyone turned their heads at the sound and saw a young nobleman standing not far away, followed by several servants. He looked at them calmly and expressionlessly. Both sides were momentarily taken aback. The guards were unsure of what the nobleman intended to do, but his noble status deterred them from taking any rash action. The wandering knights, who were already at a disadvantage, breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this. With someone stepping in to ease the tense situation, they had a chance to avert the crisis. Sir, who are you? The guard officer spoke first, his tone tinged with caution. In fact, he had noticed the nobleman standing to the side long ago, but the nobleman stood quietly to the side with his attendants, neither stepping forward nor speaking. He was wary of the nobleman's status, which was why he had not dared to approach and ask questions. I am a guest invited by Sir George Prague. I had nothing to do today, so I came out for a stroll. I didn't expect to run into you arguing here, Corin said, stepping forward. As soon as Corin finished speaking, the guard officer said, So you are a guest of Sir Prague. Sir, as you can see, the situation here is a bit chaotic. Why don't you find a quiet and comfortable place to rest for a while? I'll send someone to inform Sir Prague. Put down your weapons. This is a main thoroughfare for the neighborhood. Are you going to draw your swords against the guards here? Do you want to die? Corwin said to the group of wandering knights. No need. I already understand the situation here. It would be embarrassing for Sir Prague to know, Corwin said calmly to the officer. After hearing these words, the wandering knights hesitated for a long time, but at the signal of the leading knight, they sheathed their weapons, and the guards also put away their spears at the signal of the officer. Seeing that everyone had laid down their weapons, Corwin said to both sides, I understand the reason for the dispute. Don't let this matter drag on. I'm here today, so this matter ends here. After Corwin finished speaking, he looked at the guard officer. The officer dared not meet his gaze and could only reply in a low voice. Yes, but these people refused to comply with the inspection and even assaulted people. I had no choice. All right, that's enough. Go back and briefly inform Sir George Prague about this, understand? Understood, understood. The officer nodded hurriedly, then quickly left with his men. The wandering knights finally relaxed, and the bloody conflict that was about to break out was completely quelled by Corwin's few words. You've done a great job, Corwin said with a smile to the leading wandering knight and the men behind him. The crowd was puzzled. The men behind the wandering knight, assuming that this nobleman knew their leader, all cast questioning glances at him. Thanks to your help today, otherwise I probably would have died here. And you are? Bright asked with gratitude and curiosity. I am a pioneering noble. What's your name? Are you selling equipment today to treat that injured brother? Corwin asked, looking at the wounded man. My name is Bright. My brother was seriously injured, and we have almost no money left, so we had no choice but to sell our weapons and equipment to pay for his medical treatment. Who knew we would encounter something like this? Bright said in a low voice. It looks like his arm is broken and he has a wound. His condition is not good, Corwin said to the crowd. He then continued, If you really have nowhere to go, then come with me. I'll have someone treat your brother's injuries. Corwin extended an invitation to the group. Bright glanced at the men behind him, then at his injured brother, gritted his teeth, and said to Corwin, Thank you so much. I am truly grateful. Corwin waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more, and then led everyone back to the camp. Upon returning to their lodgings, Corwin immediately instructed his servants to fetch the most experienced doctor in the city who could set bones. Before long, the doctor, carrying a medicine kit, rushed over. Without even catching his breath, he knelt down and carefully examined the injured man's arm. The wound was swollen high, and the man grimaced in pain at the slightest touch. The dislocated bone was clearly visible. The doctor said to Corwin in a deep voice, "Sir, his bone is broken and needs to be reset immediately. We can't delay, or his arm will be ruined." Corwin nodded, then signaled to the doctor to begin the treatment. The doctor then brought out some strong liquor and slowly poured it around the wound. The pungent smell of the liquor filled the air as he cleaned the wound. He then signaled 2 strong servants to come forward and hold down the injured man's shoulders and body firmly on either side to prevent him from struggling in pain. The injured man's face was already deathly pale. He was biting a piece of cloth tightly, his eyes filled with fear. The doctor took a deep breath, supporting his upper arm with one hand and pressing the other against the broken bone, carefully feeling with his fingertips to pinpoint the misalignment. Suddenly, he exerted force with his wrist, forcefully pushing and straightening the bone. With a dull crack of bones, the injured man convulsed violently, a suppressed groan escaped his throat, and his forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, which soaked his entire body. His body trembled so badly that he almost broke free from his restraints. The doctor continued working without stopping, gently stroking with his fingertips to confirm that the bones were aligned and back in place before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He straightened up, took 2 smooth wooden boards, and placed them on the inside and outside of the injured man's arm, respectively. Then he wrapped the arm tightly with layers of clean coarse linen, securing it just the right tightness. Finally, he used a wide cloth strip to suspend the injured arm, hanging it securely in front of his chest to prevent it from falling and aggravating the broken bones. After finishing the treatment, the healer bowed slightly to Corwin and gave him instructions. "Sir, the injured person must not lift anything, exert any force, or fight with a sword for 2 months. Otherwise the bones will break again and can never be put back together. Thank you for your trouble. I'll have the servant give you the consultation fee later. But you need to come here regularly to check on his injuries during this time. I don't want you to have come for nothing," Corwin said to the doctor. "Yes, sir," the doctor replied quickly. Corwin then instructed his servants. "Take him to his room and take good care of him. Don't let him suffer." "Yes." 2 servants immediately stepped forward, carefully lifted the injured person onto a stretcher, and quickly retreated. Seeing that the injured person's condition had stabilized, Corwin looked at Bright and his group and said, "All right, don't worry, he'll be fine in a few months. Let's go eat." Upon arriving at the tavern, everyone took their seats. Bright, with an embarrassed yet heartfelt expression, said, Today we are truly grateful to you. If it weren't for your timely help in driving away the guards, not only would my seriously injured brother not have received medical treatment, but we would probably have been arrested as highway robbers and have wanted posters on our heads. We really don't know how to repay this kindness." Chapter 97 Devotion. The dim, yellow oil lamps swayed gently under the wooden beams of the tavern, warming the room with the aromas of alcohol, food, and smoke. The room was filled with noise. The wooden table trembled slightly from the clinking of wine glasses, and in the distance came the sounds of dice clashing and boisterous laughter. Corwin waved his hand casually and said in a relaxed tone, "It was just a small favor, nothing to mention. Besides, you were willing to sell all your weapons and equipment to save your comrades. This loyalty and sense of justice suits my taste perfectly." Bright was taken aback for a moment, then said in a low voice with self-mockery, "In order to buy medicine for my brother's injuries, I sold everything I could, including my longsword, armor, and bracers. Now all I have left is this tattered body and a little bit of dignity that is no longer worth anything." As he spoke, he gently tugged at his old, faded coat, its edges already worn and frayed. Inside the coat, a faded, blurred, almost worn-out family crest was faintly visible, the only proof that he had once been a noble knight. Corwin's gaze paused slightly, his tone calm, yet filled with genuine concern. "I can see that you still have the bearing of a knight, and you are not an ordinary mercenary. You must have been a noble knight before, right?" How did you end up in this situation? Bright let out a long breath and slowly began to speak. My family's territory was originally in the south of the kingdom. As you probably know, the south is not peaceful for many years. The Federation of Small Countries has constant friction with the kingdom's border. Although the kingdom has the upper hand, the southern border is too vast and war breaks out everywhere, so it is impossible to take care of everything. After a major battle, our family often falls apart, our territory is occupied, and our relatives die or are scattered. I have become a homeless wandering knight. He closed his eyes, recalling those dark and hopeless days, then grabbed the beer on the table, took a big gulp, and his eyes reddened slightly. When I first escaped, I secretly thought that I would restore my family's reputation and take back everything that belonged to me. But later I realized that a fallen nobleman like me, without power, influence, or any backing, is not even worth dust in this kingdom. With no other choice, I traveled all the way to the north and joined the kingdom's Northern Legion, hoping to find a way out in the war against the barbarians. I fought desperately on the battlefield and was seriously wounded several times, but did not retreat. I did make real contributions. But what happened in the end? All my achievements were divided and stolen by my superiors and nobles. I was given a sum of money under some pretext, and my merits were completely wiped out. His voice lowered, filled with deep disappointment. After that, I was completely disheartened. In a fit of anger, I left the Legion and wandered alone in the north. Later, I met this group of brothers by chance. They were just like me, driven to the brink of despair. We formed a small team, escorting caravans and driving away bandits, earning a meager income to barely survive. Corwin asked softly, "And how did he get injured?" Bright let out a heavy sigh. "A few days ago, we escorted a caravan. On the border mountain road, we encountered a band of robbers. We're not afraid of ordinary bandits, but among this group were several equally down on their luck wandering knights, ruthless and well-coordinated. In the fierce battle, my brother saw me in danger and took the fatal blow for me." The head guard, Corin, frowned and interjected in a deep voice. "The caravan didn't give you a single penny of commission afterward." "Commission?" Bright gave a short laugh, a laugh filled with sorrow and helplessness. It was late at night, and it was raining heavily. Visibility was poor, and the situation was unclear. The bandits outnumbered us, and the caravan leader was killed on the spot. The guards then scattered and fled, and the goods were looted. We fought our way out with our seriously wounded brothers. The bandits were too eager to divide the loot and didn't pursue us far, which is how we managed to escape with our lives. There was no question of commission. The crowd fell silent for a moment. After listening to Bright's account, Colwyn's tone became calm and sincere, no longer showing any casualness. "Bright, as you can see, I am a pioneering lord. To be honest, I have come here on the orders of Earl Lucius, the county magistrate, to form a patrol team, to maintain order on the border, to eliminate bandits, and to crack down on smuggling." His gaze swept over the group of people in the room, who bore minor injuries but had resolute eyes, and he slowly spoke. "I can see that you are all seasoned warriors who value loyalty and righteousness. This kind of wandering and drifting is not a long-term solution. Why not come and serve under me? Don't worry, I will pay your salary on time, and weapons, armor, and equipment will all be provided by me. You can try working with me for a while first. If you make contributions and fight bravely, I will arrange a permanent place for you in my territory. I always reward those who have made contributions and punish those who have made mistakes. Moreover, if you come here, I will arrange a place for you to settle down and live in peace. So, are you willing to consider it?" Bright and his companions were instantly stunned, their faces flashing with astonishment, disbelief, and a strong desire mixed together. Long years of wandering had worn away all their hopes, but now, this nobleman before them offered them a truly exceptional option. Silence spread between the wooden tables. After a long while, Bright finally raised his head and said solemnly, "My lord, we are honored by your high regard for us. May I discuss a few things with my brothers in private?" "Of course." Corwin laughed heartily, gesturing for the servants to refill everyone's ale. "Let's eat and drink first. There's no rush. We can discuss it back home after we've eaten and drunk our fill." After that, Corwin never mentioned recruitment again and only chatted and laughed with everyone. He listened to them talk about the perilous borderlands, the bandits in the mountains, and the adventures and dangers they encountered on the road. They also casually mentioned the local customs and traditions. There was no condescending arrogance, no noble contempt for the lower classes, only equal, frank, and somewhat hearty conversation. The initial awkwardness in Bright's group gradually dissipated. They gradually realized that this noble lord was unlike any other noble they had ever met, and that he was exceptionally comfortable to be around. The group drank until dark, when the night completely enveloped the outside world. After a satisfying meal, everyone got up and left the tavern. Halfway there, Corwin summoned his servant and handed several gold coins to Bright. "Sir, what do you mean by this?" Bright looked bewildered. "Since we've met here by chance and hit it off so well, how can I neglect my brothers? Whether you come to serve under me or not, it doesn't matter. Consider this money a small gift. Take it and buy your brothers some new clothes, a nice hot bath, and a good night's sleep. Come find me at my camp tomorrow at noon if you've made up your minds." After saying this, Corwin ignored the stunned Bright and his men and turned to lead them back to their camp. Looking at the gold coins in their hands, Bright and his companions recalled how Corwin had helped them today, how generous and kind he was, and how he had treated them with warmth and respect instead of slighting them. They also thought about how they had wandered around and been looked down upon over the years, and for a moment, they couldn't help but choke up. The group returned to the hotel and sat around the front desk. "Anyway, I've had enough of this life. Let's just go and serve under some lord boss," a burly man said in a deep voice. Another person, who was slightly thinner, chimed in. "That gentleman was incredibly kind to us when we first met, and he had absolutely no airs of nobility." The group focused their attention on Bright. All eyes were on Bright, but he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he gently stroked the long sword that had been with him for so long at his waist. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. "We'll set off for that lord's residence first thing tomorrow morning." "However." "But what?" the group asked in unison. Bright looked up and said with disdain, "Go take a good shower first and get rid of the smell, so you don't bother people later." As soon as he finished speaking, a relieved smile immediately appeared on the faces of the group. Chapter 98, Heading to the Border. The next morning, while Corwin was having breakfast, a servant came to report, "Sir, those men from yesterday have come to the entrance of the camp, saying they want to see you." Upon hearing this, Corwin ordered the servant to bring the men in. Before long, the group arrived in the room, led by a servant. Corwin spoke first, saying, "Sit down first. Have you had breakfast?" "There are no adults here yet. We came here early this morning, but you weren't awake yet, so we've been waiting for you," the burly man said. Bright turned around and glared at the burly man. The man's heart tightened at the glare, and he wanted to say something, but he instinctively shrank back and stopped talking. It's all right. Let's eat something first. I just ate too." Corwin reassured her gently, a warm smile on his face, his tone relaxed and natural, not taking the little thing that had just happened to him at all. Before long, the servants brought out steaming hot food. The plates were laid out one by one, and the aroma filled the hall. Seeing that Corwin had already picked up his utensils, everyone picked up their food as well and ate quietly together, with only the occasional soft clinking of utensils. After everyone finished their meal and the servants cleared away the tableware, Corwin said to Bright, "It seems you have made your decision." Bright and the others rose and bowed, saying, "Sir, we are tired of wandering and being looked down upon. We have all decided to serve under you." Corwin glanced at the group of people in front of him and said, "Could you introduce me to them?" Bright stepped forward, raised his hand, and pointed to the three people beside him in turn, his voice respectful and clear. "This burly, strong man is named Beth, and he's incredibly strong. The tall, thin man over there is Stuka, and he's a very accurate archer. And the one standing silently to the side is Medlin." Upon hearing this, the three men bowed to Corwin in turn. After listening to Bright's introduction, Corwin smiled and said, "Yes, they're all excellent." Corwin's nonchalant expression vanished, replaced by a sudden seriousness. His gaze swept over Bert, Stuka, and Medlin, and he spoke, each word deliberate and forceful. "As I said before, if you serve under me, I will take full responsibility for your weapons, equipment, food, clothing, and lodging. If you are injured in battle, I will arrange for a doctor to treat you and will never abandon you. Your salary will be paid on time and in full, without any delays. Merit will be rewarded and wrongdoing will be punished. Everything will be done according to clear and transparent rules. With me, there is no favoritism, no bias, no hierarchy. I treat everyone equally. As long as you do your job diligently, I will never mistreat anyone who follows me. But you need to think this through. The border is chaotic and dangerous. You could get injured or killed. If you're scared, you can leave now. But once you decide to serve me, you'll have to obey my orders. So are you in or not? Corwin said seriously. The group looked at each other. They often didn't know where their next meal would come from, and sometimes they didn't even have the money to repair their equipment. In comparison, Corwin's treatment was much more generous. As for getting injured or dying, that was normal for them in this line of work, and they were never afraid of it. So they all said in unison, "We are willing to serve you, sir. The wounded will stay here for now. I'll arrange for someone to take care of them. Corwin, take them to the outer camp and equip them with weapons and gear. From today onwards, they are members of the patrol team. Once we're all packed up, we'll leave here and prepare to depart." Hearing Corwin's instructions, Corwin immediately led the group out of the house. Once his troops were fully assembled, Bright, Beth, Stuka, and Medlin were also ready and prepared to depart. Corwin surveyed the scene and, seeing that everything was in order, immediately instructed his attendant to inform Prague that they were preparing to leave. After confirming the message had been received, a command was given, and the entire team marched out of the city gate with steady steps. On the evening of the third day after leaving Columber, the group temporarily camped near the woods by the roadside. Because they were carrying some food, medicine, and daily necessities, the group did not move very fast. After arranging the encampment and guard duty personnel, and confirming the camp was secure, Corwin approached Corwin and reported, "Young master, at our current pace, it will take us another 5 or 6 days to reach our destination. Once we leave this flat road, the road ahead will become much more difficult, and the closer we get to the border, the worse the road conditions will be." The fire was now burning, wild vegetables and cured meat were cooking in the pot, and several rye breads were roasting nearby. Corwin was bending over, turning the bread in his hands to make sure it was heated evenly. At that moment, Bright led Stuka over quickly. Bright said to Corwin, "Sir, Stuka just said he saw a figure at the edge of the woods." Corwin turned to look at Corwin beside him. "Were they the sentries you dispatched?" Corwin shook his head slightly. "No, my men are all on alert." Corwin nodded slightly, then turned to Stuka, his tone calm. "How many people did you see?" "Sir, there are probably only 3 to 5 people." "Sure, I'm sure, sir," Stuka said confidently. "My eyesight is better than most, and I would never be wrong. If there were a large number of people, our perimeter security would have been activated long ago." Corwin immediately ordered, "Bright, take Stuka and another team to the woods and bring him back to me. It would be best if he were alive, but it doesn't matter if he's dead. Just be careful not to fall into an ambush. If there's an emergency, send out a warning." "Yes, sir." Bright responded and immediately led Stuka and a squad of soldiers, stealthily making their way to the grove of trees. After receiving the order, Bright quickly summoned a group of men, each with a short sword at their waist and carrying a spear and crossbow, who followed nimbly behind him. Stuka walked at the front, squinting as he searched for clues in the woods. He had excellent eyesight, and being tall, thin, and agile, he was chosen to lead the way. As night deepened and the light in the woods grew dimmer, Bright raised his hand to signal the team to slow down and spread out in a fan-shaped formation, his eyes scanning the surrounding bushes warily, fearing that there might be an ambush. Stuka suddenly stopped, raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, then leaned close to Bait and whispered, "Boss, it's behind that clump of bushes up ahead. I just caught a glimpse of 3 or 4 figures moving around, but I didn't dare go any closer." Bright nodded slightly, slowly drawing his long sword from his waist. He then gestured to the soldiers behind him, who immediately understood, crouching low and quietly flanking the bushes to form an encirclement. The others then aimed their weapons forward and knocked their crossbows. The group slowly walked forward. Chapter 99 Bloodbath at the Bandits' Den. Behind the bushes, 4 people were crouching. One of them, named Jurgire, was crouching at the very back and was their leader. In front of him were two men holding sharpened wooden spears, and at the very front was a man with a full beard. These men were scouts for a band of robbers. This was the last stretch of the main road with the best conditions, and they usually lay in wait here. As soon as a caravan or travelers passed by, they would immediately send someone back to their hideout to report, and then a large group of men would come to plunder them. Hiss! Grigori gasped, his voice trembling with lingering fear. Idiot! Are you blind or insane? That's no caravan. Look at the gleam of their armor. There are at least 60 or 70 strong men, and there's even a nobleman among them. Do you think we can mess with them? That's a regular army's guard. The bearded man, looking aggrieved after being scolded, was about to turn around and argue when Stuka, who was not far away, had already drawn his bow and arrow. Without any further instructions, the bowstring hummed loudly. Whoosh! The arrow, like a shooting star, pierced precisely through the neck of the bearded man who was about to turn around. The dull thud of the arrowhead entering flesh was heavy and terrifying. The bearded man clutched his throat tightly with both hands, his eyes freezing into deathly stillness in an instant. He opened his mouth, only emitting hissing sounds of blood bubbling. His body convulsed twice before collapsing stiffly into the grass, instantly staining the decaying leaves beneath him crimson. This sudden turn of events terrified the other three. Before the group could react, Bright and his soldiers rushed forward, while the rest of the soldiers surrounded them from other directions, sealing off all the exits from the bushes. Don't move, Bright roared, pointing his long sword at the group. Drop your weapons. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Giorgieri and the remaining two froze instantly. They were bandits, not fools. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. The three didn't even dare to look at each other, and could only awkwardly drop their wooden spears and daggers, their knees buckling as they collapsed to the ground, burying their heads low, barely daring to breathe. Tie them up, Bright coldly ordered. The soldiers stepped forward and quickly bound the three prisoners securely with ropes. As for the corpse, Bright glanced at it, knowing the smell of blood would cause unnecessary trouble, and gestured to a soldier to drag the body away and quickly throw it into a ravine deep in the forest. That's how it is, sir. One was killed on the spot, and the other three were captured alive, Bright reported to Corwin, bowing. Corwin sat by the fire, his gaze falling on the three kneeling figures, and asked calmly, "Who is the leader among you?" The other two instinctively looked at Giorgier. Betrayed by his companion, Giorgier cursed inwardly, but knew there was no way to hide anymore, so he could only grit his teeth and look up. "Sir, it's me." Corwin signaled to the sergeant. "Take them away separately for interrogation, compare their testimonies, and prevent collusion." "Tell me about your gang," Corwin asked calmly. Grigori's eyes flickered, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he didn't dare utter a word for a long time. He was still weighing whether to underreport the number of people or make up a random location for the nest. Seeing this, Bright stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. "Speak up. If you keep dragging this out, you'll never have to speak again." This slap shattered Giorgier's hopes. He covered his face, trembling all over, and dared not hide anything any longer. He hurriedly said, "Sir, we are a gang of bandits. I was responsible for leading the men to keep watch by the roadside, while the others waited for news in an abandoned manor. Our gang consisted of 30 or 40 people, mostly refugees and runaway slaves, with a few deserters and wandering mercenaries leading the way. We usually robbed passing caravans and travelers." A moment later, the soldier returned and reported that the testimonies of the other two men were basically consistent with what Grigori had said. Corwin coldly ordered, "Those two have blood on their hands too. Keeping them around is a threat. Deal with them on the spot. Keep the leader alive for now. He's still useful." As soon as Corwin finished speaking, the soldiers beside him immediately stepped forward. They grabbed Grigori by the collar and dragged him up from the ground. Rough hemp ropes tightly bound his arms, making him unable to move, and the soldiers pushed and shoved him toward the guard post on one side of the camp. The other two bandits didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before several soldiers held them down, covered their mouths to stifle their cries, and dragged them out of the camp. Not long after, two muffled thuds came from outside the camp. The soldiers cleaned up the traces and returned to the camp to report. The whole process was swift and efficient, without any hesitation. The next morning, as dawn broke, the entire team was already in full swing, ready for action. Grigori, bound tightly with thick ropes, was brought before Corwin, his face ashen, his legs trembling so badly he could barely stand. Corwin glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Lead the way. Don't try anything funny, or you'll end up like those two." Grigori nodded tremblingly and led the way. About an hour later, the group arrived at the bandits' hideout, an abandoned manor surrounded by a half-collapsed wooden fence, with only a wooden gate as the entrance and exit. Two drowsy bandits were leaning on the simple watchtowers on both sides, indicating that the defenses were very lax. Corwin raised his hand, signaling his troops to conceal themselves. He quickly deployed his tactics and instructed, "Bright, you take 20 men and circle around to the back of the manor. Don't let a single bandit escape. Stuka, you take a few archers and occupy the high ground on the left. Once the gate opens, quickly take out the two sentries. The rest of you, follow me for a frontal assault. Wait for my orders before proceeding." After the orders were relayed, the soldiers immediately split up and silently completed the encirclement, completely sealing off the entire manor. With everything in place, Corwin signaled to the soldiers to push Grigori to the door. "Open the door." Grigori shouted at the watchtower in a trembling voice, his voice filled with barely concealed panic. "It's me. Open the door quickly. There's news of a fat sheep." The bandits on the watchtower were still half asleep and did not notice anything unusual. When they saw that it was one of their own men returning, they pushed open the wooden door while cursing. The moment the wooden door opened, Corwin drew his long sword and shouted, "Charge with me." Before he finished speaking, Stuka had already drawn his bow and released an arrow like a meteor, which accurately pierced the throat of the bandit in the left watchtower. Another arrow followed closely behind, and the bandit in the right watchtower fell straight down without even uttering a sound. The soldiers on the front immediately launched a charge. Shield-wielding soldiers were the first to crash through the wooden door, their heavy round shields slamming into the unsuspecting bandits at the entrance. A cracking sound rang out as the bandits screamed and flew backward. The spearmen following closely behind thrust their spears forward, the sharp tips instantly piercing the chests of two bandits, blood gushing out and splattering onto the ground. Corwin followed closely behind, leading his soldiers into the manor. The bandits inside the hideout were awakened by the shouts of battle. One by one, disheveled, they rushed out of the houses in chaos. Most of the bandits were just refugees and runaway slaves with little will to fight. Seeing the soldiers fully armed and menacing, they were terrified and their legs went weak. Some knelt down and begged for mercy, while others fled in all directions in panic, but they were all killed one by one. A few deserters and mercenary bandits were more skilled and picked up weapons and short axes to put up a last-ditch resistance. But in front of the well-trained soldiers, it was nothing more than a desperate struggle. Bright led his men to flank the manor from behind, scaling the low wall and storming in. The bandits were surrounded, and the soldiers worked in perfect unison, 3 men at a time, relentlessly attacking any who resisted, giving the bandits no chance to breathe. Stuka climbed the watchtower and maintained constant pressure, his arrows never missing their mark. Any bandits who attempted to escape by scaling the fence were shot down at its base. In no time at all, the resistance in the manor was completely quelled. All the stubborn resistors were killed, and the remaining bandits knelt down and surrendered, not daring to make the slightest move. The soldiers began to inventory the battlefield, gathering all the gold, silver, and supplies looted from the hideout. At this moment, Corwin came to Corwin and asked, "Young master, what should we do with the rest of these people?" Looking at the remaining dozen or so bandits, Corwin said, "Take them all away. They'll be useful when we get there. Burn this place down before we leave." "Yes." Chapter 100 Patrolling the Border. After wiping out the bandit stronghold, Corwin ordered it to be burned to the ground. He had his troops rest for half a day, reorganizing the troops, guarding the prisoners, and properly loading the captured food and supplies onto wagons. Only after confirming that there were no remaining bandits in the surrounding area did they set off towards the border. 5 days later, following the simple map provided by Prague, they arrived at the border area. The map marked this place as a village, but Corwin had already sent scouts ahead to investigate. When the team arrived, the soldiers carefully searched the area and reported that the village was completely deserted. Looking at the dilapidated houses and collapsed low walls in the village, Corwin judged that the place had been abandoned for a long time. The village was not large, but it was just right to serve as a temporary base for the team. After thoroughly searching and confirming safety, he ordered men to collect firewood and clear usable houses. He also ordered the construction of makeshift fortifications at the village entrance and on higher ground, and arranged for sentries to patrol the area on a rotating basis. As for the captured bandits, they were gathered in one place and kept under strict guard to prevent any unusual activity. The next morning, Corwin instructed Corin to select a few men to return to the territory to report that they were safe and sound, and to inquire about the current situation of the territory, while also reminding them to be careful not to encounter any unforeseen events on the way. Once the scouts and messenger teams were in place, the group began to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Corwin, following the map markings, divided the scouts into several groups, starting from the nearest and moving further away, to explore the surrounding villages, manors, and towns in turn. Each group was given a designated return time to ensure that any unusual findings could be reported quickly. Since the northern barbarians raided southward last winter, the northwestern border has become very different from before due to the influx of refugees, bandits, and even deserters, coupled with rampant smuggling. Corwin had to send people to find out the situation here first. He needed to know which roads were passable, where villages still existed, where usable supplies and buildings remained, and which places had become bandit strongholds or dangerous areas. Only by thoroughly understanding the surrounding terrain, population, resources, and potential threats could he make the most prudent plans for his subsequent encampment, expansion, or defense. During the days he waited there, Corwin, based on the intelligence relayed back by the scouts, and by comparing it with the map markings, reorganized a simplified topographical map and the distribution of local forces. Firstly, in the territories of the surrounding nobles, there was no large-scale unrest overall. However, many manors and villages suffered varying degrees of damage. Some remote villages escaped the bandits' reach mostly because they were too barren and offered little to plunder, thus miraculously escaping the raids. Just as Corwin was deep in thought, staring at the map, Corin strode in, bowed, and reported. "Young master, based on the intelligence provided by Sir Prague and the results of our scouts' reconnaissance, we have roughly determined the route conditions. Most caravans departing from Columber will pass through several noble territories after leaving the main road, and then cross a road about 30 miles from our current location. There is a not-so-wide river beside that road. To avoid the river ahead, caravans usually detour south first, then turn north, and finally enter the northern border." After listening to Corin's report, Corwin's gaze fell on the corresponding location on the map, where a knight's fief had originally been marked. However, based on the scouts' previous intelligence, the territory was no longer garrisoned, and the knight had probably already fled or died. "Go and call Bright over," Corwin ordered Colin. A moment later, Bright followed Corin to Corwin and bowed, saying, "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Corwin looked at the two men and gave them orders in turn. "Bright, you go and pick 2 teams of men, and come with me later to survey the river location reported by the scouts. Corin, you lead the rest of the men to stay put. Until I return, no one is allowed to make any rash moves." "Yes, yes," the two replied in unison. After traveling for most of the day, Corwin and his party finally arrived at the riverbank 30 miles from their encampment. A river, not very wide but with a rapid current, stretched out before them. On both banks were open plains, with a few scattered dense forests, offering both visibility and concealment. Corwin reined in his horse, his gaze slowly sweeping across both banks of the river, and he nodded to himself. What a wonderful place. The terrain here is open, and with a little clearing, a field that can be cultivated can be created. The rushing river is a natural barrier that can not only block enemy attacks, but also provide a stable water source. It is the perfect place for temporary encampment, river crossing, or for building a town or defensive position in the future. Bright, standing to the side, untied the water pouch from his waist, pulled out the stopper, tilted his head back, and gulped down several mouthfuls. He wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth, tied the pouch back around his waist, and looked up at the open riverbank, his tone steady and earnest. My lord, the terrain here is absolutely perfect. With our current strength, we can easily occupy this place and build it into a long-term and stable stronghold. This place is also right next to the trade route, and caravans must pass through here. As long as we set up checkpoints and maintain order, we can have a stable income of commercial taxes and an additional source of revenue. Corwin stood on the riverbank, gazing at the rushing water, a faint smile on his face. You're right, but it doesn't stop there. He pointed to the wide river. Look at this river. It blocks the north and south. Caravans that want to cross it have to take a long detour, which is time-consuming and laborious. If we build a sturdy bridge here, so they don't have to take the long way around, do you think those caravans who are in a hurry and seek peace of mind would be willing to pay a reasonable toll for this shortcut? Bright's eyes lit up, and his face lit up with excitement. He nodded emphatically. Of course I'm willing. Your Excellency is wise. With this bridge, this place will soon become lively. Before long, the tolls and taxes alone will be enough to support our patrol team, and even subsidize military expenses and expand our military equipment. Not bad. Corwin nodded slightly, his tone calm, but with an undeniable determination. After we return, I will assign a team to your command. You will first lead your men to set up simple watchtowers and camps here. Don't collect any taxes at the beginning. Just tell the passing caravans that we are the local patrol team, responsible for protecting the roads, keeping the people safe, and eliminating bandits. Let them get used to our presence first. He paused, then continued. After a while, I will send people to officially repair the bridges and roads, level the ground, and gradually build barracks, warehouses, and markets, turning this desolate riverbank into a border trade town in my hands. Bright was taken aback at first. Then he fully understood Corwin's meaning. He subconsciously lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. My lord, are you planning to turn this place completely into your own territory? Corwin nodded slightly, his voice low but firm, and said, That's how it is. However, there are still many troubles to be solved before turning a piece of unclaimed land into my own territory. Chapter 101 Visit. As darkness fell, Corwin and his group returned to their camp. The soldiers guarding the perimeter of the camp, having heard the commotion, were already on high alert. By the light of the campfires and torches, they verified the identities of the newcomers. When they recognized the familiar figure at the head of the group and confirmed it was indeed Corwin, the soldiers quickly waved to signal them to remove the makeshift barricades blocking their path. The group then proceeded to the camp to rest. It was another round of hard, burnt wheat cakes and bland meat broth. After a few bites, Corwin sent for Colin and Bright. A moment later, Colin and Bright arrived before Corwin. You've arrived, please have a seat. Corwin gestured, and Corwin sat down on a wooden stool to the side, as instructed. Bright followed suit, and sat down as well. Young master, what brings you here? Corwin spoke first. Corwin gestured for the two to come closer to the table, his gaze falling on the simple topographical map spread out on the ground. He pointed to the river marked on the map and said slowly, Today, Bright and I went to survey the terrain around the border river. The river is quite wide, and the view is very open. Most importantly, it is right next to the trade route, making it an excellent location for a base. He paused, then continued, I want to claim this land as our territory, but it seems to have been the fief of some exiled knight. Now, that knight has long since disappeared, and the fief is abandoned and looks like unclaimed land. But this matter cannot afford to be wrong. Tomorrow morning, you will select men and ride back to Columber City as fast as you can. Corwin's tone grew increasingly serious, each word crystal clear. Go and meet Sir Prague. First, make sure to verify whether this fief is indeed unclaimed land. Once confirmed, explain the situation to him. Our patrol team has been patrolling the border, constantly moving around. Without a fixed base, many things become extremely inconvenient. We earnestly request that he allocate this land to us as the patrol team's permanent base. You must be sincere in your words and emphasize that after we establish a fixed base, we can better protect the border, resist bandits, and better share the Earl's burdens. Remember to prepare a gift first, Corwin instructed carefully. Understood, young master. I will handle this matter properly and will not dare to make any mistakes. Corwin nodded emphatically. Corwin then turned to Bright and solemnly ordered, "Go among the captured bandits and pick out 4 or 5 burly, fierce-looking leaders." He gestured with his hand and continued, "Tomorrow, you will lead 2 teams of men, escorting these bandit leaders, and come with me to the surrounding noble territories and monasteries. Firstly, it will demonstrate to them the results of our efforts to eliminate bandits and showcase the strength of our patrol team. Secondly, it will also deter some unscrupulous individuals in the surrounding area, so that they will not dare to underestimate us and will not dare to cause any more trouble." "Yes, sir," Bright said loudly, rising and bowing. "I will go and make the arrangements immediately." Seeing that the two had no further questions, Corwin carefully instructed Colin on the safety of the return route, the dangerous sections to avoid, and the precautions to take when Bright escorted the leader. Only then did Corwin wave his hand, letting them go and make the arrangements. After the two left, Corwin took off his outer garment and threw it on the wooden shelf beside him, leaving only a thin inner lining. He stretched and lay down on the simple hard wooden bed. The hard bed board hurt his back, but the exhaustion from the days of travel finally came over him. He closed his eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Corwin got up early and prepared himself. Following Corwin's instructions, he selected several agile and reliable elite soldiers, prepared fast horses and dry rations, and set off for Cornbar City. Meanwhile, Corwin's side was also ready, arranging for the security of the encampment and other matters. After confirming that everything was in place, he led his team, escorting several bandit leaders, toward the nearest noble territory and monastery. Dean, since spring, bandits and thieves have become active along the border, and even smugglers dare to openly roam the area. Local civilians have been repeatedly harassed, and many homes have been ransacked. Shouldn't we hire some armed guards? Otherwise, the disaster will inevitably spread to the monks and worshippers within the monastery sooner or later, said a man in a monk's robe with sparse, shimmering hair. The monastery on the border was quite different from the peaceful monasteries in the interior. The interior rarely suffered from banditry, and thanks to the daily donations from nobles and commoners, life was peaceful. But the monastery on the border was never truly secure. Although it owned some land and had accumulated some wealth through donations from believers, it was customarily equipped with armed guards, a patchwork of hired mercenaries, wandering knights, and believers. However, this force was barely enough to protect the area surrounding the monastery. Dean Daniel was well aware of the vice dean's concerns. However, if they recruited more armed guards, ordinary civilians would not be able to handle the task. As for mercenaries and wandering knights, they could not be trusted in the short term. He was afraid that if they were not careful, they might end up spending money to hire a group of greedy and unscrupulous villains, thus inviting trouble into the house. The key issue is that the monasteries on the border are not wealthy. Daily expenses and maintenance costs are already considerable, and the additional cost of hiring guards makes their situation even more precarious. However, if they are left unattended, they may be robbed by bandits one day. Dean Daniel was considering whether or not to hire armed guards. Suddenly, a cultivator walked in from outside. He pushed the door open cautiously, his expression showing some unease. "Abbot, a group of heavily armed men has arrived outside the monastery. They claim to be newly appointed border patrol officers and say they want to see you." Dean Daniel felt a sense of doubt. A border patrol officer? When did a border patrol officer suddenly appear? And where did this person come from? He didn't immediately show any doubt, but slowly asked, "Did they show any seals or official documents?" The monk nodded quickly. "Yes, Dean, they have already shown the seal and documents, and they don't look like forgeries." Daniel paused for a moment, then calmly ordered, "In that case, let them in." Chapter 102, Demanding Supplies. "You are Count Lucius's newly appointed patrol officer. How should I address you?" "Dean Daniel, my name is Corwin Thorne. This is the document and seal of Count Lucius appointing me as a border patrol officer. You can take a look." Corwin handed the items to Daniel after speaking. Daniel took the documents, looked at them carefully for a while, and then looked up and said, "Sir Corwin, I have read them all, but I seem to remember that there is no family called Thorne here." "Yes, I am a nobleman from the interior of the kingdom." "Then why did you come all this way here?" Daniel asked, puzzled. Your Excellency Dean, I became the pioneer lord here after selling my manor to obtain the pioneering order, Corwin explained briefly. I heard from the cultivators that you brought several bandits with you. What's this? Corwin gave a brief account of how he had encountered and wiped out the bandits a few days earlier. Good, that's how it should be. It seems Count Lucius has found the right person. These shameless bandits should all be hanged on the racks by the roadside, Dean Daniel said excitedly. But why did you come here? Daniel asked. Dean Daniel, Earl Lucius and the Grand Sheriff have issued a document requesting that the county border region provide me with a certain level of support, so I would like to obtain some money, food, and supplies from you for logistical support, Corwin said. Sir Corwin, it's not that I don't want to support you, but as you know, my border monastery is barely able to cover its daily expenses and provide some armed guards. Where would I find any extra money or supplies? Daniel said, looking utterly helpless. Your Excellency Dean, but Count Lucius and the Grand Sheriff told me before they left that the border region would definitely support me, and that I should stabilize the border situation within 3 months. Without financial and food support, how can I report back to the Count? After saying this, Corwin fell silent. After a long pause, Daniel thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll keep a portion of the taxes I collect in the village near the monastery to cover our daily expenses, and give you a portion as a security tax. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? How about you send a team to patrol the villages near my monastery? Daniel finally revealed his purpose. Your Excellency Dean, you should know that my border patrol team has just been established and is already short-handed. Moreover, I have spent a lot of money to arm my team. You also know the current situation on the border. How much of the taxes you collect can you possibly have left after deducting expenses? So what do you want? Tell me your thoughts, Daniel said somewhat impatiently. How about this? I'll leave behind a team of 10 armed men, each one an expert. Aside from the security tax, I'd like you to take care of their food, clothing, and lodging. Let them stay at the monastery, so it'll be easier to protect the area. Also, if you receive any surplus grain from the villages near the monastery, sell some to me at a slightly lower price than the market price. What do you think? Corwin made his request. Daniel thought for a moment and realized that it was worthwhile to exchange a reliable armed guard for a small amount of tax and food and lodging. He also agreed to sell the food at a lower price. So he nodded and said, Okay, I can sell you all the food as long as you can eat it. Of course, the price won't be too low. Okay, let's do it that way, but you still need to do me a favor. Is there anything else? I will send men to lead the bandit leaders I brought with me to the nearby villages. Please have someone gather all the civilians in the vicinity to explain the situation. I want to hang these bandits in public and also inform all the civilians that my patrol team has been established, Corwin said. Vice Dean, could you please send someone to notify the nearby civilians to assemble? Then you can take this gentleman to a place to carry out the task of hanging the robbers, Daniel said to the balding Vice Dean. After Corwin and the others left, the Vice Dean asked Daniel, Dean, why did you agree to his conditions? Did you go check on the team they brought and those bandits? Daniel countered, Oh, I saw it. How's the group doing? Are those bandits real, or just some random vagrants they picked up from somewhere? The whole team was fully armed and looked pretty formidable. Those bandits also seemed to be real. That's good. Where can we find someone capable and reliable right now? At least this nobleman was indeed appointed by Count Lucius, and he left behind a team of 10 armed guards. How could I refuse? Okay, go do it. Upon exiting the monastery hall, Corwin instructed Bright, Here's a squad of men. You stay behind, and, when you execute the bandits, make sure to inform all the civilians that we've formed a patrol team. After you've done that, return directly to the camp, understand? Understood, sir. Blatt nodded in response. After settling matters at the monastery, Corwin did not linger and led his men on a swift journey toward the neighboring noble territories. Having thoroughly investigated the church's power base, the next step was to turn their attention to the local nobles entrenched in the surrounding areas. These lords had their own fiefdoms and commanded more people and taxes than the church. Corwin was already planning a new scheme. Taking advantage of the momentum gained from stabilizing the monastery, he could probe these noble territories and extract as much material as possible. When Corwin led his entourage into this noble territory, the commoners along the way bowed their heads and made way for them. The lord of this territory was a baron named Servid, who was said to have been running the business here for a long time. Upon arriving at the castle, the guards at the gate sent someone to announce his arrival while checking the seals and documents. After entering the castle, Corwin followed the guards to the inner fortress. Entering the inner fortress hall, Baron Sivd was already seated in the main seat. After Corwin sat down, he said, "Sir Corwin, what brings you to my territory? If I remember correctly, we have no prior dealings." With a smile on his face, Corwin spoke slowly and deliberately. "Your Excellency, I have come here because of my appointment as a border patrol officer. I also visited the nearby monastery not long ago. I have come here specifically to pay my respects to you, the local lord, and to discuss some matters with you." "Discuss?" Baron Sivd leaned back, clearly intending to listen to his explanation. "Your fiefdom is thriving, with abundant grain and tax revenue. The church's influence is no match for yours. This is common knowledge in the surrounding area." Corwin first flattered him, then, seeing the other's expression soften slightly, changed the subject. "I have now been appointed by Earl Lucius as a border patrol officer to maintain order in the surrounding area, as well as to protect the monastery and nearby villages. The daily consumption of grain and supplies is quite considerable. Abbot Daniel of the monastery has already helped me a lot, so now I wanted to ask the Baron if you could provide some supplies, like provisions or weapons. I will remember your help no matter how much you can give." As soon as he finished speaking, the main hall fell silent. The smile on Sir Walter's face faded, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Sir Corwin, I already put a lot of effort into managing my own territory, and my soldiers patrol the surrounding area to maintain order. It seems you don't need to worry about it. Besides, my supplies and provisions are the result of the hard work of the people under my rule, and they require considerable daily expenses. How can I just give them away to others?" Corwin had anticipated his refusal and remained calmly smiling, his tone carrying a subtle pressure. "Baron, the situation in the surrounding area is not very stable right now. Earl Lucius has appointed me as a border patrol officer and has also issued official documents to the border regions, requesting the support of the noble lords. Moreover, bandits occasionally appear, and my patrol team is full of skilled men. With them around, they can help relieve a lot of your pressure. Furthermore, I am not taking your supplies for nothing. If your territory encounters any trouble in the future, or if you need any help, I, Corwin, will certainly lend a hand." He paused, looked directly at Zivid, and added, "Of course, if it's difficult for you, I won't force you. However, if there are any problems with the security in the surrounding area in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of your territory due to my limited manpower." Heavier stared at Corwin for a long time, thinking that the man in front of him must have some confidence to come directly to ask for supplies. It was possible that Count Lucius was backing him up. If he refused directly and angered the other party, causing some trouble in the surrounding area, it would be a loss. If he gave him the supplies, he would be a little unwilling. After a long silence, Hivid finally snorted and relented. "All right, I'll give you a cartload of grain, 5 one-handed swords, and 10 spears, but this is a one-time offer, and there won't be any more after this." Corwin was delighted. Although it was a little, it wasn't a wasted trip. He stood up and thanked him. "Thank you for your generosity, Baron. I will remember this kindness." Chapter 103, Building the Wooden Castle. After obtaining the supplies from Baron Sivid, Corwin, with the list of supplies in hand, led a few men to the castle's storeroom, guided by guards. Upon arriving at the castle's storeroom, a fat, burly storeroom manager examined the inventory list bearing Baron Sivid's seal, handed to him by Corwin, over and over again. "Is there a problem? Aren't these things in the warehouse?" Corwin asked. The warehouse manager glanced at Corwin and said perfunctorily, "Sir, the supply list is correct, but we've been consuming supplies quite a bit lately, and it seems we don't have enough items in the warehouse, including so many weapons." He then glanced at the money pouch at Corwin's waist. Corwin immediately understood, turned around, took a silver coin from his purse, and handed it to the storeroom manager. The steward touched the silver coins in his hand. His previous perfunctory attitude vanished, and his face suddenly changed to a smile. "Sir, you are a new patrol officer, which is not easy for you. Moreover, our master has also spoken. Although we don't have enough supplies, I will try my best to gather them for you." The steward then turned and walked into the storeroom. Corwin cursed inwardly and waited where he was. After a while, the warehouse manager came out with 2 soldiers on duty carrying a batch of weapons. The manager pointed to the weapons and said, "Sir, these are the weapons that our master has approved for you. I will have someone carry the grain to the open space outside for you in a while." Corwin gestured for the soldiers to come forward and take inventory. The soldiers carefully counted the weapons and indicated that there were no problems. Just as Corwin was about to leave with the weapons, he was stopped by the steward. "Sir, here is a batch of old and damaged spearheads. Would you like them?" he said, handing him a worn-out spearhead. Corwin touched the somewhat worn spearhead, thought for a moment, and said to the steward, "These are all old spearheads that need to be melted down and remade, right?" "Yes, that's right." The manager nodded. Corwin pulled a gold coin from his purse and said to the steward, "Now, these old and damaged spearheads have been melted down and remade, haven't they?" In the end, Corwin left with the weapons and food and returned to his post. When Corwin returned to the camp, Corwin also returned from the county town. After instructing the soldiers to organize the supplies they had brought back, Corwin asked Corwin how things had gone with what he had discussed with Prague. Corwin replied, "Young master, it's all taken care of. Sir Prague has agreed to give us this place as the base for our patrol team. He said that this place is close to the trade routes and bandits frequently appear. The county is short of troops and needs a reliable force to guard and suppress them. As long as we are stationed here in the name of the patrol team, he can report to the county and no one will say anything. Moreover, he also said that this place is currently unclaimed land and we can use it with peace of mind." "That's good." Corwin nodded slightly. "There's one more thing I need you to do. Once you've rested, go back to the territory and let Uncle John and the others know you're safe. Then have them arrange for some slaves, a few carpenters, and a batch of supplies to be brought over." "Young master, what do you need so many people for?" Corwin asked, puzzled. Corwin said, "I plan to build a simple wooden fort and camp on the river near the trade route. It will be convenient to collect taxes and set up checkpoints there, as well as control the main passage." Corwin was taken aback at first, but then he understood the deeper meaning and nodded solemnly. "Understood, young master." About 5 or 6 days later, the sergeant on duty reported that Corwin had returned with his troops. As Corwin stepped out of the camp, he saw Corwin covered in dust, while the troops behind him, though slightly tired, were in good order. The slaves seemed to be in good spirits. Several carpenters led the way, with carts loaded with axes and saws, while the rear of the procession was laden with ropes, earth-raking equipment, and provisions. "Young master." Corwin stepped forward quickly and bowed. "We have brought people and supplies." The steward specifically instructed that the territory can resupply at any time if you give the order. Corwin patted him on the shoulder, glanced at the group, and said loudly, "Everyone has worked hard. Go and rest for a while." After the two returned to the cabin, Corwin asked, "How is the territory doing lately?" Corwin replied, "The reclamation of wasteland has never stopped, and grain reserves are steadily increasing. The slaves promised by Baron Nick have also been delivered, and it is normal to mine iron ore from the territory this time. But Father Severin has some reservations about you." Corwin asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" "He said you had previously promised to pardon a group of slaves. Did you forget? Also, the church you promised the priest has not been built yet. He asked if a prayer hall could be built first." Upon hearing this, Corwin smiled slightly awkwardly, changed the subject, and asked, "How long does it take to travel from the territory to here and back?" Corwin pondered for a moment. "A lightly armed force can travel for 3 days, while a troop like this can arrive in 5 or 6 days. If it's a large army or with a lot of supplies, it will take at least 7 or 8 days." Corwin nodded slowly, looking thoughtful, and then gestured for Corwin to go and rest. Afterwards, Corwin and the craftsman discussed and finalized the plan for building the wooden fortress. He felt that large wooden fortresses were too costly and time-consuming, and small wooden fortresses would not be enough. Based on the manpower of 60 slave laborers, craftsmen, and accompanying soldiers, he and the senior carpenters repeatedly calculated that it would take about 2 months to build a medium-sized earthen wooden fortress. The next morning, Corwin led his men to the riverbank to select a site. They chose a high place by the river that had convenient access to water, guarded the vital trade route, and offered a wide view. Once the team arrived, the craftsmen first precisely marked the boundaries of the earthen ramparts, fortified ground, and circular moat. Then, under the supervision of the soldiers, the slaves began to set fire to the weeds to quickly clear a level ground. Afterward, they leveled the foundation according to the markings and chiseled out the post pits and the edge of the moat. However, the rammed earth method is a bit time-consuming and laborious. Corwin thought of the layered ramming method from his previous life. Simply put, clay is no longer used alone. It must be mixed with gravel and fine sand. The three are mixed evenly before it can be applied to the wall. Each layer must be of a consistent thickness. Then it is repeatedly rammed until it is not difficult to sink in, and there are no marks when you step on it before moving on to the next layer. The advantage of this method is that you don't have to worry about water seepage and collapse when it rains. It is also more efficient. Just as the team was working enthusiastically on construction, Colin said that Bright had returned. As soon as he saw Corwin, he asked, "How did things go?" "My lord, everything is done. The news of the execution of the bandits has already been spread, and then I led men, accompanied by cultivators, to post notices in the nearby villages." "That's good. It's perfect that you're back. I plan to build a wooden fort here. You can lead the slaves to cut down trees nearby." "Yes, sir." Chapter 104: Patrolling and Setting Up Checkpoints. In the day-to-day construction, the originally barren wilderness was gradually replaced by orderly foundations, rammed flat land, and the outline of a wooden fortress. When caravans and travelers pass by, they are instinctively drawn to this place, and their eyes are filled with astonishment as they gaze at the wooden fortress that rises from the wasteland. Some people stopped to inquire, while others fetched water and rested nearby. Over time, the patrol team and the wooden fortress here spread among the passing caravans and the surrounding area. After finishing breakfast that day, Colwyn left the camp with Corwin, intending to inspect the trade routes near the wooden fortress. Corwin and his entourage slowly inspected the so-called trade route. Their eyes swept over the uneven road surface under their feet, and they had a general idea of what to expect. This place was far from the county seat and was not directly under the jurisdiction of other nobles. Naturally, there were no people specifically responsible for maintenance and repair. Over time, the road surface had become rugged and bumpy due to the trampling of carriages and the erosion of rainwater. There were ruts of varying depths and muddy puddles everywhere. If one was not careful, one could easily twist an ankle or get the wheels stuck. Moreover, not only were the road conditions poor, but there were also frequent appearances of refugees or bandits. Some groups even disguised themselves as merchant caravans, but whether they were genuinely doing business or had turned into robbers along the way was anyone's guess. Even so, this passable road remains the busiest area in the region, a typical no-man's land. In this era, most roads not directly under the jurisdiction of nobles and without dedicated maintenance were created by footsteps and wheels. With repeated foot traffic, the weeds were trampled flat, and the soil compacted, thus forming a road. Smuggling caravans, in particular, relied heavily on such roads. They needed carts and horses to transport goods. They couldn't simply carry large bundles deep into the mountains and forests. Perhaps there are more secluded paths deep in the mountains and forests, which can evade checkpoints and patrols, but such paths are narrow and difficult to traverse. How much cargo can be transported at once? The profits are simply not worth the risk. Moreover, the desolate wilderness is not only complex and easy to get lost in, but also has wild beasts. In comparison, this seemingly chaotic but barely passable trade route became the choice of smugglers, refugees, scattered merchants, and bandits. Upon returning from his inspection, Corwin directly discussed the matter of setting up checkpoints with Colin and Bright. Corwin got straight to the point. "We can't delay setting up checkpoints on the roads any longer. We need to set them up along the way." Corwin looked troubled and said to Corwin, "Young master, our patrol team only has a little over 70 people. After the team sent to guard the monastery, we only have a little over 60 left. But we need 40 people to be stationed at the wooden fort every day. We can only use about 20 people to set up checkpoints. It seems like we don't have enough manpower to cover this section of the road." Bright chimed in, "Moreover, We also need to conduct patrols and crack down on roaming bandits from time to time. If all 20 of these men are deployed at the outposts, we won't be able to spare any mobile forces in case of an emergency. Upon hearing this, Corwin explained, "You're right, so I don't plan to set up checkpoints along the entire route." He pointed to the map on the table and said, "I plan to use Mubao as the center and radiate the roads diagonally in 2 directions along the trade route, setting up a simple outpost 3 to 5 miles away in each direction. Each checkpoint only needs 3 people, and there are only 2 checkpoints in total. Each checkpoint is staffed by 1 person, with the other 2 taking turns to rest and stand by. The sentry post will not be permanently stationed with soldiers. It will only serve as an early warning post," Corwin explained clearly. "The sentry post will have a few simple barricades, a simple thatched hut for the soldiers on duty to rest, and some firewood. Once bandits or enemy activity is detected, the firewood will be lit immediately to create thick smoke, and the horn will be sounded at the same time. Upon detecting enemy activity, the troops will retreat to the wooden fort and will never linger in battle." Corwin's eyes lit up, and he immediately added details. "This method is feasible. I will arrange for the logistics to prepare enough reeds, tamarisk, and artemisia. However, we need to set the signal levels. A single smoke signal at a single horn indicates a small group of bandits, while double smoke signals at double horns indicate a large force. This way, the reinforcements inside the fort can quickly assess the strength of the troops, and the patrols can provide rapid support without causing misjudgment." Bright added, "The discipline on duty must be strict. Each post is for 4 hours, and the handover must be done in person. Dereliction of duty, false reporting, and delays must be dealt with according to military law, without exception." Corwin nodded and continued, "The sentry posts are just to help us react quickly. The patrols are the main thing. Take 10 men from these 20 to form a mobile patrol team, which you will lead. When the sentry posts give an alert, the patrol team must move out quickly to leave no opportunity for the enemy. In this way, we can combine point and area defenses and adapt to both action and stillness." Corwin looked around at the 2 men. "The outposts will cover the roads, the patrols will clear out potential dangers, and the wooden fort will serve as a backup. This is not only to guard against bandits, but also to let passing caravans know that the safety here is guaranteed. That is our goal." The 3 of them talked back and forth, and one by one, the various defensive loopholes were filled in, and a tight defense system was gradually completed. The 3 discussed the matter until dusk, when a soldier came to ask for instructions, and Corwin realized that it was already dark. After a quick dinner, the 3 of them toured the encampment. Gazing at the wooden fortress, which was being built with rammed earth walls and was beginning to take shape, Corwin said softly, "Once this fortress is completed, we can recruit more soldiers and bring in another batch of refugees and serfs to cultivate the land. At that time, we will be able to be self-sufficient in food and supplies, and our strength will naturally grow stronger." "Not bad." Corwin gazed at the dark sky in the distance and sighed. "Once things settle down here, I will personally plan and repair the roads leading to the territory. With the old territory as a backing, I will use this place as a bridgehead for northward expansion, gradually encroaching on all sides and expanding my sphere of influence." Just then, Bright slowly spoke up. "My lord, if I may be so bold, we cannot move this wasteland at the moment." Corwin was taken aback. "Why?" Bright explained, "My lord, you must think this through. This is not the fiefdom of any particular lord. We set up checkpoints to collect taxes with the approval of Earl Lucius. We can also use the excuse of strengthening border defenses to cover up the construction of the wooden fortress. But if we cultivate the land, that would be an open declaration of possession. This place was previously neglected because it was barren and infertile, the great nobles were far away, and the border lords were unwilling to put in the effort to develop it. But once this place becomes fertile land, those greedy nobles will fight over it, and they will definitely try every means to turn this place into their territory or manor." Upon hearing this, Corwin frowned deeply. Corwin, who was standing nearby, immediately realized what was going on and nodded in agreement. "Sir Bright is absolutely right. Our foothold here is still shallow. If we start to cultivate the land in a big way, it will attract a lot of attention. It would be better to build this place into a stable base first." After we stabilize the border situation and use the benefits of cracking down on smuggling to stockpile troops and grain, it will not be too late to talk about enclosing land for cultivation. Corwin nodded slowly, the urgency in his eyes gradually fading. You're all right. I was a bit too hasty. Just as the group was discussing something important, a sound of footsteps suddenly broke their train of thought. Immediately afterward, a sergeant rushed over to report, "Sir, there are several men dressed as messengers outside the camp requesting an audience. They say they were sent by Sir George Prague to deliver a personal letter to you." Colwyn raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Prague? What did he want by suddenly sending a messenger to his door? He looked up at the soldier who had reported the news and said in a deep voice, "Let them in." The following is the author's note. If you, dear readers, find it satisfactory, please use your lucky fingers to give the author a thumbs up, a gesture of support that will also help the author generate revenue. Thank you in advance to all you handsome and charming readers. Chapter 105 Countermeasures. While Corwin was still pondering Prague's true intentions in sending someone, footsteps sounded outside, and the messenger from Prague was led into the wooden cabin where the meeting was to be held by soldiers. After bowing, the messenger handed the tightly sealed letters to Corwin with both hands. After bowing, he was led away by the soldiers to rest for the time being. Corwin and Bright sat quietly on either side, neither asking a question, their gazes both fixed on the letter in Colwyn's hand. The letter was unsigned and unstamped. Colwyn gently pried open the wax seal and began to read it carefully, word by word. The contents were simple. A quick glance was enough for him to understand. This was the smuggling lead Prague had promised to provide. The letter only stated that a smuggling caravan would pass near his residence in a few days, and he was instructed to be vigilant. After reading the letter, Corwin casually handed it to Colin and Bright. The two read it in turn, their expressions slightly somber. Bright spoke first, his tone calm and steady. "My lord, this caravan is no ordinary smuggling caravan. Prague could easily take down an ordinary smuggling caravan with his own troops. There's no need for him to send the message to you. In my opinion, this caravan is likely backed by a powerful noble family, or even a group of noble families working together. It seems that Count Lucius, the man behind Prague, doesn't want to get involved himself and offend people for no reason, so he's using us to do this risky thing." Colin nodded slowly, his brows furrowing slightly. Bright is right. If we take action to wipe out this caravan, we will directly make enemies of the nobles behind the smuggling caravan. But if we turn a blind eye and let it go, Count Lucius will definitely hold us accountable for this, saying that we are disobedient and disloyal. No matter what we do, we will offend the other side. Corwin gave a curt reply, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, and said calmly, "That's right. We got what we wanted, so naturally they should get a corresponding return. The smuggling caravan mentioned in this letter is the pledge of loyalty that Count Lucius wants me to make." The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Corwin frowned, his voice filled with anxiety as he asked Corwin, "What should we do, young master?" Earl Lucius needs a real explanation, without any ambiguity. He paused, then said with a grave expression, "It would be easy for us to wipe out this caravan, but the situation of the forces behind them is unclear. If we rashly offend them, we will inevitably be harassed and retaliated against in the future. This is ultimately the worst option." Colwyn closed his eyes, pressing hard on his throbbing temples. Prague was calculating rapidly, caught between the Earl's pressure and the unknown noble forces behind him. He couldn't afford to offend either side easily. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Interception, compromise, negotiation. Each plan carried its own risks, and a surge of anxiety made his thoughts somewhat chaotic. "Sir," Bright stepped forward and said, "perhaps we could try a different approach and detain this caravan under the guise of a border check?" Corwin suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He leaned forward slightly and asked urgently, "Detained? What do you mean? Explain in detail." "Yes, sir," Bright explained, his voice clear and firm. "We don't necessarily have to wipe them out. We just need to stop the caravan and seize it. Confiscating all their smuggled goods is a pledge to Earl Lucius, proving our stance. But we won't touch the caravan members. We just need to avoid harming them." He looked up at Corwin and said sincerely, "In this way, We can both give Count Lucius an explanation and show our loyalty, and also save face for the nobles behind the smuggling caravan, so that we don't go too far and there is still room for maneuver." Colin immediately shook his head, looking troubled as he retorted, "Young master, I'm afraid that won't work. If we only seize the goods, but don't wipe out the smuggling caravan, how will Count Lucius believe us? We might get away with it this time, but what about the aftermath? The smuggling caravan won't disappear. As long as they're still around, Count Lucius will find out sooner or later. He'll just think we're two-faced opportunists trying to fool both sides, and we'll be caught red-handed sooner or later." Colin's words hit the nail on the head, and the room fell silent once more. Colin's gaze darted between Bright and Colin, a sudden inspiration striking him, and a meticulous plan instantly took shape. He abruptly raised his hand and slammed it on the table, rising abruptly, a determined glint in his eyes. "I have a solution. Listen to me. This solution might be the best of both worlds." Corwin's voice carried an unquestionable authority. He leaned forward and pointed to the spread-out map, his fingertip hovering over the western side of the camp. "Once the smuggling caravan enters the country, we will seize it as planned and confiscate all the smuggled goods without exception." He paused, glanced at the two men, and continued. "Then, select a few key managers, accountants, or important leaders from the caravan and hold them hostage. Then, have them send their trusted confidants back to raise ransom money to redeem them. The nobles behind them will definitely know about this. This way, we can save face for the nobles behind them and also give us an opportunity to find out their background. As for Count Lucius," Corwin continued, "we will send him the confiscated goods and the bandits we captured earlier. We delivered the goods to Prague so he could see for himself that we had truly cracked down on smuggling, and that it wasn't just a perfunctory effort," he added. "In this way, Count Lucius's explanation will be sufficient, and he will not be able to find any fault with it. And the nobles behind the smuggling caravan, upon receiving news of the hostages, will naturally understand our intentions. Both sides have given each other face and will not immediately break off relations." Bright and Cohen exchanged a glance, both seeing admiration and sudden realization in each other's eyes. This plan both fulfilled their mission and provided a backup plan, a win-win situation. "But young master," Corin suddenly looked worried, his brows furrowing slightly. "If those captured bandits talk nonsense during the transport and reveal our plans, wouldn't that cause trouble?" Corwin smiled faintly, then walked over to Bright and patted him on the shoulder. "You're right. So what we send to Prague must be a silent bandit." Bright instantly understood, bowed, and said in a deep voice, "Understood. I will clean everything up during the transport to ensure nothing goes wrong. When the heads and supplies are delivered to Prague together, I guarantee there will be no mistakes." Corwin nodded in satisfaction and sat back down. Having a solution prevented him from being put in a passive position and gave him enough room to maneuver. Now, all he had to do was wait for the smuggling caravan to fall into the trap, and then he could proceed with the plan. Chapter 106: Seizure of the Caravan. On the dirt road along the border, a sizable caravan was slowly making its way forward. The wheels of the donkey and horse carts rolled over the gravel with a dull thud. The coachman and his assistant shouted to urge the animals on, while more than 30 guards and mercenaries were scattered on both sides of the procession to protect it. The leader, a man in his 30s, had a shrewd and ruthless look in his eyes, the result of years of navigating the gray areas of the underworld. He had originally been an insignificant henchman in a street gang, but in his youth, his quick wit and ruthlessness caught the eye of a local nobleman's steward, who pulled him out of the mire. Over the years, he had meticulously cultivated his position, carefully acting as the nobleman's front man, specifically managing this border smuggling caravan. Border smuggling is a life of danger and bloodshed, but it's far better than being a lowly commoner who rots in the mud for the rest of his life. This kind of job is a way out that others would fight tooth and nail for. Moreover, he has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years, and he has a wife and children. His life is much more comfortable than before. Thinking of all this, the corners of Kazant's mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. Just as he was lost in thought, a trusted associate approached and whispered, "Boss, things been a bit tense at the border lately. I heard they've formed a new patrol team. Are we going to run into trouble this time?" This man was one of his old comrades who had followed him back in the gang days, and Kuzant immediately retorted with a curse. "Shut your mouth, you idiot. I've walked this road countless times, and when have I ever seen anyone actually watching me closely? That so-called patrol team sounds scary, but they're probably just like those old patrolmen, putting on a show to make a living." His tone was full of confidence. "We also have noble lords backing us up. The officials in the county have long been bribed, and they all turn a blind eye. Besides, are our 30-odd guards and mercenaries just for show?" The confidant, after being scolded, gave an embarrassed smile and dared not say another word. As the midday sun grew increasingly intense, Kazanti raised his hand to signal for his men and the captain of the guard to come forward. "Tell everyone to quicken their pace. The river we often cross is not far ahead. When we get there, we'll stop and rest, fetch water to cook, and catch our breath before continuing." The men and the captain of the guard responded and left, and the caravan's speed increased slightly. Meanwhile, the scouts sent by Corwin had already reported back. "Sir, the smuggling caravan is about an hour away from our outpost." Corwin nodded slightly, then summoned Bright and Colin and gave the order in a deep voice. "Bright, you lead 2 teams of men, armed with bows and crossbows, and ambush them on both sides of the road leading to the checkpoint. I will lead the men to wait at the checkpoint in front. Use my flag as a signal. If they dare to resist arrest, immediately attack from both sides and break their formation. Don't give them a chance to form ranks." Bright responded in a deep voice and turned to go down to select men. Corwin looked at Corin beside him and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Let's go, Corin. Let's go and meet this caravan that has come to our doorstep." About an hour later, a cloud of dust rose from the end of the road, and the dull thud of wheels, accompanied by the shouts of the caravan, drew closer. The smuggling caravan slowly came into view of the checkpoint. Kazant, mounted on his horse, squinted at the outpost that stood abruptly ahead. He ordered a trusted aide, "Go and ask the people at the outpost who set up this post." A moment later, the confidant returned and said, "Boss, something's not right. The officer at the checkpoint is being very tough and wants you to go there in person to give a reply." Kazant frowned, took a deep breath, and sternly ordered the guards behind him. "Everyone, be on alert. Maintain formation and do not make any rash moves." After speaking, he led a few of his personal guards and slowly walked towards the sentry post. Approaching him, he straightened his slightly wrinkled collar, forced a fawning smile, and said to Colwyn, "Sir, my name is Kazant, and I am a local merchant who makes a living through trade. Since you have set up a roadblock here, could you please let my caravan pass?" Colwyn slowly scanned the caravan without speaking. Corin stepped forward and said, "Trading? You know the border regulations. Smuggling contraband is strictly prohibited. Your caravan's movements are suspicious, and your goods are questionable. Stop immediately and submit to our inspection." Kazant's smile froze for a moment. He pulled a heavy bag of coins from his pocket and handed it to Corin. "My lord, please be lenient. It's just a small business, mostly grains and cloth. There's absolutely nothing illegal about it. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Corin didn't even glance at the bag of money, looking directly at Corwin. It was then that Kazant realized the young man before him was the decision-maker. Corwin then spoke, his tone indifferent. "I believe you are a legitimate businessman, but rules are rules. I will personally inspect the goods, and once I find no contraband, I will let you pass." Seeing that the other party remained unmoved by either soft or hard tactics, Kazant's face instantly darkened. He said, "Sir, you should think this through. I can do this business on the border because I have powerful backers. Why would a mere border patrol officer like you risk trouble for such a trivial matter? Be sensible and let us pass. Or else." "What else?" Corwin retorted, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Before Kazant could speak, one of his men couldn't hold back and burst out cursing, "Good dogs don't block the way. A bunch of country bumpkins dare to block our path? Do they really think we're easy to bully? We'll kill you all, and no one will care." Before he could finish speaking, Corin moved swiftly, drawing his sword from its sheath in an instant. With a scream, his subordinate clutched his face and collapsed to his knees, spitting out several teeth mixed with blood. Upon seeing this, Kazant's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly waved his hand, signaling the guards behind him to draw their weapons. However, at that moment, the The soldiers behind Corwin simultaneously raised their spears, and Bright and his men immediately appeared on both sides of the road, raising their crossbows at the same time. The iron tips of the crossbows gleamed coldly in the sunlight, aiming at Kazant and his men. The caravan's guards and mercenaries were instantly intimidated by the chilling aura, their weapons trembling slightly. Kazant looked at the rows of cold crossbow bolts, then at the armor of the soldiers beside him and their battle-hardened eyes, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. This is no ordinary patrol team. This is a legitimate military unit. My lord, Kazant's voice trembled slightly. Why must things be so extreme? The noble forces behind me are immense. If you harm me, what will happen in the future? Insolence. Corin interrupted sharply. My master is also a legitimate nobleman. How dare you, a bunch of smugglers, threaten me with your noble titles? Kazant's pupils constricted sharply. He had always assumed the other man was just a military officer, never expecting him to be a young nobleman. At that moment, his last shred of hope vanished, and he knew he had kicked a hornet's nest with no room for maneuver. Corwin stepped forward and said coldly, If I wanted to be ruthless, I wouldn't waste words with you. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Lay down your weapons, kneel down, and surrender. Life or death, the choice is yours. Kazant looked at the densely packed soldiers around him and the crossbow bolts pointed at him, knowing that the situation was hopeless. Resistance would mean certain death, while surrender might offer a chance of survival. He took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and shouted to the guards behind him, Put down your weapons. At his command, the caravan's guards threw down their weapons and knelt down on their own. Disarm them and take them all back to the wooden fort, Corwin ordered in a deep voice. This Kazant is to be kept under strict solitary guard, and there must be no mistakes. At a command, the soldiers acted swiftly, escorting the captured caravan members and their goods back to Mu Bao in a grand procession along the road. Dear readers who are following the updates, please give a good review. Thank you. Chapter 107 Interrogation. When the soldiers escorted the caravan and its supplies back to the wooden fortress, it was already dusk and twilight had spread over the surrounding fields. After the soldiers were instructed to inventory the supplies and guard the prisoners, Kazant was roughly dragged by two soldiers and brought before Corwin, with Bright and Corin standing on either side of Corwin. Kazant, who had been brought over, was pinned to the ground beside the campfire. His previous dishevelment and despair were now compounded by humiliation. He struggled a few times, but was held down by the soldiers' strength and could not move, only able to gasp for breath. Corwin looked down at him and said, I don't want to hear nonsense. I'll only ask you one thing. He paused, then asked coldly, Who is the nobleman behind you? Which nobleman arranged for this batch of contraband weapons and smuggled salt? The smuggling of military equipment and large quantities of contraband salt is strictly prohibited at the border. This is an ironclad rule of the kingdom. As a small caravan leader, Kazant must have nobles backing him. Corwin knew this from the moment he intercepted the goods. Kazant clenched his teeth, remaining silent, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew the methods of the nobleman behind him. If he revealed it, he himself would not care, but what would happen to his wife and children at home? But if he did not speak, the young nobleman in front of him would obviously not let him off easily, and severe torture would likely be inevitable. For a moment, Kazant was caught in a dilemma. All right then, as long as you tell me in person which nobleman is backing you, I guarantee with my title and reputation that I will spare your life if you tell the truth. But think carefully, my patience has its limits, Corwin said slowly. My lord, I really can't say it. Kazant's voice trembled as he banged his forehead heavily on the ground, pleading, I have a wife and children at home. If I reveal this, they won't survive. I'll leave you a way out. I won't expose this immediately. Send your most trusted confidant back and tell him that you and the entire caravan have been detained by me. Have them gather the ransom as I demand and send it over. Also, have him secretly bring your family out. I'll send someone to find a safe place for them. What do you think? Seeing Kazant still hesitate, his eyes filled with worry for his family, Bright drew his long sword in a flash. The cold blade instantly pressed against Kazant's neck, the piercing chill spreading through his skin, causing Kazant to shudder and his already crumbling mental defenses to completely collapse. He stared intently at Corwin, his voice trembling uncontrollably, yet he still gritted his teeth and confirmed. My lord, you swear you'll protect my wife and children. Give them a way out, and I'll tell you anything. Corwin's expression was solemn as he nodded earnestly. I swear on my noble honor that I will guarantee the safety of your family, and as long as you tell the truth, I will not harm your life. Having received this unwavering promise, Cusin could no longer hold back and shouted, I'll talk. I'll talk. It was Baron Lester who ordered me to escort this batch of contraband. Everything was at his behest. He completely let down his guard and told the whole story of how he was instructed by Baron Lester to smuggle military equipment and salt without daring to hide anything. After listening, Corwin didn't ask any more questions. He waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to drag Kazan away and keep a close watch on him. He instructed the soldiers to take turns guarding him day and night and not to let anything happen to him. At this moment, Corwin frowned and spoke, his tone full of doubt. Young master, how could a mere baron dare to take such a huge risk and engage in smuggling contraband? Baron Lester is just the figurehead. There must be other nobles involved behind the scenes, Bright said decisively. Corwin was taken aback by this, and then asked, So, Kazan wasn't telling the truth just now? Corwin remained calm and shook his head slightly. It's not that he's lying. Given his status, he only knows that the person who directly orders him is Baron Lester. He doesn't have the right to contact other nobles. Corwin then instructed that, according to the plan, they should use Cusant as a pawn and demand a ransom from Baron Lester. This would both serve as a warning to the Baron, showing that they had no intention of breaking off relations for the time being, and also test the Baron's bottom line. The next morning, Corwin selected Kazan's confidant from the caravan and brought him before him. The man knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to raise his head, for fear of angering the young nobleman. Corwin looked at him calmly and slowly said, Kazan, along with the entire caravan, has been detained in the wooden fortress for smuggling contraband. According to the kingdom's laws, the ringleader of smuggling weapons and salt should be hanged, but I do not wish to exterminate them all. He paused, his tone laced with intimidation, but made no mention of Kazan's confession. You have 3 days to gather 3,000 gold coins as ransom and deliver it to the wooden fortress. If you do, I will spare Kazan's life, imprison him temporarily, and this matter can be put on hold for now. If you are late, or short by even a single coin, although I will not kill Kazan, I will present all his testimonies in the case to the royal court for a verdict. The man was terrified, completely unaware that Cusant had revealed the truth. He assumed that the caravan had been arrested and might need the Baron behind it to pay a ransom to settle the matter. He quickly kowtowed and agreed, scrambling away from the wooden castle and rushing to the Baron of Leicester's fiefdom. Meanwhile, Baron Lester was sitting in his luxurious castle study, enjoying fine wine with Viscount Herbert and Baron Brunn, discussing the profits brought back from the smuggling trade and their plans to smuggle even more goods. The 3 men looked smug, waiting for Cusant's caravan to return. Just then, the steward rushed in, his face pale. Master, something terrible has happened. Kazant's men have returned, saying that Kazan was captured by the border patrol, his caravan and smuggled goods were seized, and they're demanding a ransom of 3,000 gold coins, or they'll report this to the capital. What? Lester jumped to his feet, slamming his wine glass to the floor, splashing the expensive carpet with wine. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief. The patrol team? What kind of people dare to touch my men? Viscount Herbert and Baron Brunn's expressions changed instantly. They stood up abruptly, their faces grave. They had naturally heard that the county town had recently formed a patrol team, but they thought it was just for show, like before. They never expected them to be so bold as to intercept their supplies and capture Kazan. 3,000 gold coins? He dares to ask for that much. Baron Brunn was furious, slamming his fist on the desk. A mere border patrol officer dares to challenge us? If we give him the money, how will the 3 of us maintain our foothold on the border? Money is a small matter. The key is Kazan's mouth. Viscount Herbert's face darkened, but he calmed down, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Cusant knows about our smuggling trade. If he really exposes it, all 3 of us will be finished. The royal family has long disliked us feudal nobles. If we're caught red-handed, at best we'll be fined and stripped of our titles. At worst we'll be stripped of our noble status and reduced to commoners. Herbert took a deep breath. And I'm afraid that if we give them this money, they'll still have leverage over us, and they might use it to blackmail us later. What does the Viscount mean? Baron Brun's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. First, send someone to tell that the ransom is a large sum, and we need time to raise it. Let's keep him calm for now, so he doesn't become suspicious, and we don't force him to send the person directly to the capital. He paused, then continued. Furthermore, immediately send people to investigate and find out everything about this border official. What is his background? Does he have any powerful backers? If he's just a minor nobleman with no connections. At this point, Herbert gave a cold laugh. Humph. Then let's show him what happens when you offend us. Chapter 108 The Storm is Brewing. At the same time that the three nobles were secretly sending people to investigate Corwin's background, Corwin also received a report that the envoy sent by the other side was waiting to be summoned outside the wooden castle. When the messenger met Corwin, he was humble and extremely respectful, only saying that he was having financial difficulties and that he could not raise the ransom of 3,000 gold coins in a short time. He begged Corwin to give him some time to raise the money slowly. After the envoy bowed and left, Corwin stepped forward first, his brows furrowed. Young master, 3,000 gold coins is a lot, but behind that smuggling caravan, there is definitely more than just Baron Lester. With his and those associated nobles' wealth, they can raise this money in a short time. Their excuses are clearly a deliberate delay. Bright echoed in a deep voice. That's right. They didn't even try to bargain. Their attitude was unusually docile. They're probably trying to keep us calm while they have other plans. Corwin nodded slightly and said calmly, You're right. I don't want to break ties with them too soon, but they're really treating me like a fool they can easily fool. Right now, most of those nobles are probably already plotting how to deal with us. After a moment's thought, Bright said, they wouldn't dare to openly attack with their regular noble army, as that would be illegal and damage their reputation. In my opinion, they'll most likely secretly hire mercenaries and outlaws from the border to probe and harass us. The wooden fort is not yet fully completed, so we must set up defenses as soon as possible. Corwin immediately ordered. Corwin, you take men and build a ring of defensive fencing around the perimeter. The fencing should be close to the riverbank, leaving no blind spots. Cover the outer layer with thick mud to prevent enemy fire attacks. Also, build some chevaux de frise. Dig deep trenches outside the fencing, with spike traps at the bottom, and cover them with turf to confuse the enemy. Yes, sir. Corwin bowed and accepted the order, then paused briefly before asking, Young master, how should the ranged defenses be arranged? Distribute the soldiers to guard the various arrow towers. Corwin pointed to several high grounds where the fences met. Each arrow tower should be guarded by 2 or 3 archers, focusing on covering the gaps in the trenches and the only dirt road leading to the wooden fort. Bright was still somewhat worried upon hearing this. In that case, we should be able to hold our ground and protect ourselves, but if the enemy launches a large-scale attack, our forces will still be too small to hold out for long. I will immediately send men back to the territory by fast horse, and send another 50 soldiers to reinforce us. Corwin paused, then turned to Corwin and calmly instructed, Go and tell the messenger that the ransom is not urgent, and I can patiently wait for them to raise it. Corwin was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. Young master, what is this? Since they want to put on an act to lull me into a false sense of security, then I'll play along. A cold glint flashed in Colin's eyes. Let them think I'm young, naive, and easily deceived, and lure them to come to us willingly. It's better than us being on the defensive, not knowing when the enemy will attack. Just as the messenger, overjoyed, returned to Lester's castle with the news that Corwin has been successfully paralyzed. Meanwhile, the three nobles had also uncovered all of Corwin's background, a wandering noble with no support or background, who had no powerful family backing him within the kingdom. Lester immediately sneered, his tone harsh. Since that's the case, then there's no need to pretend with him anymore. Baron Brun stroked his sparse beard, slowly shook his head, and said in a steady but sinister voice, We can't use the regular army directly. He is, after all, a nobleman appointed by the kingdom. If we openly send troops to attack, it will surely give others grounds for criticism. Once it gets to the county magistrate or even the royal court, no one can afford to be held accountable. Herbert, standing to the side, chimed in with a sinister glint in his eyes. Then we'll hire mercenaries and outlaws from the border and have them attack Corwin's wooden fortress. These people are just a rabble anyway. If they succeed, we can easily silence them. Even if they fail, they won't be able to trace it back to the three of us. The three exchanged a glance, understanding each other without saying a word, and immediately devised this wicked plan. They then secretly contacted their men to prepare for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Colin was working hard to build defensive fortifications while sending out skilled scouts to monitor enemy movements along the border. After finalizing their plan to destroy Corwinwood Fortress, they did not delay at all and immediately dispatched their trusted confidants to mercenary camps and wild forests along the border. The borderlands are a melting pot of all sorts of people, down on his luck retired knights, mercenaries who have tasted blood, and bandits entrenched in the mountains. All are willing to risk their lives for gold. The three nobles offered exceptionally generous rewards. The capture of the wooden fortress would allow them to plunder at will, and with full payment in gold upon completion, they quickly gathered 400 to 500 men in just a few days. Some of these people wore tattered leather armor and carried rusty long swords and battle axes, while others were only coarse cloth clothes with short knives and bows and arrows at their waists. For this group of people, they only recognized the gold coins in their hands. In order not to alert the enemy and prevent the news from reaching Corwin's ears in advance, the three nobles decided after discussion to divide the 500 people into 5 groups of about 100 each, disguised as a caravan, and to secretly head to Corwinswood Castle at different times. The leader of this rabble was none other than Baron Lester, whose caravan had been detained. He commanded this group of people, who were indistinguishable as either mercenaries or bandits, with his private army. He first reorganized the 500 men according to their skills and strengths, assigning those skilled in close combat as the vanguard, archers to provide ranged suppression, and the rest as reserves to support the front lines at any time. However, most of them were not very willing. After assigning private soldiers to manage the troops, the group managed to suppress their restlessness and obey Lester's orders. But their faces were filled with resentment, and low curses and complaints buzzed around them like mosquitoes. Lester's face was ashen, his eyes blazing with suppressed rage. He immediately ordered the soldiers who had been causing the most trouble to punish them severely. The dull thuds of the clubs hitting the ground and the cries of pain silenced the crowd instantly. He stepped forward, his gaze as cold and hard as iron, sweeping over every fearful yet greedy face, and said in a deep voice, "If this is done, everyone can receive an additional reward." Only after a combination of carrot and stick was this motley crew finally calmed down, bowing their heads and reluctantly continuing to obey orders. Lester watched the group's scattered and scheming backs as they walked away, a cold smile creeping across his face. A bunch of worthless wretches who only care about money, utterly devoid of loyalty. If it weren't for the fact that I can't use my private army, why would I need you to risk your lives? I'll suppress your resentment first, then keep you alive with hefty rewards. After it's all over, won't I be the one calling the shots? Chapter 109 Enemy Situation. Time flew by amidst the tense preparations for defense. Colin and Bright led the craftsmen and slaves, reinforcing the outer defenses of the wooden fortress day and night. Corwin reorganized the remaining 60 soldiers and deployed them all to the outer defense line and arrow towers, no longer leaving any core personnel behind to avoid dispersing the forces. The soldiers on the arrow towers were equipped with crossbows purchased from Prague, while the defenders on the outer defense line were armed with spears, shields, and melee weapons, ready for battle. Arrows, stones, and other defensive supplies were continuously transported to various defensive positions. Corwin allocated all the reserve timber originally intended for building wooden fortresses to reinforce the fortifications and rushed to produce a large number of rolling logs. All the necessary supplies for the war were in place. On the morning of the 5th day after the messenger returned to the territory, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, The crisp sound of horses' hooves echoed not far from the encampment. The lookout immediately sounded the warning horn, and Corwin, Corin, and Bright quickly climbed the watchtower. There they saw a troop carrying the banner of Corwin's territory galloping along the riverbank, led by the knight Gus, whom they had not seen for a long time. After the messenger brought back the order to the territory, everyone discussed it briefly and decided to send Jess and his men to provide support. Jess then immediately assembled 50 well-trained soldiers, carrying only a few days' worth of rations and essential weapons. They traveled light and rushed to the aid at full speed, arriving at the foot of the wooden fortress in the shortest possible time. Upon seeing Colwyn, Guts knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "My lord, I have led 50 soldiers to reinforce you." Corwin strode forward, reached out and steadily helped him up, patted his shoulder heavily, and said with admiration for their long-awaited reunion, "It's been a long time, Gus. You must be tired from your journey." Gus stood up, looking at the men rushing around and tightening the defenses, then at the defensive system of trenches, wooden walls, and arrow towers arranged in layers. His brows furrowed slightly, and his tone became serious. "My lord, according to the messenger, someone is plotting to attack us in secret?" "That's right. I sense that the nobles behind the smuggling caravan we detained might be planning to attack us, which is why I sent troops from my territory to our aid. But let's not talk about that now. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Bright, a wandering knight from the south," Corwin said with a smile. After Bright greeted Gus, the group exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Corwin then spoke up. "Gus, you've come at the right time. Now, including the 50 men you brought, we have a total of 110 regular soldiers. Relying on the defenses of the wooden fortress, we can hold out for a long time if we are besieged by the enemy." Corin added, "The fortifications are almost complete. The trenches, traps, barricades, and arrow towers are layered and fortified. If any enemy dares to launch a strong attack, they will pay a heavy price." On the very afternoon that Guts and his men arrived, the scout who had gone out to explore returned to the camp covered in dust. He knelt down before Corwin and urgently reported, "Sir, we have discovered a large force approaching us." Corwin's eyes sharpened, and he said, "Don't panic, speak slowly. Following your orders, we led our brothers to scout the nearby woods. About 10 miles from the wooden fortress, outside the black pine forest, we discovered a large group of people, numbering around 500. The group was a mixed bunch, including some who looked like noblemen's private soldiers, as well as mercenaries and bandits in disheveled clothes and carrying various weapons. They were heading towards the wooden fortress. The scout spoke very quickly, recounting the information in detail. Bright frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although they dare not use their regular army and can only gather this rabble, their numbers are more than 4 times ours, so they won't be easy to deal with. Corin nodded in agreement, saying, "These mercenaries and bandits are all desperate criminals. Although they are not regular soldiers, their numbers are not to be underestimated." Corwin then slowly spoke and gave the order. "Order the entire army to immediately go on high alert. All soldiers to their defensive positions, arrows nocked, rolling stones and hot oil ready. Increase the number of patrol scouts. Keep a close watch on the enemy's movements, and report any unusual activity immediately." "Yes." The scout accepted the order and turned to leave quickly. Corwin nodded slightly, gesturing for the 3 to gather around a simply constructed sand table, where he clearly outlined the defenses. "Our forces are still far outnumbered by the enemy. A defensive posture is paramount. Gus, your men have been on a rapid march. Rest for half a day, then take over the western arrow towers and fence defenses. Corin, you continue to improve the trench and trap defenses and arrange for manpower to patrol day and night, giving the enemy no opportunity to exploit. Bright, you oversee all the arrow towers and have full command over long-range fire." The 3 answered in unison, "Yes, sir." After speaking, Corwin further assigned tasks and clarified combat responsibilities. "Corin, you lead your men to guard the fence and trench defenses. If the enemy triggers the traps, immediately finish them off with short spears and arrows. Gus, your men will serve as the mobile reserve, guarding the core of the wooden fortress. Wherever the defenses are strained, go to provide support immediately. Clear orders were relayed through the ranks, and the entire wooden fortress instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Soldiers moved with hurried yet orderly steps. Archers on the arrow towers checked their weapons, while soldiers behind the railings stood ready in their positions. Patrolling soldiers along the trenches carefully inspected traps and concealments to ensure they were not detected by the enemy. A tense atmosphere permeated the fortress. Everyone knew that a fierce battle was imminent. After everyone had left, Corwin stood alone before the sand table, his gaze fixed on the location of the wooden fort and the riverbank, lost in thought. 110 well-trained and loyal regular soldiers, backed by the natural barrier of the river and relying on well-constructed fortifications, held the advantage against 500 rabble, each with their own agendas and fighting only for money. The enemy, though numerous, was a motley crew, lacking any will to fight to the death. Once severely wounded, they would crumble instantly. Meanwhile, his side could wait in ambush, adopting a strategy of stillness and strategy, simply holding the line firmly, wearing down the enemy's strength and morale, and then delivering a fatal blow when they were exhausted and demoralized. As evening fell, the scouts returned with another report that Lester's troops had reached an open area 3 miles outside the fortress, set up camp, and were clearly preparing to rest for the night before launching their attack the next day. Corwin climbed the watchtower and looked out into the distance. Under the setting sun, smoke curled from the enemy camp. Tents were scattered haphazardly, and groups of people sat drinking and making noise, completely lacking in military discipline. Although some tried to maintain order, they were powerless against the unruly mercenaries and bandits, and the chaos was laid bare. Looking at the chaotic camp opposite, Corwin had already made up his mind. He immediately ordered someone to summon Bright, Corin, and Gus. Once everyone had arrived, he said in a deep voice, "You should all see clearly that although there are many people on the other side, they are from different factions, have different commands, and cannot be united at all." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men. "I plan to send men to launch a surprise attack tonight under cover of darkness. I don't need to inflict much casualties, just break their morale. What do you think?" Chapter 110 Preemptive Strike. After hearing Corwin's instructions, Gus, Corin, and Bright fell silent. After a moment, Gus spoke first. "Sir, this method is feasible, but the number of people must not be too large. Although the method is risky, once it succeeds, the enemy's morale will be greatly damaged, which will be crucial for our subsequent defense." Corwin nodded and was about to say something when Corin stepped forward and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Young master, I completely agree with this method. However, it is extremely dangerous to raid the enemy's camp. You cannot go in person. You must stay at the fort to oversee the overall situation and stabilize the morale of the troops." Bright, standing to the side, nodded heavily, his rough face showing no hesitation, awaiting the order. Corwin glanced at the 3 men and said, "All right, let's do it this way." He ordered in a deep voice, "Corin, you will lead 10 soldiers to sneak into the enemy camp at midnight when their guard is at its lowest. Set fires to harass the enemy and create chaos. Remember, do not linger in battle and do not engage in a direct confrontation. Bright, you take 5 more men to provide backup and cover the rear, ensuring the raiding team's safe retreat. Jess, you stay at the fort and keep a close eye on the enemy's movements. I will stay with you at the fort and provide support to Corin and the others at any time." "Yes." The 3 bowed in unison. As the sun began to set, both sides inside and outside the wooden fortress were busy. After finalizing the plan for the night raid, Corwin was selecting elite soldiers. In addition to fire starters such as flint and steel, tinder, and oil-soaked cloth, each soldier was equipped with a short sword, crossbow, and a black mask, ready to launch a stealthy attack under the cover of night. Outside the wooden fort, Lester stood with his men on a hillside, gazing at Corwin's fort. After a moment, a close attendant beside him whispered, "My lord, this battle is unlikely to be easy. Although we outnumber them, their defenses are excellent, and they have the advantage of terrain. If we launch a direct assault, we'll likely suffer heavy casualties." Lester glanced coldly at the fortifications and said in a deep voice, "They're just a bunch of rabble, a few worthless lives. It doesn't matter how many die. What I'm really worried about is that if the casualties are too heavy, these bastards will back down and refuse to fight hard." He paused, then continued. "Tomorrow, issue the order that, apart from my guards, all other personnel be reorganized and placed under the command of our men to prevent these bastards from causing a mutiny. Tomorrow during the day, send a group to launch a probing attack on the wooden fortress to assess their strength." As dusk fell, and after confirming that there would be no disturbance within the wooden fortress, the chaotic military camp outside began to unfold noisily. Lester's mercenaries and bandits, cursing and swearing, carried timber and pulled ropes, haphazardly setting up tents on the flat ground. This group was basically a hastily assembled mob. Some people casually stuck a few wooden poles in the ground and then slumped down to sit. Others pushed and shoved each other and cursed each other in order to fight for a dry place to stand. The crude shouts and laughter mixed with dust and drifted in the wind. Lester's squires, responsible for maintaining order in the camp, patrolled back and forth, occasionally cursing the lazy mercenaries and sternly urging them to tidy up their tents and dig makeshift trenches. Campfires blazed one after another, the dry wood crackling, and the porridge and smoked meat in the iron pots emitted a rough aroma. Hungry soldiers huddled around the fires, wolfing down blackened bread. Some complained about being on the front lines the next day, while others drank and cursed the garrison in the wooden fortress. The chaotic noise only subsided slightly as night deepened. Once most of the mercenaries had eaten and entered their tents, Lester's personal guards began to set up night sentry posts. They divided the mercenaries into groups of 3 to 5 according to the organized ranks, assigning them to sentry posts along the main roads around the camp, at the edges of the earthen slopes, and by the campfires. They also added manpower to the food and fodder areas for rotation, sternly instructing them not to slack off, not to leave without permission, and to immediately raise the alarm at the slightest sign of unusual activity. The drowsy mercenaries gave perfunctory responses, and after reaching their posts, they huddled in their posts and dozed off, some even muttering complaints about being assigned such a difficult task. In the middle of the night, the pitch-black night enveloped the entire camp, with only a few scattered campfires casting a faint light, and snores and murmurs rising and falling between the tents. In the low bushes downwind of the camp, Corin had already figured out the number of people on duty and the intervals between patrols, and confirmed the location of the grain piles and the hidden sentries on the perimeter. Only then did he gently wave to the 10 elite men he had carefully selected behind him, signaling them to split into 2 groups. The sentries on duty were drowsy and lax at the moment. Just as the patrol turned to the other side of the blind spot, Corin suddenly made a hand gesture. 2 groups of soldiers immediately crouched down and approached the sentry post, slitting their mouths and necks with short knives in swift and decisive movements. The outer sentries were silently dealt with one by one without even a groan, and their bodies were quickly dragged into the bushes to be concealed. Taking advantage of the fact that the patrol had not yet returned, Corin led his men, using the shadow of the campfire and the cover of the tents, to quickly sneak along the edge of the trench to the grain pile in the center of the camp. Although there were 2 or 3 people in the grain area, they seemed to be dozing off and were instantly subdued by the stealthy soldiers. The men immediately took out flint and steel and oil-soaked tinder and quickly ignited the bottom of the grain pile. The flames first licked the dry hay, then exploded with a deafening roar, and flames suddenly shot up. Seeing this, Corin did not linger and led his men back the way they had come, setting fire to several tents along the way to create chaos and buy time for their retreat. The mercenaries and bandits, awakened from their slumber by the heat and screams, burst from their tents, plunging the camp into chaos. Patrols, drawn by the commotion, rushed to the scene, only to be scattered by the fleeing soldiers. Curses, cries, screams, and the crackling of flames mingled in the darkness. No one could discern the number of attackers in the darkness, assuming it was a large-scale raid by the garrison, and fear exploded within them. Corin glanced at the completely out-of-control enemy camp, decisively waved his hand, and the squad members immediately retreated along the predetermined route. In the darkness, Bright and his men were already waiting and hiding near the wooden fortress, providing cover as soon as the squad withdrew. They immediately took turns covering the rear, and the group quickly retreated back into Corin's wooden fortress. The firelight behind them still burned fiercely on the plain, and the cries of the chaotic soldiers drifted in from afar. Lester was awakened by the chaos outside. He abruptly lifted the tent flap and saw flames shooting into the sky. He knew exactly what had happened, and his face instantly contorted with rage. Damn it! He kicked away the soldiers who had tripped him, his gaze fixed on the rolling sea of fire to the west. His entourage spontaneously gathered around him, attempting to quell the chaos. But the fleeing mercenaries and bandits were already in disarray, many only concerned with escaping and ignoring his commands. Lester's gaze swept over the panicked soldiers, and he abruptly drew his sword from his waist. With a flash of cold light, he slashed at the shoulder of the nearest soldier who was paralyzed with fear and trying to flee. With a muffled thud, blood splattered onto Lester's face, but he didn't even blink, shouting fiercely, "Anyone who dares to back down will suffer this fate." Seeing this, the squires immediately drew their swords and pressed forward, killing several fleeing soldiers before the scene was forcibly brought under control. The still shaken soldiers dared not run any further. Lester, stepping over burning logs, strode towards the burning grain pile and shouted hoarsely, "Put out the fire. Send men to block the exits. Bring all the fleeing soldiers back. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." Under the threat of swords and spears from the entourage, some of the rioting soldiers were dragged and pulled back into reorganization. Together with those who arrived later, they frantically tried to put out the fire. Cries and shouts mingled with the smoke and fire. The camp was still in chaos, but it was finally brought under control. "Colwyn," he gritted his teeth, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, "I will definitely tear down your wooden fortress and rip you to pieces." Chapter 111 The Siege and Defense of Wooden Fortress 1. Inside the wooden fortress, Corwin gazed at the enemy camp engulfed in flames in the distance. A sudden thought struck him, and he almost led his men in a surprise attack amidst the chaos. But reason quickly prevailed over the impulse. Although the enemy was in disarray, it seemed that there were still sentry posts on the perimeter. Since our forces were already outnumbered, there was no point in launching a small-scale raid. If we attacked with all our troops, the chaos and the darkness would only cause our already small force to completely lose its organization once the night battle reached a stalemate. After weighing the options, he still dared not take the gamble. Thinking of the protagonists in his previous life's novels who became powerful and influential after transmigrating, Colwyn smiled bitterly to himself, feeling that he was truly unworthy of his identity as a transmigrator. As he was lost in thought, a soldier came to report that Colin and Bright had returned safely. Colin immediately sent a soldier to fetch Gus, and once the three were together, he first instructed Colin and Bright to briefly describe the night raid. The two reported that they had successfully disrupted the enemy camp, burned their supplies, and that the enemy had likely suffered significant casualties. After hearing the report, Corwin made a solemn deployment. After such a commotion, the enemy will definitely not let this go, and will probably start attacking the wooden fort tomorrow. He ordered Gus to go and mobilize the slaves, only letting them be responsible for transporting supplies and filling in the earth to repair the fortifications, while assigning people to guard them strictly to prevent riots. He ordered Bright to immediately count the arrows, logs, and other supplies to ensure that the quantity was sufficient. He also ordered Corin to double the number of lookout posts and patrols to closely monitor the enemy's movements, and all of them to take turns on guard. Duty, to rest and recuperate tonight, and to prepare for tomorrow's tough battle. As for Lester, he had initially thought that hiring nearly 500 mercenaries and bandits, along with his own private army, to take over a wooden fort that was not yet fully completed would be a piece of cake. But after tonight's attack, for the first time, a sense of unease rose in his heart. But the thought that young lad Corwin dared to bully him, demanding a ransom of 3,000 gold coins and cutting off his smuggling trade route overshadowed his unease with anger and greed. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Lester sounded the call to attack. The piercing sound of horns shattered the silence. Following the pre-arranged formation, they began a probing attack on the wooden fortress. The first wave consisted of only 30 or 40 men, who, under the cover of archers, carried a few makeshift ladders, and rushed toward the outer fence. Corwin observed from the watchtower. Judging from their rudimentary weapons and haphazard clothing, these were just lightly armed guerrillas. Their purpose was clearly to test the height of the fence and its weak points. It seemed that the enemy was not so reckless as to launch a full-scale attack. On the arrow tower, Bright didn't rush to order the arrows to be fired, but instead instructed his soldiers to keep a close watch on the distance to avoid wasting arrows. A short while later, the enemy carrying ladders stepped into the pre-designated trench trap zone. With a sharp crack, the camouflage panels beneath the feet of the first few men shattered, and they plummeted straight into the trench. The sharp wooden spikes at the bottom of the trench instantly pierced their bodies, and piercing screams erupted. Some died instantly, while others convulsed in agony amidst the blood, the dark red blood quickly soaking the soil at the bottom of the trench. Upon seeing this, the enemy behind them was thrown into chaos and instinctively retreated. The remaining teams carrying ladders also slowed down and cautiously probed forward. 50 paces, 40 paces, 30 steps. The counting sounds from the soldiers on the arrow tower rang out one after another. Concentrate your fire on the enemies forwards. Bright shouted the order. Several arrow towers fired simultaneously, unleashing a dense barrage of arrows that pierced the enemy ranks at the forefront. Muffled thuds and screams followed, and a dozen men fell to the ground. The already terrified soldiers completely collapsed, abandoning their ladders and fleeing in panic. This brief probing attack lasted no more than half an hour, and Lester's first-round team had already suffered more than half its casualties and retreated in disarray. Lester, standing at a distance, showed no surprise at the sight, merely waving his hand coldly. His squires immediately understood, leading the pre-arranged ranks and supervisory team forward. With a bugle call, the second offensive officially began. More than 100 infantrymen, carrying ladders, shields, and planks, cautiously advanced under the watchful eyes of the supervising team. This time, the enemy learned from their previous experience and did not charge rashly. They formed a mobile wall with shields, carried ladders, and advanced step by step. Although their speed was not as fast as the first wave, they steadily approached the stockade wall. However, when they reached about halfway to the wall, several scouts accidentally stepped on a disguised trap step, instantly falling into a trench full of spikes. Their shrill screams instantly echoed throughout the battlefield. On the arrow tower, Bright observed the situation below, waiting for the enemy to enter firing range. Once they're within effective range, shoot those without shields first. With this command, the archers in the tower knocked their arrows, ready to unleash a volley of arrows as soon as the enemy crowded between the trenches and the stockade walls, suppressing the exposed enemy with a hail of arrows. Moments later, the enemy finally broke through the pressure and reached the fence. Enemy archers began firing from the flanks, suppressing the defenders on the wall and buying time for the assault troops. Several enemy soldiers took the opportunity to laboriously push aside the chevaux de frise, placed wooden planks on the trench, and then firmly secured the siege ladder to the top of the wall. "Push the ladder," Gus roared, grabbing a fork and directing several soldiers to push hard on the top of the ladder. However, the top of the ladder was firmly held in place by enemy soldiers with grappling hooks, and several men at the bottom were pulling it down tightly. The ladder did not budge, but instead creaked under the pressure. "Throw stones. Smash their hands." At the sergeant's command, the soldiers on the stockade wall raised huge, pottery jar-like stones and smashed them down on the ladder. The enemy soldiers holding onto the ladder screamed as their heads were smashed open. The moment their fingers loosened, Gus seized the opportunity, shouted, and the men pushed together. With a loud crash, the ladder, full of enemy soldiers, collapsed, and the enemies on it fell heavily, suffering serious injuries on the spot. However, some enemies still tried to push the ladders back onto the fence. As soon as they rushed to the fence, arrows rained down from the arrow towers and battlements. The first few were hit by arrows and collapsed against the wall, their blood quickly soaking the soil beneath their feet. Some enemy soldiers, taking advantage of the cover of their shields, approached the fence, unaware that the defenders had already aimed their spears at the gaps in the fence, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The sharp spear tips suddenly pierced out, piercing their torsos, their screams abruptly ceasing. their bodies limply falling outside the fence, becoming an obstacle for their comrades to advance. At the same time, several slaves carrying supplies not far from the fence were unfortunately hit by stray arrows. Upon seeing this, Corin shouted to the other slaves, someone, carry them away, don't let them block the way. Chapter 112 The Siege and Defense of Wooden Fortress 2. The sun had already passed midday. Seeing that the second offensive had failed, Lester raised his hand to signal, and a long horn blast pierced the battlefield's clamor. A force of about 100 men immediately dispersed and surged towards the camp's perimeter. This time, they clearly intended to take the outer defenses in one fell swoop. After observing the enemy's situation and the intensity of their attack, Corwin ceased standing in the watchtower. He strode down the tower and personally led a reserve force of 10 men to the most critical section of the defensive line, ready to be deployed at any time. Guts had already set up defenses on the wooden walls of the camp. At several key points where the enemy was most likely to lay planks or set up ladders, he had stationed 3 soldiers at each location, one holding a shield to block arrows thrown by archers from the opposite side, the other 2 holding forks, ready to push and overturn any ladders leaning against the wooden walls. Once the enemy has determined their main attack position, the soldiers on duty nearby will immediately reinforce them. Among the slaves responsible for carrying the wounded and supplies, several brave ones are also temporarily conscripted to assist in the defense by throwing logs and stones from behind the wooden wall. The enemy's second attack was far more ferocious than the first probing attack. The enemy archers were the first to strike, unleashing several volleys of light arrows in an attempt to disrupt the defensive formation on the wooden wall. However, the shield-bearing soldiers reacted quickly, immediately raising their shields to protect themselves and their comrades. While this only provided protection to vital areas, it was enough to stabilize their position. Occasionally, some arrows, due to their distance, lacked sufficient force and merely grazed the armor of soldiers who hadn't yet raised their shields, causing no real damage. After several adjustments, the archers on the arrow towers within the stockade, though still limited in accuracy, were able to ensure their arrows consistently landed on the enemy archers due to their elevated position. While they didn't inflict any real casualties, they effectively suppressed the enemy archers. The enemy archer commander quickly realized the disadvantage and immediately ordered his archers to advance in a dispersed manner, while also bringing in some infantry with shields for cover, gradually closing in on the wooden wall. Seeing this, Bright on the arrow tower immediately signaled for the soldiers on the tower to stop firing at each other and to save all the arrows for the foot soldiers who were about to rush to the foot of the wall. By order of the Lord, soldiers who scale the wooden wall will be rewarded with 5 silver coins. Those who kill a soldier will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. The first squad to breach the wall will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Those who retreat will be executed. On horseback, the messenger knight loudly announced the rewards and punishments. Enticed by the generous rewards, the mercenaries and bandits outside the fence immediately stirred, roaring and quickening their pace, carrying shields and ladders, their charge becoming increasingly ferocious. Bright took the crossbow handed to him by a soldier beside him and aimed at an enemy commander in chainmail 30 paces away. The man was charging forward with his shield raised, and soon reached the fence, holding the shield tightly over his head with his left hand, and began to climb up the ladder. Just as he reached the middle of the ladder, Bright pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The armor-piercing crossbow bolt struck the man precisely in the side, piercing straight through his chainmail. The leader groaned, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground from the ladder, where he lay motionless. Just as Bright lowered his heavy crossbow, urgent shouts came from below the wooden wall. Charge! Charge! Several guards worked together to lift a forked pole, attempting to overturn a very stable ladder. The ladder was leaning at a sharp angle, almost touching the ground, and despite several attempts, the forked pole couldn't budge it. Meanwhile, a bandit wearing leather armor and wielding a round shield and long sword was rapidly climbing the ladder through a gap. Spears! Use spears! The squad leader shouted urgently, and a soldier immediately thrust forward with his spear. The bandit hurriedly raised his shield to block, but the guard's spear did not thrust directly. Instead, it swung horizontally, striking the bandit's unprotected wrist and neck. The bandit cried out in pain, lost his grip, and fell straight down the ladder, his fate unknown. Atop the arrow tower, Bright, seeing the enemy's shields becoming increasingly tight, immediately adjusted his tactics, directing his archers to fire in a crisscross pattern. The bandits climbing from the front could only protect their chests and faces, their sides and armpits completely exposed. This tactic proved effective, significantly reducing arrow consumption and causing enemies on the ladders to fall one after another, temporarily halting the offensive. The brief but bloody massacre had just ended when the most brutal frontal clash suddenly erupted against the wooden fence. The whistling of arrows piercing the air, the muffled thuds of wooden shields colliding, and the screams and dying cries of soldiers mingled together, the pungent stench of blood mixed with sweat and dust making it hard to breathe. The defending soldiers desperately thrust out their spears and forks, bracing against the tilting ladders and relentlessly stabbing the enemy soldiers climbing upwards, attempting to push the siege ladders away from the battlements. However, among the enemy troops, elite mercenaries clad in half-body armor, and some covered by chain mail, driven by the stern shouts of their superiors and the promise of a hefty reward, they raised their shields, enduring casualties as they charged forward. Finally, someone managed to reach the top of the ladder and scale the wooden wall. Even so, the defenders still held an overwhelming advantage. Every enemy soldier who managed to scale the ramparts was instantly surrounded by 3 to 5 soldiers wielding shields and spears. Under the hoarse commands of their officers, the defenders alternated between 2-man attacks and 3-man formations, forming a tight shield wall, the clanging of metal armor echoing incessantly. Enemies who made it onto the wall rarely lasted more than 3 to 5 rounds before being pierced through the chest and abdomen by spears or hacked down by swords, screaming as they plummeted over the wall. Rubens was leading 2 soldiers in a desperate defense of a section of the left-hand wooden wall when an enemy soldier clad in half-armored armor, having just scaled the ramparts, roared and swung his sword to parry, deflecting several thrusting spears with a blinding flash of sparks. Behind him, more enemy soldiers were frantically climbing the ladders, poised to surge up the wall again, and the situation instantly became critical. In the nick of time, Rubens seized the moment when the enemy soldier parried and withdrew his strength. Instead of retreating, he advanced, suddenly ducking low to the ground and lunging forward, narrowly avoiding the long sword aimed straight at his heart. Before the enemy soldier could turn around in a panic, Rubens was already behind him, his arms tightly gripping the enemy's waist and abdomen, which was covered by armor. Using the crenellations for support, he unleashed all his strength and violently threw the enemy soldier outwards. A blood-curdling scream instantly tore through the battlefield's clamor. The enemy soldier was thrown from the wooden wall like a sack of potatoes, his body slamming heavily against the spiked fence outside. The sharp spikes pierced his ribs without any resistance, and blood gushed down the spikes. He fell silent moments later, his body hanging limply on the fence, staining the entire wooden wall red. Push the ladder away. Push it down quickly. Rubens' chest heaved violently. He didn't even have time to wipe the blood splattered on his face. Gasping for breath, he and 2 soldiers immediately turned their spears around, and the 3 of them together pushed the ladder outwards, forcefully forcing the enemy soldiers, ladder and all, back down. Chapter 113: The Siege and Defense of Wooden Fortress 3. The brutal fighting continued, the deafening clang of weapons clashing against the wooden wall. Colwyn and his men held the line of defense on the right side of the main gate. Ragnar had just cleaved an enemy soldier leaping over the wall with an axe, when he suddenly looked up and roared at Colwyn. "Boss, look over there." Corwin turned his head sharply and saw a group of burly men carrying a simple battering ram made of sharpened, thick wood, charging frantically toward the main gate of the fence under the cover of their companions. "Bright, focus fire on the battering ram." His roar pierced through the noise. Bright, who was on the arrow tower, looked in the direction of the sound and immediately spotted the target. With a flick of his arm, the archers on the tower drew their bows at the same time, and a rain of arrows whistled down. "Raise your shields. All of you, raise your shields. Protect the battering ram. Don't charge around like idiots," a Leicester squire shouted from the rear of the group. Several mercenaries with round shields quickly moved in, forming a shield wall that completely protected the battering ram squad. Damn it, these bastards actually have some discipline. Holland stared at the approaching enemy team, cursing through gritted teeth. The tight shield formation blocked most of the arrows, and the enemy soldiers carrying the battering ram took the opportunity to rush forward. When they reached the main gate, although there were some casualties, 8 men still managed to hold the battering ram firmly. Ramp it open. The enemy soldiers below the city shouted wildly, and the other enemies who noticed this place continued to gather towards the main gate. Thump! The heavy wooden hammer slammed down on the fence gate, the entire wooden gate groaning under its strain, and sawdust fell everywhere. Bring the stuff up, Corwin shouted sternly. The defending soldiers immediately rushed up the ramparts with several buckets of boiling water. Ragnar grabbed the foremost bucket and, bending down, poured it over the enemy soldiers who were pounding on the gates below. A blood-curdling scream erupted instantly. The hammer-bearers at the front were scalded by boiling water, their skin turning red and blistering instantly. They collapsed to the ground, writhing wildly, completely incapacitated. The remaining defenders followed closely behind, pouring buckets of boiling water down one after another. The enemy soldiers charging at the front of the wall were drenched and howled in pain. Their fierce charging formation instantly collapsed, and the attack from the main gate was cut in half. The battle along the outer perimeter of the wooden fortress devolved into a bloody stalemate. Both sides continuously deployed reserve troops, with the attackers suffering heavy casualties and holding out against the wall but unable to break through, while the defenders, despite having the advantage of terrain, were unable to completely drive the enemy away for the time being. The fierce battle had raged on, leaving the enemy with corpses strewn across the ground. Several fierce attacks had ended in disastrous defeats, and morale was on the verge of collapse. Just when the stalemate seemed insurmountable, the reserves inside the wooden fortress, under Gus's command, pressed forward in full force. The density of rolling logs and stones thrown suddenly increased, raining down on the crowded enemy below the wall. Unable to hold out any longer, the enemy retreated to the corners against the wall for cover, or simply turned and fled, drastically reducing the number of enemy soldiers climbing the ladders. Deprived of reinforcements, the enemy ranks on the ladders fell into disarray, one after another. The defenders seized the opportunity to kick over, cut, and push down the ladders leaning against the wooden wall, completely cutting off any possibility of the enemy climbing. Seeing that the attack had completely failed, their comrades were dead and wounded, and the front line was in complete collapse. The enemy's morale was completely broken, and the remaining soldiers retreated in panic one after another. Woo woo woo. A long, dejected bugle call for retreat sounded from the distant ranks of those overseeing the battle. Lester gazed at the fleeing mercenaries and bandits, then at the battlefield littered with corpses, a scene of utter devastation with no chance of victory. The sun was slowly sinking below the western horizon. Further delay would only invite a counterattack from the defenders, and nighttime was hardly suitable for continuing the attack. He gritted his teeth and cursed, finally ordering a reluctant retreat. Corwin slumped onto the battlements of the fence, his back heavily against the rough wooden pillars. He listened to the fading bugle calls from outside the city and the deafening cheers of the guards beside him, and gazed at the blood-stained sunset on the horizon. He slowly and deeply exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. The smell of blood and smoke mingled in the evening breeze, making one's throat tighten. The screams below the wall gradually subsided, leaving only sporadic groans and the heavy breathing of the defenders. Ragnar, leaning on his blood-stained battle axe, plopped down next to Corwin, his clothes still dripping with bits of flesh and blood. "We held on, boss." He gasped for breath. A little later, and they probably would have broken down the main gate. Corwin didn't speak immediately, but looked down at the mess below the wall. Corpses lay scattered outside the fence, the marks of boiling water leaving blackened marks on the soil, and the makeshift battering ram lay askew among the corpses, long forgotten. "Horan, go find Gus and have him take stock of the casualties." He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse from the fierce battle. "Carry the wounded into the wooden fort for bandaging. The dead gather them in the open area on the west side first, and bury them together after the battle." Understood. Holland responded and left, his steps equally heavy. Before long, several soldiers hurried past carrying stretchers. On the stretchers lay soldiers wounded by knives and axes, their limbs broken, each face etched with pain and exhaustion. Bright, who was on the arrow tower, also slowly descended. A deep, bone-revealing wound on his right arm was hastily wrapped in coarse cloth, blood seeping out. "Sir, the archers haven't suffered much damage, but they've used up most of their arrows," Bright reported in a low voice. "If this continues for a few more rounds, we'll have to resort to swords and axes." Corwin nodded, his gaze sweeping across the defensive line. The wooden wall was badly damaged in many places, the gate was dented and deformed, and several supports were loose, threatening to collapse at any moment. Bloodstains on the ground flowed through the cracks in the wood, forming small pools of blood at the base of the wall. Not long after, Holland returned with a squad leader, his face grim. "Boss, the count is complete." He paused, his voice low. 14 dead, 7 seriously wounded, and more than 20 lightly wounded. There are probably 70 or 80 men who can continue to fight with weapons. The air fell silent for a moment. Ragnar spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Those bastards, if they dare to come again, I'll twist their heads off and use them as footballs." Corwin didn't get angry. He simply stood up slowly, leaning against the uneven wooden wall, and looked towards the horizon where the sun had completely sunk. Night was about to envelop the earth. "Pass down the order." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. "Tonight, no one will sleep in the wooden fort. Everyone will be stationed at the fence. The wounded will be responsible for repairing the gate and reinforcing the wooden posts, while those who can move will sharpen the splinters and prepare rolling stones. The enemy won't be satisfied until they take the city today. We must be on guard against a possible surprise attack tonight." Meanwhile, Lester had retreated to camp and hastily tallied the battle losses. Before he could even calculate the casualty figures, logistical problems had already made him furrow his brow and feel extremely frustrated. This newly built wooden fort is isolated on the border, with no decent village or town nearby, and food and other supplies can only be transported from the rear. The food supplies he brought were very limited. His original plan was to win the battle quickly and take the stronghold by virtue of his numerical advantage. However, the attacks have been repeatedly thwarted. Not only have they failed to take the wooden fort, but the morale of the entire team has also plummeted, and the morale of the men is wavering. Food consumption spiraled out of control, far exceeding previous estimates. Furthermore, the mercenaries and bandits under his command were already undisciplined and greedy. They not only needed to fill their stomachs daily, but also drank heavily and demanded meat, further exacerbating the problem. Chapter 114, The Intermission of War. A fierce defensive battle has finally come to an end, and both sides are struggling with their respective problems. On the wood fortress side, Corwin is arranging the cleanup work. "Corwin, take a few men to take care of the wounded. Have the slaves carry the seriously wounded to the temporary medical tent on the left side of the wooden fortress, and let the lightly wounded bandage themselves. Bright, go and arrange for the soldiers who participated in the battle to take turns resting. Everyone must have a bowl of meat soup and eat their fill. Gus, in a moment you will take the reserves and the slaves and retrieve all the arrows and logs outside the fence. Also, strip all the weapons and equipment from the dead enemies and transport them back to the fortress for inventory. Don't waste a single resource." Corwin personally took charge of the defensive deployment. Due to limited manpower, each of the originally fully manned arrow towers now only had one person on guard, mainly responsible for observing enemy movements in the distance. The main force retreated behind the wooden wall, with 2 reserve squads ready to fill in at any time. Night fell completely. Corwin, weary from his journey, inspected the defensive line, repeatedly emphasizing every weak point. He then instructed the soldiers on duty to throw a burning torch towards the fence every so often, both to illuminate the terrain for better observation and to deter any enemy attempting a night raid. After inspecting the outer defenses, Corwin climbed the watchtower and carefully observed the enemy camp across the way under the cover of darkness. Only after confirming there were no signs of troop movements did he relax slightly, then turned to check on the wounded soldiers' treatment. It wasn't until late at night that Corwin finally had a sip of warm broth in the wooden fort, which calmed him down a bit. He summoned Bright and other commanding officers, and briefly reviewed the day's defensive vulnerabilities and losses before finding a place to fall into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, Lester, who had suffered a setback at Woodburg, was increasingly on edge. After 2 daytime attacks, despite having a numerical advantage, they barely even touched the walls of the wooden fortress. This rabble, gathered with money, had little loyalty to begin with, and now, with nearly 30% dead or wounded, the camp was filled with groans of agony. Lester knew that if this dragged on, morale would collapse, and the outcome would be uncertain, let alone capturing this damned wooden fortress. Just as Lester gritted his teeth and pondered a solution, the piercing cries and curses of wounded soldiers echoed from outside the tent. The camp's medical facilities were rudimentary, only able to treat superficial wounds. Those severely wounded, pierced by arrows and spears, had long been abandoned, without even a sip of water. This atmosphere of despair spread through the camp like a plague. "My lord," a servant rushed in. "The leaders down there are arguing. Some say morale is low and they can't fight anymore. Others say one more charge will allow them to grab some loot and recoup their losses. They asked me to ask you whether we should organize another strong attack tonight." Lester's face turned ashen, and he kicked over the table. Looking at the mess on the ground and listening to the growing signs of mutiny outside, he finally made up his mind. "Go tell them. Let them rest for the night and recharge. Tomorrow at daybreak, everyone will launch a full-scale attack." Lester continued, "I will distribute the reward money from those who died to the rest of the people. Tell everyone to wait patiently." He suddenly kicked the wooden stake next to him. "If we fail to take this dilapidated fortress by tomorrow, none of you should return." Lester knew this was his last chance. If they couldn't take the wooden fortress by tomorrow, this hastily assembled team would have to disband. Early the next morning, Corwin was awakened by Corin. It turned out that the enemy outside had shot an arrow with a parchment letter tied to the shaft. He took the letter, unfolded it, and read it carefully. As he read, he couldn't help but laugh. He then sent someone to gather everyone. Shortly after, Bright and Gus arrived. Colwyn briefly recounted the contents of the letter. "The enemy outside has given us 2 choices. One is to surrender immediately, hand over all our possessions, lay down our weapons, and we can save our lives. The other is to continue to hold out, and they have threatened to kill us all if they break through here. What do you think?" Bright's anger was immediately palpable. Have these people lost their minds? We routed them yesterday, and now they dare to brazenly tell us to surrender? I'd like to see how many more lives they have left to lose. Gus chimed in. They may look numerous, but their successive assaults have taken a heavy toll, and there are no resupply points nearby. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for them. As long as we hold our fortifications, we can wear them down. Corwin nodded and said, They just suffered a defeat yesterday, and they're already rushing to persuade us to surrender today. They're probably all bark and no bite. Their morale is already low. We don't need to pay them any mind. He paused. Then his tone became decisive. Continue to strengthen the defenses, keep a close eye on the enemy's movements, and no one is allowed to engage in battle without authorization. If they want to attack, let them run into the wall. Just as everyone had received their orders and dispersed, a chaotic chorus of horns and shouts erupted from outside the city walls. The enemy did not retreat despite the defenders' disregard. Instead, after a brief regrouping, they began a large-scale troop movement. Having suffered a heavy loss the previous day, the enemy realized the fort's solid defenses. Their infantry regrouped, pushing hastily assembled battering rams and a few ladders, and slowly approached the city walls. They clearly had no patience for a prolonged siege and seemed to intend to launch a new offensive immediately. The enemy archers began their first volley, a dense rain of arrows striking the wooden walls, shields, and ground with a resounding crackling sound. Among the enemy's charging ranks, several better-dressed leaders brandished their weapons, shouting orders as they advanced, attempting to use their numerical superiority to suppress the defenders' firepower. Meanwhile, several signal flags were raised behind enemy lines, seemingly calling for the scattered squads to regroup, displaying an attitude of taking the wooden fortress in one fell swoop. However, Their movements were not as orderly as yesterday, and many enemy soldiers wore hesitant expressions, clearly not yet fully recovered from yesterday's fierce battle. Bright, have the crossbowmen in the left arrow tower concentrate their fire on the team carrying the ladders. Don't fire randomly. Gus, get your men ready with the logs and boulders. Throw them down when they get close. Corwin's instructions were clearly heard by the others, and the soldiers, who had been somewhat tense, regained their composure. The next moment, the first wave of enemy soldiers rushed to the foot of the wall. Ladders were heavily placed against the wall, and these desperate men roared as they climbed upwards. But before they could climb halfway up, a dense barrage of rolling stones and logs suddenly fell from the top of the wall. Screams rang out one after another, and the climbing soldiers fell heavily like puppets with broken strings. Some ladders were also smashed and bent. A fearless enemy leader charged onto the wall, but before he could even show his upper body, Holland swept his axe across the wall and fell to the ground. Corwin had just cut down an enemy who had jumped onto the wooden wall. He looked around and saw enemies continuously converging on him. The two sides had started the day with a fierce battle, and just then, the sky suddenly darkened. First, a gust of wind swept by, swirling up blood, with chips and broken arrows from the ground, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Then, large raindrops began to fall without warning, pelting the wooden walls, shields, and the scalding blood-soaked ground, splashing up fine mud. The rain came on quickly, turning from a drizzle into a downpour in no time. The dense raindrops instantly obscured visibility, and the slippery wooden walls caused enemy soldiers climbing them to slip and fall repeatedly. The muddy ground made it difficult for the enemy soldiers who were ramming the gates and charging forward to make any progress. Meanwhile, the defending soldiers' arrows were soaked by the rain, greatly reducing their range and power. The sounds of fighting between the two sides were swallowed up by the rushing rain. Corwin leaned on a wooden pillar and strained to look out the wall. The enemy was in disarray in the downpour. The already hesitant soldiers retreated one after another. The shouts of the leaders were muffled in the rain. The attacking force completely collapsed. After confirming that there were no enemies, the soldiers on the wall also stopped moving and just watched the sudden downpour. The fierce battle was abruptly interrupted by a sudden downpour. Chapter 1:15 Night Raid on the Enemy Camp. Large raindrops pelted down, turning the flat ground outside the wooden fort into a muddy mess, and the river level rose rapidly with the help of the rain. Corwin stood on the watchtower and looked out at the enemy camp for a while. After arranging for Corwin to lead his men to stand guard and be on high alert, he turned around and led Gus and Bright back to the wooden castle to temporarily avoid the sudden downpour. Inside the wooden castle hall, the crackling fire dispelled some of the chill. The three had barely settled when Guts wiped the rain from his face and said in a deep voice, "This rain came just in time. It'll probably last until evening. Even if the enemy wants to continue their attack, they'll have to wait for the rain to stop. Besides, the muddy roads will make it difficult for them to move. Even if they want to launch a full-scale assault, they'll have to tamp down the mud first." Bright added, "We have a strong wooden fortress for defense, and our morale is high. We have ample food and arrows, and the river behind us makes it easy to get water. The granaries inside the fortress have enough food to sustain us for a long time. Right now, we just need to hold our ground, and the enemy will eventually fall into disarray." Corwin then slowly spoke up. "I have a way to break this deadlock. Listen to whether it's feasible." Gus and Bright exchanged a glance, immediately abandoning their casual conversation, sitting up straight and listening intently. The enemy camp is set up on the northwest side of the wooden fort, backed by the woods, and they've been focusing their attack on our main gate, but they've overlooked the nearby river. Corwin stood up and walked to the hanging parchment map, tracing the winding river. The heavy rains have caused the river to swell, and although the current is swift, it will mask other noises. I plan to have Guts lead the craftsmen to build simple rafts, and while the rain subsides, we can take advantage of the situation to circle around to the rear of the enemy camp by water and catch them off guard." Gus and Bright's eyes lit up instantly, their doubt turning into agreement, and they nodded repeatedly, saying, "This method works." Without further hesitation, Corwin immediately ordered, "Gus, take the carpenters and get to work right away. The rafts don't need to be sturdy, just heavy enough to carry people. Prepare ropes, torches, and fuel for each raft. Bright, select 60 soldiers and equip them with weapons. Once the rafts are finished, we'll set off at midnight. Yes, sir. As soon as the order was given, the wooden fortress sprang into action. Gus led the carpenters in urgently constructing makeshift rafts, while Bright gathered the soldiers, checking their equipment and cleaning their weapons one by one. Everyone's eyes were resolute. They all knew this was a crucial battle to break the siege and turn the tide of the war. Meanwhile, the camp in Leicester outside the city was already in chaos. Most of the tents couldn't withstand the torrential rain, and rainwater seeped in through the gaps, mixing with the mud and turning the camp into a swamp. The already resentful mercenaries and bandits finally erupted into a full-blown conflict. Damn this weather. I'm done. If this keeps going, I'll be dead. A mercenary with a full beard smashed the wooden bowl in his hand and jumped up, roaring. Bastard! You tricked us into coming here to die, and now you expect us to risk our lives without even giving us a hot meal. Give us our money back. We want to leave. We don't want to be cannon fodder anymore. Curses, protests, and arguments erupted, plunging the camp into complete chaos. Lester personally led his private army to quell the unrest, barely managing to suppress it. But the resentment within the ranks was like a volcano beneath the earth, already brimming with power, ready to erupt again at any moment. This rabble, who had come for money, were now facing hunger, cold, and death, unable to receive the promised reward. They were hardly willing to fight. Lester suppressed his anger and anxiety, hoping the rain would stop, completely forgetting that in such terrible weather, the camp's perimeter should be even more heavily guarded. By evening, the rain had stopped, the sky was covered by thick, dark clouds. There was no moonlight, the river was wide, and the current was not very rapid. After personally leading a reconnaissance mission, Corwin had a clear understanding of the situation. The river was wide enough to carry rafts downstream. The simple rafts were silently pushed into the river, and the soldiers, seated on them, glided like ghosts across the dark surface, making no sound, thanks to the swift current. Without the interference of oars, the rafts, relying entirely on water power, moved extremely fast, quickly heading towards the enemy camp under the cover of night. After a while, the raft came to a steady stop on the riverbank behind the enemy camp. 60 elite soldiers silently jumped off the raft, secured it firmly to a dead tree on the bank with ropes, and then, armed and crouching low, slowly made their way into the camp. At this time, most of the people in the camp were huddled in damp tents or warming themselves by the campfire. Only sporadic whispers and the rustling of the wind through the tents could be heard. The entire camp was deathly silent. Gus gave a gesture, and the 60 soldiers immediately split into 2 teams, moving swiftly and in perfect coordination. One team, carrying torches and oil, stealthily approached the tents and slowly poured the oil onto the tops of the tents. The other team, led by Bright, stood in formation on both sides of the tents, armed and ready, their short swords and spears gleaming coldly in the night. Ignition. As soon as Guts finished whispering, dozens of torches were lit at the same time. Fire. Help put out the fire. Enemy attack. Enemy forces are here. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the camp. The mercenaries, awakened from their sleep by the shouts and the flames, rushed out of their tents, disheveled and panicked. To their horror, they discovered that the area behind the camp was engulfed in flames, and thick smoke blocked their retreat to the woods. Lester was jolted awake by the shouts, and without even putting on his shoes, he stumbled out of the tent. When he saw the raging fire and the fleeing soldiers, his face turned ashen, and a chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. He immediately realized he was in dire straits and roared in an attempt to quell the unrest. Everyone, listen up. Break through towards the woodlands. Quickly. Don't panic. Retreat in an orderly fashion. But his voice was quickly drowned out by the screams and cries of agony. In the chaos, the soldiers were terrified and disoriented, running in all directions. Bright, hearing the commotion, immediately ordered his men to fire arrows, instantly felling a swathe of panicked enemy soldiers. Caught between the flames and the rain of arrows, the army was utterly routed and collapsed. A cold glint flashed in Bright's eyes, and he roared, "Charge!" 30 elite soldiers charged into the chaotic enemy ranks like tigers descending a mountain, wielding short swords and shouting. They did not linger in battle or charge blindly, but instead, following the predetermined formation, swiftly divided and surrounded the enemy soldiers who were trying to regroup. Amidst the flashing swords, the scattered soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Lester attempted to organize his guards to break through the encirclement, but they were routed by the panicked fleeing soldiers, and his guards fell one by one. He slipped and fell heavily into the mud, covered in filth. As he struggled to get up, a long sword was already pressed against his throat, the cold blade against his skin, instantly freezing him in place. Chapter 116 Post-War. In the muddy, dilapidated camp, the air was thick with the mingled smells of gunpowder and blood. The battle of the previous night was finally over. Corwin stood on a small hill, looking at the ravaged camp before him. The siege of the wooden fortress was finally over. After the surprise attack in the middle of the night, the enemy, whose morale was on the verge of collapse, completely broke up their camp amidst the firelight and shouts of battle. In this chaos, most of the enemy's casualties were not directly caused by Corwin's surprise attack, but by the enemy pushing and shoving each other and frantically cutting each other in the dark. A considerable number of enemy troops had already scattered and fled at the beginning of the surprise attack. As dawn broke, the soldiers temporarily took control of the camp. At this moment, Gus came to Corwin and bowed to report, "Sir, after last night's surprise attack, we completely crushed the enemy. The remaining fleeing enemies are no longer a threat. However, there are still many seriously wounded prisoners groaning in this camp." Corwin said, "Gus, finish off the seriously wounded enemies and give them a quick death. Then send someone back to Woodburg to report the news, leave the garrison behind, and the rest of you come over to clean up the battlefield." "Yes, sir." Gus accepted the order and left. Under the officer's supervision, the soldiers quickly began the cleanup, their finishing blows swift and decisive, the dying screams instantly replaced by deathly silence. Afterwards, they began collecting the spoils of war. The enemy's weapons and armor were stripped off one by one, piled up, and to be transported back to the wooden fortress shortly. Corwin also allowed soldiers to use personal valuables scavenged from corpses as rewards to boost morale, but he also strictly enforced discipline. Anyone who hoards large sums of money or conceals weapons will be subject to military law. Just then, Bright walked over, holding up a damaged coat of arms, and solemnly handed it to Corwin. "My lord, take a look at this." Corwin took the coat of arms, his fingertips touching the cold metal, and immediately recognized it as the crest of a noble family. Bright reported, "During the brief interrogation of the prisoners just now, according to their initial confessions, this group was indeed hired by the nobles behind the smuggling caravan. Moreover, among the prisoners we captured, there were indeed some noble private soldiers wearing that emblem." Corwin nodded. "Let's move all the useful supplies here first. The soldiers have been fighting for days, so they should all go back to the wooden fortress to rest and recuperate. We can talk about the interrogation after we get back and have finished our victory celebration." After listening, Bright nodded and didn't say anything more. Then, the slave caravan led by Corwin arrived. To prevent the spread of plague, Corwin ordered the scattered corpses on the battlefield to be gathered, dragged, doused with oil, and burned, eliminating the most dangerous sanitary hazard. Amidst the smoke and heat, the caravan loaded the spoils onto wagons and escorted Corwin back to Wood Castle. After Corwin led his troops back to their camp, his nerves, which had been stretched taut for days, finally relaxed. The wagons that entered one after another were laden with captured weapons and armor. The mountains of spoils quickly filled the open space in front of the wooden fortress, signifying a complete victory in this defensive battle. After instructing Hoggs and the others to organize the supplies, Corwin went directly to the wounded soldiers. The groans of the wounded soldiers rose and fell, but their condition seemed much better than yesterday. He checked on the most seriously injured soldiers one by one. None of them had fever or infection symptoms. He instructed the others to take good care of the wounded soldiers. Only when he saw that the wounded soldiers were in good condition did he feel a little relieved. When they returned to the wooden fortress, Corwin was waiting outside. Upon seeing Corwin arrive, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Young master, what should we do with the prisoners we brought back?" Should we keep them under centralized custody? Corwin thought for a moment and then said, separate the prisoners. Those who wear coats of arms and are confirmed to be noblemen's private soldiers should be kept in separate prisons and guarded closely, and should not be mixed with ordinary prisoners. The rest of the miscellaneous soldiers should be tied together with ropes and given only a little thin porridge for now, just enough to keep them from starving. Yes, young master. Corwin accepted the order and quickly went to make the arrangements. As dusk fell, after arranging the guards, a long table was set up inside the wooden fort, and the victory celebration officially began. Outside the fort, the bonfire crackled, and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. The soldiers drank from large bowls and ate large chunks of meat, celebrating their victory. Corwin sat in the main seat, raised his glass, took a sip of ale, and looked at his highly motivated soldiers, a smile appearing on his face. The victory celebration didn't end until late at night. After the officers and soldiers had dispersed, a moment later, Bright escorted a disheveled but undeniably arrogant man into the hall. This man was none other than Lester, who had been hiding among the prisoners, trying to disguise himself as an ordinary mercenary. Corwin didn't say much, but simply observed him quietly. After a moment, he spoke. Bright, go and bring Kuzant here. Not long after, Kuzant was escorted to the center of the hall by two soldiers. Corwin sat in the main seat, his gaze calmly fixed on the other person, and slowly said, Kuzant, lift your head and look at the person next to you. Do you know him? Kuzant instinctively turned his head, and the moment his gaze fell upon the man beside him, his pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief, and his voice trembled uncontrollably as he blurted out, Master? The exclamation had barely faded when Bright, who was standing to the side, immediately stepped forward and confirmed in a deep voice, He is Baron Lester? Upon hearing this, and glancing at Lester beside him, Kuzant's face turned deathly pale. His lips trembled a few times, and then he lowered his head, his shoulders shaking slightly, looking utterly resigned to his fate. Seeing this, Corwin didn't ask any more questions, but simply waved his hand coldly. Take him away and keep a close watch on him. The sergeant immediately helped the limp Kuzant up and quickly left the hall. The room fell silent instantly, save for the faint crackling of the candlelight. Corwin turned to Lester and said in a flat tone, Baron Lester, please have a seat. Lester remained silent for a moment, then slowly walked to the chair, sat down heavily, his face still bearing the arrogance and resentment of a nobleman. Corwin went straight to the point. Baron Lester, the smuggling caravan I intercepted was yours. You were also the one who led the attack on my wooden fortress. Putting aside the severity of the crime of provoking a private fight, you are guilty of smuggling contraband. According to the laws of the kingdom, this is enough to strip you of your title and even subject you to severe punishment. You should know this better than I do. Lester snorted coldly, then said, Corwin, now that things have come to this, I admit defeat. I underestimated you. You can send people to my territory to demand a ransom, but you should think carefully. I'm not the only noble who smuggles across the border. If you dare to take this to the higher-ups, we'll all be fighting to the death, and no one will escape unscathed. After saying that, he abruptly shut his mouth and gave no further response. Corwin remained silent, staring at Lester in a long silence that seemed to freeze the air. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Someone come here. The soldiers outside immediately responded and entered. Take Baron Lester away, put him in a separate room, and keep him under strict guard. No one is allowed to contact him. Yes, sir. Lester glanced at Corwin, but ultimately said nothing more and was led away. The hall returned to silence. Chapter 117 Planning. After the sergeant escorted Lester away, Corwin sat in silence for a while before saying, Bright, go and call Gus and Corin here. A short while later, the two arrived one after the other. After everyone sat down, Corwin asked in quick succession, Have the guards been arranged? How are the wounded? Have the supplies been inventoried? The guards have all been arranged. 2 squads will be on duty for the first half of the night, and then 2 other squads will take turns to relieve them for the second half. I have also set up lookout posts and flanking sentries to prevent any remaining enemy forces from taking the risk of turning back to launch a surprise attack. Gus replied in a deep voice. Corin then added, The wounded have been properly cared for. The seriously wounded are given priority for treatment, and those with mobility issues are being looked after by designated personnel. The lightly wounded are mostly being treated by themselves. However, after this battle, medical supplies are running low. As for supplies, most of the captured grain was burned during the enemy's retreat, so the quantity was already small, and now there's almost nothing left. The most captured items were weapons and equipment, given the enemy's large numbers. However, the equipment was rather varied, with armor mainly consisting of leather and chain mail, along with some half-body armor. The weapons were mostly half-swords, round shields, and spears. Colwyn nodded slightly. Everyone has worked hard. This battle was made possible by your valiant efforts. You should have been able to rest, but the situation is urgent, and I have to discuss something with you. As you should know, this battle was triggered by our interception of a smuggling caravan. The caravan was backed by nobles who hired people to retaliate. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents, and what we blocked was not just the livelihood of one noble. He paused, then continued. Last night we raided the enemy camp and successfully captured their leader. We found noble badges on some of their private soldiers, and after interrogation and identification, we have confirmed the leader's identity as the owner of this smuggling caravan, Baron Lester. From what he said, this smuggling trade is a joint operation by several nobles. I called you here to hear your opinions. How should we deal with Lester? And how should we deal with the smuggling chaos that will follow? My lord, did this Baron Lester mention any other nobles involved? Gus suddenly asked. No, and he couldn't possibly say, Corwin replied. Bright pondered for a moment and said, I think it would be better to just offer a high ransom and let his men go back and raise the money to redeem him. We can use this money to accelerate development, and then use this time to recruit manpower and build this place into a stronghold. They can't outlast us. Besides, these people don't dare to openly mobilize their army to attack us. Once they use their regular army, it would be tantamount to open rebellion, and the royal family would directly label it as a rebellion. The solution is possible, but it will have endless consequences. We will inevitably have to be on guard against their underhanded tactics day and night in the future, Corwin said, frowning. At this moment, Gus slowly spoke up. Instead of keeping this hot potato, we should send him to Sir Prague. The three of them looked at Gus simultaneously. Corwin spoke first. What do you mean? Prague is the steward under Count Lucius, and you, sir, are the border patrol officer. It is your duty to apprehend smugglers, bandits, and thieves. However, Lester led his troops to attack our wooden fortress, which constitutes an unauthorized use of force and a deliberate attack on a royal official. We will hand him over to Prague along with all the prisoners. Such a serious matter is something he can easily understand the cause and effect of if he is not stupid. Once he knows, he will naturally report it to Count Lucius. Bright's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, You mean, if we hand over Lester, it's the same as handing over the evidence of smuggling directly to Earl Lucius? The nobles behind Lester are most afraid of being targeted by Lucius. Once Earl Lucius investigates, they will be too busy to care about themselves, and our troubles will naturally be solved, right? Exactly, Gus nodded. By giving Lester, this important pawn, to Earl Lucius, we are essentially offering a crucial gift to bring down the rival local nobles. Given Earl Lucius's position, he will certainly appreciate our favor. Then, when we ask for something in return, weapons, provisions, craftsmen, and supplies will be provided without hesitation. Even, Jurston didn't continue speaking. Corwin looked at him and calmly finished the sentence. Or even, to have Count Lucius, on the grounds of his merit in quelling the rebellion, formally place this borderland under our jurisdiction and legalize our outpost. Right, Gus? Yes, sir, that's what I mean. Gus nodded emphatically in reply. The hall fell silent for a moment, and then all eyes were on Corwin. Corwin said slowly, Gus, your idea is feasible. Keeping Lester or demanding a ransom will only lead to more trouble. Sending him to Prague and having Prague hand him over to Count Lucius will allow us to extricate ourselves from the vortex and also do Prague a favor. Let's do it your way. Bright, this matter is entrusted to you. Tomorrow you will escort Lester to Columber and hand him over to Prague. Bright immediately replied, I will go and make arrangements for the escort right away, and I will make sure there are no problems on the way. Corwin glanced at everyone and then said, "No need to rush. Everyone has worked hard today. The matter has just ended, so everyone should get a good night's rest and be fully refreshed. Tomorrow morning, bright, you will personally lead the team to escort Baron Lester and his captured private soldiers to Columber and formally hand them over to Sir Prague. No need for many words, just follow the established procedures." "Yes, sir," Bright replied, accepting the order. Corwin then turned to Corin. "Corin, you and Bright's team will set off tomorrow to return to our territory. Let me know you're safe and sound, and also check on the recent developments in the territory for me." He paused, then specifically instructed, "When you see Father Severin, please tell him for me that he doesn't have to wait for me to return. He can first pardon a group of slaves and convert them into serfs, and then select some diligent and reliable serfs to be promoted to official subjects. The sooner this is done, the more it will win over the hearts of the people and stabilize the rear." "Understood. I will convey your message verbatim, young master." Corin bowed respectfully. "All right, everyone go and rest." Corwin waved his hand. Chapter 118, Forming a Caravan. Early the next morning, Bright, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, escorted Baron Lester to the county town of Corinbart. Meanwhile, Corinbart also packed his bags and set off back to his territory. After the two men set off, Corwin did not rest. Post-war affairs remained busy, and he ordered the carpenters to lead the slaves to continue building the wooden fortress. With the minor matters initially settled, Corwin had someone bring Cusant over, and soon Cusant was brought before him. "Sit down," Colwyn said calmly. "I'll stand, sir." Cusant bowed quickly, his expression full of fear. Seeing this, Corwin stopped pressing the issue and said directly, "Baron Lester led his men to attack my wooden castle, but they have been defeated and captured. I have already sent men to escort him to the county town." He paused, his gaze falling on Cusant. "You are the head of his smuggling caravan, secretly making profits and disrupting border order. Each of these charges is enough to convict you. I haven't decided how to deal with you yet." Cusant's face turned deathly pale, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. "My lord, if you spare my life, I will do anything for you." Corwin looked at Cusant, who was crawling on the ground and trembling, without any change in expression on his face. He simply raised his hand slowly. "Get up, there's no need for that. Since I promised to spare your life, I won't go back on my word," Corwin said calmly. "I called you here today not to take your life, nor do I intend to hand you over to the county town for punishment." Cusant was taken aback by what he heard. He stiffly got up from the ground, lowered his head, and still dared not look Corwin in the eye. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not guess the young lord's intentions. Corwin walked slowly to him and said in a calm tone, "I have secretly sent men to retrieve your wife and children from Baron Lester's territory. They are currently being housed in my territory and are safe." "My lord," Cusant's throat bobbed, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a moment. Corwin waved his hand and continued, "I know you've been operating on the border for many years. You're familiar with every secret smuggling route. You know the various forces involved in smuggling, and you know how to survive in the cracks between nobles and merchants. I'm cracking down on smuggling, but not eliminating border trade. I want to form an armed caravan to open up trade routes here and exchange grain, ironware, and other important materials for my territory." He stared sharply at Cusant and said, word by word, "And what I need is someone who knows the ways of smuggling and is an expert in underground trade." Cusant instantly understood Corwin's entire intention, and the last trace of fear in his heart vanished, replaced by the ecstatic joy of escaping from a desperate situation. He quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said earnestly and firmly, "My lord, I am willing to serve you. As long as you trust me, I can not only manage your caravan openly, but also use our past connections and routes to conduct smuggling trade for you privately, avoiding all official checks and bringing you what you want as quickly as possible." Corwin nodded slowly, then said, "Since you are willing to serve, I will give you a chance. In a few days, I will form a small caravan, and you will be the manager of this armed caravan, in charge of the trade routes, sources of goods and accounts. These arrangements will be under your command." Then he changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. "But there's one thing you need to remember. I will select the caravan's guards from my own army, with squad leader Rubens serving as the caravan's head guard. He will only be responsible for the caravan's security. You will only handle matters like smuggling, understand? Kazant trembled and immediately bowed, his forehead touching the ground. His voice trembled but was extremely respectful. Understood, understood. I will certainly do my duty and serve you, my lord. Rest assured about the caravan's trade. I will not deceive you in any way. Kazant knew this was the only way out, and at that moment he felt as if he had been granted a pardon, so he dared not have the slightest objection. At this point, Corwin's tone softened, and he said, "It's good that you understand. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes. I'll have someone prepare a hot meal for you. Get some rest and recharge your energy. I hope you can tell me a complete trade route and supply plan as soon as possible." "Thank you for your mercy, sir." Kazant prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead pressed against the earth. This time, it was no longer a panicked plea for mercy, but a heartfelt submission and gratitude. He paused for a moment before carefully rising and retreating with the soldiers. "My lord, why are we doing this?" Guts, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak up. "Gus, I know what you're wondering. As a border patrol officer, I should be cracking down on smuggling, but now I have to do this kind of thing myself. It does sound contradictory." Corwin's tone was calm, but it revealed a hint of helplessness. "Yes, sir. Doing so is too risky, and besides, can this Kazant really be trusted?" Guts pressed in a deep voice. Corwin didn't answer directly, but instead looked up at him. "You said these nobles have been smuggling in secret for years. Do you really think Count Lucius is completely unaware? Even His Majesty the King, do you think he wouldn't hear a word about it?" Gus paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. "I suppose they know something about it, more or less." "Since you know this, why does it keep getting worse?" Corwin's voice deepened. "Because the profits are too great, so great that everyone knows it but doesn't say it. Our territory is in dire need of reconstruction. The construction of the wooden fort, the supply of the army, and the resettlement of the people all require huge sums of money. The territory's harvest is barely enough to be self-sufficient, and even if a tax checkpoint is set up here in the wooden fort, the commercial taxes will be far from enough. Tell me, do I have a better choice? If I did, I wouldn't have accepted the position of border patrol officer in the first place." He paused, then sighed softly. "You think I want to use Kazant? The truth is, right now, no one among us knows the border routes and underground trade better than him. Besides, his family is all in our hands. He has no choice but to work for me wholeheartedly, and he can't cause any trouble in the short term." Gus was startled and whispered, "I understand, sir. You've really had a tough time. Select 7 or 8 agile, quick-witted, and reliable soldiers from the army and place them under Rubens' leadership. They will be responsible for the escort and accompaniment of armed caravans," Corwin said, waving his hand. "I will select a group of clever and reliable people to keep a close eye on him." Gus's tone turned colder. "If Kazant shows any disloyalty." Corwin nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing with what Guts hadn't said. Chapter 119 Undercurrents. Meanwhile, after several days of travel, Bright and his men finally arrived in the county town. The group, fully armored and armed, aroused the guards' high alert before they even reached the city gate, and were stopped several miles away from the gate. "Hey, guy, don't come any closer. What are you doing here?" A man who looked like a squad leader shouted at Bright. "We are members of the border patrol team. We are here to escort some smugglers. This is our identification and seal," Bright said, producing the seal and documents to prove our identity. After the inspection, the squad leader, realizing the gravity of the matter, dared not delay and immediately sent someone to report to the city. Bright and his group were led to a temporary detention point near the city gate, where they waited quietly. Prague was currently sitting in the county hall processing documents, parchment spread out on the hard wooden table, the faint scent of quill ink filling the air. A guard rushed in from outside to report that the patrol officer Colwyn's men had arrived with prisoners. He casually put down his pen and ordered in a flat tone, "Since they are escorting prisoners, just take them directly to the cell and detain them." "Sir, the other party insists that you personally take over the prisoner," the attendant reported softly. Prague was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. "Understood. Tell them to wait at the detention center. I'll be there now." Prague then arrived at the place of detention with his attendants. His gaze first swept over the orderly ranks before him, finally settling on the man at the head of the ranks, and he asked, "Are you the leader of this group?" "Yes, you must be Sir George Prague." "I am Prague. Who is it that requires me to come and hand over the reins personally?" "My name is Bright. Lord Corwin instructed me to hand this person over to you," Bright said respectfully, bowing deeply. Prague shifted his gaze slightly, landing on Lester, who was being escorted, and frowned slightly. "Who is he?" "His name is Lester, and he is a baron," Bright said slowly and clearly. "A few days ago, he personally led his private army and hired mercenaries to attack our patrol team's base, but was defeated and captured alive by my master's army. Lord Corwin's duties are limited to combating smuggling and eliminating bandits. He does not have the authority to deal with noble suspects. Therefore, he specifically sent me to hand over this baron to the county government for you to handle." Prague's doubts deepened, but he didn't continue asking in front of so many people. Instead, he ordered his attendants, "Take this baron away and keep a close watch on him. There must be no negligence whatsoever." After giving his instructions, he turned to Bright and said, "Come with me." The two then arrived at a secluded spot, one after the other. Prague turned to Brett and said bluntly, "There are no outsiders here, just the two of us. Tell me the truth. What did Colwyn send you here to deliver this nobleman for?" Seeing that no one else was there, Bright then revealed the reason. "Sir Prague, you previously wrote to Lord Corwin informing him that a smuggling caravan was about to pass through our camp. Do you remember that?" "Of course I remember." Prague paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, could it be that Baron Lester is the mastermind behind that smuggling caravan? "Indeed," Blyt nodded in response. "My master was on high alert after receiving your letter, and the smuggling caravan was immediately detained by us when it entered the country. When the Baron Lester learned that his scheme had been exposed, fearing that his crimes would be revealed, he took a risk and led his men to raid the camp, but was eventually captured by us." After listening, Prague nodded slightly. "I see. It seems that the Earl and I were right about him. Corwin is not only exceptionally capable, but also conscientious in his duties. The Earl will surely be very pleased to know this. Oh, by the way, my master also has a handwritten letter, which he instructed me to deliver to you for your personal opening," Bright said, taking the letter from his pocket and presenting it with both hands. Prague took the letter, quickly read it, put it away, and looked at Brett, saying, "You must be tired from your journey. You don't need to rush back. This matter involves nobles and a major smuggling case. I need to report to the Earl in person immediately. You can go back after the approval is issued." In the center of the county town, a border map hangs on the wall of the government office. Prague sits in the chair below the main seat, reporting the important news he has just received to Count Lucius. "Not long ago, I learned through my intelligence channels that a smuggling caravan with noble backgrounds was about to pass through the border, so I wrote to Corwin to test his abilities and stance. As you predicted, he has chosen to stand on our side. You were right about him." Count Lucius picked up his wine glass, the glass reflecting his narrowed eyes. "Oh, Corwin, that lad, hasn't disappointed me." "My lord, it's not just this matter." Prague changed the subject. After intercepting the smuggling caravan, a nobleman named Lester personally led his private army to attack the patrol team's camp in an attempt to recover the stolen goods. However, he was defeated by Corwin and captured on the spot. Lester. Earl Lucius's wine glass froze in midair, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a chilling frost. That fool who fattened himself up through smuggling? He dared to attack the patrol team? Absolutely true, Prague replied solemnly. So when Colwyn sent the man, he also sent witnesses, physical evidence, and a detailed battle report of the encounter. I also interrogated Lester's squires, and the matter is true. Count Lucius slammed his wine glass down on the table, the parchment trembling slightly. Good. This Lester not only smuggles and colludes with the enemy, but also dares to openly defy the kingdom's ban. He stood up and ordered Prague. Immediately send people to investigate secretly. Don't make a fuss. Find out all the nobles involved in this matter. I want to know which nobles are the ringleaders and which are just acquaintances. Yes, sir, Prague replied, then changed the subject. Sir, along with the report of victory, Colwyn also made a request. He hopes to obtain a batch of military equipment, provisions, and manpower, as well as the legal right to manage the unclaimed wasteland north of the border. Count Lucius pondered for a moment and said, I can allocate food and weapons to him. After all, he won a battle, and he deserves the reward he's due. As for that unclaimed land, he paused, then looked at Prague. If I remember correctly, that place used to be a knight's fief. Directly granting it a fief might invite criticism. Go tell Colwyn that I'm granting him temporary pacification authority, allowing him to station troops, cultivate the land, and recruit refugees. Once this matter is resolved and the border situation is stabilized, I'll then submit a report to the capital. Your Excellency is wise. Prague looked approving. Meanwhile, on the other side of the border, Viscount Herbert said in a deep voice, There's been no news from Leicester. Could it be something happened to him? Baron Brunn took a large gulp of ale. Impossible. Leicester still has dozens of private soldiers. Even if he lost, news should have come back. Unless the other party reports this to the county seat, Herbert said coldly. If that's really the case, Brenn's voice trembled, our smuggling dealings with Leicester. It's not just us. There are countless nobles, knights, and manor owners involved in smuggling along this border. I refuse to believe that a mere border patrol officer like Corwin would dare to expose such a huge matter. You immediately send someone to his post to gather information, and also place people in the county town to keep a close eye on things. Report any suspicious activity immediately, Herbert said, his face ashen. I'll go arrange it right away. Bren was already panicked. Before he could finish speaking, he hurriedly got up, pushed open the door, and rushed out of the room. Chapter 1:20 Disintegration. Time passed slowly, and summer had arrived, with the weather starting to get quite hot. As news of the patrol team spread, most merchants and travelers passing through the area knew that a patrol team was stationed there, and they gradually became accustomed to the presence of the outpost. Moreover, the commercial taxes set by Colwyn were lower than those in other noble territories in the surrounding area. In addition, the outposts could eliminate bandits and smugglers near the road, so caravans did not have to live in fear on this road. Even if taxes were required, the caravans passing by silently accepted this rule. The area of the wooden fort and the outposts also became a fixed point for caravans to rest, replenish supplies, and rest temporarily along the way. Standing on the earthen slope beside the river, Corwin slowly looked towards the wooden fortress, watching the encampment gradually take shape. The fortress would probably be completed in about a month. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to build some houses for passing caravans to stay overnight, Corwin thought to himself. My lord, my lord. A shout interrupted Corwin's thoughts. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw that it was Corinth returning. As he approached, Corinth bowed, his face beaming with joy. What's making you so happy? Tell me about it, Corwin asked. Young master, after I returned to the territory, I explained the situation here to everyone. Father Severin asked me to tell you that he and the steward will select diligent and reliable slaves and serfs to be pardoned and converted into official citizens. Furthermore, Father Severin and several experienced farmers have carefully estimated that this year's autumn harvest, the existing grain reserves, and the emergency grain we purchased in advance will be enough to support the entire population of the territory through this year. After the autumn harvest, we can replant a round of rye, and next year's grain harvest will be even higher. During this period, the territory has also been reclaiming land and expanding the area, and supporting water conservancy projects such as irrigation ditches have been built at the same time, and the soil fertility and irrigation are much better than before. So, in other words, our territory's food production has stabilized, and we've achieved self-sufficiency, right? That's really good news. How's the territory doing lately? Corwin said with a smile. Yes, young master. We can probably be completely self-sufficient in the future. In addition, the territory's population is now close to 2,000. The original valley can no longer accommodate so many people. Father Severin and the steward are planning to expand the village to undeveloped wasteland. Moreover, the iron ore mine is now on track, operating smoothly and stably, and there's a considerable amount of iron ore stockpiled in the warehouse. Roman asked me to ask you if it's possible to send someone to take over his duties as soon as possible, since the iron ore mine is now operating stably and no longer requires special personnel to guard it. Koron answered truthfully. Corwin nodded and said in a deep voice, "It won't be long. Next, I will continue to expand the army." Expanding the army? Corwin asked, puzzled. Yes, after the previous battles, our troops have suffered considerable losses. Now that our territory and Woodburg are developing in tandem, the original size of our army is no longer sufficient. More importantly, although we have defeated Leicester, other nobles behind the smuggling trade are very likely to launch a counterattack, and some people with ulterior motives in the surrounding area are also eyeing us covetously. We must expand our military strength to deter them. Corwin paused for a moment, then continued, "The weapons and equipment captured in the last battle were quite a lot, enough to arm a large number of people. I have also sent a letter to Prague, and the county town will most likely approve a large batch of weapons, equipment, supplies, and food for us. In addition, the Mubao trade route is becoming increasingly prosperous, and the commercial taxes are flowing in continuously, which is enough to support a larger standing army. Although the population in the territory is currently surging and the supporting facilities such as villages and houses are not yet keeping up, I have decided to prioritize the construction of the army, stabilize security and trade routes, and then gradually make up for the other supporting facilities." "How many people do we plan to expand to, young master?" "I plan to expand to a size of 500 or 600 men. The territory is our foundation and most important place, and we need to station at least 300 troops there on a regular basis. The wooden fort controls the trade route and is key to our tax revenue. We also need to continue to develop it, so we must also equip it with about 200 standing armed men," Corwin replied in a deep voice. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to Mubao." Then Corwin, along with Corin and several attendants, turned and headed towards the wooden fort. The scorching sun shrouded the city of Columber in a hazy heat. In contrast to the busy and orderly scene at the border fortress, a somber atmosphere permeated the Earl's mansion in the county town. Prague strode quickly through the front hall corridor to Count Lucius's study. Upon his arrival, the guard standing outside the study announced his arrival, and the wooden door was gently pushed open, releasing a cool breeze that dispelled some of the outside heat. Count Lucius sat behind a large oak desk, his gaze fixed on a border map covered in dense markings. He looked up at Prague, his voice cold and stern. "How's the investigation going?" Prague bowed and then reported the results of his investigation over the past few days in detail. "Your Excellency, I have roughly figured out the forces behind the border smuggling gang. It is led by Viscount Herbert, Baron Brunn, and Baron Leicester, and includes more than a dozen knights, manor lords, and even many local minor nobles who secretly hold shares and share the profits. The smuggling caravan that Corwin detained earlier was one of these 3 smuggling, trading caravans." At this point, Prague looked troubled and said, "However, all these people's transactions are done through middlemen and confidants. Although I can identify some of them, I lack direct evidence to convict them and cannot report directly to the capital." A moment of silence fell over the study. Count Lucius rose, paced to the window, and his mind raced. Herbert and Bren were both local fiefdom nobles. Taking action rashly could easily backfire. Earl Lucius turned around and said slowly, "Go interrogate Leicester. Tell him that as long as he confesses to the crimes of Herbert and Brunn and provides a list of people involved in the smuggling, I will only impose a fine and confiscate 1 fief as punishment. I will not report it to the capital and will protect his family's reputation." Prague's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood the Earl's meaning, asking, "What should we do if Leicester doesn't speak?" He paused, his tone turning icy. "If he refuses to talk, then bring him to the capital for trial on charges of murdering nobles, intercepting royal taxes, and undermining border security. Tell him that by then, it won't be as simple as just fining him or stripping him of his land." "Understood. I'll get on it right away." Chapter 121. Each has their own plans. "You mean, from our wooden fortress, we have to travel all the way north along the northwest border, avoiding the territories of those nobles, to finally reach the northern barbarian tribes for trade. Is that right?" Corwin asked. Cassant bowed slightly, stood respectfully in place, and said sincerely, "It is absolutely true, sir. I am not lying to you. This is the fastest route we can choose. If we follow the rules and take the usual trade routes, we will inevitably pass through the territories of several nobles. In those places, the caravan has to pay tolls every time it passes through. Moreover, the lords in the north sometimes act as bandits, stopping caravans and demanding their goods. If we encounter such a thing, we will not only waste time but also suffer considerable losses. Therefore, choosing this route is truly the best option. Corwin stroked his chin, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression, and then asked, "Why don't we just go directly to the northern nobles to buy war horses? Why go through all this trouble to trade with the northern barbarians?" Kazant sighed softly and spoke again, his words full of worry. "My lord, it's not that it's impossible, but there are many difficulties. If we were to buy war horses from the noble lords of the north, the prices would be outrageously high. Those nobles know the value of war horses, and they use them as a means of making money, often charging exorbitant prices. Moreover, the journey from here to the north will be quite expensive. The caravan's food, drink, and shelter, the livestock's fodder, and the various unexpected situations that may arise will all cost money. The cost will increase significantly along the way. Furthermore, the kingdom has very strict control over war horses. If you have too many, you will definitely be questioned. Moreover, most of the war horses in the hands of nobles are for the army or for people with special status. Ordinary people simply cannot buy them. Even if you are lucky enough to buy some, the number is pitifully small and cannot meet your needs at all. Therefore, although trading with the northern barbarians also has risks, it is a more suitable method." Corwin looked at Kazant with a calm gaze and said slowly, "All right, you will depart tomorrow. I will give you 50 gold coins as funds to purchase war horses. If you can reach a long-term trade agreement with the northern barbarians this time, convey my message to them. I can exchange grain, salt, and even iron ore for war horses. These are all scarce resources for their barbarian tribes, and I think they will be interested." Upon hearing this, Kazant immediately straightened up and replied, "Understood, sir. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to handle this matter properly." Just as Corwin was talking with Kazant, a servant rushed over, bowed slightly, and reported, "Sir, Bright has returned with a caravan and is already not far from the outskirts of Wood." Upon hearing this news, Corwin waved his hand slightly, gesturing to Kazant. Kazant bowed respectfully, then retreated slowly with steady steps. After Corwin stepped out of the camp gate, he quickly spotted Bright, who was leading the way. Bright also saw Corwin, dismounted swiftly, bowed, and then, with a mixture of pride and respect, said, "My lord, I have successfully delivered the men to Sir Prog on this trip to the county town. Moreover, the weapons, equipment, and supplies you requested have all received the Earl's personal approval. Sir Prog also asked me to deliver a letter to you." Corwin took the letter, set it aside, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes, and asked, "What kind of weapons and equipment are included?" Bright began to report in detail. "My lord, the weapons and equipment approved this time include 30 spears, 10 round shields, 10 one-handed swords, and some arrows with sharp arrowheads and considerable range. As for armor, there are 20 leather armors and 5 chainmails. In addition, His Excellency the Earl has also approved 5 steel crossbows." Corwin nodded slightly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, and said, "Your Excellency is certainly generous this time. But besides all that, what about the legal rights to this land?" Bright, his expression serious, continued, "Sir Prog conveyed the Earl's message, saying that hastily bestowing this title upon you would easily invite criticism. However, the Earl has granted you temporary administration of this land, allowing you to station troops here and cultivate the wasteland. He also stated that once this matter is resolved, he will report it to the capital, at which point this region will be completely handed over to you." Corwin nodded, then picked up the letter and opened it. After reading the contents, a sudden realization flashed in Corwin's eyes, and he muttered to himself, "It seems that Earl Lucius wants to take action against these smuggling nobles." Meanwhile, far away in the county town, Count Lucius sat in his spacious study and began to speak. "Prog, you've already written to Corwin, right? Just as we agreed before." Prog bowed slightly, a hint of doubt on his face, and asked, "Why should we do this, sir?" Earl Lucius leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "Although Louster has relented, I need to keep Herbert and Bren calm and prevent them from acting rashly. If we take action against them now, they might do something even more outrageous in a desperate move. In a few days, I will summon the local lords to the county town with their troops under the pretext of securing the border and eliminating bandits. Once they arrive, I will deal with them completely and wipe out these smuggling nobles in one fell swoop. Earl Lucius's eyes gleamed with determination. Prague nodded, understanding the meaning, and said, "In this way, those smuggling nobles will lower their guard, and we can take them down by surprise." A few days later, Herbert and Bren received a letter from Corwin. The two sat in their room, their brows furrowed as they read the letter. Bren slammed the letter down on the table, angrily saying, "That Corwin, he's making outrageous demands. Not only does he want the 3,000 gold coins, but he also wants 20% of the smuggling profits. He's utterly insatiable." Herbert, on the other hand, was relatively calm. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Don't rush. We need to find out if Lester, who was defeated and captured, is still there. We should send someone to check first." Bren paced back and forth, saying irritably, "What about the ransom? Should we pay it or not? If we don't, that bastard will really report it to the county town, and all our smuggling business over the years will be ruined." After a moment of silence, Herbert slowly spoke. "I think we can pay part of the ransom first to appease Corwin. Then we can send someone to find out about Lester's situation and see if he has really been captured. If it is true, then we can consider the remaining ransom and the 20% profit." Bren nodded helplessly, agreeing with Herbert's reasoning. "All right, let's do it this way. First, we'll send Corwin 1,000 gold coins to let him know we're sincere. Then, we'll send a few clever men to see Lester in person. Let's do it this way." Chapter 122, The Wooden Castle Conference. The summer heat was unusually mild and pleasant, with just the right temperature and a gentle breeze that seemed to chase away the gloom of the past few days, leaving everyone feeling refreshed and comfortable. The construction of the wooden fort is almost complete, but some details still need some time to be repaired. So only a few carpenters are leading a group of people to work in various places, while the rest of the people have been sent to repair the camp's fence and wooden walls. It's worth mentioning that Kazant and Rubens set off 3 days ago. To be honest, Corwin really hoped to open up a smuggling route for trading warhorses with the northern barbarians. That day, all the corps personnel and officers were summoned to the main hall of the wooden fortress for a meeting to discuss the fortress's future development and plans to expand its army. Before the meeting began, Corwin had already instructed the carpenters to make a simple memo board out of thick planks to be used as a blackboard. He used charcoal sticks to roughly outline the location of the wooden fortress, as well as the general outline of the surrounding terrain and neighboring areas, so that everyone could intuitively understand the situation. Corwin looked around at everyone present, cleared his throat, and said, "We've discussed things together many times, but this time is different. This land beneath our feet and the soon-to-be-completed wooden fortress are the first step in our outward expansion. What we're discussing today concerns our future, so everyone should think and speak more." Considering that Bright had never been to the territory, he first gestured to Corwin, asking him to explain in detail the current state of the territory and the wooden fortress. After Corwin sat down, Corwin rose and walked to the simple sketch made of wooden planks. He turned to the crowd and said loudly, "Gentlemen, this is a sketch of our current wooden fortress. It's near the border, which is dangerous, but because it's close to the trade route, it can provide us with a steady stream of tax revenue. The terrain is also excellent, and the land is arable, which means we can recruit people here to properly manage the area, instead of just using it as a base. Moreover, it's not far from our territory. A normal round trip takes only 3 or 4 days. If the roads are repaired later, the travel time can be greatly reduced." Speaking of the territory's past, Corwin's tone was full of emotion. Most people know about the situation in the territory. When we and the young master first arrived here last year, we only had about 50 people available, and our food supply was only enough for a few months. The land was barren, and the situation was difficult. At that time, we faced many difficulties such as insufficient manpower, food shortages, and no one cultivating the land. The young master started buying slaves and recruiting people to continuously cultivate the wasteland and build our home. To solve the food problem, we tried new farming methods. To recruit more people, we improved the pay. To put it jokingly, We were not even as well off as homeless people back then. Upon hearing this, several officers couldn't help but chuckle, instantly lightening the previously somewhat tense atmosphere in the meeting room. And now, as everyone knows, under the young master's leadership, in just over a year, the territory's population has grown to nearly 2,000, with 300 standing soldiers. The warehouses are well stocked with essential supplies such as grain, cloth, and medicine. The territory's grain production is almost enough to make us self-sufficient. Gradually, we have stable housing and enough food to fill our stomachs. Whether it's the people or the soldiers, life in the young master's territory is more stable and prosperous than in other noble territories. Corin's gaze was intense, and his tone became increasingly earnest. After saying so much, I just want to tell everyone that our fate is inextricably linked with that of the young master and the territory. As the territory prospers, you will all benefit and even gain glory. Having gone through many things with Corwin had long since shed his former naivete. His words were sincere and highly persuasive, instantly stirring the emotions of everyone present. Corwin listened, his heart also surging with waves of emotion, unable to hide his excitement. After everyone calmed down a bit, Corwin returned to the main seat and said, "Corin has already explained the current situation of the territory very clearly. Now, I will discuss our subsequent plans in light of the current situation. Speaking of Mu Fortress alone, there are currently 70 or 80 soldiers stationed there, plus a few carpenters and 60 slaves, which is sufficient for the time being. My plan is to build a bridge across the river to facilitate the smooth passage of caravans. The funds for the bridge will be reserved from the taxes collected by passing caravans, and construction is expected to begin next month, with a construction period of about 1 or 2 months. In addition, manpower needs to be arranged to cultivate the wasteland around Mu Fortress, and those prisoners are perfect for this heavy labor. I will not waste food to support idle people. Furthermore, I plan to expand the army, and the funds for this expansion will also come from taxes and the reserves of the territory. The officers present can recommend some good soldiers. I will promote some based on their past military achievements and daily performance. The expansion plan is expected to be completed within 3 months. Do you understand?" Seeing the officers nodding in agreement, Corwin nodded in satisfaction, sat down, and picked up his water glass to moisten his dry throat. At this moment, an officer stood up somewhat awkwardly, stammering, "Sir, one of my soldiers has taken a fancy to a girl in the territory. I'd like to ask on his behalf if they could well." "What soldier? I bet it's you, Hudson." Colin knew what was going on from his expression and then teased him with a smile. Hudson was a wandering knight recruited by Corwin when he was still in the knight's territory. He was one of Corwin's earliest loyal followers, and everyone knew him very well. "No, it wasn't me." Hudson's face turned red with anxiety, and his flustered appearance caused the officers present to burst into laughter. Corwin tapped the table, and after everyone quieted down, he said with a smile, "Yes, as long as the girl agrees, you can be together. I encourage this. Father Severin and I will even officiate your wedding. If the girl is not a citizen, I will pardon her slave status. If she is a citizen, I will also give you a place to live and a piece of land to cultivate." "Thank you, sir, I understand." Hudson finally stopped stammering, his tone full of gratitude. In fact, Hudson's problem was a concern for many people, and after hearing Colwin's promise, everyone's worries were relieved. "My lord, if a bridge is to be built, should semicircular wooden fences be added to both sides of the river to strengthen the defenses?" Guts asked. "That's right. We must improve our defenses along both banks of the river to guard against any possible harassment or surprise attacks from the surrounding area," Colwyn replied immediately. "Then I think we could expand the area across the street, like a market town. How about that?" Gus continued. Corwin looked puzzled. "A market town? Tell me your thoughts." "Sir, there are many caravans coming and going here, and they all pay commercial taxes according to regulations. If we expand the area on the other side of the river and open up enough space for caravans to stop, rest, and store their goods, and provide them with safe haven, it will be convenient for caravans to trade with each other. Over time, this will attract more caravans and people from the surrounding area to gather here. In addition to the existing commercial taxes, we can also collect additional transaction taxes. In time, this place will become a trade center in the border area." Gus analyzed the situation clearly, then expressed his concerns. Of course, building a market town also presents challenges. On the one hand, we need to construct a large number of houses and warehouses and improve the infrastructure. On the other hand, the concentration of people and caravans will significantly increase the difficulty of maintaining order. However, the infrastructure can be planned in stages and gradually improved based on existing manpower and resources. As for security, we can increase the number of patrol soldiers and formulate strict management regulations to gradually regulate order. Colwyn thought it over, and it seemed more and more feasible. Just as he was about to say something, a servant rushed in and said to Colwyn, "Sir, a group of people has arrived outside. The leader claims to be Butler Lester's man and says he wants to see you." Chapter 123 Revisiting the County City. "Bring in the person who requests an audience," Corwin said. Not long after, a man who claimed to be Baron Lester's butler led two attendants carrying cloth bags on their backs into the hall of the wooden castle. As soon as he entered the main hall of the wooden castle, he felt the gazes of a group of men with fierce auras, and goosebumps instantly rose on his body. However, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward, saying to Corwin, who was sitting in the main seat, "Good day, sir. I am the steward of Baron Lester." Seeing that Corwin didn't speak after he finished speaking, he continued, "Sir, our master's friends have already read your letter. I only brought a ransom of 1,000 gold coins this time. Since our master is not in the territory, we can't raise the remaining ransom in time. Could I please see our master? There are some things I need to ask his opinion on. After I see our master and explain the situation, I will go back and bring the remaining ransom to redeem our master. Is that all right with you?" After saying this, he cautiously looked up at Corwin, then lowered his head again. Corwin understood immediately. Baron Lester had long been secretly sent to the county seat and handed over to Earl Lucius for disposal. There was no way he could see him in this wooden castle. He saw through the other party's intentions at a glance. This wasn't a ransom delivery. It was clearly a spy sent to find out if he had reported Lester and their affair to the county seat, and more importantly, to confirm whether Lester was still in his hands. In a flash, Corwin said slowly, "Don't worry, your master is staying very well here. I've arranged for him to receive the treatment due to a nobleman. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll pass it on to Lester." The steward was anxious, but he couldn't show it. He could only say, "Sir, please let me see our master. After I see him, I can quickly go back and bring you the money, and our master can return to his territory as soon as possible." Corwin hesitated for a moment. He knew he had to appease the butler first, otherwise things would become complicated if the butler became suspicious. He then said, "Well then, you must be tired from your journey. Let me treat you well and let you rest. Tomorrow I will let you see your master." The butler wanted to say something, but seeing Corwin's darkening face, he ultimately didn't speak. Helpless, he could only gesture behind him, and the two attendants immediately handed the bag of gold coins to a servant, then followed the servant and hurriedly left the hall. "Sir, Lester has already been sent away. So who are we going to see him?" Bright said in confusion. "They're trying to see if I've reported this to higher authorities. They've sent someone to check things out. Let's keep them calm for now. It's been quite a while since I reported to Earl Lucius. I reckon Earl Lucius will be taking action against them soon," Corwin said. "Why don't we just detain the steward and his entourage tomorrow? Anyway, we're far from Lester's territory. Detaining them should hold us off for 3 to 5 days. We can take this opportunity to send someone to the county town to inform the Earl of the situation so we can prepare a response," Gus suggested decisively. "That's all we can do for now," Corwin said slowly. As everyone discussed countermeasures, Corwin had a feeling that there should be news from the county seat. After all, he had already communicated with Earl Lucius, and given how things had developed, the county seat was likely already prepared to take action. Just then, a servant rushed in and reported, "My lord, the county town has sent someone over." Before long, a messenger-like man entered the hall. He first bowed to Corwin, then straightened up, took out a tightly sealed official document from his pocket, handed it to a servant beside him, and said respectfully, "Lord Corwin, Earl Lucius has ordered you to arrive in the county town within 5 days. This is a document personally issued by the Earl, and you are requested to comply immediately." After glancing at it, Corwin knew that the county seat was ready. Earl Lucius's request for his arrival in 5 days indicated that the operation had reached a crucial stage, requiring his presence to discuss specifics. Furthermore, the messenger's arrival suggested that the enemy was becoming increasingly alert, and time was of the essence. Thinking of this, Corwin said to the messenger sent by the county town, "You should rest for a while, and then go back and tell Earl Lucius that I will arrive on time." Upon hearing this, the messenger bowed again, and then left the hall with his attendants. "Young master, when do we set off? The distance to the county town is quite far, so we need to leave as soon as possible," Corwin asked. "We'll set off this afternoon. Bright and Corwin will take a small team with me to the county town. Gus will stay behind at the camp, and we'll detain the messenger," Corwin quickly ordered. "The situation in the county town is urgent. Earl Lucius has asked me to arrive in 5 days, so we must get there as soon as possible. I'm more at ease with you here at the camp, Gus. Detain the messenger to prevent him from going back and reporting back, which could affect the entire plan." Bright, Corwin, and Gus, whose names were called, immediately stood up to answer. Then, without delay, everyone went to prepare for departure, and those remaining behind, and the hall instantly became bustling with activity. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Corwin and his party arrived in the county town, weary from their journey. After a brief inspection, as soon as he entered the city, he was greeted by people arranged by Prague. The leader of the group saw Corwin and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Lord Corwin, Sir Prague has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me." Corwin nodded slightly, gesturing for everyone to follow him to the agreed-upon location. A short while later, they arrived at a courtyard, where Prague came out to greet them with a smile, saying, "You've finally arrived. You must be tired from your journey." Corwin quickly replied, "This little bit of trouble is nothing, Sir Prague. The situation is urgent. How are your preparations going?" Prague led Corwin into the house in the courtyard. After they sat down, he said, "The Earl has summoned lords from all over the country to bring their troops to the county town under the pretext of stabilizing the border and eliminating bandits. The official documents have been issued, and the noble lords from all over the country are probably on their way. Once they arrive, we will prepare to thoroughly purge them." After listening, Corwin said, "It seems that the Earl has made thorough preparations. However, those people are extremely cunning, so we still need to be careful." As the two were talking, a servant rushed in and reported, "My lords, the Earl summons you to his residence immediately." Corwin and Prague exchanged a glance, then followed their attendants to the Earl's mansion. Chapter 124: Negotiation and Commitment. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the council chamber of the Earl's mansion was somewhat somber. Corwin and Prague were discussing the next steps with Count Lucius. Earl Lucius leaned back in his large chair, his gaze steady as he looked at Corwin, and said, "Corwin, what are your thoughts? Tell me." Corwin sat up slightly and asked seriously, "My lord, I would like to ask if all the noble lords will come when you issue this summons." Prague nodded slightly and slowly explained to Corwin, "They will come. This is an official document from the county seat, and the reason is normal. In a border county like ours, there are 1 or 2 such conscriptions every year. It's normal. It's just that some nobles choose to pay the exemption tax because they don't have enough troops. However, this time, the document issued by the Earl strictly orders all lords to serve, abolishing the tax for service system. The lord himself must bring a certain number of troops to assemble in the county seat. No one dares to openly disobey the Earl's order." Corwin frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "My lord, I think our problem now is how to take down these smuggling nobles without causing any unrest. I believe you think so too, otherwise you wouldn't have gathered them all here in the county town under the pretext of conscription, right?" Count Lucius nodded in agreement, signaling him to continue. Corwin cleared his throat and said slowly, "Then I think we can divide them. Win over those who can be won over, crack down on the most serious ones, and deter the rest. This way, we can minimize the impact of this matter. Otherwise, arresting so many people at once, if the punishment is too extreme, could easily trigger a mutiny among the nobles, leading to instability in the county, which would be detrimental to the Earl. First, it could easily cause chaos and instability in the county. Second, arresting so many nobles at once, especially on charges of smuggling, How will His Majesty the King view this? Will it be that the Earl is incapable of controlling the situation, or that he wants to use this opportunity to eliminate dissidents? Earl Lucius listened with great interest, sat up straight, and looked intently at Corwin, saying, "Go on, tell me more." Corwin continued to explain methodically. "I think Your Excellency can divide these people into 3 categories. The first category is the ringleaders among these smuggling nobles, who should be severely punished as typical examples. The second category is the middle and lower nobles who are involved, who should be punished to a certain extent, but not to the point of provoking strong resistance. The third category is the less powerful nobles, lords, knights, manor owners, etc., who are involved the least. We can be lenient and treat them lightly, or even appease and win them over, offering them some benefits so that they will be grateful for Your Excellency's kindness and take the initiative to submit. In this way, we can both disintegrate the noble camp and stabilize the lower-level forces in the county, achieving the goal of eradicating smuggling without triggering large-scale turmoil." Count Lucius pondered for a moment and said, "Your idea is excellent, and I will consider it carefully. The situation on the border is complex and volatile these days, and stabilizing the situation is of paramount importance. Also, I've heard that you've built a wooden fort at the patrol's base. Could you tell me about it?" Corwin immediately replied, "Yes, Your Excellency. After all, it's located on the border, and I need a stable place for my troops to rest and recuperate, as well as to better maintain stability on the border." Count Lucius nodded slightly, then asked, "How large is this wooden fortress? Are its defensive facilities complete?" Corwin replied earnestly, "My lord, the wooden fort is of a suitable size, large enough to accommodate our patrol team's personnel and supplies. As for defenses, it is surrounded by watchtowers. The wooden walls are quite sturdy, and we have also stockpiled a certain amount of defensive equipment, so dealing with ordinary incursions should not be a problem." After exchanging a few more words about the details of the wooden fortress, Count Lucius slowly stood up, a hint of fatigue on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Today's discussion with you was very valuable, but I'm a little tired now." Corwin and Prague immediately rose and bowed to the Count. Prague said, "Your Excellency, please rest well. Please summon us at any time if you need anything." Count Lucius nodded slightly, indicating they could leave. Corwin and Prague turned and walked out of the council chamber, down the long corridor, and out of the Count's mansion. At Prague's invitation, Corwin followed Prague to his residence. The residence was not luxurious, but it was clean and elegant, a stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the council chamber during the day. The two had a simple dinner, with some bread and broth still warm on the table. The servants cleaned up quietly and left the room, leaving only the two of them to rest. Prague leaned back in the softly clothed wooden chair, letting go of the tension from the daytime meetings. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked at Corwin beside him and spoke slowly, his tone somewhat deliberate. "Corwin, if I remember correctly, in a while, you'll be qualified to apply for an inspection by the Kingdom Council, right?" A hint of surprise flashed in Corwin's eyes. Then he sat up straight and looked at Prague, answering frankly, "Yes, I wonder if there's a problem with bringing this up?" Prague waved his hand, a hint of earnestness on his face. He leaned forward slightly and spoke with a more serious tone. "No problem, but I have a personal matter I'd like to ask you for a favor, even if it's a bit shameless." "Tell me about your situation, and I'll do my best to help you," Corwin said. Prague sighed softly, his gaze softening considerably, and slowly said, "I have 2 sons. My elder son is fine. He will inherit my title in the future, so I don't need to worry about him too much. But my younger son, according to the laws of the kingdom, cannot inherit the title. At most, he will receive a portion of the family property, but without a solid foundation, what parent in the world wouldn't plan for their children's long-term future?" As soon as he finished speaking, Corwin understood 7 or 8/10 of the situation. He knew the rules of succession in noble families all too well. Under the primogeniture system, illegitimate or younger sons often had little chance of advancement. But he remained calm and asked softly, feigning doubt, "What do you mean?" "I would like my youngest son to be your squire and undergo knightly training. If possible, could you grant my youngest son a knighthood after you are promoted to baron? I don't need anything else besides the knighthood, and I won't let you help me for nothing, Prague said to Corwin. After listening, Corwin quickly considered the pros and cons. He knew that although Prague was a minor nobleman who depended on Count Lucius, he was deeply trusted by the Count, and he needed such assistance to establish himself in the border region. Moreover, Prague's choice of him was also a well-considered one. He was not a local fiefdom nobleman, and he had a good relationship with the Count. Entrusting his young son to him would not arouse the Count's suspicion, and it would also allow his young son to be associated with a newly promoted nobleman. When he was promoted to baron, the knight he was granted would have a certain degree of independent status, which would be enough for his youngest son to gain a foothold in the noble class and allow Prague's family line to continue. This matter wasn't a huge deal, but it wasn't insignificant either. Conferring a knighthood meant taking on the responsibility of teaching and protecting the knight, who would later become part of his inner circle. It required careful consideration. Corwin remained silent for a long while, and Prague, standing beside him, didn't disturb his thoughts. After a while, Corwin looked up at Prague and said sincerely, "No problem, I promise you. We're friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other?" Prague stood up and grasped Corwin's hand tightly, his heart filled with gratitude. He said repeatedly, "Good, good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. I'll remember your kindness. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know." Chapter 125: The Incident at the Banquet. A few days later, the noble lords of Suffolk County arrived in Columber with their respective private armies. This already bustling border city became even more noisy and bustling with the influx of nobles and their entourages from all over the country. The streets were filled with noble servants and knights and officers in armor, and the taverns were packed, with the atmosphere of a grand gathering about to begin. That day, Colwyn and Cologne were strolling around the city when Prague's confidant hurriedly came to Colwyn and respectfully conveyed the message. Count Lucius would be hosting a banquet at his residence that evening, and all the nobles summoned from Suffolk County would be invited. He was instructed to prepare his appearance and attire in advance and to be on time for the banquet. Upon hearing this news, Corwin understood. The nobles who were secretly involved in the smuggling should have all arrived in the county town under the urging of the conscription order. This seemingly ordinary noble banquet was definitely not just a simple social gathering. The final outcome of the smuggling matter would probably be revealed tonight. Time flew by, and night soon enveloped the city of Columber. The Earl's mansion in the city center was brightly lit, burning all night long. Inside the magnificent banquet hall, dozens of gilded candlesticks hung high, their flickering flames illuminating the room as if it were daytime. Carved marble pillars stood on both sides, and huge tapestries depicting the mountains and rivers of the county and the glory of the family hung on the walls, showcasing the Earl's mansion's grandeur and majesty. Dozens of servants, dressed in uniform and behaving with proper manners, stood at their sides of the hall. The attendants moved with light steps, politely and attentively serving each of the invited nobles, without daring to be negligent in the slightest. The long table in the center of the banquet hall stretched for several meters, covered with a snow-white velvet cloth, and was laden with a dazzling array of delicacies, far exceeding the standards of an ordinary banquet. A whole roasted suckling pig, golden and crispy with glistening oil, was skewered with a silver knife. Next to it was a whole roasted deer leg, its aroma filling the air, honey-roasted goose, its fragrance irresistible, and smoked meats, sausages, and various games served on. Silver platters, fresh southern berries, chilled fruits, and vibrant green vegetables were carefully arranged on carved porcelain platters, and aged red wine, mellow malt liquor, and sweet fruit wine filled crystal gourds. Whenever a nobleman entered the banquet hall, a servant would bow and lead him to his seat, arranging for him to sit according to his rank and relationship to the nobleman. Corwin found an inconspicuous spot and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the entire room. Seeing that Earl Lucius had not yet appeared, he knew that Lucius was waiting for everyone to arrive before making his grand entrance, since this banquet was for the purpose of handling important matters. "Hey, Corwin, you're here too. Long time no see. How have you been?" A familiar, warm voice rang out, instantly pulling Corwin back from his thoughts. He turned to see Baron Field striding towards him, followed by Baron Nick and Baron Wells, all three dressed in impeccable baronial attire and looking relaxed. Corwin immediately stood up, a smile on his face, and returned the greeting. Baron Field, Baron Nick, Baron Wells, it has indeed been a long time. I have been doing well lately, and the affairs of the territory have been going smoothly. How have the three of you been? Thanks to your excellency the Earl, everything is still peaceful, Baron Field replied with a smile. The three of them then sat down in the empty seat next to Corwin. They sat together and chatted in hushed tones about recent events in the territory, the situation on the border, and some rumors circulating in the county town. The atmosphere seemed harmonious. After chatting for a while, Baron Nick looked around and saw that the surrounding nobles were exchanging pleasantries, and no one was paying attention to them. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Corwin, asking, Corwin, is there still a big shortage of slaves in your territory? There has been a famine in the south recently, and the number of slaves has increased quite a bit. If you want to buy more, I can send you a large batch each time, and I can also give you some discounts. Upon hearing this, Corwin's heart stirred slightly. He was about to inquire about the specific quantity and price when the servants at the banquet hall in trance suddenly bowed in unison and announced loudly, The Lord Sheriff of Suffolk, Earl Lucius, has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the conversation in the room fell to a crescendo, and everyone turned to look at the entrance. Count Lucius, dressed in a deep red ceremonial robe embroidered with the family crest, a jeweled dagger at his waist, and followed by two personal attendants in Prague, walked steadily from the entrance to the head seat of the banquet hall. Only after the count took his seat did the entire banquet hall fall completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Earl Lucius sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He raised his wine glass and spoke in a steady voice. I am delighted to have all of you colleagues from Suffolk gathered at my residence today. Come, gentlemen, let's drink to the peace and prosperity of Suffolk. As soon as he finished speaking, all the nobles present stood up, raised their wine glasses, and responded in unison, then drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. After setting down his wine glass, the count did not immediately get down to business. Instead, he smiled and raised his hand to indicate, Please do not be so formal. Tonight's banquet is filled with fine wine and delicacies. Please enjoy yourselves to the fullest, and do not be bound by formalities. Upon hearing this, the banquet hall gradually returned to its previous atmosphere, but it was no longer entirely relaxed and joyful. The nobles gathered in twos and threes to exchange pleasantries, and their conversations were less casual than usual, filled with probing and observation. Many of the more astute nobles had already sensed something was amiss and frequently glanced at the Earl in the main seat. Some nobles even took the initiative to rise and go to the main seat to toast and chat with Earl Lucius, trying to glean some information. Beside Corwin, Baron Nick, who had been interrupted, saw that the Earl was not moving and wanted to continue the previous topic. He had only said half a sentence when Corwin gently raised his hand to interrupt him, while gesturing with his eyes for him to look in the direction of the main seat, his expression slightly solemn. Baron Nick and his men were taken aback at first. Following Corwin's gaze, they saw Prague walk hurriedly and nervously to Earl Lucius's side, lean close to the Earl's ear, and quickly report something in a low voice. At the head of the table, Count Lucius listened to Prague's report. His gentle expression gradually faded, and his eyes became sharp. He asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you've brought everyone under control as planned? Have there been any mishaps at the military camp outside the city? Prague quickly replied in a low voice, Rest assured, my lord, everything has been arranged. We have already confiscated the weapons of the various nobles' outposts under the pretext of border security and troop discipline, allowing soldiers to keep only their personal swords for self-defense. The camps of Herbert and Baron Brunn have been surrounded by the county troops I sent, along with the noble garrisons loyal to you. All their private soldiers have been disarmed and imprisoned, not a single one escaped, and no riots were caused. After receiving an affirmative answer, Count Lucius slowly stood up. The banquet hall, which had been filled with the sounds of quiet conversation, gradually fell silent as the Count moved. Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused their attention on him. The atmosphere instantly became tense and heavy. Everyone knew that the Count was about to announce something important. Earl Lucius slowly scanned each nobleman present and said in a loud voice, Colleagues, I have invited you all here tonight not only to reminisce, but also to announce a matter of paramount importance concerning the laws of Suffolk County and the prohibitions of the kingdom, and to give an explanation to all the nobles of Suffolk County. He paused, looking at the various expressions on the faces of the crowd below, and continued in a deep voice. Recently, I have received several secret reports and have conclusive evidence that some nobles in my Suffolk County have disregarded the laws of the kingdom, openly violated the border trade ban, colluded with foreign forces, and smuggled contraband, seriously disrupting the order of the county and damaging the interests of the kingdom. I will never tolerate such lawless behavior. As soon as the words were spoken, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Viscount Herbert and Baron Brunn turned pale instantly, their eyes filled with panic, and their bodies tensed involuntarily. They tried to appear calm, but could not hide the fear in their eyes. Earl Lucius's tone grew increasingly stern. After several days of covert investigation, with both witnesses and physical evidence, I have discovered that Viscount Herbert and Baron Brunn are the masterminds behind this smuggling trade. They have used their power and the convenience of the border to secretly organize smuggling caravans to transport contraband across the border for huge profits. Having said that, the Count raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Bring the witnesses and evidence over." 2 soldiers immediately escorted the dejected Lester into the banquet hall, followed by a clerk carrying a thick stack of account books, correspondence, and smuggling route maps, evidence of their involvement in the smuggling operation. Lester lowered his head, not daring to look at the nobles present, and said in a trembling voice, "Nobles, I confess. Viscount Herbert and Baron Brunn were indeed the masterminds. These are the smuggling accounts and correspondence that they instructed me to manage. Every word I say is true, and there is not a single lie." With witnesses and physical evidence on display, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Viscount Herbert, instantly enraged, stood up abruptly, pointed at Earl Lucius, and shouted angrily, "Lucius, you frame me. You're deliberately suppressing dissent. Lester has long been under your control, his testimony was all coerced by you, and this so-called evidence is fabricated by you. I am a viscount appointed by the kingdom. You have no right to treat me like this." Baron Brunn followed closely behind, his face flushed red, and he roared in protest, "Your Excellency, it is absurd that you convict us based solely on the one-sided testimony of a traitor and fabricated evidence. We refuse to accept this. All the nobles present are watching. This is an abuse of power to eliminate dissidents. We will appeal to the kingdom." The 2 roared as they tried to break free from the soldiers who were trying to approach them. Count Lucius sneered, his eyes icy as he looked at the 2 men. "Even now, you still dare to use clever words and resist stubbornly? Lester has already confessed, and all the evidence can be verified. It is definitely not a frame-up. Guards, seize these 2 lawless criminals who have violated the kingdom's prohibitions, and take them to the capital tomorrow." Hearing the commotion, a group of heavily armored soldiers carrying spears rushed into the banquet hall and surrounded Viscount Herbert and Baron Brunn. Although the 2 struggled and cursed fiercely, they were ultimately outnumbered and were firmly controlled by the soldiers, dragged out of the banquet hall, and their curses gradually faded into the distance. After the 2 men were taken away, Count Lucius's expression softened slightly, but he remained dignified. He looked at the other nobles present who were in a panic and spoke slowly, his tone carrying a warning. "Besides Herbert and Bren, there are some other nobles who also participated in this smuggling, but their crimes are relatively minor. Considering this is your first offense, I will be lenient with you, imposing fines and reducing your territory. I hope you will take this as a warning, abide by the law in the future, and reform yourselves. If there is a next time." As Count Lucius finished speaking, some of the nobles involved in the smuggling breathed a sigh of relief and quickly rose to bow in gratitude, while the rest of the nobles remained silent, trembling with fear. The atmosphere of the banquet had shifted from its initial liveliness to a solemn and oppressive one. Dear readers, could you please give the author a good review? The author thanks you all dearly. Chapter 126, Buying and Selling. After last night's banquet, the controversy caused by border smuggling has finally been brought to a public close. However, the nobles who came to the county town were still unsettled. No one expected that Count Lucius would suddenly deal with this matter at the banquet. Many people are now completely bewildered. They came to the county town with the intention of attending a banquet and celebrating, but suddenly such a big thing has been revealed, and the nobles are all a little uneasy. Some people privately speculated that the count was not simply trying to crack down on smuggling, but rather using it as a pretext to eliminate his rivals. After all, the entire investigation and the subsequent crackdown were conducted in an extremely secretive manner. Apart from a few key insiders, the vast majority of nobles were kept in the dark. This sudden and unexpected attack inevitably made the nobles uneasy. Fortunately, Count Lucius handled the situation well in the end, preventing it from escalating further. Although the incident was significant, it did not develop into a larger upheaval. The next morning, after Corwin woke up and quickly washed up, he followed the servants to the dining room. Prague was already sitting at the table, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. After Corwin sat down, Prague spoke first. "Corwin, we really owe you a lot this time. The Earl has seen and remembered all your contributions. The Earl has already drafted the necessary documents for the land you wanted and is preparing to send it to the capital. He also specifically instructed that a temporary authority to govern the territory be issued to you, stamped with the Earl's seal. Before you leave, you can go to the government office and find the steward to get this temporary document. The official land deed will also be sent to you when you go to the capital to complete the process." Upon hearing this, Corwin felt relieved and quickly expressed his gratitude. "I am truly grateful for your help, sir, and I am also very grateful for your assistance." "Why thank me? You earned this all through your own abilities. Others might not have been able to handle it so well. I'm genuinely happy for you," Prague said sincerely, waving his hand. Corwin nodded slightly, then remembered something and asked in a deep voice, "By the way, what will happen to those nobles who were involved in smuggling?" Upon hearing this, Prague slowly replied, "Herbert and Brunn are the ringleaders of this smuggling case. Their crimes are irrefutable, and they are under strict guard. They will be directly escorted to the capital for His Majesty the King and the royal court to make their own judgment. The other minor nobles who were affiliated with them and participated in the smuggling will be dealt with leniently, fined heavily according to the severity of their crimes, and have some of their fiefdoms and manors revoked. Furthermore, civil officials from the county will be dispatched to conduct regular inspections and supervision to prevent them from committing the same offense again. Through this incident, the county can collect a large amount of fines and reclaim a considerable amount of land that can be used for taxation. This will also serve as a deterrent to any nobles within the county who might have some ambitions. This is one of the reasons why the Earl is determined to thoroughly investigate this matter. Oh, right. There's one more thing I need to remind you of." Prague paused, then continued. "Now that you are about to have a formal territory, according to the kingdom's expansion laws, you can apply to the Kingdom Council for a territory inspection now. Only after the council sends someone to verify and confirm the territory can you secure your territory and be promoted to a higher rank. It's already summer. If we delay until autumn to apply, the journey from the capital to your territory is long and the council's envoys will take a very long time to travel. It might take until next spring for them to arrive. There's always more to it than meets the eye, so it's better to do this as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Corwin suddenly realized what was going on, slapped his forehead, and said, "I was careless about that. Thanks to your timely reminder, otherwise I'm afraid it would have caused a major problem. Oh, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it?" Prague asked, looking puzzled, and gestured for him to continue. "What does your excellency intend to do with the troops under Herbert and Brunn?" Corwin asked directly. Prague pondered for a moment, then said, "Among this army, the knights who have been formally conferred titles and some junior officers will generally be sent to serve on the northern frontier to make amends for their service. As for the ordinary soldiers, most of them are conscripted serfs and refugees. Those who have money will have their families come to collect ransom, and those who cannot afford the ransom will, according to past practice, be sent to work in mines or on farms, or be sold as slaves by the county." After listening, Corwin took the opportunity to express his thoughts. "Sir, as you know, I just took over that land, and I'm short-handed for the repair of the wooden fort, the reclamation of the fields, and the construction of the workshops. I need a group of laborers. I'd like to buy these ordinary soldiers from the county at my own expense, but I have one condition. I'll only select those who have families and are willing to move their entire families to my territory. Most of these people value stability, and as long as I provide them with a stable life, they will definitely work diligently and won't cause trouble. As for those who have no family or are unruly, we can deal with them according to the county's existing plan. What do you think? Prague was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled and agreed. I thought it was something difficult, but it turns out it's this. These soldiers are under the unified management of the county, so selling them to you is no different from selling them to others. Besides, you're doing this to cultivate the territory, which is perfectly reasonable. However, I need to send someone to report to the Earl first. The Earl will definitely agree, so don't worry. Just then, the servants brought out a steaming breakfast to the table, placing bread, roast meat, and soup on it. The two stopped talking, picked up their utensils, and began to eat breakfast. In the afternoon, Corwin, carrying the official document of approval from the Earl's mansion, led Colin, Bright, and their group to the temporary prisoner of war camp outside the city. Upon arriving at the camp, he handed the documents to the county garrison captain on duty for verification. The captain carefully checked the Earl's seal, the personnel roster, and the number of soldiers before allowing Corwin to take over the pre-selected group of soldiers. Soon, the county soldiers brought the men out of the camp. 150 or 60 able-bodied young men stood in formation, each with a restrained expression and a hint of fear in their eyes. These were the men Prague had selected in advance at Corwin's request. Corin, standing beside Corwin, looked at the crowd lined up before him and asked, "Young master, why are we spending money to buy these people?" Corwin's gaze slowly swept across the ranks, and after confirming that the number of people was complete, he replied, "The wasteland in our territory needs to be cultivated, the bridge at the patrol team's wooden fort needs to be repaired, and the roads need to be cleared. Although these people are prisoners, they are much more reliable than blindly recruited refugees. They are a good way to fill the manpower gap, and we can also select suitable people from among them to supplement the army later." Corin frowned slightly and hesitated. "Young master, I'm worried." "I know what you're worried about," Corwin interrupted, his tone calm. "Don't worry. I've already made arrangements with Sir Prague. Once we set off back to our territory, he will send people to bring these people's families over as well and settle them directly in our territory." He continued, "I have already thought it through. Once these prisoners arrive in the territory, they will be settled as serfs and work alongside their families to cultivate the land. I will provide them with food and lodging, and they will not have to pay taxes. Those who are law-abiding can apply for land after 3 years and become free citizens, receiving a small plot of land. After some time, I will select the most capable and reliable individuals from among them, pardon their status, and add them to the army. This way, they will settle down. By the way, send someone to Wood Castle later to tell guests to return to the territory as well." Corin nodded without saying anything more and turned to make arrangements. Corwin then tasked Bright with organizing the team, checking the packings, distributing rations, and arranging the long-distance escort. Only after these arrangements were made did the team set off in formation, slowly heading towards Corwin's territory. Chapter 127: Returning to the Territory. On a road not far from the territory, a large troop was slowly making its way forward. From within the group, Corwin spoke up. "Corin, send someone ahead to tell Uncle John and the others that we're back, and tell them to prepare to welcome us." After listening, Corin quickly selected several nimble soldiers, gave them some instructions, and then the soldiers rode off in a cloud of dust. Then, Corwin looked at Bright and said, "Bright, go and organize everyone to rest for a while. Judging from the distance, we still have a long way to go before we reach our territory." Bright replied, "Yes, sir." He then began to direct the people to disperse and find places to sit and rest. After resting for a while, Corwin walked up to the prisoners sitting on the ground. Looking at the prisoners who looked haggard and tired, he raised his voice and said, "If you walk west for another half a day, you will reach my territory. When you get there, I will give each of you a soft bread and a big bowl of hot, fragrant meat soup." Upon hearing this, some of the prisoners involuntarily swallowed, their eyes instantly gleaming with longing. Their previously dull eyes now shone with a glimmer of life because of this tempting promise. Only after being loudly urged by the soldiers beside them did they slowly rise and continue their journey with heavy steps. The afternoon breeze, like a gentle hand, softly caressed everyone's body. Corwin felt the gentle breeze and experienced an indescribable sense of comfort. He closed his eyes slightly, savoring this moment of tranquility. Behind him, the prisoners were filled with trepidation, unsure of what awaited them, heaven or hell, their hearts brimming with uncertainty and unease. After a long while, the group finally emerged from the lush forest. A wide, flat area appeared before them, clearly having been carefully cleared and prepared. A broad, level road ran straight through the middle, leading directly to the towering city walls in the distance. Soldiers were patrolling back and forth at the crenellations of the city wall. The soldier on the watchtower was the first to spot the group. He quickly picked up his flag and skillfully waved it to convey the message. Corwin led his troops slowly closer. The soldiers on the city wall already knew that Corwin had returned. Then, the heavy wooden door was slowly opened. Passing through the wooden gate, a beautiful scene slowly unfolds before everyone's eyes. The roadside is clean and tidy, and in the distance, wisps of smoke rise slowly from the rooftops. At the foot of the mountain to the right, the clanging and banging sounds come from the blacksmith's shop, where they are busy at work. A short walk further on, a mill stands quietly beside the road, its windmill turning slowly in the breeze. Houses are scattered on both sides of the road, and in the small open spaces in front of them, all kinds of vegetables are planted, tender green cabbages, plump peas, and bright red radishes, a vibrant scene, clearly indicating the location of the houses. To the left of the road lies a clear lake. The water glistens in the sunlight, like a giant blue gem. Not far away, a vast expanse of golden wheat fields ripples in the breeze, resembling a golden ocean. Within the wheat fields, farmers can be seen busily at work. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, the entire scene appeared exceptionally peaceful and serene. John and Father Severin spotted the returning group in the distance, their faces lighting up with joy as they quickened their pace toward Corwin. Behind Corwin, the group of prisoners stood motionless, staring in awe at the sight before them, seemingly overwhelmed by the magnificent spectacle. Even Corwin himself was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the territory had changed so much during his absence. Bright had initially thought Corwin's territory was just an undeveloped wasteland, but seeing the prosperous scene before him, he was so astonished that his mouth dropped open, and he couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, he finally came to his senses, turned to Corwin, and stammered, "Sir, this is really your territory? Wasn't it supposed to be a pioneering territory?" Corwin snapped out of his daze, a slight smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Let's go," he said. "We're going back to our territory." The evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Inside the council chamber, the steward was reporting on the various affairs that had occurred during Corwin's absence. "Young master, while you were away, Father Severin and I divided the newly reclaimed wasteland into regular plots for the people to cultivate. The slaves are continuing to cultivate new land. You've seen the progress of the city wall construction. It hasn't stopped since you left. The basic outline is now complete, but it will take a long time to finish. I've also settled the prisoners you brought back. They're temporarily staying in the barracks that used to house refugees." Corwin nodded repeatedly as he listened. "Butler Ron, you've thought things through very well. I'm very relieved to have you in charge. By the way, the families of these prisoners will probably be sent over in the next few days. When they arrive, you can arrange some spare rooms for them, and then you and the priest can register them." "Don't worry, young master, I'll take care of it," Ron the butler replied. "Let's leave it at that for now." Corwin's voice sounded somewhat tired. "It's getting late. I should get some rest too." Chapter 128, Managing the Territory. 3 or 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Corwin and Father Severin stood together on a high slope, looking down at the vast, newly cultivated fields. Many villagers were busy in the fields, creating a bustling scene. "I was away for quite a while, and the entire territory has changed so much since I came back that it feels almost unreal," Corwin remarked from the side. "Of course, you've been gone for 2 or 3 months, so naturally a lot has changed," Father Severin replied with a smile. "The buildings that were not completed before are now finished, and the spring wheat in the fields is growing well and will be harvested soon. Then we can plant winter wheat and rye before autumn, and the territory will basically have enough food for our needs." As the two were talking, a servant rushed in to report, "My lord, a group has arrived outside the territory. The leader says his name is Enoch, and he says he was sent by Sir Prague." Corwin said to Father Severin, "Let's go and see. I spoke with Sir Prague about this before, and he promised to send me the families of those prisoners. They should have arrived by now." After saying that, he and Father Severin walked toward the entrance to the territory. Upon reaching the entrance to the territory, Corwin saw a long procession parked in the distance, with carriages and people arranged in a staggered pattern, yet not appearing disorganized despite the long journey. He was just about to send a servant to call the leader over when several people from the opposite group walked out and headed straight for him. Upon approaching, the leader was a young man of about 18 or 19 years old. After bowing, he said, "Sir, my name is Enoch. My father is Sir George Prague. He sent me to escort these people here." Corwin glanced at the crowd behind him and said, "It must have been hard traveling with so many women and children. The journey must have been arduous." Enoch replied calmly, "Thanks to you, sir, the journey was relatively smooth, although the roads were not easy to travel. Fortunately, we were well taken care of along the way, and no one was injured or lost." These words surprised Corwin. The young man before him was about the same age as himself, yet he was leading a large group of elderly and infirm people on a long journey. He had to take care of the frail, maintain order in the group, guard against accidents, plan the route, and arrange food and lodging. If it were an ordinary pampered nobleman, he would probably be overwhelmed and full of complaints. But this Enoch not only handled everything smoothly, but also managed everything in an orderly manner. It seems that he is not the kind of noble scion who only knows how to have fun. "Your father told me about you. I know you've had a long and tiring journey." Corwin nodded slightly. "I will arrange for people to take good care of these people. You should go and rest with the servants." Enoch bowed in agreement, said no more, and followed the attendant leading the way toward the cabin. As he traveled, Enoch discreetly surveyed this pioneering territory that his father had repeatedly mentioned. In his imagination, this place should have been a desolate and crude wilderness, overgrown with weeds. But what he saw was a well-maintained road, neat fields, and orderly houses, exuding a sense of vitality. It was even better managed than many noble territories he had seen, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. As evening fell, Corwin summoned all the core personnel of the territory, along with officers of all ranks in the army, to hold an important meeting concerning the future of the territory. After everyone had arrived, Corwin did not let them sit down as usual. Instead, he divided them into two groups, civil administration and military, and arranged them on the left and right sides of the council hall to set the tone for the subsequent review of responsibilities. On the left are the civil administration staff, headed by Steward Ron, followed by Father Severin, Enoch, Felix, Tracy, Brody, and Lawson. Felix and Tracy have served Corwin since the Knight's Domain era, later transferring from the army to clerical work due to manpower shortages. Brody is the foreman of blacksmiths, and Lawson is the foreman of carpenters. Corwin specifically included them in this core meeting to demonstrate his emphasis on the artisan community and the territory's infrastructure. On the right was the military order, with officers such as John, Gus, Bright, Cohen, and Roman seated in order of rank. Once everyone was seated and the council chamber quieted down, Corwin's gaze swept across the room as he began. "The reason I've convened this meeting today is because I've submitted an application to the Kingdom Council for a territory assessment. Soon, this territory will be officially upgraded to a baronial title recognized by the kingdom. From now on, we can no longer use the previous centralized management model. We must clarify the military and civilian administrative framework and define the responsibilities and duties of everyone. The core of today's meeting is to finalize this matter and plan the future development of the territory." He then turned his gaze to Butler Ron beside him. "Butler Ron, please first tell everyone here about the current situation of the territory." Butler Ron stood up in response, holding a roll of parchment filled with data, and introduced it to everyone present. "Let me first give you a brief overview of the current situation in the territory. Regarding the population, after excluding officers and soldiers of the regular army, the territory currently has a total of 2,458 registered people. Among them, There are more than 1,300 people, including the formal citizens and the able-bodied men and women who have been pardoned by Father Severin and are currently in the probationary period of serfdom. According to the rules of the territory, pardoned slaves must first be converted into serfs, and only after they have worked for a full term and passed the examination can they be promoted to formal citizens. The artisan group consists of 46 people including their families, including 5 blacksmiths, 6 carpenters, 2 stonemasons, 2 leatherworkers, 2 tailors, and 3 bricklayers. There are 367 registered serfs and 551 slaves. These slaves are under the care of special personnel and are assigned to fixed work areas, where they are responsible for heavy physical labor such as farming, infrastructure construction, and animal husbandry. There are special supervisors and patrol officers to manage them and prevent escape and disturbances. Children who are given as a gift when purchasing slaves are included in the slave population and are provided with food, lodging, and basic labor training by the territory. The remaining 110 people include local civilians and elderly people who are unable to work. The civilians are not part of the regular army and are under the jurisdiction of the civil administration. They cooperate with regular soldiers in patrolling the territory, guarding, and transporting supplies, and their duties are clearly separated from those of the army. Regarding food, the people allocated land can provide their own rations, which are not included in the territory's unified allocation. The territory's monthly unified allocation of grain, various vegetables, and beans totals 20,000 jin, which already includes all public consumption, such as regular army rations, livestock feed, and daily disaster reserve grain. Currently, the territory's granary reserves are sufficient to support public consumption for 1 year. Soon, the reclaimed land will be ready for harvest. Since last year, the territory has reclaimed a total of 1,500 mu of land, which has now been fully cultivated. After deducting the reserved grain seeds, the estimated harvest is 300,000 jin of grain. In terms of finances, the territory's daily expenses are mainly divided into 3 parts. First, the regular army's pay is a fixed military expense. Second, the monthly expenditure on purchasing grain and feed from the county town. And third, the cost of purchasing medicines, cloth, and other supplies when merchant caravans visit. In addition, the construction of the city wall is also continuously investing money to purchase stone and tools and pay the wages of craftsmen and laborers. This expenditure is recorded separately and is currently the largest infrastructure expenditure in the territory. Regarding the construction of the territory, the city walls are being built slowly according to the plan, and the progress is steady. There are currently 10 large buildings, 1 armory, 1 blacksmith's workshop, and 1 lumberyard. The church, which is used to educate the people and hold religious affairs, is also under construction, led by Father Severin. Small facilities such as mills, shacks, and tool sheds are all available, but I will not go into details. Regarding land and livestock, all 1,500 mu of cultivated land has been sown and will be ready for harvest in a while. As for livestock, there are more than 50 oxen, donkeys, and mules, nearly 140 pigs and sheep, and a sufficient number of poultry such as chickens and ducks, which are raised by designated personnel. The poultry eggs and meat products produced are also included in the unified allocation of public resources in the territory. Ron the butler finished speaking in one breath, then handed the document in his hand to Corwin with both hands. Chapter 129 Rectification of Civil Affairs. After quickly glancing at the document handed to him by the butler, Corwin closed the booklet, looked up at the group of civil affairs personnel led by Butler Ron on his left, and said, "I will explain everything that needs to be done next, one by one. Please remember it well. First, in terms of population, the existing population of our territory is sufficient to support daily operations and basic defense. Next, I will formally expand the army. The original strength of 300 people will be expanded by another 300 people, and the total number of troops after reorganization will be set at 600 people, dedicated to guarding the territory, suppressing bandits, and maintaining order. The craftsmen must immediately set about forging weapons and equipment. I will arrange for someone to allocate raw materials such as iron, ore, wood, and leather. The workshops will draw manpower and craftsmen to work day and night to ensure that the basic weapons and armor for the new soldiers are provided as soon as possible. In addition, a slightly larger wooden schoolhouse will be built next to Father Severin's church. Children from the local families and children of military officers, whoever is willing, can be sent to the school. Father Severin will teach them literacy, arithmetic, and theological doctrines on a daily basis. I will also assign dedicated officers to provide the children with basic military training, so as to cultivate a continuous stream of reserve talents for the territory. As for the subsequent population matters, you must do a good job in population registration, resettlement, and household registration management. Priority should be given to ensuring manpower for the expansion of the army, agricultural cultivation, and workshop production. The three should be allocated as needed to prevent waste of manpower. Secondly, there's the matter of finances. Currently, the three largest expenditures in the territory are soldiers' salaries, monthly food purchases, and the procurement of various supplies. Every single expense must be carefully calculated. The territory's finances are jointly managed by John and Steward Ron. Steward Ron is in charge of approving expenditures, planning for the use of funds for people's livelihood and military supplies, and ensuring the rationality of every expenditure. John is responsible for recording accounts, safekeeping money, and accounting for income and expenditure. All receipts and accounts must be signed by both of them to be valid. At the end of each month, the two of them will jointly compile a detailed account, and I will personally check and settle it. I will not allow the accounts to be chaotic or the money to be unclear. Third, people's livelihood and commerce. Set up a number of fixed stalls in suitable locations in the territory's settlements and newly built villages. Display the small farm tools, cloth, cooking utensils, needles and thread, buttons, and other daily necessities that have been stockpiled in the warehouses on the stalls. They can be sold directly or rented to the people. Barter and grain exchange are supported. You should select careful and reliable people to be in charge. Keep good records of the entry and exit of the goods. Ensure the daily needs of the people, and stabilize people's livelihood. Fourth, land and harvest. You have done a great job in reclaiming wasteland and managing farmland. I will not go into details, but I will just make one hard requirement. By this time next year, in addition to the existing arable land, you must reclaim more than 1,000 mu of wasteland to expand the cultivated area. Most of the newly reclaimed land this year is under the two-field system, with only a small portion being able to implement the three-field system. The soil fertility has not yet been fully developed. Next year, we must ensure that the total grain harvest is higher than this year. We must not only feed the existing people and other populations, but also reserve grain to meet the food needs of the newly added slaves and subsequent populations. There must be no food shortage. Young master, according to your idea, the current manpower is far from enough, and we must expand the staff as soon as possible, said Tracy, who had always been in charge of miscellaneous warehouse work and was meticulous in her work. No problem, I will fill all the positions I need. I will also clarify everyone's duties and responsibilities, so that everyone will have a clear division of labor and responsibilities, and rewards and punishments will be clearly defined, Corwin replied. Then Corwin addressed everyone, saying, Gentlemen, thanks to everyone's efforts, the territory is becoming more populous, more abundant in resources, and more prosperous. In order for the territory to develop even better, I will establish clear official positions and personnel arrangements. I hereby announce that the position of civil administrator is officially established in the territory, to be held by Steward Ron, who has long been in charge of the daily civil affairs of the territory and is familiar with all matters. He will be fully responsible for all civil affairs of the territory, including population registration, land management, people's livelihood coordination, trade of goods, and so on. Father Severin will assist him, coordinate the affairs of the people, supervise the implementation of government policies, and take into account the communication between school education and civil affairs to ensure that the government orders are smooth, fair, and just. 1 commerce manager shall be appointed, and 3 clerks shall be assigned to him. The manager shall be Felix, who was previously in charge of the trade and was knowledgeable in trade. He shall be responsible for the trade in the territory, the operation of fixed stalls, and the general store. The clerks shall assist in the transaction record keeping, the statistics of goods, and the reconciliation of accounts. Establish a warehouse manager and 5 clerks, with Tracy in charge. He is responsible for the daily statistics, storage and allocation of weapons and armor in the armory, grain in the granary, and various agricultural tools. The clerks are responsible for inventory checks, entry and exit registration, and loss statistics to prevent the loss and waste of materials. A workshop manager will be appointed, with Brody, who is skilled in ironwork and has superb craftsmanship, and Lawson, who is proficient in machine making and understands craftsmanship, as the deputy manager. The two will work together to manage the workshop. The workshop will be equipped with more craftsmen and apprentices as needed, specializing in the production of weapons, armor, and agricultural machinery, to ensure production progress and quality. All stewards will be under the jurisdiction of the civil affairs officer and subject to his overall command. The salaries of stewards and their subordinate clerks will be discussed and determined by you and Steward Ron within 3 days, based on their job rank and workload, and will be paid monthly. Until then, the daily food, clothing, and lodging of all staff members will be provided by the territory, while their families will be responsible for their own living expenses. Salary adjustments and rewards/penalties will be made based on their work performance. All right, please remember all the appointments and arrangements above. We will make adjustments as needed if any special circumstances arise. As soon as Corwin finished speaking, the civil affairs personnel present all expressed that they understood the various arrangements and appointments. Once everyone quieted down, Corwin raised his hand to signal Enoch, who had been sitting quietly, to stand up. He then announced to everyone present, "Let me introduce you all. This is Sir Prog's son, Enoch. From now on, he will be my squire, just like Colum and Roman. He will also be under the jurisdiction of the civil administration." After Corwin finished his introduction, Enoch rose slowly according to aristocratic etiquette and bowed to each of the civil officials, stewards, and officers present. His words were humble and his manners were proper. This gentle and courteous demeanor left a deep impression on everyone present regarding this newly promoted knight squire. After Corwin announced the duties and appointments of the civil administration, it was already dinner time. A servant came to ask if he needed any food, and after receiving an affirmative answer, the servant turned and went out to prepare the food. Then Corwin stood up and said to everyone, "I've already ordered dinner to be brought in. Let's eat first, and then we can continue discussing the next steps." Chapter 130, Reorganizing the Army. After a simple dinner, the territory's meeting continued, and after the civil affairs issues were resolved, the most important issue became the military. This expansion and reorganization will promote a number of officers with both combat merits and seniority. The existing army will also need to be restructured and its organization reorganized. Seeing this, everyone fell silent and waited quietly for Corwin to preside over the meeting. Corwin cleared his throat, glanced at everyone present, and slowly said, "The army has always been the core foundation of the territory. The territory's food, supplies, craftsmen, and manpower are generally given priority to the army. As everyone knows, I have repeatedly discussed the matter of expanding and reorganizing the army with the corps officers before this, and I have also gone deep into the barracks to exchange ideas with the soldiers at the grassroots level. Furthermore, based on the merits of previous battles and the performance of daily training and duty, I have initially drafted a list of officers to be promoted. However, before announcing the list, John will first explain to everyone in detail the current situation of the Army's personnel and equipment." John adjusted his posture slightly upon hearing this, straightened his back, and faced the crowd. His voice was clear and loud. "Gentlemen, let me first explain the current situation of our army. When we first arrived in this territory last year, we only had 50 soldiers under our command. They were all veterans recruited and personally trained by the young master. They were all experienced and skilled in combat, and they were the backbone of our army. After arriving in the territory, we gradually expanded our forces. We first selected the best soldiers in terms of skill and character from the local militia to add to the ranks, bringing the team to 120 men. We used a training model where veterans mentored new recruits to help them quickly catch up with the pace of combat. At that time, we didn't have many soldiers, so we used the basic organization of 5-10-10, with the young master in charge of all military affairs, and 2 squad leaders under him, namely Gus and me. After that, we officially expanded our army, reaching a strength of 300 men. However, after several border bandit suppression and defense operations, we lost 37 soldiers. Another 12 were too badly wounded to continue serving and fighting. According to the rules previously set by the territory, these wounded and retired soldiers have been resettled by the Civil Affairs Department. They have been allocated exclusive farmland, given full compensation, and have been provided with care to ensure their livelihood. We will never let our brothers who fought so hard feel disheartened. After deducting the wounded, the retired, and those who died, the army currently has 251 men. However, among the prisoners that the young master brought back this time, there are quite a few good ones. The young master and I have discussed that we will select 60 strong and willing people from them to be incorporated into the army as new recruits. Together with the newly recruited young men in the territory, we will make up for the shortage of troops as soon as possible. Let's talk about weaponry and equipment. Thanks to the local artisans working day and night to build them, plus the spoils from previous battles, the current stockpile of armor and weapons is clearly documented. The armor includes lamellar armor, half-body armor, chainmail, and leather armor, totaling 324 sets in stock, and those currently in service with the soldiers. Although there are many types of weapons, the main combat weapons such as spears, shields, bows and crossbows, and battle axes have been categorized and organized. They will be uniformly allocated according to the type of soldier in the future, so I won't go into detail about them one by one. This is the current situation of the local army. As soon as he finished speaking, John picked up the water beside him, drank it all in one gulp, and then sat back down in his original seat. Corwin took over the conversation at the right moment and said in a deep voice, "You are all clear about the current state of the army and the direction of subsequent troop replenishment. I have discussed with several corps officers for many days, and in combination with the goals of this expansion and the defense needs of the territory and border fortresses, we have finalized the Army's organization and deployment plan, which is formulated according to the actual troop strength after the expansion is completed. After this expansion and reorganization, the Army will have a regular staff of 600 people, divided into 3 groups: main force, garrison force, and militia force, with clear division of labor and each performing its own duties. The main force, consisting of 400 men at full strength, is the core of the territory's combat power and is the core of mobile operations. The garrison force, consisting of 200 men at full strength, is dedicated to defense, patrol, and guarding. The militia is selected from young men aged 16 to 40 in the territory, undergoes intensive training during the off-season, serves as a reserve force in wartime, and engages in normal farming work in peacetime, without interfering with the territory's production and livelihood. John is responsible for coordinating the daily training of the militia to ensure that the training standards are in line with those of the regular army. In terms of defense deployment, we must not only defend our territory, but also secure the border fortress as a gateway. Once the expansion of the army is completed, the specific deployment will be as follows. 300 main force troops and 150 garrison troops will remain in the territory to take care of territory defense, internal stability maintenance, and emergency support. 100 main force troops and 50 garrison troops will be deployed in the border fortress to be responsible for the daily defense of the fortress, border patrols, clearing out scattered bandits in the surrounding area, and guarding the key border passages of the territory. Corwin paused, giving everyone time to process the information, before continuing to elaborate on the organizational details. Next is the specific personnel organization of the Army. The smallest units, the Wu and Sure, will still be retained at the bottom level. 5 men form a Wu, and 10 men form a Sure, maintaining the smallest combat unit to avoid gaps in grassroots command. The main force will have a full complement of 400 men, reorganized into 4 battalions. 2 Shao will be combined into 1 battalion. Each battalion will have 1 battalion commander and 1 deputy commander, with 2 Shao commanders under them, who will oversee all Wu and Sure within the battalion. The personnel configuration of each battalion is as follows. After deducting 5 supply soldiers, 2 messengers, 2 flag bearers, and 1 medic, the remaining officers and combat soldiers total 90 people. Among the combat personnel, Each battalion is equipped with 25 archers, which is appropriate for combat needs, and the remaining 65 are melee infantry, with a clear and reasonable ratio. In terms of equipment, all melee infantrymen are equipped with armored clothing, lamellar armor, and helmets, and carry spears and square shields. Their melee weapons are either single-handed hammers or battle axes, and they carry short swords at their waists as backup. Archers and crossbowmen are focused on mobility and are equipped with armored clothing, light leather armor, and helmets. In addition to bows and crossbows, they carry short swords for self-defense and are not equipped with heavy armor to avoid affecting long-range shooting. The equipment for the garrison troops will be primarily lightweight and practical, mainly consisting of leather armor and light chainmail, along with light weapons such as spears, swords, and bows and arrows, to meet the basic needs of defense and patrol, thus saving on the consumption of territory resources. The 324 sets of armor will be allocated according to the principle of prioritizing the main force and supplementing the garrison troops. Active equipment and spare armor will be kept separate and organized, and the craftsman's workshop will continue to build and repair them to gradually fill the equipment gaps. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed that the plan was practical and the proportions were reasonable, and expressed their approval. Upon seeing this, Corwin's tone became solemn as he formally announced the personnel appointments following the expansion of the army, while also taking into account the placement of existing veteran officers to prevent the problem of too many officers and too few soldiers. The appointment of officers this time will be based on fair selection according to everyone's combat achievements, military skills, troop leadership ability, and daily performance, while making full use of existing veterans and squad leaders to ensure smooth transition of command. Now I will announce them one by one. I myself serve as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, overseeing all main forces, garrison troops, and militia units, and coordinating the army's defense, training, and deployment. The appointments for the 4 main battalions are as follows. The 1st Battalion is personally led by me, with the Chief of the Bodyguard, Corin, assisting in managing military affairs. 2nd Battalion, Battalion Commander John, Vice Commander Angus, 1st Squad Leader Leon, 2nd Squad Leader Stuka. The 3rd Battalion, led by Captain Gus, Vice Captain Hudson, 1st Platoon Leader Malott, and 2nd Platoon Leader Conrad. 4th Battalion, Battalion Commander Bright, Vice Commander Roman, 1st Platoon Commander Sherman, 2nd Platoon Commander Bet. The above-mentioned battalion and platoon leaders were all promoted from the existing squad leaders, senior platoon leaders, and corporals. They are all seasoned veterans with proven command abilities. The garrison was reorganized into 2 battalions. The 1st Battalion was commanded by Byron and Deputy Commander Samuel. The 2nd Battalion was commanded by Yarman and Deputy Commander Medlin. They each led the garrison forces and were under the command of the Commander-in-Chief. I have already communicated with each of you officers individually and incorporated many reasonable suggestions. This appointment and staffing plan is the result of our discussions. Do you have any objections? The officers present all stood up and said they would obey. Seeing this, John smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Young master, after this reorganization, our expanded army is well organized and has a clear division of labor. It has already taken the shape of an elite legion. Why don't we give our army a resounding name?" Corwin waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Forget it. Let's focus on recruiting and training new soldiers first, fully expanding our main force to its maximum strength, and honing our combat capabilities. We can come up with a grand name later when we've actually expanded our main force to 1,000-strong legion." Chapter 131, The Messenger Arrives. A month passed in the blink of an eye, in the training grounds of the territory. Corwin was watching the new recruits training. After the last territory meeting, the Army's personnel had been gradually replenished over the next month. 149 outstanding soldiers were selected to supplement the main force, bringing the total strength to 400, together with the original veterans. The remaining 200 soldiers were selected to form a separate garrison force, responsible for the defense of strongholds and daily patrols. "Young master, how should we explain our population and army size to the council envoy?" Butler Ron asked, standing beside Corwin. After a moment's thought, Corwin said, "The registered population of the territory is only over 600. There's no need to go into detail about the other dependent population, serfs, and slaves. Just say a total of about 800. As for the army, only report the garrison troops of 200, and report according to the standards for the garrison troops' weapons and equipment. Don't mention the main force at all. When the envoy arrives, let him only have a general look at the current state of the territory. Do not take him to see the military camps and newly built villages in detail, and do not let the main force show up. We have now established a solid stronghold, have fields and infrastructure, which is enough to prove that the territory can be self-sufficient and that we have an army that can undertake military obligations. That is enough. He paused, then continued. If we were to report the truth all at once, we'd probably face heavier taxes and military service. Although there's no taxation in the early stages of establishing a new territory, making the accounts too perfect would only cause trouble. Understood. I will prepare a document for external communication shortly and submit it to the envoy upon his arrival. Butler Ron nodded in response. Get it done as soon as possible. Prague has already written to me that the council envoy has arrived in the county town. After meeting with him and briefly inquiring about the situation, Prague has sent men to escort the envoy, who is now on his way to our territory, Corwin instructed. A few days later, sunlight streamed through the windows onto the table in the council chamber. Corwin, along with Butler Ron and John, sat around the table, which was piled high with various ledgers and documents. The group was carefully reviewing the salaries of the territory's civil servants. Just then, a servant hurried into the council chamber and reported to Corwin. Young master, the council envoys escorted by Sir Prague have arrived outside the territory. Captain Corwin has checked the documents and seals and confirmed that they are indeed envoys sent by the Kingdom Council. Upon hearing this, Corwin put down his pen, stood up, and a hint of composure flashed in his eyes. Very good. Give the order to prepare a banquet to properly welcome this envoy. Yes, young master. The servant acknowledged the order and quickly withdrew. Corwin turned to Butler Ron and John and said, You two continue with the salary determination. I'll go and greet this messenger. With that, he straightened his clothes and went out towards the entrance of the territory. Upon arriving at the territory's gates, a man dressed in magnificent attire stood at the head of the procession. This appeared to be the council envoy. Corwin greeted him with a smile, saying, You must be the envoy sent by the council. Welcome to my territory. The envoy smiled warmly and returned the greeting, saying, Greetings, Your Excellency. I only briefly surveyed your territory, but what I see before me is astonishing. It seems your land is thriving under your rule. Corwin smiled modestly and replied, Your Excellency is too kind. I was merely doing my duty. You must be tired from your journey. Please go and get some rest. Tonight, I have prepared a banquet especially for you as a small token of my appreciation and to welcome you back. The envoy nodded slightly, expressed his sincere gratitude, and then, led by his attendants, went to his resting place. As dusk settled and a soft twilight enveloped the land, the council chamber of the territory remained brightly lit, its warm glow dispelling the night's chill. Corwin and the envoy sat facing each other on an exquisite table laden with delicious food, and fine wine swirled gently in crystal glasses. Corwin raised his glass first, saying, Your Excellency, this toast is to you. Thank you for your arduous journey. I will need your continued assistance with the matters at hand. Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name. The envoy smiled and raised his glass in response. My name is Chance. Your Excellency is too kind. This is simply my duty, nothing to trouble you at all. As the banquet progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Corwin calmly handed the carefully prepared forged document to Chance, saying respectfully, Your Excellency, this is a summary of the current situation in our territory. You may take a look. Chance took the document and began to read it intently, his eyes darting between the lines, occasionally nodding slightly in approval. After finishing, he looked up and said sincerely, Judging from this document, your territory is developing well, with a sizable population and army, and excellent infrastructure. This proves that your territory is self-sufficient and capable of undertaking corresponding military obligations. However, I still wish to conduct an on-site inspection. I wonder if your lordship has time to accompany me. Corwin already had a plan in mind, and with a calm smile on his face, he said, "Of course, I will personally show you around the territory tomorrow." The next day, Corwin led Charns slowly through the territory, guiding his gaze to only the surface of the landscape and deliberately avoiding military camps and newly built villages. Charns carefully observed everything around him, stopping occasionally to ask about details. Finally, Corwin nodded in satisfaction and said, the contents of the document match the actual situation. I will record this document in detail and send it to the capital. If all goes well, you will pass this inspection. After the inspection is passed, the council will issue an official document to the county seat. At that time, you will need to go to the county seat, where Earl Lucius will represent the king to receive the investiture on your behalf. A surge of overwhelming joy welled up within Corwin, but he tried his best to remain calm and said with a smile, "Thank you for your recognition, Your Excellency. I will definitely go to the county town on time. By the way, I have also prepared a small gift for you. I hope you will not find it offensive." Charns paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you so much." After completing his mission, Charns prepared to leave the territory. Corwin stood at the gate, watching Charns' departing figure, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his mind was already busy planning his journey to the county town, his thoughts constantly planning the itinerary and preparations. Chapter 132, Abundant Harvest. Time flows like a gentle stream, slipping away unnoticed. In the midst of our busy lives, we have unknowingly reached mid-July. In another month, the autumn wind, carrying a hint of coolness, will gently sweep across this land. As time goes by, the barley and oats in the fields begin to ripen, and the territory welcomes the most important harvest season of the year. The barley stalks are a ripe yellowish green, and the heavy ears of barley droop. Whenever a breeze blows, they rustle. The color of the oats gradually changes from light green to light yellow, and the grains are plump and firm. These are basically clear signs that the grains are fully ripe. The golden and pale yellow wheat fields rippled in waves, shimmering mesmerizing in the sunlight. The sight was breathtaking, as if one were stepping into a magnificent painting, leaving one utterly captivated. These days, apart from the necessary guards, the busy workers in the mill, and the caretakers of the livestock, all other work in the territory has been temporarily suspended. Under the overall coordination of Steward Ron, the free citizens, tenant farmers, serfs, and slaves of the territory began harvesting wheat in the fields as soon as dawn broke and they finished eating. In accordance with the custom of labor service in the territory, Steward Ron divided everyone into groups. The first group consisted of strong and capable free citizens and experienced senior serfs, all of whom were veterans who had worked in the fields for many years. They stood in neat rows, sickles in hand, bending low and moving with swift, synchronized movements to cut the ripe barley and oats. The second group, mainly composed of serfs and slaves, was responsible for carefully bundling the cut stalks into tight sheaves, which were then transported by ox carts and horse-drawn carts to the threshing grounds designated for the estate. Once the harvest was complete, on a sunny day, the grain was threshed using flails and winnowed with wooden shovels. As time went by, the sun gradually climbed to its zenith, and the scorching sunlight baked the earth like tongues of fire. Some serf women carried wooden buckets and some food, shuttling back and forth between the fields. They were responsible for handing out water to quench the thirst of the laborers who were taking turns to rest, and simple food to replenish their strength. The people and serfs who were resting on the earthen ridges did not have the sorrow of labor on their faces, but instead were filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. This year's weather has been exceptionally kind to this land, with favorable winds and abundant harvests across over 1,000 acres of farmland. According to the rules of the territory, the people only need to pay 30% of the harvest as taxes to the lord. However, they also have to pay a portion to the tenant farmers and serfs. After completing their required labor service, the tenant farmers and serfs can keep enough food for their families to get through the winter, and even the slaves can get a larger share of wheat porridge. These people had lived in Corwin's territory for quite some time. Compared to their previous lives under other nobles, here they were not only free from unwarranted mistreatment, but also provided with food, shelter, and a peaceful existence. Therefore, they had long regarded Corwin as a benevolent and wise lord. Corwin stood quietly on the earthen slope by the field, gazing at the scene of labor across the hillside and the heavy waves of wheat, his heart surging with an overwhelming sense of excitement. In just over a year, he started from a remote, desolate territory with only a few dozen people, and step by step, he reclaimed land, pacified refugees, and restored order. Now, this territory has a population of over 2,400. He also established a simple yet effective civil administration system and formed a sizable army. The cultivated land reached over 1,500 mu, including not only the main grain-producing fields, but also some vegetable and fodder fields. Based on this year's grain harvest, after deducting the grain for serf labor, the grain retained from taxes paid to the people, seed grain, and livestock feed. This grain is enough to support the entire territory through the winter safely. There is even room to store some as military rations and emergency supplies. He firmly believes that his territory will become more and more prosperous, and he will be able to go further on the road ahead. A soft exclamation interrupted his thoughts, and Corwin was brought back to the reality before him. Young master, a messenger from the county town has sent a personal letter. Corwin held the well-sealed letter in both hands and handed it to Corwin. Corwin did not rush to open the letter. Instead, he slowly turned to look at butler Ron beside him and instructed, "After all the wheat has been harvested, bundled, and transported to the threshing ground, let it dry first so that the bundles are fully dry. Then carry out a thorough threshing and winnowing process, carefully removing straw, weeds, and shriveled grains to ensure the purity of the grain. Then you will personally supervise the registration and record-keeping to ensure clear accounts. Before the grain is stored, carefully inspect the moisture-proof lining of the granary to ensure it is well ventilated and dry, so that the hard-earned grain is not lost due to such a small matter. Arrange for Tracy to select 20 men from the militia, along with 10 garrison soldiers, to guard the granary in shifts. No one is allowed to bring fire into the granary. The granary doors must be locked day and night, with you and Tracy each holding a key to ensure the safety of the grain. In addition, divide the grain according to the territory rules. 30% will be kept as the Lord's private grain, 20% will be used as militia rations and public reserves, 40% will be distributed to the lords, serfs, and slaves, and the remaining 10% will be reserved as seeds for next year's spring planting. Young master, please rest assured, I will arrange all these things. After the grain harvest, I will arrange for people to plant some beans in the fallow fields, and then plant a batch of rye after autumn." Ron bowed slightly in response. After the work in the evening, distribute some meat soup to the people and serfs. The slaves can also get more rations so that they can have more energy to work. No problem, I'll have the farm women prepare it. Ron nodded. You can discuss the matters within the territory with Father Severin and the others. The rest is up to you. I will hold another meeting later to discuss everything one by one. Corwin, go and summon all the officers to the council chamber. I'll be waiting for them there, Corwin instructed. Corwin then took the letter and went straight to the council chamber. When the officers arrived at the council chamber, they saw Corwin sitting in the main seat, intently reading a letter in his hand. The officers took their seats in turn, and no one spoke to disturb him, simply waiting quietly for him to speak. Is everyone here? Corwin put down the letter in his hand and looked up at everyone in the hall. Everyone's here, young master. John stepped forward, bowed, and then asked in a low voice, Young master, what did the letter say? The council chamber fell silent. All the officers' eyes were fixed on Corwin. Corwin waved the letter in his hand and smiled at the group of officers, saying, This is an official document from the county seat, and there is also a personal letter from Sir Prague to me. The document clearly states that our territory has passed the kingdom's inspection and has been officially promoted to a baronial territory. I am to go to the county seat immediately to attend the investiture ceremony and be formally conferred the title of baron. The moment the words were spoken, the entire council chamber fell silent, and then the faces of the officers were filled with joy. That's wonderful, young master. John straightened up abruptly, his face beaming with joy, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Our territory will henceforth be a baronial fiefdom ordained by the kingdom. The officers below the hall instantly became excited. Some couldn't help but burst into laughter, while others exchanged excited glances. The once quiet council chamber was instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. Chapter 133: A Letter from the County Town. As the noise in the waiting hall gradually subsided, Corwin gently raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. The commotion quickly died down before he spoke slowly. The official documents from the county seat were only one thing. In a private message to me, Sir Prog also told me 3 other things. Corwin gently placed the letter on the table and slowly began to speak. The first thing he did was congratulate me on my promotion to Baron and told me to go to the county town as soon as possible to receive the investiture ceremony. He also said that he would prepare a generous gift for me after the investiture. The second thing is that the border fort has been incorporated into our territory. However, after I was granted the title of Baron, I will no longer serve as the border patrol officer. But the county town has chosen to keep this position permanent, specifically responsible for combating smuggling, eliminating bandits, and maintaining security in the border area. He asked me to recommend a suitable candidate to take over the position. The third thing was that the letter did not explicitly state the reason, but it specifically instructed me to bring a portion of the army with me when I went to the county town. After saying that, he leaned back in his chair and glanced at everyone. Let's skip the first thing and get straight to the second and third things. Everyone, please share your thoughts. The people in the hall immediately began to whisper among themselves. After a moment, Roman spoke first, bowing to Corwin and saying, "Young master, I think Sir Gus is the best candidate to take over as the patrol officer." Sir Gus had spent a long time on the northern border and was familiar with the terrain and various situations there. He also had many years of experience in border defense, making him the most suitable person to take over. Moreover, Sir Gus was also your inner palace knight and served as the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the territory's standing army. He could handle both commanding troops and patrolling the border, making him perfectly capable of guarding the border fortress for you. As soon as Roman finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement, all feeling that Gus was the best choice. Seeing that no one else objected, Corwin immediately made the decision. All right, it's settled then. I will report Gus's name and recommend him to take over the position of Border Patrol Officer. Gus is already in charge of the 3rd Battalion, so he will be stationed at the border fortress from now on, in charge of the troop deployment and border patrol affairs, and guard the border defense line of the fortress for me. After finalizing the selection of the Border Patrol Officer, John frowned slightly and asked, "Young master, did Sir Prog's letter specify how many troops we need to lead to the county town?" Corwin shook his head, looking puzzled. He didn't tell me the exact number of troops, so I'm a bit confused. Normally, when a territory is newly promoted to a baron, there is no need to pay taxes in the first year, nor is there any obligation to perform mandatory military service. I really can't understand why he specifically asked me to lead troops to the county town. John pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Young master, although we don't know Sir Prog's true intentions, we must be fully prepared for anything. Sir Prog has always had a good relationship with us, and his youngest son has even been sent to be your servant. This matter should not be detrimental to us. Since he requested to lead troops, we prepared according to the standards for going out to garrison and responding to emergencies. We checked the weapons and equipment in advance and prepared enough logistical supplies to ensure that we could respond at any time, even if we encountered unexpected situations. You're right, we must make thorough preparations." Corwin nodded in agreement, and then discussed the specific personnel and troop deployment plan with everyone in detail. After careful discussion, the final plan was finalized. 3 days later, Corwin would depart for the county town to receive his baronial title. As for the military, the territory's main camp would be guarded by the 2nd and 4th Battalions, along with 150 garrison troops, responsible for protecting the entire territory and nearby roads. As the captain of the 3rd Battalion, Gus led a full-strength 3rd Battalion of 100 main force soldiers. However, considering that there were 70 soldiers stationed at Wood Castle, he only sent 30 main force soldiers to merge with the remaining soldiers to form a full-strength 3rd Battalion, along with 50 garrison troops to guard Wood Castle. This garrison force was nominally incorporated into the border patrol team, but in reality, it was still a direct army under Corwin's command, sent to the border Wood Castle to garrison, and to perform the duties of border patrol, guarding trade routes, and military defense. Corwin personally led the 1st Battalion as part of the accompanying army to the county town to receive his investiture. The arrangements for personnel to remain and accompany the troops were also determined. The internal affairs of the territory were to be fully handled by Steward Ron, military defense was to be led by John, and Roman, the deputy captain of the 4th Battalion, would assist John. The three had a clear division of labor and a clear hierarchy to ensure the stability of the territory's rear. Bright, Gus, and Coron accompanied Corwin to the county town. After Corwin completed the ceremony of being conferred the title of Baron, the official appointment document was issued directly in the county town, confirming Gus as the border patrol officer. Afterwards, Gus led his troops directly to the border fortress to take up his post. By the time the discussion was over, it was nearly dusk. Corwin stood up and instructed everyone. "All right, starting tomorrow, everyone should hurry up and prepare for the trip and garrison arrangements. Don't slack off. John, you two should discuss this with Butler Ron later. The territory is currently undergoing summer harvest. During this time, organize a team of 50 men from the main force and garrison troops. Have Butler arrange for someone to lead them to patrol the territory and the vicinity of the village day and night. Don't forget about this. Gus, go tell Hudson to take the troops to Woodburg first, so that the troops won't have to make a round trip later. Bright, you and Corin go to the armory and warehouse. Take my warrant and hand over the supplies to Tracy. Take inventory of the weapons, equipment, and food supplies that need to be prepared. By the way, Colin, you should inform Enoch later. As my squire, he will be coming with me to the county town this time. Firstly, it will allow him to familiarize himself with the county town's procedures, and secondly, it will make it easier for him to meet with his father, Sir Prague, so that he can prepare himself." Everyone agreed in unison, and then dispersed to carry out the agreed-upon matters. 3 days later, the territory was a hive of activity. The soldiers were already in formation, ready to depart at any moment. Butler Ron came to see him off and said to Corwin, "Young master, please rest assured on your journey to the county town. I will handle the internal affairs of the territory properly." John and Roman also stepped forward and assured Corwin that they would protect the territory. Corwin nodded slightly and said, "With you all here, I have no worries. Everyone should do their job and wait for me to return after I have been granted my title." With Corwin's command, the troops slowly began to leave the territory and head towards the county town, a cacophony of sounds echoing in the air. The author has been killing fish at RT Mart for 10 years, thinking his heart had become as cold as the fish-killing knife. But seeing so few positive reviews, tears of sadness streamed down his face. He realized that there are still things in the world that can make him sad. He begs readers to give him a few positive reviews to soothe the wounds in his heart. Chapter 134 Promotion to Baron. On the afternoon of the 6th day after leaving the territory, Corwin led his team to the city of Columber. Since he had sent someone into the city in advance to inform Count Lucius of the itinerary, it was not long before the Count's servants came to pick them up. The accompanying team was properly arranged to stay and rest in a private camp that had been prepared in advance outside the city. Afterwards, Corwin led Colum, Gus, Bright, and Enoch into the city. The group arrived at the Earl's mansion, where Earl Lucius received Corwin in the council chamber, while Colin, Gus, Bright, and Enoch waited outside. Earl Lucius was already waiting in the council chamber. When he saw Corwin enter, he gestured for him to sit down and said with a smile of approval, "Congratulations, Corwin. At your age, to be granted a fiefdom of barony based on your own achievements and efforts is truly remarkable and commendable. Your Excellency, you flatter me. I owe this opportunity to your previous guidance and assistance, as well as a bit of luck. I have only done my best." Corwin replied with upright posture and humble tone. Count Lucius waved his hand, cutting to the chase without further formalities. "All right, I won't say anything more. The most important thing about your trip is tomorrow's baronial investiture ceremony. I've already entrusted all the related matters to Prague. You can go see him later." He then briefly informed Corwin of the key matters. The kingdom has issued all the necessary documents for the investiture, and the county government has verified them and affixed the county seal. The scope of your fiefdom, the authority of your baronial title, and the taxes and military service obligations corresponding to your territory are all clearly marked on the documents. You can take your time to read them after the ceremony. Prague will guide you through the ceremony process, tell you the content of the oath, and prepare the formal attire and sword for the investiture. Don't make any mistakes in the rush. After carefully noting it down, Corwin bowed and left the office. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Prague standing there, talking quietly with Enoch, who was waiting there. When Prague saw Corwin come out, his face instantly lit up with joy. He took 2 steps forward, and after the two walked out together, he lowered his voice and said privately, "Corwin, congratulations. You are about to become a nobleman with a real fief. After the investiture ceremony tomorrow, I will have to call you Baron. Aren't we friends? I'm getting angry when you say that. There's no need for us to be so formal." Corwin frowned slightly and said, pretending to be angry, all right, business is business, enough joking around, come with me." Prague stopped laughing, his expression became serious, and he led Corwin towards the church in the county town after leaving the Count's mansion. Upon arriving at the church, Prague first showed Corwin around the church and explained the rules and significance of the vigil prayer. According to the traditional rites of noble investiture, Corwin was required to first observe a solitary vigil and prayer before the church altar, seeking divine protection and purifying his mind and body to prepare for the investiture ceremony the following day in the most devout and pure state. After the vigil ended, he would bathe and purify himself the next morning. As night deepened, the candlelight flickered inside the church, and the icons on the altar appeared solemn and dignified in the dim light. Corwin knelt alone before the altar, feeling no boredom whatsoever. Instead, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and the Baron's investiture ceremony was solemnly held in the cathedral attached to the city center. Earl Lucius presided over the ceremony himself, and the bishop, high-ranking knights, and noble representatives from the city were all present to witness the event. Before the ceremony began, Corwin received ablution outside the church, and then, dressed in a white linen suit, walked slowly to the center of the church under guidance. Under the watchful eyes of Count Lucius, the bishop, and the crowd, Corwin solemnly took the oath. Faced with a formidable foe, I will be fearless and undaunted. With courage and loyalty, I will have no regrets before God. I will speak frankly and honestly, and I would rather die than lie. Protecting the vulnerable, I will treat everyone with kindness. Fight bravely, I will remain loyal to my Lord. The church was solemn and dignified as the organ and monks' chants echoed. Corwin approached Count Lucius, the king's representative, knelt before him, removed his hat, offered his old sword with both hands, and then loudly proclaimed to Count Lucius, "Sir, I am now your man." Count Lucius accepted the sword and solemnly declared on behalf of His Majesty the King, "I accept Corwin Thorne as my vassal." After the submission ceremony concluded, Corwin rose and approached the bishop. The bishop held the holy book in both hands, and Corwin placed his right hand on it, loudly swearing, "With this holy relic as my witness, from this day forth, I will faithfully and honestly pledge my allegiance to you, without deceit or falsehood, and will share life and death with you." With the oath made, Count Lucius stepped forward, took a newly forged, gilded, investiture longsword, and struck Corwin's right shoulder heavily with the hilt, proclaiming, "With this sword I bestow upon you authority to rule your people and to punish your enemies." Corwin took the sword hilt with both hands and gripped it tightly to his heart. Next comes the most crucial step, the granting of territories. Count Lucius gestured to his servants to bring a wooden tray containing branches, soil, and scepters symbolizing the authority over the land. The Count received the tray with both hands and solemnly presented it to Corwin, his voice booming throughout the room. "Corwin Thorne, on behalf of His Majesty the King, I hereby formally grant you this territory. From this moment forward, you possess your own banner, your own army, your own domain, and your own subjects. May the Lord bless your rule, fulfill your duties, and protect your land." Corwin accepted the tokens symbolizing land and power with both hands, his heart pounding with excitement, marking the official legal entitlement to the territorial possession. The ceremony concluded successfully. Corwin stood up, holding the token and sword to his chest, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, officially became the rightful baron of the kingdom. After the investiture ceremony concluded, the nobles who had attended the ceremony rose one by one to pay their respects, and then left. Count Lucius gave a slight nod to Corwin beside him, and then glanced at the herald in formal attire not far away. Corwin understood immediately. After receiving what Corwin handed him, he followed the county government's senior heraldic officer, bid farewell to everyone in the church, and headed to the county government office. Upon arriving at the government office, the heraldic officer first invited Corwin to sit down before formally speaking. "Your Excellency, congratulations on your formal promotion to the title of rightful baron of the kingdom. You have now left the position of knight and joined the ranks of hereditary nobles. According to the regulations of the kingdom's nobility, after such a promotion, your existing heraldic emblem and banner are no longer commensurate with your current rank and status. A new, exclusive baronial heraldic emblem and banner must be designed and entered into the kingdom's heraldic register. Would you like a new design proposed?" After a moment's thought, Corwin replied in a deep voice, "Of course it needs to be changed." After receiving a clear answer, the heraldic officer first gestured to a subordinate to bring blank parchment and a quill pen dipped in ink. He then explained the relevant rules and procedures in a solemn tone. "My lord, let me make this clear first. You only need to state your requirements for the design, color scheme, and ornamentation of the coat of arms and flag. I will personally record and draw the draft. Only after I verify that the draft conforms to the heraldic regulations for a baron and is not presumptuous will it be submitted to the Earl's palace for signature, and then officially entered into the heraldic register. After that, I will arrange for craftsmen to rush to produce the physical coat of arms and flag. In addition, according to the kingdom's custom, you will be responsible for the costs of heraldic design, craftsmanship, and registration in the register." After speaking, the herald picked up his quill and waited quietly for Corwin to give his specific design requirements. Chapter 135 Conscription. Looking at the herald officer in front of him, Corwin did not mention the design of the heraldry first. Instead, he took out 5 gold coins from his purse and gently pushed them in front of the officer. "Please accept these funds for the production of the emblems and flags." The heraldry officer stared at the gold coins before him, taken aback. "Your Excellency, this is far too much. With ordinary craftsmanship and materials, it would be impossible to use so many. Consider the remainder as compensation for your hard work in selecting materials and finding the best craftsmen," Corwin said. The heraldry officer's face immediately lit up with joy, and his tone became respectful. "Since you are so generous, sir, I will certainly use the finest fabrics, the finest silk threads, and the most exquisite pigments. Please just give me the specific design details, sir." Corwin said no more, took out a roll of parchment with pre-drawn patterns from his pocket, and handed it over. The herald quickly took the book with both hands and unfolded it for a closer look. As he looked at it, his brows furrowed, and he got up again to take a thick volume of the complete record of kingdom heraldry from the bookshelf behind him. He flipped through it repeatedly and compared it with the text. After a long while, he looked at Corwin with some hesitation. "My lord, this totem. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Corwin asked. "There's no problem. It's just that I've searched for a long time and haven't seen this kind of totem before. It looks mysterious and majestic, quite rare." The herald carefully chose his words. "Are you sure you want to use this as your official herald?" Corwin nodded slightly and said, "Use this one." The herald officer asked no more questions, put away the parchment scroll, and began to take notes carefully. "Then tell me the color scheme and details you want." The coat of arms and banners feature a golden double-headed eagle standing with its wings spread and its claws and tongue crimson. The design on this scroll is predominantly black, with the outline drawn in fine gold lines to make it appear more imposing. The heraldic officer nodded as he took notes. This heraldic design is quite complex and takes more time than ordinary heraldic designs. It will probably take 3 or 4 days to complete. After I report it to the authorities and confirm that there are no violations, I will send someone to expedite its production for you. You can then send someone to pick it up. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. In the evening, Earl Lucius hosted a banquet at his manor, inviting all the nobles who had attended the ceremony to join him. At the banquet, Corwin also got to know many local nobles and officials of the county, exchanging pleasantries and making quite a few connections. After the banquet, Count Lucius did not keep Corwin, but instead entrusted him with the task of settling Corwin in. Upon seeing this, Prague smiled and stepped forward to lead Corwin back to his residence. After Corwin returned to his residence with Prague, Prague did not immediately arrange for him to rest, but instead led him into the study. After the two were seated, Prague first offered a few casual words of congratulations to Corwin on his formal promotion to Baron, then changed the subject. Your territory is now a formal baronial domain. According to the kingdom's expansion law, after being in fief, you enjoy a 1-year tax exemption and exemption from corvée labor privileges. You should be aware of this, right? Of course I know, but why bring this up all of a sudden? Corwin asked. Prague didn't answer directly, but said slowly in a low voice. Normally, a newly ennobled baron like yourself should be housed and entertained by the count, but he specifically asked me to arrange your accommodations. He paused here, his gaze fixed on Corwin. Corwin's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly recalled Prague's previous arrangement for him to bring troops to the county town. He immediately asked in a deep voice, "Is there something that you would like to tell me, Earl?" Prague nodded slightly. You should know that the kingdom and the northern barbarians have always been at war. Of course I know that the fighting in the north has almost never stopped, Corwin replied. What's wrong? Has the chaos in the north spread to our border? He pressed. It's not the north. The north is still in a stalemate, and the situation is relatively stable. Prague slowly shook his head. It's something that happened in the south. The south? Corwin frowned and asked, what happened in the south? What does that have to do with me? That's right. As you know, the northern frontier is constantly at war, and a large amount of logistical supplies, especially food, have to be allocated and managed by the capital. The south, on the other hand, has always been the kingdom's richest grain-producing region, and the supplies for the north have historically been transported via 2 routes. One route is by land, which goes directly north from the heart of the kingdom to the northern border, but the journey is long and the losses are enormous. The other route was by sea, transporting the grain collected in the south directly to major southern ports for loading onto ships, which then sailed north along the coastal routes. While sea transport resulted in less loss, it often suffered greater losses in the event of severe weather. Therefore, for many years, both sea and land routes were used in tandem, complementing each other. Prague spoke slowly and clearly. Corwin nodded silently, indicating that he was listening attentively. Prague continued. Just recently, a civil uprising broke out in the south, which not only affected the local grain harvest, but also disrupted the garrison order in the south. And as you know, further south of the kingdom, there is a federation of small countries that has always had constant friction with the kingdom. Upon hearing this, Corwin's expression shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but blurt out. Could it be that the Southern Federation has also taken this opportunity to start a war with the kingdom? Prague nodded. You're right. The Southern Federation took advantage of the chaos of the uprising to launch a surprise attack on several important ports in the south of the kingdom, not only burning a large amount of stockpiled grain, but also severely damaging the coastal defenses. The capital has urgently dispatched legions south to stabilize the situation, while adjusting its strategy for the north, which is currently focused on defense. But the south is different from the north. The border is long, and the order was disrupted after the uprising. Almost every pass is under warning. Although the kingdom's territory is vast, there are too many areas that need to be defended. Although the Grand Dukes in the south have led their troops to cooperate with the Legion in counterattacks and defenses. But the kingdom was caught between 2 fronts, north and south. Even though the northern border had been shrunk, the military strength was still stretched thin, and there were significant shortages of money, food, and manpower. He paused, then looked at Corwin. Therefore, the kingdom has issued a conscription order to the entire territory, requiring nobles in various places to contribute money and manpower. Barons like you who are pioneers originally enjoyed the privilege of a year of tax exemption and exemption from service after being conferred the title. Now that the country is in crisis, the kingdom has to make adjustments. This privilege will still be retained, and the kingdom will provide some compensation later. However, you must participate in this conscription. You have 2 choices. Either pay a full amount of exemption fee or personally lead an army to serve on the southern border. After hearing Prague's words, Corwin fell into deep thought. The comments section for the very first paragraph of this chapter contains images of heraldry. Please take a look and see which one you prefer. Chapter 136: Advantages and Disadvantages. After a long silence, Corwin straightened up and asked in a deep voice, "So, the other nobles also received the kingdom's conscription order, right? How did they choose? Did they pay the full amount of the exemption fee according to the rules, or did they personally lead troops to serve in the south?" Prague sat opposite him, pondered for a moment, and slowly replied, "Most nobles have chosen to pay the full amount of their exemption from service, and are not very willing to take the risk. Only a few nobles with remote and impoverished territories, or those who are eager to gain military merit, have accepted the conscription and intend to lead troops to garrison the south. Some powerful knights without fiefs and free men have also responded to the conscription, and perhaps they can make great achievements on the battlefield and rise to prominence from then on." After a pause, Prague looked at Corwin and added solemnly, "However, I sincerely suggest that you choose to lead troops yourself this time. You should seriously consider my words. It is crucial for your future." Corwin frowned slightly, his face full of doubt. He sat up straight, spread his hands, and asked in bewilderment, "Why? Wouldn't paying the exemption fee save a lot of trouble and avoid this risk? Why bother getting involved in the mess of the Southern War? You are different from those old nobles. You can't compare yourself to them." Prague shook his head gently and explained patiently, "Your territory has just been promoted from a pioneering territory to a baronial territory, and your foundation is still shallow. Now is the time for you to accumulate favor with the royal family and strive for the benefits of your territory. As I told you before, the kingdom will provide corresponding compensation to nobles like you who participated in the war after this conscription. If you volunteer to lead troops for service, I can, as a county official, truthfully report your newly promoted baronial title and your voluntary response to the conscription to the capital. I will spare no effort to fight for you and guarantee that I can secure tax exemption privileges for you that far exceed those of ordinary people. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Upon hearing this, Corwin leaned forward slightly and pressed, "To what extent exactly can we secure this? Tell me in detail just how beneficial this tax-free privilege will be. For ordinary nobles, it's their duty to serve. But if you go, considering your newly promoted noble status, the kingdom might extend your tax exemption to 5 years. If you perform well in the war, you could even get 8 years. This means that for the next 5 to 8 years, your baronial territory will not have to pay any additional taxes to the kingdom. Just think how much money that will save you. You can use that money to develop your territory, build roads, cultivate farmland, and construct houses," Prague explained in detail, adding a final sentence for fear that Corwin might not understand the benefits. Then, he changed the subject. "You need to understand that if you don't choose to pay the exemption fee this time, and the kingdom issues another conscription order later, you will still have to respond according to the rules. Moreover, if the war in the south becomes stalemate, the capital will most likely increase the conscription efforts, and at that time it is very likely that the rule of replacing labor with taxes will be directly abolished, and everyone will have to enlist. At that time, there won't be such good conditions anymore. So, all things considered, actively responding to the conscription is the safest option right now. You must consider it carefully." Corwin nodded upon hearing this, keeping these words in mind. Then he asked, "If I decide to lead troops in a service, how many men will I need to lead, according to the kingdom's conscription requirements?" The number of conscription slots granted by the capital takes into account the long journey and the need to guard the nobles' own territories. The baron requires no fewer than 30 fully armed soldiers. In addition, some serfs responsible for supplies and miscellaneous tasks should be assigned. This is the minimum requirement and cannot be less. After all, this is a formal conscription by the kingdom, and the number of people must comply with the regulations for military registration. Prague first clarified the quota requirements, and then said, "Of course, if you are in a hurry to prepare and are short of manpower, I can also help you make an exception. After all, it is indeed troublesome to march a long distance. If you decide to answer the call, you have 2 departure options to choose from." Prague continued to explain in detail. First, You can join the armies of other nobles who have answered the call, assemble in the county town, and then head south together. The county seat will also allocate a batch of basic food and supplies based on the number of regular soldiers. However, you should know that this batch of supplies is only enough for the initial journey. The consumption for the subsequent journey will have to be borne by each noble. Secondly, if you want to lead your troops out alone, I can issue you official documents and passes from the county seat. When you lead your troops through other noble territories or cities, according to the laws of the kingdom, they should be able to provide you with a small amount of supplies and temporary rest, which can alleviate some of the logistical pressure. You can choose according to your own situation. At this point, Prague suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, by the way, I specifically instructed you in my letter to bring troops with you. Do you have enough soldiers and equipment this time?" Colwyn smiled and said, "Of course it's enough. I've kept your instructions in mind, so don't worry." Prague was relieved and then brought up another matter. "That's good. Has the candidate for the position of Border Patrol officer been decided?" "I was just about to tell you about this," Corwin replied frankly. "I plan to appoint my inner court knight Gus to take over the position of Border Patrol officer. I will have him go to the government office to complete the formal registration for his appointment. By the way, speaking of appointments, I think your youngest son Enoch is quite like you. He has good ability to handle government affairs and is a talented person." Mentioning Enoch, a gentle smile instantly appeared on Prague's face, and his tone softened. "Yes, I've always felt that way too. Of my two sons, my younger son Enoch is most like me in character and talent, and I favor him the most. However, there's a rule in the family that titles can only be inherited by the eldest son, so he can't inherit my title. That's why I shamelessly asked you before to find an opportunity to bestow a knighthood upon him in the future. I truly hope he can have a bright future." Corwin nodded slightly, then said solemnly, "The administration at the border fortress is complex and lacks manpower. I plan to send Enoch there to be fully responsible for local taxation, civil administration, and daily management. Once I return from the southern battlefield, I will formally appoint him as my personal knight in my capacity as a baron. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Prague felt a surge of gratitude. He knew that while the border fortress was somewhat dangerous, Enoch was in charge of civil administration, taxation, and other internal affairs, so he wouldn't encounter any real danger. On the contrary, he could accumulate experience and prestige in the affairs of the territory. For a young man without a title to directly manage a fiefdom within a baronial domain and handle all local government affairs was a rare opportunity, entirely due to Corwin's friendship with him. Corwin's thoughts weren't as complicated as they seemed. He simply felt that Enoch possessed considerable political talent and, being young, needed this experience to build his experience. Considering their relationship in Prague, knighting him later would be perfectly justified. At the same time, he entrusted the management of the wooden castle to someone he trusted. "Colwyn, I really don't know how to thank you," Prague said, deeply moved. Corwin waved his hand and interrupted him with a smile. "Look at you, don't be so polite. We're good friends, so don't be so formal. You've been busy all day, let me rest first. I'll let you know when I've made up my mind." Chapter 137, Leading the Army South. 3 days later, the herald sent someone to inform Corwin that his coat of arms, seal, and flag were ready, and that he should come to collect them. Corwin then had a simple lunch and went straight to the government office. Upon arriving at the government hall, he followed his attendant to the herald's office. When the herald saw Corwin, he turned around and took out a wooden tray from the cabinet behind him, saying, "Your Excellency, your coat of arms, personal seal, flag, and the certificate of your title approved by the Kingdom Council are all here." Corwin stepped forward, took the tray, and lifted the velvet cloth covering it. Neatly arranged on the tray were heraldic emblems and personal seals, with a square lord's flag stacked to one side and a roll of identification made of fine sheepskin, stamped with the sealing wax seal of the Kingdom Council. He carefully examined the coat of arms and seal, and then slowly unfurled the flag. Unlike the previous swallowtail flag, this flag had been changed to a square shape according to the Baron's regulations. The herald then produced another parchment document, which detailed Corwin's coat of arms, banner regulations, personal seal style, as well as his name, family, title, and fiefdoms for local record keeping. After confirming its accuracy, Corwin affixed his new personal seal at the end of the document. Your Excellency, this registration will be sent to the Royal Heraldry in the capital for registration immediately. From today onwards, your heraldry and banner will be officially in effect throughout the kingdom, the heraldry officer said with a smile. Corwin nodded his thanks, then put away all the tokens and left the herald's office. After leaving the office, Corwin did not leave immediately, but went to his office in Prague. Prague was engrossed in processing official documents when he saw him enter. He stood up and gestured for him to sit down, casually asking, "Your coat of arms and flag should be ready by now, right?" Corwin nodded slightly, then got straight to the point. "Prague, I have decided to answer the kingdom's call. Could you talk to the Count and try to transfer me to the southwestern border battlefield? That way, my march will be shorter and my supplies will be less." Prague narrowed his eyes slightly, gently stroking his chin. After a long pause, he slowly said, "I will do my best to handle this matter. I will find a suitable time to discuss it with the Earl and see if we can make an exception and transfer you to the battlefield in the southwest. If that doesn't work, don't worry, your troops should not be sent to the most stalemate and dangerous place. Then I'll really trouble you." Corwin nodded slightly, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He then added, "By the way, I didn't bring enough supplies with me this time. As you know, the journey to the battlefield is long, and we must be fully prepared. So, I'd like to ask you and me to purchase a batch of daily military supplies." "What supplies do you need?" Prague asked without any hesitation. "The most essential supplies are food and arrows, which are indispensable on the battlefield. In addition, we also need miscellaneous items such as felt blankets, whetstones, and military backpacks." Corwin explained in detail about the required supplies. After saying that, he showed a slightly apologetic expression and continued, "I didn't bring that much money with me this time. You can arrange for someone to keep an account first, and I will send someone back to the territory later to have the payment delivered in full. Alternatively, you can send someone from your side to go to the territory with my people to collect the payment." Prague waved his hand dismissively, his tone very cheerful. "These are minor matters, leave them to me. Since you have already made up your mind to answer the kingdom's call, go back and arrange the reorganization of your troops. Once the supplies are ready, I will send someone to deliver them directly to the camp outside the city." After a brief pause, Prague asked, "How do you plan to get there?" "I plan to travel alone, not with the other nobles groups. I want to reach the south as quickly as possible so that I have enough time to understand the situation there," Corwin replied solemnly. Prague nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, I will issue you the dispatch documents and border crossing permit as soon as possible to ensure your smooth journey." After leaving the government office, Corwin immediately turned to Colin beside him and instructed, "Go find Gus first and have him come to the government office to register for the position of Border Patrol Officer. After these matters are settled, have him take Enoch back to Woodburg to garrison the area. Also, arrange for someone to ride back to the territory as fast as possible and inform Steward Ron and John of the general situation. Tell them not to worry, to guard the territory well, and to wait for my return." "Yes, young master," Corwin responded crisply, then turned and hurriedly went to arrange various matters. A few days later, Prague personally led an escort team to deliver the prepared supplies to the barracks outside the city where Corwin's army was stationed. Upon seeing this, Corwin quickly stepped forward, looking surprised. "Why did you come all the way here yourself? This is a trivial matter of supplies. You could have just sent your subordinates. Firstly, to deliver all the supplies and also to see what you're lacking so we can replenish them as needed. Secondly, I've specially found you a capable helper." Prague smiled and pointed to a man carrying a medicine box behind him. "This is a veteran who used to be an army medic. He's very skilled at battlefield bandaging and wound care. I've finalized his arrangements for accompanying you, but you'll be responsible for settling his salary later." "That's wonderful. Thank you for your trouble," Corwin said with a smile, then accompanied Prague deeper into the camp. "Judging from the camp setup, you should be all ready and ready to set off at any time, right?" Prague said casually, but his steps suddenly stopped and his words came to an abrupt halt. He looked at the fully armored and spirited soldiers in the camp, his pupils contracting slightly. He turned to Corwin, his tone full of disbelief. "Corwin, where did these soldiers come from? Are they all your soldiers?" "That's right. These are all regular soldiers who have been trained in my territory for a long time. Corwin nodded calmly. My God, you have so many fully armed elite soldiers. This is much stronger than the armies of those old barons. Prague was shocked, looking Corwin up and down with a look of re-evaluation in his eyes. Corwin smiled faintly, his tone indifferent. It's just something that I've practiced diligently on a regular basis, and it's barely presentable. Prague paused for a moment, as if he had completely come to understand the young man before him, and slowly said, I didn't expect your strength to be far greater than I had anticipated. But that's actually better. Once you're on the battlefield, having enough strength to rely on will give you more options and ensure your safety. After Prague left, Corwin quickly ordered the inventory, distribution, and replenishment of supplies, and also made proper arrangements for the accompanying physician. After resting and reorganizing, Corwin led his fully reorganized army from Columber early the next morning, embarking on his journey to the southern battlefield. Chapter 138 Arrival and Mission. Having already led troops on long marches before, and now leading an army, the entire force, under Corwin's command, marched in an orderly manner throughout. Along the way, most of the regions in the kingdom that had not been at war for a long time were unfamiliar with the army. A force of 100 men was already a force to be reckoned with in the eyes of the locals, not to mention that Corwin's army was well armed and disciplined, and was not to be trifled with at all. Therefore, whenever passing through noble territories or towns, Corwin would send someone ahead with documents and passes to inform them, in order to prevent the sudden appearance of unknown troops and avoid unnecessary panic and misunderstanding. However, this journey was long, and the need to gather supplies and prepare equipment along the way meant that the marching speed was slow. After a month and a half of this stop-and-go travel, Corwin finally led his troops to Castle, the county town of South L County in the south, by referring to the map given to him by Prague before his departure. The scouts sent out to explore returned that day and reported, Sir, we have discovered a village ahead. According to the villagers, we are still 7 or 8 miles away from Castle City. After listening, Corwin took out a map to confirm the approximate location, and then ordered, Send someone with the transfer order and official documents to inform the county town that we have been summoned by the kingdom and will arrive outside the city soon. Tell them to prepare. Then Corwin looked up at the setting sun, then back at the soldiers' tired faces, and instructed Corwin, Pass down the order to rest here for a while. After we've rested, we'll set off before dusk and reach the outskirts of Castle before nightfall, where we can rest properly in the camp outside the city. In the center of Castle, Marquis de Witt, the military and political governor of South L County, sat in the main hall. His desk was piled high with official documents from the front lines. Since the war between the Southern Federation and the kingdom began, it had been nearly 3 months. He was in charge of overseeing defense and other matters in Castle, a key border city. His desk was piled high with frontline reports, requests for reinforcements, and documents for the allocation of supplies every day, leaving him no time to even catch his breath. Having just finished approving an order for the transport of provisions and supplies, the attendant scribe stepped forward lightly, bowed, and reported, Your Excellency, an army has arrived outside the city, summoned by the kingdom to serve. The accompanying personnel have presented their identification documents, as well as an official document bearing the seal of the Suffolk County Magistrate. I have verified the authenticity of the seal, and there are no errors. Please take a look. Marquis de Witt rubbed his throbbing temples, his tone tinged with weariness and impatience. Has the Suffolk Noble Coalition arrived? Much faster than I expected. It's not the main force of the Noble Alliance, Your Excellency, the clerk quickly replied. It was a baron from Suffolk who led his army there first. It will take some time for the other nobles in Suffolk to assemble their alliance. Upon hearing that it was only a group of barons leading the troops, rather than a complete coalition force, the Marquis of de Witt's attention instantly faded. He waved his hand and said indifferently, I don't have the time or the inclination to read this document carefully. The other documents are enough to keep me busy. Just tell me the contents of the document and the situation of this force. Upon seeing this, the clerk reported, The document states that this is Baron Corwin, the newly ennobled Baron of Suffolk. Although young, he was among the first to respond to the kingdom's wartime call, fulfilling his territorial obligations by personally leading 30 well-trained private soldiers ahead of schedule to the front lines to await orders. A newly ennobled baron, still so young? Before the clerk could finish speaking, Marquis de Witt's face darkened abruptly, his tone filled with sarcasm and anger. Which nobleman's illegitimate son or collateral descendant did he get a baronship through family connections and money? And now he's here on the battlefield to gain experience and military merit. These pampered brats, do they really think this smoke-filled front line is a playground for them? Do they think they can just play house? 30 private soldiers? I bet they're mostly just hastily assembled serfs and vagrants. I'd be grateful they even have weapons. It's no wonder Marquis de Witt was angry. During this period, many noble sons from various border areas had come to gain experience under the pretext of conscription. These noble sons arrived quite quickly, but when they saw the battlefield situation, they either led their troops perfunctorily or cowered in the face of trouble, causing a lot of trouble for the frontline defense. Several fools had already been court-martialed by him. Marquis de Witt was already overwhelmed by the war, and upon hearing this, his pent-up anger surged up instantly. He suppressed his anger, thought for a moment, and then coldly ordered the clerk, "Perfect timing. There's a grain transport mission here. The area is remote, and the fighting is at a stalemate, so it's not yet the main battlefield. Go and give the order to this newly promoted baron to take on the grain transport mission with his men. After delivering the grain, they should station themselves there to assist in the defense. Tell him to behave himself and complete his military service. Once his term is up, he can get out of here and stop causing trouble on the front lines." Upon hearing this, the clerk's lips moved as if he wanted to remind the Marquis of something, but seeing the Marquis's angry and unyielding expression, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, bowed in agreement, and turned to quickly go down to arrange the relevant matters of the task. Corwin led his team, led by the county soldier squad leader, to a makeshift barracks on the west side of the city. This area was originally a temporary post station for passing caravans, and was requisitioned as a garrison point during the war. Although there were only some low wooden huts, they could at least provide shelter from the wind and rain, which was much better than sleeping in the open. Corin dismounted, handed the reins to a soldier beside him, and ordered in a deep voice, "Take some men to tidy up the barracks, and have the cooks boil several large pots of hot water so everyone can soak their feet and relieve their fatigue. Many soldiers have blisters on their feet from the journey." Corwin paused, then gestured to Corin with his eyes. Corin understood immediately, pulled out a few silver coins from his pocket, stepped forward, and handed the coins to the county soldier squad leader. He then said, "Thank you for leading the way. Also, could you do us a favor and buy us a fat pig? I want to improve the soldiers' meals tonight. Consider the rest of the money your drinking money." The county soldier captain took the silver coins, his face showing a mixture of surprise and delight. He quickly bowed and replied, "Your Excellency is too kind. It's my duty. I'll go and get them right away, and I'll make sure you get the best ones." After the county soldiers left, Corwin turned to look at Bright beside him, his gaze softening slightly. "Bright, I remember you said your hometown is in the southern province. How far is it from here?" Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed across Bright's eyes, and he replied in a low voice, "My lord, this place is still 2 counties away from my hometown, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return for the time being." Corwin patted him on the shoulder, about to say something more, when a soldier came over with a scroll of official documents and a yellowed map, bowing and reporting, "Sir, this is a mission document sent by the Castle County government, along with a map of the surrounding terrain." Corwin took the document, quickly scanned it, and said, "The document tells us that a batch of food supplies will be escorted to Cochimberg for handover tomorrow." He then unfolded the map to take a closer look. It turned out that Cochimberg was located southwest of Castle City. It was a castle built against a valley, in a remote location, and not a main battlefield for the direct confrontation with the Southern Federation. "Sir," Bright leaned closer and pointed to the mark on the map, "this Fort Cochim looks a bit out of the way. It's probably just a supply point or a military fort." Corwin shrugged and said, "It is indeed remote, but that's perfect. We're new here and don't know anything. If we were sent to the front lines, we probably wouldn't even have a place to stand. This location is just right." He paused, then instructed, "Column, Arrange for the soldiers to take turns on watch tonight. Right. You take a team tomorrow morning to hand over the grain and supplies you are responsible for escorting. Let's try to set off as soon as possible and arrive at Cochimberg on time. Yes, sir. Corin and Bright replied in unison, turning to go and arrange the various matters. Dear readers, please give me a 5-star review, I beg you. Chapter 139 Cochimberg. After a night's rest, the warmth in the barracks dispelled the night chill, and the soldiers finally got a good night's sleep. The team's morale was now completely renewed. Early in the morning, Corwin led his men to take stock of the supplies and weapons. Just then, Bright returned with the grain transport team and joined the main force. After the troops had a quick breakfast and the personnel and supplies were assembled and organized, Colwyn immediately ordered the troops to break camp and head straight towards Cochimberg along the main road. After leaving Castle, the troops proceeded in the usual wartime formation. At the front were scattered scouts responsible for reconnaissance. Following closely behind was the vanguard squad led by Bright. In the middle was Corwin and his team, guarding the supplies and provisions, and at the rear was the rearguard led by Colin. Although the journey was monotonous, the ranks remained disciplined. However, the heavy supplies and baggage slowed the march, but fortunately, the road conditions were relatively good, with few muddy or bumpy sections. After 5 days of this, the outline of Cochim Castle finally came into view on the horizon. Bright rode up to Corwin's side, looking relaxed. My lord, the journey has been relatively peaceful. There were no bandits blocking the way, nor any enemy attacks. Once we reach Corium Castle, we can have a proper rest. Corwin looked at the road ahead and then said, We're not too far from the county town, and it's not the front line. Besides, the bandits have all been wiped out, so even if there are bandits or thugs, they won't dare to stop our team. But we still need to be prepared for defense. Sir, we have notified the garrison at Cochimberg, and they will send someone to meet us soon, the scout reported back. The procession slowly walked to the drawbridge outside Cochim Castle. After sending someone to announce their identity and check the documents, the heavy drawbridge slowly lowered, and the procession crossed the bridge in batches, gathering in the open space at the foot of the castle wall. Corwin reined in his horse and, together with Bright beside him, surveyed the castle before them. Looking at the towering walls and scattered arrow towers, Bright said, My lord, this castle looks quite sturdy. The walls are wide and thick, and it has arrow towers, watchtowers, and parapets clearly a standard military fortress. Not bad. Corwin glanced at the surrounding roads and terrain and nodded slowly. This place is also a road hub, controlling the passage in the southwest. It is perfect as a barrier. If we can hold it, we can block the enemy from the front. Even if we are temporarily at a disadvantage, we can warn the enemy in time. Even if the enemy goes over, they will have to leave troops to hold them back and always be on guard against the attack on their supply lines. After saying that, he gently spurred his horse and said, Let's go to the caravan. The two rode up to the grain convoy that was waiting to be handed over. Among the garrison that was already waiting there, a man dressed as a knight had already noticed Corwin's banner and military bearing. However, seeing Corwin talking from afar, he did not dare to approach and disturb him. When Corwin came over, he immediately stepped forward and bowed. Good day, Your Excellency the Baron, the knight said respectfully. I am Joyce, the captain of the castle's garrison. Bright stepped forward and introduced him. This is my lord, Baron Corwin. Sir Joyce, we have answered the kingdom's call to serve from the west. Upon arriving in Castle, we were ordered by Marquis de Witt to escort this batch of military provisions to Cochimberg, and then remain here to assist in its defense. After Bright finished speaking, Corwin asked directly, Are you in full charge of the defense of this castle? Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of Defense is Baron Bowen, Joyce replied. Where is Baron Bowen? Joyce bowed and explained, I apologize, Your Excellency. Baron Bowen is currently dealing with urgent military intelligence reports from the front lines and is unable to come to greet me personally. Please forgive me, and wait a moment while I go to the fort to inform you. Corwin nodded without speaking, and Joyce then turned and strode into the castle. In fact, Baron Bowen had already received an official document from the county town, knowing that a grain transport team would be arriving. He glanced at the document and assumed it was led by some young nobleman who was there to gain experience and seniority, and didn't take the matter of welcoming them seriously at all. Joyce initially shared this thought, but when he saw Corwin's well-organized and well-armed troops in the distance, he knew this force was no ordinary rabble. His earlier words were merely a convenient excuse. He couldn't afford to slight this powerful baron, who was far superior to those noble scions who had come to gain experience. At that moment, Baron Bowen was nestled in a soft chair in the castle study, leisurely swirling the wine in his glass. He was closing his eyes and gently inhaling the aroma of the wine, savoring it carefully, when suddenly a series of hurried and reckless footsteps came from outside the door, followed by shouts that broke the silence without prior notice, abruptly interrupting his leisurely mood and instantly igniting a surge of anger in his heart. The study door was flung open, and the person who entered was none other than the chief guard, Joyce. Baron Bowen's face instantly darkened like a storm cloud, and he stared at him with hostility, his tone full of anger. "Joyce, you'd better have something urgent to attend to. Otherwise you'll be cleaning up all the horse manure in the castle by yourself today, and don't expect anyone to help you." Fortunately, Joyce was his trusted chief bodyguard who had followed him for many years. If it had been anyone else, such rudeness would have resulted in a severe scolding and being hung up and whipped a few times. Joyce, with sweat beading on his forehead and no time to catch his breath, said urgently, "My lord, the grain convoy has reached the castle. You must go out there yourself." "So what if they're here? Is it worth all this fuss?" Baron Bowen waved his hand impatiently, took a sip of his wine, and looked increasingly disgusted. "Just have your men take stock of the grain and hand it over, and find an empty barracks to settle the people in. I don't have time to deal with those good-for-nothing noble scions." "No, sir, it's not what you think at all." Joyce was so anxious that he could hardly speak, waving his hands repeatedly. "You'll see for yourself when you go to the fortress gates. Don't neglect them." Seeing Joyce's unusual outburst, so unlike his usual composure, Baron Bowen felt a pang of unease. He reluctantly put down his wine glass, straightened his robes, and said impatiently, all right, stop wandering around like a headless fly. I want to see who's here that's making you so anxious." With that, he strode out of the study, Joyce quickly following. The two walked to the platform inside the fortress gate. Baron Bowen looked in the direction Joyce indicated, and the nonchalant look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by astonishment. He turned to Joyce beside him and asked, "Didn't the official document from the county only say that a grain transport team had arrived? Why is this army following them? Judging from their formation and armor, they are clearly a well-trained elite force. Could it be that there is some kind of impromptu military operation?" "There has been no military action, sir. I have already asked them. This unit is only here to escort military supplies and also to provide auxiliary defense." Joyce's tone was full of confusion as he continued. "We all know that the frontline forces are stretched thin. Shouldn't such elite troops be sent to the front lines? Why would they be sent here to transport supplies and provide auxiliary defense? I don't understand it either." Baron Bowen stared intently at the orderly ranks outside the castle, his expression instantly changing. His previous anger and impatience vanished, replaced by delight and seriousness. He patted Joyce on the shoulder, his tone softening. "You're quick-witted. Luckily you insisted on calling me out. This is indeed a serious matter. These powerful noble lords are not comparable to those useless ones. With this elite force assisting in the castle's defense, I won't have to constantly be on guard against border disturbances and live in fear. Quickly, come with me to greet them personally. We cannot be impolite." With that, Baron Bowen immediately straightened his appearance and led Joyce quickly towards Corwin and his entourage outside the castle. Chapter 140. The situation. Outside the gates of Cocham Castle, Corwin was speaking quietly with Bright when footsteps sounded from the gate. A group of people headed straight for Corwin, led by a nobleman dressed in aristocratic attire, followed closely by Sir Joyce, who had just been negotiating with them. When the group arrived in front of Corwin, the leading nobleman said apologetically, "Greetings, Baron Corwin. I apologize for not being able to greet you in time. Please forgive my rudeness." Corwin waved his hand, a gentle smile on his face, and said, "It's nothing. Urgent military intelligence is of utmost importance. You must be Baron Bowen, stationed at Cochemberg." "Indeed." Baron Bowen nodded in response. then turned to Joyce behind him. "This is my captain of the guard, Sir Joyce. He is in charge of guarding the area outside Kacham Castle." After revealing his identity, he turned to Joyce and instructed, "Immediately inform the kitchen and banquet hall to prepare a welcoming feast. Also, make proper arrangements for the soldiers accompanying Baron Corwin, ensuring their food supply and finding them a spacious place to stay." Having given his instructions, Baron Bowen gestured for them to enter, then looked at Corwin and said, "Let's go into the castle first." The group then escorted the two barons along the stone-paved path into Corwin Castle. Upon entering Kacham Castle, Corwin quickly scanned the area, making a rough assessment of the castle's interior layout. As expected, this is a military fortress built entirely for military purposes. Along the way, we didn't see any civilian houses or any unnecessary civilian facilities. The entire fortress was constructed according to military needs. If you stand on high ground and look down, the castle is surrounded by a wide and deep moat, like a giant python, forming a natural barrier, with many wooden spikes buried at the bottom. The only entrance for the large contingent was the main gate drawbridge, with only a narrow side gate for a small number of people to use temporarily in emergencies. Adjacent to the drawbridge on either side of the fortress wall stood a gate tower, its soldiers positioned high above, easily repelling any enemy attempting to forcibly lower the drawbridge. Moreover, taking advantage of the terrain, the archers behind the fortress walls had a superior advantage in attacking from the high ground. The layout of the castle's interior was also extremely simple, with barracks and warehouses arranged in a well-organized manner, as well as several vegetable gardens cultivated by the garrison to supplement their daily vegetable needs. At the center of the castle was the inner fortress where the lord lived, although this inner fortress was not large. Corwin walked along, looking around, and followed Baron Bowen to the central inner castle. It was called an inner castle, but it was just a 2-story stone house. The hall on the first floor was very simply decorated, with only a long table and a few chairs. "Baron Corwin, the conditions are really basic, so I'll have to make do with it. There are a few separate rooms on the second floor. I'll have someone prepare a clean and tidy one for you in a bit. I also live on the second floor here," Baron Bowen explained. Corwin said, "It's all right. Having a place to stay like this is fine." Baron Bowen had originally thought that a powerful baron like Corwin would probably find the place too simple, but hearing his amiable words, he couldn't help but feel a bit more favorably disposed towards him. "The banquet will be a little while longer. Come and rest in my study," said Baron Bowen. Corwin nodded, then asked, "Could you tell me what the situation is like here right now?" "If you're not tired, of course you can," Baron Bowen readily agreed, leading him upstairs to his study. After inviting Corwin to be seated, a servant poured him a glass of wine. The two took a small sip, and then Baron Bowen slowly spoke. "Which aspect would you like to hear about first?" Corwin put down his glass and said seriously, "Let's talk about our current situation first, so I can have a general understanding." Fort Kacham is located in a remote corner. It's a military fort used for sentry duty, mainly for warning and defense. You can see it clearly as you've come here. The advantage is that it's strategically located, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. But if it's besieged by the enemy, the disadvantage is that you can only hold out and wait for reinforcements, Baron Bowen explained slowly. There aren't any large-scale battles here. Most of the fighting is just scattered enemy troops coming to gather intelligence and disrupt the situation. The main battlefields between the Kingdom and the Southern Federation are in several fortresses and prosperous areas in the south, as well as the port that was attacked a few days ago. What is the situation regarding the troops and supplies inside the fortress? Corwin pressed. Baron Bowen pondered for a moment before telling the truth. I only brought 50 regular soldiers, plus several dozen serfs and laborers. These people were all brought from my territory, and I was also summoned by the kingdom to garrison here. The grain, plus the batch you brought this time, including the people you brought, is about enough to feed us for half a year. Before you came, I was even a little short of troops. He finished his drink and asked curiously, how did you end up being sent here? 6 days ago, after I led my troops to Castle, the prefectural government issued me a military order to escort supplies here, along with instructions to garrison the area. It was a dual mission of protecting supplies and assisting in defense. After a brief rest, I set off. I knew nothing about the situation at the front, Corwin replied truthfully. Baron Bowen asked in surprise. Didn't the Marquis of DeWitt summon you? No. I came here directly after receiving the military order from the prefectural government. Oh. Baron Bowen instantly understood the reason, thinking to himself, it seems that recently many noble sons have been trying to gain military merit at the border through connections. Marquis DeWitt has long been too lazy to meet with them one by one. The Marquis probably also regards Corwin as a nobleman who is just trying to gain seniority, so he simply doesn't even want to see him and has directly sent him to this remote military fortress. He suppressed his secret joy and said with a normal expression, I am short of troops here. It seems that the county government has sent you to help me defend. With the current forces, shouldn't we have enough to hold this fort? Corwin asked doubtfully. Baron Bowen sighed helplessly and said, it's not just this fortress. The original outposts nearby were destroyed long ago after several battles. There was also a market, but now the caravans have long since disappeared. It has been occupied by stragglers, defeated soldiers, and bandits from the Southern Federation, forming a small stronghold. Sometimes they would also plunder the surrounding villages. I had thought of sending troops to drive them away, but if I sent too few soldiers, I might not be able to defeat them. If I sent too many soldiers, the fortress would be vulnerable, and I was afraid that someone would take advantage of the situation. There was really no other way. Approximately how many enemies are there? Corwin asked in response. I sent people to investigate, and based on the scale of their several deployments, there are probably around 200 people in the stronghold. No sooner had he finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door, and Baron Bowen called out for someone to come in. The servant Joyce entered and bowed to report. Master, the banquet is ready. Baron Bowen looked at Corwin, stood up, and smiled. Come on, let's have something to eat first. After we finish, we'll talk in detail in the study. With that, the two rose together and slowly walked downstairs. Chapter 141 County of Brabant. The Southern Federation, as you can tell from its name, is not a truly unified country. It is more like an alliance pieced together from numerous duchies, marquises, earls, hereditary noble territories, and free city-states. Within this Southern Federation, there is an inconspicuous border county, the County of Brabant. Its ruler is Count Reginald, and this county is also the closest enemy force bordering our Cochemberg. In the main hall of Cochemberg, Corwin listened intently as Baron Bowen recounted the situation at the border, his expression focused as if trying to memorize every detail. Bright and Cohen listened equally closely, afraid of missing any important information. Corwin and Baron Bowen sat facing each other. It was nominally a banquet, but the food on the table was rather meager. Several plates of wild boar and smoked meat roasted over charcoal, a few dishes of coarse, earthy vegetables freshly picked from the garden, and rye bread without sawdust. In this war-torn, somewhat remote border region, this food was considered quite good. Only a few barrels of beer stored deep in the cellar were among the few things worth mentioning. Despite the simplicity of the banquet, neither of them paid attention to the elaborate aristocratic etiquette, simply raising their glasses and conversing casually. Corwin broke the silence first, asking directly, Baron Bowen, what's the story behind that border market outpost you mentioned earlier, where you said most of the inhabitants were stragglers from the Southern Federation? Baron Bowen put down his wine glass, his expression grave, and explained in a deep voice. Our border with the County of Brabant is right next to ours, and there has always been constant friction between us. Count Reginald across the border has issued a conscription order in order to expand his border influence, and the terms he has offered are very tempting. If you are a commoner, as long as you seize land or make real military achievements in border wars with the kingdom, you can be appointed as the lowest-ranking apprentice knight, or even a knight, thus gaining noble status. If you are a down-on-your-luck minor noble or a wandering knight, as long as you can conquer land on the kingdom's border and have the ability to defend it, the County of Brabant will recognize that land as its property and will also allocate a small amount of food and weapons as initial assistance. Of course, the conquered land will also be considered the territory of the County of Brabant. He paused for a moment, then continued. However, apart from the initial surprise attack on the kingdom, which put it at a disadvantage and has now reached a stalemate, the battles on both sides are dragging on, and the outcome is unpredictable. The county of Brabant itself has limited national strength and simply cannot afford to attend to these conscripted men. Many of the mercenaries who came to enlist, the private armies of various minor nobles, and those down on their luck minor nobles and wandering knights who wanted to make a living have either been scattered in the sporadic conflicts or, seeing no hope in the war, have become unorganized scattered soldiers who no longer wish to be under orders and have simply started fighting on their own. These people had neither food nor military pay, and dared not risk returning to the heart of the county of Brabant to be punished, nor were they willing to go to other unfamiliar places, so they banded together and entrenched themselves in that border market outpost. Previously, they had been making a living by robbing passing caravans and plundering the surrounding small villages. To outsiders, they also used the banner of resisting the kingdom and were basically no different from those bandits. The leaders in the stronghold are mostly impoverished minor nobles and wandering knights who are hoping for a lucky break. They have a lot of mercenaries, deserters, and some bandits who were originally roaming the border. This group of people have come together to occupy this well-connected stronghold. To put it bluntly, they are eyeing our Coacham castle and want to take a gamble to take this military fortress. What do you mean? They still want to fight us? Bright couldn't help but ask. Baron Bowen glanced at Bright and explained, "Let me put it this way. The kingdom's central command is busy with the main battles and won't expend a lot of manpower and supplies on a border fortress. But it's a different story for the minor nobles and wandering knights among these scattered soldiers. Coacham Castle is, after all, a castle. If they're lucky enough to capture it and then defend it with the fortress, they can have a castle and territory that truly belong to them, completely escaping their impoverished situation. This is incredibly attractive to those minor nobles and wandering knights without fiefs and with bleak prospects, as well as commoners who want to change their fate." "I understand." Corwin nodded slightly, then asked, "But haven't any official troops from the county of Brabant come to attack this place all this time?" Upon hearing this, Baron Bowen scoffed and waved his hand, saying, "They have no intention of wasting their energy here. Earl Reginald's efforts are focused on the core border battlefields bordering the kingdom, fighting for those fertile fields and transportation routes. Our remote frontier is not worthy of them mobilizing a large-scale regular army to attack us. At most, they will let these stragglers harass the border and cause us some trouble. So, the defenses of this market outpost aren't very strong, and there aren't any large-scale armies nearby, right?" Corwin's eyes were sharp, and his gaze was calculating as he looked directly at Baron Bowen. "Yes, the outpost there is just a makeshift wooden fence, with no regular troops stationed there. If it weren't for these stragglers entrenched there every day, and in considerable numbers, I would have already led my private army there to plunder the markets and villages near the border. And I reckon they've stockpiled most of their looted supplies and money in the outpost, probably in considerable quantities," Baron Bowen said casually. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the strange look on Corwin's face, suddenly realized what was going on, and sat up straight, leaning forward to ask, "Do you have something on your mind?" Corwin said slowly, "I'm thinking, could we take the initiative and remove this thorn in our side of the border? Firstly, it would completely eliminate the threat of border harassment, and secondly, we could take this opportunity to make some money and replenish our military equipment and supplies." Baron Bowen's eyes lit up with interest, and he quickly leaned closer to ask, "How so? Is there any profit to be made?" Please, dear readers, give this a 5-star review. The author thanks you all. Chapter 142, Locking the Road. A few days later, Bright arrived at the damaged border post that Baron Bowen had mentioned, accompanied by 10 soldiers, 8 serfs, and a wagon loaded with supplies. Although the post looked dilapidated, with varying degrees of damage to some walls and buildings, it could still be restored to its original defensive function with a little repair and reinforcement. After the group entered the outpost, Bright first arranged for 2 soldiers to guard the perimeter of the outpost, while the rest of the group conducted a thorough inspection of the interior to confirm that there were no remaining hidden dangers before they began to carry out repairs. Bright directed his soldiers to first seal the gap in the parapet, and then set up makeshift chevaux de frise in the open area outside the outpost gate to block any cavalry that might attack. The serfs were responsible for cleaning up the small barracks inside the outpost, removing rubble and debris. Once this area is almost cleaned up, You take the serfs to dig a shallow trench 2 or 3 meters outside the wall as a simple defense, so that we can keep watch. And that watchtower, I see the base is already loose. It'll probably collapse in a strong wind. There's no need to keep it. After dismantling it, build a simple wooden watchtower on each side of the outpost, at a corner with a good view. Just make sure it's a bit higher than the wall so you can see clearly what's going on around you. Bright ordered the squad leader beside him in a deep voice. The squad leader accepted the order and immediately began to make arrangements. Behind a mound some distance from the outpost, several mercenaries lay prone in the grass, intently watching the movements inside. The lead mercenary lowered his voice and asked his companion, who was in charge of the head count, "Jack, did you get a clear look? How many men do they have?" "Boss, I've counted them all. Including the leading noble officer, there are 10 soldiers and 8 serfs working here, a total of 19 people. The supplies on the wagons are covered with thick cloth, so we can't see the specific items, but we've been following them all this way, and the ruts are quite deep, so the wagons must be carrying heavy loads, most likely grain or building materials," Jack said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the checkpoint. "All right, let's retreat. Don't linger here, it'll give us away. Go back and tell those knights the truth." Then, the group crouched low, using the weeds as cover, and quietly retreated until they were out of sight of the sentry post before quickly leaving. "You mean, we should block the road at the checkpoint and shut down their retreat?" Baron Bowen asked. "That's right, look at the map," Corwin said, pointing carefully to the marked locations on the map and beginning to explain in detail. "We are now in Fort Coacham, and about 7 or 8 miles south is that outpost. You see, this outpost is positioned right on the only passage in the vicinity. Extending northeast from here, it leads directly to the market stronghold where the bandits are entrenched. We can coordinate with the outpost to create an excellent pincer movement against that market stronghold. As long as we hold this place firmly, we can control them like a tightly sealed bag, preventing them from escaping towards the county of Brabant. Moreover, the road from the castle to the outpost is very smooth and wide, like a flat thoroughfare. If the outpost is attacked, our reinforcements can arrive quickly to support us thanks to this good road." After a pause, Corwin added, "Moreover, we can use this to set a trap and lure them into launching an attack." "Lure them? What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Baron Bowen's face clearly showed great interest, and he couldn't wait to ask. Corwin pulled up a wooden chair and continued, "We've already arranged for people to keep watch on the perimeter to find out their every move. At the same time, we've also sent people to retake the outpost. They're not far from the outpost, and once they realize that we've taken it, they will definitely not let such a deadly threat stay there. They will definitely send people to take it back. Later, I would also like to ask Baron Bowen to select 10 to 15 armed soldiers from your troops to assist my men in guarding the outpost. We will deliberately leave only a small force, creating the illusion of weak defenses and laxity, to lure the enemy. Let's see if we can draw their main force out of their stronghold. Then we can encircle them and annihilate them in one fell swoop, saving us the trouble of attacking the stronghold. If they don't come out, we can only gradually compress their space of operation and force them out for a decisive battle." Upon hearing this, Baron Bowen nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of approval, and said, "I will immediately dispatch soldiers to assist in the defense of the outpost, just as you said, to deliberately feign weakness and lure them into a trap." As the two were discussing their battle plan, a series of hurried, chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed outside the hall. A guard rushed in to report. Then, Corwin and Joyce strode into the hall side by side, followed by several soldiers escorting a tightly bound man. The man's eyes were blindfolded with a thick black cloth, his mouth stuffed with a rag, allowing him to only utter indistinct whimpers, his body trembling uncontrollably. "These are the prisoners we captured from the market outpost." Joyce stepped forward and respectfully reported to the two men, "We went to keep watch on the outskirts as instructed, and we were lucky enough to run into a group of them coming out of the outpost. We followed them carefully, and once they were out of sight, we surrounded them. This is a prisoner, and we brought him back for interrogation." Corwin nodded slightly and gave Corwin a wink. Corwin understood immediately, stepped forward, ripped the rag from the prisoner's mouth, and demanded in a deep voice, "Tell me the truth about the number of people in your stronghold, its defenses, the leader's information, and the food reserves. If you tell even one lie, I'll make you wish you were dead. The prisoner was already trembling with fear, and upon hearing this, his face turned ashen. He dared not hide anything any longer and confessed everything in a trembling voice. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. There are less than 200 people in the stronghold. The leaders are 3 wandering knights and their dozen or so squires. The rest are mostly defeated soldiers from the county of Brabant, as well as a number of mercenaries and bandits. After the prisoner finished speaking and the enemy situation was confirmed again, Baron Bowen waved his hand expressionlessly and coldly ordered the soldiers, "Drag him away." The soldiers responded and dragged the wailing prisoner out. A moment later, a short, piercing scream echoed from outside the courtyard, sounding particularly harsh in the silent air. Those inside the hall remained calm, continuing to plot their next move. Chapter 143: Dividing the Troops. Under the dilapidated sheds of the market outpost, a commotion stirred up dust as a group of people dressed in a mix of mercenaries, bandits, and some who looked like defeated soldiers gathered together, arguing heatedly. A wandering knight, wearing half armor and with a gloomy expression, pushed through the crowd and looked at a thin man dressed as a knight, asking, "Insha, tell me, what exactly does the kingdom's army want to do?" They just sent people to renovate that long-abandoned outpost in the south, dug trenches, and erected barricades, clearly intending to station themselves there permanently. The wandering knight named Insha stroked the worn scabbard at his waist, not answering immediately, but turning to the other wandering knight who had spoken, his tone cautious. "Angelo, you personally went to Cochemberg to scout out the number of troops there before. Does the number you gave still count? At most 60 regular armed soldiers. The rest are just farm tools to make up the numbers, serf soldiers with no fighting ability, right?" "No mistake. I remember it clearly," Angelo said decisively, pointing to Barnett, a tall man with a fierce face, beside him. "Barnett went with me. We stayed in the woods for several days. The few times they came out of the city to drive us away, each time they only sent 20 or 30 soldiers. Including the necessary guards left to defend the castle. At most, there were no more than 60 regular soldiers who could fight. As for the serf soldiers, they were basically just there to make up the numbers." Barnett nodded emphatically and agreed in a gruff voice. "That's right. That should be all the troops in Fort Cochem." Insha frowned even more deeply, his tone growing increasingly grave. "Since we're certain that the regular garrison at Cochem Castle numbers at most 60, then this is suspicious. With such a small force, how dare they divide their troops to guard outposts? On our side, we have nearly 200 men in total, including mercenaries, bandits, and the people we brought. Even if our mercenaries and bandits are of varying strengths and cowardly, their numbers are still there. What makes them so brazen as to divide their troops so recklessly? Aren't they afraid that we'll concentrate our forces, capture their outposts, and then turn around and besiege the castle?" Upon hearing this, the area under the shed fell silent for a moment. Barnett's expression changed, and he blurted out, "You mean they have reinforcements? Why would the kingdom's army send reinforcements to a remote border like Cochemberg? There are no rich resources here, and it's not a strategic location. It's not worth wasting troops here." "I can't think of any other reason besides reinforcements," Insha said in a deep voice. "They dared to divide their forces, so there must be reinforcements arriving. I estimate that the number of reinforcements is not large. If it were a large force, we would have noticed it, and they wouldn't have needed to occupy just one outpost. They would have come to wipe us out long ago. But even a small number of elite reinforcements is enough to give us a headache. Cochem Castle is already easy to defend and difficult to attack. With the addition of reinforcements, our previous plan to take the castle is completely ruined." Angelo became agitated upon hearing this, slamming his fist into a wooden pillar beside him, sending splinters flying. "So what if the hot springs are ruined? But all the loot we plundered is still here at the outpost. That outpost is blocking the only escape route to the south. They've blocked the way. We can't just leave everything we've got here. Wouldn't that make this trip a waste? I told you from the beginning that we should send people to occupy this outpost and guard the key route for retreating south. But you all complained that the outpost was desolate and not profitable, and you were unwilling to send troops to guard it. Now look what's happened. The kingdom's army got there first, and we are completely on the defensive. This is reaping what we sowed. Barnett crossed his arms, his tone cold and full of resentment. The two were instantly on the verge of arguing. Stop arguing. There's no point in arguing now. The most important thing is to find a way to get the spoils out. Insha shouted sharply, forcibly easing the tense atmosphere. He glanced at the two men and said quickly, "We can't keep dragging this out. It's impossible to take Kochenberg now, but we absolutely cannot lose the spoils. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to split up." Seeing that Angelo and Barnett were both looking at him, waiting for him to continue, Insha continued, "Let's take a gamble. Let's assume that the enemy doesn't have many reinforcements. If they divide their forces to guard the outposts, we'll also divide our forces. One force will attack the outposts and quickly take over the passage so we can transport the spoils and evacuate. The other force will stay outside the castle to make a show of force and distract the defenders, preventing them from coming out of the city to reinforce the outposts and launch a pincer attack on us. Who will lead the attack, and who will hold the line?" Barnett asked immediately, his eyes filled with calculation. No one wanted to take the risk of holding back the defenders. After a moment's thought, Insha said, "Angelo will lead his men to the outskirts of Kochenberg to distract the defenders, feigning an attack on the city to keep them inside. Barnett and I will lead the main attack on the outpost. The outpost has just been repaired, and its defenses are not very strong, and there won't be many troops stationed there. We will fight quickly and decisively, and after taking it, we will immediately send someone to inform Angelo. After we meet up, we will take the spoils and retreat south overnight." Before Insha could finish speaking, Angelo immediately objected, his face full of suspicion. "No way. If I don't go to hold them off, and you two go to attack the outpost, what if I get held up by the garrison outside the castle, and you take the outpost and run off with the spoils, leaving me here as a scapegoat?" Insha was so angry that his temples throbbed. He cursed the other man for being short-sighted, but the situation was critical and there was no time to argue. He could only suppress his anger and compromise, saying, "You idiot. Even now you're only thinking about mutual suspicion. Fine, I'll take my men and the defeated soldiers I gathered earlier to hold back the enemy outside Cochem Castle. You and Barnett will take your respective men and those mercenaries and bandits to attack the outpost. Attacking a newly built, weak, abandoned outpost will be more than enough. Are you relieved now?" Angelo turned and exchanged a glance with Barnett. Both of them felt that there was nothing wrong with the arrangement, and they nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's do it this way. There's no time to lose. Go down and organize the troops immediately. After selecting the right people tomorrow, we'll set off right away. We must act quickly. If we're delayed, and the kingdom's army reacts, none of us will be able to escape," Insha said in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The three then dispersed, each gathering their men to prepare weapons and take stock of their numbers. The once chaotic market town instantly became noisy and tense, with the sounds of clashing weapons and shouts rising and falling as everyone hurriedly prepared to depart. This large-scale disturbance had already been observed by the lookouts sent by Cochem Castle Commander Colwyn, who were hiding in the woods not far from the outpost. The lookouts' expressions changed, and they silently turned and ran swiftly towards Cochem Castle to relay this urgent intelligence back to the castle. Chapter 144, Cutting Off the Fire at the Bottom of the Blade. After the scouts who had been keeping watch rushed back to Kochenberg, they reported the enemy's unusual movements at the stronghold to everyone. After listening, Corwin analyzed to everyone. According to the scouts' report, it seems that the enemy has begun to move, and they are very likely to attack the outpost. In order to ensure the safety of the outpost, and to flexibly respond to various changes that may occur on the battlefield, I think we need to split our forces. Baron Bowen, based on our previous estimates, the enemy's primary objective is probably to take that outpost. I don't think there's much of a problem with Cochem Castle. At most, they'll send people to monitor and distract us. You stay here with the remaining soldiers and serfs to guard the castle. I'll take my troops out. What do you mean by going out? Baron Bowen asked, puzzled. Baron Bowen has never participated in a war before, has he? Corwin asked tentatively. Baron Bowen may not be smart, but he is definitely not stupid. He understood what Corwin meant and honestly replied, no, I have only led men to wipe out bandits and robbers in my territory. Let me put it this way, Corwin explained slowly. Your remaining forces should be enough to hold Kochemberg. After I go out, I will send a portion of the troops to support the outpost. Then I will take the remaining troops and decide what to do based on the situation. The battlefield situation changes very quickly, and we can't keep all our troops holed up in the castle. That would be a very unwise choice. No problem, I'll do whatever you say, but I have one request you have to grant me. I'll have Joy stay in Kochemberg, and I'll go with you, Baron Bowen said readily. Corwin's series of actions after arriving at Kochemberg had made Baron Bowen realize that he was different from ordinary nobles, who would not know so much about military affairs. Although Corwin didn't understand why Baron Bowen insisted on going out with him, he still agreed. In fact, Corwin overlooked one point. In an era where most valuable knowledge was controlled by a small group of people, such valuable military knowledge was even rarer. Many people may never have even heard of it and are just figuring it out on their own. Despite being a nobleman, Baron Bowen actually had nowhere to learn this kind of knowledge. After witnessing Corwin's performance, Baron Bowen decided to go out with Corwin in the hope of learning something. The next morning, the market town was bustling with activity as several wandering knights began to gather everyone together. The leading wandering knight, Insha, addressed the other two. Angelo, Barnett. I'm leaving 20 men to guard this outpost. You two hurry up and take that checkpoint immediately. I'll take some men to hold off the garrison at Kochemberg. Once you've taken the checkpoint, send someone to inform me immediately. Then, we'll transport these valuables away and return to the county of Brabant together. Angelo's lips curled into a sneer, his face full of disdain, as he casually replied, Don't worry, we'll definitely let you know. It's just a small outpost. Barnett and I with 60 men, how could we not take it? Insha was furious at Angelo's nonchalant attitude, wanting nothing more than to punch that arrogant face. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, Then stop dawdling and get going. Sir, they've split into two groups. One group headed towards the outpost, probably 50 or 60 men. The other went towards Kochemberg, about 100 men. There are some men left at the outpost, but not many, only about 20 or 30. The scout quickly and clearly reported the intelligence he had gathered to Corwin. Corwin nodded slightly, and after a moment of thought, he calmly analyzed. Based on the enemy's troops' strength reported by the scouts, we will send 20 men to reinforce the outpost. This will not only strengthen the outpost's defenses, but also ensure that we have enough troops here to deal with other situations. Corwin, you take 20 men and go to the outpost immediately to reinforce it. Corwin accepted the order with a firm look in his eyes, nodded quickly, and then led 20 soldiers, their steps hurried and orderly, toward the outpost. Baron Bowen, it's time we took action, Corwin said calmly. At this time, most of the manpower in the market outpost had been taken by several wandering knights to attack the outposts and monitor the castle garrison. Of those who remained, most were bandits and weak mercenaries, with only a few wandering knights squires at the head. After arranging for the bandits to guard the entrances and exits, the knights squires sat leisurely in the open-air tavern, chatting idly while maintaining their weapons and equipment. Once Sir Barnett and his men take that outpost, we can go back. Although we haven't gained any merits from this trip, we've at least plundered a lot of money, food, and supplies. After the knights have divided the spoils, we can also get a share of the money and good stuff. Simon, what do you plan to do when you get back? A knight squire put down the weapon he was wiping and turned to ask his companion. Simon, the knight squire, stopped wiping his half-hand sword. With a melancholy expression, he sighed and said, I'm almost 30. Since the start of this war, I haven't earned enough merit to be promoted to knight, and I doubt I'll ever have that chance again. Now I just hope to get a bigger share of the money, buy a small manor further south, find a gentle woman to marry and have children with, and live a peaceful life for the rest of my days. I really don't want to live like this anymore. Now that you mention it, I think it makes sense. After struggling for so long and getting nothing in return, I might as well wait for a share of the money and go back to my hometown in the countryside. The knight's squire nodded in agreement, deeply agreeing with the sentiment. At the entrance to the market outpost, several bandits on guard, holding short spears, leaned against wooden stakes, discussing something animatedly, occasionally bursting into boorish laughter. In the distance, a robber who was sunbathing by the fence vaguely heard a rustling sound and was about to open his eyes to find out what it was. A soldier approached the bandit like a ghost, a blade flashing as it slit his neck. The soldier quickly covered his mouth, gently laid him on the ground, and then with a flick of his hand, a squad of soldiers silently crept forward behind him. When the soldiers arrived not far from the gate, the bandits were completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, the bowstrings twanged, and several light arrows shot out like meteors. The bandits were instantly struck by the arrows and fell to the ground, without even having time to utter a sound. Leave a few men to guard the main gate. The rest of you go in one by one in formation. Quickly search and clear out the remaining enemies. Corwin shouted the order, then turned to Holland beside him and said, "You and Ragnar take 5 men to block the back gate. Don't let the enemy escape." After saying that, Corwin drew his long sword from his waist and led the remaining soldiers to continue advancing. In the time it takes to eat a meal, this group of bandits, lacking any fighting spirit and with low combat effectiveness, were like lambs to the slaughter in the face of a well-trained regular army. Soon, a sergeant rushed over and reported to Corwin, "Sir, we have taken control of the entire market outpost. After a search, all the enemies inside have been eliminated. Let's go take a look," Corwin said to Baron Bowen beside him, and then strode toward the center of the market. Upon arriving at the center of the market, Corwin saw 3 people tied up in an open space and asked, "What happened?" "Sir, these men surrendered when they saw the situation was bad. They claimed to be knights' squires, and we couldn't tell if they were genuine, but their equipment was indeed much better than those of the bandits," the sergeant replied respectfully. "First, gather them together and keep them under guard. Leave a few people to watch over them. Then everyone take a quick rest. We still have to set off soon," Corwin instructed. Chapter 145 Pincer Attack. Inside the outpost here, Bright is directing his soldiers to build defenses. Immediately set up a row of barricades at the main gate of the outpost. Also, deploy 5 soldiers to guard the entrance, armed with shields and spears, forming a shield wall to block the enemy from easily advancing. "Yes, that's the spot." After the setup was complete, he turned to the squad leader behind him and ordered in a deep voice, "Behind the shield wall, you will lead 3 swordsmen and shield men to prevent the enemy from flanking or breaking through the shield wall to get close. Archers, fire freely from behind cover. Most of those people aren't wearing armor. If you get hit, they'll be incapacitated even if they don't die. The main goal is to disrupt their formation, understand?" The archers nodded in unison and quickly found their positions. The messenger spoke up at the opportune moment. "Sir Bright, this is the situation with the enemy. The chief guard said that you already have 10 elite soldiers on your side, plus the reinforcements sent by Baron Bowen, which is enough to hold the outpost. He will not send any more men to reinforce you. He only asks that you cooperate with him to attack from both sides and wipe out this group of enemies in one fell swoop." "Okay, I understand." Meanwhile, on a slope about 100 paces away from the outpost, Barnett was squinting as he observed the outpost's defensive layout. Angelo, who was beside him, stepped forward and asked with a hint of impatience, "Barnett, what are you staring at the outpost for? It's just a small outpost. What's so interesting about it?" Barnett withdrew his gaze and turned back to say, "I'm observing their weak points in defense so I can find an opportunity to attack. As you know, apart from our personal guards and a few regular stragglers, the rest of our men are just a rabble of bandits. They're only good for fighting when things are going well. If we really encounter a tough battle, they'll run away faster than anyone else. We can't count on them at all." Upon hearing this, Angelo retorted sarcastically, "Barnett, are you scared? It's just a sentry post guarded by a dozen men, not an impregnable castle. What's there to be afraid of? In my opinion, we should send those bandits to the front as cannon fodder to wear down their forces, while the stragglers follow behind to hold them off. We, along with our retinue, will act as the supervisory team. Anyone who dares to retreat will be cut down. We can easily take this outpost." Barnett remained silent for a moment, knowing there was no better solution at the moment, and said in a deep voice, "All right, do as you say. Go and gather those bandits." Angelo grinned, turned and walked toward the crowd behind him. Amidst the chaotic shouts and reprimands, a group of bandits wielding machetes, short spears, and even wooden clubs were driven to the front of the procession by their henchmen with knives and guns. Threatened by the gleaming weapons behind them, the bandits slowly moved forward. Several usually fierce bandits gritted their teeth, roared, and charged towards the checkpoint first. The stragglers following behind the bandits were much better trained than the bandits. Under Angelo's command, they did not charge recklessly like the bandits, but instead formed small teams of 3 to 5, covering each other as they slowly advanced, their eyes fixed on the sentry post ahead, ready to engage at any moment. "Let's go, let's follow them. Don't let these good-for-nothings hold us back," Barnett said, then reached for the iron shield beside him, secured it firmly to his left arm, and slowly drew the longsword from his waist with his right hand. The squires beside him immediately gripped their weapons and followed closely behind him. At the outpost, Bright, seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, immediately shouted to the archers, "Once the enemy is within range, you can fire freely without waiting for my order." He had barely finished speaking when he turned and looked around, then called out loudly, "Where's the messenger?" "I'm here." The messenger, who had just taken a short break, immediately stepped forward. Bright pointed to the watchtower and said seriously, "Go up to the watchtower. When you see the enemy's main force rushing to the gate and engaging our men in close combat, immediately fire a signal arrow, understand?" "Understood." The messenger dared not delay, turned around, and quickly climbed the watchtower, observing the entire battlefield from above. Soon, the bandits at the front entered the archers' firing range. The archers behind cover began to fire, and several arrows pierced the air with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for the enemy. Screams rang out, and the first few bandits fell to the ground, some wounded by arrows, others killed instantly. The remaining bandits, seeing this, were filled with fear and slowed their pace. But the overseers behind them brandished their weapons, constantly shouting and urging them on. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue their frantic charge towards the outpost. The archers continued firing, unleashing 2 or 3 volleys of arrows in a short time. Soon, the remaining bandits rushed to the gate and clashed with the shield wall soldiers in front. The two sides instantly engaged in close quarters combat. "Grip your shields tight. Frontline spearmen, find an opening and thrust. Don't give the enemy a chance," shouted the squad leader behind the shield wall. "Charge! Charge in, kill them all, and loot everything inside." The bandits, their eyes bloodshot, roared madly as they charged toward the shield wall without regard for anything else. In an instant, shouts, the clash of weapons, the soldiers' reprimands, and the enemy's screams mingled together, echoing throughout the outpost. Seeing that the vanguard of bandits was struggling to break through the shield wall and suffering heavy casualties, showing signs of collapse, Barnett was extremely anxious. He shouted to Angelo beside him, "Angelo, don't hesitate any longer. Let's concentrate our forces and charge in one fell swoop." "Understood," Angelo responded, immediately leading several squires and skirmishers to the front, shouting, "Those with shields, raise them to block the arrows. The rest of you, follow me and move this chevaux de frise aside." Braving the arrows, the group worked together to move the heavy barricades aside, instantly opening the gate. A large number of enemy soldiers immediately swarmed towards the entrance, and the already narrow entrance was instantly packed with people. The soldiers in the front row held their shields firmly, their left hands protecting their bodies, and their right hands gripping their spears, constantly thrusting at the enemy in front of them. For a time, although the enemy outnumbered them, they could not easily break through the shield wall, and the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Just then, a shout suddenly came from the enemy ranks, "Throw things! Smash their shield wall!" As soon as he finished speaking, short hammers, spears, and stones rained down on the soldiers in front of the outpost. The soldiers dodged behind their shields, and the scene became chaotic for a moment. A soldier was unable to dodge in time, and was hit hard on the head by a stone. He was instantly dizzy, and his vision went black. He couldn't help but let go of his shield, and a gap immediately appeared in the shield wall. Upon seeing this, the enemy troops immediately swarmed towards the breach, hoping to take the opportunity to break through the defenses. In the critical moment, 2 soldiers reacted quickly, immediately stepping forward and dragging their dazed comrade to a safe area behind the shield wall. Another soldier quickly stepped forward, picked up a shield, and thrust it forward, sending the enemy at the front flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The shield wall stood firmly up again, and the defensive line was stabilized. On the watchtower, the messenger saw all of this. When he saw that the enemy's main force had gathered in front of the sentry post, and there were no troops left behind, he immediately lit the signal arrows and fired them. The whistling arrow shot straight into the sky with a sharp whooshing sound. In the nearby woods, Korin had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the signal arrow, he immediately divided the 20 soldiers around him into 2 teams, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 sharp blades, and rushed towards the enemy's rear at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the enemy's unsuspecting rear. Amidst the chaos of battle, Barnett heard the whistling arrows and was initially startled. Then, he suddenly realized what was happening, his face turning deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror. He immediately shouted desperately, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! There's an ambush!" Angelo, standing to the side, was still in a daze, his face full of confusion. He didn't understand why Barnett had suddenly ordered a retreat and remained frozen in place. Not long after, fierce fighting and screams came from behind. 2 squads of soldiers led by Korin had launched a surprise attack from the rear, catching the enemy off guard. Bright, standing at the outpost, clearly sensed the weakening of the enemy's offensive and a sudden drop in pressure. He immediately realized that Korin had successfully launched a rear attack. He drew his longsword, raised it high above his head, and shouted to all his soldiers, "Brothers, reinforcements have launched an attack from behind enemy lines. The enemy is in disarray. Everyone, charge with me. Shield bearers in the front, clear the way. Kill." Upon hearing this, the soldiers' morale soared, and they roared as they launched a counterattack. The shield wall slowly advanced, and spears thrust out continuously. The enemy was instantly attacked from both sides, and their formation was thrown into chaos. With a surprise attack from the rear and a tight hold on the front, Angelo finally realized what was happening. His mind went blank, and he gripped Barnett's arm tightly, his voice trembling as he asked, "What do we do? Barnett, what should we do now? Don't panic. Gather your personal guards immediately and break through with me," Barnett shouted, trying to calm himself down and stabilize the situation. The shouts of the 2 men were heard by Colin and Bright, who were directing the attack. They immediately determined that the 2 men were the enemy leaders and ordered at the same time, "Everyone, attack in the direction of those 2 men, scatter their entourage, and capture the enemy leaders." The already disorganized bandits and stragglers, attacked from both sides, completely collapsed psychologically. Some began to throw down their weapons and turn to run away. Once the first one appeared, a second and a third followed. In a short time, a large number of stragglers and bandits abandoned their weapons and scattered in all directions, and their formation completely collapsed. "Damn it, these cowardly bastards." Seeing his soldiers fleeing in disarray, Barnett cursed angrily, his face turning ashen. But he was helpless and could only desperately try to gather his squires with Angelo. In a short while, only 5 or 6 loyal personal squires had gathered around them. They stood back to back, ready to break through the encirclement at all costs. Angelo opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly a cold arrow came flying from the side and accurately pierced his eye socket. Before he could even let out a scream, he fell straight down and died. The scene before him left Barnett completely stunned. His pupils contracted and his body stiffened. His attendants, seeing this, quickly called out to him to bring him back to his senses. Just then, a spear suddenly pierced out from the crowd and plunged into the throat of the attendant. Blood gushed out instantly, and the attendant collapsed on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a long sword came slashing towards Barnett's face. He instinctively raised his sword to block, but a soldier behind him had already circled around and was swinging a karmic hammer, which smashed hard into the back of his head. After a dull thud, Barnett's vision went black, and he collapsed heavily into a pool of blood, never to move again. At this point, the enemy forces were completely routed, and the battlefield gradually quieted down, with only sporadic screams and the sound of soldiers clearing the battlefield remaining. Korin and Bright walked slowly to the center of the battlefield, looking at the corpses and prisoners scattered all over the ground. Korin then instructed the soldiers beside him, "Leave 10 soldiers to guard the outpost and properly settle the wounded brothers here. The rest of you rest for a while, and we will go to meet up with the young master immediately." After saying that, he took off the water pouch from his waist, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Dear readers, please use your lucky hands to give the author some love and support. Hee. Chapter 146, Encirclement. 2 or 3 miles east of Kochenberg, Insha arrived with his retinue, a group of stragglers, and a small number of mercenaries. At this distance, the garrison inside the fortress and Insha could already see each other, and Insha could even see the garrison beginning to assemble. After briefly surveying the surroundings, Insha instructed his entourage to arrange for men to closely monitor the actions of the castle's garrison. Once the arrangements were complete, he slowly walked to a small earthen mound, crossed his arms, and gazed solemnly at the formidable castle before him. Sigh. Insha sighed heavily, his eyes full of regret. Seeing this, a nearby attendant asked, "What's wrong, sir?" Insha replied, "What bad luck. We actually had a chance to take this castle. I had almost gathered all the forces in the market outpost and was preparing to launch a fierce attack on the castle. If it weren't for that sudden reinforcement that interfered, perhaps the castle would have been ours long ago. But there are no ifs." Seeing Insha's dejected expression, the attendant standing to the side quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Master, don't be too discouraged. We didn't return empty-handed this time. We did manage to plunder quite a bit of money, food, and supplies. When we get back to the south, we can use these supplies to recruit some mercenaries and serfs, reorganize our forces, and try again when the opportunity arises. After all, who knows how long this war will last? We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future." Insha forced a smile after hearing his attendant's words and said, "You're right. Why should I sigh here in vain?" With that, he turned to his attendant and ordered, "Go and arrange for those stragglers to continue monitoring the city's garrison. Although they are unlikely to dare to leave the city easily, we cannot let our guard down, just in case. Also, it's noon now. Have someone prepare some food so the brothers can fill their stomachs first." As Insha spoke, he paced back and forth on the earthen slope, his mind racing. Why haven't Angelo and Barnett sent any news yet? Just attacking a small outpost? A sense of unease crept into his heart. Meanwhile, at a distance from the market town, "My lord, the captain of the guard has sent word that the battle at the outpost is over. He said he'll rest briefly and then lead his troops toward Kochenberg to meet you," a messenger hurriedly reported to Corwin. Colwyn nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Then, he turned to the familiar officer beside him and decisively ordered, "Immediately send out scouts to closely monitor the enemy's movements at Fort Cochem. The rest of the infantry, get ready quickly and set off immediately." Baron Bowen watched as Corwin's orders were relayed smoothly and methodically, and his officers carried out the tasks without any compromise. Recalling the news he had just heard that the battle at the outpost had ended so quickly, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. The difference between people is just too great. If it were him, he would be in a complete mess right now. If it were my soldiers, let alone ending the battle at the outpost so quickly, getting them to carry out a single order would probably be quite a hassle. Baron Bowen sighed helplessly. He paused, then added, "Next, we're going to Kochenberg to surround the remaining enemies, right?" "That's right. Now, as long as we cooperate with the garrison inside the fort, we can keep the enemy firmly surrounded. The victory at the outpost has already cut off the enemy's escape route to the south, and now they have nowhere to run. Once we eliminate this last enemy force, our objective will be achieved. At that time, the area around Fort Cochem and even this entire border region will be completely under our control," Corwin said meaningfully, his gaze deep. With the order to march given, the troops quickly set off from the market town and headed toward Kochenberg. In another direction, Colin and Bright were leading a force of 20 men rapidly northward, ready to coordinate with the troops departing from the market outpost and the garrison inside the fortress, thus forming a 3-sided encirclement of Insha's forces. Meanwhile, the enemy outside Kochenberg was unaware that they were already surrounded at the city walls. It was already autumn, and the sweltering heat had long since dissipated, but Insha, standing outside Kochemberg, was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging tightly to his back. "What did you say? Where did this army come from?" he shouted in a fit of rage. A group of 70 men suddenly appeared less than a mile behind us, and they seemed to be coming from the market town. There are also 20 men blocking our way to the south, and they're about to trap us in this open space outside the fortress, the attendant said urgently. Inch's mind went blank for a moment, and he subconsciously muttered to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Angelo and Barnett have failed with their men? My lord, the money, provisions, and goods we left at the stronghold, I'm afraid they've all fallen into enemy hands," the attendant said through gritted teeth, and Incha knew better than anyone what he was about to say. He was about to order his few remaining entourage to form a ranks when he was drawn by a sound coming from the direction of Kochemberg. The fortress gates, which had been closed for a long time, slowly opened at that moment. The guards on the city walls, armed with weapons, quickly lined up in front of the gates. Some soldiers even began to turn the winch, preparing to lower the drawbridge, as if they were about to leave the city. Inch's heart sank to the bottom. Caught in a pincer movement and attacked from both sides, he realized that he had been tricked from the very beginning. On the high ground not far away, Corwin calmly issued a series of orders. Passed down the order to dispatch 10 elite soldiers to immediately head towards Corin. Have them lead men to block the enemy's breakout to the south. When they see the flags light up, immediately advance from the flank. Send another man with a flag to contact the garrison inside the fortress, signaling them to leave the city immediately and form a 3-sided encirclement with us. Today we must annihilate this group of people. Don't let a single one escape. Baron Bowen, standing beside him, frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Why don't we just lead our troops in a charge and finish this quickly?" Corwin turned his head to look at his colleague and patiently explained, "Baron Bowen, look at this terrain. It's open and unobstructed. Our soldiers are all armored infantry. If we charge rashly, they'll exhaust most of their strength after running half a mile, which will actually affect our combat effectiveness. This distance is just right. We can advance steadily in formation, while the enemy is blocked from the front and rear. They won't have time to organize an effective defensive formation. We only need to slowly tighten the encirclement to win with minimal casualties. Why would we need to charge quickly?" Upon hearing this, Baron Bowen immediately understood and shut his mouth, saying nothing more, but continued to keep his eyes on the battlefield. As the autumn wind swept across the battlefield, the footsteps and clashing weapons of the two armies drew ever closer. Insha, trapped in the middle, was deathly pale. Looking at the approaching enemy troops and the fortress guards about to leave the city, all that remained in his heart was despair. Chapter 147 Forced Surrender. Gather everyone. Get everyone together. Insha shouted hoarsely to his entourage, his eyes filled with determination and urgency. "We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to find a chance to break out. Go tell them that if they want to live, they must take up arms and fight immediately. This is our only chance." Upon hearing this, the entourage hurriedly ran to gather the men. Soon, the stragglers and mercenaries were gradually gathered together, but their formation remained chaotic, like a swarm of headless flies. Inch's entourage shouted commands at the top of their lungs, trying to organize the hastily assembled army into neat ranks in preparation for the impending battle. Just as some stragglers and mercenaries were scrambling to form ranks under orders, a powerful and resonant bugle call suddenly rang out, its sound striking the hearts of everyone present like a hammer blow, clearly audible to all. At the same time, a flag fluttered high before their eyes. Not only the people on Inch's side, but also the garrison in the castle, as well as the troops on the south side, Corin and Bright, all saw the flag. In an instant, all eyes turned to the flag. It was a square black banner with a double-headed eagle emblem, meticulously embroidered in gold thread, fluttering in the breeze. Below the flag, a perfectly aligned and imposing military formation marched slowly forward with firm steps. As the army formation drew ever closer, the stragglers and mercenaries stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. They had never seen such a disciplined and imposing army. As the distance between the two sides continued to close, Insha finally saw the opposing lineup clearly, and upon seeing it, a sense of despair welled up in his heart. Under the fluttering, double-headed eagle flag, the soldiers at the forefront of the formation marched in perfect unison, as if they were a single entity. They wore standard lamellar armor, each plate tightly joined together, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Their heads were completely protected by sturdy iron helmets. Their left hands gripped shields firmly, the smooth, hard surface of which reflected the sunlight. Their right hands held spears tightly, the spears gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Following closely behind the spearmen was a group of swordsmen and shieldmen. They carried iron-clad round shields, were also covered in lamellar armor, and had blunt weapons such as maces, battle axes, and iron maces hanging from their waists. These weapons gleamed coldly in the sunlight, sending chills down one's spine. At the very rear of the army formation stood rows of archers. They gripped well-maintained longbows, the strings taut. They wore light and flexible leather armor that provided both freedom of movement and protection. Their quivers were full of arrows, and sharp swords slung at their waists. The entire column formed a formidable array, like a moving city wall, its presence exuding an oppressive aura. The skirmishers and mercenaries who had just managed to form a formation were completely stunned by what they saw. Some people's legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground. Others' weapons fell from their hands without them noticing, as they stared blankly at the army formation slowly approaching them, as if they had been frozen in place. Insha looked at the scene before him, feeling only confusion and helplessness. He even wanted to ask the noble lord opposite him, how did this elite army end up here? Even if they are here, using such an army to deal with me is giving me too much credit. The squire beside him was the first to recover from his shock. He stammered, "My lord, this battle is hopeless. I've never seen an army like this in my life. They are definitely top-tier elite troops. We have no chance of winning at all, especially since we're surrounded here. Escape is impossible. Let's surrender before they fire their first volley of arrows. You are a knight. After all, they shouldn't kill you." Before Insha could reply, he saw several cowardly mercenaries turn and run away. However, they hadn't gone far when they were shot dead by cavalry patrolling the perimeter. The bright red blood spread across the ground, looking particularly glaring. Seeing this, Insha closed his eyes helplessly, sighed deeply, and then said to his entourage, "Let everyone lay down their weapons, and we surrender with a white flag raised." At that moment, not far away, Baron Bowen stared intently at the orderly army formation before him, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Before this, although he knew that Corwin's soldiers were stronger than his own, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and hadn't felt anything particularly different. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he truly understood what a vast difference in strength meant. Corwin, who was in the formation, had been silently calculating the distance between the two sides. Just as he was about to order the archers to prepare to fire, he suddenly saw a long spear with a piece of white cloth that looked like it had been torn off at the last minute, which was being waved around incessantly. Looking at the loose and chaotic ranks opposite him, he immediately understood that the enemy was about to surrender. This can be considered subduing the enemy without a fight, Corwin thought to himself. Then, a man stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "I am the leader of this group, and we hope to speak with your noble lord." As Insha shouted, the opposing army slowly came to a halt. Immediately afterward, a voice came clearly from within the army. "Our lord said that we can talk, but you must work in groups of 10, drop your weapons on the ground, and we will guarantee your safety." Upon hearing this, Insha gestured to his attendants behind him to do as the other party instructed. Then, he took a deep breath and walked alone toward the imposing army formation ahead. The soldiers in the army neatly parted to make way for a wide path, and Insha walked slowly forward with a feeling of trepidation. As he approached, two soldiers quickly stepped forward and thoroughly searched him. After confirming that he was not carrying any dangerous items, they led him to the high-flying banner, where a young nobleman and a middle-aged nobleman stood side by side on horseback. Corwin spoke first, asking, "You look like a knight. What's your name?" Insha bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "My name is Insha, Your Excellency, the noble lord." Corwin nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes, and said slowly, "Although you are now my prisoner, I must say that you were very decisive in giving the order to surrender. Your decision has saved me some unnecessary trouble." He paused, then continued, I will guarantee the safety of you and your entourage, and I will not sell you into slavery. Upon hearing this, Insha immediately bowed and said sincerely, Thank you for your kindness, sir. Corwin looked at Insha, his expression turning serious, and said, I learned from the prisoners at the market outpost that you also come from the county of Brabant. I have some questions I'd like to ask, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Dear readers, please give me a like and support. The author thanks you all. Chapter 148 Distribution of Loot. After yesterday's battle at the outpost, and the complete surrender of the enemy at the market stronghold, there is no trace of the enemy left in the area near Fort Coacham. As for the scattered bandits and robbers, Lord Colwyn and Baron Bowen did not take them seriously. These small groups of bandits could not cause any trouble at all, and a small number of soldiers could easily wipe them out by patrolling later. Young Master, a quick count shows there are 93 prisoners in total, including the wandering knight named Insha and his squires, Corwin reported respectfully from the side. What are your thoughts on how to deal with these prisoners? Corwin turned to Baron Bowen, who was sitting beside him, and asked. Baron Bowen stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, Those knights and their squires have special identities, so we can detain them properly and send someone to contact their families to demand ransom, which is standard practice. As for the remaining ordinary soldiers, we can select a group of honest and strong men to supplement our army and strengthen our forces. As for the rest, Baron Bowen paused, then continued, Those restless individuals who seem unruly and difficult to control, just send soldiers to the county town to sell them to specialized slave traders. That way, we can make an extra profit. Oh, by the way, Joyce, how much does an adult male slave cost on the market right now? Baron Bowen turned to his captain of the guard and asked, My lord, due to the war, the price of slaves has dropped compared to usual. However, a young and strong adult male slave can still fetch about 5 or 6 silver coins here. Joyce replied respectfully. Baron Bowen nodded upon hearing this. Corwin, tell me again what supplies we captured this time. Corwin said to Corwin in a deep voice. Corwin immediately reported. After careful inventory, the grain seized from the market stronghold is about 1,500 kilograms. As for weapons, there are 5 longswords, 3 battle axes, 6 round shields, 30 long and short spears, and some arrows, etc., which are intact and usable. The damaged weapons have been classified and stored separately. In terms of equipment, we have a total of 2 sets of half-body armor, 6 sets of chainmail, and 20 sets of leather armor, all in good condition and ready for immediate distribution. As for wealth, we have seized 526 gold coins, 361 silver coins, and a large number of copper coins, which have not yet been tallied in detail. There are also many other valuables and items they looted. After saying this, Corwin handed the inventory list to Corwin with both hands. Corwin took the list, casually placed it on the wooden table in front of him, and said to Baron Bowen, These are all the spoils of this battle. Take a look, and then we'll discuss how to distribute these spoils. Baron Bowen took the list, looked it over carefully for a while, and then said with a smile, Baron Corwin, the successful capture of the stronghold and the seizure of so many spoils this time are all thanks to your excellent command. Your men also contributed the most. It's only right that you take the lion's share of these spoils. I'll just take a small portion. He knew in his heart that he hadn't contributed much, so he naturally wouldn't shamelessly try to divide the spoils equally. Upon hearing this, Corwin waved his hand and said, Baron, you are too kind. We fought side by side, and the spoils of war should be distributed fairly. The two then discussed the matter, agreeing that Corwin would take 70% of the money and Baron Bowen would take 30%. The weapons and equipment would all belong to Corwin, who would later compensate Baron Bowen with gold and silver coins based on the actual value of the equipment. As for the grain, it will not be distributed for the time being, but will be stored in the granaries of Coachemberg, jointly managed by personnel from both sides. In the event of war or food shortages, it can be used as reserve military rations to ensure the emergency needs of both sides. After the two reached an agreement on the distribution of the spoils, Colwyn thoughtfully said, Remember that knight we captured yesterday named Insha? From what he said, we learned that the county of Brabant has transferred most of its troops to the northern and eastern battlefields. If that's the case, Their western defenses must be very weak. Perhaps we can make some moves before winter arrives. Baron Bowen paused for a moment, but quickly grasped the deeper meaning in Corwin's words. He blurted out, "You mean we can take advantage of their weakened defenses and raid their western border region?" A hint of excitement and curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he leaned forward unconsciously. Corwin nodded slightly and continued, "This is just a preliminary idea for now. After all, we can't act rashly based solely on the knight's account. So, the most crucial thing right now is to confirm whether the situation is true. Baron Bowen, could you lend me all your cavalry? I plan to take them to scout out the situation there and see if the actual situation is as that knight described. If it is, I think our chances of success are quite high." Baron Bowen pondered for a moment, then quickly grasped the crux of the matter. He knew he couldn't really be of much help in this situation, so he readily replied, "No problem." He then added, "I'll stay at Cochemberg. Someone needs to be there, just in case." The next morning, as dawn broke, Corwin, along with Bright and 6 lightly armored cavalrymen, walked out of the gates of Cocham Castle. The group nimbly mounted their horses, and Corwin signaled the troops to maintain a slow marching pace. They then followed the road southwards, heading towards the county of Brabant. At noon, with the sun high in the sky, the group had entered the territory of the county of Brabant. Corwin saw a dense broad-leaved forest by the roadside, with a babbling brook flowing beside it, and then told everyone to rest there. The cavalrymen dismounted and led their horses to the stream to drink. They then fed them the dry oat feed they carried with them to ensure their horses had enough strength. Corwin and Bright leaned against a tree trunk, eating their dry rations with water to regain some strength. "Sir, we've already traveled over 30 miles. According to this captured map, if we go another 20 miles or so south, we'll reach the outskirts of Melrose-Esburg." Bright unfolded the simple map in his hand and reported to Corwin in a low voice, "At our current speed, we can arrive just in time before dark without revealing our whereabouts too early." Corwin took the map and instructed, "Set off immediately after resting. Continue at a steady, slow pace. Once we get close to Melrose-Esburg, we will conduct reconnaissance of the nearby garrison and defenses in batches after dawn tomorrow." Before long, the group finished resting, remounted their horses, and, avoiding the wide main road, continued south along a side path. Chapter 149, Gathering Intelligence. In the afternoon, Colin and his party arrived at a grove of trees in a ravine a few miles from Melrose-Esburg. After arranging for someone to look after the horses, Colin led Bright and the others toward the small hill ahead. After climbing the small hill, the group looked ahead and saw a small village not far away, with wisps of smoke rising slowly from the rooftops. Colin gazed into the distance toward Melrose-Esburg, where a few manors were scattered around, their farmland neat and orderly, and their houses arranged in a pleasing pattern. Brett, who was standing nearby, said, "Sir, this area hasn't been affected by the war yet, and those manors seem to be quite wealthy." Corwin nodded slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes, and said, "Yes, and the farmers here have already finished harvesting the grain this season, which means that the noble lords here have already reaped enough taxes and grain. If we can take this place, we will gain a lot of money and resources." Bright frowned and said, "We need to find out about the garrison at Melrose-Esburg so we can develop a more solid plan." Corwin pointed to the village below and said, "Later, you will take some men to the village below, pretend to be mercenaries passing by, ask for lodging here for the night, and inquire about the situation in this area from the village chief." "So, will you wait here for my message?" Bright asked after answering. Corwin shook his head and said, "No, I'll take some men to Melrose-Esburg to scout out their troops' strength." Upon hearing this, Bright immediately showed a worried expression and said, "It's too dangerous. I'll go instead, sir." Corwin patted Bright on the shoulder and comforted him. "It's all right, Bright. This isn't the front line of a battlefield. It's normal for mercenaries and travelers to pass by occasionally. They won't check too strictly. Let's do it this way. We'll meet here first thing tomorrow morning." Afterwards, Corwin handed over the crest of arms that symbolized his noble status to Bright and headed toward Melrose-Esburg with 2 cavalrymen. When Colwyn arrived near the gates of Melrose-Esburg, he quickly attracted the attention of the garrison. A commotion arose inside the gates, and soon a horseman emerged, followed by 6 soldiers carrying spears, and the group walked towards Corwin. Upon reaching Corwin, the lead knight reined in his horse, looked Corwin up and down, and asked, "What are you doing here, and where are you from?" Corwin bowed slightly and said, "Sir Knight, we are mercenaries from the south. We are on our way to the northern battlefield, and just happened to be passing by. We plan to rest here for the night." The knight carefully looked at the 3 of them, his gaze lingering on Corwin for a moment before glancing at the 2 behind him. He then said to Corwin, "You don't seem like mercenaries to me." Corwin was slightly startled, but quickly calmed down and said, "My lord, to be honest, I am actually the second son of a minor nobleman. As you should know, I cannot inherit my father's title and territory, and my brother did not want me to stay there, so he gave me some money and told me to leave and fend for myself." Upon hearing Corwin's words, the knight's eyes showed a hint of sympathy. He nodded and said, "Oh, I see." He then shook his head and said with a sigh, "Well, I'm a little better off than you. I'm also the second son in my family, and my brother doesn't treat me very well either. But at least my father got me a knighthood." Perhaps sensing a sense of shared misfortune, the knight's attitude became much kinder. He said, "Come with me. I'll take you to the inn inside the castle, but your horses will have to be kept by the gate guards." "No problem, sir." After saying this, Corwin took out a few silver coins from his pocket, stepped forward and handed them to the knight, then said, "I'm really sorry to trouble you. You've had a hard time too. Consider this money for keeping the horses safe for me. If you don't mind, could you take me to a tavern later? I'd like to treat you to a drink." The knight took the silver coins from Corwin, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, his attitude noticeably more amiable. He said, "It's nothing, come with me." After handing their horses over to the gatekeeper, Corwin and his companions followed the knight into Melrose Castle. Inside, the knight led Corwin to a 2-story wooden building with a tavern sign hanging on the door. As the knight pushed open the wooden door, a commotion rushed in. Inside, the tavern's main hall had 7 or 8 wooden tables, each occupied by small groups of people drinking and chatting. Upon seeing the leading knight, the tavern owner hurried over to greet him, beaming and respectfully saying, "Sir Omar, what brings you here? Aren't you on duty today?" "It's my turn to be on duty today, but I've brought a few friends to patronize your business. Please lead us upstairs, it's too noisy here," said Knight Omar. Okay. The owner nodded quickly, then led the group up to the 2nd floor of the tavern. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Corwin immediately felt a significant improvement in tranquility. Compared to downstairs, the 2nd floor was much quieter, with only a few merchants drinking and chatting quietly. When they saw Sir Omar, they all stood up to greet him. "Good day, Sir Omar." Omar simply nodded in response, and the merchants returned to their seats to continue drinking, though their gazes all turned in his direction. After the group sat down, the tavern owner smiled and asked, "What would you gentlemen like to order?" Corwin replied generously, "Bring up your best wine, and some food as well, the best of everything." The tavern owner said, "Sir, we have beer, sweet red wine, mead, sour white wine, and rose. Which would you like?" "Sweet red wine," Corwin replied after a moment's thought. Knight Omar felt even more relieved after hearing this, because commoners usually only drank beer or sour white wine and rose wine, while only nobles would often drink such sweet red wine. So he thought that Corwin must really be the second son of some nobleman. Soon, the tavern owner himself brought out the wine, along with some bread, stew, and roast meat. Corwin poured Omar a glass of wine, then raised his glass and said warmly, "Come, Knight Omar, let's drink to our heart's content today." Omar waved his hand and said helplessly, No, it's my turn to be on duty today. I can't drink too much." "That's such a shame. Let's have a drink first," Corwin said, raising his glass again. The 2 finished their drinks, and Omar put down his glass, asking curiously, "So, what are you going to do on the northern battlefield?" Corwin sighed and said, "Didn't Earl Reginald issue a conscription order? If you can make meritorious contributions or conquer territory, you can be granted a title. I want to use the money given by the family to hire some mercenaries to participate in the war and see if I can win a title or even a territory." Omar then said, "Your idea is good, but it won't be easy. I've heard how many people have been sent to the front lines, and very few have even received titles or lands. A while ago, a few wandering knights passed through here, saying they wanted to try their luck and attack a place called Well. Omar paused for a moment, then said, Yes, called Kochemberg. I wonder how it went. I think they'll most likely return empty-handed. I have to try, otherwise I won't be satisfied. I wish I were like you. Your father even got you a knighthood, Corwin said, feigning envy. Well, he's just average. Aside from having the title of knight, he's not much better than you in other aspects. Although Omar said this, the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his inner pride. Corwin then asked, Sir Omar, why do you have to personally guard this place? Wouldn't it be enough to have the officers and soldiers guard it? Omar burped and said, Isn't it because the Federation and the kingdom have gone to war? Although this place is relatively remote and not an important location, the Baron recently transferred some troops to the northern battlefield and told us to be on guard and take turns on duty. Seeing that he was a little drunk, Colwyn poured him another glass and pressed his advantage by asking, Depend on your troops? How many troops can you spare from Melroseburg? Omar thought for a moment and said, We transferred 50 armed soldiers from here a while ago, so we are a bit short-handed now. Corwin then asked, How many soldiers are left? There are about 60 soldiers and some militiamen, roughly 100 in total, Omar replied. Upon hearing this, Corwin roughly understood the situation and then went to pour Omar another drink. Don't pour anymore. Don't pour anymore. I can't drink anymore. I have to go on duty. Omar waved his hand and said, All right. Colwyn looked quite regretful. When you leave tomorrow, just tell the guards near the fortress gate. I'll inform them in a bit, and someone will take you to get your horses. Omar finished speaking and stood up to go downstairs. Corwin watched his retreating figure, silently calculating his next plan. Chapter 150 Preparation. The next morning, just as dawn broke and the morning mist had not yet completely dissipated, Corwin took the opportunity of retrieving his horses to discreetly and carefully observe the surroundings of the Melrosesburg gate. Colwyn then memorized the fortifications and the distribution of guards around the fortress gate. Afterward, the group quickly exited the fortress and headed straight for the small hill they had come from, north of Melrose Castle. When Corwin and his party arrived at the ravine, Bright and his men had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Corwin return safely, Bright finally felt relieved. He hurried forward and eagerly asked, Sir, how did it go? Did you ascertain the strength of Melrosesburg's defenses? Things went fairly smoothly, Corwin said. We've got a general idea of the troop strength. We'll discuss it in more detail when we get back. Then the group spurred their horses and galloped towards Kochemberg. By the time Corwin returned to Cocham Castle, the last rays of the setting sun were already casting their glow on the castle walls, and night was about to fall. After returning to the castle, Corwin quickly ate dinner and then, along with Baron Bowen, sent men to summon their knights and officers to the hall. Before long, the officers arrived in the hall after receiving their orders. They took their seats, and a tense and serious atmosphere filled the hall. After everyone had arrived, Joyce, representing the two barons, walked to the center of the hall, scanned each officer present, and announced loudly, We have a general understanding of the situation in Melrosesburg in the south. The reason we have gathered you here today is to inform you of this situation in detail, and tonight we will finalize the battle plan. Once you receive your orders, return immediately to prepare. With that, Joyce respectfully stepped back behind Baron Bowen. With a gesture from Corwin, Bright rose and stepped forward, clearing his throat as he addressed the officers below. Yesterday, my lord and I led the cavalry to scout the area around Melrosesburg. Let me first describe the surrounding area. The terrain around Melrosesburg is relatively open, but there are also some hills. There are also 4 or 5 manors and farmlands scattered around the fort. He paused, then continued. According to what I heard from the nearby villages yesterday, Melrosesburg sends out a militia of about 10 men every day to patrol the manors outside the fort, mainly to prevent bandits and the like. And each manor is equipped with about 5 or 6 guards. Next, let me tell you about the strength inside Melrose Castle, Bright said solemnly. There are about 60 armed soldiers inside the castle, plus the rest of the militia, making a total of about 100. Including the guards of the manor outside the castle and the soldiers inside, the enemy's defense force should be around 150. After saying that, Bright returned to his chair and sat down. Corwin turned to Baron Bowen and asked, Baron Bowen, you said you would select a group of men from those prisoners to supplement the army. How many are there now? Baron Bowen frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, I selected more than 30 prisoners to join the army. Currently, my army has more than 70 soldiers, excluding the wounded and the dead. Corwin nodded and said, Cokamberg is of utmost importance and absolutely cannot be compromised. How about this? I will select 10 soldiers from my army to stay behind. You will leave 20 soldiers behind, and we will also select 15 soldiers from the prisoners who have been added to the army to help the serfs guard Cokamberg. What do you think? After hearing Corwin's words, Baron Bowen did not directly respond to Corwin's suggestion. Instead, he stood up and solemnly said to the officers present, You should all know that I am no match for Baron Corwin in military command. Moreover, I understand that professional matters should be left to professionals. From the beginning to the end of this operation, all of you must obey Baron Corwin's orders. Baron Corwin's words are my words. Do you all understand? After saying this, seeing the officers below nod in response, Baron Bowen sat back in his chair, signaling Corwin to continue, and said no more. In fact, Baron Bowen was addressing his officers. It must be said that Baron Bowen was self-aware. He knew that military command wasn't his forte, and that Corwin had demonstrated military talent in previous battles, which is why he chose to trust Corwin. After all, they were all in the same boat. They would share the benefits and face the challenges together. After listening to Baron Bowen's words, Corwin gave him a deep look. Without hesitation, he said, Then thank you for your trust. I believe you will not be disappointed. Then, Corwin addressed the officers in an orderly manner. The remaining forces at Fort Cochem will be arranged as I just mentioned. Joyce will be in charge of the garrison. 10 soldiers will remain at the outpost outside the fort, under the command of Barth. He emphasized solemnly. However, I must make one point clear. When I lead the army to attack Melroseburg, the main responsibility of the sentry post is to be on guard and patrol. Barth, you must remember that if there is any enemy activity, I do not need you to fight off the enemy. You only need to alert Cochemberg and then report the situation to me as quickly as possible, understand? At this moment, a man in officer's uniform stood up, straightened his chest, and said loudly, Understood. This officer was Barth, who was originally one of Corwin's bodyguards and had now become an officer in the army. Corwin continued, The remaining soldiers, starting tomorrow, must carefully inspect their weapons and equipment. Corwin, you are in charge of preparing the rations, medicines, and other supplies to be carried with the army, understand? Corwin immediately stood up and replied firmly, Understood. Corwin paused, his gaze sweeping over each officer present, before speaking to them, which instantly excited them all. Gentlemen, there is one more thing I need to tell you. When you return, please also tell your soldiers that if we successfully capture Melroseburg this time, in addition to the large sums of money and weapons to be handed over, Baron Bowen and I will reward all the officers and soldiers present with an extra 3-month salary. Moreover, of the spoils of this raid, you only need to hand over half. The rest is yours. Everyone, go and prepare immediately. Both the officers under Corwin and those under Baron Bowen stood up in unison and said, Yes, sir. Chapter 151, The Looting Plan. After the officers left the hall, only Corwin, Baron Bowen, Joyce, Colin, and Bright remained. Let me explain the upcoming battle plan, Colin began. We have already scouted out the number of troops in Melrose Castle and the overall situation in the vicinity. If we were to attack Melrose Castle openly, we would not be able to take it at all. Our forces are roughly equal to the defenders. To rashly attack a well-defended castle would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Moreover, not only will this be difficult to overcome, but it will also cause a great commotion. Once the court of the county of Brabant finds out, our situation will be completely passive, Corwin added from the side. Colwyn looked approvingly at Colleen, then continued, A rash attack is absolutely not feasible, so we must lure out the enemies of Melroseburg and take advantage of the city's weakened defenses to have any chance of capturing the castle. Then how can we lure the enemy out? Baron Bowen asked at this point. There are less than 2 months until winter. Although I don't know the specific situation in the south during winter, I imagine that with the shortage of supplies and the harsh climate, life will not be easy. Every year before winter, bandits and robbers are at their most rampant. We can break up the soldiers into small groups, put on the miscellaneous weapons and tattered clothes that have been captured, completely abandon the army's formation and discipline, and pretend to be roaming bandits to harass the villages around Melrosesburg. If there is an opportunity, we can take over the nearby small manor. In that case, the enemy will never suspect that it is a regular army plotting to seize the castle. Besides, they cannot stand idly by while their manors and villages are being wantonly looted, Corwin explained in detail. In that case, they will definitely send troops to wipe out the bandits. They will have no choice but to draw troops from the garrison of Melrosesburg. As soon as the enemy leaves the city, our opportunity will come, right? Baron Bowen suddenly realized. Moreover, even if the enemy reports this matter to the court of the county of Brabant, they will only assume it is a local security disorder and will never associate it with the operation of the kingdom's regular army. Therefore, they will not pay much attention to it. After all their energy is currently focused on the war against the kingdom's army at the front line, and they cannot afford to pay attention to such local security issues. Bright added from the side. Bright, do you remember that ravine on the outskirts of Melrosesburg? Of course I remember, sir. You intended to hide the army there. Bright instantly understood Corwin's intention. Yes, that's right. That ravine isn't far from the castle, and it's quite well hidden. The garrison at Melrosesburg has limited manpower, and their patrol range can't cover this area at all. We'll arrange for troops to secretly move in batches, leaving only the main force here. Food and supplies will also be dispersed and hidden in several secret locations. We'll also set up sentry posts on the perimeter, so we can use this place as a temporary stronghold to continuously harass the enemy. If the defenders of Melrosesburg remain inactive, we will take over the surrounding manors one by one. Clearing out the manor guards will be easy for our soldiers. We will gradually erode their strength and apply pressure. I don't believe the enemy in the castle can remain patient forever, Corwin said coldly. Cologne, tomorrow you take your men and prepare enough food and supplies for 20 days, transport them in batches, hide them in different places, and then hand them over to Bright to choose a location for proper resettlement. He knows the situation in that area. Bright, tomorrow morning you will send out scouts and a small number of infantry to re-examine the marching route, check for any potential hazards along the way, and ensure that nothing goes wrong when the army sets off, understand? Corwin instructed the two men in succession. Yes. Bright and Cohen stood up to respond. Oh, and bring over that wandering knight Insha whom we captured earlier, Colwyn said. Joyce, standing to the side, rose and left the hall at Baron Bowen's signal. At this moment, Baron Bowen, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up and asked, That wandering knight? What use is he? When I infiltrated Melrosesburg to scout out the troops, there was a knight officer in the garrison named Omar. He said he had seen this wandering knight before, and the two had met inside the castle. According to my plan, he might play an unexpected role, Corwin said slowly. Just a moment after the two had spoken, Joyce, accompanied by two soldiers, led Insha into the hall. My lord, the person has been brought here, Joyce said with a slight bow. Untie him. The soldier stepped forward and untied Insha's restraints. He stood there, looking nervously at the two nobles sitting opposite him. My lords, is there anything you need me to do that you've summoned me for? Insha asked cautiously. How did you know we had something for you to do? Baron Bowen asked. Insha gave a bitter smile and said, My lords, I am just a defeated and captured wandering knight. No family has paid a ransom for my freedom. You have spared my life until now. Surely you need me to do something for you. There's a knight officer in Melrosesburg named Omar. Do you know him? He says he's met you, Corwin said calmly. Yes, sir. When I passed through Melrosesburg before, I had some dealings with Sir Omar, and we even discussed the situation of the war on the front lines. Insha's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately asked tentatively, You want me to infiltrate Melrosesburg as an inside agent to cooperate with your army's operations? You guessed right. I wonder if you'd be willing to take on this task, Corwin asked with a smile. Insha stood there for a moment, about to speak, when his gaze inadvertently swept to his side. He didn't know when, but Corwin had already stood beside him without making a sound, holding the long sword at his waist. This made Insha's heart tighten instantly. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, He understood the extremely threatening action. His heart pounded, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that if he didn't agree today, he would never leave this hall. Yes, I am willing. Please give me your orders, sir, and I will do my utmost to complete the task. Incha replied quickly. I will give you 10 soldiers to disguise themselves as your squires and men, and send them in batches to Melrose Castle. You will use your acquaintance as a cover to approach Omar, find out the rotation schedule of the castle garrison, and then immediately relay the message. We agreed to set up a fixed communication post in the woods 3 miles north of the castle, and you will send someone to deliver the message every evening. When I attack Melrose Sesberg, you need to create chaos inside the castle, and if necessary. Colwyn didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning in his eyes was already very clear. No problem, sir. I've noted it all down. Inch's voice was slightly nervous as he quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Baron Bowen spoke up. Sir Incha, as long as you cooperate with us wholeheartedly, we will not treat you unfairly. Baron Bowen paused, then continued solemnly. I've always been short of reliable men, and I greatly admire your courage. If this matter goes smoothly, I will appoint you as a knight of my inner court, and later I'll find an opportunity to secure you your own knightly fief. Besides, the status of a legitimate knight of the kingdom carries far more weight than that of a knight of the Southern Federation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Incha abruptly looked up at Baron Bowen, his breathing instantly becoming heavy. He knew that the other party was threatening his life while promising him great benefits, but he simply couldn't refuse. After years of wandering as a knight, his greatest wish was to own a piece of land of his own and revive his declining family. Although the wandering knight held a knighthood, in the eyes of proper nobles he was no different from a commoner, having long since had enough of a life of wandering and uncertainty. Now that he had such an opportunity, he was determined to take a chance. Thinking of this, Incha immediately knelt on one knee, performed a standard knightly salute to his lord, and said solemnly to Baron Bowen, Incha is willing to serve you, for life. Seeing this, Baron Bowen's eyes lit up with satisfaction. He turned to Joyce and ordered, Go and fetch parchment, ink, and a quill. Soon, Joyce brought paper and pen, and Baron Bowen picked up the pen and began to write on the parchment. He wrote his promise to Incha in code, along with his own private letter of recommendation, which proved Incha's identity without leaving any evidence. After writing it, he stamped it with his personal seal and handed it to Incha. Incha took the parchment with both hands, carefully read its contents, and clutched it tightly in his hands. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. This secret agreement was the only proof that he could escape his life of wandering and obtain identity and territory, and it would not give anyone any leverage over him. Corwin glanced at it and knew it was a coded pact and a token of loyalty. He didn't say anything more. Taking Melroseburg was the top priority right now, and he didn't need to worry about these details. Dear readers, please show your support with a little love. I'm begging you, dear readers. The author thanks you all. Chapter 152 Feigned Attack on the Manor. On the last day of September, the autumn wind was chilly, and a slight chill was already creeping over people. Normally, people would be busy preparing for winter and then stay indoors waiting for the long winter to pass, but the scene on the front lines was quite different. With winter approaching, although the kingdom's defenses in the north have been significantly reduced, it still needs to prepare for the southward raids of the northern barbarians. This inevitably leaves the kingdom somewhat weakened on the southern battlefield. The Southern Federation was well aware of this, and its offensive on the front lines intensified, while the kingdom struggled to maintain the existing battle lines. As a result, the fighting at the main battlegrounds in the southern front became even more intense and brutal. At Cocham Castle, after Baron Bowen and Corwin finished reading the latest military reports, Corwin summoned Bright. When Bright arrived, Corwin asked, Have the scouts already scouted the marching route? The reconnaissance has been completed, and any remaining bandits have been eliminated to ensure there are no unforeseen circumstances, Bright replied. Corwin, are the food supplies and soldiers ready? Ready, young master, Corwin replied from the side. Pass down the order. The army is to prepare to set off immediately. Send out a few small squads of soldiers to quickly reach the designated locations scouted by the sentries, and have them disguise themselves as bandits to harass the manors near Melrosesburg. Once the main force arrives, proceed according to plan. Yes. At Corwin's command, activity began to stir within Fort Coacham. Soldiers, under orders from their officers, checked their weapons and equipment, while serfs loaded provisions, medicine, and other logistical supplies onto wagons. Once preparations were complete, the troops slowly began to march out of the gates of Fort Coacham. In order to scout out the road conditions and potential dangers ahead, Corwin then dispatched 2 small teams of 10 men each, positioned close together in a fan shape, to act as the vanguard and ensure the safety of the main force's progress, providing timely warnings in case of emergencies. Then the supply trains and the main force marched together along the north-south road, because supplies were an important guarantee for the army's operations, and being with the main force made it easier to manage and protect them in a unified manner. Corwin, on the other hand, led his most elite soldiers at a certain distance from the main force to ensure the safety of the rear, prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack from the rear, and provide timely support to the main force if it encountered difficulties. However, the journey from Coachemberg to Melrosesburg was not short, and the large army and its supplies traveling together slowed the march considerably. It wasn't until 4 days after their departure that Corwin led the main force to the designated location. Fortunately, during those 4 days, the enemy at Melrosesburg remained unaware of what was happening. After choosing a location to camp, Corwin asked Bright in a simple tent, "Has anything unusual happened in Melrosesburg these past few days?" "Nothing unusual, except that after our squad that went out to pose as bandits tried to harass the nearby manor, the number of militia patrolling in Melrose Castle has doubled every day, and the frequency of patrols has also increased significantly." Corwin nodded and said, "In a few days, send more men to a manor that is relatively far from Melrosesburg. Continue to pretend to be bandits and besiege that manor. Then find an opportunity to release them to go to Melrosesburg to report the news. Understand? Then tell Insha, as an inside man, to act according to the previously agreed plan. Tell him to set off now." "Yes," Bright replied. A few days later at Melrosesburg, the resident nobleman, Baron Hanault, was throwing a tantrum in his study. "What are these damned bandits up to? Can't they just stay quiet? They've never been this active at this time of year before. Why are there so many of them suddenly appearing? It's one thing for them to harass those villages, but they even dare to attack nearby manors in groups." Baron Hobart shouted angrily at his knights. The standing knight officers looked at each other, and finally one of them stepped forward and said, "Sir, as you know, the period before winter is when bandits are most active. Besides, we have already collected the taxes and have also increased the number of patrolling militia. There shouldn't be any major problems. Do you think I don't know? The problem is those bandits are too rampant. Those manor lords keep sending people to tell me to send soldiers to drive out these damned bandits. Otherwise they won't continue to provide taxes and food. Moreover, because the situation at the front is very tense, Earl Reginald has already issued official documents to the noble lords in various places, requiring us to hand over another batch of money and food before winter. I still need these manor lords to provide me with the money and supplies to hand over," Baron Honored said with a long sigh. "Couldn't we collect some grain and money from the nearby villages, and then take some from our fort's storehouse and hand it over first?" a knight said. "Are you an idiot? Let's not even talk about how the grain and money in Melrosesburg are for our own use, and we're going to hold out until next summer. Those farmers are already at their breaking point. If we keep levying taxes, do you think there aren't enough bandits already?" Baron Hanault cursed. Looking at his subservient knights and officers, Baron Honored was even more furious. Just as he was about to tell them to get out of there, he suddenly heard shouts outside, and the shouts were getting closer and closer. "Who's shouting outside?" Several knights and officers also turned to look out the door. "Go and see what's going on," said Baron Hanault. Before the knights and officers could go out to inquire, Baron Hanault's butler led in a disheveled and panting man. Before Baron Hanault could ask any questions, the butler said, "My lord, this is a message from the Bordeaux estate in the west. They say that a group of more than 20 bandits have besieged the estate, and the estate owner is leading his guards to resist the bandits' invasion. They request that you send troops over as soon as possible." The man who followed the steward and cried out, "My lord, I risked my life to run out and deliver this message to you. Please send troops over quickly, or the manor will be breached by those damned bandits." "What did you say? You bunch of bastards." Baron Hanault, enraged, grabbed a candlestick from the table and smashed it on the ground. He turned to the knights and officers and shouted, "Is this what you call no problem? Frillington, take your men and go immediately. Get there as fast as you can, and bring me back the heads of those bandits." Baron Hanault roared furiously. "Sir, how many men should I take with me?" asked the knight officer named Frillington. "You will take 15 soldiers and some militia with you." "What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and go," Baron Hanault yelled. "Oh, I'm going right now. I'm going right now." As the garrison of Melrose-Sesburg left the city, Insha, who had infiltrated, saw everything clearly from a nearby house. He then said to the sergeant beside him, "Go tell the lord that the enemy has gone out with 15 soldiers and 20 militiamen, and that Omar is the one guarding the gate tonight." Chapter 153 Disguise to lure the enemy. Meanwhile, a few miles away in a mountain hollow, Corwin and Baron Bowen stood on a hillside, gazing at the distant Melrose Castle. "Baron Corwin, what should we do if the enemy doesn't come out?" Baron Bowen asked from the side. "The enemy will most likely come out, Baron Bowen. If you were in their shoes, would you let a small group of bandits plunder your territory? Especially when you desperately need money and supplies, and they haven't even realized that those bandits are our soldiers in disguise," Corwin countered. "Of course not, but isn't the enemy's strength insufficient? What if they really hold back?" Baron Bowen said. "Even if the enemy doesn't come out, I will have Insha attack the fortress gate at night. As long as we control the fortress gate, I will give it a try. I'm not afraid that he will get out of control. The soldiers who follow him are all handpicked by me. If he dares to have any disloyalty, I guarantee he will die a horrible death. Besides, look at these manors near Melrose-Sesburg. They're all quite wealthy. Even if the enemy doesn't come out, we can send troops to loot them all. If they dare to come out and fight me in the open, that's best. We can just storm in one fell swoop. This isn't an important area of the county of Brabant. Even if the Brabant court receives the news by then, we'll already be on our way back to Cochemberg," Corwin said calmly. "My lord, Insha has sent a message," Bright said hurriedly to Corwin's side. "How so?" Bright said. "Insha said that the enemy inside Melrithburg has sent out troops, about 30 people, including more than a dozen armed soldiers, and the rest are basically militia and serf soldiers. He also said that Omar is guarding the gate tonight. They must have gone to rescue the manor we've besieged. What do we do next?" Baron Bowen asked from the side. Corwin said, "First, send someone to tell them that, according to the intelligence we gathered, the garrison inside the fortress will not exceed 60 men. Tell them to find an opportunity to take control of the fortress gate after dark, and then light a fire as a signal. Once they see the signal, I will attack the fortress gate as quickly as possible. By the way, is the manor ready?" "We're ready. In addition to the 20 soldiers disguised as bandits, we've sent 10 more soldiers over there, nearly a company of soldiers. That's enough to wipe out those enemy reinforcements," Bright replied. "Take the scouts and hurry to the manor. After the battle, execute the prisoners on the spot. Then get to the outskirts of Melrose-Sesburg as fast as you can, but do not meet up with me, understand?" Corwin coldly ordered. Upon hearing this, Bright was taken aback and immediately replied, "Yes." Then he turned and quickly left. Corwin stood on the ground, expressionless, staring at the castle in the distance. To be honest, Corwin actually wanted to wait until Bright eliminated those enemies before joining forces. Then, with the help of his inside agents, they would have a good chance of taking Melroseburg. Besides, the enemy's defenses would be a bit weaker at night. However, he didn't really trust Insha, so he didn't meet up with Bright to prepare for both possibilities, just in case anything happened, so that someone would be there to meet him outside. On the road west of Melroseburg, a soldier said to Furlington, "Sir, isn't the situation at Bordeaux Manor extremely urgent? If we rush there so leisurely and the manor is breached, do you think Baron Hanault will punish us?" Furlington, mounted on his horse, glanced at the soldier who had spoken and said, "Just over 20 bandits? We have 15 armed soldiers and over 20 militiamen, and we can't even handle a bunch of bandits. Besides, if we go over slowly and catch them off guard, we can wear them down. Then we can take advantage of the situation to ask the manor owner for more benefits. It wouldn't be too much to ask for some of those benefits too, and we can even share some with you. That would be perfect. You are so wise, sir. Bright rode his horse at top speed to the outskirts of the surrounded manor, but to his surprise, the enemy reinforcements from Melroseburg had not yet arrived. Why haven't they arrived yet? Bright asked the officer beside him. Sir, the scouts have returned and told me that the reinforcements from Melroseburg are approaching at a leisurely pace, showing no intention of moving quickly at all. The officer beside him finished speaking, feeling utterly speechless. How's it going at the manor? Bright asked. After the scouts reported to me that the enemy had come out, I led my men to break into the manor. The manor owner and several guards have all been taken care of, the officer replied. Did no one run away? No, the master instructed us not to leak the news. Apart from the guards who were dealt with, the remaining serfs have all been gathered together and put under guard. All right, go tell the brothers to disguise themselves as manor guards. The rest of you, lie in ambush and wait for the enemy to come, Bright ordered. An hour later, Flinton arrived at the manor with his men. Looking at the peaceful manor before him, he said, Didn't that bastard say that more than 20 bandits had surrounded the manor? Where are they? Have those bandits already broken through and left? A soldier nearby asked. That doesn't seem right. How could things be so quiet after a robbery? There's not even any crying or signs of destruction. Go and see what happened, Furlington said. Upon hearing his order, the soldiers slowly walked toward the manor gate. Bright and his men had already spotted them. Seeing a soldier approaching, he led his men to meet him. Upon seeing Bright, the soldier said, Hey, didn't you say you were under attack by bandits? Where are you all? Those damned bandits have already escaped after our fierce resistance. Why didn't you come sooner? What if they had looted my place? What if all the taxes I paid were for nothing? Bright, disguised as the manor owner, said, feigning anger. Calm down. Wait a moment. I'll go tell our men. Seeing this, the soldier didn't suspect anything, and after saying this, he turned and ran back to his unit. Bright stood there, feeling a little nervous, his eyes fixed on the movements of the person opposite him. A moment later, the group from the opposite direction slowly approached. The knight-like man at the head of the group came up to Bright and asked, Have the bandits all escaped? Isn't that right? If you had come a little later, you could have had dinner here. Bright said, feigning annoyance. If only we had come sooner. How could I have gotten any benefits? Flinton thought to himself. Then he said to Bright, who was disguised as the manor owner, Look, we're here now, and it'll be dark soon. I can't go back now, can I? Let us stay here for the night and go back tomorrow. How about that? Just as Bright was thinking about how to lure the people in, he saw that they had spoken up, so he pretended to be helpless and said, All right. Since you've come to help, you can stay here with me tonight. Once inside the manor, Bright said, Give the horse to my men. I'll take you to the main house to rest. I'll treat you to a good meal tonight. I'll have someone prepare some food for your soldiers later. Tell them to wait here for a while. Okay, no problem. After giving instructions to his men, Flinton followed Bright toward the main house not far away. Chapter 154 Ambush. As Flinton followed Bright into the main house, he was completely unaware of anything amiss. Bright then warmly led Flinton into the spacious living room, gestured for him to sit down, and said with a smile, Please rest here for a while. I'll go get a bottle of my newly acquired wine, and you can try it later. Flinton nodded slightly, without the slightest doubt. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, his gaze beginning to wander across the hall, carefully examining the surrounding decorations. As soon as Bright stepped out of the living room, the officer who had been waiting outside immediately stepped forward, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency, and asked, Sir, shall we make our move now? Bright nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Tell the brothers to be quick and not to leave a single prisoner. After it's over, leave a few men here to guard the place, and the rest of you assemble immediately and come with me to Melroseburg. After saying that, Bright turned and walked towards the manor owner's room, casually picked out a bottle of wine, and returned to the living room. When Flinton saw Bright return, he casually asked, By the way, where are your servants? Why are you the only one running around? With a smile, Bright calmly explained, As you know, those servants and serfs are quite timid. When the bandits attacked, they all hid in the back. I've already sent someone to fetch them. Here, try this bottle of wine. I paid quite a price for it. He expertly opened the bottle, picked up a glass from the table, slowly filled it, and handed it to Flinton. Flinton took the glass, and without hesitation, downed it in one gulp. He put down the glass, his brow furrowing slightly, and said, "How much did you pay for this wine? I don't taste anything better than ordinary wine." Just as Furlington was speaking, Bright had already quietly circled behind him, drawn a sharp dagger from his waist, and plunged it into Furlington's neck without hesitation. With a scream, Flinton's eyes widened, and he could only utter the word "you" before his throat was choked with blood. Bright gripped his head tightly with his left hand, while his right hand twisted the dagger violently, causing blood to gush from Furlington's mouth and his body to convulse violently. Then, Bright released his grip, and Furlington slumped heavily onto the table, motionless. Meanwhile, outside the main house, Furlington's soldiers were lounging lazily in the open space. Some had casually tossed their weapons aside, found a comfortable spot to lie down, and their faces were filled with exhaustion and relaxation. Before long, someone started complaining. "Why hasn't the food been delivered yet? It's taking so long, I'm starving." The people next to him immediately chimed in. That's right. The adults went to eat something nice with the manor owner, and nobody cares about us anymore." Just then, a creaking sound broke the silence. A seated soldier looked toward the source of the sound and saw the manor gate slowly closing. He couldn't help but say, "It's not even night yet. Why are they closing the gate already?" The moment the words were spoken and the door slammed shut, a series of twanging sounds suddenly rang out from all around. Then, arrows rained down like black raindrops, their sharp whistling cutting through the air, accompanied by screams of agony. "Damn it, enemy attack," a soldier shouted. "Quick, charge out." Some of the remaining armed soldiers reacted quickly, immediately grabbing their weapons and rushing towards the gate. The remaining militiamen were jolted awake by the sudden shouts of battle. They looked around in a panic, then hurriedly grabbed their weapons, some running in all directions in an attempt to find a safe place. Upon seeing this, the soldiers who had been lying in ambush all around rushed over like tigers descending a mountain, their swords gleaming coldly. Then, under the command of officers such as corporals and sergeants, they quickly formed small formations and approached the panicked enemy, thus beginning a bloody battle. Amidst the chaotic shouts of battle, the soldiers of Melroseburg were trapped in a desperate situation. Those armed soldiers who rushed towards the gate were shot down in droves after only a few steps. A young soldier, his eyes filled with fear and despair, brandished his longsword, trying to fend off the onslaught of arrows. However, an arrow struck his shoulder, and he screamed, staggering. Just then, a soldier rushed forward, his longsword slashing fiercely at the soldier's neck. Blood gushed out, and the soldier collapsed limply to the ground. The militiamen who fled in all directions became lambs to the slaughter. They ran frantically through the narrow manor passageways, only to repeatedly run into soldiers lying in ambush. The soldiers, wielding sharp blades, pounced on them like wolves and tigers, and in the flash of swords, the militiamen fell one after another. Several militiamen huddled together, trying to resist back to back. Their weapons were varied, some rusty hoes, others worn-out spears. Faced with well-trained soldiers, their resistance seemed futile. A soldier shouted and swung his shield at them, smashing them to pieces. Then, the other soldiers swarmed in and hacked them to the ground. In a corner of the manor, a militiaman huddled behind an abandoned stable, shivering. A sergeant spotted them, lit a torch, and threw it into the stable. Instantly, the stable burst into flames, and a wave of heat swept over them. The militiamen were forced out by the flames. Their eyes were watering, and they coughed incessantly from the smoke. The soldiers seized the opportunity to rush forward and cut them down one by one. "Spare me! Spare me!" a terrified militiaman cried out as he knelt on the ground. The soldiers hesitated for a moment upon seeing this. "Leave no survivors, end the battle quickly." At the officer's shout, the soldiers no longer hesitated, raising their spears and piercing the chests of the militiamen who were begging for mercy. The battle lasted less than half an hour before the soldiers and militia of Melroseburg were completely annihilated. The manor was littered with corpses, their blood staining the ground. Bright stood on the steps of the main house, observing the horrific scene, his face expressionless. "Assemble! Assemble!" Bright shouted. Then, at the officer's shouts, the soldiers began to assemble in the open space in front of the main house. After a quick rest, we'll head to Melroseburg immediately. Leave 10 men here to guard the place. And put out the fire at the stables first, quick. Bright ordered. Chapter 155 Internal and External Cooperation. As night fell, the tavern in Melroseburg was filled with the rich aroma of malt beer and roasted meat. Dim candlelight cast flickering shadows on the walls, and the sounds of chattering voices and clinking glasses mingled together. Insha, what do you want to talk to me about? Why do we have to do it here in the tavern? Omar asked, sitting to the side. Upstairs in the tavern, Insha smiled and poured Omar a glass of wine, saying, Sir Omar, I just wanted to invite you for a drink to thank you for your care over the years. Are you sure everything's all right? Omar asked doubtfully. To be honest, I went to attack Cochemberg a while ago, and as you can probably guess, not only did we fail to capture it and lose a lot of men, but we also lost a lot of weapons and equipment. I'd like to ask you if you could talk to Baron Honert. I'd like to buy some weapons and equipment, not too much, just enough for a dozen or so people. What do you think? Insha said slowly. Omar picked up his glass, downed it in one gulp, then wiped his mouth and laughed. Haha, is that all? No problem, leave it to me. Then, while pouring Omar a drink, Insha casually asked, Are you on duty tonight? Omar, a little tipsy, didn't think much of it and said, Besides me, there are a dozen or so brothers on duty tonight. But they're all old buddies. The two drank and chatted, with Unsha constantly pouring drinks for Omar, who accepted them all and soon became somewhat drunk. Insha, don't fall, I still have to go on duty later. Omar's tongue was almost tied. Insha watched as Omar grew increasingly confused, and he was secretly pleased. Sir Omar, you've been working so hard on duty tonight. I'll bring some food and wine over to the brothers on duty later, so they can have a treat, Insha said. Omar waved his hand and said, No need, that's not appropriate. Insha quickly replied, You've done me such a great favor, please don't refuse. This is just a small token of my appreciation. We need to eat and drink well so we can better protect the castle. Omar hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, Okay, thank you, Inshar. Insha was secretly delighted, but on the surface he still smiled and said, You're too kind. It's what I should do. After the two had a few more drinks, Omar said, That's enough. It's almost time. I have to go on duty. Insha quickly stood up and said, I'll go prepare some food and wine and come with you. Omar nodded, and the two left the tavern together. Insha followed behind Omar, a sly glint in his eyes, already plotting his next move. Insha, accompanied by a few soldiers, carried chests filled with food and wine, slowly making his way towards the fortress gate. Omar followed beside him, a slightly helpless smile on his face, muttering, Insha, how could I possibly accept this? Insha laughed and said, Sir Omar, you're too kind. This little bit is nothing. When the group arrived at the fortress gate, the soldiers on duty saw the food and wine, and their eyes lit up. Insha placed the box on the ground and began calling for the soldiers to come and take it. While the soldiers' attention was focused on the food, Insha gave a signal, and several soldiers around him quickly drew daggers they had concealed from their waists. Hey, you guys. When Omar saw the soldier who had come with Insha pull out a dagger, he sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to shout, Insha reacted quickly, grabbing Omar by the neck and pressing the dagger against his throat. Don't move. Anyone who moves will be dead, Insha shouted. The soldiers were stunned by the sudden turn of events and dared not make a move for a moment. Immediately afterward, the soldiers behind Insha swiftly secured the fortress gate and disarmed the guards. Insha said to one of his men, Quickly, light a fire to signal the Lord. Outside Melroseburg, Colwyn kept a close watch on the movements inside. Seeing the firelight at the gate, he was pleased, but remained vigilant, immediately ordering, Send 2 squads to confirm the situation first, then the main force will follow. The 2 squads quickly ran towards the fortress gate. After cautiously approaching, they saw that the gate had been taken over by Insha, and then sent someone to signal that the main force could enter. Then, at Colwyn's command, the main force quickly poured into Melroseburg. At this time, the other soldiers on duty at Melroseburg were also attracted by the firelight and rushed over. In an instant, Shouts of battle rose from inside the fortress. Most of the garrison at Melrose Castle hadn't even reacted yet when they heard the sudden shouts of battle, and they were thrown into chaos. After Colwyn led his men through the fortress gates, he directed the battle from all sides. Seeing a group of defenders gathering, preparing to counterattack, he shouted, "Colwyn, charge! Don't give them a chance to breathe." Before long, the newly assembled garrison was scattered by Corin and his men, and they fled in all directions. At this moment, Incha brought Omar before Corwin. "My lord, I have Omar under my control," Incha said. Corwin glanced at Omar and said coldly, "Omar, you'd better behave yourself now, or you'll lose your life." Omar turned pale with fright and quickly said, "Sir, I'm willing to cooperate. I just beg you to spare my life." Corwin nodded and said, "If you cooperate, I can spare your life. Now tell me, where else in the castle are there guards?" Omar said, trembling, "My lord, besides the fortress gate, there are still some guards in the inner fortress and warehouse, but their numbers should be small." After hearing this, Colwyn thought for a moment and said, "Incha, you take a group of people to the main building and make sure to take control of it. You send someone to lead the way, and I will take the rest of the people to the warehouse. Baron Bowen, you take your men and control the entrances and exits. Don't let them escape and leak the news." After receiving the order, Incha led his men towards the main building. The garrison inside the main building, having heard the commotion outside, had already prepared their defenses. As soon as Incha's men reached the main building, they were met with a hail of arrows from the defenders. Incha quickly ordered his soldiers to take cover and then organized his archers to counterattack. The two sides engaged in fierce combat, arrows whistling through the air and shouts of battle deafening. Incha realized that this stalemate was not going to work, so he devised a plan. He ordered several soldiers to take shields and slowly approach the main gate of the building to attract the attention of the defenders, while he led the others to bypass the gate from the side. The defenders' attention was drawn to the soldiers in front, and they didn't notice Incha flanking them from the side. Incha led his men and quickly rushed into the main building, engaging the defenders in a rapid hand-to-hand combat. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere inside the main building, and screams filled the air. While Incha was attacking the main building, Corwin led his men to the warehouse. The warehouse guards also saw the distant firelight, and, upon seeing Corwin arrive with a group of people, shouted, "Who are you? Don't come any closer." Seeing this, Corwin didn't waste any words and shouted, "Charge in and take control of all the supplies." The guards fought desperately, but they were gradually overwhelmed by Corwin's soldiers. Seeing that the guards were beginning to crumble, Corwin ordered, "Show no mercy. Don't let a single one escape." After a fierce battle, Corwin's soldiers finally took control of the warehouse. They loaded the supplies onto wagons, preparing to transport them away. At this moment, news arrived from Incha that the main building had been captured. Corwin arrived at the main building and saw a scene of devastation, with corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. Incha stepped forward and said, "Sir, we have taken the main building, but there are still some remaining guards hiding in the corners, and we are clearing them out." Corwin nodded and said, "Clean it up thoroughly. Don't leave any future problems." Thank you all for your generous donations. The author expresses his sincere gratitude. Chapter 156 Looting. In the inner fortress lord's house at Melroseburg, Baron Hainault was fast asleep, snoring loudly, with a woman in his arms. Master, wake up. Something terrible has happened." Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door, accompanied by the butler's terrified shouts, shattered the tranquility of the night. The sounds echoed jarringly in the silent corridor. "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you howling about in the middle of the night? Are you looking for death?" Baron Hainault was awakened from his sleep by the sudden noise. He roared angrily, his voice full of impatience and annoyance. "My lord, it's all over. The kingdom's army has launched a surprise attack on Melroseburg and has already breached the gates and stormed in." The butler shouted anxiously outside the door, his voice trembling with tears. "What? Where did this army come from? Where are the soldiers guarding the city?" Baron Hainault was still in a daze when he heard the news. His mind couldn't immediately grasp this sudden turn of events. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock and confusion. "Master, Now is not the time to dwell on this matter. Please come out quickly. The enemy is heading towards the main fortress. The butler's voice grew increasingly urgent. Upon hearing this, Baron Hanault broke out in a cold sweat, his sleepiness vanishing instantly. As if burned, he jumped out of bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and rushed to the door. He grabbed the butler by the collar, his eyes wide, and roared, "What the hell did you say?" The butler, gripped tightly and struggling to breathe, trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, "Master, the enemy has breached the fortress gates and is heading this way. What should we do?" A cool breeze swept by, jolting Baron Hanault's groggy mind. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and quickly asked, "How many soldiers are left in the inner fortress?" "There are only 3 or 4 soldiers left. We can't hold out, can we?" The butler thought that Baron Hanault was going to fight to the death, and his voice was full of despair. "Go to hell. Go and get the men and bring the horses to the stables. Hurry up. What the hell are you standing there for? If you're any later, we won't be able to leave," Baron Hanault said, putting on a coat as he pulled his butler and rushed outside. An hour later, the sounds of fighting within Melrose Castle gradually subsided. The civilians inside huddled in their houses, barely daring to breathe. They kept their doors tightly shut, peering fearfully through the cracks at everything outside, their hearts filled with dread and unease. They prayed that the marauding soldiers wouldn't rush in and drag them out to be killed. "Young master, we have secured the entrances and exits of Melroseburg, and the remaining enemies inside the castle have been eliminated," Corin reported to Colwyn from the side. "Send someone to call Bright in as well. Also, make sure the wounded soldiers are settled, and send someone to the warehouse to take inventory of the supplies." "What about the inner fortress?" "When we arrived at the inner fortress, we only managed to capture some servants and a woman. The woman said that Baron Hanault had fled when we stormed in, but the valuables in the inner fortress were still there, so it seems he fled in a hurry," Corin replied. "All right, I got it. Go ahead and get busy. Try to be quick." Corwin waved his hand. Corin nodded, then turned and left. "Should we send a military report to the county town?" Baron Bowen asked, looking at Corwin with a questioning gaze. "Don't write it now. Let's wait until we bring the spoils back." "There's no rush," Corwin replied, his tone calm and steady. Baron Bowen, who was standing to the side, nodded and said nothing more. A night had passed, and after last night's battle, the air inside Melroseburg was thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood. After a short rest last night, the soldiers were very excited as soon as they got up this morning, because they had received orders to ransack the entire castle, which meant that the soldiers could make a considerable fortune. Because the inner fortress contained many valuables, Corwin personally led the search, while soldiers were sent to search the area outside the inner fortress. Because of the prior military orders issued by Corwin, civilian houses and churches were not looted by soldiers, but places such as taverns, mills, blacksmith shops, tanneries, and general stores in the city were targeted. In places like taverns, you can be safe as long as you obediently hand over your valuables and money. But that won't do in blacksmith shops and leather shops. The officer in charge ordered that the blacksmiths, leatherworkers, and their families be gathered together and detained, in preparation for taking them all away later. "Search carefully. This is all our own money." The commander ordered that everything except weapons, equipment, valuables, and large sums of money is ours. "Understand?" An officer instructed his soldiers. "Understood, understood," the soldiers nodded repeatedly. "Go to your assigned areas in a moment. Remember the young master's orders. Do not harass the civilians and the church. How much you earn is up to you," Corin shouted to the soldiers who had gathered in the open space. "Go and tell the brothers guarding the city not to lose heart. Although they can't go, the young master will allocate some extra spoils to them," Corin instructed the officer beside him. Then, according to their assigned areas, the soldiers split into several teams and headed towards their respective areas. Lord Colwyn and Lord Bowen stood before the inner fortress, listening to their officers' reports. "My lord, after inventory, we found 1,433 gold coins and 347 silver coins in the inner fortress. In addition to these, we also found 2 sets of silver tableware, 3 exquisite porcelain pieces, and a small amount of silk brocade." "What about the warehouse?" Corwin asked. The warehouse is still taking inventory, but we can confirm that there are quite a lot of weapons and equipment, as well as a lot of food, mostly rye, with a small amount of wheat and the like. The rest will probably be counted before tonight, the officer replied. Corwin said, send someone to inform the civilians in the city that we will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but we need people to help us transport weapons, equipment, and captured supplies to the ravine where we came from. Everyone who comes will receive 50 caddies of rye per day. Go and do it. Bright. Go and take some men to inform the manors near Melroseburg. Tell them to gather 1,000 gold coins within 3 days, or I will storm their manors. Yes, I'll go right away. Bright acknowledged the order and left. Chapter 157 Departure. A few days later, the chaos that had engulfed Melroseburg after the war finally subsided, and the cleanup operation was nearing its end. Under strict military orders, the soldiers did not loot indiscriminately like ordinary rebel armies. Instead, under the close control and division of labor of their officers, they methodically and systematically conducted a thorough inventory of the castle's interior and exterior, meticulously searching every corner from the outer city's residences and shops to the inner fortress's storerooms and halls. All the scattered valuables, gold and silver artifacts, rare silks, and precious utensils were carefully categorized and organized, then carefully carried by the soldiers to the square, registered one by one, loaded onto reinforced wagons, and transported out of the city. That day, Colwyn was standing in the open space in front of the inner fortress, listening to Corin report on the inventory of the spoils of war. Corin was holding a parchment covered with writing and reporting on each item. Just then, Bright, with a look of urgency and seriousness, reported, Sir, the several manor owners outside the city have raised the money and sent it all to the camp outside the city this morning, not a penny less. After listening, Corwin said, Understood. He nodded slightly and immediately ordered in a deep voice, You shall personally lead men to collect and count the large sum of money seized this time, and arrange for a special person to escort it back first. Do not mix it with other spoils of war. Do not wait for the main force. Set off immediately and deliver the money safely back to Cochenberg. Yes, Bright replied loudly, then quickly went to arrange the relevant matters without saying another word. Once Bright's figure had completely disappeared, Colin continued holding the inventory list in his hands, bowing slightly as he reported to Corwin in detail. Young master, apart from the money sent by the manor lord, all the other captured valuables and various daily and military supplies have been completely inventoried and registered without omission. All supplies have been loaded onto wagons according to category, and the convoy is ready and well organized. I have also sent people to scout the route we came from in advance, and the transportation route is safe throughout. The convoy has already set off and is transporting supplies along the main road towards Cochenberg. Then, Corin cleared his throat and reported the results of the weapons and equipment inventory one by one. The weapons and equipment inventory has also been accurately counted, with no errors or omissions. We not only emptied the armory of Melroseburg, but also seized a large amount of weapons and equipment from prisoners and enemy corpses, far more than expected. In terms of armor, we seized a total of 23 sets of well-made, high-protection double-layered leather armor, 14 sets of chainmail, 8 sets of sturdy and durable half-body iron armor, 1 set of rare iron scale armor, and 1 set of complete and exquisitely crafted plate armor, which should belong to Baron Hunault. The remaining 40 helmets of various types were all in good working order, and the damaged ones were also loaded onto the trucks and transported away. In terms of weaponry and ranged weaponry, we also made a great haul. We have 20 sheathed longswords, 5 short swords that are still as sharp as new, 50 spears of suitable length, 7 ox-horn bows with excellent toughness, 30 round shields with iron-edged edges and strong protective capabilities, 10 bundles of lightweight and portable arrows, 3 bundles of heavy arrows with strong penetrating power, and 5 military crossbows that are well preserved and sealed in layers of oiled paper. We have also seized 6 bundles of crossbow bolts. The quantity is sufficient to meet the long-term use of these crossbows, and their combat power should not be underestimated. Corwin listened quietly, then nodded slowly to indicate that he understood, quickly sorting out the current situation in his mind. After a moment, he issued the following instructions in a deep voice. Pass down the order that all the large machinery that cannot be taken away, the old barracks timber, and the useless debris in the inner fortress be burned to the ground. Not a single usable resource should be left for the enemy troops that may arrive later. As for the food and fodder, the portion that cannot be taken away does not need to be burned. Instead, a special order should be given to the residents of the city to open the granary doors and let them come and collect it in an orderly manner. They can take as much as they can, and the soldiers must not obstruct them, fight over it, or accept any money or valuables. Yes. Colwyn then led the remaining soldiers away from Melrithburg. Not long after leaving the city, thick smoke began to rise from the direction of the inner fortress. In the court of the county of Brabant, Count Reginald, the ruler of the county, was listening to reports from his subordinates on the military situation at the front. Winter was approaching, and the army at the front, under his orders, had recently launched a fierce offensive. Although they had captured a lot of territory, they had also lost a considerable number of soldiers. While the kingdom had to tighten its defenses to guard against raids by the northern barbarians, its sheer size meant that some losses were insignificant. As long as they weren't important strategic locations or major battles, they could withstand the consequences. At this moment, the finance minister said, "Your Excellency, I understand your desire to expand, and I fully agree with your proposal. However, you should also be aware of the overall strength of our county of Brabant. Conquering the existing territories is enough for us to consolidate for a while. I suggest you temporarily halt the offensive at the front and first consolidate the areas we currently occupy. Not only are the troops at the front constantly consuming weapons, equipment, money, and supplies, but you should also pay attention to the ongoing security problems in the occupied areas. If this continues for a while, we will find it difficult to withstand the current losses." Count Reginald listened quietly, pondering in his mind how the recent rebellions and swarms of bandits in the occupied territories had forced the army at the front to divert its attention to guarding the rear. Moreover, due to the shortage of logistical supplies, his order to levy taxes in various regions has led to a constant stream of security warnings within the country, which is causing him a great headache. Count Reginald glanced at the seemingly unaffected prime minister beside him, and then said, "I understand what you're saying, but if we don't seize some key locations before winter, we'll be in a very passive defensive position when the kingdom launches a counterattack next spring. Can't we reduce the number of troops we need to move? We could withdraw some troops from the front lines to alleviate the severe logistical pressure, or even just withdraw them to occupied territories to maintain order," the Chancellor of the Exchequer complained. At this moment, the Prime Minister, who had been silent until now, said, "I think it would be better if Your Excellency ordered the troops at the front to withdraw in batches after confirming that there was no important military situation, so that they could assist the garrison in the occupied territories in maintaining order. Then, wouldn't a new round of taxes be levied domestically?" The Prime Minister paused for a moment and continued, "Don't touch those taxes for now. Save them to cover next year's logistical needs. Let the withdrawn troops solve some of their logistical problems in the occupied territories. Also, infeoff some landless nobles in the country to consolidate our rule. They should be happy to do so. Moreover, we can extract a large amount of money, food, and supplies from these nobles to alleviate the current pressure." Count Reginald nodded, about to say something, when a servant hurried in and whispered something in his ear. Then the mayor of the palace and the minister of finance saw Count Reginald's face visibly darken. Chapter 158 Rewards. By the time Lord Corwin and Baron Bowen led their troops back to Cochimberg, it was already October. The chill in the air grew stronger day by day. So many soldiers had already put on thicker clothing. There were also many civilians in the group who had followed from Melrose. Most of these civilians were there for the rations. They had lived in poverty in their original place and had nothing to lose. With winter approaching, they desperately wanted to find a place to survive the cold. Corwin's army not only provided them with rations, but also distributed some clothing. It didn't matter which army it was. As long as they had food and shelter, that was enough. Upon returning to Cochimberg, the tedious tasks of inventorying supplies and other such matters were entrusted to Corwin and Joyce. These two were always reliable and dependable, and Corwin trusted them completely. After giving their instructions, Baron Bowen and Corwin dragged their exhausted bodies back to the inner castle, collapsed onto their soft beds, and slept soundly. They were exhausted from their long journey and the fierce battles. When the two finally awoke from their slumber, it was already completely dark. After eating a simple meal brought by their servants, they went to the Lord's Hall, where they gathered most of the officers. Baron Corwin and Baron Bowen sat at the head of the table. After the officers below took their seats in order, the noise gradually subsided as Joyce gave a gentle signal, and the entire hall became completely silent. Corwin and Baron Bowen exchanged a glance. Corwin cleared his throat and said slowly, "I believe the officers who remain behind are already aware that Baron Bowen and I have successfully captured Melroseburg and seized a large amount of money and supplies. The reason I have summoned you here today is to discuss the distribution of these spoils of war and to fulfill the promises I made to you before." As soon as he finished speaking, an officer under Baron Bowen stood up, looking somewhat uneasy, and said, "Sir, please forgive my rudeness, but I would like to ask if those of us who stayed behind at Kochemberg are also included?" Although his voice was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet hall. Corwin smiled slightly, looking at the officer with gentle eyes, and said, "Of course, Baron Bowen and I will not mistreat anyone. You who stayed here have also contributed to the safety of the castle, so naturally you deserve recognition." After receiving an affirmative answer, the officer breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully returned to his seat, and remained silent. Corwin glanced around at the officers in the hall, and then said, "Let me first talk about everyone's rewards. As promised to Baron Bowen and me, all the officers and soldiers who went out to fight and those who stayed behind will receive 3 months' salary. In addition, any money and goods captured privately by those who participated in this battle are yours to keep and do not need to be handed over. Furthermore, those who are wounded will receive an extra financial subsidy." He paused, then added, "Also, if any of you want to exchange your spoils for money, you can go to the warehouse and talk to the steward. I will arrange for someone to handle it there. However, you should also know that it is still wartime, and this is the front line. Moreover, we don't have any military merchants with us, so the prices may be a little lower. Do you have any objections? If so, please raise them, and Baron Bowen and I will resolve them for you." The officers seated below nodded in unison, expressing their agreement. Their faces beamed with excitement and gratitude. After all, such a generous reward was a tremendous motivator for them. "Very well, I will have Captains Joyce and Corrin distribute your rewards tomorrow. Go and rest now," Corrin said. After the officers left, Corwin and Baron Bowen began discussing the distribution of the captured spoils. The discussion lasted until late into the night, when they finally settled on the allocation. As for the money, after deducting the rewards for the soldiers, Corwin took 60% of the remaining money, and Baron Bowen took 40%. Regarding the allocation of equipment, Corwin received 15 sets of double-layered leather armor, which were tough and provided good protection for the soldiers, 8 sets of chainmail, 6 sets of half-body armor, and the precious iron scale armor, while the plate armor was given to Baron Bowen. In terms of weaponry, Corwin was given 5 long swords, 20 spears, 10 iron-clad round shields, 5 horn bows, and 3 crossbows. After the spoils were distributed, Corwin and Baron Bowen briefly discussed the follow-up arrangements. They decided that Corwin would lead men to transport the captured valuables to the county town to sell in a few days, and the remaining money would be divided according to the previously agreed-upon proportions. Having finished their discussion, the two dragged their weary bodies back to their respective rooms. While Lord Colwyn and Lord Bowen were discussing the distribution of spoils at Kochemberg, news from the southwestern border reached Castle in South Ayrshire, creating ripples on the calm surface of the lake. In the Castle City Hall, Marquis de Witt and his staff sat discussing the situation at the front. Winter was approaching, and the situation on the battlefield, like the increasingly cold weather, was becoming increasingly dire. "Your Excellency, winter is approaching, and the Southern Federation Army is launching a fierce offensive on the front lines. It seems they intend to seize some more territory before winter arrives. On our side, our forces at the front are stretched thin. In my opinion, perhaps we could consolidate our defensive lines to avoid dispersing our forces too much, which might allow us to better concentrate our strength to deal with the enemy," an advisor said worriedly to Marquis de Witt, who sat at the head of the table. Marquis de Witt rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly spoke. No, it seems easy to shrink the defensive line now, and giving up some places may temporarily alleviate the shortage of troops. But when we launch a counterattack next year, we will have to pay a much higher price to recover the lost territory. This method will not work. The staff members nodded in agreement and continued their heated discussion about the current battle situation. Some suggested transferring troops from the rear to support the front lines, while others recommended strengthening the defensive fortifications. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. A travel-worn messenger was led in by a guard, interrupting the discussion. Marquis de Witt frowned, asking with slight displeasure, "What's going on?" The messenger, panting, said, "My lord, I am a messenger from the front lines. This is an urgent military report from the southwestern border. Please take a look at it immediately." Marquis de Witt took the letter and quickly glanced through it. His expression grew even more serious, and he asked, "Is the situation true?" The messenger replied respectfully, "Indeed, the army of the county of Brabant is slowly withdrawing its defensive lines. According to our reconnaissance, they are gradually withdrawing their troops from the front lines, leaving only a portion of them stationed there." Chapter 159 Reaction. Count Reginald sat on a high-backed chair in the court of the county of Brabant, his fingertips lightly tapping the table in front of him, and said in a deep voice to the eunuch beside him, "Go, summon the marshal, the grand sheriff, and the secretary." Before long, the three entered the hall under the guidance of the eunuch. They then saw the palace minister and the finance minister standing there. They exchanged glances and realized that the high-ranking officials of the county had been summoned. They understood that something important must have happened, otherwise they would not have been summoned so hastily. Count Reginald did not exchange pleasantries with the others, but went straight to his attendant and instructed, "Explain the situation to the gentleman." The attendant bowed and said loudly, "My lords, because the main force of the county is concentrated on the northern and eastern battlefields, the western defenses are relatively weak. A few days ago, an armed force launched a surprise attack on Melrithburg, and the castle has now fallen. According to those who escaped, the armed force looted the castle and its surroundings, affecting a large area nearby." Before he could finish speaking, the marshal immediately frowned and stood up, his tone full of surprise. "Are you sure it's Melroseburg? There aren't any large-scale enemy troops there. What's the possibility of a large-scale armed force launching a surprise attack?" Reporting to the marshal, "It is absolutely true." The attendant bowed and replied, "Baron Hanault, the nobleman stationed at Melroseburg, escaped with only a few guards and his steward." That's what he said. The marshal pressed further. How many troops were originally stationed inside the fort? What was the size of that armed force? According to Baron Hanault, there are 3 knight officers, 60 armed soldiers, and some militia assisting in the defense of the castle, with a total strength of about 150 men. The attendant paused and continued, "As for the size of the enemy force, it has not yet been ascertained. We have sent scouts deep into the western front to gather information as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the marshal frowned even more deeply. Normally, even 500 men might not be able to take down a castle defended by 100 or so men through a frontal assault. If there really was a large-scale troop movement of more than 500 men, how could we have no trace of it? There must be something fishy going on here. Perhaps the garrison commander, Honored, was careless and lost the castle. A moment of silence fell over the hall. Count Reginald raised his hand to rub his temples, breaking the silence, and said, "You are all aware of the situation. You have come here today not only for the sake of Melroseburg." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the marshal and the grand sheriff. "The National Treasury accounts show that logistical costs at the front have far exceeded expectations. If this continues, we will find it difficult to sustain ourselves. Marshal, you and the grand sheriff should immediately discuss withdrawing several troops from the front to assist in maintaining order and eliminating bandits in the occupied territories. Grand Sheriff, you need to quickly delineate the key garrison points on the western front and in the occupied territories, and submit a garrison list to the marshal." Then he turned to the chancellor and said, "Chancellor, you and the Minister of Finance should coordinate to compile a list of nobles to be infeft in the occupied territories, clarify the taxes and military service quotas that each noble should bear, then have the scribe draft the summons, stamp it, and issue it, and finally present the list of personnel and taxes to me for review. Upon hearing this, the chancellor hesitated and said, "Count, shouldn't we inform the Federation about the withdrawal of troops?" Count Reginald pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Send an envoy to the Federation to convey my message. That Brabant is currently under immense pressure on the front lines and needs to temporarily suspend some of its troops for stabilization, while maintaining the existing battle line and the alliance remaining unchanged. If the Federation can allocate a batch of weapons and provisions to support us, the county of Brabant can continue its offensive against the kingdom." The palace minister nodded in agreement. "I will arrange for the envoy to depart immediately." Furthermore, Earl Reginald added, his tone turning colder, "Send men immediately to thoroughly investigate the fall of Melrose Castle. If it is found that Baron Hainault's negligence and mismanagement led to the castle's fall, strip him of his noble title, confiscate part of his fiefdom and property, and order his family to pay a fine." Everyone bowed and accepted the order. After Count Reginald left, they dispersed, and the court was filled with hurried footsteps and a tense atmosphere. In the open area of Kuchenberg, soldiers were busy loading captured valuables and spoils onto wagons. Corwin quickly walked to Colwyn's side, bowed, and asked, "Young master, how many troops should we take with us on our journey to Castle?" Corwin glanced at the soldiers carrying things and said in a deep voice, "You come with me. Then select 50 elite infantrymen and 5 cavalrymen as scouts to scout and guard the route. The remaining troops will be under the command of Bright and will stay behind at Cocham Castle to assist Baron Bowen in fortifying the city's defenses." He paused, then added, "Also, have the soldiers hurry up and take inventory of the supplies. We'll set off for Castle early tomorrow morning." After saying that, Corwin turned and left. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Corwin led 50 elite infantrymen, 5 cavalrymen, a dozen or so menial workers to manage supplies, and 50 or 60 prisoners, heading towards the city of Castle through the morning mist. Inside the Castle City Government Hall, a clerk was holding a stack of documents, reporting to Marquis de Witt, "Your Excellency, according to recent intelligence gathering, the northwestern border of the county of Brabant has been attacked by armed forces. Melrithburg has fallen, and the fort and surrounding villages have been extensively looted. Furthermore, in the areas they have occupied, rebellions are frequent, and bandits are constantly causing trouble. We speculate that this is why troops have been withdrawn from the front lines to defend the area." Marquis de Witt tapped his fingertips on the table, his brow furrowed, and murmured, "It's good that they're not plotting anything. At least it will relieve some pressure on the front lines." He then looked up at the clerk and asked in quick succession, "Has the situation been clarified? In which specific area of the northwest was Brabant attacked? Where is the armed force that launched the attack now? And who is its commander?" The clerk shook his head and said, "This has not yet been determined. I have sent a letter to the army on the southwestern front to inquire about the situation, but there has been no reply yet. At the same time, I have also sent someone to the Brabant border to investigate, but it will take time for the message to be transmitted." "Very well," Marquis de Witt said in a deep voice. "You shall immediately arrange for today's official documents to be sent to all frontline outposts. In addition, once you find out the origin of that armed group and the information of its commander, report to me immediately without delay." "Yes." The clerk bowed and left the house. After the clerk left, the Marquis of de Witt was still pondering where the armed forces had come from. Chapter 160, Negotiating Goods at the Merchant Guild. Corwin arrived in Castle 7 days later with his troops. After arriving outside the city, Corwin first ordered his men to set up camp and instructed his soldiers to guard the prisoners and supplies. Then, carrying his noble coat of arms and identification, he went to the city gate to negotiate with the city guards. After carefully verifying Corwin's identity and title documents, the commander of the city guard acknowledged that Corwin enjoyed some tax-free privileges when entering the city, but due to the war, he ultimately collected a symbolic city defense maintenance fee, as usual. Corwin did not take it to heart, and, with 10 fully armed soldiers and some easily portable valuables, entered the city of Castle. In fact, Most armies at this time were equipped with accompanying merchants. These merchants were dedicated to supplying the army with materials and handling the soldiers' spoils of war. Some of these accompanying merchants even signed contracts with the army to provide daily military supplies for a fee, and some even formed sizable military markets. Without accompanying merchants, Corwin could only rely on regularly held large markets, cities, or guilds to dispose of his spoils. Moreover, with the fighting raging on the front lines, the temporary caravans that used to frequent the area have long since scattered to avoid the war. Therefore, when Baron Bowen and Corwin discussed the matter, they both felt that they should go to a county town like Castle to handle the spoils of war. Although these spoils of war were not considered military supplies, and there were no documents for transporting military funds, everyone was a nobleman and could have entered the city tax-free. However, wartime rules were hard to break, so they paid the fees as required. After passing through the city gate and entering the city, Corwin slowed down and began to carefully examine the county town of Southell County. Not far away, a group of children, probably around 11 or 12 years old, were attracted by the commotion of the group and cast curious glances their way. One of the boys hesitated for a moment, then jogged over. Seeing this, Corwin calmly stepped forward, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and watched the boy warily. The boy ran up to Corwin and the others, glanced quickly at Corwin, and then, as if summoning all his courage, cautiously spoke. "Good day, esteemed sir. Judging from your appearance, are you here to buy or sell goods?" Corwin looked at the boy before him. Though thin and pale, his coarse linen clothes were spotless, exuding a rare sense of neatness. He nodded and asked gently, "Yes, little one. What's your name?" "My name is Bishop, Your Excellency." The boy didn't dare to look up, replying with his head slightly lowered, his hands clenched tightly, betraying his nervousness. "Okay, Bishop," Corwin continued. "What did you mean by what you just said?" "Yes, that's how it is, sir. If you want to buy or sell supplies, you can tell me your needs, and I can take you to some shops with fair prices and a wide variety of goods. I grew up in the city and am familiar with all the commercial areas. Maybe I can save you a lot of money." The boy finished speaking haltingly and then bent down again, waiting for Corwin's reply. "So what kind of reward do you want?" Corwin asked. Upon hearing this, Bishop's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "Sir, you only need to give me 5 copper coins." "As you wish," Corwin agreed with a smile. Bishop immediately beamed with joy and said, "My lord, please come with me. I will take you to a suitable place." With that, he turned and led Corwin and his party into the city. After navigating several winding and narrow streets, the group arrived at the inner city of Castle. The streets suddenly widened considerably, and the houses on both sides were much better than those along the roadside on the way there, exuding a sense of order and order. "Bishop, how come the place we just came from is so different from here?" Corwin couldn't help but ask. "That's right, sir," Bishop quickly explained. "The area we just passed through was inhabited by poor commoners. I heard that it wasn't originally within the city limits, but was later included in the city walls as the city expanded. The place we're in now is a normal street in the city, where most of the shops and workshops are concentrated. Further in, that's the core residential area, where most of the nobles, officials, clergy, merchants, and wealthy people live." After walking for a while, the streets gradually became lively, with voices and vendors' cries rising and falling. Bishop led Corwin and his party to a wide street, which was the specially designated trading market in Castle. Larger cities like this often divide the market into different sections according to demand. However, Bishop did not stay there. Instead, he led the group around the market and into the depths of the neighborhood, eventually stopping in front of an impressive shop. He strode to the door and called out loudly, "Uncle George, come out quickly. I have brought you a distinguished guest." Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in a bright woolen coat, looking like a businessman, strode out with several employees, jokingly asking, "Oh, Bishop, what kind of guest have you brought me this time?" Bishop quickly stepped aside, pointed at Corwin, and said, "Uncle George, this nobleman wants to sell some goods. Why don't you have a good talk with him?" The merchant, George, looked past Bishop and saw Corwin and the group of guards behind him. He quickly walked up to Corwin, bowed, and then stood up and said with a smile, "Please come in, sir." Let's go inside and talk in detail. The group then entered the Chamber of Commerce's residence. Passing through the front gate, they found a spacious courtyard and several reception rooms. Several workers were carefully carrying goods, while a manager and a few others were pointing at the goods on the ground and talking. After George invited Corwin to sit down in the reception room, he asked, "Sir, you look like you've just returned from the front lines. What kind of goods are you selling?" Corwin said slowly, "I want to sell a batch of silverware, porcelain, and silk brocade. In addition, there is a batch of prisoners of war, soldiers' spoils of war, and some miscellaneous goods." Upon hearing this, a glint of shrewdness flashed in George's eyes, but his face maintained a polite smile as he earnestly said, "The goods you brought, sir, all sound like fine items. Silverware, porcelain, silk brocade, these kinds of fine things are unlikely to go unsold. I just wonder what yours are like. And how much?" Corwin thought for a moment and said, "There are 2 sets of silverware, 3 exquisite porcelain pieces, and about 20 bolts of silk brocade. They are all spoils of war, and there is no damage. I brought some with me so you can take a look." George nodded in agreement. "That's good. Silverware will be priced according to its purity. Porcelain will need to be appraised by a specialist before a price can be given to you. And silk and brocade will be priced simply by quantity. These are all easy to discuss, but the number of prisoners?" Corwin said calmly, "There are about 60 prisoners, all of them young and strong, including farmers and soldiers. As for the spoils of war, apart from the valuable items I just mentioned, the rest are some broken weapons and miscellaneous items. There are quite a few. You can take a look and tell me the price later." George stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "As for the prisoners, our trading company can contact the slave exchange in the city and negotiate the price per person. However, the exchange will take a cut, so please be aware of that, sir. As for those miscellaneous items," he smiled, "the trading company can take them all, but I'm afraid the price will be too high for you, sir, since these kinds of things take up space and are slow to sell." "Fine," Corwin said decisively. "You can handle the prisoners' matter. Just give me a fair price after your cut. As for miscellaneous items, just give me an estimate. Anything reasonable will do. I'm too lazy to bother with it. But you have to give me a fair price for the silverware, porcelain, and silk. After all, they are top-quality goods." George quickly replied, "Rest assured, sir. Our business is always fair and honest, and we would never cheat you. I will send someone to contact the exchange regarding the prisoners, and we will get back to you tomorrow. We can take inventory of the miscellaneous items now, and we guarantee you will be satisfied. I will give you a quote for the valuable items after I have reviewed them." Corwin nodded. "All right, I'll have someone take your men outside the city to take stock of those miscellaneous items. Corwin, take the merchants outside the city to take inventory of the miscellaneous items, and while you're at it, check on the prisoners." George then immediately called over a steward, whispered a few words to him, and the steward readily agreed before following Corwin outside. George then smiled and said, "Sir, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest at the shop for a while? We can finalize the amount after we've finished counting it. What do you think?" Corwin nodded and said, "All right." Chapter 161 Business Opportunities. Just as Corwin was leading his merchant clerks outside the city to inventory supplies and prisoners, George had already ordered food and wine to be prepared. He also specifically instructed his clerks to provide ample food and ale to the soldiers who had accompanied Corwin. After doing all this, he sat down with Corwin for a chat, quietly waiting for news of the inventory count outside the city. Corwin watched as George poured him a full glass of wine and couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "This supply procurement deal isn't even finalized yet, and you're already spending money to treat people. Aren't you afraid that if the deal falls through, this expense will be wasted?" "Sir, you're too kind. Even if the business deal falls through, it's only right that we entertain you. We can't just leave you sitting here waiting. This expense is nothing at all," George replied with a smile, his tone full of respect. Corwin picked up his wine glass, took a small sip, and then slowly began to speak. "Currently, heavy troops have been amassed in the southern border counties of the kingdom. The nobles and lords at the front are leading their armies into battle, and the spoils of war are piling up. Your merchant guild's trade in supplies must be booming lately. Moreover, with the current chaotic situation, small-scale merchants dare not approach the border, and the transport capacity and financial resources of the merchants accompanying the army are limited, so they cannot take all of these spoils. You should have many opportunities. Upon hearing Corwin mention recent business, George's smile faded slightly, and he sighed softly. My lord, you may not know this, but this business, though seemingly lucrative, is actually incredibly difficult to run. Although the war has led to an increase in goods and supplies that are rarely seen in normal times, and our profits are much higher than usual, I am ultimately just an ordinary merchant. I don't have the tax-free privileges of a noble lord like you, nor the connections and abilities of those big merchants. I am constrained at every turn. Not to mention that we have to pay a considerable amount of tolls and entrance fees when passing through various noble territories and entering and leaving cities. In order to escort the goods, we also have to organize and hire armed guards, recruit a large number of porters, and guard against robbers and bandits along the way. Some local nobles will even secretly attack the caravan, robbing it openly and secretly. He became increasingly helpless as he spoke. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce also levies taxes of 1/15th or 1/20th of the turnover. The miscellaneous taxes and fees are overwhelming. What's even more troublesome is that the war on the front lines is intense, and there is a severe shortage of manpower. The Mercenary Guild has taken the opportunity to raise the hiring price, which has increased costs too much. Oh, how much have the prices for mercenaries increased? Corwin asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. George sat up straight and began to calculate carefully. The current market prices are outrageous. The daily wage for an ordinary infantryman is 40 copper coins. An archer costs 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins a day, and cavalry is even more expensive, costing 3 silver coins a day. The hiring price for heavy infantry and heavy cavalry is even higher. According to the current normal exchange rate, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 24 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 80 to 100 copper coins. If you hire a basic 10-man mercenary team, consisting of 1 cavalryman, 3 crossbowmen, and 6 infantrymen, the daily expenses will be about 12 silver coins. This does not include the extra consumption and supplies of the caravan every day, which also increases the cost considerably. Corwin nodded slightly and agreed. When you calculate it that way, the hiring cost is indeed much higher than usual. It's more than just a lot, George said with a wry smile. Whether our caravan makes money or loses money on this trip, the mercenaries' salaries must be paid in full. But even with such prices, it's still hard to recruit people. A large number of mercenaries have been hired by noble lords at the front lines or directly hired to fight alongside the army. We ordinary merchants simply can't compete with them. Corwin tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, and after a moment of silence, suddenly asked, "Where do you usually transport the supplies you acquire to trade?" Under normal circumstances, the goods would be escorted by caravan guards and transported to major cities in the surrounding area for trading, or transferred to the branches of merchant guilds in other regions. Along the way, they would also engage in sporadic trade with some noble territories and rural markets. George patiently explained, "Recently, we've acquired a large quantity of post-war supplies, which ordinary markets can't handle. Most of it is being transported to a special market not far from the county seat. It's a large trading area established by the Chamber of Commerce in conjunction with the county government. The county seat has also stationed troops there to maintain basic security around the market, facilitating large-scale transactions of valuable goods for cross-regional caravans. Currently, most of the merchants and chambers of commerce in the south who do post-war business are gathered there. However, the journey isn't short. It normally takes about 4 days to travel from the county seat. Moreover, the county seat's garrison only patrols a small area within and around the market. Outside the market area, the trade route remains treacherous." After hearing these words, Corwin's heart stirred. He looked up at George and suddenly asked, "What do you think of my soldiers?" Although George didn't understand why he suddenly asked this question, he still answered truthfully. "Your soldiers are all elite, fully armored, and well-equipped. I noticed them earlier. They are clearly your most capable personal guard, not comparable to the stragglers under ordinary lords." Corwin did not explain his identity as a soldier, but said calmly, "George, I'm not exactly flush with cash right now. The salaries and equipment expenses of my troops require a lot of money. I have a suggestion that can help you earn more gold coins and also relieve some of my stress. Would you like to hear it? Upon hearing this, George immediately perked up, leaned forward, and asked respectfully yet doubtfully, "Please speak, sir. What good idea do you have?" To put it simply, with the border in constant turmoil, many nobles and lords on the front lines have accumulated large amounts of spoils and idle supplies. They either don't have their own caravans and can't transport goods over long distances, or they are eager to exchange these supplies for gold coins to recruit soldiers and purchase military equipment, and simply don't have time to sell them slowly. In addition, with the border trade routes blocked, they can't trade normally with passing caravans as usual, so they can only sell these supplies at low prices. Corwin slowly explained his thoughts. We can take this opportunity to buy up the supplies and valuables from these nobles at low prices, then transport them to the licensed market to resell and make a profit. Moreover, since I am buying them as a noble, these are transactions between lords, not ordinary merchants, so we can be exempt from various commercial taxes. This is another significant cost saving, and the noble lords at the front should be happy to do so. Otherwise, they will be even less likely to exchange their goods for the money and scarce food they need when winter comes. George's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Sir, your idea is good and feasible. However, what we lack most right now is reliable guards and transportation capacity. Even if I can gather a few trucks, I can't recruit enough people to escort them. Bandits and soldiers roam the area. Without strong guards, the goods simply cannot be transported to the franchised market. Having said that, he suddenly looked at Corwin, already having guessed what was going on. Before George could finish speaking, Corwin interrupted. I can provide 30 armed soldiers and 5 cargo wagons. You just need to gather the remaining wagons and recruit a few men to cooperate. We'll temporarily form an armed caravan to do this business together. You're a seasoned businessman. You should know the lucrative profits involved. George glanced instinctively at the tall, fully armed soldiers outside the door, then turned to look at Corwin beside him, his mind racing. Although he couldn't immediately calculate the potential profit, his years of business experience told him that by leveraging the Lord's privilege to acquire cheap goods, and with elite armed soldiers providing protection, he could avoid all the problems such as commercial taxes, bandits, and manpower shortages. Once this deal was completed, the profits would far exceed those of his usual business. Chapter 162, each putting their own thoughts. After their previous conversation, George and Corwin discussed the details of forming a temporary caravan. George did not agree on the spot, and Corwin did not force him, so the two chatted casually. During this time, George also personally inspected the valuable goods brought by Corwin, such as silverware, porcelain, and silk. It wasn't until the afternoon that Corwin returned from outside the city with his business associates. After listening to the report from the servants on the inventory of the supplies, remaining goods, and prisoners outside the city, George turned to Corwin and said, Sir, I still need to calculate the price of the goods you brought with the other managers. As for the prisoners, I have already sent people to inquire about the market price and disposal methods, and I can give you an definite answer tomorrow. I have examined all of your valuable items. Although they are not the best, they are in good condition. I will definitely not try to lower the price. I will settle for 40 gold coins per piece of porcelain. Ordinary silverware is not very valuable to begin with, and small pieces are basically 2 or 3 gold coins each. I will take the whole set of vessels for 17 gold coins. I will buy the silk and brocade at 1 gold coin per meter. Furthermore, sir, please rest assured that the prices I've offered are fair and reasonable. If you have any concerns, you are welcome to send someone out to inquire. If another merchant guild offers a higher price, you can resell it elsewhere. What do you think? After a moment's thought, Corwin nodded and replied, Okay, we'll settle the price for those valuables according to your terms. You don't need to pay now. Just settle the rest of the money after the other goods are appraised tomorrow. I'll stay at an inn near the Chamber of Commerce for now. He paused, then added, Think carefully about what I'm telling you. I'll leave castle after I receive the money in 3 days at the latest. If you want to do this deal, come find me in person then. Before George could respond, Corwin, along with Corwin and his entourage, turned and left the trading company. Watching Corwin's departing figure, George frowned slightly, muttered a few words to himself, and then instructed the waiter beside him. Go and call all the managers here, and also call Nelson. Stepping out of the trading company, Corwin immediately spotted Bishop waiting outside. He gestured to Corwin, who was about to take out his money pouch, when Corwin reached out and took it from him. Corwin pulled out a silver coin and casually tossed it to Bishop. "Sir, this is too much." Bishop quickly took it, saying somewhat awkwardly. Corwin simply smiled and waved his hand, saying nothing more, before turning and walking towards the inn. "Thank you for your kindness, generous sir." Bishop quickly bowed behind him in thanks. Bishop's words of thanks faded into the distance as Corwin and his group strolled leisurely along the street to the inn near the Chamber of Commerce. Upon arriving at the inn, the innkeeper first discreetly sized up Corwin's attire and bearing, then glanced at the armored and sword-wielding Corwin and his soldiers behind him. His expression immediately became respectful, and he stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Welcome, esteemed sir. What are your orders?" Corwin stepped forward and said, "Give us a private guest room, 3 large guest rooms, and enough food for 10 people. Also, have someone take our horses to the stables in the backyard to feed and water them, and have people take turns watching over and taking care of them." The boss readily agreed, quickly whispered instructions to the waiter, and then respectfully gestured for them to lead the way. "Please sit here, sir. The tables are clean and the place is spacious." After the group sat down, the owner stepped forward to politely inquire about their preferences for drinks and food, then bowed and withdrew, not daring to disturb them any further. Once the surroundings had quieted down a bit, Corwin looked at Corwin and calmly gave the order. "After we finish eating, I'll write a letter. Have someone deliver it back to Baron Bowen first thing tomorrow morning." As night deepened and the daytime hustle and bustle gradually subsided, the Chamber of Commerce managers, having received George's urgent summons, arrived at the chamber one after another. As soon as everyone sat down, an impatient manager broke the silence. "George, why have you called all of us old buddies here so late? What urgent matter could it be? Has something gone wrong?" The other managers nodded in agreement, their eyes all fixed on George in the main seat, waiting quietly for him to explain the reason. George said with an extremely solemn expression, "I called everyone here so late at night because there is something I need to discuss and decide with you all." George paused, then slowed his speech, recounting his conversation with Lord Corwin that day. "It's like this. Today I received a nobleman who came to sell his spoils and valuables. During our chat, he proposed a collaboration idea. He wants to join forces with our merchant guild to temporarily form a dedicated armed caravan. Taking advantage of the deep winter and the stalemate at the front, we'll go to the border front to buy up the spoils, idle military equipment, furs, brocades, and other goods stockpiled by the participating nobles and lords at low prices, and then transport them to the licensed market on the outskirts of the county town to sell them at higher prices. The profit margin between the round trip is far beyond what ordinary trade can achieve. As you all know, in times of war, no matter how exquisite and valuable the goods are, they are not as valuable as gold coins, which can be used to hire soldiers and purchase provisions and weapons, in the eyes of the lords at the front. Those lords are eager to cash out, so the prices will not be as high as usual. The profits from this trip will be extremely astonishing." At this point, George looked up and glanced at each of the stewards present, his tone sincere. "I called you all here because I wanted to hear your thoughts. Let's discuss whether we should take advantage of this rare opportunity to partner with this nobleman and make a fortune before the roads are closed for winter, so we can also make a substantial profit at the end of the year." As soon as the words were spoken, the hall fell into a brief silence. The candlelight crackled, and the people looked at each other. There was no elation on their faces at hearing about the huge profits. Instead, their brows were furrowed and their hearts were full of worries. The steward in charge of trade route security and mercenary recruitment spoke first, his voice filled with worry. "George, I'm not trying to discourage you, but this is far too risky. Right now, the front lines and borders are in complete chaos, with scattered soldiers everywhere, rampant bandit gangs, and numerous minor nobles secretly robbing merchants. Even if ordinary caravans hire a lot of mercenaries, they wouldn't dare venture to the front lines easily. We're already being extremely cautious with our business within the city and short-distance transshipment. To actively go to the front lines to collect goods and also to the licensed markets, the journey is fraught with danger. If something goes wrong, resulting in lost goods and casualties, our merchant guild might suffer a net loss." Another manager, who was in charge of accounting and skilled at calculating profits and losses, immediately chimed in. But his attitude was completely different. You can't say that. The risks are indeed considerable, but the corresponding profits are also tempting enough. Nowadays, with war raging, ordinary businesses have thin profit margins, heavy taxes, and skyrocketing costs. If we stick to the old ways, we simply won't make big money. This kind of high-profit business that takes advantage of war to make a profit is something you only encounter a few times a year. If you miss this opportunity, it will be hard to find another one like it. The two men stuck to their own versions of events, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. Then, everyone's attention returned to George. George cleared his throat lightly, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then offered the most reassuring key offer, dispelling most of their concerns. I have naturally considered all the dangers and difficulties you are worried about, otherwise I would not have brought this up to discuss with you. That lord had already anticipated our concerns and has personally promised me that after the cooperation, he will directly assign 30 elite armed soldiers to provide full-time protection for our temporary caravan. These are soldiers who have actually seen combat, and they are much more reliable than the mercenaries we have paid to hire. Moreover, we can use this gentleman's noble status to intervene, and the taxes and fees for caravans passing through the border and entering the city can be reduced, saving a lot of costs on miscellaneous taxes and levies. Upon hearing this, the stewards present were instantly moved, and most of their previous concerns dissipated. However, some still harbored doubts and questioned, "Really? George, don't be fooled by empty promises. 30 armed soldiers? Is that true? And the privilege of low taxes for nobles? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Seeing this, George gave a helpless, bitter smile, waved his hand, and said bluntly, "Why would I lie to you? I would never joke about our assets. If you're still not at ease, I'll take you to meet this official in person tomorrow to verify all the cooperation terms. Once everything is finalized, we can make a final decision, okay?" Chapter 163 Joining the Team. Thank you to all the readers for the gifts. At Cochimberg, Joyce hurried into Baron Bowen's study with a letter in his hand. "Sir, a personal letter from Baron Corwin has just arrived." Baron Bowen, seated in his chair, reached out and took the letter Joyce handed him, opening it and carefully examining it. The handwriting on the letter was neat and concise, and in just a few words, the whole matter was explained clearly. In his letter, Corwin detailed his plan to cooperate with the George Merchant Guild in Castle City to form a temporary armed caravan. Before winter, the joint guild would purchase the spoils, armaments, furs, and various idle goods stockpiled by the noble lords and war-participating nobles at low prices, use their noble status to pass through customs with low taxes, and then transport them to the county town's licensed market to sell them at high prices, earning huge profits from the price difference. The letter stated frankly that although the business was risky, the profits were extremely high, and Corwin would send soldiers to escort the shipment, with the nobles' low tax privilege as a safety net. The only thing lacking was sufficient capital to stockpile the goods for working capital. Corwin planned to invest all the gold coins he obtained from selling valuables, groceries, and prisoners of war into the caravan as capital. He also specifically asked Baron Bowen if he would like to join in, share the profits, and make a fortune to get through the winter. Baron Bowen read the letter word by word, his fingers gently stroking the paper. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and his previous tired expression vanished, replaced by a deep excitement. Baron Bowen handed Corwin's letter directly to Joyce and said in a deep voice, "Take a look for yourself. Baron Corwin has made a big deal in Castle. He wants to build a temporary armed caravan with the Chamber of Commerce and make a profit by reselling the stockpiled goods of the nobles at the front before winter arrives at the chartered market. However, he is short of capital and wants to invite me to join him as a partner." Joyce quickly picked up the letter and scanned it rapidly. The more she read, the brighter her eyes became. After finishing, she looked up immediately, her tone urgent and excited. "Sir, this is a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance." He stepped forward, lowered his voice, and analyzed the situation carefully. "Now, the nobles at the front are all short of gold coins, food, and military equipment. They have a lot of goods piled up and are eager to sell them, so they are driving down prices. Ordinary merchants dare not buy them. Without soldiers to protect the road and no nobles to exempt them from taxes, bandits can eat up all their capital along the way. But Baron Colwyn is different from you. We have elite guards protecting our caravans, and the privilege of low taxes that come with our noble status. That means the risks are almost eliminated, and we only make a profit. Right now, with the war raging and the trade routes frozen after winter, we won't even have the chance to do it. Baron Bowen nodded slightly, his expression grave. I know it's a good opportunity, but it requires a large investment. Do you think we should go all in? Joyce didn't hesitate, her tone resolute. We must go all in, sir. First, Baron Corwin is a reliable and trustworthy man who never takes risks without being certain of success. Secondly, with his 30 elite soldiers escorting them, the trade route was safe and secure, and there was no need to fear bandits or soldiers. Third, the lower taxes for nobles save them a lot of costs, directly doubling their profits. Fourth, if we don't invest now, and wait until he and the Chamber of Commerce finish this deal, we won't even get a share of the profits if we try to follow suit. At this point, Joyce's eyes grew even more eager. We're not exactly flush with cash right now. Instead of just sitting around with dead money, let's take this opportunity to make money work for us, make a fortune, and then we can bring back a huge sum of money when we return to our territory next year after our service is over. After hearing his confidant's words, Baron Bowen's last remaining concerns vanished, leaving only ambition and determination in his eyes. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, immediately making up his mind. All right, since this is a rare opportunity, let's do it. His expression was resolute, and he ordered in a deep voice, I will immediately reply to Corwin and tell him that I am determined to join in and work together to do this temporary caravan business. Send someone to deliver the letter quickly, and also send a small squad of soldiers with my 500 gold coins. Tell him that all the gold coins obtained from selling silverware, porcelain, silk, general merchandise, and prisoners will be counted as his investment capital. I will also simultaneously allocate my idle funds and combine them all as the total capital for the caravan to acquire and stockpile goods. Joyce quickly replied, Understood. Baron Bowen gazed at the deep night outside the window, a confident smile playing on his lips. In times of war, you can make money while fighting. With military protection and tax breaks, this deal is a sure thing. When this caravan returns, our gold coins will be several times more than they are now. Thanks to Yinluo, who loves eating mountain rice balls, Qingtan, who has a lovely smile, Gunwan, who likes greyhounds, Yuan, who hopes tomorrow is Saturday, Yuan, who loves Shirue. My sword is indeed not good. Chu Chiu, who likes spirit stones. I don't like looking at trees. Walking in the snow with a lantern, Yuan Yin from the Martial Alliance, Jaligwa 1, Fish in the Flower Bed, Six Paths of the Sky, Vampire Zombie from Zhejiang Province, Mr. Chi, who loves eating dried sandworms, Wan Dulan, who likes pigeons, Aliens Have Seen Dragons, Hua Jiangshan, Liang Hongdao, who loves eating zucchini, Sky Lich Knight. The right path of the mortal world is full of vicissitudes. Username 86605-120, Zhengtai World's sweetest box door forever, and Su Zhun, who likes double tube fish for their gift support. Chapter 164, Profit Distribution. On their second day in Castle, Corwin and Colin spent the morning browsing the grocery stores along the nearby streets before returning to their hotel in the afternoon. As soon as I entered the hotel, I spotted George sitting in the lobby. He was accompanied by a young man and 2 guards, but no other people. Upon seeing Corwin enter, George dared not delay and immediately stepped forward to greet him, bowing and saying, Sir, you're back. Corwin nodded without saying anything, only waving for him to follow, and then led Corwin upstairs to his private room. After the group arrived at the room, Corwin sat down and turned to George, getting straight to the point. Have you calculated the price of the goods and prisoners? Have you counted and estimated everything? Everything has been carefully calculated, sir. I've also made a special trip to find out the market price for prisoners. George replied quickly. Tell me about it. Corwin pointed to the cup on the table and gestured to Corin. Go and bring me 2 glasses of ale, Corin said to the waiter outside the door. George composed himself and said, The valuable goods you brought this time include 3 exquisite porcelain pieces totaling 120 gold coins, 2 sets of pure silver utensils totaling 34 gold coins, and 20 bolts of fine silk brocade. Calculated at 1 gold coin per meter, the total is 204 gold coins. As for the prisoners, with the border war raging and the number of displaced prisoners of war quite large, the market value has plummeted. I'll settle the price at 5 silver coins per person. The remaining miscellaneous items and daily necessities will be collected and totaled at 37 gold coins. All accounts have been settled, and the total amount is 395 gold coins. After saying that, George turned to the young man beside him and nodded. Nelson, hand the bag of gold coins to the master. Nelson, standing behind George, quickly stepped forward and handed him 2 heavy money bags in both hands. George took the bags, gently placed them in the center of the smooth wooden table, and slowly pushed them toward Corwin. Sir, this is all the money from the sale of all the goods. It's all here. Please count it. Corwin glanced down at the money pouch, but didn't put it away immediately. He turned to signal Corinne, who was standing next to him, to come forward and verify it. Corwin stepped forward, weighed the 2 money bags in his hand, briefly checked the knots binding the openings, and after confirming that the amount of gold coins was sufficient, nodded slightly to Corwin to indicate that everything was correct. After confirming that there were no problems with the money, Corwin turned to George and said in a deep voice, "What are you standing for? Sit down and talk. How did your discussions with the other managers of the guild go about the temporary caravan cooperation I mentioned to you yesterday? Have you given it serious consideration?" George quickly bowed slightly and sat down opposite Corwin with a restrained and uneasy expression. He said solemnly, "Sir, I immediately discussed the matter you told me yesterday with all the managers of the merchant guild. Everyone felt that this border trade was very profitable and highly feasible. Everyone agreed that they were willing to join forces with you to form a temporary caravan." Seeing Corwin nod slightly, signaling him to continue, George continued, "Sir, we've finalized the details of our cooperation. You've already provided 5 dedicated cargo wagons, and our guild will provide 10 more. All drivers, accompanying staff, and team leaders will be under our guild's complete control. The guild's managers have collectively raised 2,000 gold coins as the initial capital for this cooperation. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Corwin slowly added, "The 395 gold coins I obtained from selling the goods this time will all be used as the initial capital for our cooperation. In addition, I have already sent someone back to retrieve another sum of money, which will amount to about 500 to 1,000 gold coins. All things considered, our initial capital for this cooperation will be approximately 4,000 gold coins. You've been in border trade for many years and have a wealth of experience. Tell me honestly, assuming the journey goes smoothly, how much net profit can we ultimately make on this deal?" George lowered his head and did some mental calculations for a moment, then looked up and replied confidently, "Sir, as long as we don't encounter any unforeseen events on the road and the market remains stable, we can buy up scarce goods and other items at low prices from noble lords and some armies at the front lines, then transport them to the licensed markets for sale. After deducting all expenses for food, lodging, supplies, and bribes along the way, our net profit can reach more than 10,000 gold coins. In other words, after deducting the initial investment of 4,000 coins, we are guaranteed to receive this amount of net profit?" Corwin confirmed in a deep voice. "That's right, sir, exactly as described." George smiled. Corwin abruptly changed the subject, his expression becoming serious as he said, "Since we're already planning to cooperate, let's clarify the profit distribution and responsibilities beforehand. I have 3 requirements. Listen carefully." George immediately suppressed his smile and said, "Please speak, sir." First, Corwin held up one finger. "I already made it clear that I would send 30 elite soldiers to accompany the caravan the whole way, to be fully responsible for all security and defense along the route, to resist banditry and robbery, and to deal with any emergencies along the way. Your Chamber of Commerce only needs to focus on the purchase of goods, transportation, routes, and market connections. You don't need to worry about anything else." Secondly, he paused briefly, looking intently at George. "You are responsible for securing goods at low prices at the front, but the greatest security risks along the way, as well as the risks of sudden war and robbery, will be borne entirely by my soldiers. Therefore, In terms of profit distribution, I will take 70% of the profits, and your Chamber of Commerce will take 30%. Third, this cooperative trafficking operation is a highly profitable and secretive business. It must be kept strictly confidential throughout the entire process, and not a single word is allowed to be leaked to the outside world. If any word gets out and attracts the covetousness of other merchant guilds or the malicious interception by nobles, thus disrupting the caravan's journey and business, your merchant guild will bear all the losses and full responsibility. Let's add another contractual rule, Corwin added, refining the rights and responsibilities. If the business is profitable, the profits will be divided according to the established profit-sharing ratio. If there are unexpected losses along the way, the losses will be shared equally, with me receiving 70% and the Chamber of Commerce receiving 30%. Profits and losses are shared equally, so no one can blame anyone else. After listening to all the conditions, George hesitated and pleaded, "Sir, we have no objection to your first security rule, the third confidentiality rule, and the agreement on sharing profits and losses. We will comply with them 100%. But could you give our Chamber of Commerce a little more of the profits? We are already short of manpower during this time of war, and we also need to temporarily requisition drivers, waiters, and managers, as well as manage routes and coordinate relationships with various parties. It is a considerable expense both inside and out." Corwin stared at George silently for a moment, his tone unwavering. "Here's what we'll do. I'll give you another 5% of the profit. That's all I can give you." George took a deep breath, weighed the pros and cons, and realized that this was the best possible deal. He immediately stood up, his expression extremely solemn. "All right. We'll go with the rules set by you, sir. Our Chamber of Commerce agrees to everything." Chapter 165. The caravan sets off. Time flew by, and Corwin had been stationed at Cochemberg for nearly 2 months. On this day, he returned to Cochemberg with his convoy, which had completed its procurement in Castle. This time, the return was different from the departure. The team was much smaller. Corwin only brought back 2 cargo wagons. The rest of the wagons were left in Castle. The 10 wagons provided by the Merchant Guild would arrive in the next few days. Then, the Merchant Guild would arrange for the drivers and staff to officially assemble all the wagons and set off to start collecting and transporting goods. The 2 wagons transporting the supplies back to Cocham Castle each had their own purpose. The first wagon was fully loaded with fresh meat that had just been purchased, as well as seasonal vegetables such as turnips, carrots, cabbage, and chicory. The other wagon was specifically for storing bulk barrels of ale and a small amount of precious wine, which were intended to improve the meals of the core personnel stationed in the castle and to reward the soldiers. Thanks to the rich spoils obtained from the previous capture of Melroseburg, and the fact that Cochemberg was a military castle without civilians, the granaries were well stocked with grain, arrows, oil, and rolling stones, so there was basically no need to worry about short-term shortages. However, since this was a military fortress that was garrisoned year-round, apart from a small open space inside the fortress where the serfs grew some vegetables, the soldiers' daily meals consisted only of dry, hard rye bread, aged cured meat, and bland porridge, making the food extremely monotonous. The fresh meat, vegetables, and drinks that Colwyn brought back greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers stationed at Fort Cocham. Everyone was beaming with joy and couldn't wait to taste the fresh vegetables and meat that evening. Only 2 scouts and 10 close commanding infantrymen accompanied Corwin on his return journey. To ensure the safety of the long-distance caravan along the way, in addition to the 30 fully armed soldiers who were to be escorted by the caravan as agreed, Corwin left 10 more armed soldiers to accompany the caravan ahead, all of whom were under the unified command of Corwin. After all the fresh food, drinks and supplies were handed over to Joyce for inventory, storage, registration, and proper sealing, Baron Bowen took Corwin back to the Lord's Hall in the castle. After Corwin and Baron Bowen were seated, Baron Bowen personally poured 2 glasses of wine, handed one to Corwin, took a large gulp of his own, and then asked directly and seriously, "Colwyn, regarding the matter of forming a temporary armed caravan that you mentioned in your previous letter, I also sent you my own 500 gold coins. However, I still don't know how many gold coins we can make as net profit this time." Colwyn paused for a moment, mentally comparing the principal amount with George's calculated profit, and replied, The Chamber of Commerce managers have raised 2,000 gold coins as principal. I will sell the prisoners and goods for 397 gold coins. With the additional funds that you and I will bring in later, our total principal will be nearly 4,000 gold coins. Based on the stable border trade situation, after deducting all costs for vehicles, labor, travel expenses, food, lodging, and supplies, the net profit can be steadily around 10,000 gold coins. According to the contract I agreed on with them, I will take 65% and the Chamber of Commerce will take a fixed 35% share. We have already signed a commercial contract. Baron Bowen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he said, "The profits are indeed substantial. How about this? After the caravan returns and the profits are settled, we'll split our share of 65% 20/80ths. The idea was yours, and the guards were drawn from your ranks. I've already profited quite a bit following you in these battles, and I know my limits and won't be greedy. Let's settle it like this, and you don't need to be modest anymore." Upon hearing this, Corwin chuckled and readily agreed. "All right, let's do it your way." Baron Bowen then leaned back in his chair and pressed on with his question. "By the way, are you really going to personally lead the team to escort the caravan on its journey?" Corwin nodded and said, "I have carefully reviewed the entire route planned by the Chamber of Commerce. The journey is long and the terrain along the way is complex. Moreover, bandits are rampant everywhere. With such a large amount of capital and goods abroad, I will not feel at ease if I do not personally accompany them." Baron Bowen, aware of the implications, immediately gave instructions. "Don't forget, you also have the task of assisting in the defense of Kuchenberg. Leave me a complete map of the caravan's route. You can lead the business outside, while I will keep a close eye on the defense inside the fort. If there is any unusual military activity at the border, I will immediately send a fast messenger to inform you overnight. This way, neither side will be delayed." "Don't worry, I'll keep this in mind and won't overlook it," Corwin replied in a deep voice. At this moment, Corwin suddenly remembered his business and turned to ask, "By the way, have you sent out the routine military report from the county town?" Baron Bowen replied frankly, "I have already written the military report, but I haven't sent anyone to deliver it yet. In the report, I only truthfully reported our achievements in clearing out the federal stragglers and bandits around Fort Coacham, and I didn't mention a word about the capture of Fort Melrose. Given the way those nobles and officials in the county town behave, once we report it, they will definitely order us to hand over 30% of our spoils to the state, and they will reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Besides, as long as the two of us don't say anything, who will know? Moreover, there's not much benefit in reporting it, and it's easy to attract attention." Corwin nodded in agreement and added, "That's right. Not reporting this reduces the risk and prevents the county from sending people to interfere with the profit sharing and create unnecessary complications. Besides, I don't see any major moves from the county of Brabant. Winter is coming soon, and they are unlikely to bother to pay attention to our military fortress." As soon as he finished speaking, the servants brought out the food. The two ate and chatted, discussing the latest developments of the garrison in the fortress and the various forces on the nearby border. The next morning, Corwin left Cochemberg and, following the route provided by the caravan, headed east with 2 cavalrymen towards a small town called Visby. Meanwhile, 2 days earlier, the caravan had departed from Castle and arrived at the town of Visby along the trade route from north to south. Before the war, this town called Visby was a place with poor facilities and a small population. However, after the kingdom and the Southern Federation went to war, a 20-man army led by a knight was stationed here. After the caravan arrived not far from the town of Visby, the station soldiers spotted the armed soldiers at the front and immediately issued a warning. The remaining soldiers also picked up their weapons and looked warily in the direction of the caravan. After receiving the message from his soldiers, the garrison knight asked with a grave expression, "Are you sure you're sure? Those are a group of elite soldiers." "Yes, sir, there are 20 or 30 fully armed elite soldiers, and quite a few carriages," the soldier replied affirmatively. Chapter 166 Bargaining. Outside the town of Visby, a wild wind blew across the desolate wilderness. Corwin sat on horseback, his gaze calm as he surveyed the border town ahead. At this moment, a platoon leader quickly stepped forward, bowed, and reported, "My lord, The town of Visby is just ahead. It doesn't look very big. The scouts I sent out have already scouted the area. There's no danger nearby, but there are troops stationed in the town. As soon as he finished speaking, Nelson rode a mule slowly from the back of the group, standing side by side with Corin and gazing in the direction of the town. Sir, I think the garrison in the town seems a bit wary of us. I'll go and negotiate with them, making our caravan's purpose clear so there won't be any misunderstandings, Nelson said to Colin. Corin nodded slightly and said, Be careful. Inside the town, the garrison knight Garcia asked the soldier beside him, What flag is that team outside the city flying? The soldier replied, Sir, it looks like the caravan banner of the Castle City Merchant Guild. That's strange. Where did these armed soldiers come from? They're not a military caravan transporting supplies to the front lines, Garcia muttered to himself. Never mind that. Have the soldiers put on their weapons and assemble here at the gate, and have the serfs come and assemble here with their short spears as well, Garcia ordered the soldiers beside him. A short while later, Garcia led his soldiers to the town gate, where they saw a merchant-looking man riding a mule shouting loudly. Hey, we're a caravan from Castle, and we just happen to be passing through Visby. Are the garrison knights here? I'd like to have a quick chat with them. Upon hearing Nelson's shout, Garcia remained vigilant and shouted back loudly. I am Garcia, the knight appointed by the Castle County Governor's office to garrison the town of Visby. Although you are members of the Merchant Guild, do not come any closer, or I will consider you my enemy. Seeing this, Nelson remained calm and composed. He turned back to Corin in the distant group and gestured that everything was all right. Then, he raised his hands to indicate that he was harmless, and slowly rode his mule towards the town entrance alone, calling out loudly again. Rest assured, Sir Garcia, I am Nelson, the manager of this caravan. I have ordered all the men and guards to stay put and not move forward. I just want to speak with you alone for a few minutes. You can verify my identity. Garcia's sharp eyes carefully observed Nelson's every move, but he already had a good idea of what was going on. The other party was indeed using the banner of a merchant guild, but the number of armed men far exceeded that of a regular caravan. In this day and age, most caravans that dared to travel to war-torn borders were half merchants and half bandits. Most of his soldiers were temporary conscripted serfs and auxiliary soldiers, with weak combat capabilities. If a fight broke out, they would not be able to stop the enemy's forces at all, and the town would probably be looted instead. After thinking for a while, Garcia spoke first, his tone softening as he said, Manager of the caravan, you can come here by yourself. Your caravan is too large and has too many armed men. For the sake of the town's defense and security, I absolutely cannot let you into the town. Your men and guards can find a sheltered, open space outside the town to rest. But before that, I must verify your identity documents. Nelson smiled gently and readily agreed. Of course, I would never put you in a difficult position, Sir Knight. When Nelson arrived at the town gate, after his identity documents were checked, he was led by the soldiers to a knight named Garcia. Upon seeing the other party, Nelson bowed and said, Sir Knight, my name is Nelson. I wonder if you have any surplus goods in your town that you would like to sell? I also brought quite a few scarce supplies with me this time. If you need anything, we can discuss it. Upon hearing this, Garcia pondered for a moment and slowly said, I have a batch of winter furs, as well as silk and cloth seized during the recent crackdown on bandits. What price can you offer? Nelson quickly calculated the wartime market prices in his mind, and then replied, Sir Knight, furs and cloth are still relatively easy to value, but it's hard to say about precious items like silk. Now that the war has been going on for a long time, it's no longer as sought after or valuable as food, weapons, or medicine. In the past, a meter of silk could fetch about 1 gold coin, but in the current wartime market, 10 silver coins would be the maximum price. Garcia immediately shook his head and frowned, his face displeased. Your price is too low. This is silk. I would never sell it for this price. Nelson looked distressed and patiently explained, My lord, it's not that I'm trying to lower the price. Nowadays, most of the noble lords in the south are stockpiling grain, money, and weapons and equipment, so luxury items like silk seem rather cheap in comparison. Moreover, our caravans travel long distances, and the risks of customs duties, taxes, and bandit attacks are extremely high. After we collect the silk, We have to transport it thousands of miles to other places before we can resell it. If you keep the silk in your hands, it will get damp, moldy, and damaged by insects over time, and you will actually lose some money. This price is already the highest price we can offer. Seeing Garcia's hesitation, Nelson pressed his advantage, feigning concession. How about this, sir? Your place is the first stop I made after leaving castle. I just want to get off to a good start and not lose money. I'll add one more silver coin to the original price. What do you think? Garcia thought for a moment. He still needed to distribute salaries to his soldiers, and supplies were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. It would be more practical to exchange them for cash. Then Garcia said in a deep voice, if you add another silver coin to my price, making it 12 silver coins per meter, I'll sell it all to you. Nelson looked troubled and sighed repeatedly, feigning helplessness. All right, Sir Knight. You're really stingy. Fine, we'll settle on your price. I'll pay the remaining furs and cloth at fair market prices, so you won't lose out. After saying that, Nelson added, by the way, sir, my caravan also brought some wine, ale, vinegar, and cheese this time. They're all good stuff. Would you like some? Upon hearing about the beer and wine, the soldiers of the garrison, who usually lived a life of hardship, all swallowed hard and looked at Garcia with longing in their eyes. Some even drooled. Garcia glanced at the longing looks in the eyes of the soldiers around him and immediately said, then give me a barrel of ale and some cheese. Nelson readily agreed. No problem. Let's do the transaction face to face in the open space at the town gate. Cash on delivery. What do you think? Garcia nodded in agreement. Okay, send someone to deliver the things to the area and not far from the door in a bit, and I'll take some people to pick them up. The two then turned and left, each going their separate ways to prepare the goods and money needed for the handover. Chapter 167 Battlefield Merchants. On the other side, since he only brought 2 cavalrymen, Corwin traveled very quickly and encountered almost no unexpected situations, and soon arrived at the town of Visby to meet up with Corin and the others. When Colwyn arrived and listened to the deal between Nelson and the garrison of Visby, Colwyn thought the caravan manager was quite capable. Nelson, you brought quite a lot of goods from castle, didn't you? Corwin asked. Yes, sir. I am a merchant, and I will not let an empty wagon go on the road. Nelson bowed and replied, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. This wagon is not only loaded with ale and wine, but also with cloth, coarse salt, medicine, and iron tools. Supplies are scarce at the front, and these things are very popular even if they are only slightly more expensive than the market price. Sometimes a barrel of good ale can even be exchanged for goods worth far more than its value. Corwin's eyes lit up slightly, and he asked again, did you also pool your money with George and the other managers to do this deal? Nelson smiled faintly and said frankly, no, sir. George is my father, so I'm the one leading the team this time. That way, the other managers of the Chamber of Commerce can rest assured. After listening, Corwin nodded thoughtfully. The caravan stayed in the town of Visby for another day, during which time the caravan traded some miscellaneous goods with the townspeople, obtaining a considerable amount of food and leather. Afterwards, Corwin sent Corin ahead with his scouts to explore the next trade route, to find out the whereabouts of small groups of defeated soldiers and bandits, and to pay attention to the level of inspection at each checkpoint. The caravan then set off from the town of Visby, following the trade route, and began its journey eastward. According to the route map, they will travel from west to east, traversing several noble territories around the front line, and finally make a long detour to reach the chartered market in Castle. Thus, on the rest of his journey, Corwin truly experienced the life of a traveling merchant. When the caravan entered some noble territories, Corwin sent people ahead with his seal to negotiate. When the noble lords saw that it was an armed caravan led by a noble, although they did not say it explicitly, they symbolically reduced the toll by 30% or more, which secretly pleased the shrewd Nelson. The situation was quite different at the frontline outposts. The local noble officers were already overwhelmed by the shortage of supplies. Upon hearing that a caravan had delivered urgently needed medicine and cloth, they not only waived the toll, but also approached the caravans, demanding priority in the trade. However, the further east one goes, the more treacherous the journey becomes. This area is getting closer and closer to the main battlefield. The reports from the scouts are becoming more and more frequent. Traces of defeated soldiers and bandits have been discovered ahead. The checkpoints at a certain mountain pass are being checked unusually strictly, and there are even rumors that soldiers are robbing caravans due to food shortages. A chilling atmosphere filled the air. The once safe trade route was no longer safe, and occasionally, one could see broken armor and blood-stained grass clippings abandoned by the roadside. After more than half a month of travel, the caravan's 8 horse-drawn wagons were now fully loaded with all sorts of goods. Thanks to Nelson's exceptional eloquence, accurate assessment of the needs at the front, and the protection of Corwin's military force, the cloth, medicine, salt, and tools used in the exchange were sold at a price 10% lower than the market price, resulting in a large amount of high-value supplies from various noble lords and officers. The carriages were filled with luxury goods such as spices, pepper, and cloves, as well as numerous gold and silver utensils, silk brocades, and exquisite porcelain. Even more surprising was that many officers were eager to cash in, willing to exchange good quality weapons and equipment, and even surplus warhorses, for urgently needed medicines, cloth, and other supplies. Sir, Nelson wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to hide his excitement. If these goods can be safely transported to the chartered market in Castle, the profit is conservatively estimated at 3 times. If we're lucky and the negotiations go well, 4 times the profit is not impossible. Upon hearing this, Corwin's gaze fell upon the young businessman. He felt that this Nelson was indeed a business talent, and a thought arose in his mind. However, he still needs to understand the character of the young businessman in front of him. As winter drew nearer, the fighting on the front lines finally subsided. An eerie calm prevailed along the border. That day, a caravan arrived at Somerset Castle. As Corwin traveled eastward, the situation became increasingly complex. The attitudes of the noble lords and garrison troops here towards this armed caravan carrying scarce supplies were far more complicated than those in the west. Their welcome was no longer simply one of welcome. It was also tinged with wariness. The looting incidents that Nelson had been worried about did indeed occur several times. Fortunately, with the protection of Corwin's 40 soldiers, the dangers were averted. The tolls also became more varied, and some greedy tax collectors even tried to extort money from the system. However, the closer they got to the main battlefield, the more extreme the shortage of supplies became. The supply trains at the rear mainly transported military supplies such as food and arrowheads, while the nobles at the front had an almost insane demand for luxuries like wine, tea, and sugar that could soothe their spirits, as well as various small items that could improve their quality of life. Leaving aside other supplies, medicines, high-quality cloth, and iron tools alone are hard currency. According to the Chamber of Commerce's route map, they had only covered a little over half the journey. But Nelson had to stop here because almost all the goods he brought had been sold. The caravan not only sold most of the wine, but also traded scarce medicines and cloth for a large amount of spoils, valuables, and even warhorses captured from the battlefield that were stockpiled by noble lords. After discussing it with Corwin, Nelson decided to stay in Somersetburg for 3 days. Firstly, to allow the convoy to rest and inventory the goods. Secondly, since the acquisition of goods was nearly complete, it was time to prepare for the return journey. They needed to transport these supplies back to the chartered market near Castle before the winter road closures. Inside the council chamber of Somerset Castle, a rider galloped into the city, bringing news of the arrival of a caravan. When the noble officer stationed there heard from his scouts that a caravan had brought a large quantity of urgently needed medicines and cloth to the front lines, a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. He immediately summoned his attendant and whispered, "Go and tell the manager of that caravan that I have a very profitable business opportunity here, and ask them if they want to do it." He paused, then added, "Tell them I urgently need a large quantity of medicine and coarse cloth armor linings. I'm willing to trade 10 warhorses and 5 intact sets of chainmail for this deal. If they want to, let them wait for me there. I'll bring the goods over tomorrow." Chapter 168, The Agreement. "This wine is a bit too expensive, isn't it? It's more than twice the usual price." An officer stationed at a checkpoint not far from Somerset Fort complained loudly. "There's no other way. This is the price. And believe me, it'll probably be even more expensive in a while. Besides my caravan, Have you seen any other caravans right now? I've gone through all this trouble and danger to do this business, and the costs are much higher than usual. You think it's too expensive, and I think it's too expensive too, Nelson said, spreading his hands with an indifferent expression. All right, then round it down for me. I'll make a little less copper coin. Give me a discount. Consider it making friends. How about that? The officer looked around before finally speaking up. Nelson smiled and said, Okay, consider it making a friend. Would you like to look at some other things? I can give you a discount. Watching Nelson and the officer stationed at the roadside checkpoint discuss the price of goods, Corwin stood not far away, watching with great interest. As he watched, he suddenly remembered how much more gold coins those merchants must have earned from him when he did business with them in the territory. Young master, the garrison of Somerset Castle has arrived, carrying the goods they mentioned yesterday. The leader seems to be a noble officer, Corwin reported from the side. Corwin turned his head to look east, where a group of people was slowly walking towards the caravan. Corwin's soldiers had already spotted the approaching group after being alerted by the scouts, and they all drew their spears and swords, watching the front with vigilance. In the distance, a rider spurred his horse to a point 50 paces from the caravan and shouted, Hey, caravan over there, we are the army of Somersetburg. Don't point your weapons at us. Remember what we said yesterday? We want to do business with you. Our lord, Baron Pitaro, has come in person with the goods today. Tell the soldiers not to let their guard down, and go get Nelson to ask him what's going on, Corwin instructed Corwin. Shortly after, Nelson, having received the notification, rode a mule with 2 guards and slowly made his way to the opposite caravan. After confirming that it was safe, the caravan slowly approached the place not far from the caravan under the wary gaze of the soldiers. Are these all your guards? Baron Pitaro, riding on horseback, asked Nelson, who was riding a mule beside him, as he looked at the soldiers beside the caravan. My lord, those are not my guards. They are soldiers under another nobleman, just escorting my caravan. Our caravan came from Castle City. Before Nelson could finish speaking, Baron Pitaro waved him off, then said, All right, I'm not interested in what you're saying. Go talk to my butler about the trade. Baron Pitaro then rode his horse toward Corwin, and his guards followed. Seeing the nobleman leading the group riding towards them, Corwin signaled to his soldiers to bring the group over. Hey, are you the leader of this group? Or, Baron Pitaro said as he approached and saw Corwin. You're a nobleman. Baron Pitaro only noticed the heraldic markings on Corwin's robe when he got closer and asked in confusion. Corwin nodded and smiled. Good day, Lord Pitaro. My name is Corwin, and this army consists of soldiers under my command. I'm sorry, I didn't see clearly just now. Please forgive my rudeness. But speaking of which, how come you are? Baron Pitaro judged from Corwin's words that this should be a nobleman of the same rank as himself, and then glanced at the soldiers behind Corwin and said intermittently. Corwin knew what he was going to say and smiled as he spoke. You want to ask me why, as a nobleman, I personally lead a merchant caravan on trade, right? Pitaro nodded without saying anything. It was extremely rare for nobles to personally lead caravans on trade, because due to traditional values and other reasons, nobles generally wouldn't do something that would be beneath their dignity. Most nobles delegated these tasks to their designated merchants or close associates under the guise of managing their territory's resources or other pretexts. That's why Taro was surprised that Corwin personally led the caravan. But Corwin didn't think it was shameful to make money with caravans. I'm sure you've seen it yourself. My soldiers look quite good. They have excellent weapons and equipment, plenty of food every day, and even their salaries are quite good. I have to take care of all of this myself, and my territory also needs money to develop. After listening, Pitaro nodded and then said, Your Excellency, I mean nothing by this. I'm just quite surprised, since nobles like you are so rare. But you are right about one thing. Your soldiers look quite good. That's why I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Corwin gestured for him to speak. Pitaro slowly began to speak. I am the lord of Somerset Castle. There is an abandoned wooden castle in the north of my territory. A few months ago, some bandits occupied it. I originally wanted to wipe them out, but after the kingdom went to war with the Southern Federation, I didn't have the energy to deal with those bastards for a while. And then, Corwin continued his question. Then, what was originally a bandit gang of only a dozen people has now grown to nearly 100. I can't possibly take all the troops to wipe them out. They're becoming more and more rampant. Not only have the nearby villages been looted by them, but recently the supply convoys in the rear have also been harassed by them. The county has issued an order for me to wipe out this group of bandits before the spring of next year. So I wanted to ask if you could help me with this. Putaro stared at Corwin and said. Corwin shook his head and said, Lord Putaro, I'm afraid that won't work. As you can see, my caravan is fully loaded with valuable goods. My soldiers are responsible for ensuring the caravan's safe return to castle. There are really no extra troops to help you. Besides, it's still a long way until next spring. You have plenty of time to deal with those bandits. After thinking for a moment, Putaro said, My army still has to defend Somerset Castle, and the remaining forces cannot accomplish this task. Moreover, it will be even more difficult for the soldiers to fight with their weapons in the winter. How about this? You take the caravan back to castle, and then bring 30 soldiers like these to help me by the beginning of next month to wipe out those bandits. I won't let you make a wasted trip, Putaro said, pointing to the soldiers beside him. Oh, so tell me what your conditions are. Corwin. Putaro understood Corwin's words and slowly said, As long as you bring your men, I'll cover your army's food and lodging. I'll pay your soldiers' salaries according to the current mercenary rates, and I'll also give you an extra 300 gold coins and a warhorse. How about that? Corwin looked at Putaro and said, Your Excellency, I must admit that the terms you offered have impressed me. Chapter 169 Forbearance. After Corwin and Putaro finalized the agreement to send troops to assist in the suppression, Putaro immediately sent someone to bring a priest from Somersetburg to accompany the army. The priest took out a smooth parchment and wrote down all the terms of the military contract. Putaro would provide food and lodging for the 30 armed soldiers under Corwin's command, pay them full wages at the market price for high-ranking mercenaries, and pay them an additional 300 gold coins and a fine warhorse upon completion of the mission. Corwin, in turn, was required to arrive at Somerset Castle with his troops at the beginning of the following month to cooperate with the garrison in suppressing the bandits, and could not delay or refuse. With the documents completed, Corwin and Putaro each took out their private noble seals and solemnly stamped them on the contract's signature area. A knight from each side witnessed the signing, and the contract immediately took effect. To show his sincerity and to appease Corwin, Putaro immediately paid 150 gold coins as a deposit for the military operation, with the remaining payment to be settled in a lump sum after the bandit suppression was successful. Thus, a military mercenary contract with the force of a noble was finalized. On the other side, Nelson had already completed the handover of goods and transaction reconciliation with Putaro's butler. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the two left with their respective goods. The caravan then officially set off back to castle. However, the wagons were heavily laden with in-demand goods acquired at high prices, making their journey slow. Along the way, they had to pay the statutory toll tax at every noble territory they passed through. Fortunately, Nelson had planned ahead. When passing through villages and private estates along the way, he took the opportunity to sell a batch of light goods. The profits just offset the taxes and losses along the way, without any additional loss to the caravan's capital. After traveling for several days, 5 days later, the caravan reached the outskirts of the city, on private land, only 20 miles from the castle charter market. How much further to the franchise market? Corwin asked Nelson, who was doing the accounting. Nelson thought for a moment, then spoke. At our current speed, we should be able to get there in about a day or two after passing the Galilee Manor. Then we can exchange these goods for gleaming gold coins. Speaking of which, this has been my most successful trading trip ever. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves rang out, and the scouts returned to report to Corwin. Sir, there's a checkpoint ahead, and a caravan there seems to be arguing with the tax collectors. After listening to the scouts' report, Corwin said to Nelson and Corwin, Let's go see what's going on. The two then followed one after the other towards the front of the caravan. Corwin rode his horse to a spot not far from the tax checkpoint, where he saw a crowd gathered. A tax collector was talking to a slightly overweight man, pointing to the caravan manager beside them. Manager Castan, this cunning merchant is passing through with a lot of valuable goods. I asked him to pay the toll, but he refused and even injured one of our men. I'm innocent, sir. It's not that I don't want to pay taxes, But this tax collector is demanding a toll of 100 gold coins. That's blatant robbery. How can a toll be so expensive? Besides, I didn't hurt the tax collector. My guards just pushed him a little to protect the goods, the merchant said. Unexpectedly, Castan shouted. Shut up. You deliberately injured the tax collector in an attempt to force your way through the checkpoint. If I hadn't happened to be here today, you might have succeeded. All right then, since this is your first offense, I won't pursue the matter further. You'll have to pay the tax collector 50 gold coins for medical expenses, plus 300 gold coins for tolls, otherwise. 5 or 6 soldiers and more than 20 thugs stood behind Castan and launched a timely barrage of insults. Seeing this, the merchant had no choice but to speak up. Sir, I'm just doing this for my master. Could you please be lenient and ask for less? I won't be able to explain this amount back home. No, I'm still here collecting taxes for our master. If you can't explain it to me, I won't be able to explain it to him when I get back. After a long while, the merchant sighed, shook his head, said something to the servant beside him, and then took a heavy bag from the carriage behind and handed it to Castan. Castan took it, weighed it in his hand, and said, You should have done this earlier. All right, let's go. Only then did the tax collectors move the wooden stakes and other objects, allowing the caravan to pass. At this moment, Castan also noticed Corwin and his group, as well as the long caravan not far behind them. He ordered the tax collectors to block the road while leading his men toward them. A tax collector trotted over and shouted to Corwin and the others. Stop, stop, cooperate with our inspection, don't move. At this moment, Castan arrived with his men and spoke to Corwin and his group. Where are you from, and where are you headed? Nelson quickly replied. We've just returned from the front lines and are heading to the manager of the concession market, he said, taking a money pouch from his pocket and handing it over. Castan took the money bag and said with a smile, All right, you're not stupid, kid. You can pass by paying a toll of 500 gold coins in a bit. Corwin, riding on horseback, couldn't help but say, You're so greedy. 500 gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Upon hearing this, Castan's face darkened, and he said, I've changed my mind. 1,000 gold coins. Don't even think about leaving until you pay. Corwin stopped Corwin, who was about to say something, and smiled at Castan, saying, I'm sorry, my subordinate was ignorant. I'll give you the toll of 1,000 gold coins in a moment. Don't be angry. That's more like it, Castan said irritably. By the way, you're the steward of the Galilee Manor, right? This is my first time passing through here, and I'll be passing through quite often in the future, so I'd like to ask for your guidance, Corwin asked, feigning curiosity. Yes, I am the steward of the Galilee Manor. And who is your noble lord? My master is Viscount Dempsey, the deputy commander of the county army in the county town. At this moment, Nelson and his companion also came over from the caravan wagon with a money box filled with 1,000 gold coins. Then, at Corwin's prompting, it was handed to Castan. All right, you can go now. Having received the money, Castan led his men away from the tax office. At this point, the caravan slowly approached from behind and gradually passed the checkpoint. Young master, why should we give him so much money? Corwin asked, puzzled. Corwin said, Cologne, although we are not afraid of him, we are carrying a lot of goods. What if the goods are damaged in a conflict? What if someone runs to castle and informs that Viscount Demps? This would be very disadvantageous for us. Corwin said with a frustrated look. I understand, young master. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. No, this isn't your fault, Corwin. After our caravan passes by, we'll leave a few brothers to follow that steward named Castan and see what Galilee Manor is like, Corwin said calmly. After hearing what Corwin said, Corwin instantly understood his intention and replied, Don't worry, young master, I'll have the brothers take a good look at the Galilee Manor. After listening to their conversation, Nelson quietly moved a little further away. Chapter 170 Brewing. 2 days later, the caravan finally reached the north of Castle and was almost at the chartered market. Along the way, there were caravans everywhere, as well as many rural farmers carrying their own woven or handmade odds and ends, all rushing to the market. After arriving at the market, the caravan paid the required entry fee as per regulations and, guided by the tax collector, slowly entered this vast, licensed market. He then spent 10 copper coins to hire a local broker to lead the way, heading straight to the core trading area that specialized in bulk hard goods and valuable items. After looking around and comparing prices from various merchants for a long time, Nelson finally settled on a large merchant guild that offered the most reasonable price and prepared to sit down to discuss the deal. Along the way, Corwin also saw public weighing tables and makeshift courts, and even a small wooden chapel for merchants to take oaths, pray, and sign contracts by pressing their fingerprints. Nelson was looking down at the accounts. On this trip to the front, the valuable goods sold for more than double the price they were bought. The furs, spices, and southern products earned twice as much. Even the military equipment and armor were sold at a much higher price than usual because of the high demand at the front. Nelson quickly approached Corwin, unable to hide his delight. "Sir, after deducting all expenses such as food, drink, and miscellaneous costs along the way, we've actually made a net profit of 2 or 3 times the cost of these 15 cartloads of goods." Corwin remained expressionless and asked, "How long will it take for all these goods to be delivered smoothly?" Nelson scratched his head and answered honestly, "We have too many goods, and the other party has to check and verify each item one by one, which will take at least 2 or 3 days." Corwin immediately gave the order in a deep voice. "All right, you stay here with your men and take your time to settle all the accounts and goods transactions. Don't lose a single account or receipt. Keep them safe and lock them away. Once the money is settled, take the money back to castle. Keep my share for me. I'll come and collect it myself later." Nelson quickly bowed and agreed. "Sir, please rest assured, I'll take care of it." After the matter was explained, and the soldiers had a short rest, Corwin led his men away from the market and retraced their steps. At Somerset Castle on the southeastern border of South Ayrshire, several heraldic banners were planted near Baron Pitaro's banner, and a number of soldiers had gathered inside the castle. Not long ago, the bandits in that wooden fortress had plundered the nearby villages and manors, and the local manor owners and gentry all came to him asking him to wipe out the bandits. However, he was at war with the Southern Federation Army at the time and didn't have the energy to deal with this matter. But after the bandits attacked the supply train sent by the county town, he had no choice but to solve the problem. Otherwise, not only would the county town hold him accountable, but his territory would also be ravaged by the bandits. So Pitaro summoned all the knights and soldiers who could come from his territory and gathered them at Somerset Castle. Apart from the knights and soldiers stationed elsewhere, Somerset Castle now has 4 knights, 15 knight squires, 35 armed soldiers, and 80 serving serf soldiers. Inside the Lord's Hall in the castle, Pitaro was having a meeting with his knights. After the knights were seated, Pitaro didn't waste any time and began to speak. "The reason I've gathered everyone here is to wipe out the bandit gang in the northern wooden fortress. You all know more or less what happened there. It's not just the manor owners and gentry. The county town has also given me an order to resolve this issue before next spring, or I will be punished." A knight who had just arrived with his soldiers asked, "Sir, how many bandits are there? Why are we making such a fuss?" Another knight, who looked quite burly, nodded in agreement. Pitaro glanced at the people below and slowly began to speak. "I sent people to investigate some time ago, and I also inquired in the villages that were looted. There are about 100 bandits in the wooden fort in the north, but I don't know if any new bandits have joined them." The burly knight spoke. 100 men? There might be more than that. "Sir, we only have a little over 100 men in total right now, half of whom are serf soldiers. If we were fighting in the open field, we could handle them. But those bandits are in the wooden fortress. We still need to leave some troops in Somerset Castle, and the rest of our troops will attack the large number of bandits. Moreover, they can defend themselves with the wooden fortress. It doesn't seem like it will be easy for us." The knight realized something was amiss as soon as he finished speaking and quickly added, "My lord, I have no intention of offending your authority." Pitaro shook his head to indicate that he didn't care, and then said, "I know all of this. Actually, that gang of bandits started with only a dozen or so people, but now they have some serfs and farmers with them, so it has reached more than 100. That's about all the bandits this year. Besides, that wooden fort is quite dilapidated, and its defensive capabilities aren't very strong. We can take advantage of the winter to wipe out those bandits." The knight who spoke first then said, "But sir, we don't have enough troops. What if we bring everyone over? What will happen to the defenses of Somerset Castle? Futaro looked at everyone and said, Fatus, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I've hired an elite force to support us. They should be here in a few days and on their way right now. I'll start the raid on the bandits once they've all arrived. The knight named Fatus nodded to indicate that he understood, and then said no more. All right, I'll take care of the soldiers' food and lodging for the next few days. Tell the soldiers to be prepared. Those bandits have probably amassed quite a few good things by now. After we wipe out those bandits and take down that wooden fortress, I'll give half of the spoils of this battle as a reward for the soldiers, Futaro said loudly. The knights then pledged to help the Baron and wipe out the damned bandits. Are you sure you saw it clearly? There are only 5 soldiers, right? Corin asked the scout, who was tracking Castan. The 2 scouts looked at each other, then said with certainty, You're right, sir. At Galilee Manor, we only saw 5 soldiers, some militiamen, and some thugs who were following that fat man at the tax gate that day. Corin turned to look at Corwin beside him. Have they been sending anything out these past few days? Corwin asked. No, except for the tax collectors who go back to Galilee Manor to spend the night. I haven't seen them come out. Corwin chuckled and said, Very good. It seems Steward Castan has prepared a great gift for us. Chapter 171, A Dark and Windy Night. The chill brought by the autumn wind grew stronger day by day. The biting wind pierced straight into the seams of people's clothes, making them shiver all over. Night quietly fell, and twilight, like a huge gray curtain, slowly enveloped the Galilee Manor on the outskirts of Castle. Inside the manor, the lights were on, and the atmosphere was lively. Castan was sitting in the hall with several soldiers and a group of thugs. The table was laden with fine wine and delicacies, and everyone was toasting and drinking, creating a very enthusiastic atmosphere. The tax collector standing nearby looked worried and cautiously approached Castan, whispering, Sir, if Lord Dempsey finds out what we're doing, will he punish us? Castan, who was sipping his wine, put down his glass with disdain upon hearing this, a mocking smile playing on his lips. That's all you've got. It's just a little extra toll. What's there to be afraid of? He paused, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. In the entire South L County, apart from those few lords' caravans whom we have to be careful with, what are the others compared to our master? Besides, most of the taxes we collect go to our master as tribute. Even if he finds out, he won't say a word. The tax collector remained frowning, his worry undiminished. Seeing this, Castan frowned impatiently. That's enough. Why didn't you look so worried when you were getting the money? Why are you putting on this act now? The tax collector hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and said, Sir, after you left that caravan that demanded 1,000 gold coins for tolls, I took a closer look. The man who agreed to pay you had a coat of arms on his robe, so he looked like a nobleman. Moreover, the caravan's guards weren't ordinary people either. They were all elite armed soldiers. I've never seen a nobleman personally lead a caravan before. I'm a little worried that we might have offended some powerful figure. Upon hearing this, Castan's previously nonchalant expression vanished instantly, and his brows furrowed slightly. What are you worrying about? We're so close to Castle City. What are we afraid of? Even if something happens, we'll go and argue with the master. At most, we'll be punished. He's not going to come knocking on our door over something like this, is he? After saying that, Castan picked up his wine glass again, gulped down several mouthfuls of wine, and said with a curse, It's all your fault. If you're going to drink, just drink properly. Why did you have to say such unpleasant things? Tomorrow morning, take the tax money to the lord in Castle and briefly mention this matter. The tax collector quickly nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, Castan loudly ordered the soldiers, Don't get completely drunk. Remember to leave a few men on night watch. The soldiers nodded in agreement. Slightly drunk, Castan walked unsteadily up to the second floor of the mansion, his hands behind his back. It was soon midnight, and all around was pitch black. On the wall of the Galilee Manor, 2 militiamen on duty finally succumbed to sleepiness. Wrapped in cotton-padded clothes, they huddled behind the battlements and fell into a deep sleep in the chilly wind. Galilee Manor is close to the county town and located in the heart of South L County. It is usually peaceful, so the manor's walls are not high and there are no defensive structures such as barbed wire or wooden stakes on them. After a while, Seeing no further movement on the stockade wall, several dark figures, like ghosts, crept silently toward the wall from the distance. After carefully confirming it was safe, the soldiers who reached the foot of the stockade wall signaled to Corwin behind them. Corwin then led the remaining soldiers quickly to the base of the wall. Several soldiers took out their grappling hooks and, by the dim moonlight, carefully examined them. At Corwin's signal, they threw the hooks forcefully towards the crenellations a little distance from the two militiamen. With a muffled thud, the iron claw, thrown up, struck the wooden stake accurately. The sudden sound, like a pebble on a calm lake, shattered the silence of the night, instantly waking a militiaman. He jumped to his feet, looking warily toward the source of the sound. The soldiers keenly noticed the movements of the militia on the stockade wall. At Corwin's signal, the soldiers immediately stopped, not daring to breathe. Then, Corwin gestured to the soldiers beside him to pick up the stones on the ground and throw them into the weeds in the distance. A rustling sound came from the wall, like nocturnal animals moving through the grass. The militiamen on the wall were attracted by the sound, glanced around warily, found nothing unusual, muttered a few words, leaned against the edge of the wall, and slowly drifted off to sleep. After a while, once it was confirmed that there was nothing amiss, the soldier holding the grappling hook slowly pulled the rope. The front of the iron claw gripped the wood tightly, making a soft squeak sound. The soldiers proceeded cautiously, careful not to disturb the sleeping militia. After confirming that the grappling hook was secure, two soldiers gripped the leather-wrapped end of the hook and, using both hands and feet, quickly climbed upwards along it. After the two soldiers climbed onto the stockade wall, they took a moment to catch their breath, then crouched low and walked lightly toward the two militiamen. Just then, a militiaman was awakened by the urge to urinate. He groggily opened his eyes and suddenly saw two dark figures approaching them, wielding short knives. His eyes widened in terror, and he was about to cry out, "You!" Before he could finish, a soldier rushed over and grabbed him, the sharp knife instantly piercing his throat. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, starkly visible in the darkness. Before the other militiaman could figure out what was happening, a large hand covered his mouth, and a cold dagger was placed against his neck. After taking down one militiaman, the other soldier quickly turned, ran down the city wall, and opened the gate. Corwin, leading his soldiers, rushed in. After securing the gate, Corwin stared at the militiaman whose mouth was covered and said coldly, "If you want to live, answer my questions honestly. I'm asking you, how many soldiers are here?" Feeling the sharp blade against his neck, the militiaman trembled with fear. After releasing his hand from his mouth, he stammered, "There are only 5 soldiers and 7 or 8 militiamen, and some thugs in the manor." "Where are they all?" Corwin pressed on. "Tonight, Steward Castan is treating everyone to drinks. They're all in the manor hall," the militiaman replied, trembling. "Leave 3 people here to guard the gate and keep watch. The rest of you, come with me." Then, led by Corwin, the soldiers rushed toward the manor hall, a muffled groan coming from behind them. Chapter 172, Looting the Manor. After securing the manor gates, Corwin led his soldiers toward the manor house. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the manor, several soldiers and thugs who had stayed behind were completely drunk. The few who were still somewhat conscious were disoriented and staggering. "Send a few men to herd all the serfs and laborers in the manor together and keep them under guard. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. Don't report to me," Corwin ordered the soldiers around him as he walked. Immediately afterwards, he ordered, "Send a few more men to occupy the passageway behind the manor, and don't let a single person escape. The rest of you, follow me." With that, he led the remaining soldiers straight toward the brightly lit manor house not far away. A dull, heavy thud resounded, like the knocking of fate. 2 soldiers kicked open the gates of the manor, instantly revealing the scene inside. A group of people were slumped over, some sitting, some lying down, while others, startled awake by the sudden noise, stared blankly at the gates, their faces filled with confusion. Several people who were slightly more conscious stood up unsteadily, trying to say something. A man reeking of alcohol mumbled, "Who are you people?" Clearly, he hadn't realized what was about to happen. "Charge!" With Corwin's shout, the soldiers rushed into the Lord's Hall without hesitation. The man who had just asked the question received a response of an extremely sharp longsword. The soldier at the forefront thrust his sword into the man's chest, the tip piercing his back, and blood dripped slowly down the tip, staining the ground a shocking red. The others in the hall were stunned by the bloody scene. "Robbers!" someone shouted hoarsely. Most of the drunken soldiers and thugs were powerless to resist, and the few who were conscious either fled in panic or tried to escape this terrifying place, and the whole scene instantly descended into chaos. The soldiers gave them no chance to react, rushing forward and hacking at anyone they saw. In an instant, swords flashed and screams filled the air. Before long, the hall was littered with corpses, wine and food were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and strong odor of alcohol. As the hall gradually quieted down, Colwyn coldly ordered the soldiers, "Check carefully to see if there are any survivors. If there are, don't forget to finish them off. Corin, take your men to the second floor." Then, Colwyn calmly sat down in a chair. Just as a brutal massacre was taking place in the manor's main hall, Castan, who was fast asleep in his bedroom on the second floor, was awakened by the commotion. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it! What are these bastards arguing about? What time is it, and they're still drinking?" As he spoke, he put on his coat, preparing to go downstairs to see what was going on. As soon as Castan opened the door, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Enraged, he roared, "What are you bastards shouting about? Who let you up here?" However, when he came face to face with Corin, who had just come upstairs, the scene froze instantly. Corin, carrying the blood-dripping longsword, strode towards Castan. You. Castan was kicked to the ground by Corin before he could finish speaking. Then, several more punches landed on his face, causing blood to flow from his nose and knocking out several teeth. He was then dragged downstairs like a dead dog. A meticulously planned, ruthless massacre came to an end. The soldiers quickly searched the manor, inside and out, and found that everyone except the imprisoned serfs and servants had been ruthlessly eliminated. After confirming there was no danger, everyone except the soldiers on guard duty gathered in the manor hall and began to move the bodies out. At this moment, Corin walked up to Corwin and whispered, "Young master, we haven't found the money." After listening, Corwin turned to the other side and smiled at Castan, who was kneeling on the ground, saying, "Manager Castan, good evening. We meet again. I'm sorry to disturb your sweet dreams." Castan asked in a terrified voice, Who are you?" Corwin looked at him and said slowly, "Steward Castan, we just met a few days ago. Have you already forgotten about us?" Castan struggled to open his eyes, which were swollen to slits, and looked up at Corwin. He exclaimed, "Aren't you the one from the caravan that day?" Then he quickly said, "Don't be impulsive. We can talk things over slowly. Tell me your requirements, and I'll do everything I can to meet them." Corwin nodded and said, "It seems you remembered, Steward Castan. That's good. Where's my money?" Seeing Corwin slowly draw his gleaming longsword, Castan, ignoring the pain in his mouth, pleaded in a tearful voice, "My lord, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have offended you. Please forgive me, okay?" Corwin gestured for Corin to stop and said, "I promise you, as long as you tell me where the money is, I'll spare your life." Castan seemed to have grasped a glimmer of hope and quickly said, "The money is in the hidden compartment in the corner of the master bedroom on the second floor, and the key is under the bed in my room." Afterwards, Corin led his men upstairs and searched carefully again. A short while later, they came down carrying 2 wooden crates. Unlocking the iron locks, under the bright light, the orange-yellow gold coins gleamed alluringly, and there were even a few gold bars. After instructing Corin to keep the money safe, Corin saw Castan kneeling on the ground, staring at the emblem on his robe. "Is it pretty?" Corwin asked. "Beautiful, beautiful. I've never seen such exquisite emblems before." Castan nodded repeatedly, flatteringly. "Good that you've seen it clearly." After saying that, Corwin glanced at Corin, then waved for him to be taken away, and then got up and walked towards the second floor of the manor. Shortly after, a string of curses echoed from the open space outside the manor. Then, a piercing scream tore through the night, and the cursing abruptly ceased. Chapter 173 arrives as promised. The next morning, soft sunlight, like golden threads, streamed through the carved windows. Corwin slowly awoke in his bedroom on the second floor of the Galilee Manor. The fatigue from the past few days seemed to linger in his body. He slowly lifted the thick leather blanket covering him, then quickly dressed and went downstairs. Upon arriving at the lobby downstairs, the soldiers had already tidied up the mess from the previous night. After washing his face with water, Corwin sat down at the wooden table, took a sip of the steaming broth from the bowl, and then broke a piece of bread from the plate, dipped it in jam, and chewed it. "Corwin, Corwin!" Corwin called out, raising his voice. Corwin, who was outside, heard the call, quickly adjusted his equipment, and strode in. "Young master, did you call me?" Corwin asked respectfully, standing to the side with his body slightly leaning forward. "Has everyone rested enough?" Corwin put down his bowl and looked calmly at Corwin. "Everyone's rested, and the soldiers are gathering supplies. But what about the food and supplies here? We can't take all this with us," Corwin asked, frowning with worry. After a moment of contemplation, Corwin put down the wooden bowl in his hand and slowly said, "Tell everyone to hurry up and take only the light and portable items from the manor. Don't take anything else that you can't carry. We can't let these supplies delay our journey." "Yes, young master. What about those serfs and servants? Should we?" Corwin hesitated, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "How about this? Leave them some food. Find a secluded place to lock them up. After all, they are innocent. There's no need to kill them all," Corwin said firmly after thinking for a moment. A few hours later, the front yard of Galilee Manor was bustling with activity. Soldiers, carrying weapons and equipment and the looted money, gathered in an orderly fashion. Sunlight bathed them in a golden glow. Corwin, mounted on a tall warhorse, gazed resolutely ahead. With a command, the procession slowly departed from Galilee Manor. On his way out of Galilee Manor, Corwin, mounted on his horse, weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After much deliberation, he finally decided to head to Castle first and deposit the money he had received the previous day with the Merchant Guild. After all, he had promised Baron Putaro that he would arrive at Somersetburg at the beginning of next month. He had originally planned to go to Castle to transport the profits from his trading trip and the money he had acquired this time back to Kuchenberg, but there simply wasn't enough time. The caravan traveled westward along the wide road. By this time, there were hardly any pedestrians or caravans to be seen on the road, except for the occasional wild goose flying overhead in neat formations, heading into the distance. "By the way, young master, have we sent the military report of our capture of Melrosesburg to the county town?" Colin asked softly as he rode closer to Corwin. "Neither Baron Bowen nor I reported this matter." Corwin shook his head, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Seeing the puzzled look on Corwin's face, Corwin reined in the horse and slowly brought it to a stop. He said, "Corwin, you should know that we don't have a powerful backer, and our strength is not great at the moment. There are countless nobles like me in the kingdom. Even if we make some contributions, what difference will it make? I could report this to higher authorities and perhaps even get some credit for it. But what good would that do us?" Corwin looked into the distance, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Young master, what do you mean?" Corwin scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look. Corwin slowly began to speak. "To put it bluntly, what can a nobleman like me, with no background and little strength, gain even if I achieve some merit? Considering the merit of Baron Bowen and me in conquering Melrosesburg, we might receive some monetary or honorary rewards, but this merit is far from enough to warrant a promotion in rank or an additional fief. But what happens after that?" Corwin paused, then continued. "After that, we might find ourselves in an even more dangerous situation. Believe it or not, if Baron Bowen and I really did that, once the higher-ups understand the situation, the county will definitely transfer Baron Bowen and me to the front lines where the fighting is most intense. For example, you see other noble lords who don't care about the lives of their lower-ranking soldiers. If you look at it from another angle, our lives are also insignificant to the great nobles in the county town. I won't gamble the lives of my soldiers on an unknown outcome. We need to preserve our strength and wait for a better opportunity." Corwin listened to Corwin's words and nodded thoughtfully. The caravan continued along the main road, kicking up a cloud of dust, heading towards the city of Castle. In Somerset Castle, a rider galloped into the city to report that an army of 30 or 40 men was slowly approaching from the west. Upon hearing this, Baron Putaro asked, "Did that army raise its flags?" "No, the scouts said there were no flags or markings, but they said the group looked like they were going to get into trouble. Putaro nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right, tell the soldiers to be careful and prepare for battle. Tell the others to prepare for battle as well." Then Putaro put on his coat, grabbed his long sword, and walked toward the castle gate. Putaro climbed onto the city wall and looked into the distance, watching the procession getting closer and closer to Somerset Castle. It wasn't until he saw a rider ride up to him and wave that he could see who it was. Then he said to the captain guarding the city, "Tell everyone not to be nervous, my friends have arrived. Open the castle gates and let them in." As the group approached Somerset Castle, the drawbridge at the castle gate was slowly lowered. Corwin saw Putaro standing at the gate not far away and immediately spurred his horse toward the gate. "Lord Corwin, you have not disappointed me. You have arrived a day earlier than agreed. You are truly a man of your word," Putaro said to Corwin, who dismounted and approached from the castle gate. "Of course, I won't let my friends down," Corwin said with a smile. Corwin then arranged for his soldiers to set up camp on an open area outside Somerset Castle, instead of inside the castle itself. Then, led by Putaro, the two headed toward the inner castle. That evening, Baron Putaro hosted a welcome dinner for Corwin at his manor house, inviting all of his knights to join him. Chapter 174 Suppressing Bandits 1. Inside Somerset Castle, the evening banquet was very lively, with Baron Putaro and Corwin sitting side by side at the head of the table. Corwin stood behind Corwin, while Wood, Baron Putaro's captain of the guard, stood beside Baron Putaro. The other knights and officers sat down in order of left and right. Although the food on the banquet table was not lavish, a plate of golden brown, fragrant mutton was placed in the center of the table, along with some sizzling, oily roasted meat that looked like venison and some vegetables. A servant, carrying a jug full of wine, poured wine into the glasses of Putaro and Corwin in turn. Then Baron Putaro clapped his hands lightly, the crisp sound instantly attracting everyone's attention. He slowly stood up, walked to Corwin's seat, and began to introduce him to the crowd. "Everyone, please be quiet. Let me introduce you. This is Baron Corwin, who has come to assist me at my invitation." Corwin also stood up, smiling and nodding to the crowd below. Seeing this, the knights and officers seated below also stood up, bowed slightly, and spoke one after another. "Good day, Your Excellency. Good day, Your Excellency." The voices echoed throughout the hall. "All right, everyone sit down." Baron Putaro waved his hand. Then Putaro pointed to the knights seated below, introducing them to Baron Corwin. "The first one in the left seat is my fief knight, Knight Clydeman. He is brave in battle, loyal and reliable, and is my capable assistant." Upon hearing the introduction, Knight Clydeman bowed slightly and nodded to Baron Corwin. "The second one, who looks quite burly, is also my fief knight, Sir Green. He always charges ahead on the battlefield." Sir Green also bowed in salute. "The first seat on the right belongs to my inner court knight, Knight Mortan." After introducing the knights, Baron Putaro turned to Baron Corwin with curiosity and asked, "By the way, I still don't know where your territory is. Are you also a noble from the Southern Territory?" Corwin put down his wine glass, shook his head gently, and said with a smile, "Baron Putaro, I am not a nobleman from the South. I came here to serve in the kingdom. My territory is in Suffolk County in the west." "Oh, I see. I was wondering why I'd never heard of you before. So you're from the west." Baron Putaro's confusion vanished instantly. He nodded, a look of sudden understanding on his face. Then he asked curiously, "I see that most nobles in other places have paid exemption fees and don't really want to come and fight. Why did you choose to come and serve?" Corwin shrugged and said calmly, "I was recently promoted from a pioneer lord to a baron. A friend from the Suffolk County Governor's office told me that if I could come to serve, the kingdom would exempt my territory from taxes for 5 to 8 years, which would be a rare opportunity for my territory. By the way, Baron Putaro, how many soldiers have you gathered so far?" Baron Corwin asked, taking a sip of his drink. Baron Putaro stroked his chin and replied earnestly, "Besides the forces that need to be stationed at Somerset Castle, we currently have 2 knights and their 7 or 8 knightly squires, as well as 20 armed soldiers and 40 peasant soldiers at our disposal." He paused, then continued, "Including the men you brought, that should be enough to wipe out that bandit group." During the ensuing banquet, Corwin sat quietly, listening attentively as Taro recounted the situation at the front and discussed the bandits' activities as gathered by the scouts, including their numbers and range of operations. Other knights and officers occasionally raised their glasses to toast Corwin and Baron Taro, but no one dared to disturb the two barons' conversation. At the camp outside Somerset, the soldiers were also having dinner. Upon seeing Corwin arrive with his troops, Baron Pitaro had already sent several large pieces of pork and 2 barrels of ale. After arranging the guards, a large iron pot was set up in the middle of the camp under the command of the officers. Large chunks of pork were cut up and thrown directly into a pot to stew, along with some onions, garlic, and rosemary for seasoning. The soldiers sat in 2s and 3s, each holding a glass of ale, chatting and laughing. After returning to the camp outside the fortress, Corwin briefly checked the sentry posts, but was also drawn by the rich aroma of the broth. He sat down by the large pot and waited with the soldiers. While waiting, several officers were also brought over. They sat together, looked at everyone, and then said, "I just inspected the camp. You did a good job. This is not our territory. We must remain vigilant to deal with any possible situation." Several officers nodded to indicate that they understood. Then Corwin addressed the officers. "Let me explain the arrangements. The day after tomorrow morning, we will set off with Baron Pitaro's army to the wooden fortress that has been occupied by bandits. According to Baron Pitaro, he can mobilize a total of 60 or 70 soldiers, but half of them are peasant soldiers, so with us, the total number is about 100. When the main force departs the day after tomorrow, we will be at the very back. But I need to send out my scouts in advance and keep a slight distance from Baron Pitaro's army during the march. Don't get too close. If we attack the wooden fortress, Baron Pitaro's peasant soldiers and a few armed soldiers will lead the charge to probe where the fortress's defenses are weak. Then our soldiers, together with the knights and squires, will launch the second attack. If those bandits want to fight us in open battle, we will be on the left flank of the entire army. Did you hear me clearly?" "Clear. Clear." Several officers responded in unison. "There's one more thing you need to remember. If we need to attack the wooden fortress, the archers are only responsible for harassing and suppressing from a distance. They are not allowed to move forward even half a step without my order. Also, leave 10 men as a reserve force in case of any unexpected situations," Corwin said solemnly. "All right, everyone, let's eat and then get some rest. Tomorrow, have the soldiers check their weapons and equipment, and then make a few longer wooden ladders so that they won't be easily pushed by the enemy when they're placed against the wooden wall." Chapter 175 Suppressing Bandits 2. On the 3rd day after Corwin arrived at Somerset Castle, he received news from Baron Pitaro that the army was about to set off. He decided to wait until the troops had finished breakfast before ordering them to roll up their tents and depart immediately. The camp was a hive of activity. Corwin, clad in gleaming armor, a sharp long sword at his waist, and a heavy mace strapped to his shoulder, was leading his men on a thorough inspection. The officers were also busy, carefully checking the soldiers' weapons, equipment, water bags, and rations to ensure everything was in perfect order. Inside the tent, with the help of Holland and Ragnar, Corwin first put on a light chainmail liner, and then put on a sturdy outer armor. After dressing properly, he solemnly instructed, "Horan, it will take 3 days to march from Somerset Castle to that wooden fortress. Although Baron Pitaro has arranged scouts, before we set off, you should take a few scouts ahead of the troops to scout the route and make sure the safety of the marching column is guaranteed. Ragnar, go check if everyone has finished breakfast. If they have, hurry up and pack your things so we can set off." The 2 men acknowledged the order, nodded, and hurriedly left the tent. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers acted swiftly. Some soldiers who had finished breakfast early began to pack their gear in an orderly manner, while others helped their comrades gather their belongings, and the entire camp remained well organized. However, the situation inside Somerset Castle was quite different. Baron Pitaro's knights and their squires, as well as the armed soldiers, were relatively disciplined, but the conscripted peasant soldiers were a major problem, severely slowing down the army's departure. These peasant soldiers, who usually toiled in the fields with hoes, were suddenly conscripted and were filled with resentment. Some even feigned illness, refusing to leave Somerset Castle. Baron Pitaro was furious and had the leader of the feigning ill peasant soldiers hung up and whipped. Only then did the other peasant soldiers reluctantly follow the army out of the city. Upon learning of this situation, Corwin shook his head helplessly, thinking, who exactly is the vanguard? My side is all ready, but Pitaro's side hasn't even left the city yet. Fortunately, after much trouble, Pitaro's troops finally set off, but at a snail's pace. It wasn't until noon that Corwin and his soldiers followed behind. At this marching pace, as evening approached and the sun was about to set, Pitaro sent someone to inform Corwin that the troops had set up camp not far ahead in the woods. Corwin then arranged for his soldiers to camp on the spot. My lord, at this rate, it might not even arrive in 5 days, let alone 3, Ragnar complained, frowning. Corwin rubbed his throbbing temples and said helplessly, if I were Pitaro, I would rather spend money to hire some mercenaries than these peasant soldiers. At this moment, Corwin walked over from the side and said respectfully, young master, Baron Pitaro requests that you come to his tent for a meeting. Corwin then instructed Corwin to stay behind at the camp, and then led Holland and Ragnar toward the large tent in the center of the camp. When Corwin entered the tent, he saw Pitaro sitting in the head seat, his face grim, sternly reprimanding his officers. Today's disgraceful marching and speed made him feel utterly humiliated. Out of the corner of his eye, Pitaro saw Corwin lift the curtain and come in, standing aside to listen. Thinking of Corwin's disciplined soldiers, he became even more furious. He roared at the knights below, look at Baron Corwin's soldiers, and look at yours. If there are soldiers like today tomorrow, you know what to do without me saying anything. After saying that, he beckoned Corwin to sit next to him. As soon as Pitaro spoke, everyone turned to look at Corwin. Corwin remained expressionless, walked steadily to Pitaro's side, and slowly sat down. That evening's military meeting, besides emphasizing military discipline, also briefly arranged nighttime duty. After the meeting, everyone dispersed, and the night passed peacefully. The following day, under Pitaro's strict orders, the troops were much more orderly than the day before, and their marching speed was noticeably faster. 3 days later, the troops arrived at an abandoned village along the main road. After quickly arranging the troops' encampment, Pitaro invited Corwin to join him in scouting the enemy's situation. After a simple lunch, Pitaro and Corwin, accompanied by their respective guards, rode to a small hill. They gazed into the distance at the wooden fortress built beside a grove of trees. This wooden fortress isn't in a crucial location, nor is it very large. It was originally a stronghold on the defensive line, not a permanent garrison, so it was abandoned long ago. I didn't expect that after the war with the Southern Federation started, those bandits would take advantage of the situation, Pitaro said slowly from the side. The bandits probably already know we're going to wipe them out, Corwin said thoughtfully, gazing at the wooden fortress. After observing for a while, Pitaro nodded and said, yes, the damaged wooden walls have been repaired, a deep pit has been dug at the entrance, and antlers and barricades have been set up. The gate has also been reinforced. Knight Mortan, standing to the side, examined the situation carefully, then shook his head and said, my lords, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to wipe out these bandits. Even if we succeed, how many soldiers will we have to lose to take this place? That's why I gathered most of the available troops, precisely to solve this thorny problem, Pitaro said in a deep voice. After that, the group fell silent, led their scouts around the area a few more times, and then returned to the abandoned village. Upon returning to the abandoned village, Corwin and Pitaro walked side by side, the earth beneath their feet making a soft sound. Corwin frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then broke the silence. Baron Pitaro, I have carefully observed that wooden fortress. If we choose to launch a frontal assault, we will probably pay a heavy price. We must find another way. Pitaro stopped and turned around, his eyes full of curiosity. Another method? What exactly is this other method you're talking about? Corwin said, Baron Pitaro's wooden fortress is well defended. We don't need to rush into an attack. Pitaro frowned, a puzzled look on his face. I don't quite understand what you mean. Are we going to fight a war of attrition with those bandits? But we didn't bring enough food this time. Corwin waved his hand gently and patiently explained, No, No, you misunderstood me. I'm not suggesting a war of attrition. We can use a different approach to attack. There's no need to get stuck on a head-on assault. A hint of anticipation flashed in Pitaro's eyes, and he quickly pressed. What method is it? Tell me quickly. Corwin said slowly. We can do it like this and like this. Chapter 176 Feint to the east, attack in the west. In the past few days, the abandoned village, which was originally uninhabited, has become unusually eye-catching after the arrival of the army. The bright campfires and noisy shouts had long attracted the attention of the bandits, and even the bandits hiding in the wooden fortress couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw this scene. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of? We've already built this place into a fortified stronghold. As long as we don't go out, what can they do to us? Said an old bandit holding a long knife. But what if they launch a full-scale attack? Can we withstand it? A serf who had just joined the bandit gang muttered. A direct assault? I don't believe the noble lords on the other side have the courage to risk heavy losses to annihilate us, said the bandit leader. What if they really launch a full-scale attack? You bastard, shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I'll strip you naked and hang you on the wooden wall, the old bandit roared. On the other side, Corwin, along with Holland and Ragnar, led 20 soldiers in a long detour, sneaking into the woods behind the wooden fortress in the dark, and slowly approaching the fortress. As planned by Corwin and Baron Pitaro, Corwin led 20 soldiers on a nighttime patrol, hiding in the woods behind the wooden fortress with 2 simple ladders. Baron Pitaro, on the other hand, would send men to beat drums and shout every hour starting at nightfall, pretending to launch a major attack, but he would not actually send soldiers to attack the wooden fortress. His purpose was simply to disturb the bandits' rest. Then, when the bandits are exhausted in the early morning, launch a fierce attack with your main force. Of course, the frontal attack only needs to look like a fierce attack. The most important thing is to make the bandits focus all their attention on the frontal defense. Once the bandits were drawn away, Corwin and his soldiers, using the cover of the woods, quickly rushed forward, broke through the wooden wall, and stormed into the wooden fortress, launching a coordinated attack from the inside and outside. To facilitate the surprise attack, Corwin left all the archers at the front to assist Baron Pitaro in suppressing and harassing the enemy. Apart from Holland and Ragnar, who each carried 2 bows, everyone else on his side, including himself, only carried round shields and handy melee weapons such as swords, battle axes, and maces. When Corwin led his men to the edge of the woods, the wooden walls of the fortress were already in sight, and they could even see several enemies standing guard on the walls. Once they reached this point, they could no longer proceed quickly. As Corwin picked up a twig and put it in his mouth, the other soldiers followed suit, biting on a twig in their mouths as well. Under the cover of darkness, Corwin led the way, crawling on the ground. Everyone slowly made their way to the corner of the wooden wall. No one dared to make a sound as they moved their bodies little by little toward the wall. The latter had been wrapped in linen before they set off, and to avoid alerting the enemy, the soldiers' armor had been replaced with leather armor. When they had climbed halfway up the wall, a shout of battle rang out from the front of the wooden fortress. The bandits inside the fortress were drawn to the shouts and took the opportunity to cover Corwin's movements. When they reached the corner of the wooden wall, Corwin gestured for everyone to lean against the wall and rest quietly, waiting for dawn to arrive. The autumn night already carried a hint of winter's chill, and the soldiers felt the wait was endless. Many were already numb with cold, but dared not make a move. After an unknown amount of time, the long night finally revealed a sliver of light. At first, a faint bluish-gray hue appeared on the horizon, and after a while, a hazy, pale white light slowly spread across the sky. A distant drumbeat could be heard, and under Pitaro's command, the main force began to move out from the main gate of the wooden fortress. The peasant soldiers were driven forward, followed closely by armed soldiers carrying 7 or 8 hastily made wooden ladders, rushing towards the main gate of the wooden fortress. The sentries on the wooden wall behind the fortress were drawn to the main gate and looked towards it. Soon after, a man who looked like a leader ran over and ordered the bandits on guard to send half of their men to the main gate as reinforcements. After a while, "Boss, shouldn't we take action?" Holland whispered to Corwin. Rubbing his somewhat stiff face, Corwin nodded to the group, signaling them to begin. At this moment, the three bandits on the wooden wall were watching the battle at the main gate of the wooden fortress, completely unaware that two ladders wrapped in linen had been erected at the edge of the wooden wall behind them. The intense fighting at the main gate masked the slight creaking of the ladders. Holland and Ragnar slowly climbed the ladder up the wooden wall, then drew their short knives from their waists and came up behind the two bandits, slitting their throats with a single stroke. The remaining bandit realized something was wrong and was about to shout when he was tackled to the ground and stabbed several times by the soldiers following behind, dying instantly. After clearing the bandits off the wooden wall, Corwin and the other soldiers climbed up as well. After observing the situation, he gave the order to the group. Leave 5 men here to block this passage and prevent the enemy from rushing over. The rest of you follow me. Corwin then led his men toward the main gate of the wooden fortress. On the front, Baron Putero was leading a large force in a feigned assault on the main gate of the wooden castle. In order to attract more enemies, after the peasant soldiers in front cleared the obstacles on the road, he sent Clydeman and Mortan with 4 squires and 10 armed soldiers to set up ladders and hold up shields to launch a strong attack. Behind the siege force, Taro, riding his horse, gave instructions to Green beside him. Have someone hold up shields to cover the archers as they advance, to provide cover for Mortan and the others. Meanwhile, Clayderman and Mortan, each leading a group of people, were climbing up the ladders below the wooden wall. Just as Clydeman climbed up a little, a stone hit his left shield, causing him to lose his balance and fall. His squire quickly dragged him to the corner of the wall. Mortan was also in a bad situation. Although they were wearing thick armor and helmets, the arrows and rocks flying everywhere made it difficult for him and his soldiers to continue climbing. Several bandits tried to push aside the wooden ladder, but they were targeted by archers and couldn't move it. For a time, the main battle was at a stalemate, with those below unable to advance and those above unable to repel those below. While the fighting raged fiercely at the main gate of the wooden fortress, Colwyn and his men had already descended from the right-hand ramp and crept up to the vicinity of the gate. 5 or 6 soldiers, shields in hand, led the way, while Holland and Ragnar, bows in hand, aimed at the enemy not far away. Chapter 177 The Fortress Breaks Down. In the open space at the main gate of the wooden fort, 7 or 8 bandits were carrying logs and stones to the wooden wall, while several others were boiling water. Beyond this open space lies the gate of the wooden fortress, which is held in place by a thick log and guarded by several bandits wielding spears. At Corwin's command, Holland and Ragnar knocked their bows and fired forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows flew toward the bandits who were boiling water. Caught completely off guard, a robber was struck squarely in the throat by an arrow. His eyes widened as he fell straight to the ground, blood gushing from his throat and staining the ground beneath his feet. Another arrow struck another bandit in the shoulder, the sudden pain causing him to scream and stumble, knocking over a large pot of boiling water. The scalding hot water splashed onto the bandits nearby, causing them to scream in agony. As the boiling water extinguished the steam rising from the fire, Corwin led his soldiers toward the fortress gate. The bandits who were carrying things nearby hadn't reacted yet. They looked at their companions who were screaming in pain with confusion, and then looked in the direction from which the arrows had come. Just then, another arrow struck like lightning, piercing straight into the eye socket of one of the bandits. The bandit didn't even utter a sound before collapsing backward with a thud, blood gushing from his eye socket. After several men were shot dead, the bandits finally realized what was happening, but by then Corwin had already led his soldiers to charge over. Ragnar, take men and open the castle gates. The rest of you, form a battle formation and attack. At Corwin's command, Ragnar led several soldiers toward the fortress gate. When the bandits at the fortress gate saw someone rushing towards them, they frantically thrust their spears forward. Ragnar moved with the agility of a nimble cheetah, easily dodging the attack. He hurled his short axe with force, and with a thud, the axe struck a bandit squarely on the head. The bandit screamed and collapsed to the ground. Ragnar seized the opportunity to pick up the spear from the ground and stabbed it fiercely at the bandit on the other side. The spear pierced straight through the bandit's chest, and the bandit fell down with a scream. A soldier crouched down close to a bandit, and the bandit's accomplice, seeing this, viciously swung his knife at him. The soldier reacted swiftly, raising his round shield to parry. With a clang, the blade struck the shield, sparks flying. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy's attack was interrupted, the soldier lunged forward, his sharp blade piercing the bandit's abdomen like lightning. With a sizzling sound, blood gushed out. The soldier twisted the wound forcefully and then swiftly drew his knife. The bandit dropped his weapon, clutched his stomach, and collapsed to the ground. His bloodied intestines slid out from the gaping wound in his abdomen. His face was contorted with pain and fear as he let out a weak groan. Another bandit, wielding a spear, froze in terror at the sight of the bloodshed, his eyes wide with fear. A soldier rushed in from the side, raised his hammer high, and smashed it down on the bandit's face. In an instant, the robber's nose collapsed and his brain slumped, blood splattered everywhere, and he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, Corwin and his soldiers were also indiscriminately hacking and slashing at the surrounding bandits. After a round of attacks, most of the bandits at the entrance were already lying on the ground. However, the bandits from other places also realized what was happening and, under the command of their leader, began to flock to this place. Seeing that the enemy's numbers were increasing, Corwin shouted, "Pick up the spears on the ground and form a spear formation to hold off the enemies coming from behind." Someone turned and shouted towards the fortress gate, "Ragnar, you fucking hurry up." Holland dropped his battle axe, picked up a spear from the ground, and led several soldiers to form a semi-circular shield formation, standing not far from the fortress gate. Corwin picked up his bow and arrows, knocked an arrow, and shot it at the onrushing bandits. As the bandits drew closer, he dropped his bow and arrows, picked up his longsword, and walked forward. Soon, knowing that their lives would be in danger if the fortress gates were breached, the bandits mustered their courage and, under their leader's command, charged towards the shield formation like madmen, disregarding the consequences. Shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, and screams of agony mingled together. After kicking aside a bandit blocking his way, Ragnar ran to the fortress gate and began to forcefully push aside the thick wooden beam blocking the door. At that moment, a bandit raised his spear and viciously stabbed him. Just then, a soldier rushed over from the side and slammed into the bandit, and the two began to wrestle. Seeing this, Ragnar dared not delay for a moment. He gritted his teeth, used all his strength to push aside the thick wood, then lifted the bolt on the wooden door and pushed hard, and the castle door was opened instantly. Clydeman and Mortan, standing at the base of the outer wall, were stunned for a moment when they saw the castle gate open. Then, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, and they led their entourage and soldiers to rush towards the castle gate. When the two reached the fortress gate and joined up with Corwin, the pressure on the battle at the fortress gate eased dramatically with the arrival of reinforcements, and the scales of victory began to tip in Corwin's favor. Baron Pitaro, who was outside, had been observing the battle from a distance. He saw the changes at the castle gate and keenly sensed that this was an excellent opportunity to charge. He observed that the bandits inside the fortress were thrown into chaos by the sudden change, and that the originally tight defenses had gaps that could be breached. He immediately ordered his waiting entourage and soldiers to charge forward, shouting, "1 silver coin for every bandit killed." The hefty reward energized the entourage, armed soldiers, and even peasants, who charged with renewed vigor. They surged towards the wooden fortress like a tidal wave, their battle cries deafening. As Pitaro led his main force to the fortress gate, many soldiers nimbly climbed the ladders built on the wooden walls and launched a pincer attack on the bandits inside the fortress. At this moment, the battle inside the wooden fortress had become one-sided. Under the sudden attack, the bandits were thrown into chaos, abandoning their armor and weapons and fleeing in all directions. As his retinue and armed soldiers rushed through the gates and wooden walls into the fortress, the bandit leader, clad in chainmail and wearing a helmet with a nose guard, realized that defeat was inevitable. So he made a quick decision, and taking a few trusted confidants, he abandoned the other bandits and secretly fled towards the back of the wooden fortress during the chaos. Just then, Holland picked up his battle axe again and felled a bandit with a single blow. In the brief moment he caught his breath, he caught a glimpse of a figure in chainmail sneaking away in the distance. Holland's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss, look over there." He also pointed out the direction of the bandit leader to Corwin. Upon hearing Holland's shout, Corwin looked in the direction he was pointing and, without hesitation, led Holland and several soldiers in pursuit of the bandit leader. When Corwin and Holland caught up to the back of the wooden fort, they found the bandit leader and his men, along with the 5 soldiers left behind, engaged in a fierce battle. Upon seeing this, Corwin rushed over quickly, raised his longsword high, and slashed it down fiercely at the bandit leader. Sensing the approaching danger, the bandit leader reacted swiftly, quickly raising his sword to parry. A loud whoosh rang out as the 2 swords clashed violently, sparks flying. Taking advantage of the impact, Corwin kicked the bandit leader hard in the chest. The kick was so powerful that the bandit leader staggered backward and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing their leader knocked to the ground, the remaining 2 bandits panicked. Fear surged through them, and they turned to run away. With lightning speed, Holland knocked an arrow and fired. With a whoosh, the arrow flew like a meteor towards one of the bandits. The bandit screamed and fell to the ground. The other robber, seeing this, was terrified. He ran up the wooden wall in a panic, then jumped off. "All right, stop chasing," Corwin shouted at Holland, who was about to give chase. Chapter 178, The Battle Ends. The battle in front of the wooden fortress was nearing its end. The shouts of battle had gradually faded away, and only sporadic wails and screams could be heard. Seeing Holland stop, Corwin shook his heavy head to clear his mind. After waiting under the wooden wall for half the night and going through a battle, Corwin couldn't help but feel a little tired. The soldiers nearby were using captured ropes to tightly bind the bandit leader on the ground. The knots were so tight that they cut into his flesh, making it impossible for him to struggle. Taking the water pouch from Holland, Corwin gulped down a mouthful of icy water and instructed Holland, "Keep this bandit leader under guard and send him to Baron Pitaro later. You go and gather our soldiers with Coron, take stock of the casualties, and clean up the battlefield." The bandit leader, who had been dragged to his feet by the soldiers, glared at Corwin and cursed, "Bastard, all you know is sneak attacks? If you've got the guts, let me go and fight you one-on-one." Without saying much after hearing this, Corwin stepped forward and punched the bandit leader hard in the face. With a muffled groan, the bandit leader was beaten until his nose bled and his vision blurred. His fierce gaze instantly became unfocused, and he begged for mercy repeatedly. "My lord, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't hand me over to the nobles, or I will be hanged." "Are you talking in your sleep? Baron Pitaro spent a lot of gold coins to hire us for this." Sir, I have money. I'll give you money. Please let me go," the bandit leader shouted hurriedly. "Nonsense. Even if I kill you, the money here is still mine," Holland said, gesturing for the soldiers to drag the man away. The bandit leader struggled desperately and shouted, "My lord, I have hidden gold coins, lots of them, and only I know where they are." Corwin raised his hand to signal the soldiers to stop and asked with a cold gaze, "How much? Where?" Seizing this glimmer of hope, the bandit leader's panic subsided slightly. He forced himself to remain calm, rolled his eyes, and tried to bargain. "Sir, please have someone untie me first and take me to the wooden wall. I'll point it out to you. Anyway, I can't take any of that money with me. Trying to trick us into untying us and escaping?" Corwin retorted, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Upon realizing that the other party had seen through his plan, the bandit leader quickly changed his tune. "I wouldn't dare. I would never dare to lie to you. My life is in your hands. I'll tell you where I hid the money right now. You can send someone to check and confirm that it's real. Then just have someone escort me to the wooden wall. I won't run away." Corwin stared at the bandit leader for a moment, then said coldly, "Fine. If you dare to lie to me, you'll die a horrible death. There's a bag of gold coins hidden in the crack of the stove in the kitchen hut not far ahead," the bandit leader said hastily, pointing to the simple wooden hut not far to his left. Immediately at Corwin's signal, a soldier ran quickly toward the cabin and returned shortly afterward with a heavy money bag. Corwin took it and opened it, finding the bag neatly filled with over 100 gold coins. "All right, I'll trust you this once." Corwin weighed the money pouch in his hand, then suddenly asked with a smile, "But do you have any other valuables?" The bandit leader was taken aback and replied with a puzzled look, "Oh, that's all, sir." What do you mean by that? Corwin didn't answer, but gave Holland a look. Holland immediately understood and strode towards the bandit leader, carrying his battle axe. Damn it, you bastard, you. The bandit leader instantly realized he had been tricked. Before he could finish his angry curse, Holland chopped him to the ground with an axe, and he fell silent. While Corwin was interrogating the bandit leader, the battle at the wooden fort had completely ended. After Baron Pitaro led his troops into the fort, the bandits began to scatter and flee. However, it took considerable effort to capture the scattered and hiding bandits. By the time they confirmed that there were no more bandits lurking in the wooden fortress, it was already afternoon. In the open space in front of the fortress gate, some captured bandits were strung together with ropes and knelt there in a sorry state, their heads hanging low, their faces full of frustration and despair. Nearby, several soldiers with serious expressions held weapons and watched the prisoners warily. After capturing the wooden fortress and conducting a thorough search, everyone thought things would finally settle down. However, some peasant soldiers started fighting over money, plunging the entire fortress into chaos. Upon learning of this, Baron Pitaro was furious and immediately ordered his men to arrest the rioting peasants and soldiers, who were then severely whipped half to death. Amidst the whistling of the whips and the screams of the peasants and soldiers, the farce finally subsided, and the wooden fortress gradually returned to peace. After this fierce siege, apart from Knight-clad man who was unfortunately hit on the arm by a stone and dislocated during the siege, the other knights under Baron Pitaro were all unharmed. However, his followers, soldiers, and peasant soldiers paid a heavy price. 12 were killed in battle, 7 were seriously wounded, and more than 20 were slightly wounded. Most of the casualties were conscripted peasant soldiers, while the bandits only lost more than 40 men. This victory was achieved while the bandits were completely unprepared and attacked from both inside and outside. Had they launched a direct assault, half of the attacking soldiers would likely have fallen beneath the wooden fortress, becoming casualties of the war. On Corwin's side, for the sake of greater ease of movement, the soldiers did not wear the standard iron armor with strong defensive capabilities, but only light leather armor, and carried round shields and melee weapons. 2 soldiers were killed in action and 9 were wounded. Almost all of these casualties occurred during the crucial moment of capturing the fortress gate. Corwin looked at the wounded soldiers lying on the ground, groaning in pain. He turned to Corin and sternly instructed, "Find a decent house, and have it carefully prepared for the most seriously wounded soldiers. Also, arrange for a few attentive people to take good care of them. For the remaining soldiers with minor injuries, their wounds must also be treated carefully. Remember to boil or soak the cloth used for bandaging to ensure they are clean before bandaging the soldiers, and never let the wounds get worse." After saying that, Corwin turned to look at Holland and said, "Holland, bring a few men and come with me. We're going to Baron Pitaro's place." With that, he walked toward the wooden house in the center of the castle. Chapter 179 Return. When Corwin brought Holland to the council cabin in the center of the castle, the noisy shouts inside had already penetrated the wooden door and could be heard from a distance. Corwin pushed open the door and entered the room. He stood in the corner and listened for a moment before he understood the reason. Knight Clydeman and Knight Mordan were arguing about the wealth and spoils they had seized during their joint operation to wipe out the bandits. The two were arguing heatedly, each insisting that they had made the greatest contribution and should receive a larger share. This pointless argument was forcibly stopped when Baron Pitaro and his personal guards entered the house. Pitaro, with a stern face, gestured for everyone to sit down in turn, and then instructed the steward in charge of inventory to report out all the supplies and money seized during the raid on the bandits' wooden fortress. After repeated counting and verification by the steward and soldiers, a total of more than 1,600 gold coins were seized from the bandits' wooden fortress. A total of 12,000 caddies of grain reserves were seized, and after deducting the army's consumption over several days of fighting, 10,000 caddies remained for distribution, a total of 8 pack horses and donkeys, and more than 30 fat pigs and goats. In addition, there were dozens of complete weapons and equipment such as longswords, leather, armor, and spears, as well as 3 or 4 boxes of valuable items such as silver ornaments, silk, and utensils looted from surrounding manors. After the steward finished counting, Baron Putaro raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, cleared his throat, and said, "All the captured supplies and money have been counted in front of everyone. Today, let's discuss the distribution according to our battle merits, and no one is allowed to start any more disputes." As soon as he finished speaking, Knight-clad man stood up abruptly, raised his right arm which had been injured by falling wood and stones, and said in a loud voice, "My lord Baron, in this attack on the bandits' wooden fortress, I led the first men to build siege ladders, and when the fortress gate was breached, I was also the first to lead the charge to provide support. 3 armed soldiers and 6 peasant soldiers died under my command, and the losses far exceeded those of others. For this merit, I should rightfully receive a larger share of the spoils." Before he could even sit down, Mortan, the inner court knight beside him, immediately stood up to retort, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Clayderman, stop trying to glorify yourself. You were knocked down by bandits as soon as you climbed the siege ladder, and you didn't even make it onto the fortress wall. It was I who led my troops to continue the attack under the onslaught of rolling stones and arrows. My personal guards were even seriously injured, and it's questionable whether they'll ever be able to stand up again. If anyone deserves more credit, it should be me. You were just following up, you didn't make any major contribution. Without me holding you back, could you have launched a successful attack? It's better than you being defeated as soon as you enter the fray." The two argued more and more fiercely, their hands on the hilts of their swords, seemingly about to engage in a knightly duel in front of Baron Putaro, completely disregarding noble etiquette. Corwin, sitting on the other side, watched with great interest. Seeing this, Baron Putaro was so angry that his chest heaved violently. He suddenly stood up from his chair and shouted angrily, "Enough! All of you shut up. Anyone who makes a scene here and starts a private fight will get out immediately and won't get a single piece of the spoils." Seeing Putaro's anger, Clayderman and Mortan turned pale, reluctantly loosened their grip on their sword hilts, shut their mouths, and unwillingly sat back down, finally restoring silence to the room. "Sit still, everyone. I will distribute the spoils fairly according to merits and the previous agreement, without any favoritism," Baron Putaro said, calming his anger. He then turned his gaze directly to Corwin and addressed the crowd in a loud voice. "Today's successful capture of this easily defensible bandit fortress is entirely thanks to Baron Corwin's strategic planning and his leadership in breaking through the bandits' defenses. Without him, even with the loss of many more troops, we would not have been able to breach the fortress. As per the reward we privately agreed upon beforehand, Baron Corwin will receive 350 gold coins, plus a purebred warhorse. The salaries of his soldiers will be paid separately and will not be included in the spoils of war." Upon hearing this, Corwin secretly understood. Putaro seemed to have given an extra 50 gold coins, but in reality, he had vaguely included the previously agreed upon sole responsibility for the soldiers' salaries in the distribution of spoils. It seemed generous, but in fact, it was a disguised way of deducting extra rewards from his side. However, since the overall situation was already settled, he did not want to expose it on the spot, so he simply stood up and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Baron Putaro then announced the distribution plan, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. A total of 1,600 gold coins. After giving Corwin 350, 1,250 remain. I have been solely responsible for the provisions, weapons, and medical treatment of the wounded during this allied expedition, which has incurred enormous costs. I will keep 700 gold coins for myself to cover the supply shortage and to comfort the wounded soldiers of my own troops. The remaining 550 gold coins will be divided equally among the 3 knights, Clydeman, Mortan, and Green. As for weapons and valuables, Clydeman will lead the initial assault, while Mortan will continue the main attack. Both of them will have priority in selecting weapons and some valuables. Knight Green will be responsible for the outer perimeter blockade, and will make his selections last, as he will not participate in the frontline assault. All the remaining grain, livestock, and remaining weapons and supplies will be mine to use for garrisoning the wooden fortress and rebuilding its defenses. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Clydeman and Mortan, though still dissatisfied, ultimately refrained from further objection due to Putaro's lordly authority and their desire for priority in selecting spoils. Green, knowing his own meager military achievements, also nodded in agreement. The group discussed the details of the compensation and the handover of supplies for another half hour until late at night. Finally, they finalized all the distribution matters, received their shares, and returned to their lodgings to rest. In the following days, because the wounded soldiers under his command were not yet healed and could not march long distances, everyone had to stay in Mubao to recuperate. Corwin would personally visit the wounded soldiers' camp every day, chat with the injured soldiers, and have someone take out some of his allocated supplies to prepare a lot of fine food for the wounded soldiers and arrange for special people to take good care of them. Meanwhile, Baron Pitaro's army of over 100 men was consuming huge amounts of food and supplies every day. He, who relied on his territory for supplies, was already struggling to keep up. Moreover, the bandits had been wiped out, so he held a simple victory celebration banquet in the wooden castle. After the banquet, he dismissed the conscripted knights clad man in green, as well as the armed soldiers and peasants they brought, and sent them back to their respective territories. Subsequently, Pitaro led most of his soldiers back to Somerset Castle, leaving only Knight Mortan with his personal entourage and 8 armed soldiers to guard the castle, responsible for cleaning up the mess inside, rebuilding the defenses, and controlling the surrounding villages. At the banquet, Corwin also had a brief conversation with Baron Pitaro. From the other man's words, Corwin learned that Pitaro had already spoken privately with Mordan and planned to designate the newly recaptured wooden fortress and the surrounding small plot of land as Morton's fief, so that he could be stationed there for a long time. Corwin understood. It seemed that Mordan would soon become a fief knight with his own territory, thanks to his military achievements. This was also Pitaro's way of winning over his confidants and consolidating his domain. A few days later, it was mid-November, and the weather was getting colder. A cold wave was approaching from the north, and once heavy snow fell, the roads would be completely blocked, making it extremely difficult to return home. Corwin dared not delay any longer. He immediately ordered people to cut down trees and make simple stretchers with warm animal hides. He arranged for soldiers to carry the more seriously injured soldiers who were unable to ride horses, packed their bags and the spoils of war, and prepared to set off back to Cochenberg. On his return journey, he first had to go to Castle to retrieve the gold coins he had accumulated from his previous trading trips before heading back to Cochenberg. Chapter 180 Untitled. The long journey of the past few days had left the group somewhat weary. Horses' hooves kicked up clouds of dust on the yellowed official road. Corwin, riding a tall horse, kept his gaze steadily fixed ahead. After several days of travel, he finally led his troops to the outskirts of Castle. In the distance, the stone walls of Castle stood majestically, and caravans and pedestrians bustled through the city gates, showcasing the city's prosperity and vibrancy. Upon entering the city, Corwin didn't waste any time, heading straight for George's trading company. The streets were lined with shops, the sounds of hawking and haggling creating a lively atmosphere, but he paid no attention to the scenery, his mind preoccupied with calculating the profits from his trip. Upon arriving at the company, George was already waiting at the entrance. The two exchanged brief greetings, their conversation flowing smoothly with unspoken understanding, devoid of excessive formality. Then, the company's managers meticulously tallied and calculated the profits from the collaboration, the crisp clinking of gold coins echoing through the hall. After verifying the accounts, Corwin confirmed that the profits were exactly as stated. His schedule was already tight, and he was eager to return to his territory, so he didn't linger. After a brief farewell to George, he immediately led his group away from Castle, heading straight for Cochenberg. The group traveled day and night, finally returning safely to Cochem Castle before the first heavy snowfall of winter. The castle stood majestically atop the hill, its familiar silhouette bringing a sense of relief to the soldiers' faces. Upon returning to the castle, Corwin immediately sought out Baron Bowen. As previously agreed, the two divided the spoils fairly and efficiently, without any animosity. Corwin then ordered some of the wealth and provisions to be distributed to reward the soldiers who had followed him on the journey. Seeing their joyful expressions upon receiving their reward brought him a sense of peace. The fatigue of days of travel washed over him, and Corwin had hot water prepared. He took a long bath, washing away the dust and weariness, and then fell into a deep sleep, completely relaxing. The next morning, Corwin awoke from his sleep and pushed open the door of the stone chamber in the Lord's Hall, instantly stunned by the sight before him. Outside, everything was a blanket of white. Heavy snowflakes drifted down from the sky, covering the castle rooftops, courtyards, and distant fields, creating a unified, serene, and magnificent scene. A cold wind, carrying snowflakes, swept through, but it couldn't dispel the vitality within the camp. The soldiers had already donned thick winter clothing. Some were clearing snow in the courtyard, others stood guard at their posts, all in high spirits, undeterred by the bitter cold. The days passed slowly amidst the swirling snow. Order was maintained within Fort Coacham, with soldiers conducting daily drills and guarding the lines, and logistics personnel ensuring ample provisions and firewood, allowing them to comfortably weather the long winter. Several months flew by, and his term of service finally came to an end. Corwin received orders from the county seat that once the new garrison arrived at Fort Coacham and the handover of defenses was complete, he could lead his troops back to the Western Territories. On the day of the handover, both armies completed all matters related to defense, supplies, and city defenses in an orderly manner without any chaos. With everything arranged, Corwin bid farewell to Baron Bowen and officially led his army on the return journey. The troops trudged through the still snowy ground, slowly advancing towards the Western Territories. The wind was still biting, but every soldier's eyes were filled with unwavering determination as they followed Corwin's footsteps towards their homeland. Corwin gazed at the road stretching ahead, his mind filled with countless thoughts. This campaign and garrison mission had not only yielded tangible benefits, but also honed his army. Upon returning to the Western Territories, he could continue to cultivate his domain and lay a solid foundation for future development.